Chu Xiangyang, once renowned in the antiques world as the Golden Eye for his legendary ability to discern treasures at a glance, is unexpectedly reincarnated into the body of a down-and-out young man who shares his name only, to find himself saddled with a wife and a daughter, living in utter poverty. What unfolds is a bittersweet tale that will make readers laugh through their tears. Determined to turn his life around, Chu Xiangyang sheds his former wretchedness and rises from the ashes. Blessed with supernatural vision, his golden pupil she sees through deception, transforms the mundane into gold, and conjures value from nothingness. With a single look, he commands the ancient art world. Watch as this master identifies priceless relics, exposes fakes with ease, and handles antique paintings, calligraphy, and porcelain as if they were toys in the palm of his hand. Chapter 1. Losing my daughter at the start. Slap. His face burned. Chu Xiangyang had just been slapped hard. His first instinct upon regaining his senses was furious outrage. Who dares? In the golden eye one glance, and I see through everything. Even the wealthiest, elite families treat me like an honored guest. Where are my bodyguards? Chu Xiangyang, you bastard. Yaya is your own flesh and blood. How could you? A sobbing, resentful voice pierced his ears. Chu Xiangyang opened his eyes. Before him stood a disheveled woman, gripping his collar with both hands. In her left hand, she held a kitchen knife. Her right arm was still raised, the one that had just delivered the stinging slap. Looking down, he saw a little girl with a ponytail clinging tightly to the woman's leg. She stared up at him with wide, fearful eyes so pitiful that Chu Xiangyang instantly thought of a tiny zoo animal about to be abandoned. Her helpless gaze tugged painfully at his heart. Who the hell are these people? He cursed under his breath, then froze as he took in his surroundings. He was sitting at a gambling table. Poker cards, dice, and betting cups were scattered nearby. Empty beer bottles and overflowing ashtrays littered the surface. Suddenly, a flood of foreign memories surged into his mind. Chu Xiangyang, age 27, lived in Pingyang City with urban household registration. His family had run an antique business since his grandfather's time. After his father's death, he naturally inherited the shop but proved utterly unreliable, spending his days loafing around. His mother arranged a marriage for him. They had a child together. Everyone assumed marriage and fatherhood would settle him down. But Chu Xiangyang was simply not cut out for responsibility. Though the Chu family was wealthy, he became addicted to gambling. He not only abused his wife physically, but also gambled away the antique shop, 3 generations of family wealth in one reckless night. And just moments ago, blinded by desperation to win back his losses, he had gambled and lost his own daughter. You piece of shit, he cursed inwardly. Chu Xiangyang, say something. I'll kill you. The woman before him wailed, her fingers tightening around his throat. Her voice, raw with tears and fury, carried the madness of someone ready to die alongside him. His windpipe crushed. Chu Xiangyang couldn't breathe, his face turning purple. He tried to pry her hands away, but held back, afraid of hurting her. Veins bulged on his forehead from the strain. This woman wasn't insane. Her name was Chunyu, his wife. In his memories, she had married him at 21, gentle, kind, soft-spoken. She never raised her voice, let alone brandished a kitchen knife in a fit of rage. Yet now she stood wielded, hair undone, ready to end it all with him. Mommy, you will be good. Don't hit Daddy, okay? You will listen, do homework, never play with the phone again, please don't hit Daddy. Beside them, their daughter Yaya cried, tugging desperately at her mother's leg, trying to pull them apart. But she was only 5 or 6, far too small to stop 2 adults. All she could do was sob helplessly. How touching, mother and child united in love, sneered a young man with a dragon tattoo coiling across his scalp. He lit a cigarette with a smirk. But it's useless. No one forced you onto this gambling table. Don't waste my time with this sob story. Just pack up and hand over the kid. Don't worry, I'm long good. Once she's with me, we'll make sure she eats well and lives comfortably. Definitely better off than with this loser. Yu's grip on Chu Xiangyang's neck loosened. Gasping for air, he coughed violently only to see her turn toward Long Gu, knife raised, ready to attack. Oh, blaming me now? Long Gu chuckled. Sister, debts must be repaid, it's the law of the land. Even if the cops show up, I've got nothing to fear. Your husband bet his daughter and lost. Don't take it out on me. I'm a reasonable man. Before the game, I made it crystal clear. I valued your daughter at 100,000 yuan. That's not insulting her, is it? If you lose, whose fault is it? Are my hard-earned bills not real money? He waved a hand. 2 thugs behind him stepped forward. Chunyu, no matter how desperate, was still just one woman against 2 grown men. Clang. The knife fell to the floor. The thugs reached for Yaya. Chunyu, eyes bloodshot, clutched her daughter tighter, then dropped to her knees before Long Ge. Long Ge, please have mercy. Whatever Chu Xiangyang owes you, we'll sell everything, even our pots and pants, to repay you. Just give us more time. As soon as we get the money, they'll pay you back immediately. Please don't take Yaya. Her voice was hoarse with despair. She kowtowed repeatedly, refusing to let go of her daughter, terrified that one slip would mean losing her forever. Enough talk. Long Ge shook his head dismissively. What's left in the Chu household to sell? Your husband's probably gambled away every last thing. Either pay me 100,000 yuan right now and walk away, cleaner, take the girl, find her a good buyer, and this ends here. 100,000 yuan. Chen Yuri's vision went black. She nearly collapsed. The Chu family didn't have a single yuan to spare, let alone 100,000. Every asset, even the ancestral antique shop, had been lost to gambling. There was nothing left. As he wailed, about to be dragged away, Chen Yuri broke completely. She turned to Chu Xiangyang, her eyes burning with hatred as if she wanted to tear flesh from his bones. Chu, you're not human. She stumbled backward and collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. Chu Xiangyang's throat felt like sandpaper. Words failed him. His wife wept like a shattered doll. His daughter screamed, clinging to her mother's leg. And her father had personally placed his own child on the gambling table and lost her. Is this something any human being could actually do? As Yaya was yanked toward Long Ge, her tear-filled eyes locked onto him, so helpless, so trusting that Chu Xiangyang's heart clenched like a fist. Wait, he spoke. What now, Boss Chu? Long Ge narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me you're backing out. You'll have to ask my boys here if they agree. Same deal. Either pay 100,000 or your daughter comes with me. Try to cheat me, and you'll learn what happens to debtors who cross me. But instead of fighting, Chu Xiangyang calmly pulled out a chair and sat down. I'm not here to brawl, but I'll gamble with you one more round. Chapter 2. He'll bet my life. Another gamble? The words stunned everyone. Just moments ago, had lost not only his family fortune and business, but his own daughter. Everyone expected remorse, maybe even suicide. Instead, he was doubling down. Chen Yuri's flicker of hope vanished instantly. Her legs gave out, she nearly crumpled from grief. Now that's interesting, Long Ge grinned. Boss Chu, you really won't give up until you hit rock bottom. Fine, I run a gambling den. I'll take any bet. But tell me, what else do you have left to wager? At this rate, you'll be betting your wife next. The crowd laughed. Long Ge had seen countless gamblers lose everything but betting one's child, then coming back for more. That was new. But what could Chu Xiangyang possibly bet now? Broke and destitute, his only remaining asset was his wife. Watch your mouth. I have no interest in gambling away my wife. Chu Xiangyang frowned. That only made them laugh harder. If had bet his daughter, why not his wife? But Long Ge wisely held his tongue, provoking a desperate gambler was never smart. So what are you betting? I'll bet my life. Your life isn't worth much. Not so fast. What if I sign a binding organ donation agreement? On the black market, a pair of kidneys goes for 100,000. Add corneas, heart, liver, all transplantable. If I lose, they'll donate everything willingly. Don't pretend your business doesn't have those connections. Or are you scared? Chu Xiangyang leaned forward, locking eyes with Long Ge. Someone's betting their actual life? Long Ge had seen gamblers jump off buildings, threaten suicide to avoid payment, but never someone calmly offering their organs as stakes. You're serious? Yes. Are you scared? Long Ge's lips twitched thin. He burst into laughter. Scared? I've never feared anyone in my life. I don't want her whole life, but I'll take one eye and one kidney. That covers the 100,000 debt. One round. 21. If you win, we're even. Chen Yuri turned deathly pale. Chu Xiangyang was a monster, gambled away his daughter. But now he was risking his life. Despite everything, the memory of shared nights made her heart ache. But Chu Xiangyang ignored her. He tore open a fresh deck of cards and tossed it to Long Ge. 21. One hand. Winner takes all. This was too thrilling to delegate. Cards flew through his fingers like living things. Long Ge was a master dealer. But Chu Xiangyang didn't even look at his first card. Think carefully, Boss Chu. Long Ge flipped his own king with a smirk. That card might cost you an eye. In 21, you aim for 21. Go over, bust. Under, lose. Simple. Brutal. Thrilling. Deal. Interesting. Shuffle. 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 Long Ge stopped at 19. Chu Xiangyang kept drawing 10 cards piled before him. One face card, and head bust. Yet he remained calm, eyes unblinking. No one knew. Chu Xiangyang's pupils were unnaturally deep. Long Ge's cards turned transparent before him, revealing every hidden value. Chen Yuri nearly fainted. We're leaving, Chu Xiangyang said. A thud blocked the door. Where do you think you're going? This isn't a park, you can't just walk out. You thought you could bluff your way out? 11 cards? You're begging for death. Leave your kidney and eye, and maybe long ago lets you crawl away. But Chu Xiangyang didn't flinch. I won. And since you've shown a shred of decency, take my advice. Quit while you're ahead. Otherwise, you won't live to regret it. Known as the Golden Eye, Chu Xiangyang could see through walls, spot treasures in rubble, perceive the imperceptible. Paper cards? He could read them through 10 meters of steel. A thug lunged and flew across the room before he touched him. As the gang charged, Longo flipped Chu Xiangyang's cards. 3 aces, 3 twos, exactly 21. Impossible. Chu Xiangyang walked out, supporting Chinyiru with one arm, cradling Yaya with the other. Outside, afternoon sun blazed, but inside his heart was ice cold. An orphan in his past life, had no regrets about reincarnating. But now this wife, this daughter, they stirred something unfamiliar in him. He hesitated. Don't say anything, Chu Xiangyang. Let's get divorced. If you have any shred of manhood left, nod in, well, go file the papers. Yaya stays with me. I want nothing else. You're not a man. Chinyiru's voice was firm, though her face was pale. His chest tightened. The Chinyiru in his memories was kind, patient even as he drowned in gambling. Shed hoped head change. Just how monstrous must I have been a breaker like this? I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't fix anything. We're done. Please just let us go. Whether we live or die, don't interfere. Just leave Yaya and me alone. She closed her eyes, bracing for his usual curses and fists. But the storm never came. She opened her eyes. Chu Xiangyang stood before her, eyes filled not with rage, but with pain. What happened to him? Wah! Mommy, don't leave Daddy. Hell change. Daddy, please don't gamble anymore. You'll be good, so good. Don't sell me, please. Yaya sobbed, one hand clutching her mother, the other her father, her cries breaking every heart. Once a dog, always a dog. If Chu Xiangyang could change, he would have long ago. That's why Chinyiru had given up hope. She knelt to comfort Yaya, but Chu Xiangyang beat her to it. He gathered his daughter gently into his arms. Yaya, don't be scared. Mommy and Daddy were just playing. We didn't fight, and would never abandon you. You're such a good girl, how could Daddy ever let you go? Come on, let's go home. He stroked her hair, perfectly embodying the loving father. But then, Chapter 3. The blue and white porcelain Chinyiru let out a bitter laugh, her voice tinged with sorrow. Upon hearing her, Chu Xiangyang's expression stiffened, leaving him at a loss for words. Having gambled away nearly the entirety of the Chu family's fortune, he had recently lost even their antique shop in the collectibles market to a reckless bet. In desperation, he sought out Longo, willing to stake his daughter Yaya in a futile attempt to recoup his losses. Alas, what fortune favors the consistent victor at the gambling table? Moreover, this unfortunate fellow was nothing but a jinx. After losing his daughter, he had taken his last breath, leaving Chu Xiangyang to navigate the aftermath of this chaos in his newly resurrected life. This fellow departed in a solitary fashion, yet the mess he left behind was now mine to bear. Muttering under his breath, Chu Xiangyang observed his wife, Chinyiru, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, nearly collapsing under the weight of her sorrow. Shaking his head, he declared, I will resolve this matter, even if divorce is inevitable. I cannot allow you and our daughter to spend the night beneath the overpass. I shall think of a solution. Are you going to gamble again? Chinyiru's eyes widened in disbelief. As she stared at the man before her, her heart filled with dismay at the thought of him returning to the gambling table, still harboring dreams of turning his fortunes around. For Chu Xiangyang, this was his only recourse. The greatest sorrow is the death of hope, without a shred of affection left. Chinyiru coldly regarded him, offering no response as she gathered Yaya in her arms and turned to leave, resolutely unyielding. How can I, Chu Xiangyang, known for my golden eye, capable of turning stone to gold and conjuring something from nothing, stoop to such disgrace at the gambling table? He mused. Yet he recognized the truth. It was no wonder that Yuru had lost faith in him. As he watched the mother and daughter board a bus, he sighed deeply. What a scoundrel I have become. With a grimace, he made his way towards Dong Street in Qingzhou. Dong Street, known to the longtime residents of Qingzhou, is the largest antique market in the city and its surroundings, often referred to as the Northwest Antique Center. Outsiders fondly call it Little Panjiayuan. Here, one could find everything from porcelain and paintings to exquisite jade and glass, as well as coins and stamps, catering to every collector's desire. There were even items that had long been hidden from the sun, making it a favored destination for antique enthusiasts. Chu Xiangyang walked north along Dong Street until he reached a shop and came to a halt. Bai Baoxian was the name of the establishment. Just 3 days prior, it should have still borne the Chu surname, but alas, Chu Xiangyang's reckless gambling had led to the complete loss of the family legacy. Bai Baoxian had since changed ownership, becoming the property of another. At this moment, by Baoxian was adorned with vibrant decorations, and the sound of firecrackers filled the air. "Oh, if it isn't Boss Chu. A rare guest. I thought you wouldn't show up to support us during the grand opening of our Jinbao pavilion." A voice, neither warm nor cold, called out from behind. Chu Xiangyang frowned as he turned to see a middle-aged man dressed in a bright red tang suit approaching with a mocking grin. His exuberance evident as he referred to Jinbao Pavilion with gleeful enthusiasm. The middle-aged man is named Cui Zhiqing, the current owner of Baoxian, having won it from Chu Xiangyang 3 days prior. Who would have thought that this notorious gambler would have the audacity to show up? The Chu family's wealth, accumulated over generations, has been squandered by him in just a few years. It is quite perplexing that a man like Chu Fengsheng, who once thrived in managing Baoxian, could have given rise to such a worthless son. If he were my offspring, I would have strangled him at birth. How could he still have the face to appear here? The murmurs of disdain echoed around, their whispers piercing through to Chu Xiangyang. Indeed, the reputation of Baoxian had long been established on East Street, especially during the time when Chu Fengsheng was alive, making it one of the most prominent establishments. Now, having lost it to gambling, renamed and rebranded, while some lament the loss, many are merely amused by the spectacle. And now, Chu Xiangyang dares to show his face again. Is he not inviting ridicule upon himself? Where does he find the audacity? All eyes turned towards him. Chu Xiangyang furrowed his brow. What? Not welcome? How could that be? Mr. Chu, you are the former proprietor of my treasured establishment, and your presence here to celebrate our grand opening is an honor I could scarcely hope for. Why are you standing there? Please, usher Mr. Chu inside. After all, he was once your employer. Cui Zhiqing smiled slyly, his already narrow eyes squinting with delight. With Chu Xiangyang willing to humiliate himself, Cui Zhiqing could hardly wish him away. A staff member emerged, looking somewhat awkward. Yet, Chu Xiangyang paid him no mind. Calmly seated himself and sipped his tea. Today marked the opening day of Zhenbaoxian, and many attendees were former patrons of Baoxian. With Chu Xiangyang, the original owner, present, the chatter grew louder. Before long, the crowd had gathered. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware that today marks the auspicious opening of Zhenbaoxian. It is truly an honor for me, Cui, to have you grace us with your presence. He continued, Zhenbaoxian was formerly known as Baoxian, a name well regarded on East Street. Although it has seen better days, it has fallen into my hands, and I assure you, it shall not be tarnished. Cui Zhiqing raised an eyebrow towards Chu Xiangyang, and as he noticed countless gazes shifting towards the latter, he smirked and continued, however, there is an old adage in our trade. No matter how well one speaks, it is the quality of the goods that truly matters. To celebrate the opening of Zhenbaoxian, I have gone to great lengths to procure exquisite items. I invite you all to bear witness. With that, he clapped his hands. A staff member, prepared for the moment, swiftly lifted a large red cloth that had covered a display. The guests, having noticed the red cloth in Zhenbaoxian, turned their attention away from Chu Xiangyang, gasping in astonishment as the cloth was removed. Beneath it lay a porcelain piece, standing half a person tall, with a lustrous glaze, superior quality, and a blue and white design. Under the illumination of the lights, the blue and white porcelain appeared particularly enchanting, instantly captivating everyone's gaze. Manager Cui, came an exclamation. An antique collector wiped his brow, his eyes transfixed on the exquisite piece, unable to tear himself away. Indeed, Boss Chun is an expert, he remarked, as the saying goes, once fired. The blue and white emerges vividly through the glaze, originating from the official kiln of the Yuan dynasty. This porcelain from the Hutian kiln in Jingdezhen is a prime example of Yuan blue and white ware. Its motifs of dragons and phoenixes symbolize nobility, opulence, auspiciousness, and festivity. This is truly a remarkable artifact, and I invite you all to come closer and admire it. Cui Zhiqing extended his thumb, his face glowing with pride as he meticulously introduced the blue and white porcelain before him, his eyes brimming with joy. The preservation of blue and white porcelain is rare, and Yuan blue and white is particularly exceptional. It is worth noting that porcelain is fragile, and such a piece of this size and caliber is not only scarce in the market, but also seldom seen among even the wealthiest collectors. A fine vase, exquisite porcelain, and beautiful glaze. Manager Cui's prowess is indeed impressive. To have acquired such well-preserved Yuan blue and white is a treasure for the establishment. This is undoubtedly true. The last time I encountered blue and white of this scale was at an auction in London, where it fetched an astonishing 4 million. Manager Cui's piece, with its superior quality and auspicious designs, must surely be worth a fortune. Manager Cui, I shall take this Yuan blue and white. I bid this amount. The antique collector who had spoken earlier grinned, His fingers spread wide as he elevated this rare gem to the heights of admiration. 5 million. Even at an auction, this would be an astounding figure. Unfortunately, he was overconfident, having underestimated Chu Xiangyang's meticulous strategy. Although he lacked connections with the wealthy families of Qingzhou, he had sent invitations to numerous affluent antique collectors. Many present were indeed individuals of considerable means. The price began to soar: 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, and approaching 7,900,000, teetering on the brink of breaking the 8 million threshold. Such a figure would be deemed exorbitant even in the bustling Panjiayuan of the capital. Chu Xiangyang's eyes narrowed with delight. Once this transaction was sealed, the reputation of Zhenbao Pavilion would surely resound across the nation. Just then, a light chuckle broke through the air. How amusing, truly amusing. Yuan blue and white. This is indeed yuan blue and white. Ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Chapter 4. 100 million. Can you afford the loss? Amidst the fervent focus on the escalating prices, this remark sounded remarkably jarring. The crowd turned to see Chu Xiangyang seated comfortably, laughing uproariously, nearly doubling over. Chu Xiangyang, what are you laughing at? Chu Xiangyang's expression darkened, his voice cold. He assumed Chu Xiangyang was intentionally causing a disturbance, and it was no wonder Bao Xian had changed ownership. This former owner, embarrassed, had come on the opening day. Little did he realize the intent behind it. Oh, it's nothing. Please, continue. Chu Xiangyang managed to suppress his laughter, waving his hand dismissively. Humph, as if you would dare to play any tricks. What is your envy matter? Chu Xiangyang's gaze hardened as he resumed presiding over the bidding. However, as the price surpassed 8 million, Chu Xiangyang's laughter grew even louder. At this moment, even a fool could discern that Chu Xiangyang was deliberately causing trouble. What, pray tell, are you laughing at, Mr. Chu? Today marks the grand opening of our Zhenbao Pavilion, and I wish for everyone to maintain cordiality. You were once the proprietor of this establishment. If you harbor grievances, direct them toward me, Chui. Should you persist in your mischief, do not blame me, Chui Xiangyang. For lacking compassion, he stated coldly. My apologies, I merely lost my composure momentarily. However, I must remark that it is rather amusing to witness a group of fools bidding 8 million for a porcelain vase. Truly, the foolish are often flush with cash. This porcelain appears commendable. It would indeed serve well for floral arrangements or as a decorative piece. If you are willing to part with it, I would gladly offer $80, sparing you from being deceived, Chu Xiangyang retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. Though his voice was not loud, his words offended all present, implying that they were blind to the fact that a counterfeit was being mistaken for a treasure. Many, familiar with Chu Xiangyang's reputation, shook their heads, believing he was merely making foolish moves, perhaps blinded by losses at the gambling table. What did you say? Are you implying we are all blind? Young man, while a business can be rebuilt, one's character is immutable. If you are aggrieved, do not create further disturbances here. This yuan blue and white porcelain, by all accounts, is of superior quality and undeniably a rare gem among yuan porcelain. Mr. Chu, do refrain from causing chaos, if you have time to spare. Perhaps you should indulge in a few rounds at the gambling table. A chorus of voices chimed in, their tones tinged with sarcasm. Humph, Chu Xiangyang, you are indeed here to sow discord. Yet, I trust the wisdom of those present. We shall not heed your deceptive words. If you wish to stay, I, Chui, shall not urge you to leave. But if you are unwilling, then kindly exit. Otherwise, do not blame me, Chui Xiangyang, for disregarding our past camaraderie, Chui Xiangyang proclaimed, his voice booming with righteous indignation, drawing a wave of applause. How intriguing. It seems you will not relent until you reach the river's end, Chu Xiangyang said, rising to his feet. Remaining silent at this juncture would signify capitulation. He sauntered leisurely to the blue and white porcelain, scrutinizing it with a critical eye, making sounds of appreciation. The blue and white porcelain, a type of underglaze decoration, began to emerge during the Tang and Song dynasties. The more refined blue and white porcelain originated from the Jingdazhen official kiln and the Hutian kiln, reaching its zenith during the Ming and Qing dynasties, giving rise to numerous varieties, such as blue and white with 5 colors, peacock green glazed blue and white, and red decorated blue and white. Mr. Chu, all those present are connoisseurs of antiques. Some have been in the field longer than you have been alive. Do you really believe you are here to enlighten us? Chui Xiangyang retorted angrily, gesturing for security to escort him out. Yet, Chu Xiangyang seemed oblivious to the threat, continuing, indeed, you are all esteemed veterans of the trade. I would not dare to present myself as a novice. I simply cannot bear to see Mr. Chui lead you astray. While it is true that yuan blue and white is the origin of blue and white porcelain, the preservation of yuan blue and white from the official kiln is indeed rare, particularly given its historical significance and immeasurable value. If authentic, it would be worth a fortune. But what if it is counterfeit? Chu Xiangyang smirked. Counterfeit? Impossible. You all bear witness to my integrity. Chui is willing to provide a personal guarantee, asserting that this exquisite yuan blue and white porcelain was acquired through a substantial investment, with no hint of deception involved. Should it be proven false, Chui is prepared to adhere to the customary rules of our antique trade, offering tenfold compensation for any counterfeit. Mr. Chu, being a known gambler, do you dare to wager against Chui? If it is indeed a forgery, Chui will compensate 10 times over, even up to 80 million. Conversely, if it is genuine, you, now reduced to a destitute beggar, would be required to kneel before the treasure pavilion and bark like a dog for an entire month. Chui Ziqing's eyes flared with indignation as he vehemently denied the accusation. A collective gasp echoed through the room as the implications of such a wager became apparent. One side stakes offered tenfold compensation for a forgery, while the other demanded a month of humiliation. The gravity of this bet was starkly evident, bordering on a heart-wrenching gamble. A personal guarantee? Chui Ziqing, I fear your resolve may not be sufficient. To speak of tenfold compensation is bold, but I suspect you might face financial ruin. It appears the treasure pavilion may soon close its doors, marking a rather humorous episode within our antique community. Chu Xiangyang stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon the blue and white porcelain. The underglaze color porcelain, renowned for its glaze quality, is a delicate balance, and excess would diminish its value, while the cobalt must be fired just once to achieve the finest hues. However, I am curious as to how Yuan Dynasty blue and white could bear modern simplified characters. Before the crowd could fully grasp the implications of his words, Chu Xiangyang suddenly raised his foot and kicked the porcelain vase with considerable force. The vase, towering half a person tall, teetered momentarily before crashing to the ground in a cacophony of shattered fragments. How dare you? Chui Ziqing's vision darkened, threatening to collapse. He had staked his very life on this porcelain vase. Chu Xiangyang's kick felt like a blow to his heart, leaving him breathless. Call the police. How could you? Yuan blue and white porcelain. This is an utter waste. Everyone was stunned, unable to fathom that the previously composed Chu Xiangyang would act so irrationally, transforming a valuable piece into worthless shards in an instant. Calling the police is certainly an option, but you might want to examine the inscriptions on these shards first. I too wish to inquire of the police how Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain could possibly be inscribed with simplified characters during its firing. Is there a time traveler among us from the Yuan Dynasty? Under such circumstances, this blue and white porcelain is worth not 800 million, but perhaps 800 billion, which no one could afford. Unfazed, Chu Xiangyang casually picked up a shard and tossed it before the onlookers. As they looked down, they were immediately taken aback. The shard bore not only the name of the forger, but also the date of the forgery, clearly inscribed. This Yuan blue and white porcelain is counterfeit? No, it cannot be. Chui Ziqing's face drained of color, while he may have managed to maintain his composure when Chu Xiangyang kicked the vase. The realization that the porcelain was indeed a forgery shattered his resolve. According to the rules of the antique market, a forgery incurs a penalty of threefold compensation, yet he had boasted of tenfold. Now, faced with the undeniable truth of the porcelain's falsity, he found himself utterly bereft of humor. I once remarked that your resolve was insufficient, and you dismissed my words. Now, I, Chu Xiangyang, am eager to witness the spectacle of an 8 million yuan blue and white porcelain piece. For every counterfeit, a tenfold compensation, a modest billion at stake. I am curious to see if you can afford such a sum. The words left the room in stunned silence. Everyone's expression turned vacant as they glanced from the shattered porcelain fragments to the ashen face of Chui Ziqing. It was evident to all that this time, Boss Chui was destined to suffer a downfall. Chapter 5. Stubbornness, blindness, and incompetence. No one dared to plead for mercy at this critical juncture. In this line of work, one must adhere to its rules. If one is deceived, they must bear the consequences of their own inadequacies, accepting their misfortune as deserved. It is akin to a sale. Once the transaction is completed, there are no returns or exchanges. Even if one later discovers the deception, the loss is theirs to bear. In the world of antiques, reputation is paramount. Moreover, this was a wager. Boss Chui had been caught out by Chu Xiangyang at his own opening. And even if bystanders were unaware of the animosity between the two, no one was willing to mediate. After all, it involved a billion. What is this? No retorts? It seems Boss Chui's resolve is not as unyielding as I had imagined. I wonder, however, if he can muster the funds to settle the 8 million. Chu Xiangyang's tone was unforgiving, devoid of any compassion. Chui Ziqing opened his mouth, But under the pressure of Chu Xiangyang's relentless demeanor, he could no longer contain himself. A mouthful of blood gushed forth as he collapsed onto his back. At this sight, Chu Xiangyang shook his head. Regarding their past grievances, both parties had their share. After all, Cui Zhiqing had established his treasure haul on land owned by the Chu family, effectively usurping their business. Yet, if blame were to be assigned, Cui Zhiqing could merely be seen as a benefactor of circumstances. No one understood his true nature better than Chu Xiangyang. It was a classic case of mutual consent in their conflict. His relentless pursuit was merely a means to vent his frustrations. It appears that Boss Cui cannot afford the 8 million after all. Perhaps, in a show of magnanimity, I, Chu Xiangyang, am not one to be excessively aggressive. However, the principles remain, and the rules must not be violated. The notion of a tenfold compensation could be dismissed as jest. Yet my establishment, Chu Xiangyang's gaze fell upon the unconscious Cui Zhiqing. As his words echoed, the previously incapacitated Cui Zhiqing sprang to his feet with remarkable agility. The Baibao Hall is yours, along with all its contents, Boss Chu. You truly are magnanimous. Cui Zhiqing lamented, tears streaming down his face. His earlier faintness seemingly forgotten, most likely a pretense. Chu Xiangyang shook his head, and soon the two signed the transfer agreement. This included the antiquities, artworks, porcelain, and jewels that Cui Zhiqing had painstakingly gathered to enhance his establishment, most of which did not catch Chu Xiangyang's discerning eye, though they were still valuable. Nevertheless, Cui Zhiqing hesitated not a moment, hastily signing the agreement, fearful that Chu Xiangyang might reconsider. Yet, as he gazed upon Chu Xiangyang's countenance, his heart seethed with unrestrained hatred. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, the grand opening had turned into a closure. What had begun with drums and fanfare to announce the opening of the Baibao Hall had scarcely been half a day before it returned to Chu Xiangyang's hands, a truly theatrical turn of events. Do not attribute it to the frenzy of Cui Zhiqing's wrath. In the case of someone more petty, it could very well lead to a fit of apoplexy. The original guests found themselves in a most uncomfortable predicament, unable to stand or sit. Just a moment ago, they had been invited by Cui Zhiqing to attend the grand opening. Yet now, Xinbao Xian had reverted to Baibao Xian. With the original sign removed and the new one reinstated, the guests exchanged glances, agitated and uncertain about what to do. Such a scenario would seem far-fetched even for a movie. Esteemed guests from afar, began Chu Xiangyang. Though Boss Cui has generously returned Baibao Xian to our Chu family, I, as the proprietor, humbly request your continued patronage. Today, I assure you, Baibao Xian shall not disappoint. Everything in this establishment is available at a remarkable 50% discount for those who find something to their liking. Chu Xiangyang chuckled, for it is often said that one does not grieve over the sale of land inherited from one's ancestors, especially when it concerns the possessions of Cui Zhiqing. As for the stock accumulated by the Chu family over the years, it had long been squandered by Chu Xiangyang. The crowd clasped their hands in appreciation, murmuring about Chu Xiangyang's wealth, acknowledging that even for antiquities, which vary in value, a 50% discount is indeed substantial. Boss Chu is generous. May your business flourish. Just as Chu Xiangyang was basking in their compliments, suddenly, his expression sharpened. Proprietor, this is the dubious merchandise that Cui Zhiqing shuffled in yesterday, merely for show. I shall take it now. The speaker was Zhang Hanyu, an old associate of Baibao Xian, who had worked alongside Chu Fengxing for over 20 years. He had witnessed the rise and fall of Baibao Xian and could hardly believe it had returned to the hands of the Chu family. Hold on, Uncle Zhang. Let me take a look, Chu Xiangyang said with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Zhang Hanyu paused momentarily. No one knew Chu Xiangyang's character better than this old companion. His penchant for gambling was well known, and he had just been taken aback by the recent developments. He promptly brought over the wicker basket. The term dubious merchandise referred to items that were less than reputable, implying they had only recently been excavated. Generally, such items were a mixed bag, containing both good and bad, with many being counterfeit, serving merely to inflate numbers. Antique shops often showcase such items for facade, a fact well understood by Chu Xiangyang. At that moment, Chu Xiangyang found himself staring blankly at a thick tome within the basket. The pages were yellowed, bound in the style of the Republic era. Yet the level of aging was poorly executed, glimmering with a suspicious sheen that would deter any seasoned antiquities dealer from a second glance. What is it, Boss Chu? Do you possess some profound insight? Surely you cannot believe this to be of any real value. In our trade, we all know dubious merchandise is merely a euphemism. There is hardly anything genuine within, remarked Cui Zhiqing, his tone laced with cynicism. Having just suffered a tremendous loss of face, Cui Zhiqing could hardly swallow his indignation and managed to utter a few words. Little did he know, Chu Xiangyang, with a slight curve of his lips, cast a glance at him and remarked, "Indeed, a rogue is a rogue. However, Mr. Chui, you are mistaken. It seems you are not only stubborn but also blind and heartless, lacking in character. You fail to recognize the good fortune before you, mistaking a mere imitation porcelain for a treasure." "Ladies and gentlemen," Chu Xiangyang proclaimed, raising his voice to capture everyone's attention. "Today, I must admit, has been somewhat of a spectacle for you all. Nonetheless, this day marks the grand reopening of our Bai Baoxian. I acknowledge my past misdeeds. I was not a worthy individual, but rest assured, I shall transform just as Bai Baoxian has, embarking on a new beginning." Mr. Chui previously uttered a statement with which Chu Xiangyang wholeheartedly agreed. "In our line of work, we all possess wares. As it happens, I have acquired a remarkable piece today, which I wish to share with you all, hoping to spread some cheer." With that, he raised the book in his hand. A chuckle escaped Chui Zhiqing, unable to contain himself. Chapter 6. The folly of ignorance. Chui Zhiqing's laughter seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and soon, the surrounding crowd joined in mirth. The disdain in their eyes was evident and unmasked. Just a useless fool, having stumbled upon the secret of that yuan blue and white porcelain, now flaunting a tattered book as if he possessed a discerning eye. One person jested, "Mr. Chu, it is not wrong for the youth to be a bit brash, but excessive boasting may lead to disdain." "Ah, Mr. Yu, do not be so harsh." Another chimed in. "To exchange a mere yuan blue and white for the revival of his establishment is no small feat indeed. There is some merit, yet we must consider its application. It is merely a book, and he dares to claim it as a treasure? Do you take us for blind fools?" At this remark, the laughter erupted once more. However, one individual displayed a keen interest in the book in Chu Xiangyang's possession. He approached and inquired, "Might Mr. Chu allow me to examine it?" Chu Xiangyang smiled silently and handed over the book. This gentleman was an expert in the antique realm, possessing a far greater understanding of calligraphy and painting than of porcelain or bronze. Upon receiving the book, others gathered closer. It appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary volume, containing Li Bai's Song of Everlasting Regret. Yet, within its pages, there was no indication of any masterful composition, nor could it be deemed a treasure. Mr. Lin, adjusting his glasses, shook his head silently. Another individual gently flipped through the pages, discerning that the paper felt like ordinary stock, perhaps even a reproduction of Republican-era paper. Even if it were truly from that period, it could hardly be classified as an antique. It was nothing more than a copy of Song of Everlasting Regret. And how could a true treasure manifest in such a form? If it were genuinely penned by Li Bai, it would indeed be valuable. As the crowd passed the book around, it eventually returned to Chu Xiangyang's hands. With a raised eyebrow, he queried, "Can anyone discern the true hand behind my so-called treasure?" "Boss Chu, if I may be so bold, you might take this book to the entrance and hawk it to those international friends. Perhaps it could fetch a price worthy of being penned by Li Bai himself, earning you a handsome sum. Indeed, should you desire such a book, I could procure 100 for you in no time, and for a mere few hundred each. In fact, even that price seems excessive. A few dozen would suffice." As he spoke, laughter erupted among the crowd. Meanwhile, the old associate Zhang Hanyu observed Chu Xiangyang and shook his head in disbelief. Given Chu's behavior today, he had hoped for a reformation. Yet, it appeared that he had not changed at all, still reveling in the limelight. Merely a book, and in the end, it would be Bai Baoxian that faced embarrassment. Chu Xiangyang smiled silently as he gently opened the book in his hands. The brittle, aging pages emitted a faint sound, abruptly silencing the jovial crowd surrounding him. All eyes instinctively fell upon the book he held. Indeed, it was Li Bai's Song of Everlasting Regret, and notably, a handwritten copy, with numerous annotations. What most might overlook, however, were the small characters inscribed in those annotations. Chu Xiangyang casually turned a page and pointed to a few of the tiny letters, stating, "What do these annotations reveal?" "Merely commonplace remarks, nothing particularly remarkable." The nearest onlookers squinted at the text and confirmed that there was nothing extraordinary about it. The book bore no title or signature, making it unsurprising that the crowd did not recognize it. "However, I trust you have heard of Chen Yinka, one of Tsinghua University's 4 great philosophers. He was not only a linguist, but also a historian, possessing an unparalleled mastery of our nation's Pipa Xing and Song of Everlasting Regret. This particular edition of Song of Everlasting Regret was not only transcribed by him, but also annotated by his own hand. Most importantly, within the annotations on one of the pages, he left behind his signature, Inca, which had gone unnoticed by everyone. At this revelation, the room fell into stunned silence. No one expected the book to be the work of Chen Inca. The nearest individual, Boss Lin, donned his reading glasses once more to scrutinize the book. Meanwhile, Chui Ziqing scoffed, declaring, "If this is indeed Chen Inca's handwritten note, I shall consume it on the spot." He knew full well the origins of the tome, which emboldened him to make such a claim. Several other business associates, who were somewhat friendly with him, echoed his sentiment, ridiculing a book of dubious provenance being linked to Chen Inca. "Are you in dire financial straits? Have you lost a gamble?" Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. He was unfazed by such dogged provocations and preferred to let facts speak for themselves. With a gentle smile, he suggested, "Let us see what old Lin has to say." For reasons unknown, Chui Ziqing found Chu's smile exceedingly irksome, wishing he could trample him into the mud. Moments later, he exclaimed, "Yes, yes. The brushwork is fresh and refined. The strokes are vigorous and graceful, exuding the spirit of the two Wangs, and the form is elongated. This is indeed the work of Chen Inca." Old Lin's words detonated like a depth charge, plunging the entire hall into an instant silence. One could almost hear a pin drop. The characters for Inca were inscribed in minuscule script, interspersed among numerous annotations. Unless one meticulously flipped through page by page, it would indeed be challenging to uncover. While this item may not possess the age of many treasures present, its rarity and significance were indisputable. After a fleeting moment of quietude, the expressions of the onlookers varied dramatically. The most pronounced change was evident on Chui Ziqing's face. His previous boast still echoed in the air. A declaration so grand that likely many in attendance had caught wind of it. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. Dealing with such an egotistical fool required little more than letting him deliver himself to the gallows. Just like at this very moment. "Mr. Chui," he began, "if you wish to acquire my manuscript, you must at least offer a fair sum, for it is a unique piece, truly valuable. To treat it with such casual disregard would surely not sit well with its rightful owner." Chu Xiangyang smiled lightly before continuing. Instantly, the gaze of the crowd fell upon Chui Ziqing, whose complexion turned a deep shade of liver red upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's words. With a semblance of a smile that belied his true feelings, Chui Ziqing retorted, "That was merely a jest, Mr. Chu. Surely, you didn't take it to heart?" "Oh, I see now." Chu Xiangyang feigned realization. "It was merely a joke. I thought, of course, Mr. Chui is not so uncouth as to consume a book." Chui Ziqing's expression morphed through a spectrum of emotions, becoming almost kaleidoscopic. The surrounding attendees, respecting his dignity, stifled their laughter, yet their flushed faces revealed their exhilaration. "It's just an old book." Chui Ziqing scoffed. Who would even desire it? Despite his internal mockery, Chu Xiangyang maintained an affable demeanor. Today's unexpected acquisition was indeed a delightful surprise. "If anyone finds it appealing, feel free to take it. Just a token in return would suffice." Old Lin, who had been waiting impatiently, interjected, "Manuscripts like this are not easily obtained. The more commonplace the item, the more valuable its research potential. As a humble scholar, I am willing to offer 2 million to purchase this manuscript from you, young friend Chu." At this pronouncement, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Chui Ziqing's expression darkened further. "I shall offer 3 million, declared a middle-aged man. "I am also intrigued. Just the other day, a foreign acquaintance mentioned this individual, expressing a desire to buy it back at a high price." Another stout man beside him chimed in. "Is it true that international friends are becoming so knowledgeable? It seems the esteemed title of the 4 great philosophers of Tsinghua is well-deserved. I shall bid 3.5 million. For 1,800,000. The manuscript, after spirited bidding, was ultimately sold for a staggering 8 million. Of course, this price bore a hint of inflation, as the attendees were inclined to grant Chu Xiangyang a favor following these 2 incidents. If one were to say that his initial encounter with the exquisite blue and white porcelain was somewhat fortuitous, his subsequent discovery of this handwritten journal was undoubtedly a testament to his genuine skill. In this realm, possessing an ally with true expertise can significantly enhance one's financial prospects. With a valuation of 8 million, the transaction is complete. Among the throng, Chui Ziqing's face had darkened to the hue of a soot-covered pot. Indeed, Boss Chu has an eye for talent, should opportunity arise. I hope to engage in further discussions with him. Without a doubt, I am gathering with a few old friends the day after tomorrow, and I sincerely invite Boss Chu to attend. If Boss Chu comes across any valuable items in the future, please do not forget about us." The crowd exchanged heartfelt words, and Chu Xiangyang responded earnestly. Meanwhile, Zhang Hanyu observed Chu Xiangyang with a smile of contentment, relieved that the Chu family had finally returned to the right path. Only Chui Ziqing's gaze remained dark and resentful, wishing fervently that he could transform into 2 tangible daggers and stab Chu Xiangyang repeatedly. After an hour of bustling conversation, Chu Xiangyang closed the shop and bid farewell to his guests. "Uncle Zhang, Please head back and rest. You've worked hard. And we will rely on you more in the store. As everyone departed, Chu Xiangyang turned back and smiled at Zhang Hanyu. Wiping away a tear, Zhang Hanyu could only manage a single word in response. Good. Now that he had some money in hand, Chu Xiangyang was eager to return home and change the environment for his wife and child. It turned out that the gambler had not only lost all his possessions, but had also wagered away their home. Although he considered himself a makeshift husband and father, the thought of his little one's doe-like eyes softened his heart immensely. Humming a light tune, Chu Xiangyang made his way to a nearby bank. After taking a VIP queue ticket, he settled into a chair to wait. Next to him sat a man clad in designer attire, impeccably groomed. With a luxurious Patek Philippe watch adorning his wrist, exuding an air of elite sophistication. Chu Xiangyang, ever casual, had never donned a bespoke suit, despite his past wealth amounting to billions. However, he did have a penchant for watches, having collected several drawers full of them. The watch on the man's wrist drew a smile from Chu Xiangyang. It seemed almost authentic. Perhaps Chu Xiangyang's smile was too radiant, or the man felt a twinge of insecurity. He barked, "What are you smiling at, you pauper?" Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, I smile at paupers." The man's complexion shifted dramatically, and he abruptly stood, demanding, "Who are you referring to? Let them claim it." Chu Xiangyang remained seated, casting a sideways glance at the man, his expression radiating arrogance. "Security. There's someone trying to steal here. Throw him out." The man shouted toward the security personnel. Upon hearing steal, the security guard rushed over. "I apologize, sir, but please." Before he could finish, Chu Xiangyang brandished his VIP ticket before the guard. "Is that ticket supposed to impress me? He is clearly using it as a ruse to steal my money. I am here to deposit funds." The man shouted vehemently. The nearby elderly patrons instinctively clutched their bags tighter, casting wary glances in their direction. Chu Xiangyang rolled his eyes in exasperation. "My dear brother, the amount of money you withdrew exceeds the total of all your possessions. Do you truly believe I would steal from you? Ridiculous." The man retorted angrily. "Do you have any idea what I'm worth? Don't even mention your withdrawal. Even if you combined all your savings, it wouldn't amount to the value of my attire. I would gladly kneel and call you father if I'm wrong." Meanwhile, the elderly spectators clutched their wallets tightly, their faces reflecting a mixture of amusement and intrigue. With a sigh, Chu Xiangyang replied, "Then do the math. How much is your outfit worth?" The man sneered. "My tailored suit is worth 280,000. At this revelation, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Goodness! A suit worth 280,000, more than my son's down payment on a house," exclaimed one onlooker. Another chimed in. "My son's car costs only 200,000. He is practically wearing a vehicle." The murmurs of the crowd only served to inflate the man's ego further, prompting him to boast, "And this watch? A limited edition, worth 135,000. The audience, now rendered speechless by the staggering figures, could only express their amazement. Some spectators scrutinized the man, perhaps wondering how much real gold and silver adorned this extravagant watch. The man continued, "I have 80,000 in cash in my bag, ready to deposit in the bank. Just calculate my worth." He wore a smug expression, reveling in his perceived superiority. Before Chu Xiangyang could respond, the eager bystanders had already computed the total. "My goodness, that is 243,000. Some elderly women, embodying a maternal instinct, encouraged, "Young man, perhaps it's wise to apologize." Another added, "With your worth, you likely don't even match the value of a single strand of his hair. My son dresses better. Yet his car pales in comparison to the worth of that outfit. It's no shame to admit fault. We want to mock you." The chorus of voices left Chu Xiangyang in a state of bemusement. The man, still smirking, declared, "If you admit your mistake and vow to refrain from thievery, I shall forgive you." Chu Xiangyang, with a playful smirk, raised his bank card. "Prepare your knees and call me father." A few moments later, the man stood pale and speechless as Chu Xiangyang casually tossed a bag of money to the ground as if discarding trash. Chu Xiangyang lightly patted his shoulders, devoid of any dust, and regarded the man in silence. The audience, sharing a moment of stillness, erupted into laughter. "Do you know what this is? It's akin to lifting a rock only to crush your own foot." Someone quipped, "No, I see it as finding a father." Another added, "Indeed, kneel and call him father, or you might just infuriate your actual father." The spectators reveled in the spectacle, realizing that a mere trip to withdraw cash had unfolded into an extraordinary drama. A wealthy man, adorned in finery worth millions, was compelled to kneel before a young man dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans. Such absurdity surpassed even the most theatrical performances. "Call him father, call him father," the crowd chanted. The audience began to chant in unison. The man clenched his teeth, his expression shifting through various shades of emotion. Ultimately, he bent his knees, seemingly on the verge of kneeling. Just as he made a move, Chu Xiangyang unexpectedly reached out to support him. Taking advantage of their close proximity, Chu Xiangyang whispered into the man's ear, "If you wish to call me father, allow me to teach you one more thing. Although super may appear authentic, it is ultimately but a mere imitation." After saying this, Chu Xiangyang seized the strap beside him and turned to leave. How could he, Chu Xiangyang, casually acknowledge a son? The little glutinous rice ball at home was more than enough. As thoughts of Yaya crossed his mind, a smile gradually brightened Chu Xiangyang's face as he retraced his steps toward the rented apartment. Within the rented apartment, a middle-aged man with a lewd expression lounged on the sofa, watching Chen Yuru. Rent had been overdue for several months. Had it not been for his acquaintance with Xiangyang, they would have been homeless by now. Chen Yuru felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, yet she could only muster a forced smile. "Li Gu, could you grant me a few more days? I will seek employment tomorrow, and I promise the rent will be settled." The middle-aged man's expression shifted in an instant. "You plan to find work tomorrow? When will you repay my money then?" "I will receive an advance on my salary once I secure a job." Chen Yuru's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Living in her own home while still needing to pay rent was all due to that gambling-obsessed man. Chen Yuru had long since lost the concept of embarrassment. She simply felt exhausted. "Advance on your salary? Yuru, are you dreaming?" Li Cheng scoffed. "Regardless, rest assured, Li Gu." Chen Yuru began, but noticed Li Cheng had already risen and approached her, taking a seat beside her. "Yuru, let me speak candidly. That scoundrel Chu Xiangyang is addicted to gambling, losing both his home and his business. He may very well drag you down with him. Why not take this opportunity to find someone who truly cares for you? Why waste your youth on that scoundrel?" As he spoke, Li Cheng's hand reached out. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and Li Cheng saw a large shadow rushing toward him. His body, accustomed to lounging in bed for most of the year, was hardly agile enough to evade such a large projectile. Consequently, he was knocked back onto the sofa. "What the hell? Who dares to strike me?" Li Cheng shouted from his position on the couch. Chu Xiangyang swiftly stepped forward, pulling Chen Yuru behind him. "It is I, your esteemed Chu." Li Cheng, now standing and clutching one eye, turned to face the newcomer. Upon recognizing him, he couldn't help but laugh. "Well, if it isn't you, scoundrel. Beyond gambling, you've now taken to violence?" Chu Xiangyang retorted coldly. "Scoundrel? You are the true scoundrel here. Had I not shielded you at the company, would you have achieved your current status?" Hearing this, Li Cheng's expression faltered for a fleeting moment before he quickly regained his composure. "So what? I have repaid you what I owed." "Indeed, you have repaid me. You not only betrayed me, but you also conspired with others to deceive me. Not only did you cause me to lose money, but you also made me forfeit my house to you. Truly, you are quite the person." Chu Xiangyang's voice was icy, and his gaze dripped with disdain, leaving Li Cheng feeling an intense, stinging heat on his cheeks. However, this sensation was fleeting. How dare Chu Xiangyang confront him in such a manner? He was nothing now. No longer was he the esteemed heir of the Chu family. He had become a gambler. Worse than a stray dog. Thus, Li Cheng chuckled, "And what of it? It is you who owes me money and refuses to repay it. How shameless you are. Living in my house while having the audacity to threaten me. If you wish to avoid sleeping on the streets with your wife and child, it would be best for you to kneel and apologize right now. Otherwise, I suggest you leave immediately." Upon hearing his words, Chen Yuzhu quickly interjected, "I'm sorry. Li Gu, Xiangyang may have had a bit too much to drink today. Please don't take it to heart. Yuzhu, you need not apologize to him. From this day forth, I shall ensure you suffer no further indignities." Chu Xiangyang gently grasped Chen Yuzhu's hand. "Let me go, Chu Xiangyang." At his words, Chen Yuzhu's restrained tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Enough with your false sentiments. We are about to be homeless. We have lost the shop, the house, and our money. Now, having offended the landlord, do they truly expect to sleep on the streets? I could endure it, but what about our child? How can I explain this to Yaya, who is still so young?" At that moment, Li Cheng smiled faintly, directing his gaze at Chen Yuzhu. "Yuzhu, you are a reasonable person. Let us not speak of anything else. The only reason you have been able to stay here without paying is because of your kindness. If it were not for you, I would have long since evicted Chu Xiangyang. Yes, Li Gu, please consider my feelings and do not stoop to his level. I will find a job tomorrow and ensure the rent is paid within a couple of days." Chen Yuzhu stifled her tears, her voice trembling. Li Cheng pointed at Chu Xiangyang, berating him. "Do you consider yourself a man? Unable to earn money. You have to rely on a woman to work and pay the rent. You are nothing but a worthless wretch. I will no longer rent this place. I will buy it back." Chu Xiangyang spoke calmly. Since words could not convey his intentions, he would demonstrate through actions that he was not lying. Ha ha. Upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's declaration, Li Cheng burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Chen Yuzhu wept profusely. Is gambling not enough for you? Are you now resorting to boasting? Li Cheng laughed so hard he could barely breathe. Chen Yuzhu shook her head in disappointment. Chu Xiangyang, you have truly let me down. Chu Xiangyang reached out, attempting to wipe away her tears, but Chen Yuzhu forcefully swatted his hand away. Chapter 9. A game. Chu Xiangyang was taken aback by Chen Yuzhu's rejection, then softly replied, "It matters not if you do not believe me. I shall show you the truth." With that, he bent down to retrieve the bag that had fallen to the ground. Chu Xiangyang, whether you intend to rob or steal, you had better leave immediately if you do not pay the rent today. Li Cheng sneered at him. With a crash, the bag was unfastened, and Chu Xiangyang poured the money from within it at Li Cheng's feet, akin to discarding trash. Speak, how much do you desire? Li Cheng's expression shifted dramatically, and the emotions in his eyes underwent several transformations. Chen Yuzhu, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, then raised her hand and struck Chu Xiangyang across the face. Chu Xiangyang, have you lost your humanity? You've been gambling again, haven't you? I haven't. Before Chu Xiangyang could finish his protest, Chen Yuzhu had already turned and stormed into Yaya's room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he contemplated explaining himself, but Li Cheng, standing behind him, suddenly adopted a different demeanor. Xiangyang, I never imagined you would achieve such success. Surely the money you possess now is a result of your winnings? I always said that one cannot remain unfortunate forever. Look at you. Luck has finally smiled upon you. Chu Xiangyang harbored a cold smile within, yet maintained an expression of indifference on the surface. Indeed, it seems my companions are of your caliber, which naturally leads to swifter fortune. Li Cheng's smile faltered, though it quickly returned to its previous state. He approached Chu Xiangyang with feigned familiarity. Come on, my friend, it has been ages since we last shared a drink. We must ensure we don't return until we are utterly inebriated. Chu Xiangyang contemplated rejecting this scoundrel, fully aware of the ulterior motives that lay behind Li Cheng's words. However, some matters must be addressed. Thus, he nodded. Very well, I shall graciously acquiesce to your request. Before departing, Chu Xiangyang approached the bedroom door and gently knocked. Yuzhu, I am stepping out for a while. You must wait for my return. After uttering these words, he exited with Li Cheng. A multitude of thoughts swirled in Li Cheng's mind. How could Chu Xiangyang possess such remarkable fortune, managing to turn around a situation where he had lost everything? Nonetheless, it seemed beneficial. This money could be perceived as a divine recompense for him, and to refuse it would be an affront to fate. With this thought, Li Cheng subtly curved his lips into a smirk. Chu Xiangyang observed this small gesture, curious to see what nefarious schemes this supposedly trusted friend might concoct against him. Both men, each harboring their own intentions, descended the stairs, when Li Cheng suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait a moment. What is the point of just the two of us dining together? I shall call Daming and the others. Chu Xiangyang nodded nonchalantly, recalling the individual named Daming from his memories. Ah, yet another dubious companion. Perfect, we shall settle the score today. Daming, Xiaoming, and Li Cheng were all gamblers, and Chu Xiangyang regarded them as rather acceptable friends. Most of the money in his possession had found its way into the hands of these individuals, effectively allowing him to support 3 families with his solitary efforts. After a brief interval, Li Cheng ended the call with a chuckle. What a coincidence. Daming and Xiaoming are currently engaged in a game. Would you like to join us to observe? Naturally, the former gambler eagerly agreed, and Chu Xiangyang was more than willing to go along with the flow. Why indulge in a mundane meal when he could witness their antics instead? Li Cheng was exceedingly pleased with Chu Xiangyang's response. Then let us proceed. The two navigated their way to a local game room in the neighborhood. Sure enough, Daming and Xiaoming were engrossed in a card game with others. Oh, look who it is. Isn't this our esteemed boss Chu? The first to speak was Xiaoming, whose appearance starkly contrasted his name. He was a robust figure, towering at over 6 feet, weighing more than 200 pounds, and when he sat, he resembled a small mountain. With a resounding clap, he slammed his cards onto the table, declaring a winning hand. The other 3 players reached for their wallets, and Daming chuckled. It seems that Xiangyang has brought you good fortune. Daming was short and slender, with sparse hair and yellowing teeth. His uniquely shaped, downward-turned eyes conveyed a foreboding aura, even when he smiled, evoking the unsettling sensation of being stalked by a predator. Thanks to Chu Xiangyang's generous support, these individuals could indulge in idleness without the burden of responsibilities, allowing them to maintain their leisurely lifestyles. I'm done. I've lost too much this afternoon. At that moment, a man collected his money from the table and prepared to leave. Another player followed suit, making an excuse to slip away. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, noting the stiffness of their performance. Nonetheless, it suited his intentions perfectly. Shall we play a couple of rounds? Li Cheng suggested opportunely. Chu Xiangyang feigned contemplation. Xiangyang, are you out of money? No worries, I can lend you some. You can return it whenever you have the means. Deming offered, displaying his understanding nature. Had the gambling enthusiast Chu Xiangyang been truly moved, he might have shed tears of gratitude. Alas, he was not. After a moment of emotional pretense, Chu Xiangyang sincerely replied, "Thank you, Brother Deming. I do have a little money now, but I wish to buy a house for my wife and child. As you know, I can't keep renting forever." The other three exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of mocking laughter in the other's eyes. Li Cheng spoke first. "Look at what you're saying. That house was originally lost to me in a bet. If you wish to reclaim it today, you must win it back." Chu Xiangyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really, brotherly? The market value of that house is now over $1 million. Not a problem. We can discount it by $1 million today. If you win, the house is yours," Li Cheng proclaimed, thumping his chest generously. "Oh, I didn't realize you two were playing such high stakes. Count me in as well. I'll wager my family's house too." Deming chimed in enthusiastically. "Count me in," Xiao Ming added cheerfully, shaking his hefty frame. Chu Xiangyang breathed a sigh of relief internally, smiling as he said, "Then I'll return to fetch the money, and you all get the property deeds. Let us ensure that we maintain our camaraderie, regardless of the outcome." "Absolutely." Li Cheng nodded affirmatively, his tone resolute. The other two echoed their agreement. Thus, the four men parted ways to retrieve their money and property deeds. This was no trivial matter. On his way back, Chu Xiangyang encountered numerous people, and without exception, he enthusiastically shared his plans with everyone. Consequently, when the four reconvened at the table, the room was suddenly filled with a dozen onlookers. Li Cheng and the others felt a twitch of concern. "What is going on here?" Chu Xiangyang smiled innocently. "Our neighbors heard we were playing cards and wanted to come and watch." The three men exchanged glances, and Deming stated, "They're all neighbors. It's fine for them to watch, but they must remain silent so as not to disrupt our focus." Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Chu Xiangyang continued, "I wish to surprise Yuru. Let us play a game today." The three others brightened at his words, exclaiming in unison, "Very well. Let us have a round." Chapter 10. Interest calculated separately. The cacophony of sounds swiftly filled the room. Chu Xiangyang, with utmost seriousness, lowered his gaze to arrange the cards. Not once looking up. Meanwhile, the other three exchanged knowing glances, engaging in lively conversation. "As per tradition, we'll split the winnings evenly." Li Cheng raised an eyebrow, silently communicating. The other two nodded in agreement, eagerly planning to ensure that he receives a favorable hand, guaranteeing his enjoyment of the game. Deming smirked slyly. Xiaoming's chair rattled incessantly, the creaking sound seemingly mirroring his excitement. His chubby face flushed with enthusiasm. Once the cards were arranged, Li Cheng, seated at the eastern end, took out the dice and cast them onto the table. Those seasoned at the card table could generally roll as they wished. In other words, they could determine who would be the dealer. Of the four present, other than Chu Xiangyang, any one of them could take on that role. Their goal was not to win, but to ensure Chu Xiangyang's defeat. With a crisp sound, the dice collided on the table before beginning to spin rapidly. A slight smile played on Chu Xiangyang's lips as he subtly nudged the cards in front of him as the dice approached. A few seconds later, the dice came to a halt. 8. Li Cheng instinctively exclaimed. Chu Xiangyang picked up the dice from the table, smiling. "Watch out, everyone. I shall be the dealer today." With that, he tossed the dice forcefully onto the table, achieving a score of 9. After cutting the cards, Chu Xiangyang led the way in drawing cards, leaving the other three momentarily stunned. The cards on the table were thoroughly shuffled by Chu Xiangyang, causing confusion among the players. "Why aren't you drawing cards?" he asked, his brow furrowed in puzzlement. "Ah, yes, let us draw." Li Cheng kicked the other two, prompting them to begin drawing cards. The hands of the other three were dismal, while Chu Xiangyang seemed indifferent to his own hand. The onlookers were nearly consumed by curiosity. As they had promised not to speak freely, they could only communicate through glances. "Who do you think will win this round?" One person surveyed the four players before raising an eyebrow. Another nodded towards Deming, declaring, "It's him." Yet, dissent arose, with someone shaking their head, "Not necessarily." "Then who do you propose?" The chubby boy remarked, "Almost certainly him. Just look at his face, he is positively glowing." The flushed boy, gripping a card, appeared troubled. "What are we supposed to do with this hand? It's unplayable." Chu Xiangyang, unfazed by his cards, remarked confidently, "It seems everyone else's hands are quite decent. I fear mine may be lacking." With that, he played a card. The next player passed, and the cards continued to circulate until it returned to Chu Xiangyang. Throughout this exchange, the atmosphere at the table was deceptively calm, while beneath the surface, the excitement was palpable. The speed at which the three exchanged cards was far swifter than their drawing. When Chu Xiangyang finally acquired his cards once more, the expressions on the faces of the other three visibly relaxed. Chu Xiangyang harbored a quiet derision within, as the subtle maneuvers of his opponent had become glaringly apparent to him. The transition from a single bamboo to a 9-dot, and from 3 characters to 8,000, meant that with the play of just one more tile, the next player could immediately declare victory. Alas, fortune was not on their side this time. Chu Xiangyang pushed his tiles aside, a smile gracing his features as he turned his gaze toward Li Cheng. The mirth on the faces of the 3 players had not yet fully blossomed before it was abruptly frozen in place. Chu Xiangyang raised his hand and waved it before them. "Gentlemen, let us refocus." The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, astounded by the revelation. This was simply remarkable, a pure hand. Yet, the significance lay not merely in the purity, but in the fact that it scored 16 doubles. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, finally liberated to express their astonishment. Chu Xiangyang felt a thrill of excitement, his composure impeccably maintained. "Li Gu, De Ming, Xiao Ming, I must apologize, luck seems to have favored me this time. Might I inquire if the property deed is now mine?" With that, he rose and extended his hand. Li Cheng's expression shifted, a smile plastered on his face. "We have only just begun our game. Do you truly expect me to relinquish the house so swiftly?" "Indeed," he continued, "we haven't even drawn 2 tiles yet. This is far too hasty. It cannot be counted." De Ming echoed in agreement. Xiao Ming, struggling to shift his hefty frame, added, "Yes. The loss of a house is a grave matter. Such a decision feels rather rash." Their demeanor was unmistakably that of individuals attempting to evade responsibility. Chu Xiangyang smirked inwardly, having anticipated such a response from these fellows. He then turned to an elder behind him, Uncle Wang, as the most senior among us. "What do you believe should be done?" Uncle Wang, a man of integrity, disapproved of gambling over property, yet held a greater disdain for dishonesty. With a decisive gesture, he proclaimed, "Since this was prearranged, we must honor our agreement. How can the speed of the game alter the outcome?" "Indeed," he continued, "one cannot determine victory or defeat based on time. A swift act of violence still constitutes a crime, does it not?" "Absolutely," chimed in another, "as men. If we dare to wager such stakes, we must accept the consequences without seeking excuses based on pace." The surrounding spectators engaged in animated discourse, fervently supporting the stance against Li Cheng and his companions, whose faces shifted from pale to crimson, then to a dark hue of indignation. Observing their expressions akin to tarnished pots, Chu Xiangyang chuckled. "Li Gu, it appears everyone concurs. And what of it? Even if I hand you the deed, the house cannot be yours." Li Cheng retorted, his face stony. Chu Xiangyang, still smiling, allowed his gaze to harden. "Yet, the name inscribed on that deed belongs to me. Does it not?" At this proclamation, the crowd could no longer restrain their gestures of disapproval directed towards Li Cheng. "Li Cheng, how can you possibly claim otherwise? The house rightfully belongs to him." "Indeed, one must honor the wager. Quickly, hand over the property deed to Chu Xiangyang." Li Cheng, grinding his teeth, felt the deed in his grasp morphing under his tension. Uncle Wang, seeing Li Cheng's reluctance, stepped forward and seized the deed from his hand, presenting it to Chu Xiangyang. "Here, take it. It is yours legally. The illegality of our situation is evident. My name is inscribed above." De Ming interjected hastily. Lao Wang was momentarily rendered speechless. Yet, Chu Xiangyang, as if performing a magic trick, produced 2 transfer contracts from a bag nearby. "All that is required is for Uncle Wang and the others to witness and sign." With that, Chu Xiangyang placed the contracts upon the table, complete with pens and ink. The quaint shop had cost a mere $3.80. Xiao Ming and De Ming exchanged glances, their eyes twitching slightly, for the moment was critical. The individuals across from them, akin to robbers, had already inscribed their signatures and seals upon the contracts. The 2 thin sheets of paper were slid before them, and under the watchful gaze of Lao Wang and the others, the 2 signed and surrendered the property certificates. With 3 certificates now in hand, Chu Xiangyang expressed his gratitude to Lao Wang and the others. However, when he turned his gaze to Li Cheng, the mirth in his eyes had completely faded, replaced by an air of calmness. He spoke deliberately, stating that his wager was not motivated by a desire to win their money, but rather to reclaim what was rightfully his. As for the interest, Chu Xiangyang smiled faintly. "I shall retrieve it in due time." Chapter 11. Acknowledgement of mistake. Having reclaimed the property certificates, Chu Xiangyang felt quite pleased. Aware that those individuals would not relent easily, he remained unfazed, considering them mere gestures. Should they press him too hard, he possessed countless methods to render them completely compliant. His immediate priority was to ensure that Chun Yuru felt secure, discouraging her from seeking employment. She need only remain at home to care for their little glutinous rice dumpling. Upon opening the door, Chu Xiangyang proceeded directly to Yaya's room. Yuru, I have returned. I have regained the property certificates. The house is ours, so you may rest easy at home. He called out from outside the door. Silence was his only response. Raising his voice slightly, he called again, Yaya? Still, no reply came. Chu Xiangyang pushed open the door, only to find the room empty. The two women had inexplicably vanished. A sense of panic began to swell within him. He exited the room and encountered his mother-in-law returning from a stroll. Aunt Yu, have you seen my wife and child? Chu Xiangyang inquired urgently. The disdain in the elder woman's eyes was unmistakable as she replied. They left, taking the child back to her family. What is a grown man like you doing all day? You could at least work on a construction site. Thank you, Aunt Yu. Chu Xiangyang expressed his gratitude before hastily departing, dismissing her nagging words from his mind. Chun Yuru's family home was not close, so upon leaving the neighborhood, Chu Xiangyang hailed a cab. By the time he arrived at her family's residence, half an hour had passed. Throughout the journey, he had attempted to call Chun Yuru numerous times, only to be met with disconnections. He was not particularly concerned about her return to her family home, as long as she did not lose her resolve and abscond with their little dumpling. Finally reaching his destination, Chu Xiangyang had yet to catch his breath when he spotted his father-in-law emerging from the door. Father, are you off for a stroll? He greeted with an obsequious smile. Chen Baohe owns a modest company, not quite a titan of wealth, yet considerably better off than the average household. His initial approval of the union with Chu Xiangyang stemmed from a belief in the promising future of the antique trade. He did not aspire for his daughter to attain immense riches, only that she would not suffer from want. Little did he know that Chu Xiangyang was a scoundrel, indulging in the vice of gambling. He squandered a winning hand, losing his home and business, and even had the audacity to gamble away his own child. With this thought, Chen Baohe forcefully shoved Chu Xiangyang and slammed the door shut. Get lost, he barked. Dad, please. We are family. I've come to take Yuru and Yaya back. Chu Xiangyang hastily protested. Chen Baohe scoffed. I said to leave. Get out now. Yuru will return tomorrow to divorce you. Just wait for the court summons. Dad. Chu Xiangyang grasped Chen Baohe's arm. You were the one who supported this marriage. That was my folly. Chen Baohe seethed. Had I not been blind to your true nature, would Yuru have endured such suffering for so many years? Seeing Chen Baohe genuinely enraged, Chu Xiangyang collapsed to the floor, weeping profusely. Dad, you cannot do this. I was foolish before, a wretched man. For Yaya's sake, don't take her father away. Yaya has not lost her father. It is her father who has forsaken her. When she grows up, I will tell her the truth. Chen Baohe remained unmoved, steadfast in his resolve. Chu Xiangyang, taken aback, thought to himself that this man was not only unyielding but also unjust. No, Dad, a little girl cannot grow up without her father. A lack of paternal love will lead to character flaws. He clung to Chen Baohe's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. Annoyed by the display, Chen Baohe snapped. Speak plainly instead of blubbering like a child. If I stand up, will you allow me to take Yuru and Yaya home? Chu Xiangyang immediately ceased his tears. Chen Baohe frowned. Get up first. Reluctantly, Chu Xiangyang complied. Chen Baohe pointed an accusing finger at him, scolding. Where were you all this time? When Yuru was with you. You didn't cherish her. Now what is this pitiful act for? Dad, rest assured, I have truly turned over a new leaf. I've reclaimed the property deed. Yuru won't have to live in fear anymore. Chu Xiangyang explained. Chen Baohe let out a cold laugh. You got the deed back? Through gambling, I presume? Chu Xiangyang hesitated, sheepishly scratching his head. It was merely a tactic. I swear I will never gamble again. He raised 3 fingers in a gesture of solemnity. Do not waste your breath on me. Your promises hold no value. Leave my home at once, or I shall call the authorities, Chen Baohe declared, turning to open the door. As he swung it open, Chu Xiangyang's hand shot forward, blocking the entrance. Chu Xiangyang, if you do not leave, I will call the police and report you for trespassing, Chen Baohe shouted. Chu Xiangyang was undeterred by the circumstances, stubbornly declaring. If you want to allow me to bring my wife and child home, then I refuse to leave. Go ahead and call the police. They will still persuade Yuru and me to return home. He had come to the realization that in order to reunite with his family, he must abandon any semblance of pride. Chen Baohe was momentarily taken aback by his words, then retorted with fierce determination. You can forget it. I will not allow Shui Ru to return home with you. Not only that, but I will also introduce her to a suitable man. Upon hearing this, the defiant air around Chu Xiangyang dissipated entirely. He fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen Baohe and asked slowly, "What did you say? Who do you intend to introduce to Yuru?" Chen Baohe, caught off guard by the sudden shift in Chu's demeanor, responded with anger, "That is none of your concern. Just get out of here." Chu Xiangyang transformed once more into the embodiment of obstinacy, pouting and feigning tears. "Dad, you're truly heartless. Even if you find her a stepfather, you must at least let me know who it is." Chen Baohe, exasperated by his persistence, simply wished for him to leave, stating, "It's Qian, the head of Huanda Trading." "What? Qian?" Chu Xiangyang's mind raced, suddenly recalling who this Qian was. It was not merely the strong connections of a gambler he was aware of, but also the fact that he had gambled with Qian's son on several occasions. Gritting his teeth, he spat out, "Are you finding her a father or a grandfather?" Chen Baohe felt his pride wounded and, taking advantage of Chu Xiangyang's distraction, swiftly entered the house and shut the door behind him, leaving Chu outside. The expression on Chu's face faded, his dark eyes glinting with a brooding light. "If he dared to vie for my wife, I shall see if Qian possesses the capability." With a sudden shift in strategy, he resolved to make his next move. Bang, bang, bang. Before Chen Baohe could settle onto the sofa, a furious knocking erupted from the door. His partner, Yaya, emerged from the kitchen with a plate of fruit and placed it on the coffee table, asking, "Who could it be?" "That bastard Chu Xiangyang." Chen Baohe ground his teeth in frustration. Yaya, taking a slice of apple from the fruit platter, shoved it into Chen's mouth, admonishing, "Don't speak foolishly. He is your son-in-law. I do not consider that kind of man my son-in-law. A gambler, a worthless scoundrel." Chen Baohe clearly remained irate. "What do we do now? You can't let him keep banging on the door." Yaya frowned, concerned that soon, the whole neighborhood would be aware of the commotion. She had never supported this marriage, which had been solely Chen Baohe's decision. Now, witnessing such turmoil, she was at a loss for words. At that moment, Chu Xiangyang's voice pierced through the door, "Yuru, I beg you, please just see me. You cannot let Yaya grow up without a father." Inside the bedroom, Chen Yuru was playing with Yaya when suddenly, Chu's voice reached them. "Mommy, is that Daddy outside?" Yaya asked with wide, curious eyes. Chen Yuru sighed inwardly and smiled, saying, "I'm not sure, dear. Why don't you wait here a moment while Mommy goes to take a look?" "All right." Yaya responded joyfully. "If it's Dad coming, that would be wonderful. We can play with building blocks together." Chen Yuru gently poked Yaya's little nose with her finger and then rose to head towards the living room. Yume, indifferent to their affairs, decided to check on the children upon seeing Chen Yuru emerge. "Dad, I beg you, please open the door. No matter what. You must let me meet Yuru," Chu Xiangyang shouted at the top of his lungs. "Even if you wish to divorce me, you must allow her to say it to my face. If she speaks those words herself, I will leave immediately and will not cling on stubbornly." The Chen family resided in a small villa area, with houses closely packed together. Chu Xiangyang's loud calls quickly attracted the attention of the neighbors. Chen Baohe, sitting on the sofa, nearly suffered a heart attack from anger. He stormed to the front door and yanked it open. "Dad!" Chu Xiangyang grinned widely. However, his gaze pushed past Chen Baohe, straining to see into the room. "Just let me meet Yuru, please. Get in here." Chen Baohe barked. "Sigh." Chu Xiangyang responded readily, promptly stepping inside. Once inside, he spotted Chen Yuru standing by the sofa. "Yuru," he exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards her and grabbing her hand. Yet, Chen Yuru withdrew her hand, coldly stating, "Speak quickly and then leave." The smile on Chu Xiangyang's face faltered as he pitifully replied, "Yuru, I admit I did gamble with that scoundrelly Chung." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuru's expression shifted, but Chu Xiangyang hurriedly added, "Please don't be angry yet, let me finish." Though Chen Yuru remained silent, her lovely face was frosted with disdain. Chu Xiangyang decided to pour out everything he had to say. "I acknowledge that I was a terrible person before, a gambling addict. My father was right, I am indeed a hopeless case. But Li Cheng is even worse. He deceived me and colluded with others to win our family's house away." He continued, "So I thought to repay his treachery in kind and reclaim our home." At this point, Chu Xiangyang raised his hand in an oath, declaring, "I, Chu Xiangyang, swear that if I ever gamble again, may I suffer a terrible fate. May lightning strike me." Chen Yuru looked at him with a sense of helplessness. Chen Baohe sneered, "Do you think we can trust you just because you casually make an oath? Haven't you made enough oaths in the past? I see you as a dog that cannot change its ways." Ignoring Chen Baohe, Chu Xiangyang gently tugged at Chen Yuru's sleeve and whispered, "What I said is true. You must believe me. I will never gamble again. I will live well with you." As he spoke, he produced the property deed he had prepared earlier and presented it to Chen Yuru. "Look, I have already retrieved the house, and I will sever ties with those bad friends. I aspire to be a good father and will not bring any negative influence to Yaya." Chu Xiangyang forcefully thrust the property certificate into Chun Yuru's hands. As she held the document, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Faced with Chu Xiang, she found herself in a tumult of conflicting feelings. Could the man who once wagered his life truly transform into a normal person overnight? After all, he had not only lost money and property, but had even relinquished his child. Yet, now, as she gazed at the smiling youth before her, she recalled that she had once loved him, filled with dreams and aspirations for the future. However, everything had subtly morphed into something unrecognizable. The pure, innocent love had long since vanished, replaced by a fervent hatred. Take your worthless property back. The Chun family does not covet a dilapidated house. Chun Bao seethed as he snatched the property certificate from Chun Yuru's grasp and hurled it at Chu Xiang's face. Dad, just give me one chance. I truly have changed. Chu Xiang pleaded innocently, looking at Chun Bao. Enough of your nonsense. If I believed you, then I might as well have wasted the last 50 years. Chun Bao retorted. You just said you wanted to see Yuru, and now that you have, get out. Without hesitation, Chun Bao pushed Chu Xiang forcefully toward the door. You have to believe me. Even if you don't, consider Yaya's feelings and grant me one last chance. Do you really want her to grow up without a father's love? Chu Xiang dared not retaliate against Chun Bao, instead turning back to shout at Chun Yuru as he was being shoved out. He bet that Chun Yuru still held love for him. If only he could show her his sincerity, it would surely move her. Yet, he lamented internally about Chun Bao's obstinacy. Wasn't it said that one would rather dismantle 10 temples than disrupt a marriage? Why couldn't this old man think about his daughter as happiness? Though he grumbled silently, he continued to plead vocally. Observing Chun Yuru's expression, he noticed a flicker of wavering resolve. Thus, he determined to take drastic measures to demonstrate his genuine intent. As Chun Bao pushed him again, Chu Xiang swiftly dodged and dashed into the kitchen. By the time Chun Bao regained his composure, he saw Chu Xiang emerging from the kitchen, brandishing a kitchen knife. What on earth do you intend to do? Put that knife down immediately. Chun Bao bellowed. Chu Xiang approached the sofa, raising the knife dramatically. With a sharp slap, his left hand struck the coffee table. Yuru, you don't trust me, do you? Today, I shall prove my determination. Chu Xiang extended his pinky finger. I will sever this finger to show you my genuine desire for repentance. Without a blink, he swung the knife down toward his left pinky. Yet, before the blade could descend, Chun Yuru had already reached out and grasped his right hand, holding the knife. Enough, she said, her voice slightly unnatural. If you truly repent, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Chun Yuru's face, as delicate as jade, began to flush with a rosy hue. Chu Xiangyang quickly nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, I will seize this chance and will never disappoint you again. Chun Yuru offered a gentle nod, her porcelain-like visage becoming increasingly flushed. Instinctively, Chu Xiangyang took hold of her hand. You scoundrel! Chun Bao bellowed. It was only then that Chu Xiangyang recalled his unresolved matter with his father-in-law. He swiftly turned, grinning. Dad, just give me one chance. Look, Yuru has already given me an opportunity. I promise to cherish it and will never let you down again. Chun Bao's face trembled with rage, pointing at Chun Yuru and then at Chu Xiangyang, but words eluded him. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chu Xiangyang hurried to the door, inquiring, Is Mr. Chen at home? Standing outside was a man of approximately 60, his hair meticulously styled and neatly combed back, clad in a dark gray suit, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. As Chu Xiangyang pondered the identity of the stranger, Chen Bao's demeanor transformed. He approached with a beaming smile. The old man spoke. Mr. Chun, I am here on behalf of Mr. Qian to deliver the betrothal gifts. Yang, please come in. Chen Bao exclaimed, pushing past Chu Xiangyang to shake hands with the butler. Once inside, the butler gestured, and 2 men entered, carrying a massive wooden chest. The scene resembled an ancient wedding ceremony. The large box adorned with red silk tied in floral patterns, filled with numerous antiquities and artworks. Mr. Qian had astutely chosen gifts that pleased Chun Bao, who was particularly fond of such treasures. Gazing at the overflowing boxes, Chun Bao's face radiated joy. You are too kind, he exclaimed repeatedly. The butler, maintaining a courteous yet distant demeanor, replied, This is only fitting. After all, Mr. Qian and Mr. Chun will soon be family. Chun Bao eagerly nodded, affirming, Indeed, we are all family now. Turning to Chun Yuru, he instructed, Yuru, please pour a cup of tea for Mr. Yang. At this, Chu Xiangyang interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Chun Yuru. There's no need for that. You are not marrying Mr. Qian. Only then did the butler's gaze settle on Chu Xiangyang. May I ask who this is? Though his eyes were fixed on Chu Xiangyang, his words were directed at Chun Bao. He is merely an inconsequential person, Chun Baohe hastily clarified. Inconsequential? I am Yuru's husband, Chu Xiangyang retorted. The butler, upon hearing this, nodded expressionlessly. Ah, so you are the former husband of Miss Yuru. Chu Xiangyang was taken aback by the butler's unexpectedly sharp tongue, despite his otherwise impassive demeanor. As Chu Xiangyang found himself in a moment of discomfort, Steward Yang retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and presented it to Chun Baohe with both hands, requesting the esteemed Mr. Chun to peruse it. It was the list of gifts accompanying the marriage proposal. Chun Baohe, visibly exhilarated, accepted the list, his complexion growing increasingly flushed with excitement. Truly, Mr. Qian was exceedingly generous. Although it had been declared that such gestures were customary, there were matters he felt compelled to address, and he asked Mr. Chen not to take offense at his words. Steward Yang maintained his businesslike demeanor. Having received such a plethora of antiques, Chun Baohe found himself lacking the courage to refuse. He promptly invited Yang to speak freely. Steward Yang glanced at Chu Xiangyang and, acknowledging the acceptance of Mr. Qian's gifts, suggested that certain unrelated individuals ought to vacate the premises. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyang's expression darkened. He did not seek trouble with Steward Yang, but was taken aback that the steward had chosen to direct the conflict towards him. Thus, he retorted coldly, inquiring where, according to Yang, would be a more suitable location for him. Yang's face remained impassive, yet his gaze upon Chu Xiangyang was akin to regarding refuse, indicating that he should be elsewhere, certainly not in the Chen household. Indeed, you should leave promptly and cease to be an inconvenience here. Tomorrow, I shall have Yuru file for divorce, Chun Baohe interjected hastily. Hearing this, Chen Yuru expressed her disapproval, exclaiming, Dad, don't say that. This matter is settled, Chen Baohe asserted, redirecting his attention to the list of gifts in his hands. It detailed nearly 30 items, each a treasure of immense value. Chen Baohe's passion for antiques was not motivated by profit, but rather by a genuine appreciation. Many items were those he adored yet hesitated to purchase, so receiving them filled him with gratitude toward Mr. Qian. Contrarily, his disdain for his son-in-law grew with each passing moment. What is this? Were you not told to leave? Why do you linger? Chun Baohe questioned, placing the list on the table with a sense of reverence before attempting to push Chu Xiangyang away. When his efforts proved futile, Chen Yuru approached, urging, Dad, please don't do this. What of it? This worthless individual has languished for so long. Do you truly believe he can rise in an instant? Do not let him deceive you. Hurry and finalize the divorce, then marry Mr. Qian, Chun Baohe insisted, pulling Chen Yuru behind him and again attempting to nudge Chu Xiangyang. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiangyang's gaze fell upon the two chests of treasures. He was unfamiliar with Mr. Qian's character, but he had some insight into Mr. Qian's son, who appeared rather stingy. It was likely that his father was not much different. The contents of the chests gradually lost their luster in his eyes. The once gleaming porcelain dulled, and the stamps on the paintings began to lose their vibrancy. You believe these counterfeit items could win Yuru's affection? Do you truly think my father-in-law is so easily deceived? Chu Xiangyang scoffed before speaking. Chapter 14. Real? Fake? Counterfeit? Chu Xiangyang, do not speak recklessly here. How could anything belonging to Mr. Qian be counterfeit? The housekeeper remained silent, yet beside him, Chun Baohe erupted with fury. Although Chun Baohe did not consider himself an expert, he believed he possessed a certain understanding of jade and other antiques. And while he had not meticulously examined the items in the box, their exterior appeared flawless. Most importantly, these items had been gifted by Mr. Qian. Who is Mr. Qian? He is undoubtedly one of the most prominent figures in the entire city. The company's annual net profit hovers around 9 figures. How could he possibly attempt to deceive others with counterfeit goods at such a crucial moment? That would be akin to slapping his own face. Chun Baohe firmly believed that Mr. Qian was not that kind of person. Chu Xiangyang sneered and casually pointed to a piece of blue and white porcelain from the box, stating, This is a modern creation, produced around the 1980s. He then pointed to a painting, exclaiming, A high-quality imitation, with aged paper. Even the seal is incorrect. And this, though it appears to be a shrimp by Chi Baishur, one cannot ascertain which seafood vendor it crawled out from. Just as Chu Xiangyang was about to continue, Chun Baohe bellowed, Enough! Get out of here! How could Chu Xiangyang heed him? Moreover, if he were to leave, he would have to take his wife and children with him. At that moment, the doorbell rang once more. Chun Baohe, seething with anger, strode to the entrance and flung the door open. The instant he saw the visitor, his fury vanished. Old Gu, you have arrived. Please come in. Gu Jianan was Chun Baohe's business partner and, in many respects, a mentor in the commercial realm, so Chun Baohe held him in the highest regard. Am I interrupting? It seems quite lively here. Gu Jianan stepped inside and immediately noticed the 2 boxes of betrothal gifts in the hall. Not at all. Your timing is impeccable. We have encountered a conundrum, and your presence is fortuitous for seeking your counsel. Chen Baohe replied with a smile. Gu Jiannan's gaze was drawn to the two boxes. May I have a closer look? Of course. I implore you to examine these items and discern their authenticity. Chen Baohe eagerly interjected. Gu Jiannan nodded. Then I shall gladly oblige. With that, he picked up a painting. Chen Baohe quickly cleared the items from the coffee table, placing the painting down. It depicted a shrimp by Qi Baishe. Gu Jiannan produced a magnifying glass from his belongings and began meticulously examining the painting inch by inch. Chen Baohe stood nearby, holding his breath, terrified that Gu Jiannan might declare the painting a forgery. Conversely, the housekeeper, Mr. Yang, sat expressionless in his chair, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Chu Xiangyang, however, silently scoffed. None of the items here were genuine, yet they were all high-quality replicas, indistinguishable to the untrained eye. After 4 or 5 minutes, Gu Jiannan lowered his magnifying glass and remarked, "This shrimp is vibrant and lifelike, brimming with spirit, with bold strokes for the eyes and horizontal lines for the head. The ink flows like gold, each stroke imbued with meaning. Forgive my lack of discernment, but I believe this painting to be authentic." Upon hearing this, Chen Baohe immediately exhaled in relief. He turned to Chu Xiangyang and said, "Well, did you hear that? Do you have anything else to say?" Chu Xiangyang smiled slightly and replied, "Dad, this uncle is merely relying on his eyes. Sometimes, it is nearly impossible to discern the authenticity of antiques just by sight. Isn't that right, Uncle Gu?" Silence. Chen Baohe retorted angrily. Gu Jiannan, however, remained unperturbed and nodded. Indeed, the naked eye is often incapable of distinguishing between genuine and counterfeit items. Chen Baohe responded, "This is a piece of calligraphy and painting. It is natural that you cannot recognize its age. Aren't you an expert in porcelain? Why not take a closer look?" With that, Chen Baohe placed a bowl before Gu Jiannan. It was a roux kiln bowl, predominantly sky blue with a hint of moon white. Upon seeing the bowl, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Gu Jiannan's eyes. He carefully accepted the bowl, nodding repeatedly, noting its elegant design, low foot, and delicate proportions, characteristics quintessential to roux kiln bowls. Chen Baohe leaned in, eager to learn. "Look here." Gu Jiannan pointed to the bottom of the bowl and explained, "This employs a foot support technique. With the support being quite small, hence it is also referred to as sesame foot support. This allows both the surface and the bottom of the piece to be fully glazed." Subsequently, Gu Jiannan elaborated on the key aspects of identifying roux kiln products. Without exception, every detail matched perfectly, leaving no room for doubt. At this point, Chen Baohe felt completely reassured. While the shrimp might have been falsely identified due to Gu Jiannan's potential oversight, this roux kiln porcelain was within his area of expertise, with a 90% accuracy rate. Thus, the only one in error could only be Chu Xiangyang. With this thought, Chen Baohe's disdain for him escalated further. He was surely maligning Qianzong out of spite for not wanting Yuru to divorce him. Upon this realization, Chen Baohe suddenly stood up and pointed at Chu Xiangyang, shouting, "Let me tell you, Chu Xiangyang, even if Yuru does not marry Qianzong, she will never be with a worthless person like you. So you should abandon this delusion and get lost. Dad, we are not getting divorced. Moreover, Yuru hasn't agreed to it, so please don't say such things." Chu Xiangyang pleaded pitifully, on the verge of kneeling before Chen Baohe, who was Gu Jiannan. Having navigated the business world for decades, he quickly grasped the situation upon witnessing this scene. Thus, he chuckled and remarked, "Antiques and artworks have been around for thousands of years. To assert that one can determine their era solely by the naked eye is rather far-fetched. Old sir, what do you mean by that? I have always recognized your discerning eye, so I believe what you say must be true." Gu Jiannan promptly waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Ah, young Chun, you mustn't say that. Even the most astute experts can occasionally misjudge. Therefore, I suggest that to ascertain the authenticity of an item, we should not rely solely on our eyes. We might consider utilizing machines as well." "Machines?" Chen Baohe was taken aback. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, noting that in this day and age, the art of forgery has become alarmingly sophisticated. Apart from the apparent age of the items, the materials have been subjected to extensive boiling and steaming, making it quite challenging for machines to discern authenticity. Yang, the butler, remained silent on the sofa, his expression as stoic as ever, directing his gaze towards Chen Baohe. "What does Mr. Chen mean by this?" Chen Baohe, with a forced smile, replied, "Butler Yang, please do not misunderstand. This is not merely to dissuade this reckless youth. We cannot allow Mr. Qian to suffer baseless accusations. This is also to restore his dignity." Upon hearing this, Yang merely snorted, choosing not to respond further. Gu Jiannan, Observing the situation, suggested with a smile, if that is the case, allow me to find an expert in antique appraisal for Mr. Chun. Chapter 15. Proof. Chu Xiangyang, having a respectable network in the area, made a call to a friend who promptly agreed to assist. This individual specialized in antique appraisal and possessed a set of tools specifically designed for assessing porcelain and jade. I shall give you one last chance, Chu Xiangyang. Will you leave our home voluntarily, or shall I expel you once the examination results are revealed? Chen Baohe thundered, pointing at Chu Xiangyang. Unfazed, Chu Xiangyang implored, Dad, that item is undoubtedly fake. You must trust me. Chen Baohe scoffed, based on what? You know nothing. His disdain was palpable, as he remarked, I see you are merely a gambler at heart. Dad, I have changed. I swear I will never gamble again. Chu Xiangyang hastily asserted, yet Chen Baohe dismissed him with a derisive snort. 20 minutes later, the elderly friend arrived with the necessary equipment. The professional instruments were laid out in the living room, and several pieces of porcelain were presented. These specialized testing devices would conduct a systematic analysis based on the porcelain's patterns, materials, and degree of oxidation, boasting an accuracy rate exceeding 90%. Although the machine's precision was impressive, the young technician, appearing to be around 30, humbly stated, while my machine can achieve an accuracy rate above 90. I cannot guarantee absolute certainty in the results. I trust everyone understands. Chen Baohe nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude. Rest assured, I am immensely thankful for your assistance with this appraisal. I completely understand. The young technician smiled in response. Very well, then let us commence. The porcelain pieces were carefully placed within the apparatus, and the machine began its scanning process. Chen Yuru, feeling a sense of apprehension, glanced at Chu Xiangyang and whispered, What do you think? Chu Xiangyang replied, These items have undergone incredibly intricate processing. Such a device alone cannot detect their authenticity. Please buy a few specific items for me. He took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Yuru. She glanced at her screen, her brow furrowed in confusion. Are all of these herbal medicines? Yes. Just head to the pharmacy and purchase them, Chu Xiangyang said with a slight smile, encouraging her. Upon beholding that radiant smile, Chen Yuru experienced a fleeting moment of bewilderment. As if transported back to the days of their initial encounter. With an air of nonchalance, she retracted her phone and nodded, stating, Very well. I shall go and purchase it. Having said this, she promptly departed. Time slipped by, and the results of the tests on those items were finally available. The analysis report was exceedingly detailed, ultimately concluding with an A grade. The young man, holding the report, smiled as he handed it to Chen Baohe, exclaiming, Congratulations, Mr. Chun. Ecstatic, Chen Baohe received the document, his gaze fixating on the bold letter A, which sent his spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. All A's. Just imagine the fortune this could bring. Manager Qian is indeed generous. While Chen Baohe reveled in his thoughts, an ill-timed voice interrupted, Dad, those test results are inaccurate. Instantly, Chen Baohe's expression darkened. He whirled around, hurling the report straight at Chu Xiangyang's face, demanding, Open your eyes and read. Do you recognize the words? What exactly are you trying to accomplish? You doubt the human assessment, yet now you question the machine's results. Are you deliberately seeking to provoke me? His teeth clenched in fury. How had he never noticed just how irksome Chu Xiangyang was? Presently, he felt as if he were tethered to an unyielding adhesive, unable to extricate himself, no matter how fervently he tried. Get out of my sight. I cannot bear to look at you for even a minute, not a second. Chen Baohe roared. Dad, I am telling the truth. You must believe me. I would believe you only if it were a folly. Just remember, my daughter Chen Baohe will remain single for life rather than be with you. If I ever consent to her union with you, I shall take on your surname myself. Chen Baohe, seemingly unsatisfied with mere verbal rebuke, seized the report that had struck Chu Xiangyang and pounded it against him a few more times. Unperturbed, Chu Xiangyang stated, I have already sent Yuru to assist me in purchasing items. Soon you shall see the results. In stark contrast to Chen Baohe's fury, Chu Xiangyang and his companions were quite intrigued by Chu Xiangyang's assertions. In the realm of antiques, the ability to discern authenticity is paramount. If there exists a method to overturn the machine's findings, they would be more than willing to witness it, viewing it as a valuable learning experience. Chen Baohe clutched his chest, feeling a constriction in his breath. Chu Xiangyang, startled, asked, Dad, are you all right? Don't be angry. I assure you, what I say is true. Truly, truly. Just let me see how true it is. Chen Baohe, now too weary to speak, realized that unless Chu Xiangyang clarified his points today, he would likely remain entrenched here indefinitely. Before long, Chen Yuru returned from her errand. Chu Xiangyang eagerly stepped forward with a grin to receive the items, exclaiming, Thank you, my dear. But Yang Guanjia merely snorted in response. Chen Baohe forced a smile as he addressed Butler Yang, apologizing, "I truly regret this. Let him have his final bout, and I shall surely drive him away." Butler Yang remained silent. Chu Xiangyang and Chen Yuru entered the kitchen, whereupon they procured a large pot and unceremoniously dumped all the medicinal herbs purchased by Chen Yuru into it. Subsequently, he added a bottle of vinegar from their kitchen and filled the pot with clear water. "Am I keeping you here merely to cook?" Chen Baohe, noticing the delay, bellowed as he stormed into the kitchen. Chu Xiangyang turned, gently patting Chen Baohe's back. "Please do not be angry. You shall soon know the outcome." Chen Baohe swatted his hand away and peered into the pot, exclaiming, "Do not tell me this is your method for testing the authenticity of the porcelain." With a serious expression, Chu Xiangyang nodded. "Father, worry not. Shortly, you shall witness a miracle." With that, he walked to the living room, retrieving 2 smaller pieces of porcelain and placing them into the pot. Young Butler and the elderly trio, seated on the sofa, followed with curiosity. Chu Xiangyang glanced at Butler Yang, smirking inwardly. "Today, I shall expose your true nature, and let us see how your esteemed Mr. Qian maintains his facade." Chapter 16. The bet. The 2 pieces of porcelain submerged in the pot, fully immersed in the water. Everyone fixated on the pot, their anticipation building for a full 2 minutes, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Chen Baohe, already irate, felt his anger escalate as the porcelain showed no signs of change after 2 minutes. "Chu Xiangyang," he gritted through clenched teeth. "I am here." Chu Xiangyang replied with a grin. "Do not smile at me. Explain why there is no change." Chen Baohe nearly reached out to slap him. Chu Xiangyang maintained his innocuous smile. "It requires some time, does it not?" Unexpectedly, Butler Yang, who had remained quiet, interjected, "This gentleman has toiled for so long, merely to prove that Mr. Qian's gifts are counterfeit. However, if you cannot substantiate that claim, how will you compensate for our emotional distress?" Chen Baohe paused. Then a cunning thought struck him. "Indeed, then let us make an oath. If you cannot prove these items are fake, you shall immediately divorce Yuru and never show your face to our family again. Furthermore, Yaya must adopt the Chen surname. She shall no longer be a Chu." Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, surprised by the old man's ruthlessness, attempting to sever his bond with Chen Yuru and even seize his child. Alas, he would not allow that to transpire. "Very well," he replied with a smile, "but I wish to propose that if I can demonstrate these items are indeed counterfeit, you shall not permit Yuru and me to divorce." "Agreed. It is settled." Chen Baohe, utterly distrustful of Chu Xiangyang, even gritted his teeth. "If you truly win, I, Chen Baohe, shall share your surname." These items have been appraised as genuine antiques, confirmed by machines as authentic goods. He could hardly believe his misfortune, that he would encounter such a minuscule probability. Chu Xiangyang smiled. "Very well, it's settled." With that, he ignited the flames. As the fire intensified, a fragrant aroma began to waft from the pot. Chen Baohe pinched his nose and queried, "Are you certain these ingredients won't damage the porcelain?" Chu Xiangyang reassured him, "Father, rest assured, these are merely traditional Chinese herbs. They won't harm the porcelain itself, though it might be a different story for counterfeit pieces." "Oh, why is that?" the elder inquired with genuine curiosity. Chu Xiangyang held a favorable impression of this old man and decided to elucidate. "Old man, you needn't pay heed to his ramblings. He knows nothing, just a useless piece of scrap. His gambling addiction over the years is the reason I had to pressure him to divorce Yuru." Just as he began to speak, Chen Baohe interrupted. "Father, I've already stated that I no longer gamble. And how can you claim I lack understanding?" "Silence. No one wishes to hear your futile chatter. I shall grant you 10 minutes. If you cannot provide proof, you may leave." Chu Xiangyang rolled his eyes internally, thinking to himself, "Worry not, you shall be most satisfied." Even the stoic Yang, the steward, let out a cold snort, hoping Mr. Chu would keep his word. Otherwise, considering the time wasted, could he afford the repercussions? Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but sneer inwardly. While he respected Chen Yuro's father enough not to confront him directly, he found it amusing that a mere steward, who didn't seem to know his place, dared to interject. With feigned astonishment, he remarked, "Steward Yang, your business acumen is impressive, surpassing even that of the old man and my father. I wonder how much I should compensate you for the time lost. However, it was not I who insisted you remain. It seems you are quite enamored with our sofa's comfort." Steward Yang, now over 60, had a grandson of age and had diligently served the Qian family for 2 decades. Aside from Mr. Qian, the family generally treated him with respect. He prided himself on his meticulousness, so it was quite disheartening to be ridiculed by this imbecile. Nevertheless, being well-mannered, he would not stoop to quarrel with Chu Xiangyang like a shrew. He responded, "Mr. Chu," rather than engaging in idle banter. Perhaps you should contemplate how to discern the authenticity of these porcelain pieces. If Mr. Chun sends you out in disgrace, the embarrassment will fall solely upon you. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xiangyang replied nonchalantly, Steward Yang, being an elite, you may not grasp our humble methods. Just keep your eyes wide open. Upon finishing his words, Chu Xiangyang's expression shifted, and he eagerly approached Chen Baohe. Father, in less than 10 minutes, 5, in fact, I will reveal the outcome. With that, he returned to the stove and gently stirred the water with a chopstick, ensuring the medicinal concoction evenly adhered to the porcelain. Very well, if you say 5 minutes. Then we shall wait for 5 minutes. I shall see what more you have to say at that time. With that, Chen Baohe indeed pulled out his phone and began timing. Nearby, the elderly friend leaned in and inquired, Brother, pray tell, what is the matter here? Chu Xiangyang chuckled softly, explaining that there was no intricate principle involved, as he had many items that could also be considered antiquities. If they are antiquities, how can you still claim they are counterfeit? The young man queried, perplexed. Chu Xiangyang elucidated. Your device discerns based on the degree of oxidation on the surface of an object and its composition, correct? Precisely. The young man nodded in agreement. But have you considered that the raw materials used for this porcelain vase might indeed be derived from those ancient artifacts? His words struck a chord, awakening a realization in Gu Jianan. Are you suggesting they synthesized it using old materials? Zhou Yi affirmed. Indeed, the techniques for aging artifacts have reached an astonishing level. However, many items, once subjected to machine analysis, often reveal discrepancies. Therefore, they devised a method of reprocessing fragments of unearthed ceramic shards, blending them and employing specialized techniques to ultimately create porcelain. This porcelain, whether viewed by the naked eye or analyzed by machinery, is virtually indistinguishable. Yes, I have indeed heard of such aging techniques before, but I never had the opportunity to witness them until now, the elderly man remarked with a smile. Chen Baohe's expression soured at his words. Old man, do not heed his groundless claims. What he says may not be true. The elderly man waved dismissively, no? I have indeed heard this notion before, and many have already fallen victim to such deceptions. Chen Baohe's countenance darkened further. If the old man believed this, did it mean that the porcelain pieces Mr. Qian had brought him were produced in a similar manner? Chapter 17. Time passed inexorably, and after approximately 2 minutes, the porcelain in the pot began to undergo a transformation. The originally vibrant colors had vanished, replaced by a dull hue. Indeed, there has been a change. Qin Yuru exclaimed with delight. Do not rush. The transformation will become even more pronounced. Chu Xiangyang replied gently. The elderly friend's curiosity led him to take out his phone and capture the scene, all the while smiling and asking, You do not mind if I document this, do you? Chu Xiangyang responded, Of course not. You may even share it online, raising awareness to prevent others from falling prey to these counterfeit antiques. For such items can fetch a handsome price. Chen Baohe's expression was particularly vivid. He glanced at Chu Xiangyang, then turned his attention to the steward Yang. Steward Yang, what do you think? The steward, though inwardly astonished, maintained an air of indifference. With his method of cooking, even genuine antiques would lose their luster. After all, he has added a considerable amount of Chinese medicinal herbs and a bottle of vinegar. Chen Baohe suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Yet he was also profoundly distressed about the 2 porcelain pieces. If they were to be sold on the market, their combined value would certainly reach 7 figures. The thought of them being ruined in that pot filled him with rage. Chu Xiangyang, are you never going to stop? Retrieve the items at once, lest you ruin them. Dad, you promised me 5 minutes, and the time has not elapsed, Chu Xiangyang replied. At that moment, the elder goose suddenly interjected. If they are indeed genuine porcelain, they will not be adversely affected. You need not worry. With Gu Jianan's reassurance, Chen Baohe felt somewhat relieved, silently hoping for those 5 minutes to pass swiftly. He vigilantly monitored the countdown on his phone, and as the 5 minutes struck, he shouted, Time's up. Turn off the heat and take the items out. Without waiting for Chu Xiangyang to act, he rushed to the stove and extinguished the flames. Dad, you need not prove anything, merely retrieve the items, and the truth will be revealed, Chu Xiangyang said with a smirk. Chen Baohe, however, remained skeptical. As he searched for something to shield his hands, he muttered angrily. I tell you, once you take them out, you better leave immediately. Don't linger here. His words abruptly halted, and even his actions froze. Everyone, except for Chu Xiangyang, gazed curiously into the pot. Chen Baohe was still grasping a corner of one porcelain piece, while the rest had plunged into the pot, reduced to a fine powder from their gentle collision. Indeed, what was once a so-called root kiln bowl had now become mere sediment at the bottom of the pot. The other porcelain piece remained intact in the water, yet Chen Baohe dared not touch it, fearing it would meet the same fate as the bowl. What on earth is happening? Chen Bao's voice quivered with disbelief. This situation had far exceeded his expectations. He had never imagined that even if they were counterfeit, they would be so utterly disintegrated. Chu Xiangyang turned to the butler Yang with a smile. What do you say this porcelain is? To have turned to powder merely from vinegar? Butler Yang squinted slightly, his previously stoic expression finally shifting. He spoke with a grave demeanor. Do you realize whose belongings you have reduced to this state? Oh, still trying to threaten me? A glint of mockery flickered in Chu Xiangyang's eyes. Or perhaps you think your business acumen can intimidate me. Unfortunately, I am not in the business realm. Butler Yang chose not to engage further with Chu Xiangyang. He turned to Chen Bao. Mr. Chen, how do you intend to explain this? Explain? What explanation do you seek? Your items are all counterfeit. We haven't even demanded compensation yet. Chu Xiangyang retorted with a cold laugh. Where do you see them all being fake? Butler Yang countered. Chu Xiangyang slowly took 2 steps forward, looking down at Butler Yang with a gaze that pierced through the facade. You know the truth better than anyone. Should you desire for me to expose you publicly, I am more than capable. Butler Yang had intended to retort, but was abruptly silenced. In the eyes of the seemingly carefree gambler, he discerned a fleeting glint of malice, triggering his instincts of self-preservation. Butler Yang stuttered, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Chu Xiangyang's demeanor shifted, adopting a nonchalant tone. Shouldn't I be asking you what your intentions are? You seem quite relentless. Butler Yang retreated 2 steps, while Chu Xiangyang advanced 2, declaring, if you wish to depart, then by all means, I will not see you off. Butler Yang was taken aback by Chu Xiangyang's imposing presence, and by the time he regained his composure, he had already backed into the living room. He struggled to steady himself, drawing upon his 2 decades of experience as a butler, his face a tumult of colors. Chu Xiangyang, you will pay for your actions today, he exclaimed, swinging his arm dramatically before turning to leave. Chu Xiangyang called after him. Then I shall not see you off. I will be waiting for you. With a resounding slam, the door was shut, and the room fell into an immediate silence. Chu Xiangyang turned back, scratching his head and cautiously uttering Dad. Chen Bao's face flushed crimson, the earlier wager still echoing in his mind. Reality had taught him that one must not be too resolute. Otherwise, retribution would swiftly follow. Just as he pondered how to respond, Gu Jianan interjected with a smile. They say heroes emerge in youth. I see great potential in Mr. Chu. Xiaochen, you truly have found a remarkable son-in-law. At this, Chen Bao's face reddened further, burning with embarrassment. I have recorded the entire process. I will share it online as an educational resource for enthusiasts in the antique community. An old friend couldn't help but praise. This made Chu Xiangyang feel somewhat bashful. These are merely trivial insights. Trivial insights, or not. Could you enlighten me on the types of materials involved? The young man inquired eagerly. Certainly. Chu Xiangyang replied without hesitation. Gu Jianan regarded Chu Xiangyang with increasing admiration, finding him more agreeable by the moment. He gently nudged Chen Bao. Are you truly willing to let this son-in-law go? If you don't want him, I certainly will. Hearing this, Chen Bao wished he could bury his head in a pot of boiling water. Yearning for time to rewind to 10 minutes prior, to deliver a resounding slap to his former self, who spoke so thoughtlessly. Chapter 18. Old classmates noticing his father-in-law's discomfort. Chu Xiangyang quickly smiled and said, Everyone, please head to the living room to rest. I will prepare some tea for you. Chen Bao seized the opportunity to deflect. Yes. Yes, Gu Laoshi, let us proceed to the living room. Gu Jianan and the young man settled in the living room, while Chu Xiangyang personally brewed tea for them. Xiaoshi, what do you think? Was this trip not in vain? Gu Laoshi smiled at Shirlang. Shirlang promptly interjected. How can this be considered me helping you? This is merely an excellent opportunity for me to learn. At that moment, Chu Xiangyang brought over the freshly brewed tea. After Shirlang received the teacup and placed it down, he extended his hand towards Chu Xiangyang, saying, Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shirlang. Chu Xiangyang shook his hand in return. I am Chu Xiangyang. It seems we are acquainted now. Should the opportunity arise, I hope you will impart your wisdom to me. Shirlang replied with a smile. You are too courteous. We are all here to learn from one another. Chu Xiangyang responded with an air of humility. Meanwhile, Gu Jianan looked on with admiration, remarking, a commendable young man, indeed. He has a bright future ahead. Throughout the exchange, Chen Bao remained silent, merely savoring his tea, his gaze wandering beyond the group. Chu Xiangyang noticed his incessantly trembling left leg and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. At that moment, everyone's attention converged on the 2 grand boxes in the living room. Adorned for a wedding gift, Chu Xiangyang rose, approached the boxes, and ran his hand over their surfaces. Ah, he exclaimed. Although the contents of these wooden boxes may be counterfeit, the boxes themselves are genuine. if I am not mistaken. They are crafted from the finest rosewood from the royal palace. What? Upon hearing this, Chun Baoha instantly perked up and hurried to the boxes. Father, you must keep these boxes safe. They are far more valuable than those jars and bottles, Chu Xiangyang said with a smile. Seizing the opportunity, Xiangyang added, Mr. Chu, I have something I would like you to appraise for me, if you don't mind. Chu Xiangyang naturally would not decline, of course, but not today. You know, I am here to bring my wife and child home. He winked playfully at Xiangyang. Suppressing a chuckle, Xiangyang handed him a business card. All right, if it's convenient. Please add me on WeChat so we can communicate privately. Chu Xiangyang accepted the card, affirming their agreement. He then turned towards Chun Baoha, who was still fixated on the rosewood boxes, and said, Father, now that there is nothing pressing, I would like to take Yuru and Yaya home. Chun Baoha's hand, which had been caressing the box, suddenly froze. Chu Xiangyang discreetly scrutinized Chun Baoha, curious about what scheme he might concoct next. Young people and their romantic affairs. We elders should refrain from intervening, Gu Lao remarked with a smile, suggesting that they allow the young ones to make their own decisions, lest they later reproach them. Chun Baoha's expression twitched, and he chuckled awkwardly. Yes, Gu Lao, you are absolutely right. At that moment, Chun Yuru emerged from the room, holding Yaya in her arms. Upon seeing Chu Xiangyang, Yaya burst into laughter and exclaimed, Daddy, Yaya wants to be held. Chu Xiangyang hurried over and took Yaya from Chun Yuru's arms. Gazing at Yaya's innocent little face, he couldn't fathom how the previous gambling addict could have been so heartless as to abandon such a delightful child. Father, mother, we shall take our leave now. Chu Xiangyang waved goodbye to Chun Baoha and Yumeixia. Subsequently, he turned to the ancient and stone Lang beside him, saying, You too. We shall take our leave now. All right. Both Gu Jiannan and Stone Lang nodded in agreement. As the three exited the grand door, Chu Xiangyang let out a long sigh of relief. He raised his hand and gently pinched Yaya's little cheek, saying, My dear, you must always listen obediently and never sneak out alone. Yaya blinked her big eyes, looking perplexed, and replied, But I didn't come out alone. Mommy brought me along. We are two. Very well. Next time you must keep an eye on Mommy and not let her take you back to Grandma's house, all right? Daddy is all alone at home, feeling quite lonely. Chu Xiangyang made a face as if he were about to cry. Alarmed, Yaya quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, Daddy, don't cry. Yaya will never leave you again. While saying this, Chu Xiangyang kept an attentive eye on Chun Yuru beside him. Noticing that she showed no signs of anger, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing a restaurant ahead, he recalled that it was one of Chun Yuru's favorite places. Ever since this gambling addict, Chu Xiangyang, had developed his vice, they had hardly visited it again. Thus, he proposed to Yaya, to celebrate our return home together. How about we go out for a grand meal? Yaya clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, That sounds wonderful. We're going out for a feast. With one arm holding Yaya, he naturally took Chun Yuru's hand with the other, leading them toward the restaurant. Chu Xiangyang's heart raced, fearing that she might pull her hand away or give him a slap. However, his concerns proved unfounded. Chun Yuru only struggled slightly in a symbolic gesture before allowing him to lead her forward. The restaurant was quite upscale, and a meal for the three of them would certainly cost over 1,000. Chu Xiangyang's gambling habits had left their finances in disarray. Chun Yuru reflected that it had been 2 years since her last visit to this establishment, giving her a sense of nostalgia, as if a lifetime had passed. Hello, welcome. The doorman personally opened the door for the three. After they found a seat and placed their orders, Chu Xiangyang overheard a snide voice from the adjacent table. I thought it was someone important. It's just this gambling fool. How unfortunate. Chu Xiangyang furrowed his brow and looked toward their neighboring table, where a seemingly polished man sat with a flamboyantly dressed woman. Searching through his memories of the gambling world, he realized he had no particular recollection of this individual. However, Chun Yuru, feeling somewhat awkward, said, I'm sorry, she is an old classmate of mine. Upon hearing the word classmate, Chu Xiangyang finally remembered that the heavily made-up woman was none other than Sun Qing, a former classmate of Chun Yuru from university. Though she lacked Chun Yuru's beauty and charm, the only area in which she surpassed her was her family background. Despite this, Chun Yuru was still regarded as the campus belle, leaving Sun Qing feeling resentful. Yet, Chun Yuru had smoothly navigated her life, graduating from university without any setbacks, while Sun Qing had never managed to turn the tide in her favor. In the end, Chun Yuru found herself wed to an unworthy husband. Sun Qing finally seized an opportunity to overshadow Chun Yuru, and whenever they met, she would utter unkind words to provoke her. Today would be no exception. However, Chu Xiangyang merely smiled, pondering who would truly provoke whom. Chapter 19. In mourning and acceptance, Chun Yuru appeared somewhat restless. Her nature was typically gentle and composed. Had it not been for the incessant pressure from the gambling addict Chu Xiangyang, she would not have succumbed to such hysteria. In this public setting, she wished to avoid hearing any harsh words from Sun Qing. Thus, feeling somewhat uneasy, she raised her head and suggested, "Shall we skip the meal today?" Chu Xiangyang gently placed his hand on Chun Yuru's shoulder and replied soothingly, "Yaya enjoys this place, and so do you. Why not dine here?" However, just as Chun Yuru attempted to speak, Sun Qing interjected with her usual sharpness. "This restaurant truly allows anyone to enter. Can those reeking of foulness really dine here? I propose they erect a sign at the entrance declaring no gamblers allowed." The man beside her nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over Chu Xiangyang before lingering on Chun Yuru's face. "Indeed," he remarked, "most patrons here possessed a certain level of decorum, thus avoiding any raucous behavior." Sun Qing, however, deliberately raised her voice, drawing the attention of those around. Typically, those with a modicum of shame would lower their voices in such scenarios. But Sun Qing was not one to shy away. The more spectators there were, the more exhilarated she became. She had transformed this moment into her battleground. "You don't recognize me, do you? Back in school, I was the belle of the campus. 98% of the boys regarded me as their dream girl. And what became of me? TSK. Feeling embarrassed, Chun Yuru grasped Chu Xiangyang's hand, intending to stand and leave. "Mom, I don't want to go. We haven't eaten yet," Yaya interjected suddenly. Chun Yuru looked down at Yaya and quietly explained, "The food here isn't very good. Shall we go to a different restaurant that serves delicious meals?" Yaya blinked her big eyes at Chu Xiangyang, seemingly awaiting his decision. Chu Xiangyang smiled at Yaya, saying, "You needn't listen to your mother. The food here is quite delightful. We shall dine here today." After speaking, he comfortingly patted Chun Yuru's hand beneath the table. "Let me tell you, that campus belle ended up marrying a man whom everyone thought would grant her a fairy tale life, akin to that of Snow White. Yet, unexpectedly, this prince turned out to be a hopeless gambler, losing not only all his money but also their home. It is said that even their business was lost in the process. Thus, this once revered belle fell from grace overnight, a truly pitiable fate." Sun Qing laughed exuberantly, while the man beside her joined in, affirming, "Indeed, quite a tragic tale." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Chu Xiangyang. The surrounding onlookers, following the man's gaze, turned to observe Chu Xiangyang. The meaning in her eyes was far from clear. Falling from grace is not to be feared, but rather the embarrassment of losing face in public. Chu Xiangyang took a sip of his drink and then spoke with a smile. Chen Yuzhu, who had been feeling quite awkward, could no longer suppress her laughter upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's words. Sun Qing, filled with anger, cast a dark glance and retorted, "Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe yourself to be someone extraordinary? I've never acted, and I'm not an actor." Chu Xiangyang shrugged nonchalantly. "Chu Xiangyang, don't think I don't know who you are. The first person to challenge me was someone born at the same time. And now her grave is overgrown with grass." Sun Qing shouted. Chu Xiangyang glanced at her sideways, speaking earnestly, "We are family. Why make things difficult for one another? The weeds should be dealt with. Are you courting death?" Sun Qing's face turned pale with anger. Chu Xiangyang chuckled lightly. "May you find peace in your sorrow." In that instant, laughter erupted around them, and Sun Qing's expression was quite a sight to behold. Chen Yuzhu turned to look at the man beside her, as if she were gazing upon an entirely new Chu Xiangyang, someone she felt she had never truly known. The old Chu Xiangyang would never have spoken like this. In similar situations, he would merely resort to shouting back, which only heightened Chen Yuzhu's embarrassment. Yet now, she felt invigorated. Sun Qing had often provoked her in public since her marriage, and Chen Yuzhu had always preferred to avoid confrontation. This was indeed a first for her. As the dishes arrived at the table, Chu Xiangyang first served Chen Yuzhu, then thoughtfully placed food on Yaya's plate, causing her eyes to curve into crescent moons with delight. Observing the adorable Yaya, Chu Xiangyang felt a surge of good spirits and considered letting Sun Qing be. However, Sun Qing insisted on interjecting. TSK, let us see what this gambler can afford to eat. This meal alone must cost a year's worth of rations," Sun Qing remarked, glancing at her own hand, adorned with a 2-carat diamond ring her boyfriend had given her just days prior. Noticing that Chen Yuzhu wore no ring at all, her boyfriend gently tugged at her sleeve, urging her to eat. "Of course, I intend to eat. Unlike some people who probably dine out only once a year, I must ensure I get my money's worth." After serving Yaya, Chu Xiangyang gently placed his chopsticks on the table. Sun Qing suddenly felt as though she were surrounded, an overwhelming sense of suffocation washing over her. She barely managed to utter a word when she heard Chu Xiangyang's voice, half amused and half mocking. "You dare to call that rock a diamond? Is it more romantic to wander the world with a stone ring? Or does its luster captivate you so completely that it has also clouded your judgment? Please, take a good look in the mirror before you leave. No amount of makeup can hide your flaws. If you spew nonsense everywhere, I'll have to report you for polluting the environment. Sun Qing attempted to interject. Chu Xiangyang interrupted her words, ultimately concluding that you were demonstrating what it truly means to be an ugly person causing a ruckus with your life. In the end, Chu Xiangyang covered Yaya's curious eyes, warning that children should not look, lest they develop styes. Sun Qing seized the opportunity while Chu Xiangyang was momentarily silent, interrupted. Mr. Chu, open your eyes wide and see clearly. Am I wearing a stone? If this were a stone, I would swallow it right here in public. Who do you think you are, daring to claim that my diamond ring is merely a stone? I demand compensation for my emotional distress. Not only do I want recompense for my losses, but I also want you to apologize publicly. Chu Xiangyang gently patted away non-existent dust from his shoulder, suggesting that everyone should prepare to witness a live stone-swallowing act. With that, he rose and headed toward the restaurant's kitchen. Chapter 20. Soup Unfit. Served with red wine after overhearing the exchange between the two, the surrounding diners transformed into an eager audience, deliberately slowing down their meals, awaiting the outcome of this confrontation. Who would triumph? One demanding an apology or the other swallowing a stone. Before long, Chu Xiangyang returned, holding a glass bowl containing some indistinct objects. To prove whether your diamond ring is genuine or counterfeit, it's simple. Just place it in this bowl, he declared, setting the bowl directly in front of Sun Qing. To be honest, upon seeing the contents of the bowl, Sun Qing felt a pang of uncertainty. Chu Xiangyang, noticing her hesitation, couldn't help but sneer. Since you don't even dare to place it inside, stop proclaiming that it's a genuine diamond. Sun Qing, taken aback, retorted, who knows what you've put in there? What if my diamond gets corroded? Chu Xiangyang scoffed. Diamonds are reputed to be the hardest gemstones in the world. They are resistant to both strong acids and bases. Do you really think I have anything here that could possibly corrode it? A nearby onlooker chimed in. Indeed, he took that from the kitchen. I believe it's all food. At most, he might have added some vinegar or salt. Yes, edible substances would have no effect on a diamond. The crowd began to chatter animatedly, and many couldn't help but mutter the term coward, with a few even speculating in hushed tones. Could that really be a fake? Sun Qing was infuriated by their comments and was about to retort when her boyfriend suddenly whispered, forget them. Let us not stoop to their level. Let us go? He attempted to pull Sun Qing away. Though initially unfazed, Sun Qing was incensed by her boyfriend's timid demeanor. In a fit of rage, she removed her diamond ring and tossed it into the bowl. As time ticked by, the ring remained unchanged, just as it was, within the bowl, evoking intrigue from the onlookers who fixed their gazes intently upon it. Among all those present, it seemed that only the family of Chu Xiangyang was earnestly enjoying their meal. Approximately 10 minutes had elapsed when Sun Qing, gazing at the unchanging ring in her bowl, gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. She then scoffed. It has been quite some time. How can you prove that my ring is counterfeit? Surely, I cannot remain here indefinitely, as I have no time to indulge you. Chu Xiangyang wiped his mouth, extended his slender fingers, and gently tapped on his table, stating, it is quite simple. Just take it out and scratch the glass to verify. What do you mean? Are you toying with us? Sun Qing exclaimed, exasperated. Chu Xiangyang replied with calm deliberation, as I have mentioned before, diamond is the hardest substance on this earth. If you scratch glass with it, only the glass will bear the mark. Thus, you shall know the truth by doing so. Several staff members in the restaurant had been discreetly observing the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's words, they quickly fetched a glass plate from the kitchen and placed it before Sun Qing. Go on, try it. Can your diamond leave a mark on this glass plate? Indeed. Do try. Our curiosity is piqued. I can see she is clearly too afraid to do it. Could it be that her diamond is indeed fake? It shouldn't be. It looks quite genuine to me. The crowd persisted in their encouragement. Sun Qing retrieved her ring from the bowl, but her boyfriend suddenly stood up, saying, excuse me. I need to use the restroom. Without waiting for Sun Qing's response, he dashed away. A sense of foreboding washed over Sun Qing. What's the matter? Afraid? Or do you wish to perform a feat of swallowing stones for us? Chu Xiangyang languidly remarked from his seat. Chen Yuru gently tugged at his sleeve. Chu Xiangyang offered her a reassuring glance. Instantly, her heart settled. This feeling of assurance was indeed comforting. Looks like her boyfriend has fled. It seems we are on the verge of a revelation. What restroom could he possibly be using? A cowardly retreat. Laughter erupted around them. Now trapped in a predicament, Sun Qing, confronted by the crowd's skepticism and Chu Xiangyang's pressure, finally gritted her teeth and declared, if my diamond ring proves to be genuine, you must kneel and apologize to me. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, responding with a casual tone, "No problem. Just remember, Miss Sun, to show us your performance of swallowing stones." Suppressing her mounting anxiety, Sun Qing closed her eyes, gripping the ring tightly as she forcefully scratched it across the glass plate. Screech. The plate emitted a piercing sound, and all eyes were instantly drawn to it. "Ah!" gasped the crowd in astonishment, while Sun Qing let out a cry of despair. The diamond, reputed to be the hardest in the world, bore a faint scratch. Though not overly conspicuous, it was certainly visible to the gathered onlookers. "My goodness, a 2-carat stone. It must be quite valuable," Chu Xiangyang said, gazing at the stone in Sun Qing's hand with a look of astonishment. "Chu Xiangyang!" Sun Qing cried out in a fit of hysteria. Chu Xiangyang gently cleared his ears, exclaiming that there was no use in calling him and urging her to quickly swallow the stone if she must. If that fails, he would fetch her a bowl of soup. With a suppressed smile, Chen Yuru playfully patted Chu Xiangyang. In a heartbeat, he transformed into a loyal companion, asking, "What is it, Yuru?" Chen Yuru turned to Sun Qing, assuring her that he was merely jesting. Sun Qing's expression lightened a bit, and just as she was about to speak, Chen Yuru continued, "The soup may not befit your noble status. I believe a bottle of fine red wine would be more suitable." With that, Chen Yuru rose gracefully, raising her hand to signal a waiter for a bottle of red wine, charging it to her account. The waiter hurried off, presumably to fetch the wine. Chu Xiangyang lifted Yaya into his arms and then wrapped his arm around Chen Yuru's waist. "Miss Sun, why not check if your boyfriend, who purchased you a 2-carat diamond ring, has perhaps fallen into the toilet? If necessary, I believe it would be prudent to seek assistance." He added, "We wouldn't want to intrude upon your romantic bubble any longer. Farewell." With that, Chu Xiangyang led Chen Yuru towards the exit. Moments later, a sound of a wine bottle shattering and Sun Qing's frantic scream echoed behind them. Chu Xiangyang's lips curled into a faint smile as he opened the door and stepped outside. A woman, ugly and ill-tempered, dared to oppose his wife. He would ensure she learned her place after just one encounter. She was not worthy, not even to hold his wife's shoes. Chapter 21. Not a lecher as night fell. After soothing Yaya to sleep, Chu Xiangyang returned to the bedroom, blissfully unaware of what awaited him. To his surprise, he discovered Chen Yuru neatly dressed and seated on the bed. "Chu Xiangyang, we need to talk," she said. He nodded earnestly, replying, "Please, my dear wife, go on." Chen Yuru's cheeks flushed slightly as she declared, "From today onwards, I will sleep with Yaya, and you shall stay in this room alone." With that, she hurriedly stood and began to leave. Chu Xiangyang was momentarily taken aback, then grasped her arm firmly. "What do you mean by this?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Yuru replied, "You've committed many wrongs. I need to test you for a while. If you truly change for the better, we can reconsider our relationship." Chu Xiangyang felt a wave of injustice wash over him. "I have already told you that I have changed. Why do you still not believe me?" Chen Yuru kept her gaze lowered, responding, "If you do not agree, I will return to my mother's with Yaya tomorrow. Think it over." Chu Xiangyang, unwilling to let her leave, quickly replied, "I agree. Please don't go." Feeling a sense of relief, Chen Yuru intended to depart. But Chu Xiangyang's grip on her arm remained firm. "Let go of me," she insisted. However, he playfully refused, stating, "Since you are not willing to forgive me for now, I must collect some interest." Before she could react, Chu Xiangyang's handsome face moved swiftly closer. "Chu Xiangyang," Chen Yuru exclaimed, covering her face before dashing out the door. After her departure, the smile on Chu Xiangyang's face gradually faded away. Having found himself inhabiting the persona of the gambler Chu Xiangyang, he resolved to embrace this identity fully. Whether it be his child or his wife, Chu Xiangyang was determined to care for them diligently. Otherwise, how would he differ from his predecessor? With this thought, he felt a sense of tranquility. As for Chen Yuru's requests, he was not a rogue. Despite wearing the skin of Chu Xiangyang, he could not engage in shameless acts. It was appropriate to acquiesce to Chen Yuru's wishes, for love must be nurtured gradually. With this understanding, Chu Xiangyang slept soundly through the night without dreams. On the following morning, he rose early and busied himself in the kitchen. In his previous life, he often enjoyed preparing meals for himself, thus honing his culinary skills. When Chen Yuru awoke, she beheld the tall figure in the kitchen, and time seemed to rewind. It felt as though they had returned to the early days of their marriage when Chu Xiangyang occasionally cooked for her. Yet, that version of him had long since vanished. "Get up, hurry and tidy yourself. Breakfast is ready." Chu Xiangyang turned to see Chen Yuru, momentarily lost in thought at the kitchen door, and smiled. She mechanically nodded and retreated to freshen up. 10 minutes later, the three of them sat together at the dining table, enjoying a warm breakfast. After their meal, Chu Xiangyang cleaned the kitchen thoroughly and then addressed Chen Yuru, who was playing with their daughter Yaya, saying, "I'm heading to the store. If you need anything, just call me. Let me know what delicious food you want for dinner, and I'll bring it back." Xinyuru nodded softly, while Yaya rushed over to plant a drooly kiss on her father's handsome face, exclaiming, "Goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye." After waving farewell to his precious daughter, Chu Xiangyang stepped out of the house with a sense of contentment. The sunlight was dazzling, and the air felt humid, yet everything seemed beautiful to him. Whistling a cheerful tune, he arrived at Baibaoxian, where Zhang Hanyu had already arrived. In the past, Zhang Hanyu had grown accustomed to seeing the young master only once every few days, so now that he was arriving punctually, it felt rather unusual. Observing Zhang Hanyu, who stood bewildered at the door, Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but laugh. "Zhang uncle, what's the matter?" Nothing. Zhang Hanyu replied, rubbing his slightly sore eyes while glancing at Chu Xiangyang's carefree smile. Chu Xiangyang was well aware of Zhang Hanyu's thoughts, but merely shook his head and smiled in response. A new life was just beginning, and astonishing experiences lay ahead. The shop door swung open, and Chu Xiangyang settled comfortably into the grand chair in the hall. Creak. The door was pushed open, and two young men sauntered in. Their attire was flashy. They sported numerous earrings, with their hair styled in a disheveled manner, and wore tattered jeans. Upon entering, their gaze swept across the hall before finally landing on Chu Xiangyang. "Ah, dear sir," the young man exclaimed, "I have a treasure here that I wish for you to appraise." With that, he produced a purple clay teapot from within his garments and placed it upon the table before Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang cast a cursory glance at the item and replied with a cold smirk, "I regret to inform you that I am unable to evaluate your treasure. Perhaps you might consider visiting another establishment just to the left as you exit." However, rather than departing, the young man leaned forward, resting his hands on the table. "But I insist that you assist me in this matter," he said, a sly grin playing upon his lips as his shifty eyes bore into Chu Xiangyang. With a sigh, Chu Xiangyang responded, "I truly cannot assist you, and furthermore, our shop has no need for your purple clay teapot. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness." The young man retorted with a mocking laugh, pushing the teapot slightly forward. "You will purchase this teapot today, whether you wish to or not. My associates and I are in need of funds." A bald accomplice lurking behind the young man chuckled in agreement, then slammed a hand onto the table, revealing a gleaming knife. Chu Xiangyang merely glanced at the knife before shaking his head. "I must reiterate, gentlemen, that we do not deal in such items here. I am truly sorry, but I cannot make a purchase." The two young men exchanged incredulous glances, taken aback by Chu Xiangyang's audacity to refuse them. The bald youth's eyes narrowed dangerously as he declared, "Let it be known, you will take this deal, whether you like it or not, or your establishment shall cease to exist." Upon hearing these words, the smile faded from Chu Xiangyang's face. He leaned forward, his narrow eyes fixated on the bald man, exuding an aura reminiscent of a predatory leopard poised to strike, instilling a palpable fear in the air. The two youths instinctively recoiled a step. What do you intend to do?" the bald man stammered. "Nothing much," Chu Xiangyang replied, gradually straightening his posture, his menacing presence dissipating in an instant. "Shall we discuss this outside?" Chapter 22. I can no longer control this outside the Baibaoxian. The two young men regarded the tall figure before them, retreating a couple of steps to maintain distance. One of them spoke up, "Our demands are modest. Simply provide us with this amount." He raised two fingers in emphasis. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. "How much?" "Not much, just 200,000. 200,000? Indeed, 200,000. That is out of the question. The most I can offer is 200. Take it or leave it." With that, Chu Xiangyang extracted 2 red bills from his wallet. "Are you jesting?" The bald man fumed. "Not at all. It seems you are mistaking my politeness for complacency, which is a grave error," Chu Xiangyang replied without hesitation. "You're courting death." The bald man bellowed, brandishing the knife and lunging toward Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang remained steadfast, not even flinching, his expression betraying no sign of fear. 2 seconds later, the bald man let out a piercing scream, dropping the knife he held, which clattered loudly onto the ground. Not only was the bald man bewildered, but even the young man beside him failed to discern the moment when Xiangyang had struck. By the time he grasped the situation, the bald man was already on the ground, clutching his abdomen. "What on earth have you done to my brother?" the young man exclaimed, rushing to grasp the bald man's arm. The bald man cried out, Don't move. It's coming out." "What is coming out?" The young man stared in horror at the bald man's belly, as if it contained a child gestating for 10 months. He then abruptly turned to face Chu Xiangyang, demanding, "What have you done to him?" His tone resembled that of a scorned lover confronting a deceitful partner. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. "What do you believe I have done to him?" The young man had no time for confrontation. He quickly bent down to assist the bald man. "Goodness, you're inhuman," he shouted, then recoiled, covering his nose and stepping back several paces. The bald man's trousers were soaked, and the puddle beneath him was far from clear. The bald man crawled toward his companion, leaving a long trail in his wake. As the young man retreated in terror, he glanced back at Chu Xiangyang, pleading, "What have you done to him?" Chu Xiangyang looked expressionlessly at the bald man crawling on the ground and remarked, "Can't you see what I have done to him?" "You are utterly inhuman," the young man exclaimed, attempting to charge at Chu Xiangyang. However, halfway through his sprint, he halted, deterred by the bald man's agonizing cries. He had to stop and help the bald man. "What is wrong with you? Get up. I'll take you to the hospital." The bald man grasped his arm. His face twisted in despair. "I can't control it." "That is impossible." The young man was alarmed, glancing at Chu Xiangyang, who remained unchanged, his demeanor unflinching. Their commotion had attracted the attention of passers-by, halting their steps, while merchants on either side emerged to investigate. Upon seeing the long trail on the ground, laughter erupted among the crowd. The bald man, disregarding any sense of shame, crawled frantically to Chu Xiangyang, clinging to his thigh. "Brother," he cried out in a voice filled with desperation and exhaustion. Chu Xiangyang recoiled in distaste, using a subtle force to push the young man away. "Let us speak civilly. No need for violence." "Brother, great one, please save me. I must be ruined. I swear I'll never do it again. I'll give you that purple clay teapot. Just spare me, I beg you." The bald man wept uncontrollably, but with each tear, the odor intensified, creating a noxious radius of 3 meters around him. The other young man, a loyal companion, witnessing his friend's plight, quickly interjected, "Great one, please let him go. We were wrong. We promise we'll never dare again. We will avoid you at all costs." The onlookers could not contain their laughter, erupting into hearty guffaws. What was wrong with this fellow? Had he contracted some peculiar ailment? This rare and extraordinary scene demanded to be documented. How had Chu Xiangyang suddenly become so formidable, capable of inducing such fear? Among the crowd, some engaged in incessant chatter, while others seized their phones to capture the moment, sharing it online. Unbeknownst to the bald man, within mere minutes, he had ascended to internet fame. Chu Xiangyang held little interest in dealing with these two. After all, they were mere thugs hired for a job. He inquired, "Who sent you here?" "Cui Zhiqing." They replied almost without hesitation. A cold smile crept across Chu Xiangyang's face. He had not even had the chance to address him. And yet this individual had walked right into his trap. "Do you wish for me to spare you?" "Yes. Oh, great one. Please let us go. I can return the money he gave me." The bald youth repeatedly bowed his head to the ground, and in an instant, a lump the size of an egg appeared on his forehead. With a sardonic smile, Chu Xiangyang replied, "If you wish for me to release you, it is simple enough. Return and extort Cui Zhiqing using the same method. Can you manage that?" "Yes, absolutely. We will bring you all the money we extort from him." "What do you say?" the bald man hastily responded. Chu Xiangyang raised his hand and, with a few deft touches on the bald man's body, restored him to normalcy. In truth, this was not an extraordinary feat. He had merely pressed on a few acupoints, rendering the man's body temporarily uncontrollable. Even without Chu Xiangyang's intervention, he would have returned to normal after some time. However, this act left the bald man utterly astonished. "Big brother, you truly are miraculous," he exclaimed, quickly rising to his feet and giving Chu Xiangyang a thumbs up. The surrounding spectators gazed at Chu Xiangyang in amazement. They had never heard of Boss Chu possessing such abilities. "I always thought he was merely a gambling man, but it seems he is quite the enigma. Could it be that we can consult him for ailments in the future?" The crowd engaged in lively conversation, clearly straying from the original topic. Chu Xiangyang snorted, "Do not forget what you promised me earlier. If I discover you have failed to fulfill your end of the bargain, you will face the consequences." "Yes, yes, rest assured, there will be no issues. We guarantee we will complete the task," they replied hastily. Chu Xiangyang scoffed, and then turned to return to Bai Baoxian. Chapter 23. Buying a car. Upon returning to Bai Baoxian, Chu Xiangyang found that the crowd outside had not dispersed. They continued to point and whisper about the establishment. Most of them were local merchants. "I always heard Chu Xiangyang was just a gambler. How has he suddenly become so powerful today?" "He is no mere gambler. Bai Baoxian has already been transformed under his influence." Indeed, the other day, Bai Baoxian changed ownership and reopened, only to be unexpectedly reclaimed by Chu Xiangyang. I heard about this incident. The scene was indeed quite grand, and it was said that Chu Xiangyang had turned over a new leaf. Initially, I thought such claims were mere gossip, but observing him today, it is evident that Chu Xiangyang has undergone a significant transformation. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their chatter lively and animated. Meanwhile, Zhang Hansheng, who was tidying up the dirty ground nearby, could not help but nod in agreement. Among the various remarks, the one he cherished the most was the notion of a wayward son returning home, a hope he had long awaited. Even the late proprietor could rest easy now. After cleaning the exterior, Zhang Hansheng returned to buy Baoxian, only to see Chu Xiangyang preparing to leave. Uncle Zhang, you've worked hard. I intend to visit the second-hand car market. It's quite inconvenient without my own vehicle, Chu Xiangyang said with a smile. Zhang Hansheng promptly nodded. Yes, go ahead. The shop is in my capable hands. You need not worry. Very well. Thank you for your hard work. I shall return shortly, Chu Xiangyang replied before striding out. It wasn't that Chu Xiangyang was frugal. Rather, he believed that regardless of the car's extravagance, practicality was paramount. The second-hand car market wasn't too far away, and he arrived in about 10 minutes by taxi. After surveying the area, he ultimately settled on a particular shop. Outside, he spotted a vehicle that seemed extraordinarily familiar. In the recesses of Chu Xiangyang's memory, he recognized it, his own car. He had once wagered this vehicle at the poker table for a price of 100,000, only to lose everything. Despite its unfortunate fate, it was a Mercedes-Benz S450, originally purchased for 880,000, driven for less than 2 years, and now offered at such a meager price. Even Chu Xiangyang felt a twinge of regret for it. Since fate had brought them together today, he resolved to reclaim it. Thus, he walked towards the shop. The establishment was modest in size, yet bustling with activity, with 3 sales personnel diligently attending to customers. After wandering around without finding an opportunity to speak, a female salesperson emerged from the back room. Oh, I thought I recognized someone. Isn't this Chu Xiangyang, the esteemed boss? As Chu Xiangyang opened his mouth to respond, she preempted him. Frowning, he realized that this was the girlfriend of the poker player who had won his car. Not only was she his girlfriend, but she had also been present when he lost the vehicle. Her sardonic tone was exceedingly uncomfortable for Chu Xiangyang. Yet he endured it for the sake of the car. Are you here to see old he? He isn't in. And I hear you've not only lost your car, but also your house, and even your child. If you wish to visit old he, you must have some money. She scoffed. I am here to purchase a car, Chu Xiangyang replied, ignoring her derisive remarks. Upon hearing this, the woman raised her voice incredulously. Oh, you're here to buy a car? What do you intend to use to buy it? Do not presume that you can stake your claim here. We have no shortage of temporary workers. Chu Xiangyang pointed towards his car outside. I intend to reclaim my vehicle. The woman, crossing her arms, let out a cold laugh. Surely you do not naively believe that the amount you wagered is the same as what you can pay to buy it back now. And what then? Chu Xiangyang inquired. How is it possible that there is a free lunch in this world? Your thoughts are rather simplistic. Even a fool possesses more common sense than you do, knowing that the price of the same item varies depending on the location. You are not a fool. So enlighten me. How much will it cost after the change of venue? Chu Xiangyang replied, his impatience evident. He disliked conversing with such women, who spoke without thought, their beauty overshadowed by a lack of substance. If he stooped to her level, others might perceive him as a man bullying a woman. Yet if he ignored her, she would only grow more persistent. All he desired was to swiftly retrieve his car and depart, so he opted to rise above her provocations. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the woman raised her voice. Chu Xiangyang, have you been gambling again? Did you wager your own daughter? Are you hoping to win money to buy a car? Curious onlookers, who were inspecting cars nearby, gathered around upon hearing her remarks. Seeing her audience, the woman grew emboldened. I say, Chu Xiangyang, are you not aware of your own moral degradation? You lost the store your father left you in a single day, then gambled away your wedding home. It matters little that you depleted your savings. You still contemplate wagering your own flesh and blood. The crowd, upon hearing her words, cast scornful glances at Chu Xiangyang. Despite his handsome appearance, they were shocked to discover he was truly a scoundrel. Losing money and property was one thing, but to place his daughter as a wager? Did he possess no humanity? You see, individuals like him have long since lost the capacity for rational thought. It is akin to being possessed, one bystander remarked. Indeed, the elders always say to avoid gambling at all costs. Once ensnared, the individual is irrevocably ruined. The crowd continued to murmur and point at Chu Xiangyang. Feeling increasingly vexed, he declared, if you are unwilling to conduct business with me, then I shall seek elsewhere. With that, he turned to leave. Where do you think you are going? I have not said I would refuse your business. However, you must first demonstrate your sincerity. Do not expect to play me for a fool, the woman retorted, rolling her eyes. I shall not purchase anything. Chu Xiangyang snapped, unwilling to engage further. Yet the woman persisted. Listen to this man. How can he behave in such a manner? Even if we are open for business, one cannot toy with us in this way. The crowd nodded in agreement, deeming Chu Xiangyang's behavior utterly inappropriate. Growing weary of her antics, he turned and walked towards the exit. Just as he reached the door, a group of individuals entered, led by a man reeking of alcohol. Upon spotting Chu Xiangyang, the man paused momentarily, and upon recognizing him, broke into a grin. He turned to the few individuals beside him and grinned. Everyone, look! The fool I mentioned earlier has come knocking today. With that, he reached out his hand towards Chu Xiangyang's arm. Chapter 24, Gamble with Smoke. The man stumbled a few steps before regaining his balance. Chu Xiangyang, why are you running? We haven't seen each other in such a long time. Surely we should have a couple of rounds. He chuckled while gazing at Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang had no desire to converse with the drunkard and intended to circumvent him. However, the fellow was relentless, positioning himself squarely at the entrance. You are playing with me today, no matter what you say. Otherwise, I won't let you leave. The other companions who had returned with the man shared mocking glances at Chu Xiangyang. With a sigh of resignation, Chu Xiangyang implored, please step aside. I wish to leave. Out of money, are we? The man, seemingly reading Chu Xiangyang's thoughts, laughed heartily. No worries. You know what kind of buddy I am, right? Today, just play with me. If you lose, you won't have to pay. Just take a lap around here. Chu Xiangyang regarded him as if he were a fool. I'm sorry, but I don't engage in high-stakes games. And by the way, he paused momentarily. I have quit gambling. Ha! The man erupted in laughter. Seeing him laugh, his companions joined in, clearly not believing Chu Xiangyang's words. Wiping away the tears of laughter, the man declared, Chu Xiangyang, I know your character all too well. If you don't gamble with me today, I won't let you step through that door. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiangyang nodded. Encountering such a person, it was essential to teach him a lesson. Perhaps the next time he saw Chu Xiangyang, he would steer clear. Ha! The man laughed again, exclaiming, did everyone hear that? Just a moment ago, he claimed to have quit gambling, and now he agrees to play. Truly, a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. Enough chatter. Just tell me what you wish to wager. Having already consented to the game, Chu Xiangyang was determined not to be coy. The onlookers had long since labeled him a gambler, pointing fingers and whispering. The man, swaying slightly, retrieved an exquisitely crafted cigarette case from his bag. How about this? Let us play something simple today. Guess how many cigarettes are in my case? He belched and presented the case to Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang glanced down and noticed that the case was made of bamboo strips, adorned with beautiful landscapes and figures, appearing quite exquisite. Since you wish to gamble with me, there must be a stake, otherwise wouldn't I be at a loss? Chu Xiangyang retorted with a cold smirk. The man nodded, acknowledging the truth in Chu Xiangyang's words. Fair enough. What do you desire? Chu Xiangyang's gaze drifted towards the door. I don't want anything else. Just if I win, you return my car to me. Agreed. It's just an old car. I can afford to lose. The man chuckled softly, redirecting his gaze to the cigarette box. Come. Let everyone see just how many cigarettes are concealed within this box. The crowd shook their heads in uncertainty. What are you afraid of? Speak boldly. Losing doesn't mean you'll have to run outside. The man grinned widely. I wager there are 10 cigarettes in the box. I guess there are 20. This is clearly a new box, and it hasn't been opened yet. I say there's just one. If there were more, why would he ask us to guess? Opinions varied among the crowd, yet the man's attention turned to Chu Xiangyang. So, Chu Xiangyang, with all this time to ponder, have you reached a conclusion? Chu Xiangyang narrowed his eyes slightly, the bamboo cigarette box gradually revealing its secrets before him. Boss Lu, you truly are a master of gambling. You've tucked away not a single cigarette in this box. What do you expect me to guess? After a brief moment, Chu Xiangyang withdrew his gaze and regarded the man before him coolly. What? Impossible. There isn't even one cigarette in that box? The onlookers clearly doubted Chu Xiangyang's assertion. He was merely a notorious gambler, having lost his home, money, car, and even his children. How could he possibly guess correctly? Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Given that this gambler had lost so much, his luck surely couldn't be any good, thus his guess would likely be incorrect. However, they remained oblivious to the man's stiff expression. Chu Xiangyang smiled faintly. Boss Lu, why don't you reveal the answer now? So we can see whether I'll be running around bare, or if you'll be returning my car. Lu Xing chuckled awkwardly. It's not as serious as you make it sound. We're merely experimenting here. I didn't say we start directly. Chu Xiangyang inwardly cursed him for being shameless, but maintained his previous demeanor. So, Boss Lu, does this mean you're admitting there's nothing in the box? Lu, in response, vaguely stated, you needn't say so much. We're officially starting this round. Chu Xiangyang scoffed coldly, choosing not to argue further. His mind was solely focused on reclaiming his car. Alongside Lu Xing came his card-playing companions, who, hearing his words, promptly retrieved a box of cigarettes from their bags. After receiving the cigarettes, Lu Xing smiled at Chu Xiangyang. This time, pay attention. I will place the cigarettes into the box before your very eyes. With that, Lu Xing extracted 10 cigarettes from the box and meticulously arranged them inside the bamboo container. Once sealed, he raised the box. Now, don't worry about the number. Just tell me whether the count of cigarettes is odd or even. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the box. Is this really gambling? If so, I want in. Winning a car would be a matter of moments. It seemed the boss was intentionally letting it slide. Whether he was or not remained uncertain. Yet if the person opposite lost, he would have to run around the entire car city in the nude. The onlookers wore expressions of amusement, eagerly watching Chu Xiangyang. Let us see whether he will guess odd or even. Chu Xiangyang cast a seemingly playful glance at Lu Xing, who returned the look with equal amusement. Do not forget our wager. The loser must run a lap around the car city. If I were you, I would certainly think twice before proceeding, Lu Xing cautioned. Chu Xiangyang chuckled. Rest assured, I am well aware of the stakes. And do not forget, if you lose, the car is mine. Of course. Lu Xing patted his chest confidently. I, Lu Xing, am a man of my word. And with so many witnesses present, what is there to fear? Do you think I would renege on my promise? Chu Xiangyang nodded in satisfaction. That's good to hear. Now, make your guess. Does my cigarette box contain an odd or even number? He looked up at the cigarette box and declared with a smile, odd. Chapter 25. How many cigarettes? Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply upon hearing his declaration. Is he foolish? It clearly appears he placed 10 cigarettes inside, yet he dares to guess odd? I told you. He simply lacks common sense. Otherwise, how could he have lost so much? If he were truly foolish, he ought not to be wandering about aimlessly. How could he not be foolish, betting on running a lap around the entire car city? The spectators chattered among themselves, regarding Chu Xiangyang as a complete fool. Come now, Boss Lu, open your cigarette box for all to see, Chu Xiangyang said with a smile. Others chimed in. Yes, let us see the contents of the box. So this fool can be enlightened. What are you looking at? Even without seeing, we already know the outcome. As the crowd urged Lu Xing to reveal the contents, he began to hesitate, reluctant to comply. This is your final chance. Do you not wish to reconsider? Lu Xing asked with a knowing smile. Chu Xiangyang maintained a stoic expression. Boss, I have made my guess. I hope you will not waste our time. Please reveal the result. Indeed, Boss Lu. Since he is so eager, why not show him the outcome? Chimed in a fellow player. Lu Xing's expression twitched. He gripped the bamboo cigarette box tightly, refusing to open it. The crowd began to sense something amiss. Their faces filled with confusion as they looked at Lu Xing. What is going on? Could it be that you actually have an odd number of cigarettes inside? As Lu Xing's hand moved towards the box, Chu Xiangyang suddenly clasped his arm. What are you trying to do? Lu Xing exclaimed, instinctively stepping back. Chu Xiangyang smiled. I mean no harm, for the sake of fairness. Place the cigarette box on the table and let another person open it. The crowd paused, then erupted in laughter. Are you truly worried that Boss Lu might tamper with the contents of the box? One player laughed heartily. You can rest assured on that point. Boss Lu's integrity is beyond reproach, another player added. Hearing their remarks, Chu Xiangyang remained silent, pulling Lu Xing towards the table. Boss Lu, please place it there. Chu Xiangyang's voice, devoid of any fluctuations, suddenly resonated. Simultaneously, the grip of his hand inadvertently tightened. With a sharp crack, the cigarette case fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Is it really necessary? It's merely a trivial wager. Lu Xing adjusted his wrist, which had been pinched painfully, and spoke with a cold demeanor. Chu Xiangyang retorted, Indeed, I too wish to inquire. Boss Lu, why the theatrics over such a minor bet? Stop spewing baseless accusations. What antics have I performed? Lu Xing fumed. At that moment, Lu Xing's girlfriend let out a sudden cold laugh. Chu, do not presume that everyone shares your petty mindset. Just because you are inclined to underhanded tactics, does not mean others would stoop to your level. Enough with the prattle. Quickly open the cigarette case and reveal how many cigarettes are inside, Chu Xiangyang stated, genuinely reluctant to engage with this woman. The woman was momentarily taken aback. But Chu Xiangyang swiftly redirected. Why not allow Boss Lu's girlfriend to unveil it for us? Upon hearing that she was to perform the unveiling, the woman perked up. Chu Xiangyang, allow me to demonstrate what it means to publicly expose someone. With that, she gleefully stepped forward, intending to open the cigarette case. However, Lu Xing restrained her hand. The woman looked up at Lu Xing with a puzzled expression. Lu Xing scanned the faces of those surrounding them before finally fixing his gaze on Chu Xiangyang. After a pause, he conceded, All right, you may proceed. With that, Lu Xing released the woman's hand. She grasped the exquisite cigarette case, lifted the lid, and poured out its contents. All eyes were fixated on the scene, anxious not to miss a moment. With cigarettes in hand, the woman smugly glanced at Chu Xiangyang. Just wait. The results will soon be unveiled. One by one. She laid the cigarettes out on the table. Moments later, her hand froze. What is happening here? The onlookers were equally bewildered. What is going on? There are only 9 cigarettes. Indeed, it appeared that 10 were placed inside. Could I have miscounted? You did not miscount. I can attest that 10 cigarettes were indeed placed in. Chu Xiangyang disregarded the shocked crowd. So, Boss Lu, as per our agreement, shouldn't you return my car keys? Lu Xing's expression twitched, and after a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, well, that is only natural. He contemplated denying the previous wager. Yet with so many witnesses present, including numerous prospective car buyers, it was not an opportune moment for evasion. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and acknowledge the wager. Planning to devise a way to deal with Chu Xiangyang afterward, he turned to a nearby sales associate, instructing them to fetch the keys and documents for the Mercedes. The associate acknowledged and hurried off. Lu Xing, with a forced smile, remarked, I never anticipated, little Chu, that your skills would sharpen so remarkably in just a few days. Chu Xiangyang nodded slightly, speaking with a hint of bravado. It's fine, but I've sworn off gambling from now on, so please refrain from seeking me out for wagers. However, how could one of your remarkable prowess choose to abstain from such pursuits? It would be a squandering of talent. Lu Xing expressed his sentiments with a touch of lament. A cold smile flickered within Chu Xiangyang, as he was curious to discern what scheme Lu Xing intended to unfold. Lu Xing's eyes glinted as he proposed. Why don't we have another round? I'll raise the stakes, ensuring you walk away with a bountiful reward. Without waiting for Chu Xiangyang's response, he turned to the assembled crowd, announcing, I apologize, everyone, but our establishment will be temporarily closed for the afternoon. Please return tomorrow morning if you wish to purchase a vehicle. Although the onlookers were eager to linger, they were compelled to depart upon the proprietor's directive. Lu Xing exchanged glances with a few card-playing companions, who then approached. Mr. Chu, I see your luck is quite favorable today. Why not join us for a game? It seems destiny has brought us together. One of the companions suggested. Another chimed in. Indeed, with such fortune on your side, you might win even more. Why settle for a used car when you could drive away in a brand new one? They continued to encourage him, and at that moment, the salesperson brought forth the key to a Mercedes. Just as Lu Xing prepared to intervene, Chu Xiangyang swiftly seized the key, exclaiming, Thank you, Boss Lu. He then strode towards the exit. Stop right there. Lu Xing's voice turned ominous. What do you mean? Boss Lu? You wouldn't be having second thoughts, would you? Chu Xiangyang halted, glancing back at Lu Xing. Lu Xing's smile was devoid of warmth. Surely you don't believe such serendipity exists, that you'd guess a cigarette and simply receive a car in return? Why not? You agreed to it before all these witnesses. Chu Xiangyang retorted. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing burst into laughter before whom? Who was present? At that moment, it dawned on Chu Xiangyang that Lu Xing intended to renege on their prior wager. Are you attempting to breach our agreement? He queried, brandishing the car key. This is not a breach. There was never any such agreement. Lu Xing's eyes flashed with malice. Moreover, you must play another round with us, whether you consent or not. A cold amusement welled within Chu Xiangyang. He had not anticipated this man would be so shameless, unwilling to accept his loss of a vehicle while seeking further concessions. To individuals of such character, Chu Xiangyang believed that karma would ultimately prevail. Boss Lu, this seems rather inappropriate. Isn't this akin to coercive sales? Chu Xiangyang feigned trepidation. Instinctively retreating, Lu Xing's girlfriend, standing a short distance behind Chu Xiangyang, couldn't help but mock. I thought Mr. Chu was formidable. Turns out he is just a coward. Chu Xiangyang smiled awkwardly and said, Please, do not jest. Boss Lu is a significant figure. How could I possibly compare to him? If it comes to that, I can forego this vehicle, can I? His demeanor was sincere, even to the point of offering to relinquish the keys he held. Lu Xing, with a smug expression, turned to his companions and proclaimed, Prepare yourselves well today. I assure you, your wallets will swell. The others rubbed their hands together, sensing that fortune was indeed on their side. Initially reluctant to gamble, they had unexpectedly stumbled upon such a fortuitous opportunity. Lu Xing laughed heartily, adding, Of course, it is our perfect synergy that makes us formidable. How could ordinary folk stand a chance against us? The group nodded in agreement. Lu Xing then glanced at his girlfriend. Nana, please get ready. We shall join in on a few rounds shortly. The woman complied, casting an eye roll toward Chu Xiangyang as she departed. Come along with us, Lu Xing said, reaching for Chu Xiangyang's arm. Chu Xiangyang took a slight step back. Are you truly certain? Lu Xing, perplexed by the question, could not fathom why Chu Xiangyang hesitated. However, with such a naive mark in their midst, he could not let the opportunity slip away. Of course, let us go, he urged. Wait. Chu Xiangyang suddenly called out. The others turned simultaneously. A glimmer of mischief danced in Chu Xiangyang's eyes as he remarked, I knew my friendship with you was not in vain. As he spoke, he gently patted Lu Xing on the shoulder, playfully pinching it afterward. Lu Xing felt a sudden numbness in the arm that was pinched. You. Lu Xing turned with a face full of rage toward Chu Xiangyang. Just then, several items tumbled from his sleeve, crashing to the ground and producing a series of sharp clinks. Lu Xing's expression shifted instantly. Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang quickly raised his hands in apology. I am truly sorry. It was not my intention to drop your belongings. He bent down to retrieve the items, which not only included mahjong tiles, but also a cigarette, identical to the one used in their previous wager. A sly smile crept across Chu Xiangyang's face, and he exclaimed in surprise, Ah, Boss Lu, is this not the cigarette we used in our bet? How did you conceal it in your sleeve? I must commend your dexterity. You have deceived everyone present. You need not pick it up. Just return my things, Lu Xing insisted, bending down to reclaim the items from the ground. Do not move, shouted several players nearby. Why do your mahjong tiles resemble those we played with at the parlor? Not only were they identical to those from the parlor, but they were also the same as Lu Xing's personal set. I always wondered why you insisted we play at that parlor. It seems there was a hidden agenda behind it. The three men suddenly realized they had uncovered something significant. One of them, visibly furious, approached Lu Xing and seized his collar, demanding an explanation for the situation. Over the past 2 years, I've lost hundreds of thousands to you. Is this how you've been siphoning our money? If you refuse to speak, I haven't kept track, but it's astonishing how much you've pilfered from us. You will not escape today. Return the money you deceitfully took from us. Chu Xiangyang smirked, then turned to leave. Chu Xiangyang, stop right there. You can't leave. Lu Xing shouted from behind, hastily pursuing him. You must clarify this today. You shall not go anywhere until you do. However, just as Lu Xing took a couple of steps, several other card players restrained him. Meanwhile, Chu Xiangyang had already exited through the main door. As he started his car, he glanced back at the hall, observing the figures entangled in a heated dispute. You brought this upon yourself. I initially intended to let you go. Chu Xiangyang shrugged, pressing the accelerator and swiftly driving away. He lightly tapped the steering wheel, speaking as if to an old friend. I apologize for the trouble, but at least that fellow didn't manage to sell you off. In the blink of an eye, the car merged onto the main road, where the post-work traffic was dense. Reluctantly, Chu Xiangyang had to reduce his speed. He felt as though he was crawling along, yet to his surprise, the vehicles ahead were even slower. Not only were they slow, but some ultimately came to a complete stop. As several drivers exited their cars, they dashed forward, abandoning their vehicles. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, sensing that something must have transpired ahead, prompting this crowd to investigate. However, he was not inclined to join the fray, preferring to wait until the situation was resolved. Unfortunately, he found himself waiting for nearly 20 minutes. Reluctantly, he decided to approach and see what was causing such a delay. Moments later, his gaze pierced through the crowd, revealing a petite red Mini Cooper colliding with a robust Hummer in an intimate embrace. Observing the crowd's excitement, he finally comprehended their interest. The driver of the Mini was an alluringly curvaceous beauty. Chapter 27. Caught in the crossfire, Chu Xiangyang stood still, listening to the crowd incessantly gossiping about the stunning woman. They often say that women are road hazards, and this instance proved true. She managed to crash directly into another vehicle on a clear road. I was just a short distance behind her and saw her crash without a hint of hesitation. It seems she mistook the accelerator for the brake. My girlfriend does that all the time, one remarked, inciting laughter from the onlookers. I tell you, even if the insurance company arrives, you can't just leave, the driver of the Land Rover interjected angrily. The woman wore a sorrowful expression on her delicate face. Brother, the insurance company has arrived, and yet you still won't let me leave. I truly have urgent matters to attend to this afternoon. You may leave, but only after you compensate me, the driver of the Land Rover retorted sharply. Lin's son gazed at the woman before him, recognizing that she was merely a woman. Otherwise, his fists would not have been so formidable. A flicker of confusion passed across her petite face. Brother, didn't we agree? We can wait for the insurance company to handle this. Why would I owe you anything? Suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt within him, Lin's son replied. You've damaged my property. Shouldn't you be liable for compensation? The woman blinked her large eyes. Of course, I will compensate you. But we agreed to wait for the insurance company to resolve this. Lin's son regarded her with an expression akin to disbelief, unable to restrain a sigh. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he opened his trunk. When Chu Xiangyang saw the contents of the trunk, his eyebrows rose in surprise. Inside lay a shattered white porcelain Buddha, now reduced to fragments. Chu Xiangyang recognized it due to his profession, unlike the other bystanders who remained puzzled. Indeed, the crowd gathered around quickly began to speculate. What was that object? It seems quite valuable. Could it be an antique? No wonder the Land Rover driver is so agitated. Lin's son gritted his teeth. I just came from an auction, having spent 4,500,000. Look at what it has become. The woman, astonished by the revelation of such a treasure in his trunk, exclaimed, Brother, how could you do this? Such an expensive item should not have been left here. Where else should I have placed it? Lin's son felt his patience waning. Stop with the nonsense and return my money. The woman's face was a portrait of disbelief. Brother, how can you ask me for money for this? I damaged your car, so I will pay for the repairs, but this item is not my doing. Why should I be responsible for it? Lin's son was exasperated. If you hadn't hit my car, my belongings wouldn't be in such a state. Brother, I must say, for something so valuable, you should have taken better precautions. Who knows if it's truly worth 4,500,000 or merely 45? The woman furrowed her brows. Her argument was indeed quite valid, and the crowd began to murmur in agreement. The lady has a point. One cannot simply declare something an antique without proof. Indeed, if he claims it's worth 4,500,000, then my jade pendant should be worth 20 million. The situation was undeniably complex, and the woman's misfortune was evident, especially without any authoritative appraisal to corroborate the value of the item in question. The crowd buzzed with discussion, yet none could articulate a resolution with clarity. As the throng of pedestrians on the road continued to swell, Chu Xiangyang observed the two individuals engaged in a futile dispute, feeling an overwhelming sense of tedium. However, with the traffic ensnared in this gridlock, he realized that unless the matter was resolved, he too was destined to remain trapped. With no retreat available, he sighed softly. Let us not divert the conversation. Just hand over the money, Lin Sun declared, his patience waning. The shattering of his item had already incensed him, and the chaotic chatter of the onlookers only fueled his irritation. His temper was nearing its breaking point. Yet, the woman remained obstinate, countering, Are you truly certain that I broke this? Could it not have been shattered beforehand? What did you say? Lin Sun's fury ignited, and he pointed an accusatory finger at her, his voice raised. The woman flinched at his intensity, retorting, You can't resort to violence over such a trivial matter. There are so many witnesses here. Gritting his teeth, Lin Sun asserted, This is not counterfeit. It is a genuine item from Baibao Xian, verifiable in the antique market. Chu Xiangyang, who had almost turned back to his vehicle, typically regarded such trivial disputes with disdain. Yet, he realized that his indifference might inadvertently ensnare him in the fray. The woman remained unyielding, dismissing his claims, questioning the authenticity of Baibao Xian's merchandise, and denying any responsibility for the damage. The surrounding crowd only grew larger, their murmurs creating a cacophony of speculation. Lin Sun felt as though his head might burst. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. At that moment, a cool, male voice pierced through the noise. Is that item genuinely from Baibao Xian? Lin Sun looked up to see a tall young man standing a short distance away. Can that even be faked? Lin Sun turned, somewhat resigned, and returned to his vehicle, retrieving the invoice for the Buddha statue along with his auction documents. Presenting them to Chu Xiangyang. My friend, you seem reasonable. Perhaps you could attest today to the authenticity of these items. Chu Xiangyang accepted the documents and scrutinized them closely. Indeed, they bore authentic official seals, including one from an auction house, which he could not recall from his own memories. The second was a receipt adorned with Baibao Xian's seal. It's truly from Baibao Xian, Chu Xiangyang remarked, maintaining a composed demeanor. Lin Sun perked up, exclaiming, Everyone, listen. Is this not genuine? I have insisted that my purchase could not possibly be counterfeit. I acquired this statue for a substantial sum of 4,500,000. The Dahua kiln white porcelain guanyin? Chu Xiangyang rejected the item's description from the receipt, raising his gaze to the rear of the Land Rover. Indeed, it is the Dahua kiln white porcelain guanyin. I intended it as a gift for my grandmother. Lin Sun proclaimed with a sense of pride. Yet, Chu Xiangyang shook his head, sighing. I fear it may be a forgery. Chapter 28. Identification What? Lin Sun exclaimed in fury. Can you even speak? If not, then get out of my way. He snatched the document from Chu Xiangyang's hand, cursing vehemently. Chu Xiangyang, however, remained unfazed. He took out his phone and dialed Zhang Hanqing's number. The Dahua kiln white porcelain guanyin? Zhang Hanqing's puzzled voice came through the line. We have never sold such an item in our store. Moreover, we haven't received any new stock in the past 2 years, so I can assure you, that item does not exist. Zhang Hanqing had intended to mention that for the past 2 years, Chu Xiangyang had barely managed the store, surviving solely on the antiques collected by the old master. Chu Xiangyang understood the implication behind his words and replied, Uncle Zhang, I understand. Just as he was about to hang up, Zhang Hanxing's voice came through again. Have you encountered some trouble outside? Do you need my assistance? Unable to suppress a laugh, Chu Xiangyang responded, Uncle Zhang, rest assured, I am no longer the Chu Xiangyang I used to be. Zhang Hanxing nodded. That is good to hear, very good. After hanging up, Chu Xiangyang looked up at Lin Sun and confidently stated, I can assure you that your statue is not from Baibao Xian. You have been deceived. Nonsense. Lin Sun retorted angrily. This auction house was recommended to me by a friend. How could I have been tricked? Besides, the money I spent is not fake. Can millions just vanish into thin air? The bystanders began to murmur among themselves. Who is this person? He seems quite formidable. But who knows if he is just putting on an act? Not necessarily. There are many in this line of work at various ages. He could very well be a professional. If that's the case, then the 4.5 million was wasted on a fake? Buying a counterfeit is one thing. But to have it be a fake that has also been destroyed is truly unfortunate. Lin Sun felt dizzy from the discussions swirling around him. Clutching the 2 stacks of documents, the prices printed on them burned into his eyes. Suddenly, Lin Sun raised his head. Who do you think you are? Why should what you say about this item being fake be taken seriously? Sighing in resignation, Chu Xiangyang replied, Honestly, I did not wish to involve myself in this matter. But you brought up my store for no reason, so I had to come forward and clarify. My store? Lin Sun looked at Chu Xiangyang, bewildered. Chu Xiangyang extended his slender finger, pointing at the document in Lin Sun's hand. Indeed, Baibao Xian is my establishment. I just confirmed with my staff that your so-called Dehua Kiln White Jade Guanyin has never been sold in our store. Impossible. You must be a fraud. Lin Sun struggled to believe that this seemingly younger individual was the owner of Baibao Xian. Chu Xiangyang shrugged nonchalantly. I have no reason to deceive you, and besides, what would I gain from lying to you? At this point, Lin Sun found himself at a loss for words. Just then, a gentle tug on Chu Xiangyang's sleeve interrupted the conversation, followed by a timid voice. Why, you are Chu Xiangyang, right? Do you still remember me? As Chu Xiangyang slightly lowered his head, he noticed 2 fingers, as white as jade, resting on his sleeve. Looking up, he was surprised to find himself face to face with the stunning beauty who had captivated him. You? Chu Xiangyang furrowed his brow, for he had no recollection of this enchanting woman. At least, in the memories of his original self, he had not come across any information regarding her. The beauty, recalling their childhood, gently reminded him. The mention of their youth suddenly sparked a memory in Chu Xiangyang's mind. Indeed, there had been a little girl named Xiaoling who had trailed after him like a shadow. Their families had been neighbors back then. However, Xiaoling's family had moved away, and over a decade had passed since then. Chu Xiangyang never anticipated that the little girl would grow into such a striking young woman. The transformation was remarkable. Had she not spoken first, he would have struggled to recognize her. Ah, you claim you didn't do it on purpose. It turns out you two are acquainted. Lin Sun suddenly exclaimed, as if he had uncovered something of great significance. Chu Xiangyang sighed in resignation and turned to Lin Senator. What you possess is merely counterfeit. It bears no relevance to whether I know her or not. With that, he approached the trunk of the car and picked up a shard of porcelain. I believe if you purchased this white porcelain guanyin, you would have some understanding of it, he stated. Despite being just a fragment, he gestured towards its intricate patterns. True white porcelain guanyin boasts a fine texture, with a pure white body and glaze that appears seamlessly unified. When held, it feels incredibly smooth, radiating a luminous sheen. Even when held against the sunlight, one can discern the shadows of fingers. He then presented the shard directly before Lin Senator, holding it towards the light. He declared, Not only can you not see the shadows of my fingers, but no light penetrates it at all. It is utterly opaque. Chu Xiangyang pressed the porcelain shard into Lin Sen's hands. Feel it for yourself. Does the glaze exhibit any fine or smooth sensation? Not only that, but even when struck, it fails to produce a clear, resonant sound. Others may come to judge whether my assertions hold merit. Upon hearing this, a few brave souls approached, retrieving shards from the trunk. Following Chu Xiangyang's guidance, they held the porcelain up to the sunlight. It appeared that this young man truly understood the art of appraisal. For indeed, light could not penetrate. Isn't it normal for porcelain shards not to transmit light? One remarked. But haven't you heard? The white jade guanyin produced by that esteemed kiln should possess such qualities. It is not merely a plate for serving vegetables. Why would one make it so thick? Indeed, after spending several million on it, the craftsmanship must surely differ significantly. As the crowd exchanged their thoughts, Chu Xiangyang nodded gently. The clarity of the public's perspective was undeniable. They were correct. Yet, the more they insisted that the item was counterfeit, the angrier Lin Sun became. He pointed accusingly at Chu Xiangyang, shouting, I see you are nothing but a professional fraud. What do you mean by light transmission? What delicacy? It's all nonsense. I see you have made an arrangement with that woman. Haven to you? Lin Sen's agitation grew, eventually leading him to contemplate physical confrontation. Chu Xiangyang remained motionless, a frown adorning his brow. I speak nothing but the truth. If you doubt my words, feel free to seek verification from another assessment agency. However, can you please vacate the premises? The vehicles are obstructed here, and none of us can leave. Do not squander our time. Chu Xiangyang's statement garnered immediate agreement from the crowd. Observing the collective admission of fault, Lin Sen could no longer contain himself. He swung his hand violently towards Chu Xiangyang's head. Chapter 29. A day's rent hiss. The bystanders collectively gasped at Lin Sen's aggressive movement. Towering at nearly 6 feet 3, Lin Sen's stature slightly eclipsed that of Chu Xiangyang, yet he possessed a significantly more robust physique. It was not difficult to imagine the dire consequences should his punch connect with Chu Xiangyang. However, contrary to the crowd's expectations, Chu Xiangyang evaded Lin Sen's strike with an uncanny agility. Not only did he dodge the blow, but he also deftly pressed several points beneath Lin Sen's ribs. Lin Sen cried out in agony. The rapid exchange of blows was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Just moments ago, onlookers were concerned for Chu Xiangyang's safety. Yet in the blink of an eye, they witnessed Lin Sen crumple to the ground, wailing in distress. What on earth just transpired? The crowd stared in bewilderment at the two men. Had Lin Sen been struck, or was he experiencing some sort of ailment? Surely, such a towering figure could not be afflicted by a hidden malady, could he? It seemed far more likely that he had been bested in a fight. Murmurs of speculation circulated among the crowd, yet Lin Sen had no time to heed their chatter. He was acutely aware of an unbearable itch and pain coursing through his body, akin to being pricked by countless needles, regardless of where he touched. The torment rendered him nearly breathless. Sir, allow me to clarify. I am not a fraud. I speak only the truth, Chu Xiangyang declared. Not a fraud. Then what is happening to me? It hurts, it itches, it's unbearable. Lin Sen, a man of considerable height, writhed helplessly on the ground. The discomfort was so intense that it brought him to the brink of tears. Yet, with so many witnesses around, he felt it would be undignified to weep. Instead, he could only plead, "Have mercy on me, please. I cannot endure this any longer." Chu Xiangyang had no intention of further harming him. Upon hearing Lin Sen's pleas for mercy, he casually pressed a few acupoints on his body, instantly alleviating the unbearable sensations. Lin Sen scrambled to his feet, and the onlookers stood in astonishment. What on earth was this spectacle? In mere seconds, a man had transformed from a state of agony to one of recovery. The sequence of screams followed by desperate pleas for mercy was a display of drama the likes of which they had never witnessed, even on television. Chu Xiangyang had no desire to stand there as a spectacle for others, so he suggested, perhaps you two should resolve your issues in a more private setting. As for your statue, I can accompany you to Baibaoxuan for a confrontation. At this, Lin Sen, feeling intimidated, nodded repeatedly. All right. I will heed the words of the esteemed master. With Chu Xiangyang's presence, the long-stalled traffic finally began to move. Guided by him, Lin Sen drove alongside to Baibaoxuan. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Sen was thoroughly convinced of Chu Xiangyang's claim. You truly are the proprietor of Baibaoxuan. Chu Xiangyang remained silent, leading the way into the establishment where Zhang Hanxing awaited them. Young master, you have returned. Zhang Hanxing exclaimed promptly. I have come to investigate the white porcelain Buddha. Chu Xiangyang replied. Zhang Hanxing glanced at Lin Sen and the striking woman accompanying him and remarked, that white porcelain Buddha is not from our collection. Our family has never possessed such an item. Hearing Zhang Hanxing's words, Lin Sen was utterly disheartened. Angrily, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. But it rang unanswered until it eventually disconnected. A foreboding feeling washed over him. He hastily dialed again, but no one picked up, and ultimately, the line was switched off. How dare they deceive me? Lin Sen felt an urge to smash his phone against the ground. Understanding the ways of such individuals, Chu Xiangyang advised. If I were in your position, I would hasten to the auction house. You might still recover your funds. Master Chu, could you accompany me? It would serve as a form of validation, Lin Sen implored. With his belongings reduced to mere fragments, he realized that even if he confronted the auction house, they would be unlikely to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Thus, it was imperative to have Chu Xiangyang vouch for him. If the items did not originate from Baibaoxuan, they must be counterfeit. Chu Xiangyang glanced back at the woman, prompting Lin Sen to assure, there's no need for compensation for the car. I will handle the repairs myself, Master Chu. The woman interjected, it's all right. The insurance company will cover it. Before Lin Sen could say more, she continued, Brother Xiangyang, you go ahead with your business. We might have a small gathering in a few days. I will contact you then. Chu Xiangyang promptly offered his business card, saying, Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me. Certainly. The woman replied obediently, handing Lin Sun her card. Feel free to reach out regarding car insurance. With a playful gesture towards Chu Xiangyang, she clicked her heels and departed. Lin Sun tucked the card into his bag and turned to Chu Xiangyang. Shall we be off, Master Chu? The two then exited by Baoxuan and sped towards the auction house, which was not nearby. They drove at full speed for nearly half an hour before arriving. Lin Sun alighted from the car, his steps brisk as he hurried upstairs. However, as he rushed to the entrance of the auction house on the third floor, he was met with the sight of a formidable padlock securing the massive doors. What was happening? Lin Sun turned to Chu Xiangyang, his expression a mix of astonishment and confusion. Chu Xiangyang, feeling a pang of sympathy, remarked that perhaps Lin Sun should inquire with the staff present. Upon hearing this, Lin Sun promptly turned and dashed down to the first floor, directly entering the security room. Excuse me, could you tell me what time the auction house on the third floor usually opens? Lin Sun inquired. The security guard scrutinized Lin Sun for a moment before responding slowly. Young man, I advise you to keep your distance from that auction house. They merely rent the place, and it's rather sporadic. They held an auction this morning, but who knows when the next one will be, perhaps not for another year. Have they not been here consistently? Lin Sun felt a rush of blood surge to his head. His teeth gritted as he spoke with deliberate clarity. The guard regarded him as if he were a curiosity. Did I not inform you? They are merely renting it. And only for today. A light bulb finally flicked on in Lin Sun's mind. He comprehended the truth. He had indeed fallen victim to a scam. He thanked the guard and staggered out. Well, did you get any clarity? Chu Xiangyang inquired as Lin Sun emerged. To his surprise, Lin Sun bowed deeply before him. Chapter 30. The master Chu Xiangyang was taken aback by this sudden gesture. What was the meaning of this? Please, let us speak openly, he urged, helping Lin Sun to his feet. Lin Sun confessed, since you run an antique shop, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The statue of Buddha I sought was not intended as a gift for my grandmother. Then what is your purpose? Lin Sun wiped his face with a large hand before continuing. My family has been beset by unusual occurrences of late. On the advice of a friend, I sought to procure a Buddha statue to bring peace to our home, but unexpectedly, I encountered a fraud. We must not entertain superstitions, Chu Xiangyang chuckled softly. I assure you, this is not mere superstition. Come and see for yourself, Lin Sun urged, his anxiety palpable. Intrigued by Lin Sun's plight, Chu Xiangyang agreed. Very well. I shall accompany you to unveil the mysteries of your home. Lin Sun, filled with excitement, bowed again to Chu Xiangyang, proclaiming, rest assured. Should you assist me in resolving this matter, I will ensure your reward is most generous. With that, Lin Sun enthusiastically led Chu Xiangyang back to his residence. Lin Sun hailed from a prosperous family, residing in an affluent neighborhood. As they entered the villa, he explained to Chu Xiangyang that the house possessed an unusual aura, prompting the elders and children to stay with relatives, leaving him alone. Once inside, they traversed the villa's interior, but Chu Xiangyang found no immediate anomalies. You mentioned it is peculiar. In what way is it strange? They settled onto the sofa in the living room. Lin Sun poured a glass of water for Chu Xiangyang and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, I used to be an atheist. But ever since the unfortunate events at home, I have been plagued by sleepless nights. Otherwise, I would not have resorted to purchasing this Buddha statue. As they spoke, the television in the living room suddenly flickered to life, displaying a scene where two actors gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Yet, for Lin Sun, it evoked a chilling sensation that raised the hairs on his arms. Quick look, just like that, the television turns on by itself, as if to corroborate Lin Sun's claim. The robotic vacuum cleaner inexplicably began to move. Oh heavens! Lin Sun, nearly 6 feet tall, leapt onto the sofa. Had it not been for Chu Xiangyang's quick reflexes, he might have landed in his arms. As for Chu Xiangyang, he was somewhat skeptical about such occurrences. Yet, finding himself in another's body made it difficult to dismiss these experiences entirely. With a look of astonishment, he observed the whirling vacuum below him, even reaching out with curiosity to touch it. Has anything else unusual transpired in your household? Lin Sun noticed that Chu Xiangyang did not seem overly frightened, which bolstered his own courage. Slowly descending from the sofa, he cautiously replied, Indeed, there have been many oddities. Sometimes, the lights flicker inexplicably. The computer turns on and off by itself, and even the speakers seem to sing on their own. Can you imagine? Just the other night, while I was sound asleep, the living room speakers began to play music. At this, Lin Sun couldn't help but shiver. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the peculiar happenings in Lin Sun's home. However, he also sensed a slight issue. Casually, he inquired, Have any visitors come by recently? Lin Sun pondered seriously, No one of significance. Except for a few who came to view the old villa when I was considering selling it to buy a new one. Chu Xiangyang nodded. Do you know what they were involved in? Perhaps any of them worked in the computer industry? His questioning was meticulous, yet after a moment of contemplation, Lin Sun shook his head in negation. This only deepened Chu Xiangyang's intrigue. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Lin Sun hurried to answer it, revealing an elderly gentleman with an ethereal presence. His long white beard reached his chest, and he was clad in a flowing white tang suit. Excuse me, sir, but I do not recall knowing such a person, Lin Sun remarked. The elder stroked his beard and smiled. I am but a wandering sage. As I passed by your villa, I sensed an overwhelming aura of resentment and an entanglement of dark mist, compelling me to inquire. What? A master, you say? Please, do come in. Lin Sun quickly stepped aside to allow the elderly gentleman to enter. Upon entering, the master did not even glance at Chu Xiangyang. Instead, choosing to explore the interior of the villa, Lin Sun followed closely behind the master, not daring to stray even an inch. After several minutes, the master completed his tour of the villa and returned to the living room. Master, may I inquire about your insights? Lin Sun eagerly asked. The master closed his eyes in contemplation for a full 10 seconds before gradually opening them. This is a haunted house. What? But since I moved in, I haven't encountered anything unusual. These strange occurrences have only begun recently. Lin Sun expressed his confusion. The master's expression stiffened momentarily before returning to normal. Do you know what lies buried beneath this villa? A grave. The absence of issues before was due to the villa being newly constructed, radiating strong yang energy, thus keeping them at bay. However, as the yang energy wanes and the yin energy flourishes, oddities will inevitably arise in your home. If I am not mistaken, strange noises must now emanate from the rooms, and objects move inexplicably? Lin Sun was instantly convinced, nearly kneeling before the master. Master, you are truly remarkable. To be frank, I have been thoroughly troubled by these disturbances lately. Is there any way you could rescue me from this predicament? The master neither shook his head nor nodded, closing his eyes once more in deep thought, this time for nearly half a minute. Anxious, Lin Sun paced restlessly. Chu Xiangyang, on the other hand, appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, observing the master with intrigue. He had not anticipated that such talented individuals existed domestically. Just as Lin Sun was on the verge of despair, the master finally opened his eyes slowly. Well, master, have you thought of a solution? Lin Sun inquired hastily. The master pondered for a moment before finally speaking. This matter is quite challenging. The entity possesses significant power. Even I hesitate to intervene lightly. Lin Sun immediately bowed deeply to the master, pleading, I implore you, if you can resolve the issues within the villa, I am willing to offer any remuneration or fulfill any request you have. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the master's eyes, while Chu Xiangyang could not help but smirk. Chapter 31. A single move. Upon hearing the master reluctantly agree to his request, Lin Sun nodded vigorously. Thank you so much, master. Please, state your demands. The master squinted his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Senator. This situation indeed exceeds my capabilities. To fully resolve it, I will require substantial compensation. Rest assured, money is not an issue. Just name your price, Lin Sun assured, nearly thumping his chest in promise. The master sighed softly, conceding, very well, since you insist. To completely rid this room of the malevolent spirit, I will need at least 6 million. What? Lin Sun exclaimed in shock. The total price of this house was only 13 million. To exorcise a spirit would cost him 6 million, nearly half the price of the property. Yet, if the problems within the house remained unresolved, he feared he would be unable to sell it at all. In that case, not even 60,000 might be offered. Realizing this, Lin Sun gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine, 6 million it is. The master, being a straightforward individual, quickly expressed his approval upon hearing that Lin Sun had agreed. Very well, in that case, before nightfall this evening, please prepare a few items for me. A jet black dog, a red feathered rooster, 10 pounds of glutinous rice, and some red string. Chu Xiangyang was taken aback by the lengthy list of items the old Taoist had enumerated. Initially, Lin Sun nodded along, but soon he took out paper and a pen to jot down the requests. Chu Xiangyang furrowed his brow, observing the two intently. Just as Lin Sun finished his notes and prepared to go out to procure the items, Chu Xiangyang raised his hand to stop him. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Once I handle matters here, I will treat you to a drink this evening. Lin Sun, eager to head out, spoke up hastily. There is no need for you to go buy those items. I can restore the things in your room to normal myself. Chu Xiangyang replied calmly. Really? Lin Sun asked. Astonished, Chu Xiangyang nodded confidently. Of course. The master finally glanced up to regard Chu Xiangyang, questioning his identity. Lin Sun quickly clarified, he is a friend of mine. A remarkably skilled antique master. The old master scoffed. An antique master has come here to make a fuss? Do you understand what malevolent forces dwell in his room to speak so arrogantly? Chu Xiangyang smirked. Why not enlighten us, master, on what exactly is afflicting his room? Such trivial matters are unworthy of my explanation. Lin, I implore you to hasten and gather the items. Tonight, I shall assist you in banishing these malevolent spirits. That one tea be necessary, Chu Xiangyang asserted with unwavering confidence. What are you even? How dare you interrupt me? I am a wandering sage. There is nothing under heaven that I do not know. How dare a mere youth question my authority? The master bellowed. Chu Xiangyang remained unfazed by the challenge, replying nonchalantly. What does your skepticism matter to me? I possess a method to resolve the issues plaguing his home. I am not mistaken. You are utterly unreasonable. The master's beard quivered with rage. Chu Xiangyang chuckled coldly. My reasonableness is of no concern to you. I merely wish to state that I can manage this situation just as well as you can, and my approach is infinitely simpler. It requires but a single move to achieve. Lin Sun was thoroughly bewildered. He gazed at the household appliances in the room, now in disarray, unsure whom to believe. He held great respect for Chu Xiangyang's skills in identifying antiques, yet the old master's assertions were equally compelling. Unable to discern who was in the right, Lin Sun interjected, Gentlemen, let us cease this quarrel and discuss this amicably. The elder stroked his beard, his expression grave. I do not underestimate him. But can he truly resolve the bizarre occurrences in your room? If he can, I shall kneel and take him as my master. Imitating the elder, Chu Xiangyang rubbed his smooth chin. At my age, I would not even consider accepting a disciple of such advanced years. You are nothing but an unlearned charlatan. You know nothing yet dare to point fingers. The elder fumed. However, he immediately changed his demeanor, declaring, if you cannot resolve the issues plaguing his family, you shall compensate me 2 million for emotional distress. Very well, retorted Chu Xiangyang. Should I indeed resolve his family's predicament, you, old man, will have to run outside in your birthday suit. This was a tactic learned from Lu Xingxin. The elder scoffed at Chu Xiangyang, reiterating, I stand by my words. You are utterly incapable of solving his family's troubles. Lin Sun, feeling a twinge of concern, whispered, Mr. Chu, you need not worry about me, if you truly lack confidence. There is no need to wager with him. Lin Sun did not wish for him to lose 2 million frivolously. Yet, Chu Xiangyang chuckled coldly. I look forward to witnessing you run bare. Do not fret, it will be fine. He then turned to the master, stating, I implore you. Open your eyes and behold how I vanquish the malevolent spirits afflicting him. The master stroked his beard and let out a derisive snort. Chu Xiangyang approached Lin Sun and whispered something in his ear. Lin Sun, puzzled, turned and led him upstairs. Mr. Chu, truly, if you lack assurance, you need not engage in this wager. Lin Sun still harbored concerns for Chu Xiangyang. Unfazed, Chu Xiangyang urged, hurry along. Soon, Lin Sun guided him to the end of the corridor on the second floor, pointing at a small box. I installed the router here. Without hesitation, Chu Xiangyang unplugged the router, and it instantly powered down. At that very moment, everything in the room returned to normal. Chu Xiangyang lightly clapped his hands and declared, all done. Lin Sun was already bewildered, and now he was even more perplexed. What on earth just happened? Do not concern yourself with the details. Come with me downstairs to apprehend that old fellow. With that, Chu Xiangyang took off down the stairs. Lin Sun followed closely behind. Indeed, as they descended, the master was making his way toward the door. Chu Xiangyang shouted from the second floor, halt. The shout startled the master, prompting him to quicken his pace and flee. However, despite his age, as he opened the villa's front door, Chu Xiangyang had already reached him. Master, where do you think you are going? Chu Xiangyang inquired with a sardonic smile. The master chuckled awkwardly. I apologize, but I was experiencing severe abdominal pain and sought a place to relieve myself. This is a residence of the affluent. Even if you wish to present offerings, it must be done with the homeowner's consent, no? With a swift motion, Chu Xiangyang grasped the master's long beard and sneered. You agreed to run bare. You do not intend to renege on your word, do you? Chapter 32. The fraudulent gang. The elder found himself forcibly pulled by Chu Xiangyang onto the couch in Lin Sun's living room. Sitting there, he stared at Chu Xiangyang in silence, too intimidated to move. What is the matter, master? Just moments ago, you were quite the conversationalist. Why the sudden silence? Chu Xiangyang placed a foot upon the coffee table, cornering the master completely. Where has the once arrogant master gone? He now resembles a corgi trapped in a corner. Lin Sun remains in a state of bewilderment. Mr. Chu, what is happening? Chu Xiangyang chuckled and suggested. Perhaps this esteemed master would like to elucidate how modern science and ancient superstition seamlessly intertwine. Upon hearing this, The master shrank further into the corner. Why are you retreating? Was it not you who spoke so passionately, claiming to possess boundless knowledge of heaven and earth? Speak up. As Chu Xiangyang uttered the last words, he raised his foot and kicked the master. With a mournful expression, the master lamented, "You are the true master. Spare me. This is my first time." "Your first time? Yet you dare demand such a hefty sum? I could crush you with it. Do you believe me?" Chu Xiangyang bellowed. The master dared not speak again, merely raising his hands to shield his head, curling up on the sofa as if feigning death. "Mr. Chu, I am utterly intrigued," Lin Sun exclaimed. "What on earth is going on? I am most familiar with the appliances in my own home. Even when the power is off, some devices occasionally operate inexplicably. Yet today, not a single one has stirred, which is indeed astonishing. If Chu Xiangyang had performed some remarkable feat, it would be one thing. But all he did was unplug the internet cable, and such an effect ensued. Chu Xiangyang felt a tinge of helplessness. He had not anticipated that Lin Sun, despite his stature, could be so easily deceived. He and the individuals who came to inspect your property a few days ago are in cahoots. They merely executed a small trick to negotiate a lower price for your house. Do you understand? Chu Xiangyang explained. They are indeed colluding? Lin Sun still found it hard to believe. With a sigh, Chu Xiangyang reflected on his own experience of being swindled out of 4,500,000. It was indeed a challenge to comprehend this matter. He continued as an instructor. They operate as a gang, divided into several factions. One group inspects properties. Another creates disturbances in your villa to fabricate illusions. And the final group, like this old fellow, resorts to deception. The peculiar occurrences in your villa are orchestrated by skilled hackers lurking in the shadows. They infiltrate your smart devices via the internet cable, altering their commands. Which explains why so many items in your home move inexplicably. So that is the case. Lin Sun realized with clarity. Now that the issue has been resolved on your behalf, how do you wish to handle this old fellow? That is your concern. I shall take my leave. With that, Chu Xiangyang stood up. "Mr. Chu, please don't go just yet," Lin Sun exclaimed, hastily rushing to the study on the second floor. Chu Xiangyang waited in confusion until Lin Sun returned, handing him a check. "This is a token of my gratitude for your assistance in resolving the problem. Though the amount is modest, please do accept it," Lin Sun smiled. Chu Xiangyang directly threw the check back, his expression impassive as he spoke. "I do not earn money in such a manner. However, if you are interested in purchasing antiques, do visit Baibao Xian early tomorrow." With that, he strode towards the exit. Yet, scarcely had he settled into his car when his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered, "Uncle Zhang? What is the matter?" "Sir, it's bad." Zhang Hanqing's slightly anxious voice resonated through the line. "Do not panic. Whatever it is, take your time to explain." Chu Xiangyang reassured him as he started the car and headed towards the shop. "Sir, our store has been surrounded. They claim that the items they purchased are counterfeit. All supposedly from our establishment," Zhang Hanqing stated. Chu Xiangyang furrowed his brow slightly, suddenly recalling the auction house that Lin Sun had visited earlier that day. Initially, he had believed that the other party was colluding with Lin Sun's acquaintances to deceive him, but now he pondered whether their target was not merely Lin Sun, but rather Baibao Xian. If that were indeed the case, it would be rather troublesome. "Uncle Zhang, do not be afraid. Secure the store's entrance." "I am on my way back," he urged. Zhang Hanqing promptly acknowledged and hung up. With a sense of urgency, Chu Xiangyang drove back to the antique market, arriving in less than 30 minutes. From a distance, he noticed a considerable crowd gathered before his shop, approximately 20 individuals, each brandishing one or two items, accompanied by receipts likely stamped with Baibao Xian's official seal, reminiscent of Lin Sun's. As he parked the car and leapt out, the crowd quickly converged upon him. One of them shouted, "I recognize this man. He is Chu Xiangyang, the owner of Baibao Xian." At this, the crowd erupted into chaos, rushing towards him. "Let us speak calmly. If this continues, I shall call the authorities," Chu Xiangyang declared, his voice booming as they surged forward. The crowd hesitated, and one individual retorted, "What good will that do? It is evident that you sold counterfeit goods. If the authorities arrive, you will be the first to be apprehended." Chu Xiangyang's gaze fell upon the speaker, whose demeanor struck him as particularly unsavory. He felt a flicker of recognition, but could not place him. "I concur with your statement. However, it is imperative that we clarify the situation first," Chu Xiangyang replied. The crowd, sensing his willingness to engage, quieted down. A young man held up an item before him, asking, "What do you think of this wine cup?" Without hesitation, Chu Xiangyang responded, "It is counterfeit." "Very well. If mine is fake, then what of this?" Another individual raised a white jade porcelain plate. Chu Xiangyang nodded, "Also counterfeit." Subsequently, several others presented their items, all of which, without exception, were found to be counterfeit as well. Since our items are all counterfeit, why not take a look at this seal to determine its authenticity? With that, the young man presented the receipt he held to Chu Xiangyang. Glancing at the document, Chu Xiangyang suddenly remarked, "The auction house that sold you these items has closed. Hasn't it?" Chapter 33. A visit. Upon hearing his words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt with excitement. "How do you know that auction house has shut down? Are you in collusion with them to deceive us? You still wish to deny your debts?" Chu Xiangyang took a couple of steps back, asserting, "I did not orchestrate this. However, I have indeed heard that auction house is fraudulent." "What do you mean you heard?" "Clearly, you are harboring secrets," interjected a middle-aged man, clad in a Zhongshan suit and sporting glasses, exuding an air of intellectuality. "Sir, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This item did not originate from our Bai Baoxian, nor do we have any affiliation with that bogus auction house. I must inform you, if you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, we will smash your shop." The speaker was a robust young man, his muscles impressively defined. "Indeed, if we do not receive a satisfactory explanation, we will demolish the shop." "Yes, demolish it." The commotion outside Bai Baoxian quickly attracted the attention of neighboring businesses. Curious onlookers emerged from their shops, gazing at Bai Baoxian. "What has happened here? It was so quiet before, now it sounds as if thousands are shouting." Rumors had circulated that the young master of the Chu family had turned over a new leaf, yet it seemed more plausible that he had merely stirred up trouble. The throng gathered at the entrance showed no signs of dispersing. Chu Xiangyang, feeling somewhat helpless, urged, "Everyone, please return home for now. I will surely investigate this matter thoroughly." The man in the Zhongshan suit retorted, "We have been deceived out of so much money. You cannot simply send us away without resolution. We demand an explanation." As Chu Xiangyang contemplated the situation, he deduced that only one individual could be responsible for such treachery. He stated, "I have only just taken over this shop. The previous owner was Cui Zhiqing. He must be the one behind this. Since you have the ability to do this, do not shy away from admitting it." "We refuse to believe that this is the doing of Cui Zhiqing," the muscular man countered. "Indeed, I have inquired, and the owner of Bai Baoxian is surnamed Chu." "When did it change to Cui?" The man in the Zhongshan suit, having conducted his own investigation, promptly dismissed Chu Xiangyang's claims. Chu Xiangyang himself felt that no one would believe his account. Now, all of Cui Zhiqing's misdeeds had fallen squarely upon his shoulders, and it was a considerable burden. Why reason with him? Since he has already swindled us, let him open the door and compensate us, shouted a young man. "Yes, let him open the door." The crowd then turned their attention and marched directly toward Bai Baoxian. Chu Xiangyang hurriedly positioned himself at the entrance. "Let us resolve our matters without resorting to violence. Shall we?" "Who is resorting to violence?" retorted one among the group. "You at Baoxian are selling counterfeit antiques, and you expect to have a leg to stand on? Do you think my millions came from the wind?" As he spoke, one individual boldly extended his hand to shove Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang deftly sidestepped, causing the assailant to nearly fall to the ground. After regaining his balance with a few unsteady steps, fury ignited within him. "You truly have the audacity to retaliate after being offered kindness. Brothers, this fellow clearly does not appreciate our goodwill. Let us take matters into our own hands and seize what is rightfully ours from the antique shop." The youth bellowed, instantly garnering the support of several companions. They lunged simultaneously towards Chu Xiangyang. What was even more infuriating was the crowd surrounding them, some of whom began to cheer. Their applause, however, was abruptly silenced, replaced by shock as they beheld 3 or 4 young men sprawled on the ground. "I have stated that this matter does not concern me. I urge you to believe me. And as for Cui Zhiqing, I will certainly confront him before you all," Chu Xiangyang implored, exuding an air of helplessness. The youths, assisted by others, retreated to a distance. "Do not think that your lofty demeanor makes you formidable. We are not intimidated," the middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit declared, though his voice quivered with uncertainty. "I speak the truth. Why do you refuse to trust me?" Chu Xiangyang was at a loss for words. At that moment, the distant roar of an engine drew near. A Hummer rolled to a stop before the crowd. Lin Sun descended from the vehicle and strode towards Chu Xiangyang. "Mr. Chu, what on earth is happening? Why are there so many people gathered here?" Lin Sun inquired, his expression awash with astonishment. He had just escorted a man who claimed to be an old Taoist to the police station and had decided to stop by, only to stumble upon this scene. "I tell you, Chu Xiangyang, even if you have allies, we are not afraid, for we possess evidence." One individual brandished a document. Lin Sun glanced at the familiar document in their hands, then at the antique boxes they clutched, quickly grasping the situation at hand. Thus, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am not Mr. Chu's accomplice. I have only just met him, and like you, I have been deceived. However, this incident is entirely unrelated to Mr. Chu, and I can attest to that. Why should we believe you? Just because you say so? The man in the Zhongshan suit waved his document frantically. Chu Xiangyang feared he might toss the document away in his agitation. Lin Sun, instead of countering, quietly retrieved 2 documents from his pocket. The crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the familiar papers. After a moment, the Zhongshan-suited man stammered, "Why you two?" Lin Sun nodded slightly. It was indeed Mr. Chu who accompanied me to that auction house, but upon arrival, we found it abandoned. The security guard downstairs informed me that the auction house had only rented the space for a day, thus it was undoubtedly a scam. The crowd exchanged glances, seemingly unable to fully trust Lin Sun's words. Chu Xiangyang raised the document bearing the official seal of thereby Baoxian, prompting everyone to reflect seriously. If indeed the counterfeit goods originated from Bai Baoxian, would I truly affix our seal to this document? Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. If there had been lingering doubts regarding Lin Sun's claims, they were now entirely dispelled. For Chu Xiangyang was correct, as the proprietor. Why would one knowingly endorse counterfeit goods with their official seal, essentially inviting trouble? However, we had invested millions in these antiques. Chu Xiangyang nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, I shall locate this Cui Zhiqing, and he will be summoned for a confrontation with all of you. With this declaration made, even those who remained skeptical could do little but acquiesce. After a brief silence, the gentleman in the Zhongshan suit spoke up, stating, "We shall grant you 2 days. If Cui Zhiqing does not appear within that time frame, you shall bear the entirety of the losses alone." Chapter 34. The visit of Gu Jian and Chu Xiangyang, in turn, made a solemn promise, assuring everyone that he would provide clarity on this matter. Subsequently, the group dispersed, albeit reluctantly. "Thank you for speaking on my behalf." Chu Xiangyang smiled at Lin. Senator Lin Sun rubbed his closely cropped hair, a bit bashful, and replied, "If that is the case, how should I express my gratitude for your resolution of such a significant predicament?" As he opened the door to his shop, Chu Xiangyang responded, "It was merely a small effort, no need for thanks. Likewise, you need not thank me. Today, I intend to purchase a statue of the revered Buddha from your store, and I must ensure it is authentic." With that, he followed Chu Xiangyang into the shop. Chu Xiangyang recommended several ancient Buddha statues, assuring him, "Rest assured, your investment of 4,500,000 shall not go to waste. Once I locate Cui Zhiqing, matters will be easily resolved." In purchasing a Buddha, one must often rely on personal affinity. Upon sighting, if it resonates, one may select it directly, for to sift through options is a sign of disrespect to the statue. Lin Sun immediately fixated on a Qing dynasty bronze Buddha. "This one is excellent. Bringing it home guarantees no misfortune." He bowed respectfully towards the bronze statue before speaking. Chu Xiangyang, not one for idle chatter, promptly packaged the statue and presented it to Lin's senator. "How much, Boss Chu?" Lin Sun inquired, reaching for his phone. Chu Xiangyang offered the store's QR code, stating, "Just 100,000 will suffice." After Lin Sun scanned the code and transferred the funds, Chu Xiangyang was surprised to find 1,000,000 received. "You've given too much." He expressed disapproval of Lin Sun's actions. "Stop being so formal. This money is rightfully yours." A token of gratitude for handling such a substantial matter, Lin Sun waved his hand, intending to take the statue and leave. Chu Xiangyang objected, "Even as thanks, I merely removed a plug. There's no need for such a large sum. If you hadn't helped me with that plug, I would have owed 600,000 to the others, so in essence, I am the one benefiting here." Lin Sun placed the Buddha statue upon the table, fearful that it might once again tumble to the floor. Chu Xiangyang felt a certain disconnect in his communication with Lin's senator. Suddenly, Lin Sun's demeanor shifted. His smile vanished as he earnestly declared, "I shall assist you in investigating that Cui Zhiqing. Rest assured, I will certainly help you find him." Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xiangyang retorted, "How much must I pay you for such assistance?" Lin Sun burst into laughter, cradling his Buddha statue as he strolled away. Chu Xiangyang chuckled as well, shaking his head, intending to tidy up the shop before heading home. Just as he finished organizing, and before Zhang Hansheng had the chance to close the door, the wind chimes at the entrance jingled once more, announcing a visitor. Chu Xiangyang looked up, surprised. "Old Gu, what brings you here?" He set down what he was holding and approached with curiosity. "I never visit without reason. I come seeking you, young friend Chu." Gu Jiannan replied with a smile. "Please, do come in." Chu Xiangyang had a favorable impression of Gu Jiannan from their previous encounter at Chunbao's, so he welcomed him warmly. However, Gu Jiannan did not step inside but instead stated directly, "I wish to invite you to accompany me to a certain location. A friend of mine wishes to authenticate a painting in his possession, and I have recommended you." "Me?" Chu Xiangyang was taken aback. I fear I may not be up to the task. In truth, he simply desired to return home. The day had been long and eventful, and he longed to unwind with some glutinous rice balls. The thought of that delightful treat lifted his spirits. Anticipating his reluctance, Gu Jiannan continued. My friend holds a notable reputation in the antiques world. Should you manage to assist him, you would have earned a significant favor. The implication of his words was abundantly clear. For Chu Xiangyang, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity, if he wished to further his endeavors in the antiques realm. Establishing crucial connections was essential. Gu Jiannan's request, while framed as a favor, was indeed a substantial boon for Chu Xiangyang. How could he possibly decline such kindness? Therefore, he quickly informed Zhang Hansheng of his departure and set off with Gu Jiannan. The destination Gu Jiannan led him to was a small villa community. The villas were not particularly large, yet their prices were exorbitant. Initially, Chu Xiangyang found this puzzling, but upon arrival, he understood the steep prices were justified. This place embodied the principles of geomancy, attracting prosperity. Those fortunate enough to reside here would undoubtedly experience significant advantages in their business endeavors. Chu Xiangyang mused about when he might be able to afford a villa in such a desirable location, though he lamented that not only were the costs prohibitive, but availability was scarce. Even with financial means, acquiring one was no certainty. The vehicle continued deeper into the community, arriving at the most auspicious location. This is it, Gu Jiannan announced, stepping out of the car and personally introducing the site to Chu Xiangyang. Just then, the villa's grand door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who bowed respectfully to Gu Jiannan. Mr. Gu, please, our master has been awaiting your arrival. Gu Jiannan nodded and led Chu Xiangyang into the villa. The villa, though not vast, is exquisitely decorated, embodying a style that pleases Chu Xiangyang. Its antiquated charm is evident, with numerous items crafted from aged materials, alongside an array of antiques. Each object within this abode possesses a value that is immeasurable. Indeed, any singular item could surpass the entire worth of the villa itself. Shortly after the two entered, an elderly gentleman descended from the second floor, appearing to be of similar age to Gu Jiannan. Clad in a linen leisure suit, his hair, flecked with gray, was neatly combed back, and perched on his nose were a pair of golden-rimmed spectacles. When he turned his gaze towards Chu Xiangyang, his expression was gentle, devoid of the shrewdness often found in seasoned merchants. The initial impression Chu Xiangyang formed was that this old man exuded an air of refinement. The cultured elder approached and extended his hand toward Chu Xiangyang, introducing himself with grace. I am Xiao Dongli. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. I am Chu Xiangyang. He continued. My mother, enamored with the poetry of Li Qingzhao, named me after reading the verse Dongli Ba Jiu Huan Han Ho. You and Xiangying show at the moment of my birth. At this revelation, laughter erupted among the three, fostering a sense of camaraderie. At that moment, the previously mentioned middle-aged man approached, cradling a paper box. Place it on the writing desk on the second floor. Xiao Dongli instructed. The man complied, and Xiao Dongli beckoned the two to ascend with him. Today, I invite you, young friend Chu, to discern whether this painting is authentic or not. The elder added. Do not feel anxious, consider it merely a discussion. Xiao Dongli concurred. Indeed, we shall treat this as a friendly exchange. For I have studied this painting for quite some time, and have yet to reach a conclusion. As they conversed, the trio arrived in the study on the second floor, where the painting had been placed upon the writing desk. Please, young friend Chu, lend your discerning eye. Xiao Dongli gestured invitingly. Chu Xiangyang approached to examine the artwork, recognizing it as a piece by Tang Yin. The landscapes painted by Tang Yin are distinguished by their unique characteristics, blending the compositional techniques and brushwork of Ma Yuan and Xia Gui, while drawing inspiration from the masters of the Northern Song dynasty, like Li Cheng and Fan Quan, as well as Huang Gongwang of the Yuan dynasty, thereby creating a harmonious style of his own. The mountains depicted are majestic, the brushstrokes vigorous, and the forms remarkably vivid. Overall, there appeared to be no issue. It seemed to be an authentic work by Tang Yin. However, Chu Xiangyang noticed a subtle detail regarding the seal. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door of the study. Enter, Xiao Dongli called out. Shortly thereafter, the butler ushered in three individuals. Sir, Mr. Gan has arrived. The butler stepped aside, revealing Mr. Gan. Chu Xiangyang looked up to see a man in his 40s, clad in a bespoke suit, adorned with a Vacheron Constantine watch. Donning white gloves, his hair meticulously styled with gel, and sporting a pair of oversized sunglasses. Behind him followed two younger companions, one male and one female, both appearing to be around 20, their attire, though not from high-end brands, harmoniously matched in style. The distinction lies in the fact that each of these two individuals is carrying a large black leather suitcase, presumably from a renowned brand. Xiao Dongli initiated the conversation, exclaiming, "Mr. Gan has finally arrived." Yet, he merely stood in place without advancing. Mr. Gan removed his sunglasses and gently nodded towards Xiao Dongli, stating, "I am unaware of the item Mr. Xiao referred to. My time is quite limited." Upon finishing his words, Mr. Gan raised his arm and glanced at the Vacheron Constantine on his wrist. Gu Jiannan furrowed his brow slightly, while Chu Xiangyang could not help but raise an eyebrow. Nevertheless, Xiao Dongli maintained his previous tone, urging Mr. Gan to take a look at the painting. With that, he stepped aside to provide space. Mr. Gan merely gestured, and the two young men and women swiftly placed the hefty suitcase with a thud onto a nearby table before opening it to reveal its contents. Chu Xiangyang scanned the interior, noting various reagents, a magnifying glass, and several unfamiliar small objects. The young woman handed a magnifying glass to Mr. Gan. He tucked his sunglasses into his pocket, accepted the magnifying glass, and began to scrutinize the painting on the desk. He examined it meticulously, occasionally marking points on the canvas. The young man following him wielded some small tools, engaging in an unknown task. The trio circled the painting for nearly 20 minutes. After this duration, Mr. Gan set down the magnifying glass and removed his white gloves. "Mr. Gan, have you arrived at a conclusion regarding the appraisal?" Xiao Dongli inquired promptly. Mr. Gan, holding his gloves with confidence, asserted, "This piece is a forgery. It holds no value." "What? A fake?" Xiao Dongli expressed surprise. After all, from every perspective, it did not appear to be counterfeit. The artist of this painting belonged to the Qing dynasty. Although it is indeed an ancient piece, a forgery remains a forgery and cannot be deemed authentic. Thus, it is worthless. At this juncture, Mr. Gan paused before continuing. If Mr. Xiao is reluctant to part with it, he might still sell it for a few tens of thousands. Xiao Dongli seemed somewhat disheartened and softly replied, "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Gan. I will ensure the remuneration is swiftly transferred to your account." Gu Jiannan cast a glance at Mr. Gan before turning to Chu Xiangyang, asking, "What do you think, young Chu?" Suddenly called upon, Chu Xiangyang responded quickly, "To my eye, this piece does not appear to be a counterfeit. Who are you to question my master's appraisal?" A young man interjected. Silence enveloped the room until the young man spoke again. "And who are you? You have no standing to speak here." Chu Xiangyang replied nonchalantly, "Do you know who my master is? You, a mere fledgling appraiser, dare to challenge authority?" The young man's face flushed with indignation as he directed a shout at Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang spread his palms, saying, "My apologies, but I genuinely believe your so-called authoritative master's words to be somewhat inaccurate. If one is an authority, one should not produce false appraisals. I have also heard that many individuals, under the guise of authentication, claim to provide genuine assessments, only to deceive others by purchasing authentic items at a low price and subsequently selling them at a substantial profit. How dare you speak such nonsense?" The young man was evidently infuriated. Yet, Mr. Gan cast a disdainful glance at Chu Xiangyang, questioning your authority? "What could you possibly do if I doubted your expertise? Can you guarantee that all your authentication results are accurate? It seems to me that your knowledge is not as solid as your audacity is thick-skinned." Chu Xiangyang let out a cold laugh. Mr. Gan was about to respond when Xiao Dongli hurriedly intervened, urging them not to quarrel. "Since I, Xiao, have invited both of you, I implore you to consider my request." Mr. Gan maintained his haughty demeanor, asserting that not only you, but even world-class experts would have to concede to my authentication results to some extent. "What are you worth?" Chu Xiangyang smirked slightly, stating that my worth is inconsequential. "What matters is that your words, Mr. Gan, are about to be rendered meaningless." Mr. Gan, visibly irritated by Chu Xiangyang's retort, gritted his teeth and stated emphatically, "Fine. Unless you can prove my results incorrect, you shall kneel and apologize to me." "Very well. Should I prove myself right, I would not require your apology. Simply publish a video online admitting that all your assessments are utter nonsense." Chu Xiangyang scoffed. "How dare you be so insolent?" A young man standing behind Mr. Gan shouted. "First, take care of your own face, lest it be bruised." Chu Xiangyang did not even spare him a glance, instead directly approaching the painting. "I wish to conduct some examination on this artwork. Does Mr. Xiao consent?" Chu Xiangyang inquired. Xiao Dongli nodded in agreement, as Mr. Gan had already declared it a forgery. If it turns out otherwise, it would indeed be a delightful surprise. "Excellent." Chu Xiangyang smiled, then requested Mr. Xiao to fetch a basin of warm water for him. "What are you intending to do?" Mr. Gan exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Xiangyang remained unfazed, stating that he intended to reveal the underlying paper. "This is impossible. This is not a restored ancient painting. How could there be any underlying paper? Why are you so anxious? We shall soon find out. Meanwhile, Xiao Dongli had already sent someone to prepare the warm water. Mr. Gan paced the room like a caged beast, agitated. A few minutes later, the water was ready. Chu Xiangyang looked at Mr. Gan and asked, "Do you wish to know? I shall reveal it to you immediately." Chapter 36. Apology throughout the process, Mr. Gan's eyes remained fixated on Chu Xiangyang's hands, fearful of missing any crucial detail. As Chu Xiangyang peeled back the layer of paper, the eyes of everyone present nearly popped from their sockets. How can this be? Mr. Gan's face was a portrait of disbelief. Meanwhile, Xiao Dongli and Gu Lao had already gathered around. Chu Xiangyang dried his hands with a cloth. Although the painting was a forgery, in times of turmoil, protecting it was indeed the best course of action. The top layer was indeed crafted by another, but the piece beneath is the genuine work of Tang Yin. This is truly miraculous. Xiao Dongli could not help but exclaim in admiration. His hand gently rested upon the painting, as if he were beholding a treasure of the world. Gu Jiannan nodded lightly, acknowledging that Chu Xiaoyou's skills were indeed unparalleled. So, Mr. Gan, would you care to come and see for yourself whether this painting is genuine or not? Chu Xiangyang inquired with a smile. Mr. Gan stood frozen in place, and without needing to approach the painting, he was certain of its authenticity. How had he failed to notice the layer of forgery that had been imposed upon it? His two disciples stood aghast, having previously scorned Chu Xiangyang, now finding their faces stinging from the slap of reality. With a soft sigh, Chu Xiangyang appeared to grapple with his words. Mr. Gan, is it not time for you to honor your promise? What? Mr. Gan instinctively took a step back. Surely you haven't forgotten, have you? But fret not, I can remind you here. If I prove the painting's authenticity, you must post a video online, Chu Xiangyang stated, brandishing his phone and directing the camera toward Mr. Gan. Mr. Gan's face twitched slightly, but in the next moment, he bowed deeply to Chu Xiangyang. The latter raised an eyebrow, surprised to find that this man could be both flexible and principled. I apologize, Mr. Gan began, biting his molars. I was blind to your worth and spoke disrespectfully. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Seeing Mr. Gan bow, his two disciples hastily followed suit and saluted Chu Xiangyang. At that moment, Xiao Dongli also interjected. Chu Xiaoyu possesses talents beyond the ordinary. He is truly a luminary in the antiquities field. I believe Mr. Gan will learn much from this experience. Indeed, Mr. Gan replied, his face flushed, nodding in agreement. With the conversation having reached this point, Chu Xiangyang saw no need to press further. Mr. Gan, you are indeed a leader in this industry. I hope I haven't caused you any embarrassment. Not at all. Mr. Gan responded, then turned to Xiao Dongli. Since this matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. Xiao Dongli smiled. Mr. Gan, please travel safely. I will have the steward escort you. With that, Mr. Gan departed with his two disciples. Gu Jiannan remarked, this Mr. Gan carries quite an air about him. Had it not been for Chu Xiaoyu today, your genuine Tang Yin painting might have been discarded as mere refuse. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dongli promptly extended his hand to Chu Xiangyang, exclaiming, I am truly grateful. It was but a small effort. Please do not mention it, Mr. Xiao. Chu Xiangyang replied modestly. Xiao Dongli, filled with emotion, continued, Old Gu, Chu Xiaoyu, you cannot fathom the burden this painting has placed upon me for so long. Now that its authenticity is confirmed, it alleviates a significant weight from my heart. Otherwise, I would have lost countless nights of sleep over it, pondering it with a fervor greater than that I felt while courting my wife. After he finished speaking, he burst into hearty laughter. The elder joined in. For such is human nature. The uncertainty of certain matters can gnaw at one's heart and soul, a sentiment I am well acquainted with. However, has young friend Chu never encountered such a moment? When something comes into your possession, you can usually discern its authenticity. Chu Xiangyang humbly waved his hand, claiming, Not at all. It is the elder's undue praise. I possess no such remarkable abilities. Xiao Dongli pointed to the myriad treasures in his room, suggesting, If young friend Chu does not mind, you may select one item from my collection as a gift. Chu Xiangyang glanced around, noting that nearly every item in the room was a priceless antique, each valued at no less than 1,000,000. Just as he was about to decline, his gaze fell upon a jade dish. It was small, no larger than the opening of a bowl, and despite his keen eye, he was unable to ascertain its origin. Yet, it was enveloped in a faint layer of black mist. Xiao Dongli followed Chu Xiangyang's gaze and remarked, Are you perhaps interested in this jade dish? If you like it, it is yours. Chu Xiangyang approached, took the dish in his hands, and after a moment's contemplation, inquired, Might I ask if the elder's daughter has been unwell for no apparent reason lately? Gu Jiannan was taken aback, while Xiao Dongli's eyes widened in astonishment. How could you possibly know that? Chu Xiangyang replied, If I am not mistaken, This jade dish appears to be a funerary item, and its placement in your study corresponds to the DUI position. The feminine energy is rather weak there, which leads me to deduce that your daughter may be suffering from illness. Young friend Chu, you are truly remarkable, Xiao Dongli exclaimed, casting a look of admiration at Gu Jiannan, who nodded in agreement. Xiao Dongli continued. I acquired this item approximately 2 months ago from a small auction. Curiously, shortly after bringing it home, my daughter indeed fell ill. Chu Xiangyang nodded. The item exudes excessive yin energy, which would naturally lead to such occurrences. Xiao Dongli, looking anxious, asked, what should I do? Will it perhaps return to my study after I dispose of it? Chu Xiangyang chuckled. Elder Xiao, have you read too many tales of the uncanny? Such malevolence is not so easily manifest. Xiao Dongli laughed along, relieved. If that is the case, then I shall entrust this jade dish to you for resolution. Chu Xiangyang affirmed. Rest assured, I shall handle this jade dish. Very well. In addition, please select another item, Xiao Dongli urged. Chu Xiangyang shook his head. In that case, let this jade dish suffice as my selection. I shall not take anything else. Xiao Dongli opened his mouth to protest, but Gu Jiannan interjected. Since young friend Chu does not wish for more, Elder Xiao, there is no need to insist. There will be future opportunities. Indeed. There will be future opportunities. Xiao Dongli laughed heartily. Chapter 37. Seeking Cui Zhiqing. Subsequently, Xiao Dongli and Chu Xiangyang engaged in light-hearted conversation for some time. He was greatly intrigued by Chu Xiangyang's insights. Feeling as though they had encountered each other too late in life, he praised Gu Jiannan, saying, Old Gu, such a delightful young friend. You should have introduced him to me sooner. Gu Jiannan chuckled in response. In fact, I have only known him for a few days myself. It took quite an effort to invite him here to share his artistry with you. Chu Xiangyang felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Gu Jiannan, who seemed to be advocating on his behalf to the esteemed Xiao Lao, thereby placing him in a position of indebtedness. This made Chu Xiangyang feel rather uncomfortable. Xiao Lao was no fool. He could easily discern the underlying message from old Gu. He then inquired, Is there anything you require my assistance with, young friend Chu? Please do not hesitate to ask, lest I become like Zhou Ba Pai, a mere laborer without recompense. Gu Jiannan blushed at this remark and added, Indeed, Chu. Feel free to speak your mind. After a moment of reflection, Chu Xiangyang realized there was indeed a matter at hand. With a sense of collective strength, he decided to be forthright, stating, I am currently searching for a man named Cui Zhiqing. He proceeded to succinctly outline the situation regarding Cui Zhiqing to both men. Is it accurate to say that this entire mess has been thrust upon your shoulders? Xiao Dongli asked. Chu Xiangyang affirmed, Precisely, which is why I am eager to confront him publicly. Xiao Lao nodded, remaining silent, but Chu Xiangyang sensed that his words had resonated deeply. After nearly half an hour, Chu Xiangyang stood to take his leave. On his way home, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, What exactly does this Xiao do? Gu Jiannan replied enigmatically, There are details that need not concern you. Simply remember that he owes you a favor. Chu Xiangyang, respectful of others' privacy, responded, Thank you once again, old Gu. Gu Jiannan reassured him, There is no need for formalities. Should I require your assistance in the future, do not hesitate to oblige. Chu Xiangyang nodded, affirming his commitment. By the time he returned home, it was nearly midnight, and both the child and Chun Yiru were already asleep. Unfortunately, his desire to cuddle with his daughter remained unfulfilled. The following morning, Chu Xiangyang finally held the glutinous rice ball he had been contemplating all day, giving it a good squeeze, which elicited peals of laughter from Yaya. After sharing breakfast with the mother and child, he hurried to the store, determined to locate Cui Zhiqing without delay. Chun Yiru found solace in his earnest dedication to his work. However, throughout that morning, he was unable to uncover any trace of Cui Zhiqing, which left him feeling anxious, especially since they had previously agreed on a 2-day timeline. That afternoon, Chu Xiangyang received a call from an unlisted number. Is this Mr. Chu Xiangyang? The polite voice on the other end inquired. Chu Xiangyang nodded, replying, Yes, that is correct. May I ask who is calling? The other party replied, I am Mr. Xiao's butler. The gentleman surnamed Chui, whom Mr. Chu is seeking, is currently in the countryside, hiding at a relative's home. Mr. Chu may go there to pay a visit. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. Xiao. If time permits in the future, I shall personally express my thanks. With that, Chu Xiangyang ended the call and, without further ado, drove directly to Cui Zhiqing's relative's home. By that morning, he had thoroughly investigated the ancestry of Cui Zhiqing, and thus, upon hearing the butler's mention of Cui's relative in the countryside, Chu immediately discerned the location. The countryside was approximately an hour's drive from the city, yet Chu Xiangyang managed to compress this to a mere 40 minutes. Chu Xiangyang had a relative known as somewhat of a ruffian in the area, a figure recognized by nearly all in the vicinity, and no one dared to provoke him. Chu Xiangyang had indeed contemplated this area previously and had even dispatched individuals to inquire about it. Whether those individuals refrained from speaking the truth due to the relative's intimidating presence or for other reasons remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the information relayed to him was that Chu Xiangyang was not to be found there. At that moment, Chu Xiangyang was seated in a small courtyard, enjoying drinks with companions. "What brings you here? You could have at least given me a heads up," a burly man exclaimed, clinking his beer bottle against Chui's glass. "I came here unexpectedly to lay low for a few days before heading back," Chu Xiangyang replied, taking a sip from his cup. "If anything happens over there, just let me know. I may not possess many skills, but I certainly have strength to spare," he added earnestly, placing a reassuring hand on his brother's shoulder. "Rest assured, there's truly nothing to worry about. I can handle it myself," Chu reassured him. "Then it's settled. Make yourself at home. Stay as long as you wish. I'll ensure no one dares to gossip here," the brother declared, as they clinked their cups once more. Chu Xiangyang's companion downed half a bottle of beer in one go. Just then, the courtyard door was violently kicked open. "Who the hell is it? Do you want to die, daring to kick down my door?" Chu Xiangyang, Chu Xiangyang's brother, leapt to his feet, striding toward the entrance. Chu Xiangyang remained silent, his gaze fixed on another figure within the courtyard. As Chu Xiangyang approached, he pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Xiangyang, shouting, "Who are you? Get out. This is not a place for you to cause trouble." Chu Xiangyang ignored him, sidestepping to continue deeper into the courtyard. "Hey!" Chu Xiangyang shouted angrily, raising his fist to strike at Chu Xiangyang. Meanwhile, Chu Xiangyang noticed Chu Xiangyang and promptly turned to flee. "Chu Xiangyang, stop right there!" Chu Xiangyang bellowed. However, Chu Xiangyang paid no heed and desperately ran away. The village had two entrances. Aside from the front door, there was also a back door through the house. Chu Xiangyang's sole intention was to escape through the back door and vanish, relying on Chu Xiangyang to delay Chu Xiangyang for a moment. As he ran, he shouted, "Brother, stop him for me. I'm leaving first." Upon hearing his cry, Chu Xiangyang immediately realized that their enemies had come knocking. He sprinted desperately to catch up with Chu Xiangyang. However, Chu Xiangyang's speed exceeded his expectations, and in the blink of an eye, he was already nearing the door. "You! Stop right there!" Chu Xiangyang yelled from behind. Yet, Chu Xiangyang did not falter. Instead, he quickened his pace. Just as Chu Xiangyang opened the back door of their home, ready to escape, Chu Xiangyang's powerful hand seized his shoulder. "Let go of me!" Chu Xiangyang bellowed. He attempted to break free from Chu Xiangyang's grip, but after a couple of futile attempts, he realized it was in vain. At that moment, Chu Xiangyang had also arrived and lunged at Chu Xiangyang's hand. "Let go of my brother!" Chu Xiangyang shouted. With a cold snort, Chu Xiangyang retorted, "Get lost!" His hidden strength surged, and Chu Xiangyang's hand was instantly shaken off. Chu Xiangyang's expression changed. He had not anticipated Chu Xiangyang's formidable strength. "Quick, catch him!" Chu Xiangyang shouted. Without hesitation, Chu Xiangyang reached out once more, this time transforming his palm into a fist, striking fiercely at Chu Xiangyang's other arm. Chu Xiangyang's hand on Chu Xiangyang's shoulder tightened suddenly. With a pain scream from Chu Xiangyang, his body twisted a full 180 degrees, turning from facing away from Chu Xiangyang to facing him directly. Chu Xiangyang's descending fist landed squarely on his shoulder. "Damn it!" Chu Xiangyang exclaimed as both his shoulder and arm suffered the brunt of the attack. "Chu Xiangyang, I didn't expect you to be so evasive," Chu Xiangyang remarked tersely. "What right do you have to come and grab me?" Chu Xiangyang retorted defiantly. Chu Xiangyang found his defiance amusing. "What right do I have? The counterfeit antiques you've been peddling have brought everyone to your door. Do you think I shouldn't come after you?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyang fell silent, merely exchanging frantic blinks with Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang gestured towards a large broom resting at the entrance of their yard. Without a second thought, he seized the broom, declaring, "Let my brother go." He intended to launch a surprise attack, forcing Chu Xiangyang to release his hostage. However, he ultimately underestimated Chu Xiangyang. The moment he made his move, Chu Xiangyang anticipated his intentions. Before the broom could strike, Chu Xiangyang abruptly pushed Chu Xiangyang forward, causing the two brothers to collide unexpectedly. They then found themselves uncontrollably stumbling backward. Chu Xiangyang stepped forward, snatching the broom from Chu Xiangyang's grasp, and without mercy, he struck fiercely at both brothers. Their cries of distress echoed as they called out for their father and mother, and every time one attempted to rise, Chu Xiangyang would deliver a few more blows. In the end, the two brothers resorted to pulling each other in front, using one to shield the other from the relentless assault. Then, an extraordinarily peculiar scene unfolded in the courtyard. Without any need for Chu Xiangyang to intervene, the two brothers from the Chui family were already rolling on the ground, engaged in a fierce altercation. A few minutes later, Chu Xiangyang reclined in a rattan chair, casually crossing his legs, while the Chui brothers stood opposite him. "Speak. What on earth is happening?" Chu Xiangyang inquired, tossing a peanut into his mouth. Chui Zhiqing sniffled, inadvertently aggravating the wound on his lip, and winced in pain as he spoke. "I had no idea those things were fake. I was just trying to make a bit of money. Who would have thought that guy would deceive me?" Chu Xiangyang lifted his gaze to scrutinize Chui Zhiqing and asked, "Can you still find them now?" "The address we contacted is still valid, but I have no idea if they're still there," Chui Zhiqing pondered aloud. After a moment, he replied. Chu Xiangyang finished the last peanut and stood up. "Let us go. Take me there now. Isn't that a bit hasty? Shouldn't we prepare a little?" Chui Zhiqing interjected hurriedly. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. "You wish to prepare before we leave? I wouldn't dare. I'm ready to go right now," Chui Zhiqing exclaimed, covering his mouth as he dashed toward the door. Chu Xiangyang took the wheel himself, with Chui Zhiqing directing him as they drove toward the city. Chu Xiangyang was aware of the location Chui Zhiqing mentioned, which was not far from the city, situated at the outskirts where a cluster of undeveloped houses remained. "They're in the house, just ahead," Chui Zhiqing pointed out. To avoid alarming anyone, Chu Xiangyang decided to leave the car at the entrance and proceed on foot. Upon reaching the house that Chui Zhiqing indicated, he suddenly halted, saying, "Boss Chu, perhaps you should go in alone. I think I'll wait here." He took a few steps back. Chu Xiangyang replied, "Then you stay here and wait for me. If I come out and can't find you, you know what will happen." Chui Zhiqing nodded vigorously, "Rest assured." With that, Chu Xiangyang kicked open the door of the house. A figure darted past him, followed by a fist that came crashing toward Chu Xiangyang. He swiftly bent backward, evading the punch, and simultaneously raised a leg to deliver a kick to the assailant's ankle. To his surprise, the individual reacted with remarkable speed, dodging the attack and maneuvering around Chu Xiangyang's body as they bolted for the exit. Chu Xiangyang reached out and grasped the person's shoulder, but they executed a 360-degree spin, slipping from his grasp while delivering a forceful shove that sent him staggering back 2 paces. Seizing the opportunity, the youth lifted his leg and sprinted away. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiangyang pursued him. The individual was clad in a black athletic outfit and wore a baseball cap. The rapid exchange had obscured any details of his appearance. However, based on the description provided by Chui Zhiqing at that time, it appears that this individual was indeed the one in question. Chu Xiangyang pursued him for approximately 2 kilometers, only to discover that the man had vanished amidst the disordered dwellings. Clearly, the individual was well acquainted with the surroundings, a fact that left Chu Xiangyang at a disadvantage. Consequently, he hastily returned to the residence, only to find it utterly deserted, with nothing left behind. Remarkably, not even a single piece of furniture remained. Had they truly moved away? Breathing heavily, Chu Xiangyang muttered to himself. With this lead now severed, he could only seek out Chui Zhiqing to ascertain whether there were any additional clues to pursue. However, to his astonishment, upon reaching the doorway, he discovered that Chui Zhiqing had already fled without a trace. "Damn it!" Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but exclaim. He had not anticipated that Chui Zhiqing would possess such audacity. Having already spoken so candidly, he still dared to escape. It seemed that the next time he caught him, he would have to ensure the man learned a lesson. Reluctantly, Chu Xiangyang returned to the desolate abode, hoping to uncover some clues within. Unfortunately, the place was excessively tidy. As he was about to leave the residence, he suddenly heard a woman's shout in the distance. Catch the rogue. Chapter 39, Compensation. At that moment, Chu Xiangyang was seething with frustration over his inability to locate Chui Zhiqing. To his surprise, there was someone calling out for help. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the source of the voice. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he beheld a woman, one hand gripping a man's hair while the other wielded a ladle, relentlessly striking his head. She was shouting for assistance against a rogue. No wonder she was shouting. She appeared to have been washing her hair, dressed in pajamas, with wet strands dripping down. Upon noticing Chu Xiangyang's sudden entrance, she immediately abandoned the ladle and lunged towards him. Chu Xiangyang, taken aback by her fierce demeanor, instinctively stepped back. However, the neighboring residents, drawn by her cries, had already gathered around. With no escape route, Chu Xiangyang found himself reluctantly standing in the courtyard. "Hey, miss. I wasn't intentionally spying on you. I merely sought refuge in your yard." The man being accosted suddenly spoke up. Chu Xiangyang looked up in realization. No wonder the man's attire seemed familiar. It was Chui Zhiqing. Without uttering a word, Chu Xiangyang lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick to Chui Zhiqing. The latter stumbled, nearly pulling the woman down with him. The woman, now incensed, exclaimed, "Who are you? Did I ask you to intervene?" Chu Xiangyang quickly donned a sheepish smile. Miss, it's not like that. This man is not my accomplice. He is a swindler, and I am here to confront him. Do not speak to me of trivial matters. While I was in disarray washing my hair, I glanced up to find this individual perched outside my window. What could he possibly be doing if not spying? The woman exclaimed to those around her. Indeed, such is the nature of the world. One encounters all sorts. Though he appeared well-dressed, who would have imagined he engaged in such sordid behavior? It is not merely disgraceful, it is utterly humiliating. Such individuals are undoubtedly societal scourges, and it is said that they must not be allowed to escape unscathed. They corrupt the youth. The crowd engaged in a spirited discussion, having already associated Cui Zhiqing with the alleged miscreant. Chu Xiangyang attempted to clarify the situation, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the woman cut him off entirely. What more is there to explain? An explanation would be tantamount to a cover-up. The timing of your arrivals was far too close. It surely indicates premeditation. You are clearly complicit in this crime. Chu Xiangyang, feeling helpless, pleaded, Madam, I assure you, I am not in league with him. Why do you not believe me? I care not whether you are allied or not. You have been caught in the act today. Had you not been apprehended, would there not have been future occurrences? Would you not have laid bare your intentions? The woman's impassioned rhetoric resonated with the onlookers. Chu Xiangyang glanced up, only to be met with an unflattering sight. The woman's appearance was difficult to articulate, and her physique was hardly pleasing to the eye. Her face was a peculiar amalgamation of features, with her cheeks prominently bulging, while her other features seemed cramped together. She stood at a height of about 5 feet, yet her weight was surely more than 150 pounds. He would much prefer to return home to savor his sweet rice dumplings than endure the sight of this unfortunate figure. At that moment, Cui Zhiqing could no longer contain himself. I did not spy on you. With your appearance, how could I possibly do so? Besides, you have left me in this state. I have yet to settle the score with you. You lie. The woman spat vehemently at Cui Zhiqing. Stunned by her ferocity, he wiped his bruised face and stumbled back in shock. The crowd murmured in agreement, asserting that such a person was undoubtedly a habitual offender who needed to learn a lesson. Precisely, Jiao, what do you propose as punishment? Upon hearing this name, Cui Zhiqing could not help but laugh. Jiao shouted, what are you laughing at? Do you find this amusing? I warn you, unless you provide me with emotional compensation today, you shall not leave here. Emotional compensation? Surely you jest. I ought to be the one demanding it from you. Cui Zhiqing retorted in astonishment. Neighbors, listen to this. He dares to demand compensation from me after spying on me. Jiao replied, her expression one of grievance. Why should I not seek compensation? Did my eyes not suffer? Cui Zhiqing, undeterred, countered. I'll make you pay? Jiao fumed, seizing a water ladle and striking it forcefully towards Cui Zhiqing's head. The surrounding crowd chimed in, stating, if you refuse to pay, we can simply call the authorities to handle the matter. Cui Zhiqing's greatest fear at present is the sight of those in uniform. Upon hearing the remarks of others, he instantly shrank back, retreating into a corner, rendered speechless. Chu Xiangyang, unwilling to continue the fruitless argument, gritted his teeth and inquired, how much do you seek in terms of spiritual compensation? I shall provide it. As he reached into his wallet, a fleeting glance at a corner of their yard revealed an inconspicuous candlestick. In this modern age, where electric lights reign supreme, such items are often discarded as refuse. Yet, through the dark surface of the candlestick, Chu Xiangyang perceived something else. The attention of the onlookers fixated on his hand, poised to retrieve money, but his motion abruptly halted. I am willing to part with cash, but I desire something in return from your possession. What do you wish for? No problem, but you must add more money. Jiao chimed in with a playful smile. Just as Chu Xiangyang was about to articulate his desire, she interrupted him again. You may choose anything from our home. But one condition, household appliances are off limits. Beyond that, feel free to select whatever you wish. With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at Chu Xiangyang. The implication unmistakable. Even if he chose her, it would not be unwelcome. A chill ran down Chu Xiangyang's spine. Rest assured, I have no interest in your household appliances. I merely wish to select something you no longer desire. He pulled out a wad of cash from his wallet, uncertain of the exact amount, but estimating it to be around 10,000. Hearing this, Cui Zhiqing, undeterred by the nature of Chu Xiangyang's request, declared, whatever it is you desire, I will take it. I shall add 2,000 to whatever price you propose. Jiao was momentarily taken aback by the sudden escalation of the bidding without even knowing what to sell. She quickly nodded in agreement. Deal. Chapter 40. The hidden puppet master Cui Zhiqing's declaration piqued the curiosity of all present. Their primary intrigue revolved around what exactly Chu Xiangyang sought. As the party involved, Jiao was acutely aware of the items within her home. What could possibly incite such fervor between the two men, if not the allure of her own beauty? Chu Xiangyang smirked inwardly, surprised that Cui Zhiqing, facing imminent peril, still dared to provoke him. Since this gentleman is so eager, allow me to gift it to you, he said, turning to Jiao Jiao. You understand my intent, do you not? Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao beamed like a blossoming flower, fully aware that she was indeed a prized possession in their midst. Your friend would not be at a loss for following me, she replied. Chu Xiangyang smirked and nodded in acknowledgement. In a moment of sheer terror, Cui Zhiqing watched as Jiao Jiao picked up a water ladle, now shattered into 2 pieces, and approached him with an expression of deep affection. No, this cannot be. There must be a misunderstanding. Cui Zhiqing hastily protested. What misunderstanding? I am not mistaken in the slightest, Jiao Jiao retorted with a shy demeanor. As the 2 figures drew near, Cui Zhiqing hastily shouted, Boss Chu, is it not acceptable for me to forego that item you requested? Chu Xiangyang, standing nearby, smirked and remarked, My dear lady, he has declared he no longer desires it. Did you hear that? Indeed, I heard, and you are quite charming as well, replied the alluring beauty, striding toward Chu Xiangyang. He quickly interjected, Please, first state the compensation you seek, plus that candlestick. You mentioned wanting it? The enchantress appeared momentarily disheartened. Indeed, but it's not worth much, it's dingy and blackened. Just give me 10,000 yuan, she lamented. Chu Xiangyang promptly pressed all the cash in his possession into her hands, then turned to drag Cui Zhiqing out. Everyone, please make way. The crowd parted to create a path, allowing Chu Xiangyang to escape the unsettling courtyard. Once Cui Zhiqing was tossed into the car, Chu Xiangyang sneered, Cui, you indeed possess audacity. Today, I shall ascertain just how bold you are. Spare me. I truly know nothing. I was simply deceived. Cui Zhiqing lamented, his face etched with despair. He then recounted the events to Chu Xiangyang. The scheme was orchestrated by a group. Cui Zhiqing could not recall the group's name, nor did he know how many members it had or who its leader was. The only individual he had encountered was named Xin Xiaofeng, who was responsible for supplying counterfeit antiques with a similarity rate exceeding 95%. Individuals like Cui Zhiqing could purchase them at low prices and sell them at exorbitant rates, reaping substantial profits. Initially, Cui Zhiqing believed the antique to be genuine, only to later discover its falsity. This group's influence is considerable. I advise against provoking them, as you are no match for them, Cui Zhiqing ultimately concluded. Chu Xiangyang scoffed, no need to ponder so far ahead. Just focus on resolving the immediate situation. What do you want me to do? Cui Zhiqing asked, his expression one of sheer terror, sensing that Chu Xiangyang harbored no good intentions. His instincts proved correct, as Chu Xiangyang dragged him directly to the entrance of Bai Beiaxuan. Although merely a day had passed, a significant number of individuals still lingered at the entrance, apprehensive that Bai Beiaxuan might vanish overnight. When Chu Xiangyang's vehicle came to a halt, several people guarding the entrance quickly approached. No need for further observation, summon the others. I have located the person, Chu Xiangyang declared, tossing the words over his shoulder as he pulled Cui Zhiqing into Bai Beiaxuan. What are you planning? Let me go? I tell you, I have neither money nor life to spare. Cui Zhiqing protested, his posture defiant, resembling a pig unperturbed by boiling water. Chu Xiangyang chuckled derisively, without money. You may offer your life as collateral. What? Cui Zhiqing gasped, his expression one of sheer horror as he regarded Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang gazed at him with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor completely mocking. Do you truly fail to comprehend my words? Or is it that you do not understand your own utterances? Not long after, a considerable crowd gathered outside. Without further ado, Chu Xiangyang propelled Cui Zhiqing out of the shop. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman is Cui Zhiqing, the very one from whom you purchased your antiques. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach him, Chu Xiangyang proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Cui Zhiqing discreetly took a half step back. He was acutely aware of the items he had sold, and with so many people converging, he felt they would undoubtedly tear him apart. Mr. Cui, could you clarify your intentions? What do you plan to do about the numerous items we have bought from you? A young man shouted. Others nodded in agreement. All the money we invested now seems to have vanished into thin air. Will you reimburse us, or will you provide us with our goods? Another individual chimed in. Cui Zhiqing raised his head and glanced at the crowd, murmuring, I too am a victim in this matter. You cannot find me. I intend to seek out those responsible. All my funds are tied up in this batch of goods. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting you will abandon us? One voice inquired. It is not that I am abandoning you. Rather, I genuinely lack the means to compensate you. I am also a victim, Cui Zhiqing insisted, adamantly denying he had a single penny to spare. The crowd erupted in agitation. The items they held, even the least expensive, were worth tens of thousands, while the more valuable ones reached into the millions. Altogether, their possessions amounted to nearly 10 million. If Chu Xiangyang were to dismiss them so casually, their money would indeed evaporate into nothingness. I believe pursuing him is futile. We should instead contact the owner of Baobao. This matter must be resolved clearly, with everything documented in black and white, and the official seal is right here. Surely, we need not fear him fleeing. Someone proposed. Indeed, let us seek out the owner of Baobao. The crowd, realizing Chu Xiangyang had nothing to offer, swiftly redirected their ire toward Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang, feeling helpless, replied, I assure you that I will locate the individual responsible, but I require your patience. No. What if you vanish when the time comes? You must provide us with an IOU. A voice suddenly boomed. The others quickly echoed, Yes, yes, give us an IOU. Chu Xiangyang breathed a slight sigh of relief at the sight. Chu Xiangyang, though exasperated, understood that these individuals were victims. The official seal belonged to his Baobao, and even if they took the matter to court, it would ultimately be Baobao that would be held accountable for compensation. He sought to calm the crowd, assuring them, There is no need for fear. I will devise a solution. Just then, a vehicle approached from a distance, and someone shouted, Look, it's an armored truck. Chapter 41. Repayment. Amidst the uproar of the crowd demanding Chu Xiangyang to provide them with an IOU, several merchants had also gathered to witness the spectacle. The shout had drawn everyone's attention instantly. It truly is an armored truck. One merchant remarked. The vehicle came to a gradual halt before the entrance of Baobao, leaving Chu Xiangyang bewildered as to the unfolding situation. On the contrary, Chu Xiangyang, noticing that the attention of the crowd was not directed towards him, attempted to discreetly slip away. However, before he could take a step, he was abruptly pulled back by Chu Xiangyang. You cannot escape until the situation is clarified. Do you believe I will report you for house arrest? Chu Xiangyang gritted his teeth and whispered. Chu Xiangyang shrugged nonchalantly. Suit yourself. If you wish to go, I can accompany you. You have something to say, and I do as well. He quickly retreated under pressure. Meanwhile, the armored car had come to a halt, and a figure leaped from the passenger seat, striding directly towards Chu Xiangyang. This individual appeared to be quite young, probably in his 20s, clad in camouflage and wearing oversized sunglasses. He halted before Chu Xiangyang and respectfully bowed. Are you Mr. Chu? Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. Indeed. We are here to deliver money to you. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What on earth was happening? Was it not a bad time for gambling? How could one still boast so boldly? Indeed, even if he were boasting, one would expect some semblance of preparation. How much could an entire armored car possibly contain? This was no mere boasting. It was sheer pretentiousness. The display was impressive. Surrounding merchants could not help but give Chu Xiangyang a thumbs up. However, those who had been deceived were suddenly elated. Was it possible that the money inside the armored car was theirs to reclaim? This sum could indeed suffice for all their needs. Mr. Chu is quite the joker. Since preparations had been made, it would have been better to reveal them sooner. Indeed, you nearly gave me a fright, thinking today was merely an invitation for us to receive money. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Not only were the merchants bewildered, but even Chu Xiangyang himself felt equally perplexed. He had no idea where this armored car had come from, nor did he recognize the young man bowing before him. Oh dear, Mr. Chu, have you gone too far with your pretentiousness? Suddenly, a merchant in the distance shouted, prompting a round of laughter from those nearby. Indeed, Mr. Chu, if you could truly store a car full of money, I would devour it all. Their laughter echoed. Chu Xiangyang's expression twitched slightly. In this situation, he truly dared not confront these individuals directly, nor could he bring himself to inquire whether the young man knew if the car was indeed filled with money. The young man seemed to sense Chu Xiangyang's thoughts. He returned to the armored vehicle and swung open the rear door. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Inside the compartment lay an abundance of money, glistening red and dazzling enough to blind the eyes. Initial estimates suggested an 8-digit sum was not out of the question. The merchants, who had previously been eager spectators, suddenly became subdued. Chu Xiangyang's eyes widened in astonishment as well. Mr. Chu, please accept this. The young man spoke with utmost respect once more. The crowd, previously frozen in place, now rushed towards Chu Xiangyang, waving their receipts and exclaiming, Mr. Chu, please check mine first. Isn't it time to return my money? Firstly, allow me to present my case. I arrived here first today. Please prioritize my request, as my financial contribution is the least, making it simpler to settle accounts. A throng of individuals surged forward, nearly pushing Chu Xiangyang to the entrance of Baobao. Although a sense of doubt lingered in his mind, he felt compelled to accept the money that had been offered. Thus, he turned to Chu Xiangyang and said, You may proceed with your duties and distribute the funds. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately shifted direction, hastily converging towards Chu Xiangyang. Why should I undertake this task? It's thankless labor. Chu Xiangyang grumbled as he attempted to sidestep the crowd. However, he was unable to evade them for long and was soon drawn to the front of the cash transport vehicle. Meanwhile, Chu Xiangyang instructed Zhang Hansheng to provide Chu Xiangyang with tables, chairs, and a cash counting machine. He then called out to Chu Xiangyang, "You'd best take this task seriously. If there's even a discrepancy of a dime, I will hold you accountable." Chu Xiangyang, who was hoping to exploit the chaos, found himself amidst a methodical process as work commenced. Chu Xiangyang welcomed a young man into the establishment, inquiring directly, "May I ask under whose orders you have come to deliver this money?" The young man replied candidly, "I was sent by Mr. Xiao. He mentioned that you might be in need of this." Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised by the generosity displayed by Xiao Dongli. This revelation only intensified his curiosity regarding the young man's identity. Outside, a striking scene had emerged, a cash transport vehicle overflowing with vibrant stacks of money, while a lengthy queue formed outside, eagerly awaiting currency exchange. Surrounding this spectacle were throngs of onlookers. It remains unclear who shared this captivating scene online, but in an instant, Bai Baoxian became a viral sensation. Chu Xiangyang, wearied and exasperated after nearly 2 hours of managing the crowd, eventually returned to the store, only to find Chu Xiangyang leisurely sipping tea with his legs crossed. Approaching Chu Xiangyang, he expressed his indignation. "Have you gone too far? You may leave now." Chu Xiangyang took a sip of his tea and waved his hand dismissively. What? Chu Xiangyang momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend the response. "You may leave," Chu Xiangyang replied nonchalantly. "But you must ensure your availability at all times. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Chu Xiangyang inhaled deeply, suppressing his frustration. "Why should I heed your command? Whether you listen is your choice. As long as you can bear the responsibility, it matters not." With that, Chu Xiangyang turned away, adopting a demeanor that suggested the conversation was concluded. Chu Xiangyang's face shifted from red to pale, and in a huff, he turned to leave. At this moment, Chu Xiangyang had no fear of Chu Xiangyang absconding. After all, the latter possessed limited knowledge. As for the so-called new steward, it appeared that Chu Xiangyang would have to rely on his own means to investigate. However, aside from this matter, he had another task to attend to, personally expressing his gratitude to Xiao Dongli, who had rendered significant assistance and contributed a substantial sum. If he were to visit, he would need to present a token of appreciation worthy of the occasion. The gentle light gradually illuminated the surroundings, and Chu Xiangyang's gaze ultimately settled on the car outside the shop, prompting a contemplation within his heart. In Chapter 42, titled The Merchant's Vessel, within the antiquated yet charming living room, Xiao Dongli was preparing to boil water for tea. Before him lay a package of Dahong Pao, a rare tea gifted by his son the previous day. Having been delayed by prior engagements, he resolved to carve out some time today to savor it. As Chu Xiangyang entered, a delicate fragrance of tea wafted through the air. Xiao Dongli looked up, displaying no hint of surprise at the visitor. Instead, he warmly invited, "Come, my young friend, let us enjoy a cup of tea together." Chu Xiangyang casually tossed the item he had wrapped in newspaper onto the tea table and took a seat opposite Xiao Dongli. He rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat bashful, and remarked, "I must admit, I have little knowledge of tea. This is indeed Dahong Pao, correct?" Xiao Dongli nodded with a smile. "Indeed. You even recognize the name." With that, he handed a cup to Chu Xiangyang, encouraging him to taste it. Chu Xiangyang took a gentle sip, savoring it slowly before exclaiming, "Ah, quite delightful. The aroma is rich, with a hint of orchid, fragrant and lingering, and the rocky undertones are distinctly pronounced. This is truly fine tea." Xiao Dongli laughed heartily at his words, saying, "You claim to know little, yet you articulate it beautifully." However, Chu Xiangyang shook his head with a wry smile. "It is not my own insight. Rather, it's what the young ladies selling tea have taught me." Xiao Dongli was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the underlying meaning, nodding with amusement. Indeed, applying what one has learned is commendable. The two continued their light-hearted conversation until Chu Xiangyang was about to bring up a previous matter, but unexpectedly, the doorbell of the villa rang. The butler then ushered in 2 individuals. After placing down his teacup, Xiao Dongli gestured for Chu Xiangyang to accompany him to the living room. Upon entering, they encountered an elderly man and a young man. The elder appeared to be around 60, while the younger seemed to be in his early 20s. Their attire suggested they were not of ordinary means. Yet the younger man bore an arrogant demeanor, while the elder exuded a cunning air. It turned out that old Shun had arrived, and Xiao Dongli greeted him with a handshake, saying, You certainly do not come without reason. Xian then sat down on the sofa, retorting, "Who says I cannot drop by for a chat if there is no pressing matter? I would welcome that." "You cannot imagine how idle I am at home all day," Xiao Dongli replied, waving for the butler to clear the table and bring more tea. The attention of all gathered soon shifted to the object that Chu Xiangyang had brought. He quickly interjected, "This is not a valuable item. Merely a small trinket I brought for old Shun to enjoy." As he spoke, he unwrapped the newspaper, revealing a candlestick. "Is this a candlestick?" Xiao Dongli inquired, a look of perplexity crossing his face as the gaze of the others, particularly the young man, fixed intently on Chu Xiangyang. Moments later, he spoke as if in sudden realization, "You are the proprietor of the White Baoxian, are you not?" Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the recognition. "You may not even be aware," the young man suddenly chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mockery. "The incident of you compensating on the street has been recorded and disseminated online. You have become somewhat of an internet celebrity." However, his gaze shifted, and he surmised the true purpose of Chu Xiangyang's visit. "Come now, esteemed boss. Is this not rather petty of you? Old Master Xiao has rendered you such a significant service, and you present him with a mere broken candlestick as a token of gratitude? Is it perhaps one that was once used by Emperor Qin Shi Huang?" He then burst into laughter. Chu Xiangyang merely smiled slightly in response. "That may not be entirely improbable. Perhaps this candlestick indeed belonged to Qin Shi Huang." "Impossible," the young man retorted without a moment's thought. "If that object were truly used by Qin Shi Huang, I would consume it raw. To flaunt a trinket here is simply embarrassing. Dear boy, should you wish to eat it raw, I genuinely fear for your teeth." Chu Xiangyang replied with a cold chuckle. The young man, now scowling, retorted, "Who are you calling boy? It matters not whose it once was. Let us first discern what it is made of, and afterward, we can debate its worth." Xiao Dongli interjected with a smile. Chu Xiangyang nodded in agreement. "Old Master Xiao, might I trouble you to have someone bring me a candle?" Xiao Dongli promptly gestured to the steward behind him, who hurriedly complied. The young man scoffed, "Surely, merely placing a candle atop it does not substantiate its value." Chu Xiangyang, uninterested in engaging in a debate with him, lit the candle once it arrived and proceeded to place the object over the flame. Before long, a pungent odor permeated the room. The young man fanned his nose and exclaimed, "One must wonder if you retrieved that from some pigsty, given the stench. Even if it were worth millions, I would have no desire for it." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Chu Xiangyang chuckled, "I truly apologize, old Master Xiao. I should have dealt with it properly at home. Do not fret, my young friend. I relish witnessing the transformation of such a grimy object into a radiant antique. The odor, while indeed offensive, is bearable, is it not, old Master Shen?" Xiao Dongli laughed heartily. Old Master Shen chuckled in agreement, asserting that as long as the outcome is favorable, the process holds little significance. Implicitly, should the result be unsatisfactory, the process would indeed be a source of embarrassment. The young man attempted to interject once more, but was silenced by a glance from old Master Shen. As time ticked by, the mud on the candlestick gradually peeled away under the heat, revealing its inner form. With each layer of grime that fell away, the object underwent a curious transformation. Though its shape remained strikingly similar, numerous previously obscured areas now appeared to be indented, resembling spots where candles might have been inserted, becoming increasingly profound. Xiao Dongli gazed as the object in Chu Xiangyang's hand gradually revealed its true form, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. To his astonishment, what he initially believed to be an ordinary candlestick turned out to be something of significant value, demonstrating Chu Xiangyang's remarkable discernment. In contrast, the young man's expression grew increasingly grim, and even the esteemed Elder Shen's demeanor began to shift towards gravity. After a brief moment, Chu Xiangyang finally ceased his movements, using a handkerchief handed to him by the steward to wipe away the remaining grime from the object. To his astonishment, it was a vessel from the Shang dynasty. Xiao's eyes gleamed with wonder. Chu Xiangyang promptly extended the object with both hands, smiling as he requested, "Please, do examine it and ascertain its true worth." Though Chu Xiangyang feigned modesty, he understood that Shang dynasty bronze artifacts commanded a fortune in contemporary times. The young man beside him was in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could this be? It looks merely like a broken candlestick." Chu Xiangyang smiled knowingly and replied, "You see, my young friend, one must always look beyond appearances to grasp the essence. Solely relying on superficial observations can easily lead one astray." Suddenly, Elder Shun, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Might I have a closer look at this Shang vessel?" "Of course," Xiao Dongli responded, passing the vessel to him. Doubt flickered in Elder Shen's eyes. He found it hard to believe that such an ordinary-looking candlestick could transform into a Shang vessel, He was convinced that it was 80% likely to be a forgery. The young man beside them could not contain himself and asserted, "For such a counterfeit, I could easily procure a whole pile for 100 yuan." At this, Xiao Dongli frowned slightly. Chu Xiangyang, however, maintained his composure and stated, "Firstly, in terms of shape, it embodies the classic design prevalent during the Shang and Western Zhou dynasties. Furthermore, beneath it lies a cloud and thunder pattern, adorned with the popular Taotai motif from the Shang era, thereby confirming its authenticity. The object has merely been passed down through generations, accumulating layers of dirt and oil that obscure its original appearance." Pausing for emphasis, Chu Xiangyang continued, "If you truly believe you can procure a multitude for a mere 100 yuan, I would gladly offer you 10,000 yuan right now to acquire me 100 such pieces." His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority that left little room for dissent. The young man instinctively shivered, muttering under his breath, "What is so impressive about it? It's just a broken Shang vessel, as if everyone doesn't own bronze artifacts." With that, he dashed out. Elder Shun, perhaps feeling slightly embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. "I apologize for the child's behavior. He has been rather spoiled." "No harm done," Xiao Dongli replied with a smile. "A bit of youthful bravado can be quite endearing. We must not dampen his enthusiasm." Seizing the opportunity, Elder Shin remarked, "I did not anticipate that you possess such keen insights into antiques. And your discerning eye is indeed remarkable. Were it me, I would never have recognized that object, so obscured by grime." Chu Xiangyang responded with remarkable humility, saying, "Old Shun, you are far too modest. I merely consider myself fortunate." At that moment, the young Mr. Shun returned, holding a moderately sized box in his hands. With enthusiasm, he approached Chu Xiangyang and, with a decisive motion, opened the box with a resounding clap. Inside lay a delicate bronze incense burner, crafted in the likeness of a bird, proudly extending its neck and wings while its chest stood tall. The burner featured a hollow abdomen, designed to hold fragrant spices. The overall conception was exceptionally clever. Had it existed in its time, it would surely have been a coveted treasure. "Look at this. It far surpasses your pitiful vessel," the young man proclaimed with a triumphant expression. Xiao Dongli, standing nearby, was equally intrigued and inquired, "May I see your item?" The young man promptly presented the box to Xiao Dongli, requesting, "Please examine it and determine whether it is genuine and more valuable than that antiquated piece." Xiao Dongli accepted the magnifying glass handed to him by the steward and scrutinized the object meticulously. Meanwhile, Old Shin appeared confident, suggesting that they had already assessed its authenticity in their minds. "In fact, I came here today to have you evaluate this item." "Old Xiao," Old Shun interjected. The young man eagerly added, "Indeed, we just acquired this for 8 million at auction today." After a moment, Xiao Dongli set the magnifying glass aside and candidly admitted, "I am not particularly versed in such artifacts, but my intuition suggests this piece is genuine." "Huh. You see, even Old Xiao confirms its authenticity. It must be true." Without a doubt, the young man laughed heartily, his gaze fixed provocatively on Chu Xiangyang, the challenge in his eyes unmistakable. Chu Xiangyang dismissed such childish provocations with indifference, merely glancing at the incense burner before shifting his focus elsewhere. The young man's taunts, however, did not elicit the desired response, igniting his anger. Just then, a beautiful woman entered the villa. Her features were exquisite, her skin flawless, and she donned a flowing white dress, with her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. A fleeting glance made her appear as if she had stepped out of an ancient era, a paragon of elegance. "Xiao, what brings you back?" Xiao Dongli greeted with a smile. Xiao Wenxiu clearly recognized Old Shun and nodded at him. "Uncle Shun, you are here too." Old Shin responded with a smile. "In my old age, I find solace in visiting friends." Xiao Wenxiu's attention then turned to Chu Xiangyang. Xiao Dongli quickly introduced, "This is the Chu friend I mentioned to you, Meng Xiangyang. It was thanks to him that your condition improved so swiftly. Had he not taken that jade disc, your recovery would not have been so prompt." A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Wenxiu's eyes as she extended her hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Chu. I truly owe you my gratitude, though I must admit I did not expect you to be so young." Chu Xiangyang promptly rose and took her hand, responding, "May I interpret your words as a compliment, Miss Xiao?" Xiao Wenxiu and Xiao Dongli burst into laughter simultaneously, and Chu Xiangyang, with a hint of self-deprecation, mused that sometimes youth can indeed be a disadvantage, evoking the saying that a young person, lacking in experience, finds it challenging to achieve great things. Xiao Dongli, clearly amused, reassured him, "Do not worry. I am of considerable age yet still lack experience in speech, haha." Meanwhile, the elder Shin listened in confusion. "What jade disc?" "Oh, It refers to the jade disc we acquired together last time. Ever since we brought it back, Xiao has faced a series of small misfortunes. It was only when Chu Xiaoyu came to visit that he enlightened me, saying it was due to that jade disc. Since its removal, Xiao has indeed recovered. Chu Xiaoyu seems quite astute, capable of discerning even such matters, Shin remarked, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of darkness. The young man beside him suddenly flushed crimson. Xiao Shun, do not take offense. Although that item was procured with your assistance, it bears no connection to you, Xiao Dongli hastily clarified. The youth quickly retorted, how could I possibly be angered? Your words are excessively flattering. However, he then shot an eye roll at Chu Xiangyang. There are many fine treasures in this world. That one was unsuitable. I shall introduce a more fitting one to you, Xiao Lao, next time. Unlike certain individuals who treat a mere broken vessel as a treasure. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xiangyang was just then approached by the butler bearing tea. He casually poured his cup's contents onto the young man's incense burner. What on earth are you doing? Even if you are displeased with me, you cannot pour tea onto my bronze vessel, the young man exclaimed furiously, quickly taking the handkerchief offered by the butler to wipe the incense burner. Chu Xiangyang chuckled, my apologies, it was unintentional. However, what harm could come from spilling tea? Your bronze vessel ought not to fear water. The young man snorted, tea contains antioxidants. Who can say it won't tea affect this bronze piece? If anything happens, can you afford the cost? Unfazed, Chu Xiangyang replied, let us see just how damaged this item is. Should it shatter completely, I may consider compensation. You are speaking nonsense. Do not curse me. This is a bronze vessel. How could it possibly? The young man's words abruptly ceased, his movements hastening. The others looked on with curiosity, while Chu Xiangyang leisurely sipped his tea, crossing his legs. What is happening? The youth's expression twisted into one of agitation. Elder Shun, concerned, inquired, what is wrong? The young man halted his actions, a distressed expression on his face as he turned to Shun. The bronze vessel is losing its color. What? Shun was equally taken aback, seizing the incense burner from the youth and vigorously rubbing it with his hand. Yet, no matter how much he scrubbed, the cloth only grew blacker. Is it normal for a bronze vessel to lose color? Shin now questioned, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Could it truly be a fake? Worth 800,000. The young man suddenly regained his composure, pointing at Chu Xiangyang and exclaiming, it's him. It's all his fault. If he hadn't splashed the tea, this wouldn't have turned out like this. Chu Xiangyang spread his palms and replied, youngster, you must speak with reason. Go outside and ask anyone if tea can wash away the color of bronze. Are you underestimating the bronze vessels or overestimating the tea? If it could wash off the colors from bronze, who would dare to drink it? I don't care. You owe me for my incense burner. As he spoke, the young man reached out to grab Chu Xiangyang. However, Chu Xiangyang swiftly dodged, seizing the young man's wrist instead. If I were you, I would find a heavy object to smash it. Perhaps you will uncover a more astonishing discovery, rather than acting like a child and seeking compensation from others. Upon finishing his words, Chu Xiangyang forcefully flung his hand away, causing the young man to stumble and fall onto the sofa, utterly dumbfounded. Xiao Dongli turned to Old Shun, asking, would you like me to help you find something? Old Shin glanced at the already battered incense burner in his hands and finally nodded. Before long, a delicate little hammer was handed to Old Shun. He hesitated, measuring the incense burner with the hammer, but ultimately could not bring himself to strike it. Instead, he passed the hammer to the young man. With a heart full of grievance, the young man raised the hammer and struck the incense burner fiercely. A crisp sound echoed as several pieces of the bronze burner shattered upon impact, revealing the dark remnants inside. Chu Xiaoyu, what on earth is happening? Xiao Dongli exclaimed, equally astonished. Chu Xiangyang picked up a shard, inspecting it under the light, explaining, this is a long-held ancient craft. The interior is made of black iron, with a thin layer of porcelain clay applied to the exterior. After drying, painting, coloring, and aging, it results in what we see as bronze vessels today. Unexpectedly, as soon as Chu Xiangyang finished speaking, the young man glared at him and said in a low voice, you knew all along, didn't you? From the moment I took it out, you recognized it, didn't you? Chu Xiangyang merely shrugged, offering no response to his question. Indeed, had the young man not been so arrogant, Chu Xiangyang would have been disinclined to reveal the truth. Old Shin's expression also shifted dramatically. Having immersed himself in the antiques world for decades, he had never found himself so humiliated in front of others. Suppressing his anger, he forced a smile, muttering to himself, year after year, I hunt the wild goose, but this year, the swallow has pecked my eye. Old man shall take his leave now. I need to confront the merchant who sold me this item and demand an explanation. Xiao Dongli quickly interjected, allow me to have the butler escort you. Should you need anything, Please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Xiaolao. I shall visit again another day. Being of advanced age and possessing some cunning. Old Shen nodded at Chu Xiangyang before departing. However, the other young master Shen lacked such composure, storming out with the box held menacingly in his hands. Observing their retreating figures, old master Shen shook his head and smiled. He then redirected his gaze towards Chu Xiangyang, mentioning that the young friend should stay for a meal, especially since his daughter had returned and was an excellent cook. Xiao Wenxiu chimed in, expressing her desire to extend her hospitality and show gratitude to Mr. Chu. Standing up, Chu Xiangyang, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, perhaps another time. Today is my wife's birthday, and I must return home to celebrate with her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dongli laughed heartily. Ah, quite right. At such a moment, we cannot insist on keeping you. Otherwise, your wife might just take issue with us. Let us defer this for another occasion. After speaking, Xiao Dongli exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Wenxiu. Understanding the cue, Xiao Wenxiu ascended to the study on the second floor and shortly returned, presenting a box to Xiao Dongli. He then handed the item to Chu Xiangyang, stating, for your wife's birthday, we must make some gesture, though not exceedingly valuable. Please accept it, and we can address it further on another occasion. Chu Xiangyang glanced at the box and promptly pushed it back, asserting that it was merely a young person's ordinary birthday and did not warrant such a lavish gift. Besides, if you insist on giving me this, I would then feel obligated to bring you a return gift next time. Xiao Dongli was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, yet your commercial vessel is equally of considerable worth. How shall we reckon that? With a resigned sigh, Chu Xiangyang replied, Old Xiao, your assistance to me transcends the value of any single vessel. If you truly regard me, let us not be so calculating. My visit is simply that of a junior paying respects to a senior. Hearing this, Xiao Dongli, filled with admiration, patted his shoulder and said, very well, we shall let this go this time. However, should you encounter any issues next time, do not hesitate to reach out. Absolutely. Following this, Xiao Dongli and Xiao Wenxiu personally escorted Chu Xiangyang to the door. Before heading home, Chu Xiangyang purchased a plethora of groceries, only to find the house buzzing with activity upon his arrival. A delightful little dumpling suddenly leapt into his arms. Daddy! Yaya exclaimed joyfully. Oh! Chu Xiangyang quickly set the groceries aside, neglecting to change his shoes as he lifted Yaya into the air. Up we go. He spun around with her, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Chen Yuru promptly approached, saying, Yaya, let mommy hold you. Let daddy come in after changing his shoes. Okay. Yaya cheerfully acquiesced, hugging Chu Xiangyang's neck and planting a wet kiss on his cheek. After receiving the child, Chen Yuru quickly informed him, everyone is discussing where to dine this evening. Once Chu Xiangyang changed his shoes and entered the living room, he declared, there's no need to go out. I will cook for everyone at home. What? Chen Yuru's friends, who had been whispering about Chu Xiangyang moments earlier, were startled to see him in the living room. In their minds, he was merely a lazy rich heir. Later, due to gambling, he lost not only money but also his business and home. Upon hearing his grandiose declaration of preparing a sumptuous meal for everyone, the crowd was naturally skeptical. One woman, named Hua Ming, scoffed, can you truly cook? If memory serves, your skills lie solely in gambling. Another friend beside her gently tugged at Hua Ming, signaling her to temper her words. However, Hua Ming remained undeterred, questioning why he should fear criticism if he dared to undertake such a task. Given his disposition, it was evident that Yuru would suffer, with little hope for happiness. Indeed, did he imagine that boasting in front of us rendered him a paragon of virtue? Cooking requires action, not mere words. If it were as simple as talking, I could proclaim a feast fit for emperors in a day. At this remark, laughter erupted among the group. Daddy, what are the ants laughing about? Inquired the curious Yaya. Chu Xiangyang joined in the laughter, responding, they are praising your father's culinary skills. He will prepare a delicious meal for you shortly. How does that sound? Great. Daddy's cooking is amazing. It must be delicious. Yaya clapped her hands in excitement. Xiangyang chose not to argue with the others, simply turning to Chen Yuro, today is your birthday. Just enjoy the company and wait for the meal. With that, he returned to the entrance to gather the dishes and headed to the kitchen. As Chu Xiangyang departed, Hua Ming swiftly stood up and pulled Chen Yuro over. Is your partner in his right mind? It's your birthday, and we can't even go out for a meal? He insists on cooking himself. How frugal. Hua Ming lamented. Indeed, he fancies himself a 5-star chef. Even if he is willing to cook, we might not want to eat it, another chimed in. Why don't we decide where to eat ourselves? Suggested Hua Ming. Throughout the conversation, Chen Yuro remained silent, while Yaya interjected, Aunties, where are you planning to eat? Daddy is already cooking, and he's really good at it. Your father can whip up something, but children don't understand. Don't speak out of turn, Hua Ming retorted. Another friend, who had remained quiet, remarked, perhaps we should let it go. He's cooking, and it wouldn't be polite to go out for a meal now. Xiaozhen, you are just too kind. Why should we care? What can a gambling addict possibly cook? I fear the meal will carry the scent of his vices. You need not worry. Let me handle this. We are going to reserve a table at the Wan Hai Grand Hotel, she declared, pulling out her phone to book a private room at a well-known establishment in the city for everyone to gather later. Ming, perhaps we should just stay and eat at home. Xiangyang is already cooking. Chen Yuro glanced towards the kitchen and added, Yuro, your nature is far too accommodating, otherwise he wouldn't treat you so dismissively. Today is your birthday, and logically, you should be taken out to celebrate. You need not concern yourself, trust me on this. We will dine out, and he can eat by himself if he wishes to cook. Hua Ming and Chen Yuru share a cordial relationship, and given her assertive nature, she feels a tinge of irritation witnessing Chen Yuru's current misfortunes, almost wishing for an immediate divorce between the two. At that moment, a cacophony emanated from the kitchen, indicating that the dishes had been placed in the pot. Hua Ming rolled her eyes, and shortly thereafter, the enticing aroma of the food wafted into the air. Can you smell that? It's absolutely delightful, one of them exclaimed. Hua Ming's expression shifted. What's so delightful? You look as though you haven't eaten in ages. Nevertheless, the delightful fragrance continued to invade her nostrils. I refuse to believe that a gambler can truly cook, Hua Ming declared, rising from the sofa and striding purposefully toward the kitchen. The others followed her with curious expressions. The most exuberant among them was Yaya, who hopped along behind the adults, chattering, let us go see Daddy cook, it's going to be super delicious. I think you're just a brainless fan, Hua Ming teased, gently tapping Yaya's little head. Upon reaching the kitchen, they beheld a tall figure busily engaged in culinary tasks. His movements were so adept they could rival those of a five-star chef, truly uncharacteristic of someone who had never cooked before. Is that Chu Xiangyang cooking? Hua Ming exclaimed in disbelief, glancing at Chen Yuru. Chen Yuru, equally stunned, recalled that she had never seen him cook before, at most. He had made a couple of breakfasts over the past few days. Chu Xiangyang had previously struck her as a young master who couldn't even distinguish between soy sauce and vinegar. How could he possibly be cooking now? Suddenly, a gasp arose from the onlookers. Jin Ming turned around just in time to see Chu Xiangyang flipping the spatula, flames leaping up and casting a crimson glow throughout the kitchen. My goodness, this is too handsome. Those chefs on television are no match for this. One of her friends exclaimed. Haha, I think it's not just handsome. He's on par with those celebrity chefs. Another chimed in. You know, the other day I saw that chef Feng cooking, and he wasn't nearly as impressive as this. I've seen Feng too. He's quite ordinary. They say a serious man is the most attractive, and right now, he truly is. The group of friends surprisingly switched sides, with one boldly turning to Hua Ming, saying, Ming, let us cancel the reservation at the hotel. Let us just eat here. I think he is doing quite well. Hua Ming was immediately incensed. Do you have any principles left? Principles don't matter if they're as food. They all laughed. Chen Yuru hurriedly tugged at Hua Ming, urging everyone, come on. Let us wait in the living room. Before long, Chef Chu's dishes were served at the table. Chapter 46. Forced divorce as Chu Xiangyang plated the dishes. He called everyone to come and dine. Meanwhile, Yaya trailed behind him, clapping her hands in excitement. Chu Xiangyang casually placed a morsel of meat into Yaya's mouth. And in an instant, the little glutinous rice ball's big eyes sparkled with delight. She clapped her hands and exclaimed, Daddy is amazing. This is so delicious. Chen Yuru quickly beckoned her close friend, urging, let us go. Everyone wash your hands. It's time for dinner. As they gathered around the table, they were immediately captivated by the culinary creations of Chu Xiangyang. Their fingers danced in anticipation as they praised his skills. Mr. Chu, where did you learn to cook like this? It's simply authentic. One declared. Indeed, I find this steamed pork ribs to be exceptionally flavorful, surpassing even restaurant standards. Another chimed in. I also think this salted pork is delightful, far better than what I've had before. You must share the recipe with me later so my husband can whip it up at home. In response to their accolades, Chu Xiangyang merely smiled serenely, saying, as long as you enjoy it, that is enough. If you like it, please come often, and I shall prepare it for you again. It's settled then. I must indulge in more of this fish-flavored eggplant pancake. It is simply exquisite. Observing this scene, Chen Yuru felt a lump in her throat. After years of marriage to Chu Xiangyang, she had never witnessed such a moment. Are you not happy? Chu Xiangyang noticed her unusual expression and gently inquired. No, I am just too happy, Chen Yuru replied quickly. Meanwhile, Yaya lifted her glass of milk and gently clinked it against Chen Yuru's wine glass, proclaiming, Mommy, Yaya wishes you a happy birthday. May you be joyful every day. Very well, Yaya is the sweetest. Qinyuru laughed through her tears, embracing Yaya and planting a hearty kiss on her cheek. In our eagerness to eat, we completely forgot such an important occasion. Mr. Chu is the culprit. One friend joked. Following this, they all raised their glasses and toasted to Qinyuru, wishing, may our little Ru grow younger with each passing year, with ever-improving skin and cheerful days ahead. May her life be sweeter year after year, surrounded by love and care. Their glasses clinked melodiously, and Qinyuru expressed her gratitude. Thank you, everyone. Allow me to offer this toast. With that, she tilted her head back and downed her beer, prompting the others to follow suit. The conversation resumed with fervor. However, the most displeased among them was Hua Ming, who, with a sly glint in her eye, turned to ask, Mr. Chu, Ru, would you mind if I invited a friend over? Not at all. Chu Xiangyang answered promptly. Qinyuru nodded in agreement, smiling. Today is so lively, of course. We welcome him. A fleeting smirk crossed Hua Ming's face as she replied, very well, I shall give him a call. Chu Xiangyang observed her with a calm gaze. Nearly 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang, and Yaya dashed ahead, exclaiming, I'll get it, I'll get it. Struggling to open the door, she revealed a man standing outside. Ah, David, you finally made it. Jin Ming greeted the newcomer enthusiastically. Chu Xiangyang glanced up, taking in the man who donned a tailored outfit, his appearance quite pleasing. His slightly long hair added an air of charm to his demeanor. Upon hearing Jin Ming's words, he merely waved his hand before closing the door, only to scoop up the little girl at the entrance. Such a charming little lady you are, Chu Xiangyang remarked, raising an eyebrow with a deep, pleasant voice. The shy girl squirmed, struggling to be set down before darting over to his side. The man then entered, and Hua Ming wasted no time in pulling over Qinyuru. Allow me to introduce my dear friend, the birthday girl today, Miss Qinyuru. He then turned to Qinyuru and said, this is David. Hello, Miss Chun. It's a pleasure to meet you, David said, extending his hand. Although Qinyuru found the situation somewhat perplexing, she politely offered her hand in return. However, another hand moved even faster. Hello, I am Chu Xiangyang, Qinyuru's husband. David's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. Hello, David. After they shook hands, they each took their seats. Hua Ming seemed quite displeased with Chu Xiangyang's demeanor, casting him a sharp glance, which Chu Xiangyang dismissed without concern. Hua Ming then turned to David. Today is Yuru's birthday. Do you have any tokens of appreciation? David smiled gently at Qinyuru. Of course. He picked up a handbag from beside him and retrieved a velvet box. Slowly, he opened it to reveal a vibrant green pendant. Wow. The group gasped in unison. My goodness, what is this? An emerald? This is jade, quite expensive. Indeed. I've seen this color. It's worth at least 5 figures. Could be a family heirloom. Several friends marveled at the contents of the box. Chu Xiangyang took a glance, but remained silent. In contrast, Qinyuru pushed the box back toward David, stating, this is far too extravagant for a first meeting. Mr. David, please take it back. David smiled. A beautiful person like you deserves nothing less than this. Accept it as a token of our first encounter. Yes, Yuru, please accept it. This is David's heartfelt gesture. Besides, a birthday occurs only once a year. You have yet to receive a proper gift, unlike some who merely know how to cook. Hua Ming shot another pointed look at Chu Xiangyang as she spoke. Qinyuru persisted, I truly cannot accept this. Xiao Ming, you know my stance. You should convince Mr. David to take it back. Unable to dissuade David, Qinyuru sought Hua Ming's assistance. However, Hua Ming, instead of helping, coldly remarked, Yuru, do you know why I invited David today? Instinctively, Qinyuru asked why. Hua Ming glanced at Chu Xiangyang. It's because of this man. The innocent Chu Xiangyang found himself under fire. This man does not deserve you. He spends all his time gambling and neglecting his family. On your birthday, he wouldn't even spare some money for a meal, let alone a precious gift. David is 100 times superior to him. If you choose to be with David, you will undoubtedly escape the suffering you have endured. This man should no longer have a place in your life. It is best to expedite your divorce from him. I have summoned David here for you to declare your intention to part ways with him in front of everyone. We will bear witness, and he will not dare to retaliate. All eyes instantly turned to Qinyuru, who was being forced into a divorce. Chapter 47. Confession. Just as Qinyuru was about to speak, Chu Xiangyang reached out and grasped her hand resting on the table. I love her deeply. Yuru, and I will not divorce. I sincerely apologize for disappointing you. Chu Xiangyang exchanged a glance with Qinyuru, who did not rebut him, thus tacitly agreeing. Hua Ming scoffed. On what grounds do you refuse to divorce Yuru? Do you intend for her to live a life filled with dread by your side? Moreover, you profess your love for her, yet on her birthday, You have not even prepared a decent gift. How can you dare to claim you love her? Hua Ming's relentless questioning was laced with undisguised disdain. Chu Xiangyang remained silent, rising to leave the room. Shortly thereafter, he returned. He had already prepared a gift for Chun Yuru, gently pushing the box towards her. "Yuru, happy birthday," he said softly. The gaze of everyone present fell upon the box before Chun Yuru. However, she looked up at Chu Xiangyang. He nodded. "Open it, and see if you like it." "Yes. Hurry and open it so we can see what's inside," her friends urged eagerly. Hua Ming, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "Indeed. Let's see what he could possibly buy for you." Chun Yuru slowly opened the box before her. "Oh my goodness. What is this? It is absolutely stunning," she exclaimed, recognizing the exquisite necklace, rumored to have fetched millions at an auction. "Is this truly for me?" she asked, her face alight with surprise. "Of course. My wife deserves nothing but the best," Chu Xiangyang replied, taking the necklace from the box and fastening it around her neck. It was a cushion-shaped natural blue sapphire necklace from Kashmir, adorned with brilliant diamonds that sparkled with a myriad of colors under the light. Such sapphires are essentially priceless and rare, with the primary mines having been depleted over a century ago. Encountering a gem of this quality is a matter of fortune. Nearby, Yaya, captivated by the beautiful necklace around her mother's neck, clapped her tiny hands and exclaimed, "What a gorgeous necklace! Who is prettier, Mommy or the necklace?" Chu Xiangyang inquired. Yaya tilted her little head, scrutinizing for a moment before confidently declaring, "Mommy is prettier. Mommy is the most beautiful." Laughter erupted from those gathered around the table, and Chun Yuru's face blossomed with joy. A clear expression of displeasure crossed Hua Ming's face, while David's fleeting embarrassment quickly gave way to a warm smile. "Yuru, your friend is here today. I must make a promise before everyone." Chu Xiangyang spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their attention fixated on him. "What a charade!" Hua Ming scoffed. "What is it that you must announce in front of everyone?" Chun Yuru asked, feeling somewhat bashful. Chu Xiangyang nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I wish to speak before all of you." He then took Chun Yuru's hand, proclaiming, "Here and now, I vow before everyone to wholeheartedly cherish my wife and child, providing them with the utmost I can offer, ensuring her happiness and joy in life. Furthermore, I promise to live earnestly, steering clear of anything related to gambling. My dear wife, will you trust me?" As he spoke, he raised Chun Yuru's hand, gently placing a kiss upon it. "Oh!" The crowd erupted into cheers, chanting, "Kiss her! Kiss her!" Nearby, Yaya clapped her tiny hands, joining in the raucous call. Chu Xiangyang laughed heartily, saying, "Enough, don't lead the little ones astray." Chun Yuru, blushing, hurriedly rose to pour drinks for them, urging, "All right, let's stop the commotion and eat." Only then did the crowd relent, allowing the couple a moment of peace. After the meal, David, who had been rather taciturn, suddenly proposed, "Since we are all in high spirits today, I shall treat everyone to karaoke." This suggestion was met with enthusiastic approval. "Fantastic. I, the unrivaled karaoke champion. Haven't sung in ages," someone exclaimed. "Yes, I remember Yuru used to sing beautifully. It's been too long since we've had a night out." Another chimed in. "Wonderful. The trio of songbirds reunites today. We must sing at least a couple of tunes." Amid the excited chatter, Chun Yuru glanced at Chu Xiangyang, feeling a bit hesitant. "If you don't wish to go, we needn't tea. I am already very happy." Chu Xiangyang smiled, ruffling her hair, "As long as you enjoy it. Let us go together. Together. Together." Yaya mimicked Chu Xiangyang's gesture, affectionately tousling Chun Yuru's hair as she spoke. Amused by her antics, Chu Xiangyang couldn't resist planting a hearty kiss on her cherubic cheek. When David and Hua Ming noticed Chu Xiangyang's agreement to join, a glimmer of mischief flickered in their eyes. However, their subtle gestures did not escape Chu Xiangyang's keen observation. The group then moved to the karaoke venue. To their surprise, they discovered that David was a frequent patron of this particular establishment. Upon seeing him, the staff greeted him with enthusiasm. "Mr. David, welcome." He nodded lightly, replying, "The usual place." "Certainly." The staff expertly guided them to a lavish private room. Astonishingly, shortly after their arrival, before any song could be selected, a knock resonated at the door. "What is it?" one of the friends inquired as she approached to open it. A group of young ladies stood outside, appearing to be no older than 18 or 19, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they inquired, "Is David here?" Confused, my best friend nodded affirmatively. "Yes, he is." One of the girls exclaimed loudly, "Wow, sisters, come quickly. David is really here." Moments later, a throng of about a dozen people rushed into the hallway, both boys and girls, though predominantly young women, who, without hesitation, barged into the private room. "David, is it really you? I can finally see you in person," they exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Oh my goodness, they were right. David truly comes to this KTV. I have to post about this on Weibo. The sudden influx of people transformed the private room into a lively gathering. A group in the corner stared at David in bewilderment, unsure of what was transpiring. It was Hua Ming who kindly explained, David is an internet celebrity, and he's quite talented in singing. These must be his fans. Everyone looked astonished, while Chu Xiangyang merely smirked. Chapter 48, The Little Prince? David, please sing us a song. The group of young ladies urged incessantly. David, slightly exasperated, turned to Chen Yuzhu and the others with a smile. I hope you don't mind. Hua Ming quickly interjected. How could we mind? This is a KTV. After all, it's meant for singing. The others nodded in agreement, surprised to discover that David was an internet sensation. They felt fortunate to hear him sing. Seated in the corner, the Chu family listened as David specifically addressed Mr. Chu. You won't mind, will you? Chu Xiangyang smiled slightly. Of course not. That's great. David then chose a song he was adept at performing. The crowd around him grew steadily, and soon nearly 30 people had gathered. While conversing with Chu Xiangyang, David inadvertently drew everyone's attention towards him. Hey, doesn't that person look familiar? A girl in red pointed at Chu Xiangyang and asked. The two companions beside her turned their heads simultaneously to look at him. One girl in yellow expressed her confusion. Isn't he that internet sensation? The little prince of the armored car? Wow, now that you mention it, he does resemble him. However, the videos online were a bit far away, so it's hard to see clearly. He looks at least 80% similar, she noted. A young man in black scoffed. Oh please. He doesn't resemble the little prince at all. Just look at his outfit. It's so basic. Accompanying him, a bespectacled young man adjusted his glasses and replied earnestly. It's not basic. It's a popular brand, Guamalang, with each piece costing around 100 yuan. Really? I thought I'd only get to see David the internet celebrity, but it seems that's not the case. The girl in red lamented. The girl in yellow added. Indeed, and that must be his girlfriend beside him. She looks quite ordinary too. As they chatted, David reached the climax of his song, eliciting cheers from the surrounding crowd. David, David! A group of young men and women could no longer contain their excitement and began to cheer loudly. The entire private room resembled a fan meeting, filled with exuberance. David, brimming with pride, sang passionately while casting affectionate glances at Chen Yuru, who found herself quite embarrassed under his gaze. Frustrated by the noise, Chu Xiangyang picked up Yaya, intending to take Chen Yuru away. Please don't leave, Mr. Chu. Since it's Miss Chen's birthday, what significance would it hold if you departed? Just as Chu Xiangyang stood up, David promptly approached to block his way. Beside him, Hua Ming chimed in. If you wish to leave, that's fine. Let Yuru stay behind. No, I want my mommy to come with me, Yaya exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Chen Yuru's neck. David quickly interjected. Stay, sweetheart. Let us not leave, okay? Mommy and Daddy are staying. Yaya remained silent, her gaze wary of David. A flicker of embarrassment crossed David's eyes before he suggested, how about this, Mr. Chu? Today is Miss Chen's birthday. Surely you must sing her a song to commemorate the occasion. At David's words, Chen Yuru felt a wave of anxiety. She had known Chu Xiangyang for many years and had only heard him sing once. That performance had been nothing short of earth-shattering, captivating everyone present. And even after so many years, it remained unforgettable, primarily because it was excruciatingly off-key. While others might be tone-deaf, he seemed to lack any sense of pitch. Ignoring whether Chu Xiangyang would consent, David promptly selected a song on the karaoke machine for him. The surrounding fans couldn't help but chuckle at David's choice. Did you know? I heard David sing this song before. The high notes were incredibly high, and even he struggled with them. If this guy attempts to sing it, wouldn't it be a spectacle? They wondered who he was, dressed in what appeared to be cheap attire, yet still mingling with David. Singing this particular song while dressed in such a manner would surely lead to a farcical display, prompting laughter among the young fans. Chen Yuru was about to refuse on Chu Xiangyang's behalf when, with one arm holding Yaya, he boldly took the microphone. Under the amused gazes of the crowd, Chu Xiangyang began to sing. The moment he opened his mouth, everyone was taken aback. This is astonishingly good. It sounds like the original. One exclaimed. Could a mere commoner surpass David? Surely, he must have been lip-syncing earlier. How shameless. An ordinary person pretending to be a star? The crowd buzzed with chatter. Initially startled, David soon relaxed upon hearing their remarks, allowing a smirk to form. He hadn't expected this fellow to possess such talent. He had nearly been deceived. As Chu Xiangyang finished his song, only one person continued to applaud enthusiastically. The individual in question is none other than her beloved daughter, Yaya. The way her father sings is simply enchanting, akin to that of a superstar. As she spoke, she embraced his neck and planted a kiss. Chu Xiangyang's spirits soared as he glanced at Chen Yuru beside him and suggested, "Shall we head home?" However, David was unlikely to let him off so easily. Grasping the microphone, he inquired of those around him, "What do you all think? Is my friend S singing commendable?" A chorus of jeers erupted from the crowd. One individual remarked, "Do you think your covert antics went unnoticed? We've long since realized you were merely lip-syncing to the original track, believing you sang beautifully, didn't you?" Indeed, it was shameless of him to attempt to overshadow David in front of everyone. "Even so, we would not support you. I had initially mistaken him for the Prince of Cash Transport Vehicles, only to discover he is a rather repugnant person. They have all declared that he is not the Prince of Cash Transport Vehicles. Why do you not believe them?" The crowd buzzed with derogatory chatter. Yaya was on the verge of tears, clinging to her father's neck, fervently defending him. "It's my daddy's singing. It's my daddy's singing." Chu Xiangyang had intended to disregard these comments, but upon seeing Yaya's unwavering defense, he altered his resolve. Turning to David, he proposed, "How about this? You bring forth the song again, and we shall perform a duet. You sing a line, and I shall follow." The crowd eagerly nodded in agreement, eager to witness David's performance, ready to overshadow the lip-syncing charlatan. David, glancing at his adoring fans, smiled affectionately and said, "All right, today I shall show you the David rendition of Love David." As the music commenced, David took the lead with the first line, which sufficiently demonstrated that the song was not pre-recorded. It must be said that David's singing was quite commendable. His voice was deep and raspy. When it came to singing heartfelt ballads, he could evoke a rare, profound essence. At the outset of the song, David garnered a wave of applause from the crowd. "Look at David. He possesses both looks and physique, and his lineage is commendable. Why would you choose to hang your hopes on Chu Xiangyang? Are you foolish?" At this moment, Hua Ming led Chen Yuru to a nearby sofa and began to speak. Chen Yuru, slightly embarrassed, replied, "He has promised me he will never gamble again. So I wish to give him one final chance. Those who gamble rarely change for the better. If he truly can quit, I will live stream myself eating excrement." "Do you believe that?" Hua Ming exclaimed through gritted teeth. "Xiao Ming, I know you mean well, but we have Yaya now, and for her sake, I must give him one opportunity." Hearing Hua Ming express disbelief in Chu Xiangyang, Chen Yuru felt an inexplicable discomfort. "Forget it, I shan't argue with you. Just wait for him to embarrass himself." Hua Ming turned his gaze towards the two figures standing at the center of the hall. If we merely consider appearance, Chu Xiangyang is undoubtedly no less than David. In fact, he exudes an air of elegance and refinement that may surpass David's. Perhaps it is due to the influence of his father from an early age, having grown up amidst antiquities, which naturally imbued him with a touch of sophistication. However, this essence has long been dulled by the vices of gambling, leaving behind a mere semblance of a shrewd businessman. Yet, in recent days, Chen Yuru has sensed a resurgence of that aura, even more pronounced than before. This is one of the reasons she firmly believes in her capacity for improvement. David has completed the first verse, and it is now Chu Xiangyang's turn for the second. The fans below, already prepared with their phones, intend to capture his embarrassing moments for the internet. However, when he opens his mouth to sing, they are all rendered speechless. His voice is almost indistinguishable from the original, with the high notes during the climax bearing no difference whatsoever. How on earth has he managed this? One of the bystanders inadvertently uploads the video. Not only are the fans taken aback, but even David himself appears stunned, to the extent that Chu Xiangyang, after finishing that verse, forgets to continue with the song. The fans, live streaming the event, capture his expression of shock, bewilderment, and even a hint of ferocity, broadcasting it all online. Instantly, the internet erupts in excitement. The barrage of comments threatens to break through the ceiling. They incessantly inquire about the identity of the singer, with some even comparing him to the Cash Truck Prince video, concluding that he indeed is the one. My goodness, what divine beauty. Not only is he handsome, but he is also affluent and possesses a voice that is simply mesmerizing. How captivating. Attention, everyone upstairs. He has a daughter, and he has been holding her while singing. Have you not noticed how lovely that little darling is? Truly adorable. With parents of such striking looks, it's inevitable that their child would not be lacking in beauty. Am I the only one who noticed he is the Cash Truck Prince? The screen erupts into a chorus of ecstatic screams. At this moment, no one cares about what David is singing, and most have forgotten who he even is. As the song concludes, Chu Xiangyang intends to leave with his child and wife. David, having failed to retaliate, stands there with a complexion that oscillates between green and red, his gaze dark and brooding. Beside him, Hua Ming has fallen completely silent. Meanwhile, the fans who were once clustered around David begin to scream for another song, urging for more. Some even pull out their phones to replay the video from that day outside by Baoxian, where Chu Xiangyang only appeared for a fleeting few seconds. Yet those moments have been captured by the fans. Are you the cash truck prince? A girl in a red dress stands up and calls out loudly. Chu Xiangyang raises an eyebrow. He does not believe that the name is directed at him, and even if it were, he has no desire to respond. At that moment, David finally regains his composure, looking at the girl with a cold smirk. He is the cash truck prince? Then I am the Prince of Dubai. He had previously watched the video, and while the young man in it bore some resemblance to Chu Xiangyang, he was certain that it was not him. Was it really not? The fans below were puzzled. David pointed at Chu Xiangyang and exclaimed, "Do you know where he lives?" "In a small unit at the Healy community, priced at 8,000 per square meter. Do you still consider him the prince of the armored car?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Chu Xiangyang turned to Chun Yuru beside him, reassuring her, "Rest assured, we won't be living in that house for long. I've been looking for a new place, and once I find it, we can move." Ha ha ha. Did you all hear that? He is basically admitting it. David laughed heartily. The surrounding fans displayed disdain, exclaiming, "What a letdown. Turns out he is just a fraud. Such a waste of resources, using his good looks to deceive others. Poor people should stop pretending to be generous. Even if you change houses, it's merely shifting from one filthy place to another. What is the difference? It's equally repulsive." The crowd buzzed with chatter. David couldn't help but add, "If he really were the prince of the armored car, I'd kneel down and sing conquer with a shoe in my mouth. How about that? Haha, I can be David's backup dancer," chimed in another. A group began to cheer. Chu Xiangyang, weary of arguing with such simpletons, cradled the child and walked out with Chun Yuru. Hua Ming and David quickly followed. "Yuru, our song is not finished yet. Why are you leaving?" Hua Ming called from behind. Chun Yuru halted, turning to him. "Xiao Ming, I have always regarded you as my best friend, and I hope we can remain so. However, Chu Xiangyang is my husband, now and in the future. Please refrain from creating any more chaos." Observing the once gentle lamb now transformed into a protective hedgehog for him, Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but smile. Finally, she was publicly and assertively defending him. Hua Ming was taken aback by Chun Yuru's words. Her statement had reached a point of no return, and any further comments would surely sever their friendship. They had now reached the entrance, where the door swung open, revealing a man. Upon seeing Chu Xiangyang, the man hurried over, extending his hand. David, trailing behind Chu Xiangyang, was quicker to grasp the man's hand. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" David inquired, his face a mask of flattery. The man impatiently withdrew his hand, stating, "It's my own establishment. I can come whenever I please without needing your approval." David, feeling awkward, replied, "Of course, just thought we had a connection." Lin's son disregarded him, his gaze fixed on Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang smiled and said, "What a coincidence, Mr. Lin, to see you here." As Lin's son was about to speak, David cast a mocking glance at Chu Xiangyang, remarking that he never expected him to know President Lin. Could it be that he once served here? Chu Xiangyang sighed, as the favorable impression he initially had of David had entirely dissipated. It seemed that this individual's intellect diminished in the presence of others. Realizing this, David swiftly understood that President Lin owned another establishment outside of this one. "What is the matter with you? Where did this fool come from? How did you let him in?" Lin's son turned his head and bellowed at several waitstaff by the entrance. The waitstaff, upon being summoned, hurried over, one on each side. They grasped David's arms and urged, "Mr. David, perhaps it's best if you take your leave." David felt his pride wounded. "Why should I leave? I am a VIP customer here. What is he? What is he? What are you?" Lin's son retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at David. It was at this moment that David finally grasped the situation, his gaze darting between Lin's son and Chu Xiangyang. "Who exactly are you?" David finally posed a question that demonstrated some intellect. Chu Xiangyang smiled and introduced himself. "My surname is Chu. My given name is Xiangyang. The Bai Baoxian establishment is mine." "What? Impossible!" David exclaimed in disbelief. His outburst attracted the attention of his followers who had been trailing behind. "What do you mean impossible? I can attest here and now that Bai Baoxian belongs to Boss Chu. What are you?" Linson shouted. David hastily wriggled free from the grasp of the waitstaff, approaching with an ingratiating demeanor. "Ah, so it truly is Boss Chu. I failed to recognize your stature. Please do not hold my earlier remarks against me." As he extended his hand, Chu Xiangyang glanced at it with a cold smile. "I recall someone just mentioned that if I were the owner of Bai Baoxian, he would kneel and sing conquer. But alas, I seem to have forgotten who that was." David chuckled awkwardly. "You see, with your stature as a prominent figure, how could you remember such trivial matters? Besides, I was merely joking. Please do not take it to heart. I apologize, but I never make jokes. Every word I utter is sincere. Chu Xiangyang said, fixing David with an enigmatic gaze. David turned around to see nearly 50 fans standing behind him, all of whom were his followers. If he were to concede to Chu Xiangyang's request to sing conquer here, it would utterly disgrace him, jeopardizing his income. Thus, he insisted, "We are all adults here. Boss Chu, please grant me some leniency." He believed he had made himself abundantly clear. If Chu Xiangyang held even a modicum of regard for him, he would not continue to make such demands. After all, he considered himself a minor internet celebrity. What was Chu Xiangyang? Merely the prince of an armored car? Such titles were fleeting, unable to compare with his enduring prowess as a formidable performer. David, who harbored a sense of superiority, adopted a notably rigid demeanor. As Chu Xiangyang observed the myriad expressions flitting across David's face, a cold smile crept into his heart. He had no intention of making things too difficult for David. A simple admission of fault would suffice. However, since David sought to compete with him, he would oblige. With a sardonic tone, he inquired, "Mr. David, how much do you believe your pride is worth?" David, feeling choked with indignation and reluctant to shatter his public persona in front of his fans, leaned closer to Chu Xiangyang and whispered through gritted teeth, "Could you not grant me this favor, Mr. Chu?" To which Chu replied, "But I have no desire to do so. In fact, I wish to hear you sing it 30 times. Stepping back with his wife, Chu Xiangyang deftly evaded David. The handsome visage of David flushed a deep crimson as he fixed a fiery glare upon Chu. With a smile, Chu turned to Lin Sun and posed the question, "Do you think Mr. David should adhere to our previous agreement?" He then recounted the earlier events to Lin Senator, noticing Lin Sun's increasingly impatient gaze. David began to sweat profusely. While he felt a flicker of confidence when facing Chu Xiangyang, it evaporated entirely in the presence of Lin Senator as Chu's words settled. Lin Sun cast a dark look at David, declaring, "Do you even know who Mr. Chu is? He is my superior, and you are nothing. Since you lost the wager with my boss, you should promptly fulfill your promise. Otherwise, you need not worry about him. I could easily make you lose your way." The onlookers, anticipating the spectacle, collectively gasped in shock. David's knees buckled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. The slight sense of superiority he once felt had been utterly obliterated. He had assumed Chu Xiangyang was merely a minor player, but to his astonishment, this figure was a prominent leader in the local entertainment industry, calling him his superior in a public setting. The extent of Chu's influence was now abundantly clear. Without waiting for Chu to speak again, David sank to his knees and began to sing Conquer while tugging at his ear. The so-called fans surrounding him began to murmur and point, none willing to defend him. "Don't obstruct my view. I must capture this classic moment for the internet," someone exclaimed. Indeed, David sings Conquer with a certain flair. "Yes, his charisma is undeniably captivating. We cannot deny it," another added. David's popularity surged once more, even more fervently than before. Meanwhile, Hua Ming, who had been standing beside him, dared not utter a word. While David could afford to be defiant, at least he was a recognized internet celebrity with some status. As for her, her husband was merely a corporate white-collar worker, and she was just an ordinary employee. Learning that Chu Xiangyang was the prince of cash transport had already left her in shock. Now that he had risen to become Lin Sen's superior, she dared not utter another word. "Very well, keep your eyes on him. Let him sing 30 times here." After Lin Sun issued his command, he respectfully addressed Chu Xiangyang. "Boss Chu, since we have encountered each other here, why not step into my office? I happen to have matters I wish to discuss with you." Chu Xiangyang nodded slightly. "Very well, let us go." Subsequently, the three of them ascended the stairs together. Chapter 51. Surveillance. Lin Sun escorted the Chu family to his office. Upon reaching the desk, Chu Xiangyang's gaze fell upon a statue of Guangong. The craftsmanship of the statue was extraordinarily exquisite, almost lifelike. However, upon the first glance, it evoked an uncanny feeling in Chu Xiangyang, as if the statue were enveloped in a thick aura of resentment. Yet, in mere moments, this sensation vanished. There exists a belief that a sculptor's emotions inadvertently influence the objects they carve. From this, Chu Xiangyang surmised that the woodcarver must have been suppressing some inner turmoil during the creation of this statue, which resulted in the oppressive ambience it exuded. Turning to Lin Sun, he inquired, "What do you think? Do you believe there is something amiss?" Lin Sun nodded. "I too find the statue somewhat unsettling, which is why I thought to bring you here, in hopes of gaining insight." Chu Xiangyang shook his head. "Where did you acquire this piece?" "I bought it at an underground ghost market," Lin Sun replied. "I was drawn to its exquisite craftsmanship, but upon returning, I can't shake the strange feeling it gives me, even experiencing a sense of gloom." "At what time does the ghost market typically operate?" Chu Xiangyang asked suddenly. Lin Sun glanced at his watch. "It should be starting soon. In about an hour or two." Chu Xiangyang turned to Chen Yuru. I will first escort you home, and then I will accompany him to the ghost market. All right. Please exercise caution while you're out, Chunyuru advised. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin's son nodded at Chunyuru. I apologize, sister-in-law, for making Boss Chu accompany me out at such a late hour. Chu Xiangyang quickly waved his hand. I still feel unworthy of such a title. You may simply call me by my name. Considering our ages, I might be just a year or two older than you, so calling me Brother Chu would suffice. Lin's son readily complied. Brother Chu. By this time, Yaya, nestled in Chu Xiangyang's arms, had already fallen asleep. He first returned the mother and child safely home before driving to the ghost market with Lin Sr. The so-called ghost market is an underground trading hub where an array of items can be found. It is situated beneath a club, covering approximately 700 to 800 square meters. Here, one can find both valuable goods and contraband, nearly all of which make their way here for sale. However, it is also a place where inferior items are often passed off as genuine. Discerning buyers are essential. If one possesses a keen eye, they might uncover hidden treasures. Conversely, if one is less discerning, they might find themselves stuck with unsatisfactory purchases, with no recourse for returns. Chu Xiangyang and Lin Sun drove at a leisurely pace. And by the time they arrived, the ghost market had already opened. It was Chu Xiangyang's first visit, though Lin Sun was quite familiar with it. He skillfully led Chu Xiangyang to purchase the entrance tickets at the entrance. Then they proceeded directly into the ghost market. Unfortunately, after wandering around the market, they failed to spot the man selling the Guangdong statues. Lin Sun sighed in disappointment, lamenting their misfortune. However, Chu Xiangyang's gaze remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings until he suddenly caught sight of a statue in a corner, only to discover that the seller was a woman. The statue depicted Shakyamuni and stood approximately 40 centimeters tall. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and the statue appeared remarkably lifelike as Chu Xiangyang approached it. Brother Chu, are you interested in purchasing this statue? Lin Sun hurriedly followed suit. Chu Xiangyang nodded and inquired about the price. The woman remained silent, simply raising her hand to display 5 fingers. Chu Xiangyang furrowed his brow slightly, being his first visit. He was unaware of what the 5 fingers signified in terms of currency. Meanwhile, Lin Sun generously pulled out his phone and scanned a nearby QR code. 50,000 yuan has been credited. A voice announced from the woman's device. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, surprised by the steep price. The woman, having only the statue before her, promptly placed it into a box upon receiving the payment. This statue and the Guangdong were crafted by the same artist. He whispered to Lin Sun during the moment the woman was packing the statue. Upon hearing this, Lin Sun quickly interjected, "Excuse me, miss. Could you hold on for a moment? I have a few questions to ask you." The woman, her hands still busy, replied, "What do you want to know?" There was a slight accent in her voice, though Chu Xiangyang could not discern its origin. "Miss, I would like to inquire about the artist who sculpted your Buddha statue." Lin Sun began. The woman glanced at him and responded, "Well, it was carved by the master sculptor, of course." "What kind of question is that?" "That's not what I meant." Lin Sun hurriedly clarified. "I want to know if you recognize a man who is approximately 175 centimeters tall, slightly plump, with a mole beneath his left eyebrow." He gestured as he spoke. The woman, who had not ceased her movements, suddenly paused, a wary expression crossing her face. "I've never seen the man you described. Why do you ask about him?" "I simply wish to know," Chu Xiangyang quickly interjected, grasping Lin Sun's arm. "He was merely asking out of curiosity. If you haven't seen him, that's fine. Please hand me the packaged Buddha statue." The woman finally understood, handing the wrapped statue to Chu Xiangyang. Holding the statue, he tugged Lin Sun away. "Why aren't we pressing further with our inquiries, Brother Chu?" She seemed like she knew something. Lin Sun frequently glanced back as they walked. Chu Xiangyang replied, "Sometimes the answers you seek are less accurate than those you discover with your own eyes. But, no buts, just hurry and follow me." Chu Xiangyang pulled Lin Sun out of the underground ghost market, and the two of them squatted at the entrance, waiting. Within 10 minutes, the woman emerged from the market. "Are you planning to follow her?" Lin Sun suddenly felt a surge of excitement for reasons unknown. Chu Xiangyang sighed in exasperation, urging him to control his emotions and avoid detection. He genuinely feared that Lin Sun, in his excitement, might inadvertently accelerate and reveal their presence. However, Lin Sun confidently patted his chest, assuring, "Don't worry, I'm a professional at following." Huh. Chu Xiangyang was rendered speechless in an instant. The two trailed the woman's car, exiting the ghost market's underground parking lot in tandem. Before long, the woman's vehicle veered off the main road onto a secluded path. "Where on earth does she live? It's so remote." Lin Sun grumbled as he drove. In order to facilitate their shared ride, Chu Xiangyang narrowed his eyes from the passenger seat, instructing, "Just focus on driving. Don't lose her car, even if you succeed." Just then, Lin's son growled. Damn it, we actually lost her. Chapter 52. The thief Chu Xiangyang abruptly raised his head, realizing the car ahead had turned into a residential complex, disappearing from sight. It was an exceedingly old community, devoid of even a security guard at the entrance. Their vehicle easily followed inside. What now? Lin's son gawked at the irregular, winding paths and was utterly dumbfounded. Chu Xiangyang scanned the area and caught a glimpse of a beam of light. Drive forward and turn left, he instructed. Lin's son promptly stepped on the gas to pursue it. A few minutes later, they stopped at the base of a building. While the woman had already locked her car and ascended to the second floor. How did it go today? Did you sell anything? The summer air was thick, and the windows were wide open, allowing muffled voices to waft from the room. Lin's son recognized the woman's voice as remarkably familiar, prompting him to lean closer. I sold it, but the two buyers said they recognized you. This was the woman's voice. Upon hearing this, the man suddenly grew tense. What did you tell them? The woman replied, what could I say? I simply pretended not to know you. This guy is the one who sold me the statue of Guangong. Lin's son whispered to Chu Xiangyang. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xiangyang proceeded to stride up to the second floor with Lin's son in tow. What do you intend to do? Lin's son asked, excitement lighting up his face as he stared at the closed security door. Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just how strong was Lin's son's underlying antisocial personality that he wore such an expression at the mere suggestion of mischief? Thus, Chu Xiangyang declared, let me show you a special skill. What skill? Lin's son's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chu Xiangyang produced a key and inserted it into the security door. Cool. Lin's son gave him a thumbs up. With a click, the lock opened, and Chu Xiangyang and Lin's son rushed inside. Upon entering, he shouted, everyone, freeze. The man, who had just moments ago been languidly lounging on the sofa, suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and exclaiming loudly, I am guilty. I confess to everything. I beseech the authorities for a chance. This is truly my first offense. What on earth is happening? Get up, Chu Xiangyang commanded, as he stepped forward, yanking the man back to his feet and forcefully throwing him onto the sofa. What is the situation with the statue of Guangong? Chu Xiangyang inquired. The man, still appearing subjugated, cast a fleeting glance at Chu Xiangyang before muttering softly. Speak louder. I cannot hear you, Lin's son interjected. The man quickly raised his voice, declaring, I admit my mistake. I stole that item. What item did you steal? The statue of Guangong? Or perhaps the statue of Shakyamuni? Chu Xiangyang probed further. Speak up, or do not blame me for being unkind. Lin's son, reveling in the drama, approached and seized the man's collar, bellowing at him. Just then, Chu Xiangyang abruptly stood and kicked open the bedroom door. Inside, a woman was poised to make a phone call. Chu Xiangyang snatched the phone from her and hurled it onto the bed. Behave. We shall ask a few questions and then depart. The woman trembled in fear, too terrified to utter a word. You go in and keep an eye on her, Chu Xiangyang instructed Lin's son, who hastily complied. Chu Xiangyang turned back to the man and said, my patience is limited. If you speak the truth, I will let you off. Otherwise, prepare to face prison. The two stolen items combined fetched over 100,000, enough for a decade or more behind bars. The man, drenched in cold sweat, collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, I will tell you everything. I truly stole those items. After wiping the perspiration from his brow, he divulged all his misdeeds to Chu Xiangyang. It turned out he had been a security guard at a high-end residential community for nearly 2 years. Within this upscale enclave, there was one residence that remained perpetually dark. Having engaged in petty thefts during his youth, he eventually succumbed to temptation. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily entered the darkened home, only to discover a trove of treasures. In addition to the two statues, there were numerous exquisite porcelain pieces. Enchanted by the beauty of the statues, he pilfered them along with the porcelain. However, fearing the possibility that the porcelain might be antiques and could attract legal trouble, he decided to sell only the seemingly inconspicuous statues. Brother, I have told you everything I know. This truly is my first offense. Please spare me. I do not wish to endure prison, the man pleaded, bowing repeatedly before Chu Xiangyang. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiangyang replied, take me to see the other porcelain pieces. The man quickly scrambled to his feet, saying, please, follow me. They are in the guest room of my house. He then led Chu Xiangyang into his guest room and retrieved several boxes from beneath the bed. Upon opening the boxes, they revealed exquisite blue and white porcelain. Chu Xiangyang cast a glance and discovered that these pieces of blue and white porcelain were all exquisitely crafted replicas. Remarkably, the technique employed bore a striking resemblance to that of the individuals who had previously deceived him. This turned out to be an unexpected revelation. He subsequently summoned both the man and the woman to the living room. I shall not divulge this matter to others, but if you too wish to preserve your lives, it would be prudent to depart swiftly. Otherwise, your adversaries shall show you no mercy, Chu Xiangyang cautioned. His words were not mere alarmist rhetoric. Those replicas were akin to confidential secrets, and their emergence into the public domain represented a significant breach. Should their adversaries become aware, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Chu Xiangyang produced a check and handed them a sum of money, urging them to leave promptly. The man, upon receiving the check, nodded repeatedly, assuring him, "Rest assured. We shall leave at once." Chu Xiangyang said nothing further and departed with Lin's senator. Once back in the car, Lin's son inquired, "Will they actually leave?" Chu Xiangyang gently shook his head, remarking, "People often meet their demise for the sake of wealth, and birds perish for food. Do you think they will truly leave?" "No." Lin's son replied decisively. Chu Xiangyang chuckled softly, saying, "Then I am powerless to intervene. If they seek their own demise, what can I do? Let us go." By this time, dawn had begun to break. Lin's son pressed the accelerator, surging out of the community. Chu Xiangyang leaned back in the passenger seat to rest, but unexpectedly, his phone rang. "It's barely past 5. Who could be calling at this hour? It's not your sister-in-law, is it? Out all night. Perhaps I ought to check in?" Lin suggested from the side. Chu Xiangyang remained silent. He recognized the number. It belonged to Gu Jiannan. Chapter 53. Faux antiques and faceless individuals. Upon answering the call, Gu Jiannan seemed somewhat embarrassed. "I hope I'm not disturbing your rest, my young friend Chu Xiang. At my age, I cannot indulge in slothful sleep. So I decided to call. My sincerest apologies," he chuckled. Chu Xiangyang shook his head, saying, "It's no trouble. I rise early as well. Please, what is it you wish to discuss?" Gu Jiannan quickly responded, "Last night, I received an invitation indicating that there will be a small auction this morning, primarily attended by insiders. I merely wish to inquire if you might be interested in attending." "A small auction?" Chu Xiangyang pondered. As he had yet to participate in any auctions in this region and was uncertain of the scale of such an event, Gu Jiannan clarified, "There won't be many attendees, perhaps around 20 to 30 individuals, yet they are all notable figures. The setup of the auction is not much different from that of an intimate banquet." Chu Xiangyang nodded, asking, "Should I prepare anything?" "No need for preparations. If you are interested, simply come by my place at 8 to collect your admission ticket," Gu Jiannan replied. Meanwhile, Lin's son, who had been driving, overheard their conversation and discreetly gestured to himself. Mouthing the words, "Can I go?" Chu Xiangyang nodded and inquired, "Old Gu, a friend of mine wishes to accompany me. Would that be permissible?" "Certainly, there is no issue. As long as they are friends of Chu, they are also considered friends of mine. Let us proceed together." Gu Jiannan responded with remarkable alacrity. "Very well, then. Please wait for me at home. I shall arrive in an hour." After saying this, Chu Xiangyang ended the call. Upon the arrival of the three at the venue of the small auction, Chu Xiangyang was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, a grand villa. A private residence no less. Gu Jiannan, familiar with the surroundings, guided Chu Xiangyang and Lin's son to the entrance, presenting his invitation before leading them inside. Entering the villa's grand hall, Chu Xiangyang beheld dozens of various antique items meticulously displayed. As he strolled through, he examined each piece with great care, only to realize that everything here was counterfeit. A slight frown creased his brow. Meanwhile, Lin's son pointed to a pearwood landscape ornament in the corner, saying, "Brother Chu, have you noticed how this piece resembles my guangdong? It truly evokes a sense of discomfort." With a chuckle, Chu Xiangyang teased, "I hadn't anticipated your skills to have improved so much that you could discern the flaws." Lin's son, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. "I suppose this is a case of one who associates with vermilion becomes red. After spending so much time with you, I ought to make some progress." As the two continued their light-hearted banter, the hall gradually filled with more people. Gu Jiannan, who had been standing a short distance behind them, now mingled within the crowd. Chu Xiangyang's gaze slowly traversed the gathering, searching for familiar faces within the memories of the original owner. Regrettably, he could only recognize about half of the individuals present. Yet, even this partial recognition sufficed. Lin's son scanned the distant crowd and quietly remarked, "Have you spotted that little old man in the top hat? He retired last year. His surname is Liu, and that tall, thin fellow with glasses is a renowned scholar. Surname Qian. The balding little chubby man is a prominent tycoon in our provincial capital. His surname is Yu." Lin Sin introduced each person to Chu Xiangyang, all of whom were evidently illustrious figures. It was astonishing that they had gathered here for the auction of these counterfeit antiques. Upon realizing this, when Chu Xiangyang lifted his gaze again, he found their expressions even more ludicrous. What business magnates? What scholars? What esteemed individuals, deceived by their own blindness, They were nothing of the sort. This was merely a gathering of counterfeit antiques and counterfeit personas. The auction was initiated by a man of approximately 50 years. Leaning on a dragon-headed cane, under the adulation of the crowd, he stepped forward to commence his speech. At the height of his fervor, the audience erupted into applause. Yet, to Chu Xiangyang, a foul stench seemed to emanate from the proceedings, prompting him to shake his head. After the elder concluded his address, others began to lavishly extol the items up for auction. This is blue and white porcelain. Its glaze is transparent as water, and the body is delicately thin, accentuating the porcelain's pristine whiteness, rendering it exquisitely elegant. A rare gem indeed, praised Mr. Yu. Your evaluation is rather moderate. Behold this exquisite Tang Sankai. Its harmonious blend of three colors flows gracefully and naturally. Now this is truly a masterpiece, Mr. Qi remarked, as the rain ceased and the skies cleared, revealing a myriad of verdant peaks and azure waves. The Ru kiln has always been my favorite, resembling jade yet surpassing it. The esteemed scholar, Mr. Qian, couldn't help but express his admiration. Chu Xiangyang, however, looked down upon their conversation with disdain. He sighed softly, considering it best to take his leave. It was difficult for him to comprehend how these individuals could wax poetic over a collection of forgeries. Noticing his discontent, the ancient Jin then approached him swiftly, inquiring, "What troubles you, my young friend?" Chu Xiangyang sighed. "Alas, I find myself utterly uninterested in today's auction. I shall take my leave, my apologies." "But is there truly nothing that piques your interest?" Jin then urged, genuinely concerned. Yet, Chu Xiangyang quickly replied, "No, I merely came to broaden my horizons, not intending to bid on anything, and I would advise you, my friend, to refrain from acting hastily." He believed he had hinted sufficiently. Surely, with Jian Nan's intellect, he would grasp the underlying meaning. However, just as he attempted to depart, he was halted once more. A figure scrutinized him from head to toe, then burst into laughter. "Good heavens! It truly is you, Chu Xiangyang. With whom have you been consorting? What business do you have in a place like this?" The individual appeared to be of similar age, their hair dyed in a myriad of colors, casting a contemptuous glance at Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang, uninterested in their identity, simply wished to escape. He attempted to sidestep the individual, but they reached out, blocking his path. "Wu Yuan, come see who this is." Their exclamation drew the attention of all nearby. As the young man named Wu Yuan approached and recognized Chu Xiangyang, he joined the colorful figure in laughter. "Ah, it is the young Master Chu. Is there anything left at home that you haven't squandered? Care to join us for a round today?" Lin Sun stepped forward. "Who are you speaking of?" Chu Xiangyang tugged at Lin Sun, intending to leave. Yet, Wu Yuan mocked. "You prodigal son dare come here? Losing money, losing property. And just the other day, you claimed to have lost your daughter. Have you now lost your wife as well?" The comment elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Chapter 54, Chengfang. Chu Xiangyang regarded the speaker as if they were a fool. "How long ago was that?" The individual faltered. Chu Xiangyang continued, "If your information is outdated, spare yourself the embarrassment before others. I have long ceased gambling." With that, he pushed past Wu Yuan and continued on his way, only to be intercepted again by the colorful figure ahead. "What is this? Do you look down upon Mr. Mao's auction? I saw you shaking your head just now. What is your meaning?" Chu Xiangyang sighed. "I have no interest in inferior goods. Is that clear?" "What did you say?" Upon the utterance of those words, all present were instantly taken aback. After all, in their eyes, each item was an authentic masterpiece. Moreover, the auction was organized by the illustrious Mr. Mao, a figure of great repute in the locality. How could there possibly be counterfeit goods amidst such esteemed offerings? The renowned scholar, Qian Shui, overwhelmed by his agitation, felt his skin and beard tremble with fervor. "By what authority do you claim these items are forgeries? What evidence do you possess? Should you fail to substantiate your allegations, I shall have you apprehended for slander," he exclaimed, his voice rising with indignation. As he spoke, the scholar was seized by a fit of coughing, prompting those nearby to support him, gently patting his back while directing their ire at Chu Xiangyang. "Indeed, open your eyes and behold the sanctity of this place. Does it seem a fitting venue for such baseless accusations?" Though Gu Jinan held a degree of trust in Chu Xiangyang's abilities, he recognized that this was not the moment for idle chatter. With a hint of concern, he inquired, "Young friend Chu, are you certain of your assertion?" Chu Xiangyang nodded reassuringly. "Fear not, elder, my words bear truth. If anyone doubts me, they may examine the porcelain. At the very bottom, in the far corner, lies a diminutive letter C." One individual, seizing the nearest porcelain piece, scrutinized it under the light, but discerned no such letter. He bellowed, "This is sheer nonsense. There is no letter to be found." At this moment, Qian Shui, ever the perfectionist, produced his personal magnifying glass, taking the porcelain into his hands to inspect it meticulously. An air of hushed anticipation enveloped the hall as all eyes fixated on him. After a couple of minutes, Qian Shui, his expression deflated, lowered the magnifying glass. Indeed, it is Cheng Fong. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly. Cheng Fong, renowned for crafting high-quality replicas, was an enigmatic figure. His real name was Cheng Yin, and the items he produced were simply referred to as Cheng Fong. No one knew his whereabouts, his visage, nor his age. Even his gender remained a mystery. Legends whispered that Cheng Yin had perished in an accident, which accounted for the long absence of his works from the market. Yet, unexpectedly, so many of his pieces were now before them. Doubts still lingered among the onlookers, who proceeded to inspect every exhibit in the hall. To their astonishment, each piece of porcelain bore the same minute lettered beneath. Such details were invisible to the naked eye unless scrutinized with a magnifying glass. The crowd was left puzzled, wondering how Chu Xiangyang had discerned this with mere observation. Mr. Mao, the initiator of the auction, approached Chu Xiangyang, remarking, "Young lad, your keen eyesight is commendable. I wonder how you managed to perceive that minute letter so effortlessly." Chu Xiangyang smiled. Indeed, there are times when the authentication of antiques does not necessarily rely on remnants left by the creator. Much like the works of Mr. Chang, if one observes them frequently, a certain sensation arises, in essence akin to the soul of the craftsman. While crafting their masterpieces, they inadvertently infuse their techniques and spirit into their creations. Therefore, each of their works evokes a similar feeling. Yet, one must ponder, if these pieces originate from different dynasties, why do they elicit the same sentiment? It is precisely this sensation that leads me to believe that all these artifacts originate from the same artisan. Truly, the youth is formidable, Mr. Mao exclaimed. Beside him, Gu Jianan felt a sense of pride, having initially thought Chu Xiangyang was already remarkable, only to discover he could surpass even that. He nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed, indeed." The gazes of the onlookers shifted from disdain to admiration. Chu Xiangyang had no intention of intervening in this matter, yet since the other party was aware of the counterfeit, he boldly inquired, "Mr. Mao, I hope you don't mind my impertinence, but where did you acquire these items?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Mao sighed deeply. "This matter is one of great embarrassment for me. I never imagined that in my lifetime, I would fall prey to deceit. At that time, I was swayed by the allure of a so-called fallen aristocratic family, spending a considerable sum to procure these items." The crowd murmured in sympathy. Chu Xiangyang then asked, "Might Mr. Mao lead the way? I wish to uncover the identity of this deceiver." Mr. Mao nodded, acknowledging, "You are indeed a man of integrity. Even if you had not mentioned it, I would have dispatched someone to investigate." However, Chu Xiangyang was particularly eager to ascertain the identity of this individual, for he had been quite thoroughly duped himself. Subsequently, Mr. Mao personally guided them, with Chu Xiangyang and Lin Xin following closely behind, as they journeyed towards the grand household. The estate was situated far from the city center, and they drove for nearly 2 hours. To their surprise, the residence was indeed an aging manor. Though it could not compare to the grandiose mansions of antiquity, it stood in stark contrast to contemporary dwellings, embodying a world apart. It was truly a case of a once magnificent house now fallen into disrepair. When I first arrived, they claimed this manor was inherited from the elder generation, and even the antiques within had been displayed there for generations. Perhaps due to my initial impression, I lowered my guard considerably, Mr. Mao lamented. Upon disembarking, he could not help but sigh again. Chu Xiangyang glanced at the manor. Its exterior was indeed imposing, yet it appeared far too dilapidated, lacking signs of habitation. "Let us proceed," Mr. Mao suggested. Chu Xiangyang nodded, and the three approached the grand entrance, pressing the doorbell. The chime echoed, but no one responded from within. "Mr. Mao looked up at Chu Xiangyang with a puzzled expression. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiangyang kicked the door open. They entered the courtyard, but it was devoid of any presence. Even upon entering the hall, they saw not a single soul. "Indeed, I have been deceived," Mr. Mao sighed. The three of them searched the room thoroughly, while Chu Xiangyang detected a peculiar scent. Following the aroma, he discovered a beautifully crafted snuff bottle tucked away in a cabinet against the wall. The snuff bottle was exquisite, its fragrance quite distinct. Chapter 55. Surrounded, the entire residence had been turned upside down, yet nothing was found, though they had certainly accumulated a fair amount of dust. Another empty house scam, Chu Xiangyang muttered on his way back. Lin Xin nodded in agreement, remarking on the cunning of these individuals who moved from one place to another, making it nearly impossible for them to track them down. Chu Xiangyang squinted slightly, understanding the saying that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. "If I ever catch them, They will not escape unscathed, Lin's son exclaimed, shaking his fist. Upon arriving in the city, Chu Xiangyang bid farewell to Mr. Mao, who expressed his desire to show gratitude to Chu for his assistance, fearing that this incident might become a laughingstock in their circle. Chu Xiangyang quickly responded, insisting that such gratitude was unwarranted, as he was merely fulfilling the obligations of a junior to his elder. Haha, well then, I shall lean on my seniority. If I ever require your help, dear Chu, do not be a stranger, Mr. Mao said with a cheerful demeanor. Chu Xiangyang nodded in agreement. After parting ways, Lin's son escorted Chu Xiangyang to the ghost market to retrieve his vehicle, and they went their separate paths. Back at Bai Baoxian, Chu Xiangyang intended to rest, but it was not long before someone knocked at the door. Boss, do you accept antiques? The visitor, a man with a regional accent, appeared to be a country dweller. Chu Xiangyang slowly opened his eyes, inquiring, what items do you have? The man, clutching a worn canvas bag, quickly approached and carefully revealed its contents. Chu Xiangyang glanced up to see a cloisonné enamel plate. The plate was round and flat, adorned with colorful enamel artwork, with the character for spring intricately depicted at its center. This piece likely belonged to a set, as it would typically include the characters for summer, autumn, and winter. While individually it held little value, a complete set could be quite valuable, and importantly, such items were rare. Thus, Chu Xiangyang asked, fellow villager, is this the only piece you have? I have a few more at home, passed down from my ancestors. I wish to sell them to fund my son's wedding. The man quickly retracted the plate. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, realizing there were indeed more pieces. The thing is, to sell them, they must be sold as a set. One alone is not worth much, he remarked. The man nodded, I believe so too. If the boss is interested, you could come with me to fetch them. But the price must be fair. Chu Xiangyang smiled. You are quite shrewd, my friend. So tell me, how much do you desire for them? My son believes this could fetch a price equivalent to a house. Is that truly the case? The man inquired. Chu Xiangyang gazed at the deep furrows etched upon the man's face, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. If what you say is true, I shall offer you the equivalent of 2 houses. What do you say? Deal. Then come with me at once, the man hastily responded. Although Chu Xiangyang intended to inform Zhang Hanyu, the man's face bore a look of wariness as he interjected. You mustn't tell anyone that we are retrieving something from our home. If word gets out, it could spell trouble for us. Though Chu Xiangyang could not fathom the origins of the man's apprehension, he ultimately departed without relaying his intentions to Zhang Hanyu, promptly ushering the villager into the car. Throughout their journey, the villager maintained a tight-lipped demeanor, refusing to disclose the location of his residence, merely directing Chu Xiangyang with fervent insistence. After several twists and turns, they gradually left the urban sprawl behind, heading toward the outskirts. As they progressed along the national highway and onto the expressway, the towering edifices of the city steadily vanished from view. Your home is in the countryside? Chu Xiangyang inquired while maneuvering the vehicle. Mind your own business. Just follow the directions I provide, the villager retorted, clutching a tattered canvas bag with a vigilant expression. Resigned, Chu Xiangyang adhered to the man's instructions. Regardless of what he wished to discuss, the villager remained on guard, offering nothing more than non-committal responses. Approximately an hour later, they finally reached a fork in the road. Turn in at the upcoming junction, the man commanded. With a deft turn of the steering wheel, Chu Xiangyang complied and exited the expressway. After continuing for nearly 2 hours, their path meandered considerably. Had it not been for Chu Xiangyang's keen sense of direction, they might have found themselves lost. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded village. Park your car at the village entrance. Your fine vehicle would raise suspicions if it ventured further, the man instructed as he exited the car. Are there truly no drivers in your village? Chu Xiangyang asked, intrigued. Nonetheless, he followed the advice and parked the vehicle, trailing behind the man into the village. There are those who drive, but anyone entering the village by car draws attention and scrutiny. I wish to avoid that, the man replied, clutching his worn canvas bag. He gestured towards a dilapidated courtyard ahead. That is my home. Upon leading Chu Xiangyang to his residence, the man kindly offered him a glass of water. I shall step out for a moment. Please wait here. With that, he hurriedly exited. As Chu Xiangyang surveyed the ramshackle dwelling, the walls plastered with old newspapers and the cup of water in his hand, an odd sensation arose within him. The cup seemed long overdue for a wash, bearing a layer of indiscernible grime, and though the liquid appeared clear, it was muddied by the residue. Setting the cup on a rickety table, Chu Xiangyang resolved to take a stroll outside. However, as he reached the threshold, a throng of villagers suddenly encircled him. The individuals before him were all tall and imposing, clearly seasoned fighters. Moreover, the attire of these men starkly contrasted with that of the previous acquaintance. Upon seeing them, Chu Xiangyang finally comprehended the source of the unsettling sensation he had experienced. You must be Chu Xiangyang, the leader bellowed. Chu Xiangyang, with an expression of calm indifference, nodded slightly. Indeed, I am Chu Xiangyang. And you are? Who I am is of little consequence. We are merely here to inform you that you have provoked someone you ought not to have crossed and meddled in affairs that do not concern you. Thus, we must leave you a mark, the leader declared, raising the club in his hand with a disdainful snort. Who is your boss? That fraudster, Chu Xiangyang retorted with a cold smirk. If he had the guts to act, he should come himself instead of sending you to face me. Is he a coward? Seeking death, the man shouted, then swung his club down at Chu Xiangyang with great force. Chapter 56. Unexpected events. The man's club sliced through the air, aimed directly at the top of Chu Xiangyang's head. Crafted from solid iron, a successful strike would undoubtedly send Chu Xiangyang crashing to the ground. The man was not only skilled, but his speed was unmatched among his peers. When he struck, evasion was nearly impossible. Furthermore, this was a surprise attack, guaranteeing no room for error. Consequently, his companions remained still, believing this strike would effortlessly subdue Chu Xiangyang. Their eyes gleamed with mockery, but that amusement swiftly morphed into astonishment. For the man's club did not land on Chu Xiangyang. Instead, it was seized firmly in his grasp. A deep thud resonated, followed by the man's agonized scream as he staggered back, clutching his now broken arm. You all get him. Kill him, he yelled desperately. The others quickly regained their wits, brandishing their clubs and charging at Chu Xiangyang. Unbeknownst to them, their movements appeared to him as if they were in slow motion. He could not only evade each strike with ease, but also retaliate with considerable force. In the blink of an eye, those who believed victory was theirs found themselves sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. The man with the shattered arm, witnessing this, began to retreat, seemingly attempting to flee. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, a shadow flashed before him, and Chu Xiangyang stood in his path. With an enigmatic smile, Chu Xiangyang regarded him. Did you not just assert that you would leave a mark on me? Why the sudden change of heart? Forgive me, my lord. I failed to recognize your might. Please spare me. One of my arms is already broken, the man lamented, his face a mask of despair. Chu Xiangyang shook his head. It is not that I wish to spare you. Rather, you must first divulge who sent you here. The man's eyes darted as he implored. Great deity, I beseech you. Spare me. I truly do not know who it is. I am merely a lowly pawn. How could I possibly know? I must inquire to understand, correct? With that, Chu Xiangyang seized the injured arm of his adversary and exerted a sudden force. Ah! The man cried out in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he stammered, Mighty deity, I truly know nothing. Please, I beg you, release me. Raising an eyebrow, Yang Xiangyang replied, It appears you genuinely do not know. Very well, I shall grant you your freedom. He then released the man's arm, stating, You may leave. Am I truly free to go? The man seemed incredulous, covering his arm as he sought confirmation. Chu Xiangyang spread his hands, affirming, Of course. The man, seemingly convinced, swiftly turned and fled towards the village's outskirts. With a cold smirk, Chu Xiangyang shadowed him, fully aware that he could not take the man's words at face value. A mere foot soldier would not have been dispatched to this location, even if he were indeed an ordinary minion. Chu Xiangyang was certain that following him would yield remarkable discoveries. As the man ran, he anxiously glanced back, terrified that Chu Xiangyang pursued him. Perhaps it was this very panic that led to his misfortune. As he burst from the village, a truck barreled towards him from across the road, and he could not evade its path. The impact lifted him off the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell, his body rolling several times before finally coming to a rest. Blood mingled with dirt, marring his visage and rendering him a pitiful sight. Chu Xiangyang rushed from behind a building, but the truck had vanished into the distance, leaving only chaos in its wake. Approaching the man, whose mouth continued to spill blood, Chu Xiangyang inquired, Who sent you? I shall avenge you. The man opened his mouth but emitted no sound. Blood poured forth, staining Chu Xiangyang's arm. He disregarded the mess and leaned in closer, straining to listen. Yet, aside from the raspy sounds from the man's throat, he discerned nothing further. In mere moments, the man's eyes widened, and he succumbed to death. Chu Xiangyang gently laid him down, yet his gaze swept the surroundings, sensing a pair of unseen eyes watching him intently. After scanning for some time without any discovery, he prepared to rise and depart when he noticed the man's hand positioned oddly, extended towards his own chest. Could there be something concealed within? Chu Xiangyang bent down and pried the man's hand from its resting place, revealing that he clutched a photograph tightly. As he took the photo into his possession, he discovered it depicted a woman cradling a child. The two individuals smiled radiantly at the camera. and the child appeared to be quite young, likely on par with Yaya. Chu Xiangyang instinctively tightened his grip on the photograph, creasing it with several folds, transforming the original smile into a distorted visage. How infuriating! As a father, Chu Xiangyang fully comprehended the grim reality a child and a woman would face without a husband. Upon flipping the photograph over, he unexpectedly discovered a series of addresses inscribed on the back. Suddenly realizing, Chu Xiangyang pondered that perhaps the man did not intend to reveal the mastermind behind the scenes, but rather wanted him to take this photograph to rescue his wife and daughter. Without delay, he got into his car and drove towards the address indicated. Meanwhile, the woman had packed her belongings and was preparing to leave. She cradled her daughter in one arm while dragging her luggage down the stairs. However, as she reached the ground floor, she spotted a group of men in black swiftly approaching the building. She quickly sidestepped to conceal herself. "Mommy, why are we hiding?" the little girl asked, her face brimming with curiosity. The woman swiftly covered her daughter's mouth and whispered, "Mommy is playing hide and seek with the uncles. You must not make a sound." The girl, wide-eyed, innocently nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy. In the blink of an eye, the men had already dashed into the hallway and continued their pursuit upstairs. The woman, dragging her luggage and holding her daughter, hurriedly made her way outside. Yet, after only a few steps, one of the men at the back unexpectedly turned and spotted her. "Stop!" he shouted. Upon hearing this, the woman redoubled her efforts to flee. "Mommy, what do we do?" "They found us," the little girl asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Chapter 57. Search. The woman's heart raced as she ran, reassuring her daughter, "It's all right. Mommy will hold them off. You must run quickly and find a place where they cannot find you, understand?" "But what will you do, Mommy?" the little girl inquired, tilting her head. "Mommy is a superhero. Of course I have superpowers. Once you hide well, I will come to find you." As the men closed in behind them, the woman had no choice but to set her child down, shouting, "Run, Yunyo." The little girl hesitated but ultimately obeyed her mother's command, continuing to run ahead. The group of men, moving at an alarming speed, was now just a short distance behind the woman. She turned around, positioning herself to shield the men from advancing further. "How dare you try to escape?" one of the men exclaimed, raising his hand to slap the woman. Blood immediately trickled from her mouth as her body involuntarily fell backward. The little girl, who had been running ahead, accidentally looked back and saw her mother struck down. She quickly turned and ran back. "Mommy, Mommy, please don't hurt my mother." The woman, covering her face, yelled, "Nyonyo, run." One of the men swiftly approached and seized the girl. "Now, let's see where you two think you can escape to." The man gritted his teeth and hissed, "Release the child. If you possess any courage, direct your aggression towards me." The woman, in a frenzied state, scrambled to her feet and charged at the man. With the little girl clutched in his grasp, the man violently hurled her forward upon seeing the woman approach. "No!" the woman screamed in horror. Yet, in the next moment, to her astonishment, the girl was caught in someone's arms. The leader of the men in black squinted, his expression fierce. "Who are you? Mind your own business and put her down." Chu Xiangyang scoffed. "Who are you to commit such crimes in broad daylight? Whether it is a crime or not is for us to determine," the leader bellowed. "If you insist on ruining our plans, do not expect us to show you any mercy." In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiangyang had already moved to the woman's side, placing the child into her arms. He slowly raised his head. "Very well. Let me see who is truly lacking in courtesy." With that, he launched a punch at the opposing group, and soon the two sides were embroiled in combat. The little girl clung to her mother's neck, her face pale and trembling, yet she managed to ask, "Mom, what shall we do? Should we help the uncle?" The woman held her daughter tightly, fearful of losing her again. "The uncle is formidable. We should not interfere." Her words were indeed accurate, for in the blink of an eye, the dozen or so men in black had all been toppled by Chu Xiangyang. "If you have the guts, don't flee. Wait for me," the men in black shouted, helping each other to rise. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. "Very well, I shall await your return." With that, the men in black scrambled away. "Are you both all right?" Chu Xiangyang turned back. "We are fine, thank you," the woman replied, holding her child. Observing them, he noted that the woman and her child bore an uncanny resemblance to the figures in the photograph he had. He produced the picture from his pocket and presented it to her. "These two should be you, right?" As she grasped the photograph, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Biting her lower lip, she whispered, "What has become of him?" Chu Xiangyang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet the woman interjected, "I understand now." He felt a wave of awkwardness but felt compelled to inquire, "Did he leave anything behind before he departed? Perhaps I could assist you in seeking vengeance." The woman glanced at him and, without a word, turned to walk towards the hallway with her child. Chu Xiangyang grabbed a piece of luggage nearby and followed her home. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily taken aback. The room was almost barren, containing only a few pieces of old furniture. "Look, everything he left for us is right here," the woman stated, her expression devoid of emotion. With a soft sigh, Chu Xiangyang pondered the woman's uncertain future, questioning whether they would return. "I don't know," she replied. "He only mentioned that this time it was perilous, advising me to hide if he did not return within 3 days. Yet, I never anticipated encountering those people the moment I stepped outside." After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiangyang offered, "If you trust me, I can escort you to a safe place." The woman nodded gently without uttering a word. The little girl, however, chirped, "Thank you, uncle." Instantly, Chu Xiangyang's heart softened. He reached out to gently tousle the girl's hair, reassuring her, "Rest assured, those wicked individuals will not return." He personally drove the woman and child to a secluded inn, where he rented a room under his own name and settled them in. Little did he know that his every action was being observed by another, Hua Ming, who had celebrated her birthday with him just days prior. Upon witnessing Chu Xiangyang take a woman and child to a hotel, she felt a thrill akin to discovering a new world. A cold smirk crept across her face as she thought, "Chu Xiangyang, this time I'll see how you explain yourself." She quickly retrieved her phone and dialed Chen Yuru's number. Meanwhile, after ensuring the safety of the mother and daughter, Chu Xiangyang drove back to their neighborhood, fueled by an instinct that something remained within the house. He had refrained from searching in front of the woman earlier, but now, upon returning to the room, he conducted a thorough search. Everything appeared transformed before him. The peeling walls revealed hidden wires, pipes, and steel reinforcements. Even the bed on the floor and the cabinet against the wall seemed transparent, as if nothing could hide from his gaze. As his eyes meticulously scanned the room, he finally discovered something behind the cabinet in the bedroom. He moved the cabinet away from the wall and retrieved a hammer from the storage room, striking the wall behind the cabinet with force. Moments later, the earth crumbled away, unveiling several wooden boxes sealed within. Fortunately, the wooden boxes were of excellent quality. After breaking away the surrounding soil and stones, he pried the boxes free. The instant he opened them, astonishment washed over him. Each box contained porcelain, all crafted by Cheng Yin. Confusion flooded his thoughts. Years ago, rumors had circulated that Cheng Yin had long been deceased, and in the last decade or two, no works attributed to him had surfaced. Yet this time, a multitude of his works has astonishingly surfaced all at once, leaving one utterly bewildered. Likewise, Chu Xiangyang senses that there must be some insidious conspiracy lurking behind this. The man has concealed these items so meticulously. He must be oblivious to the authenticity of these porcelain pieces, mistaking them for genuine artifacts. And could the sudden appearance of the assassins be due to their awareness of the man's theft of these porcelains? Regardless, a life has already been extinguished, and the truth remains elusive. Chu Xiangyang loaded all the porcelain into his vehicle, intending to visit the man's wife and daughter at the inn. Perhaps from the woman's lips, he could extract some insights, or so he hoped. He purchased some fruits and snacks for children near the hotel before carrying his burdens to the establishment. Upon arrival, he discovered that the little girl had already fallen asleep. "Please, take a seat. We are immensely grateful for your timely intervention." The woman's demeanor had somewhat returned to normal, and upon seeing Chu Xiangyang, she remembered to express her gratitude. Chu Xiangyang waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for thanks. I believe anyone witnessing such a situation would have acted to help." "Perhaps," she replied. "In these times, many live in constant fear. When faced with such occurrences, they would rather flee the scene than extend a hand to assist." An awkward silence momentarily enveloped them. After a pause, Chu Xiangyang spoke again. "Are you aware of the nature of your husband's work?" The woman was taken aback. "Who exactly are you? Are you affiliated with the authorities?" Her question momentarily caught him off guard, but he soon chuckled. "I believe you are mistaken. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Xiangyang, the proprietor of Bai Baoxian." He extended his right hand, and the woman hesitated before shaking it. "You are an antique shop owner. What brings you here to rescue us?" She still seemed incredulous. With a sense of resignation, Chu Xiangyang recounted the events that had transpired. At last, she began to believe him. Bowing her head slightly, she spoke softly. "I am aware that his work is perilous, and I have urged him many times to reconsider. Each time, he reassured me that it would be the last, yet I never anticipated such a tragic outcome. Just before he left, he told me that upon his return, he would leave this life behind and ensure a good life for us." As she spoke, her voice trembled with quiet sobs. Chu Xiangyang felt a pang of compassion but pressed on. "Do you know what lies behind the cabinet in your bedroom?" "What?" she gasped, her voice rising. She quickly glanced at the sleeping girl and lowered her voice. What could possibly be hidden behind the cabinet in my bedroom that I am unaware of? Chu Xiangyang understood. Indeed, the man had acted in secrecy from his wife. There are several pieces of porcelain, he revealed. Porcelain? The woman's face was still etched with confusion. Yes, several invaluable pieces of porcelain. As you know, I am in the antique business. And those pieces could fetch a handsome price, ensuring that you and your child live without worry for the rest of your lives. Chu Xiangyang told a benevolent little lie. Upon hearing this, the woman, her face alight with excitement, inquired, "Is that what this is about? Are we destined for a good life because of these porcelain pieces?" Chu Xiangyang nodded. "Ah, mother, run quickly." Suddenly, the little girl on the bed cried out in distress, evidently frightened by previous events. The woman hurried to the bedside, with Chu Xiangyang following closely behind. "Nyonyo, do not be afraid. Mother is here," the woman consoled, gently patting the little girl's back. The child grasped her mother's clothing tightly, exclaiming, "Mother, run. It is all right. Do not worry. Mother has already run," the woman softly replied. As she spoke, she squatted by the bed. The little girl was restless in her slumber, leaving the woman with no choice but to remain by her side, gently patting her while softly singing lullabies. Observing the little girl, Chu Xiangyang was reminded of his own little glutinous rice dumpling at home. He stood beside the bed, quietly watching the child sleep. After a considerable time, the little girl finally fell into a deep slumber. The woman slowly rose from the floor, intending to rest at the bedside. However, having squatted for so long, she felt her legs weaken and her head spin, causing her to uncontrollably fall backward. "Careful!" Chu Xiangyang exclaimed, quickly getting up to catch her. As she stumbled, she fell directly into his embrace, their bodies entwined in an unexpectedly intimate position. Bang! "I'm sorry." Chu Xiangyang's voice coincided with the sound of the door opening. The two embraced in the room, turned to see several individuals standing at the entrance. Chu Xiangyang promptly steadied the woman and rushed toward the door. "Yuru, what brings you here?" "Haha, it truly is you, Chu Xiangyang." Huoming sneered from the threshold. "Yuru, did you see that? I wasn't lying. This guy is not only here on a clandestine rendezvous with a woman, but even has a child." "Chu Xiangyang, do you truly deserve Yuru's trust?" Huoming accused, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Chu Xiangyang felt helpless. The situation was indeed coincidental. He quickly tried to explain, "Yuru, please believe me." Before he could finish, Huoming interrupted. "What is there to explain? Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. Do you dare deny that you both were just embracing? Who are you trying to deceive? Only someone as good-hearted as Yuru could trust you. You are unworthy of being called a man. A true man should own up to his actions. Don't you feel disgusted by your own words?" Huoming continued to berate him, spitting as he spoke. Chu Xiangyang noticed Yuru's eyes reddening visibly. Most troubling was her silence. Her refusal to utter a word or pose a question, clearly indicating her belief in Huoming's fabrications. "Yuru, you must swiftly divorce him. We will all testify to the affair with this woman. Everyone, speak up and express your stance." Huoming stood with her hands on her hips, addressing the others. Indeed, this time, Chu Xiangyang had gone far beyond the bounds of decency. "Yuru, we support your decision to divorce that scoundrel." A single tear, the size of a bean, cascaded down Chen Yuru's smooth cheek as she pushed past the crowd behind her and ran outside. Chapter 59. Explanation. "Yuru!" Chu Xiangyang shouted, following Chen Yuru as she dashed away. The others were momentarily stunned, but they quickly hurried after them. They resided on the second floor, and as Chu Xiangyang rushed out, he encountered a bald man escorting a voluptuous woman up the stairs. "Excuse me, make way," Chu Xiangyang bellowed, charging downwards. Ouch! The woman's shoulder was accidentally bumped by Chu Xiangyang, prompting her to exclaim in surprise. "My apologies," Chu Xiangyang shouted as he continued his descent. "Stop him." The bald man commanded his followers, who swiftly intercepted Chu Xiangyang. "Step aside," Chu Xiangyang exclaimed. "What are you trying to play at? You dare to act so brazenly after bumping into my girl?" The bald man approached with the woman, whose bare shoulder was now flushed red from the collision. "I've already apologized. Now let me pass," Chu Xiangyang retorted, spotting Chen Yuru nearing the ground floor and making her way towards the entrance. "Is an apology sufficient? You must compensate for emotional damages and lost wages." The bald man's words were cut short as Chu Xiangyang flung a wad of cash at his face. The onlookers and hotel staff couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. "Look at that bald guy getting hit with cash, haha. Is he trying to extort money? He gets bumped and demands compensation, and now he has been showered with money. Will he pick it up or not? He wanted it, right? If it's given, he should take it. But how embarrassing, especially with his lackeys around, getting money thrown at him like that." The chatter of the crowd reached the bald man's ears. "Get out of my way." Chu Xiangyang finally spoke with restrained patience. "Kill him." The bald man, feeling humiliated, pointed at Chu Xiangyang and shouted angrily. His henchmen charged at Chu Xiangyang. Oh no, a fight's breaking out. The crowd quickly retreated. Chu Xiangyang snorted coldly, and after a few exchanges, he had knocked the thugs to the ground. He then tossed another stack of money at their faces before sprinting outside. As he reached the entrance, he saw that Chen Yuru had already run a considerable distance away. Yuru, wait for me, let me explain. Chu Xiangyang called out behind her. However, his shout only spurred Chen Yuru to quicken her pace once more. Ahead lay a crossroads, and in her panic, Chen Yuru dashed across without regard. Just then, a truck roared past, and the driver's eyes widened as he slammed on the brakes. However, it was too late. Chen Yuru was merely a few meters away from the oncoming truck. Even if the brakes were pressed down with fervor, the truck continued to surge forward, propelled by its own momentum towards her. In this seemingly terminal moment of despair, she recalled Yaya, the young man who once held her hand at the dining table and vowed never to gamble again. Amidst the piercing screech of brakes, Chen Yuru felt her body enveloped by a solid and warm embrace, followed by a tumbling motion to the side. The cacophony of brakes finally subsided, replaced by the frantic sound of hurried footsteps. Yuru, came the exaggerated scream of Hua Ming. Chen Yuru opened her eyes to behold the handsome visage of Chu Xiangyang. Are you all right? He inquired. Chen Yuru shook her head, and Hua Ming and the others hurried to assist her. The truck driver rushed over, exclaiming, Buddy, are you okay? You two shouldn't be fighting on the road. It's far too perilous. Chu Xiangyang gently shook his head. I'm fine. I sincerely apologize. Your arm is injured. Would you like me to take you to the hospital? The truck driver gestured towards Chu Xiangyang's arm. It's nothing. You can leave now. Chu Xiangyang waved him off. Then I shall take my leave. The driver, looking relieved, quickly jumped back into his vehicle and sped away. It was then that Chen Yuru noticed the blood seeping from Chu Xiangyang's arm, her face etched with concern. Should we go to the hospital? She asked anxiously. Chu Xiangyang shook his head and firmly grasped her hand. Listen to me, Yuru. I have never deceived you. That child is not mine. I only met that woman today. Can you trust me? Seeing that Chu Xiangyang risked his life for her made it impossible for Chen Yuru to claim she believed him not. Yet, the truth was undeniable. The woman had indeed embraced her moments ago. Hua Ming scoffed. What's the matter? Just because you saved Yuru's life, does that mean she should believe you? Silence. Chu Xiangyang could hardly tolerate Hua Ming's insolence. Hua Ming instinctively took a step back, stammering. I tell you, Chu Xiangyang, everything I do is for Yuru. No matter what you intend to do to me, I will ensure Yuru sees your true colors as a scoundrel. Whether or not I am a scoundrel does not require your input to Yuru, Chu Xiangyang retorted coldly. If you dare utter another word, I shall not hesitate to act, regardless of your gender. Hua Ming wanted to retort, but upon meeting Chu Xiangyang's gaze, she promptly fell silent. Mr. Chu, Mrs. Chu. At that moment, a woman with a child rushed to the group. As Chen Yuru turned to speak, the woman bowed deeply with the child in her arms. You have misunderstood, Mr. Chu, she exclaimed, before addressing the child. Nyonyo, show the aunt the picture. Nyonyo blinked her large eyes and presented a photograph to Chen Yuru, saying, Auntie, this is Mommy, Daddy, and me. Chen Yuru accepted the photograph, and upon seeing the radiant smiles of the family of three, she noted that while the woman and child were close at hand, the man was someone else entirely. I have recently encountered a distressing situation. My husband has tragically passed away, and there are threats against my daughter and me. It was Mr. Chu who came to our rescue, providing us with shelter here, the woman said, her voice trembling with emotion. The little girl hurriedly wiped her mother's tears, reassuring her that she would be good and obedient. Chen Yuzhu quickly returned the photograph in her hand, grasping the woman's hand and apologizing, saying, I am sorry, I should not have reacted that way. Please, do not be sad. The woman clasped Chen Yuzhu's hand in return, expressing that as long as there were no misunderstandings, Mr. Chu was a good man, and they would surely find lifelong happiness. Onlookers, including Hua Ming and others, were left speechless as they witnessed Chu Xiangyang and Chen Yuzhu escorting the woman and child back to the inn, prompting their hasty departure. The situation escalated significantly, leading Chu Xiangyang and Chen Yuzhu to relocate the woman and child to another inn for their safety. Upon exiting the inn, Chen Yuzhu received a phone call from Chen Baohua, inviting their family of three to dinner. Chapter 60. The career of my brother-in-law Chu Xiangyang and Chen Yuzhu first returned home to pick up Yaya before driving to Chen Baohua's residence. Come quickly, come quickly. As the door swung open, Chen Baohua greeted them with a beaming smile, announcing that dinner would be ready shortly. He promptly took Yaya from Chen Yuzhu, and Chu Xiangyang found himself slightly taken aback by his father-in-law's exuberance. Father, you and mother have worked hard. You need not wait for us to arrive before preparing a meal, Chu Xiangyang remarked with a smile. Chen Baohua replied, you work so hard every day. I cannot wait for you to come before I start cooking. He then led Chu Xiangyang inside, encouraging him to check if the dishes were to his liking, and to inform his mother if there was anything else he desired. Glancing at the table, Chu Xiangyang noted that it was indeed laden with several of his favorite dishes. He then called out to the kitchen, Mother, thank you for your efforts. Yu Meixiao acknowledged him from the kitchen. Moments later, the meal was ready, and the family gathered around the table. However, just as he settled into his chair, Chu Xiangyang's bowl was filled to the brim with food. He raised an eyebrow, noting how vastly different this treatment was compared to his first visit. As the saying goes, no kindness is given without ulterior motives. Chu Xiangyang suspected that this generous father-in-law must have some request of him. Furthermore, Chen Baohua brought out a cherished bottle of fine wine, personally pouring a glass for Chu Xiangyang. Come, let us drink until we are inebriated, Chen Baohua declared as he poured the wine. Just then, the doorbell rang. Chen Baohua gestured eagerly. Quickly, go answer the door. As Chu Xiangyang began to rise, Chen Baohua firmly pressed him back down, saying, you need not go. Yuzhu, please. The door opened to reveal a young man. Chu Xiangyang glanced back, recognizing him immediately. This young man was none other than Chen Yuzhu's younger brother, Chen Yu, who was regarded as the good son in Chen Baohua's eyes. Chen Yu had previously treated his brother-in-law well, but after the original owner fell victim to gambling and squandered the family wealth, this brother-in-law had long since disavowed him. Indeed, upon entering, he greeted Chen Yuzhu warmly, calling her sister. Upon arriving at the restaurant and spotting Chu Xiangyang, Chen Baohua let out a dismissive snort. How is it that you grow more ill-mannered with age? Shouldn't you greet your brother-in-law? He feigned irritation. Chen Yu, with a sarcastic tone, responded, brother-in-law? Ah, greetings, brother-in-law. He exaggeratedly bowed to Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Come, come, enough of this nonsense, let us drink. Chen Baohua promptly urged Chu Xiangyang to partake. They clinked their glasses lightly together. After washing his hands, Chen Yu took a seat opposite Chu Xiangyang and rolled his eyes at him. Chen Yu, you ought to learn from your brother-in-law. You may not be aware, but he has quite the prowess now. Your company is in need of funds, is it not? Why not ask your brother-in-law for a little assistance? Chen Baohua suggested. A cold laugh echoed in Chu Xiangyang's mind. No wonder the warmth directed towards him today was so fervent. They had merely been waiting for him to arrive. Initially dismissive of Chu Xiangyang, Chen Yu's demeanor shifted upon hearing Chen Baohua's words. Is that true, brother-in-law? I'm not in dire need. Just around 40 or 50 will suffice. If you have it, I would appreciate borrowing it for the time being. Once I strike it rich, I promise to repay you. Chen Yu personally served Chu Xiangyang a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs. A hint of amusement danced on Chu Xiangyang's lips. 40 or 50? Pray tell. What kind of business are you engaged in? What is its outlook? You've struck a chord there. My business is undoubtedly lucrative, Chen Yu replied, enthusiasm igniting in his voice. Brother-in-law, let me share this with you. A couple of days ago, a friend of mine traveled abroad for research. Over there, colored metals are in high demand. Nowadays, even ordinary individuals, when renovating their homes, desire to infuse personality into their designs. The colored metals we offer will undoubtedly breathe fresh vitality into their spaces. Furthermore, this colored metal industry is emerging. Hardly anyone is involved domestically. I consider myself the pioneer in this field. I firmly believe that, based on this idea alone, few will be able to catch up with me in the next decade. As he spoke, Chen Yu's fervor nearly caused him to spray his enthusiasm across Chu Xiangyang's bowl. Internally rolling his eyes, Chu Xiangyang maintained his outward smile. Oh, I must admit, I have not heard of such an industry. Is it reliable? Did you accompany your friend on his overseas expedition? Those are my close friends. We've grown up together. His journey is as good as mine. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. And what about sourcing materials? Chu Xiangyang inquired further. Chen Yu took a bite of food and sipped his drink. Those trivial matters will be handled by my friend. I merely need to sit back and collect the profits. He assured me that, given our relationship, there is no need for me to endure the hardships of travel. Chu Xiangyang frowned slightly. If this is your business, why not go yourself to procure the goods? As I mentioned earlier, our bond ensures he would not deceive me. Chen Yu retorted, slamming his chopsticks down on the table. Moreover, all you need to do is lend me the money. I will repay you once I earn it. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. Chu Xiangyang smiled faintly, stating, even if I were to lend you money, I must first clarify the matter. What do you mean? Do you doubt me or my judgment? Chen Yu's expression darkened. Chen Baohua, standing nearby, quickly interjected, you both should speak calmly. Chu Xiangyang maintained his smile, replying, Father, this sum is not insignificant. I must inquire further, wouldn't you agree? Compared to your previous gambling, this amount is trivial. In the past, you would spend millions with a mere wave of your hand. Why must I justify spending a few $100,000 on a business venture? I intend to repay you. After all, Chen Yu slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Chu Xiangyang remained composed, placing his chopsticks down leisurely, regardless of what I do. That money belongs to me, and how I choose to spend it is my prerogative. If you wish to borrow, I must ask for details. I cannot allow my money to go to waste. Nonsense. If you want to lend, fine, but I will not borrow from you. With that, Chen Yu stormed out. Observing his son leave in anger, Chen Baohe's smile vanished. Chu Xiangyang, I am not asking you to do anything extraordinary. All I request is that you lend a few $100,000 to assist your brother. Is that too much to ask? Chen Baohe pointed at Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang, still wearing a faint smile, replied, I am merely concerned about him being deceived. Whether he is deceived is none of your concern. You are simply meddling, Chen Baohe retorted, throwing down his chopsticks before leaving. Thus, the meal ended on a sour note. Chapter 61. The Drop of Water, the Jade Pendant. On the way home, Chu Xiangyang sighed. Yuru, you don't also think it's wrong for me not to help your brother, do you? Chen Yuru shook her head. You are right. I support you. Yaya chimed in eagerly. I support Daddy too. Everything Daddy says is correct. Chu Xiangyang smiled. Yaya is truly Daddy's little treasure. Yes, yes. Yaya beamed with joy. After amusing Yaya, Chu Xiangyang turned serious. As for that product they speak of, not only is it absent domestically, but it likely doesn't exist abroad either. Moreover, that childhood friend of his strikes me as utterly unreliable. I suspect he has been deceived without realizing it, completely bewitched. That is why I hesitated to agree so readily. Chen Yuru, well aware of her brother's character, expressed her concerns. I worry that even if we do not lend him money, he might still pursue that venture. Perhaps you should try to persuade him. Do you think he would heed my advice? And as for our father, in his eyes, his son is perfect. Any mention of flaws will only earn me a scolding, Chu Xiangyang replied, shaking his head. Chen Yuru suggested, if you speak to Dad, he might listen and then encourage Chen Yu. Since Chen Yuru had initiated the conversation, Chu Xiangyang reluctantly agreed. All right, I will find time to talk to Dad. The following morning, Chu Xiangyang made his way to Bai Baoxuan. Shortly after the doors opened, a middle-aged gentleman arrived, dressed in an exquisite suit and adorned with a luxury watch. He drove a car worth no less than $1 million. Greetings, my surname is Qin, he said, removing his sunglasses and extending his hand toward Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang nodded, introducing himself as the owner of the establishment. Good day. I am here to select a jade pendant, the man stated directly. Oh, what kind of piece are you looking for? Chu Xiangyang invited him to sit down for a detailed discussion. The man contemplated for a moment before explaining, the truth is, I have lost a jade pendant, a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. I understand that antique shops like yours often acquire such items and may have connections with small antique dealers. Perhaps you could assist me in inquiring about it. If you manage to locate this pendant, I shall offer a generous reward. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. This was indeed the first time he had encountered such a situation. Instead of reporting the loss to the authorities, the man sought to purchase it back. Perhaps the world of the wealthy was beyond his comprehension. Thus, he inquired, could you describe the appearance of your pendant? It would aid me in my search. The man nodded, certainly. The pendant is approximately 1 inch in length. A milky white color resembling a droplet of water. At the bottom of this droplet, there is an engraving of a plum blossom branch, adorned with 3 small leaves. The leaves exhibit a vibrant green hue. Before the man could finish, Chu Xiangyang suddenly felt that the description was somewhat familiar. He moved to a nearby table and began to sketch. In a short while, a droplet-shaped jade pendant emerged on the paper. The man approached the table and, upon seeing the drawing, could not contain his astonishment. Mr. Chu, if my memory serves me right, I did not mention that it also features a small plum blossom branch. Chu Xiangyang nodded. Indeed, you did not. Then you must have seen this pendant before. Do you know its whereabouts? I am willing to offer a substantial price for it. The man exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice as he grasped Chu Xiangyang's arm. Chu Xiangyang gently shook his head. I regret to inform you, Mr. Qin, that I have truly never encountered the item you describe. The drawing merely reflects what I imagined it to look like. His words could be seen as a serious fabrication. The man, however, believed him wholeheartedly, convinced he had found the right lead. He hastily made a promise. Mr. Zhu, the pendant you sketched is indeed our family heirloom. If you can truly help me find it, I shall reward you handsomely. Chu Xiangyang smiled. Rest assured, should I come across this pendant, I will certainly ensure it is returned to you. That is wonderful. The man kept murmuring in delight. He then pulled out a card from his wallet, suggesting, why don't you take an advance of 200,000 as a deposit? Chu Xiangyang found himself bemused. We have yet to even see the item in question. Is it not a bit premature to discuss payment? It is neither early nor late, merely by your ability to sketch the likeness of my jade pendant. I am convinced that you can indeed assist me in locating it. With a resigned expression, Chu Xiangyang pushed the black card back, stating firmly that it was unnecessary. Should he find it, he would certainly return it. I am most grateful to you, Boss Chu, the other party replied, bowing once more in appreciation. Even as he exited the shop, he continued to express his gratitude profusely. Chu Xiangyang, feeling helpless, could only nod in response, unable to articulate anything further. However, upon returning to the shop, his demeanor grew serious. The truth behind his ability to depict the jade pendant was not due to any prophetic talent he possessed, but rather because the pendant had been worn by Chun Yiru for many years. He was perplexed as to why Mr. Qin insisted that the pendant was a treasured heirloom of his family. If his memory served him correctly, it had been in Chun Yiru's possession for at least 2 decades, seemingly since her childhood. It struck him as odd that Mr. Qin would take over 20 years to seek its recovery after it had gone missing. This singular question alone was enough to raise suspicions. He resolved to discreetly inquire with Chun Yiru about the origins of the pendant. It is often said that in the antique business, one may not see customers for 3 years, yet when they do arrive, it is a bountiful feast for 3 years. Today, aside from Mr. Chun, no other patrons had graced his shop. As night fell and he closed up for the evening, Chu Xiangyang drove home. Yet, before he could reach his destination, he received a call from Chun Yiru. What's the matter, Yiru? Have you decided what delightful dish you would like for dinner? I can bring something back for you, he said with a smile. However, Chun Yiru's voice radiated a hint of panic. It's bad, Chu Xiangyang. My father's house has been robbed. Hurry over. The screech of his car's brakes echoed on the road as he swiftly turned the vehicle around. While driving, he reassured her. Do not worry, I will arrive shortly. Please do not disturb the scene and call the police. After hanging up, Chu Xiangyang sped towards Chun Bao's residence. Chapter 62. Who is the thief? Chu Xiangyang drove rapidly. Upon arriving at the Chun household, he found that the investigative personnel had already departed. What on earth happened? He inquired. Chun Baoha, upon seeing him, rushed forward, exclaiming, Xiangyang, you must find a way to compensate for my losses. A significant portion of my belongings has been taken, items that are the treasures of my life. Supporting his unsteady father-in-law, Chu Xiangyang replied, how could such a thing occur in your home? What are the community security guards doing? Chun Baoha explained, this afternoon, Chun Yu and I went out for a meal while your mother went to play mahjong. When Chun Yu and I returned, our home was in disarray. Upon inspection, I discovered that all my antiques were missing. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, and Chu Xiangyang noticed the overwhelming stench of alcohol on his breath, causing him to frown. Turning his gaze towards Chun Yu, Chu Xiangyang noted that his expression remained remarkably composed, devoid of the frantic demeanor one might expect after losing valuable possessions. This sparked a sense of suspicion within him. Given Chun Yu's temperament, one would anticipate an outburst of anger and expletives in response to the loss of Chun Baoha's extensive collection. Yet today, he exhibited an unusual level of decorum, dutifully following Chun Baoha and offering words of comfort. Reflecting on the previous night's financial troubles in his business, Chu Xiangyang began to harbor doubts about Chun Yu. However, Chun Baoha held an unwavering trust in him, rendering Chu Xiangyang hesitant to voice such thoughts, at least until he possessed undeniable evidence. Thus, he suppressed his misgivings and reassured. Do not worry, father. We have already reported this to the police, and I believe they will thoroughly investigate the matter. Besides, there are surveillance cameras in the community, and the security personnel are numerous. We cannot simply lose such a significant collection without reason. Chun Baoha, in a state of distress, implored, you must help me. This collection represents half my life. After soothing Chun Baoha for a while, Chun Yu suggested he leave to enlist the help of friends to monitor the situation. Chun Baoha urged him to go, exclaiming, this is a serious matter. As Chun Yu departed, Chun Baoha lamented, if these items are lost, I cannot continue living. You must ensure that my life's work is not stolen away. He pounded his chest in despair, and one could easily envision him seeking a place to express his grief if given a piece of white silk. Chun Yiru, equally anxious, chimed in, Dad, please don't worry. The investigators will surely help us recover our belongings. Chun Baoha redirected his focus to her, insisting, you don't understand. That collection is my very life. Chu Xiangyang quickly intervened. Father, I assure you, those items will not be lost. Trust me. Chun Baoha ceased his futile lamentations and grasped Chu Xiangyang's arm, stating, you promised me, if we cannot recover the items, you must find a way to help me. Chu Xiangyang smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Seeing Chu Xiangyang finally relent, Chun Baohe sighed in relief, saying, I knew Xiangyang was a dependable child. Look how considerate he is. Yuro, you will be happy for the rest of your life. Chen Yuro, hearing this, cast an exasperated glance at Chu Xiangyang. He offered her a comforting look. Given that Chun Yu had already left in advance, Chu Xiangyang promptly declared, Father, I will also go out and consult friends to see if we can expedite the retrieval of these items. Good. Hurry along. Chun Baohe responded with remarkable alacrity. Throughout the drive, Chen Yu exercised utmost caution. Had it not been for Chu Xiangyang's naturally keen eyesight, they would have undoubtedly lost their way multiple times. Eventually, Chen Yu's vehicle came to a halt beside a dilapidated factory on the outskirts. Chu Xiangyang parked his car nearly 100 meters away from the factory. Upon reaching the entrance of the forsaken building, he was met with the sounds of division echoing from within. Chu Xiangyang stood at the entrance, shaking his head and sighing. Indeed, it is difficult to guard against treachery from within, as Chun Yu has surprisingly conspired with outsiders to steal his father's possessions. If Chun Baohe were to discover this, the sorrow he would feel is unimaginable. Creak. The dilapidated door emitted a sound of age-old friction, causing Chun Yu and his accomplices within the factory to pause momentarily. Upon realizing that it was Chu Xiangyang who had arrived, Chun Yu instead breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and stormed towards Chu Xiangyang, demanding, What are you doing here? Get lost. Furrowing his brow, Chu Xiangyang replied, I have already returned these items. They are your father's collectibles from over the years. Huh? Chen Yu scoffed. What business is it of yours? Besides, these items belong to my father, which makes them mine too. Now get out of here. With that, Chen Yu attempted to push Chu Xiangyang aside. However, to his surprise, he found he could not budge him. The few petty thieves behind him had risen, grabbing iron rods and knives from a nearby table, advancing towards Chu Xiangyang's position. Kid, Chen Yu has told you to leave, haven't you heard? If you don't go now, we won't hold back. The leader of the thieves shouted, brandishing his weapon at Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang's smile vanished as he fixed his gaze on the thief and warned, If I were you, I would quickly drop those weapons and leave. Otherwise, if you get hurt, don't blame me for being merciless. Ha ha. The crowd erupted into raucous laughter. Even Chun Yu could not help but join in, exclaiming, Chu Xiangyang, do you really think of yourself as someone important? Just look at how many of us are standing here. Do you truly believe you can handle this alone? I've heard you're Chen Yu's brother-in-law. Just a big gambler. Do you really think you can defeat us? One of the thieves wiped away tears of laughter and added, However, if we consider your gambling skills, who knows, maybe at the poker table, you could defeat us with money, but we certainly won't stand for that. Ha ha. They showed no mercy. Chen Yu then said, All right, just leave. For my sister's sake, I won't harm you, but don't meddle in our family affairs. Otherwise, I'll truly have no qualms about dealing with you. With that, Chen Yu turned to walk away. Yet, Chu Xiangyang reached out to stop him, stating firmly, I told you to return the items. His voice was low and his gaze profound, causing an inexplicable chill to run down Chen Yu's spine. He slowly retreated a step, his bravado faltering as he warned, Chu Xiangyang, you better get lost, or are you waiting for us to force you out? With a cold laugh, Chu Xiangyang replied, Yes. I truly am waiting for you to make a move against me. Ignoring my warning will result in consequences. Today, you shall witness my strength. As his words fell, the leader of the thieves swung his long knife towards Chu Xiangyang, while the others simultaneously moved in, encircling him. Chapter 63. Who to blame? Chu Xiangyang's prowess effortlessly dealt with the thugs and petty thieves, dispatching their leader to the ground in the blink of an eye. Beside him, Chen Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Resembling the size of bronze bells, his expression akin to that of a bewildered alien visitor. Within mere minutes, the 4 or 5 armed ruffians were all subdued by Chu Xiangyang. Don't come any closer. I warn you, if you dare to touch a single hair on my body, you will regret it. Chen Yu stammered in terror as he saw Chu Xiangyang rise and approach him deliberately, instinctively retreating. The fallen thieves on the ground writhed and screamed in agony. I will say this one last time. Take your belongings and return with me to apologize to your father. Chu Xiangyang's patience had reached its limit. If he did not act soon, he might resort to direct confrontation himself. Chen Yu glared at the downed thugs, gritting his teeth as he barked, Are you all worthless? You can't even defeat a single person. The leader of the thieves, cradling his injured shoulder, retorted, Is this guy even human? Our sticks can't even touch him. A few of the thieves struggled to their feet, helping their leader up while hastily retreating a few paces. Are you not planning to leave? Chu Xiangyang turned back. Leave. Go. The thieves, fearing further confrontation, quickly supported one another and fled. Chen Yu could not help but curse at their retreating figures, "You bunch of bastards, traitorous scoundrels." The door was slammed shut, and the voice of the thief leader echoed from outside. "What's loyalty worth? Besides, money is worth more than life." The sounds of their escape gradually faded, leaving the abandoned room enveloped in silence. Yu swallowed nervously. "Brother-in-law, let us talk this over calmly." Chu Xiangyang, uninterested in his pleas, turned and coldly commanded, "Take your things, and let us go." Yu's face twitched, though 100 unwilling thoughts raced through his mind. He possessed no confidence in the face of Chu Xiangyang and resignedly gathered the items to leave with him. Upon returning to the Chun residence, Chun Baohe remained slumped on the sofa, sighing heavily. Yu Meixiao and Chun Yuru were beside him, attempting to offer comfort, though he filtered their reassurances out. His mind solely occupied with thoughts of his antiques and collectibles. "Dad, we're back," Chu Xiangyang announced as they entered. "Xiangyang is back. So, did you find any trace of the items?" Chun Baohe leaped from the sofa, only to notice Chun Yu behind Chu Xiangyang. "Chun Yu, why are you back with Xiangyang?" he questioned, puzzled. His gaze then dropped and noticed the cardboard boxes held by both Chun Yu and Chu Xiangyang. Chun Baohe's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed towards them. "Have you found all my belongings?" "Ha ha ha, truly my good son, an excellent son-in-law." Saying this, he snatched the box from Chu Xiangyang's hands and placed it on the coffee table. Upon opening it, he discovered it was indeed filled with his possessions. "Where did you find these?" Yu Meixiao inquired as she approached, looking up at the two. Chu Xiangyang remained silent, directing his gaze towards Chun Yu. Chun Yu opened his mouth but failed to utter a word. "What on earth is going on? Why are you two so secretive?" Chun Yuru also found the duo rather peculiar. "Dad, I believe it would be best for Chun Yu to explain this matter to you personally," Chu Xiangyang remarked, retreating to a sofa to take a seat. Upon hearing this, the attention of the group swiftly shifted to Chun Yu. Chun Yu lifted his head. "What's the matter with you? Stop stalling, speak quickly," Chun Baohe shouted. With a deep breath and his eyes closed, Chun Yu confessed. "It's all because of my brother-in-law. I've been struggling in business and lack the funds. I had no other choice but to consider using Dad's antiques to exchange for some money. However, my intention was merely to pawn them. I intended to redeem them once I earned some profit." After speaking, Chun Yu cautiously opened his eyes a crack to gauge Chun Baohe's reaction. At that moment, Chun Baohe's expression was inscrutable, leaving him frozen in place. Chun Yu continued, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Dad, you know me. I have never lied. Even if my brother-in-law hadn't come looking for me today, I would have told you about this tomorrow. Moreover, my business cannot wait any longer. I have finally found a chance to make money, and I do not want to miss it. Please, Dad, do not be angry. I realize my mistake, and I promise I won't do it again." With that, Chun Yu even buckled at the knees, intending to kneel. However, to his surprise, Chun Baohe caught him. "Enough. I understand, but this is the last time, do you hear?" "What?" Chun Yu was taken aback, promptly nodding. "Rest assured, Dad, I will never do something so foolish again. At worst, I can mortgage my house tomorrow and secure a loan. No need." Chun Baohe's tone was resolute as he turned to Chu Xiangyang on the sofa, his gaze tinged with barely concealed anger. This left Chu Xiangyang utterly bewildered. Finally, he heard Chun Baohe assert, as his brother-in-law, "Why can't you lend him a hand if you have the means? Why let him resort to such underhanded tactics? Do you think his actions bring you pride?" "That's not. Dad, what you're saying is stop. I don't wish to hear your justifications. I simply want to know if you will support your brother in his business endeavors." Chun Baohe raised a hand to silence Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang cast a helpless glance at Chun Yuru. Yet, Chun Baohe insisted, "I am asking you, why are you looking at her?" He turned to Chun Yuru. "Your younger brother wants to pursue a career. Will you, as his sister, assist him? Today, I need your stance." Chun Yuru, having been singled out, hesitated for a moment before responding. "If my brother is engaged in legitimate work, we will certainly assist him. However, enough. No buts." Chun Baohe's demeanor was unwavering. "Since your wife has already expressed her position, now it's your turn. Will you help or not?" Chu Xiangyang was exasperated by his rather peculiar father-in-law. How could this man be so absurd, allowing his son to sell his belongings while neglecting to guide him, only to blame others for not lending his son money? Indeed, the significance of family upbringing cannot be overstated. The character of a father often shapes that of his son. At this moment, Chu Xiangyang realized that Yaya must not be raised in such a manner. Unfortunately, little Yaya had already succumbed to slumber, unable to hear her father's teachings firsthand. As the gaze of the assembled company fell upon him, Chu Xiangyang could only speak with resignation, stating that he could assist. But the condition was that he first meet the partner in question. Only after such an introduction could he consider releasing the funds. "Very well," Chun Yu responded promptly, assuring him that they would meet the following day. Chapter 64. The big boss, given the importance of this matter to Chu Xiangyang's financial dealings, Chunyu was exceedingly proactive. Early the next morning, he informed Chu Xiangyang that the other party would be available for a meeting at noon. The venue was a serene club, an ideal setting for successful individuals to discuss potential collaborations. Chu Xiangyang, known for his punctuality, arrived 10 minutes early, entering the private room reserved by Chunyu. He waited patiently for nearly half an hour before the other party finally made his entrance, much to his annoyance, accompanied by Chunyu, who also arrived late. The guest made quite an impression, flanked not only by Chunyu, but also by 2 bodyguards. Upon entering the room, he cast a cursory glance at Chu Xiangyang, then shrugged off his coat, which Chunyu promptly took and hung on a rack. "You must be Chunyu's brother-in-law. We've not met before," the man said, taking a seat opposite Chu Xiangyang and crossing his arms on the table before him. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, noticing that this individual wore 4 rings on his 10 fingers, a watch on one wrist, and a beaded bracelet on the other. A green pendant adorned his neck. If these possessions were genuine, their value would easily exceed several million. "Ah, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," Chu Xiangyang remarked with a smile. The man seemed pleased with Chu Xiangyang's initial appraisal and flashed a charming grin, retorting, "You hardly seem the type to flatter. When have you ever heard of my esteemed name?" Chu Xiangyang poured himself a cup of tea and replied calmly, "Are you certain I am attempting to flatter you? Why else? This is merely our first encounter, and given your intent to assist Chunyu with funding, it is understandable from a business perspective." The man raised a finger and lightly tapped the table, prompting one of his bodyguards to promptly approach and pour him a cup of tea. Very well, Chu Xiangyang thought, acknowledging the man's arrogance. However, he maintained a courteous demeanor, saying, "Since we are discussing investment, might I inquire about the business you have chosen to pursue?" The man extended 2 fingers, and one of the bodyguards quickly placed a pre-cut cigar in his grasp, while the other produced a lighter for his use. After igniting the cigar and taking a deep drag, the man finally spoke, saying, "As for our business, it is indeed a venture of exceptional insight. As I survey the entire nation and even glance across the globe, I ponder who possesses foresight akin to mine. With the elevation of the populace's living standards and the enhancement of material comforts, the surrounding environments have undoubtedly improved. These individuals, both men and women, congregate daily to boast about their homes. Our decorative materials are not only environmentally friendly, but will also bring profound transformation to your domestic life. This vibrant metallic hue is certain to shine brilliantly throughout the renovation process. Chunyu's involvement with me stems not only from his discerning vision, but also from our long-standing acquaintance. Would I share such a lucrative venture with him otherwise?" Chunyu nodded vigorously, affirming that between myself and Gongzi, wealth is indeed meant to be shared. Gongzi, visibly pleased, nodded in agreement, attributing it to the fact that I possess a knack for social finesse. "Otherwise, would I have included you? Look at those bald-headed fellows. They are barely scraping by, yet they still try to put on airs in my presence." Chu Xiangyang smiled silently. Chunyu eagerly inquired, "So, brother-in-law, do you find it exceptionally good?" "My friend has been reliable since childhood, so with him around, you can rest assured, this is undeniably a profitable industry." At that moment, tea was served. Gongzi looked up at the waitress and inquired, "We ordered Westlake Longjing, so don't even think about serving us inferior products, understood?" The waitress, a young girl, smiled and replied, "Sir, rest assured, all our Westlake Longjing this year has been freshly harvested, and the quality is absolutely impeccable." Gongzi waved his hand dismissively. "That's enough. You may go now." The waitress nodded slightly before turning to leave. Chu Xiangyang observed keenly as she closed the door, her rolling eyes disappearing from view. Turning back to Mr. Gongzi, he lifted the tea poured by the waitress, took a small sip, and remarked, "Not bad. This is indeed from Westlake. It is said that the finest Longjing comes from the vicinity of Westlake, particularly from the 5 renowned production areas: Lion, Dragon, Cloud, Tiger, and Plum, with the best being from Lion Peak, where the buds are most valuable each year. If you don't understand, refrain from speaking nonsense. The tea from Lion Peak cannot be called Longjing. It's all a ruse to deceive amateurs like you. Without Westlake, it cannot bear the name Longjing." Gongzi took another sip, nodding in hearty approval. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xiangyang expressed, "If we speak of delightful flavors, I still believe beef reigns supreme. Of course, some might argue that horse meat is the best. I wonder, Mr. Gongzi, do you have any preferences in this regard?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Gongzi's face briefly displayed confusion. Yet he soon chuckled, "Mr. Chu, you are quite amusing. Undoubtedly, the best broth is made from beef. How could the flavor of horse meat possibly surpass that of beef?" Chu Xiangyang smiled and asked, "Have you ever heard of Nyolan Pit and Matarak?" "No, I still maintain that the best liquor comes from Yulon Mountain, Mr. Gongzi declared with a grand gesture. Chu Xiangyang shook his head, refraining from speaking further. Observing his unusual expression, Chen Yu quickly took out his phone to search for the locations mentioned by Chu Xiangyang. It was then that he realized Chu Xiangyang had deliberately set a trap for Gongzi, intending to embarrass him. With a displeased glare directed at Chu Xiangyang, he expressed his discontent. Chu Xiangyang shrugged innocently. After leaving the club, he returned home alongside Chen Yu. Throughout the journey, Chen Yu maintained a stern demeanor. Upon arriving home, Chen Baohe hurriedly approached, inquiring about the outcome. Chu Xiangyang shook his head, declaring that the individual was utterly incompetent and filled with nonsense, thus unworthy of trust. Chen Yu, visibly irked, retorted, "With your vast knowledge, is it necessary to ask people about your disorganized concoctions of beef and horse meat? Is that your way of demonstrating your expertise?" Curious, Chen Baohe asked, "What exactly happened?" Chen Yu recounted the events that had transpired. Chen Baohe remarked, "Xiangyang, this is where you are mistaken. One cannot hastily conclude that he is uneducated based solely on this." Before Chen Baohe could finish, Chu Xiangyang laughed and suggested, "Let us invite him once more. Next time we meet, I shall pay him." That evening, upon returning home, Chu Xiangyang promptly dialed Lin Sun's number. "Brother Chu, what can I do for you?" Lin Sun answered almost immediately. "I need you to investigate someone," Chu Xiangyang stated directly. Lin Sun responded readily, "Who shall I look into?" Chu Xiangyang then detailed Gongzi's information. After hanging up, Lin Sun called back within 10 minutes, saying, "Brother Chu, how do you know such a person? He is a notorious criminal. A friend of mine has fallen victim to his deceit." Chu Xiangyang nodded, confirming Lin Sun's suspicions. He then continued, "I would like to ask for your assistance again." The following day at 10 o'clock, Chu Xiangyang arrived punctually at the agreed location with Mr. Gongzi. To his surprise, Mr. Gongzi was only 5 minutes late this time. However, the entourage had increased rather than diminished. Yesterday's 2 bodyguards had multiplied to 4 today. All 4 were clad in black suits and sunglasses, standing rigidly behind him. Chu Xiangyang smiled, acknowledging Mr. Gongzi's formidable presence, unmatched by ordinary individuals. "Indeed," Mr. Gongzi exclaimed, extending his hand to reveal 2 large gemstone rings. "To be honest, I am not particularly keen on this business. The profits are minimal, a mere drop in the ocean for me." Chen Yu chimed in, "Considering our long-standing relationship, bringing him on board is akin to picking up free money. Who else could enjoy such privileges?" "Isn't that right, Chen Yu?" Sitting nearby, Chen Yu nodded vigorously. "What more is there to say? Let us toast." With that, he raised his glass, gently clinking it against Mr. Gongzi's. Before the wine could even touch their lips, the door to the private room was violently kicked open. 3 or 4 individuals strode in, led by a tall and robust young man sporting a buzz cut, sunglasses perched on his nose, and a toothpick casually dangling from his mouth. Behind him followed an entourage of equally muscular men. "Lu Wangba, you little rascal. So this is where you've been hiding. I've searched high and low for you." The leader spat the toothpick onto Gongzi's chest and bellowed. Startled, Gongzi sprang to his feet. "Protect me. Protect your granddad. Do you think you're a sovereign?" retorted the man as he raised his foot and delivered a merciless kick to Gongzi's knee, causing him to crumple to the ground with a loud thud. The 4 security guards leaning against the wall showed no inclination to intervene. Gongzi clutched his knee, wailing, "Are you all dead? Are you dead or not? You still don't know?" The young man raised his foot once more. Just then, 4 or 5 more individuals burst through the door. "Lu Gang, so it is indeed you. How dare you show your face? As I said before, if I catch you, I will ensure your demise." They surged forward. Xiangyang, shifting his chair back against the wall, set down a teacup and crossed his legs, ready to enjoy the spectacle. "Today, there's a debt to collect. No need for further discussion. Let's get to it," the leading youth shouted. With that command, a cacophony of shouts, punches, and anguished cries erupted. "Don't move," Lu Gang, bruised and battered, suddenly shouted. The crowd momentarily froze in confusion. Lu Gang quickly dashed towards the door. Just as his hand was about to grasp the doorknob, a powerful force yanked him back. Turning around in surprise, Lu Gang discovered it was his own bodyguard who had pulled him back. "What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Let go of me. I'm your boss. If you want to protect me, at least don't hold me back," Lu Gang shouted as others began to approach him. "Everyone, let us discuss this calmly," one bodyguard interjected, stepping in front of Gongzi. Seeing his bodyguard was still performing his duty, Gongzi replied, "Yes, hold him back while I make my escape. I'll raise your salaries later." He attempted to turn and flee, only to find his clothing still caught in the grasp of his assailant. "Get out of the way, or I'll take you down too," the leading youth shouted. The bodyguard replied, "Give us a few chances." He owes us wages that have been overdue for far too long. With that, he retaliated with a fierce blow to Gangzi's nose. The others raised their thumbs in approval, recognizing that their own were indeed more ruthless. Soon, the room was filled with cries of agony. Mr. Gangzi endured a relentless beating for a good 7 to 8 minutes, his face swelling grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, and his body likely harboring no unscathed areas. Chu Xiangyang surveyed the scene, noting that these individuals were seasoned fighters, skilled in their craft. Lu Gang, though severely beaten, was not internally harmed. His injuries would merely cause him discomfort for a time. After the crowd had their fill, they promptly escorted him to the police station. In the aftermath of the chaos in the private room, Yu finally unleashed all his pent-up fury upon Chu Xiangyang. What do you mean by this? Did you bring these people here? Yu bellowed. Chu Xiangyang, with a sense of helplessness, replied, Yu, how can you still trust him at this point? Yu shouted back, what am I trust? If it weren't for him, I could have made at least a few million. And what about you? What can you do? Can you leave me to earn money? Chu Xiangyang questioned. Even if I had summoned these individuals, what about the bodyguards? Were they also my doing? He can't even pay his own bodyguards. Do you truly believe he would take you to earn money? I don't care. This matter is far from over between us, Yu retorted angrily before storming off. Sighing heavily, Chu Xiangyang exhaled a breath of frustration, then proceeded to compensate for the damages incurred at the establishment before driving to the antique market. Upon returning to Baibaoxuan, Zhang Hanxing greeted him eagerly. Boss Chu, something significant happened at the antique market today. What is it? Chu Xiangyang, feeling fatigued, pinched the bridge of his nose and inquired. Zhang Hanxing explained. Someone came to the antique market today, expressing a desire to purchase a jade pendant at a high price. I placed the design on our table. It is said to be worth 9 figures. A sense of curiosity stirred within Chu Xiangyang. What kind of jade pendant could possibly be so valuable? Approaching the table, he picked up the paper, only to furrow his brow upon recognizing the depicted pendant as the one worn by Chen Yuru. Who could this be? Chu Xiangyang questioned. Zhang Hanxing shook his head in uncertainty. Chu Xiangyang suddenly felt that something was amiss. Could this be directed at him or Chen Yuru? And who was the individual behind this? Was it the gentleman who had visited the shop a couple of days prior? Chapter 66. Forgery despite his suspicions. Chu Xiangyang was not foolish enough to walk into a trap. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Zhang Hanxing, if anyone inquires at our shop, simply say you know nothing. Zhang Hanxing nodded vigorously, understood. Is there trouble? No trouble, Chu Xiangyang smiled. Any trouble belongs to others, not us. Rest assured. Hearing this, Zhang Hanxing finally relaxed. The following morning, as Chu Xiangyang returned from his morning exercise, he spotted several unfamiliar figures loitering in front of his building. A quick glance revealed that these individuals appeared to be unsavory characters, leading him to conclude they were not of good intent. He then recalled the events from the antique street the previous day and surmised that these individuals were likely after Chen Yuru's jade pendant. Chu Xiangyang found this exceedingly puzzling. How had they discovered that the pendant was in her possession? More precisely, how did they know it was with Chen Yuru? Chu Xiangyang was deeply concerned about Chen Yuru, yet he feared that discussing it with her would only heighten her anxiety. Thus, he devised a clever plan. Upon returning home, he found that both Chen Yuru and Yaya were already awake. The family gathered in the dining room for breakfast. Seemingly casually, Chu Xiangyang remarked, You and Yaya should stay in today. Wait for me at home. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Chen Yuru inquired. Yaya, curious, widened her eyes, wondering what surprise her father had in store. Chu Xiangyang playfully tapped Yaya's little nose and suggested, Why don't you both behave and stay at home this morning? In the afternoon, we can go out for a grand meal together. Great. I want to eat at that restaurant we visited last time. It was delicious. Yaya clapped her hands in delight. Chu Xiangyang nodded in agreement. All right, after breakfast, we'll go watch a movie, perhaps the animated one you love the most. That sounds wonderful. I promise to stay at home and not run around. Yaya laughed joyfully. Chu Xiangyang then turned his gaze to Chen Yuru, stating, I have some matters to attend to at the shop. Please don't go out. Okay, Chen Yuru replied. After breakfast, Chu Xiangyang drove to the antique market. As anticipated, he noticed several unsavory youths loitering outside. After parking, he proceeded directly into the store. Zhang Hanxing was taken aback to see Chu Xiangyang arrive so early. What brings you here at this hour? He asked. Chu Xiangyang nodded. Is the set of carving tools you have in the back still usable? Without pausing, he crossed through the back room to the storage area. Zhang Hanxing followed closely, nodding repeatedly. They're usable. Only a couple of small tools are a bit worn. But I tidied them up yesterday, so it's not a significant issue. That's good to hear. Please retrieve them. I'll need them shortly, Chu Xiangyang replied. Stepping into the storage room. If it were the original owner, it would have taken considerable time to locate the items among the clutter. However, Chu Xiangyang was no longer the same gambler. He was intimately familiar with the contents of the storage, and he found what he was looking for almost instantly. Behind him, Zhang Hanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Boss Chu, what are you planning to do? Uncle Zhang, I'll be in the workshop for a bit. Please keep an eye on things out here, Chu Xiangyang said, clutching a piece of jade as he entered the small workshop. It had been a long time since he carved jade, yet this did not imply he was out of practice. Setting the jade on the workbench, he sketched a design from memory and began carving. Within 2 hours of entering the workshop, the jade had transformed into a pendant resembling the one that hung around Chun Yuru's neck, about 80% similar. Uncle Zhang, please hang this pendant in our store. Chu Xiangyang handed over the piece. Zhang Hanqing was utterly astonished by the pendant in his hands, momentarily speechless. You did this? Haha, Uncle Zhang. It seems my skills haven't dulled. I've managed to fool even your discerning eyes. Chu Xiangyang laughed heartily. Zhang Hanqing was overwhelmed with a mixture of joy and tears. Initially, he had harbored concerns that Chu Xiangyang's transformation might merely be a fleeting moment, but it had become evident that not only had he improved, but he had also become remarkably talented. He quickly nodded in agreement. All right, I will hang it up right away. However, remember, no matter who comes to purchase this jade pendant, you must not sell it to them, Chu Xiangyang instructed. Zhang Hanqing nodded repeatedly, assuring him, rest assured. After settling matters on this end, Chu Xiangyang drove straight home. Upon arriving, the sight of Chun Yuru and Yaya seated on the sofa finally eased the tension in his heart. Dad, you're back, Yaya exclaimed as she rushed towards Chu Xiangyang. Just as he lifted Yaya into his arms, the doorbell rang. Looking through the peephole, he was surprised to see Chinyu standing outside. Sister, open the door, hurry up, Chinyu shouted while pressing the doorbell. Chun Yuru was taken aback. It seemed her brother had never visited their home before. Chu Xiangyang advised, whatever he says when he comes in, just ignore him. I will handle it. Although Chun Yuru was puzzled, she chose to trust Chu Xiangyang and nodded in agreement. Chu Xiangyang opened the door, and Chun Yu quickly squeezed inside. Hurry, sister, give me that jade pendant. Without hesitation, Chun Yu bypassed Chu Xiangyang and reached out towards Chun Yuru. Chun Yuru was momentarily stunned and instinctively glanced at Chu Xiangyang. No, I want my own belongings. Why are you looking at him? Chun Yu retorted irritably. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Give me the pendant. What pendant? Chun Yuru withdrew her gaze and inquired. What else could it be? It's the one you've carried since childhood, the teardrop-shaped, white one, Chun Yu explained impatiently. Chun Yuru was at a loss for words and again glanced at Chu Xiangyang. This time, Chun Yu was thoroughly enraged. He positioned himself between them and shouted at Chun Yuru. What is wrong with you? Asking for something shouldn't feel like I'm asking for your life. Hurry up and give it to me. Others are waiting. Chu Xiangyang, observing Chun Yu's outstretched hand, replied with a smile. Your sister cannot answer you because that item is not with her. Where is it then? Is it with you? Hand it over. Chun Yu shifted his focus and extended his hand towards Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang returned Yaya to Chun Yuru and stated, I have it. If you want it, come with me. I left it at the store. Chapter 67. The buyer. Upon hearing this, Chun Yu was elated. He quickly exclaimed, what are we waiting for? Let us go. You go wait for me downstairs. I'll change my clothes and be right there, Chu Xiangyang said as he headed towards the bedroom. What a nuisance. Needing to change clothes just to go back to your own store. What a peculiar habit, Chun Yu mumbled while heading towards the door. Hurry up. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. With that, the sound of the front door closing echoed through the air. As Chu Xiangyang observed that the crowd had dispersed, he returned to Chun Yuru's side. For reasons unknown, the price of this jade pendant had been driven up significantly by external speculation. May I examine it? He inquired. Chun Yuru promptly set down Yaya and retreated to her bedroom. Moments later, she emerged, holding a small box. I've worn this pendant since childhood, but I've never heard of any special significance attached to it, she remarked, handing the box to Chu Xiangyang. Upon opening the box and retrieving the pendant, Chu Xiangyang scrutinized it from every angle, yet he could discern no extraordinary features. For your safety, I shall keep this pendant for now. Once I ascertain the circumstances surrounding it, I will return it to you, he stated, placing the pendant securely in his pocket. Chun Yuru nodded. Please ensure your safety. Delighted by her concern, Chu Xiangyang reassured her, do not worry. Stay indoors and lock the doors. Do not open them for anyone. Chun Yuru nodded repeatedly. After changing his attire in the bedroom, Chu Xiangyang departed. Such a dawdler, taking over 10 minutes just to change clothes. Chun Yu grumbled upon seeing him descend the stairs. Chu Xiangyang ignored him, getting into his car and driving off. Infuriated yet powerless, Chun Yu's mood lightened at the thought of soon possessing the pendant. He muttered to himself, what an arrogant fool. Once I sell the pendant and have the money, I will see how he holds his head high before me. Upon returning to the antique street, Chu Xiangyang noticed a crowd gathered outside his shop. After parking his car and approaching, he overheard snippets of their conversation. I can't believe Bai Baoxuan truly possesses this jade pendant. Indeed, the last visitor claimed it could fetch at least 9 figures, another responded. 9 figures seems exaggerated. 8 figures should be feasible, but I doubt this pendant is worth that much. As these discussions unfolded, Chenyu had parked his car and pushed through the throng. Make way, he bellowed, drawing the ire of the onlookers. Who is this fool, squeezing through here? Someone exclaimed. This is a public space, not your private bedroom. Another added, deriding his attire that resembled that of a ragpicker. Despite the jeers, Chenyu pressed on until he entered Bai Baoxuan and beheld the jade pendant. His eyes gleaming with excitement. Take that pendant off and give it to me, he demanded of Zhang Hanxing. With an apologetic expression, Zhang Hanxing replied, I'm terribly sorry. Sir, but this pendant is not for sale. Who cares about your titles? Do you not see who I am? I am the brother-in-law of your boss. Chenyu retorted angrily. Zhang Hanxing glanced up, finding no recollection of this brother-in-law. He responded, I apologize. But our boss instructed that this jade pendant is not for sale to anyone. Their exchange was overheard by onlookers at the door, who could not help but chime in. What a show-off. He claims to be the shopkeeper's brother-in-law, while I am the shopkeeper's elder brother. I am the shopkeeper's own sibling. Step aside. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Chenyu, feeling embarrassed, raised his hand as if to retaliate. Chenyu, stop. He was halted by the booming voice of Chu Xiangyang as he entered. Chenyu retracted his hand, urging, brother-in-law, quickly tell him who I am and hand over the jade pendant. Chu Xiangyang turned to Zhang Hanxing, Uncle Zhang. Please go ahead with your business. Zhang Hanxing nodded, then I shall take my leave. As Zhang Hanxing departed, Chu Xiangyang removed the jade pendant and handed it to Chenyu. Say, here you go. Thank you, brother-in-law. Chenyu beamed with joy and swiftly left, cradling the pendant. Chu Xiangyang followed him out of the shop. After Chenyu entered his car, he made a phone call, then sped away. Only after Chenyu's vehicle exited the antique market did Chu Xiangyang set off from Bai Baoxian. With the experience of trailing him from the last time, this pursuit was much smoother. Chenyu's car zigzagged along the road before finally stopping in front of an inconspicuous hotel. After exiting the vehicle, he promptly entered the hotel, with Chu Xiangyang trailing behind, though he kept a safe distance. Once he saw which private room Chenyu entered, he retreated from the lobby. After waiting outside the hotel for nearly half an hour, Chenyu finally emerged. Observing Chenyu's cheerful demeanor, Chu Xiangyang surmised that he had successfully sold the item. Chenyu's car sped off as Chu Xiangyang re-entered the hotel. Inside the innermost room on the second floor, a man had just hung up the phone. As he prepared to leave, the door suddenly swung open. Perfect timing. Calculate my expenses, he said, raising his hand towards the entrance where Chu Xiangyang stood. However, his words faltered as he questioned, Who are you? Aren't you a service staff member? Certainly not, Chu Xiangyang replied, nodding. And then he closed the door behind him and stepped inside. What do you intend to do? I will call the police, the man declared, pulling out his phone. Chu Xiangyang smiled. I haven't done anything to you. Why call the police? I merely wish to have a conversation. With that, he seated himself directly across from the man. The man maintained his grip on the phone, insisting, We don't know each other. Why would I want to chat with you? Please leave. Chu Xiangyang pointed to the briefcase beside him. I recognize what you have in that bag, which is why I want to ask. Why are you so intent on acquiring this jade pendant? What? Upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's words, the man instinctively clutched his briefcase tighter, exclaiming, I do not comprehend what you are saying. With that, he attempted to rise and make his exit. Chapter 68. Lord Ghost 7. Chu Xiangyang stood and obstructed the man's path. What exactly do you intend to do? I will not hesitate to call the authorities. The man, tightly embracing his briefcase, replied, I have but a single inquiry. Answer me, and I shall depart immediately. Chu Xiangyang inquired, Why did you purchase this jade pendant? What secrets does it conceal? The man, perhaps irritated by the question, sighed in resignation. To speak candidly, this pendant is not something I sought after. I am merely an intermediary. The buyer had a need, and I assisted. It is as simple as that. I am entirely unaware of the pendant's secrets. Chu Xiangyang scrutinized him and pressed on. Surely you can disclose who commissioned you to procure this pendant? I apologize, sir. The man spread his hands. In our line of work, there are protocols. The identity of the buyer is not something I can divulge. I sincerely regret my inability to comply. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiangyang realized that the man was merely a broker. Thus, there was no need to impose undue pressure upon him. Moreover, the item he possessed was a counterfeit, and even if the man secured it, he would still have to seek further. Investigating his subsequent actions could yield results later. Pressing for answers now might only provoke unnecessary complications. Consequently, after a brief reflection, Chu Xiangyang turned to leave, stating, "In that case, I apologize for the disturbance." With that, he opened the door and exited. However, as he approached the corner on the second floor, two young men approached him, clad in tank tops. One bore a skull tattoo on his left shoulder, and both sported crew cuts, projecting an unmistakably menacing aura. Chu Xiangyang instinctively glanced back, only to witness the two entering the man's private room. Alarmed, he thought, "This is dire. These young men truly seek trouble." He hastened towards the room in a flurry of steps. Inside, the man had initially intended to follow Chu Xiangyang out, but reconsidered, calculating the timing to descend after Chu had exited the hotel. However, before he could finalize his plan, the door swung open once more. This time, the newcomer was not the previous youth, but rather someone far more intimidating. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and struck the man viciously across the face. "Whose job do you dare to take? You seem to be impatient with life." The blow sent the man sprawling to the ground, and before he could regain his footing, the two assailants' feet came crashing down upon him. Bang! The door of the private room was kicked open, and Chu Xiangyang swiftly entered. "I cannot believe you two truly came here," he sneered, bewildered by the enigma surrounding the jade pendant and the multitude of individuals vying for its secrets. "Mind your own business and leave promptly. I shall pretend I never saw you," one of the young men declared. With a subtle smirk, Chu Xiangyang mimicked his tone, retorting, "If you vacate the premises swiftly, I too can act as though you never existed." Seeking death, the two men were instantly incensed by Chu Xiangyang's demeanor. They released the man on the ground and charged at him with haste. One swung his fist, aiming a vicious blow at Chu Xiangyang's temple, while the other leapt into the air, executing a graceful kick aimed at his neck. Their simultaneous assault left little room for escape. Even if Chu Xiangyang evaded one, the other would deliver a punishing strike. Nearby, the broker had already scrambled to his feet, his expression filled with anxiety as he watched the unfolding confrontation. Clutching his briefcase tightly, paralyzed with fear. Bang! Crack! A deep thud resonated alongside a sharp crack. The man's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed two figures retreating swiftly, one nursing his fist, the other shaking his right leg uncontrollably. The man nursing his fist narrowed his eyes and inquired in a hushed tone, "Who are you?" "That question should be posed by me," Chu Xiangyang replied, advancing slowly, his voice calm yet firm. "Who sent you?" The two men exchanged glances, reluctant to divulge their affiliations. Chu Xiangyang chuckled coldly. Then, like a specter, he appeared before them in an instant. He seized one by the throat. A wave of suffocation washing over the assailant as he desperately tried to pry Chu Xiangyang's grip away. However, his efforts proved futile. The other attacker swung a punch at Chu Xiangyang, only to have it caught and redirected against him. "Speak," Chu Xiangyang commanded, "or we can have a competition to see whose neck snaps first, or whose arm breaks first." As his grip tightened, the young man's complexion shifted from red to purple, his eyes rolling back. The other, pale and sweating profusely, finally relented. The one being choked gently tapped Chu Xiangyang's arm, signaling for release, while the other surrendered before his arm could be broken. Chu Xiangyang released them with a grin, remarking, "You see, had we done this earlier, it could have ended amicably for all." One man rubbed his shoulder while the other coughed violently for a moment before regaining his composure. "We are subordinates of Ghost Lord Qi," one of them declared. The other added, "We can divulge no more. Beyond what we have said, others will come to deal with us." Chu Xiangyang rifled through his memories, realizing with surprise that he had indeed encountered this Ghost Lord Qi. In the local sphere, Ghost 7 is regarded as a formidable presence, a figure of dominance whom most dare not provoke. One wonders, however, why such a powerful individual has suddenly taken an interest in the jade pendant in their possession. Chu Xiangyang felt an increasing fog of uncertainty enveloping him. Nevertheless, having posed the question, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to leave. "What is your name?" he inquired suddenly as the two retreated to the threshold of the private room. Chu Xiangyang felt no need to conceal his identity, responding, "By Baoxian, Chu Xiangyang." The other party smirked, seemingly taken aback by his audacity, warning him to brace for Ghost 7's retaliation. With that, the two hastily exited the room. "Why did you reveal your name?" A man, who had been observing from the sidelines, questioned anxiously. Chu Xiangyang shrugged nonchalantly. "These are trivial matters. What truly concerns me is one thing. You need not say more. I will divulge what I know," the man interjected, then proceeded to speak. Chapter 69. The Hidden Hand. Chu Xiangyang was taken aback, not anticipating that this individual would voluntarily broach the subject of the mastermind behind the scenes. It's not that I wish to withhold information, but the background of this person is indeed formidable. However, your inquiry may only invite further calamity upon you. The man sighed, taking a seat. This matter holds significant importance for me. Regardless of the strength of his background, I must clarify the situation. Chu Xiangyang responded with equal earnestness. Seeing his determination, the man relented, stating, to be frank, the person seeking to acquire this jade pendant is the head of the Shangwan family from the provincial capital, Shangwanxiong. Shangwanxiong? The name likely surpassed the original's realm of knowledge, for after rummaging through his memories, he found no reference to it. Indeed, the man, observing his bewildered expression, realized he was utterly unfamiliar with Shangwanxiong. He kindly elucidated, Mr. Shangwanxiong is not only a considerable businessman, but is also rumored to have connections with numerous officials. He is a genuine figure who navigates both the legitimate and illicit realms with ease. Not even the wealthiest tycoon in your city, let alone a high-ranking official, would dare disregard him. He continued, thus, I assert that such a person is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals like us. Regardless of your intentions or attitude, I implore you to tread carefully. Chu Xiangyang raised his eyebrows in astonishment. He had not expected that a mere jade pendant could attract such a significant figure. Yet, what difference did it make how powerful an individual was? No one could lay a hand on his wife, not even the emperor himself. With a cold smile, he declared, I fear no one, as long as they do not provoke me. If they do, I will not allow myself to be bullied. Thank you for sharing the truth with me, he acknowledged. The man, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, there is no need for gratitude. Consider it a token of appreciation for saving my life. In comparison to life itself, these matters are trivial. The man stood up, intending to leave. But he seemed to recall something. As far as I know, this time the influential figure was seeking not only us brokers, but also assassins. These individuals specialized in acts of arson, murder, and robbery. The mastermind behind the scenes, in addition to wanting to acquire the item through legitimate means, had also sought help from a group of thieves, clearly intent on reclaiming it by force. After all, he had already offered an astronomical sum, a 9-figure price, effectively securing a double insurance. He was determined to obtain this item. Chu Xiangyang's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated that the other party would resort to theft to acquire the jade pendant. In a flurry, he rose and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for today, before hastily exiting the private room. Once in his car, he promptly dialed Chun Yuru's number, but there was no answer. With no other option, he sped home. Upon returning, he discovered that the house was indeed empty. However, on the coffee table in the living room rested a glass of water, indicating that a guest had visited. Reluctantly, Chu Xiangyang dialed Chun Yuru's number once more. This time, it was Yaya who answered. Daddy, why are you calling us? Chu Xiangyang quickly inquired. Where are you now? Yaya seemed to ask Chun Yuru a question before replying. We're shopping on Budweiser Avenue with Aunt May. Mommy said she would take me for delicious ice cream soon, and she wants to have coffee with Aunt May. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyang grabbed his car keys and rushed downstairs. You and Mommy wait for Daddy at the cafe. I'll come to take you both home shortly. After Yaya acknowledged, he hurriedly hung up. There was only one cafe on Budweiser Avenue, and without delay, Chu Xiangyang drove there at breakneck speed, nearly running a red light. Finally, after a few minutes, he arrived at the cafe. He parked his car and rushed inside. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, he did not spot Chun Yuru. Assuming she had not yet arrived, he pulled out his phone to inquire. In a corner, a suspicious man was pouring a packet of drugs into his coffee. Chu Xiangyang felt uneasy and scrutinized him further. Just then, Chun Yuru emerged from the restroom, holding Yaya, accompanied by a stylishly dressed woman. Daddy! Yaya's keen eyes spotted Chu Xiangyang from afar, and she called out excitedly. She wriggled free from Chun Yuru's embrace and dashed towards him. Soon, both Chun Yuru and the fashionable woman approached him. As they drew near, Chu Xiangyang recognized the woman as Lin Meili, a close friend of Chun Yuru since childhood. Oh, isn't this Chu Xiangyang? Have you finally learned your lesson? Her tone dripped with sarcasm, reflecting her poor impression of him. Chu Xiangyang smiled politely. Hello? Lin Meili was momentarily taken aback. In the past, he would have retorted, but today, his unexpected composure left her feeling disconcerted. Chun Yuru, standing nearby, also exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Daddy, let us go have coffee. Yaya exclaimed joyfully. All right. Chu Xiangyang nodded in agreement. Yaya pointed towards their location. And it was then that Chu Xiangyang realized it was the spot occupied by that lecherous man. Moments ago, he had been seen slipping something into a coffee cup. Chu Xiangyang furrowed his brow and turned to inquire, who exactly is that person seated there? He is the new boyfriend of Mei Li, Chen Yuru explained with a smile. Chu Xiangyang snorted derisively, observing that he hardly appeared to be a decent individual. I saw him putting something into your coffee just as I entered. Shut your mouth, Chu Xiangyang, and stop slandering people, Lin Mei Li interjected, having overheard their exchange. Chu Xiangyang, feeling helpless, replied, I speak the truth. I witnessed him pouring something into the coffee cup. What credibility could a gambler's words possibly hold? It seems you are deliberately trying to sow discord between me and Yuru, Lin Mei Li retorted fiercely. Chu Xiangyang halted, suggesting, why don't we approach him directly and inquire? Ask away, I'm not afraid of you. I know what my boyfriend is like, Lin Mei Li declared confidently, striding forward. Chen Yuru quietly murmured behind her, please don't speak carelessly. Mei Li's boyfriend is a decent person. Whether he is good or not will be revealed when we ask, Chu Xiangyang replied with a smile. The group returned to the table, and Chu Xiangyang set Yaya aside. Did you just drug the coffee? Lin Mei Li questioned with hands on her hips. The lecherous man quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, I didn't. You're accusing me falsely. If you're innocent, drink it yourself to prove it, Chu Xiangyang challenged, lifting the coffee cup and approaching the man. Chapter 70. Who is it, after all? Why you? Don't come near me. What do you want? The lecherous man stammered, retreating in fear until he found himself cornered. Lin Mei Li, fuming, exclaimed, if you haven't drugged it, just take a sip to prove your innocence. I want drink. The man shouted defiantly. Chu Xiangyang sneered and, in a swift motion, seized the man, pinching his cheeks and forcing the coffee into his mouth. Chen Yuru was horrified, and Lin Mei Li was taken aback. She had never witnessed such a side of Chu Xiangyang before. Chen Yuru quickly apologized to Lin Mei Li. I'm truly sorry, Mei Li. Chu Xiangyang didn't mean any harm. Afterward, she hurriedly pushed Chu Xiangyang aside and helped the lecherous man to his feet. Mr. Liu, I sincerely apologize. My husband was merely joking. Please don't take it to heart. Cough, cough. The lecherous man spluttered. You're a violent man. I've never seen anyone like you. I'm calling the police. With that, he pulled out his phone. Chen Yuru rushed to apologize again, fervently offering tissues to the man. Please, wipe yourself. I'm truly sorry. Then she turned to Lin Mei Li. Mei Li, I'm really sorry about this. It's all Xiangyang's fault. Please don't take it to heart. Chu Xiangyang pulled Chen Yuru aside, asserting that there was no need to apologize to them, even if he called the police. The one who would be taken away could only be him. Chu Xiangyang, please don't make a fuss. He hasn't done anything to us. Besides, he is still her beautiful boyfriend. Before Chen Yuru could finish her sentence, she noticed the sleazy man sitting motionless with a phone in his hand. Is he unconscious? This is terrible, Chen Yuru exclaimed in fright. Chu Xiangyang sighed in exasperation. Do you not comprehend why he fainted? If you had consumed that cup of coffee, have you considered the consequences? Clearly, Chen Yuru still did not believe Chu Xiangyang's words. But you cannot act this way. Was that drug truly his? Could you be mistaken? With no other option, Chu Xiangyang approached the cafe owner. Could you please review the surveillance footage for us? He politely requested at the bar. The cafe owner, a young man who appeared to be of similar age to Chu Xiangyang but dressed in a rather trendy manner, raised an eyebrow at Chu Xiangyang, ignoring him as he continued to look at his phone. Hey, someone has fainted here, and we need to check the surveillance footage, Lin Mei Li interjected. First, if someone has fainted, you should call 120. Second, if there is a problem, you can report it to the police. Why must you access my surveillance? The cafe owner put his phone down and addressed Lin Mei Li with a deliberate tone. Chu Xiangyang, having no time to waste, stepped behind the bar and reached for the surveillance equipment. Are you out of your mind? The cafe owner, startled, attempted to stop Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang sneered. If you don't show me the footage now, I won't hesitate to provide false testimony when the authorities arrive, claiming that you were the one who orchestrated the drugging. The cafe owner, clearly frightened by this assertion, stammered. What drugging? What orchestration? What do you mean? What we mean will become evident once we review the footage. Hurry, rewind it 10 minutes to that corner on the west side. Chu Xiangyang pointed at a corner of the computer screen. The cafe owner was momentarily dumbfounded, as he had just noticed the sleazy man lying unconscious in that corner. Trembling, he conceded, You check it yourself. This has nothing to do with me. With that, he retreated to the side and dialed the police. Chu Xiangyang paid him no mind, focusing on retrieving the footage for Chen Yuru to view. After watching, both Chen Yuru and Lin Mei Li finally believed Chu Xiangyang's claims. How did I end up encountering such a person? I'm sorry, Yuru. Lin Mei Li expressed her regret to Chen Yuru with a look of dismay. Chen Yuru hurriedly waved her hand. This has nothing to do with you. Besides, how long have you known him? But why would he do such a thing? Lin Mei Li asked, glancing at Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang smiled. Why he would do such a thing? We must inquire of him. After finishing his words, several individuals returned to their previous positions. Chu Xiangyang removed a brooch from Chun Yuzhu and aimed it at the lecherous man's acupoint. A muffled cry escaped his lips as the man slowly opened his eyes. Upon recognizing the person before him, he instinctively recoiled in fear. However, cornered as he was, there was no escape left for him. What do you want? The lecherous man asked, his face etched with terror. Step aside, Lian Meili exclaimed, forcibly pulling Chu Xiangyang aside. With her fiery temperament, she often found herself in the role of protector for Chun Yuzhu. Today, upon discovering that her boyfriend aimed to harm her dear friend, her fury was ignited. Caught off guard, Chu Xiangyang was thrust to the side. A sharp slap echoed through the air. The lecherous man was left utterly bewildered. Chu Xiangyang winced at the sound, sensing the pain. Clutching his face, the man, still in shock, looked at Lian Meili and stammered, "Why did you hit me? Speak. Why did you drug Yuzhu?" Lian Meili demanded, her tone low and fierce. Had this not been a cafe, she would have transformed into a ferocious tigress. A flash of malice crossed the lecherous man's eyes before he suddenly struck back. "Who do you think you are to dare challenge me?" But before he could finish, he let out a cry of agony. His outstretched hand was seized by a powerful grip, twisted behind his back, and his face pressed against the back of the sofa, contorted in pain. "Let me go? What do you want?" he pleaded, desperation evident in his voice. Chu Xiangyang glanced back at the shaken Lian Meili, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied, shaking her head. Chu Xiangyang chuckled coldly. "What do you mean by that? Shouldn't I be asking you this question? What do you truly want?" As he spoke, he tightened his grip further. Beads of sweat formed on the lecherous man's forehead. "Let me go? It hurts," he gasped. "Now that you acknowledge the pain, perhaps you should tell the truth." "I cannot guarantee your arm will remain intact for another second," Chu Xiangyang replied icily. The lecherous man, drenched in cold sweat and desperate to break free, attempted to struggle, but each effort proved futile. "This is your last chance." Chu Xiangyang's voice was chilling. I'll talk. The man quickly conceded. Chapter 71. The origin of the jade pendant. Chu Xiangyang released his hold. "Speak," he instructed. The man rubbed his shoulder, settling back on the sofa. "I received a bounty from outside, saying there's a teardrop-shaped jade pendant valued in the 9 figures. I don't know who leaked the information, but they said this pendant is—" He hesitated, glancing at Chun Yuzhu. Chu Xiangyang furrowed his brows, perplexed by who might have divulged this information. "You approached me because of this matter, didn't you?" Lian Meili suddenly connected the dots, inquiring. The lecherous man remained silent, but nodded slightly. Enraged, Lian Meili slammed her hand on the table. "Just wait. Great deity, please have mercy on me. I merely survived by deceiving others, believing I could strike it rich this time. I truly never intended to harm your lady. As you can see, I administered only a sleeping potion to them." The dubious man repeatedly bowed to Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang extended his hand, declaring, "I believe your words would be better directed towards those above." "What?" The dubious man was taken aback. At that moment, the cafe owner approached, accompanied by staff in uniforms. It was him. The surveillance captured the person who administered the drugs. The dubious man was utterly dumbfounded. I didn't." "What do you mean, didn't?" "I have the footage." The owner bellowed. "Sir, please accompany us for an investigation." One of the staff members interjected. The dubious man was ultimately taken away, while Chu Xiangyang and the others underwent a brief inquiry before parting ways with Lian Meili to return home. On the way back, Chu Xiangyang inquired, "What do you know about this jade pendant?" Qin Yuru felt perplexed. After all, this pendant did not seem to hold any significant value. "I have carried it since childhood, but I am not entirely certain about its origins. Perhaps I should ask my father when we return?" Chu Xiangyang nodded, recognizing that as the situation escalated, a fundamental investigation was essential. Thus, he turned the car around, heading directly to Chun Bao's residence. Upon hearing their questions, Chun Bao fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he spoke softly. "I don't have a clear recollection of this pendant. The year you were born, I was exceedingly busy. I can assert with certainty that it was not purchased by me. But where could it have come from? My mother should know about this." Chu Xiangyang lifted his gaze, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Chun Bao continued, "Well, your mother is currently out playing mahjong and has not yet returned. No matter. Let's dine here tonight and wait for my mother to return so we can ask her," Chun Yuru suggested as she placed Yaya on the sofa, intending to go to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Let me see what we should have for dinner. I will go out and buy some groceries for you." Chun Bao quickly stood up. Chun Yuru headed towards the kitchen, saying, "No need. I will first check what vegetables we have. If it's insufficient, Xiangyang and I will go shopping together." With that, she entered the kitchen. Chun Bao also stood up, stating, "I will call your mother to inquire about when she will be back." Before Chu Xiangyang could respond, Chen Baohe had already gone to the study. Chu Xiangyang stared at the teacup before him, lost in thought about the secrets concealed behind this jade pendant. Before dinner, Yu Meixia finally returned home after finishing her mahjong game. At the dining table, Chen Yuru directly asked, "Mom, do you remember the jade pendant I have? Where did you get it?" Yu Meixia paused mid-action. "What jade pendant?" "The one I have carried since childhood." Chen Yuru found her mother's reaction somewhat peculiar, as she had possessed that pendant for over 20 years. How could she possibly forget? Yu Meixia chuckled, serving herself some food. "Oh, that? I just bought it casually." "Casually bought?" Chu Xiangyang instinctively repeated. "Indeed." Yu Meixia took a bite of her meal and remarked, while embracing Yuru, that she bought whatever was appealing at the night market. "Did you purchase anything at the night market?" Chu Xiangyang inquired, lifting his gaze towards Yu Meixia. With her head bowed over her food, Yu Meixia replied, "Of course, if it looks good, why would I hesitate? Besides, it's not expensive, just a few dozen yuan." Chu Xiangyang reflected on the material of the jade pendant. Although it was not an exceptionally valuable piece, it certainly could not be merely a few dozen yuan worth. His doubts intensified. He spoke again. "It's just a mere jade pendant. Why dwell on it? Let us eat. The food is getting cold." Yu Meixia used a pair of chopsticks to serve Chu Xiangyang a piece of meat, and then continued speaking. Beside them, Chen Baohe nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us eat. This soup is quite good tonight." Yaya, following closely behind Chen Baohe, chimed in. "It's delicious, Grandpa. You should have more." Chen Baohe laughed heartily at Yaya's remarks. "All right, Grandpa will have some more." Their conversation interrupted Chu Xiangyang, who exchanged a glance with Chen Yuru, feeling that Yu Meixia might not have been entirely truthful. Upon returning home that evening, Chu Xiangyang pondered whether anyone could uncover the origins of the jade pendant. He turned to Chen Yuru, who was soothing Yaya to sleep, and asked, "Do you think anyone knows the history of this pendant?" Chen Yuru considered the question and replied, "Aside from my parents, it would be my wet nurse, who has cared for me for nearly a decade." Chu Xiangyang nodded, realizing the urgency of the situation. "We must investigate what makes this jade pendant special. Since your wet nurse might know, perhaps we should visit her." "Do you know where she lives?" Chen Yuru responded, "I've been in touch with her daughter. I will ask her tomorrow." "Good. Once we have the address, we shall set off immediately." The next morning, Chen Yuru contacted her wet nurse's daughter and discovered that they had recently moved to the countryside. Chu Xiangyang decided to drive there directly. For safety, he planned to take Chen Yuru and Yaya along. "Daddy, where are we going?" Yaya asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed out at the retreating scenery. "I'm taking you to a wonderful place with beautiful fields and fragrant flowers," Chu Xiangyang said, gently pinching Yaya's cheek. Yaya clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "That sounds amazing." However, unbeknownst to him, Chu Xiangyang noticed a van trailing closely behind his car. He furrowed his brow, pondering who it could be. In the short span of one night since he decided to come here, how could they find him so precisely? Or had they been lurking in the shadows, tracking his every move? "Hold on tight," Chu Xiangyang called out sharply. Suddenly, a screeching sound of brakes pierced the air. Chu Xiangyang's car executed a graceful drift, spinning around before swiftly reversing. The other vehicle, unable to evade in time, had to veer sharply to the side. Chu Xiangyang narrowly brushed past it, coming to a sudden halt. The opposing vehicle was forcibly wedged into the greenery, while Chu Xiangyang had already turned his car around and departed with haste. Chapter 72. A visit to the countryside. Chen Yuru was still haunted by the recent events. Who were those people? Her hand remained protectively clasped around the small figure of Yaya seated beside her. Chu Xiangyang shook his head, admitting, "I'm not entirely sure who they are, but they are undoubtedly after the jade pendant. We must ascertain its origins." Chen Yuru nodded, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Meanwhile, Yaya was filled with an exuberant excitement, exclaiming, "Daddy, that was so much fun." Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, surprised that this little girl enjoyed such perilous antics, deeming it inappropriate. Chen Yuru lightly tapped Yaya's nose, admonishing her, "You are a young lady. Behave accordingly." Yet, Yaya clapped her hands, insisting that Chu Xiangyang reenact the thrilling moment. Reluctantly, he agreed to take her for bumper cars next time, which finally appeased her. Chen Yuru's nurse now resided in the countryside with her son, not far from their city, merely a 2-hour drive. However, upon arriving and securing the vehicle, they were startled to see a large crowd rushing into the nurse's yard. "What is happening?" Chen Yuru inquired, holding Yaya. "I'm not sure. Perhaps you and Yaya should stay in the car?" Chu Xiangyang suggested. Chen Yuru shook her head, determined to accompany him, saying, "I want to see if the nurse is in danger." "Very well," Chu Xiangyang replied, locking the car before leading Chen Yuru and Yaya into the yard. As they stepped inside, They were met with a fierce shout echoing from within the house. I've told you countless times, if you dare to deceive me again, I will demolish your shabby house and drag your mother to the village square to be pelted with rotten eggs. Just as they entered the yard, they heard a young man's anguished cries. Brother Big Fish, please grant me a few more days. 3 days, perhaps? I assure you I will repay you. 3 days? How many times have you promised me that? I'm no longer falling for your tricks. Search him. Whatever you find, use it to cover the interest. And then drag his mother out to the village square. The furious man bellowed. The commotion continued, and without hesitation, Chu Xiangyang and Chun Yiru rushed inside. Upon opening the door, they found a man blocking the entrance, the same one who had rushed in earlier. Kneeling before him was a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, with flamboyantly dyed hair and multiple earrings adorning his ears. He wore a tank top and tattered jeans. And beside him stood a woman in her 50s, simply dressed and visibly trembling with fear. Stop this at once, Chu Xiangyang commanded. Who are you? The leading man turned to glare at Chu Xiangyang, inquiring. How much does he owe you? Chu Xiangyang asked, pulling out his wallet. With a raised hand, the man ordered. Everyone, cease at once. As the group of ruffians rummaging through the room suddenly halted, one man chuckled, realizing that a wealthy benefactor had come to settle their debts. Not much, just 58,000. He proclaimed. 58,000? It's clearly 47,000. Don't you think I deserve a bit of interest? The man interrupted the young man's protest. Chu Xiangyang looked up, acknowledging that he did not possess such a sum in cash. You can scan, he asserted. Come on, bring me my QR code. With a wave of his hand, one of the ruffians approached, brandishing a QR code. Chu Xiangyang scanned it and made the payment. Instantly, the man's demeanor transformed into a smile. All right, you take care of your business. We're off. Before departing, he patted the young man on the ground, saying, Look at you, kid, with a wealthy patron. If you ever need anything, come find me again. With that, the man led his entourage away. Once they left, Chen Yiru promptly handed the child over to Chu Xiangyang and then approached the woman, grasping her hand. Auntie, it's me, Xiaoru. Previously, Chen Yiru had always referred to the nanny as Auntie. The nanny, still in a daze, paused for a moment upon hearing Chen Yiru's words. Chen Yiru, my mother is Yumeisha. Chen Yiru quickly clarified. Oh, it's Xiaoru. You've grown so big. The nanny, regaining her composure, exclaimed excitedly. She eagerly pulled Chen Yiru toward the sofa. Come, let me have a good look at you. The young man, who had been kneeling on the floor, stood up nonchalantly and followed Chen Yiru and the nanny to the sofa. Mom, who is this beautiful sister? He asked with a grin. Get lost, you ungrateful child. Gambling outside and bringing those ruffians into our home. I will no longer claim you as my son. The nanny scolded him passionately, pointing an accusatory finger. The young man, however, remained unfazed, casually reclining on the sofa. Seeing that she could not shoo him away, the nanny resigned herself to the situation and warned, This is Xiaoru. You must address her as sister. Don't embarrass me in front of guests. Turning back to Chen Yiru, she added, This is my unaccomplished son, Han Jun. Chen Yiru gently nodded at him, but Han Jun merely chuckled. The nanny grasped Chen Yiru's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. You were just 10 years old when you left the Chen family. I can hardly believe how much you've grown. Chen Yiru noticed the nanny's gaze shift towards Chu Xiangyang and Yaya, and quickly introduced, This is my partner, Chu Xiangyang, and our daughter, Yaya. Yaya, quickly greet your grandmother. Chen Yiru's voice trembled with emotion. Yaya promptly chirped Grandma, which delighted the nanny, who eagerly took the child from Chu Xiangyang's arms. Han Jun, observing the scene, remarked, So, you must be my brother-in-law. Thank you both for your help this time. Chu Xiangyang nodded. It's my pleasure. Noticing Chu Xiangyang's refined demeanor, Han Jun grinned and stepped closer. Lately, I've been a bit short on cash. I wonder if my brother-in-law could spare me some pocket money. Chu Xiangyang subtly furrowed his brow and then withdrew a stack of money from his wallet, roughly amounting to 3,000 or 4,000, which he handed over. Han Jun counted the bills in his hand and grinned. Brother-in-law, you are indeed generous. After saying this, he extracted 2 notes and settled down beside Chen Yiru on the sofa. Chen Yiru instinctively leaned closer to the nanny. Hey, Xiaoru, don't shy away. Brother-in-law has given me pocket money, and I also want to give a little to the child, Han Jun said, reaching out toward Chen Yiru's hand, seemingly intending to pass her the money he held. However, before his hand could touch hers, his wrist was seized by another strong hand. Using my money for my daughter. Aren't you being a bit too presumptuous? With that, Chu Xiangyang exerted a fierce grip. A sudden scream pierced the air, startling both Chen Yiru and the nanny. Chen Yiru quickly urged, Chu Xiangyang, let go. Relenting, Chu Xiangyang released his grip and, with a half-smile, patted Han Jun on the shoulder. I just thought about it. We might need this money later, so I want to be giving it to you after all. With that, he swiftly snatched the stack of money back from Han Jun's hands. The nanny, witnessing this, immediately understood the implication and hurriedly rose to pull Han Jun away. Get out of here and don't embarrass us. Han Jun shrugged off the nanny's grip, straightened his clothes, and retorted, what's the big deal? I'll just leave. He then turned and headed back to the bedroom. Seeing him depart, the nanny quickly reassured, Xiaoru, please don't be upset. This child has just been spoiled by me. Chen Yuru interjected, I should be the one apologizing. Please don't be angry. Let us not be upset. Yaya chimed in cheerfully. No anger, no anger, the nanny said, playfully tickling Yaya, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. Noticing there were no outsiders present, Chen Yuru directly asked, Auntie, I actually came to ask you about something. What is it? I'll tell you anything I know, the nanny replied. Do you remember the jade pendant I wore since childhood? The white one shaped like a droplet. Chen Yuru gestured as she inquired. The nanny pondered seriously for a moment. I do recall that jade pendant. Why? Chen Yuru's face brightened. Do you know where it came from? Where it came from? This question seemed to perplex the nanny. If I remember correctly, when I first came to the Chen family, you were already wearing that pendant, she eventually replied after much contemplation. Exchanging glances, both Chen Yuru and the nanny discerned the disappointment in each other's eyes. Noticing their reaction, the nanny couldn't help but ask, what's the matter? Is that pendant very important to you? It's not particularly important. We were just asking out of curiosity, Chen Yuru smiled and responded. However, unbeknownst to them, Han Jun, who was in the bedroom, had overheard their conversation and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. A few days ago, he had overheard at the card table discussions regarding a jade pendant, which was rumored to have skyrocketed in value to 9 figures. People were speculating about who might possess the fortune to discover such a treasure. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon it today, feeling as though luck had finally smiled upon him. With this thought in mind, he dashed out of his bedroom, calling out, I'm off. Don't save dinner for me tonight. After uttering these words, he hurried away. Once outside, Han Jun pondered how he should approach this matter. If he acted impulsively, he might not stand a chance against Chu Xiangyang. The memory of their previous encounter lingered vividly in his mind, and he instinctively rubbed his aching wrist. No, he could not let him escape so easily. As he massaged his wrist, a cold determination settled in his expression. He had to devise a strategy to seize the jade pendant without arousing any suspicion. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller ID, a sinister glint flickered in Han Jun's eyes. It was a fellow card player and a distant relative. He answered the call with a smile. What brings you to call me today? Do you have time to join for a few rounds? We're short one player. The other party responded. But Han Jun shook his head. I truly don't have time for games today. I've stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. If you're interested, I could share the wealth with you. It's more profitable than winning at mahjong. What do you mean? The other person's interest peaked immediately. Han Jun explained. 2 individuals have come to my house today. They belong to the family my mother used to work for as a nanny. They're not bringing much with them. Just cash. If you're bold enough, why not gamble on that barren land outside Tao Village? And what about you? The other party, no fool, sensed the underlying implications. Han Jun thought quickly, considering how he could remain unseen. I can't let them spot me. I have no way to explain myself to my mother. How about this? I'll take 4, and you can have the rest. The other party was intrigued. All right then, let us discuss the details at my place. Han Jun smirked inwardly. This was merely the first step in his elaborate scheme. He would wait until they succeeded before making his entrance. With Chu Xiangyang overwhelmed by the crowd, he would effortlessly claim both the jade pendant and the woman. After Han Jun left, the nanny reminisced with them about many stories from Chen Yuru's childhood. Back then, Mrs. Chun had struggled to nurse, which is why she had hired her. Initially, she had thought Mr. and Mrs. Chun would be difficult employers, but to her surprise, they were both kind-hearted individuals. The nanny sighed. You looked like a doll when you were young. Whenever we went out, others would gaze at you with envy, and I felt a sense of pride. Time had flown by. The once tiny infant was now a mother herself, while she had grown old. Auntie, why don't you come back to the city with us? You could help take care of Yaya while I work, Chen Yuru suggested, holding the nanny's withered hand. No, the nanny replied, shaking her head. At my age, I can't look after children anymore. This place is where I've grown up. I feel comfortable here. However, Chu Xiangyang extended his hand and placed it gently on Chen Yuru's shoulder. He said, since you do not wish to return, we shall make it a point to visit you more often in the future. Excellent. That would be for the best, the nanny chuckled. Chen Yuru felt a lump in her throat, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. The 3 of them stayed to enjoy a meal prepared by the nanny, then set off on their journey home. Before their departure, Chen Yuru quietly concealed all the cash they had brought beneath the nanny's quilt. As the family prepared to leave, the nanny accompanied them to the village entrance. Unable to hold back her tears any longer, Chen Yuru finally broke down. The nanny wept alongside her, causing little Yaya to join in the tears as well. The three of them truly overwhelmed Chu Xiangyang with their emotions. After soothing Yaya, he managed to pacify the other two as well. They ultimately agreed to return once a month, putting the matter to rest. Having left the village, they walked less than 2 kilometers forward, reaching a narrow stretch of road between two villages where very few pedestrians passed. However, in the middle of this road, 2 vans were parked, blocking Chu Xiangyang's passage. With no alternative, he reluctantly slowed his vehicle to a stop, just as he stepped out to investigate. The doors of the vans suddenly swung open, and a dozen young men leaped out, surrounding Chu Xiangyang. Chapter 74, An Unexpected Discovery. With a light sigh, Chu Xiangyang inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The leader of the group pointed at him and demanded, "Hand over all your money." "I have no money," Chu Xiangyang replied truthfully, having given all his cash to the nanny, leaving only a few coins in his wallet. "Who are you trying to fool? A car like that must have money." The assailants clearly did not believe his words. Chu Xiangyang shrugged, "Believe what you will. We genuinely have no money and just gave it all away. Don't act tough. If we didn't think you had money, would we be here?" The leader shouted. "I suggest you reconsider." Chu Xiangyang smirked. "Stop pretending. I'd only believe you if I saw a ghost." The assailant approached menacingly, armed. Inside the car, Chen Yuru was terrified, clutching Yaya as she almost bolted out. Sensing her distress, Chu Xiangyang turned and stopped her. In the distance, a figure concealed in the grass awaited the outcome, intending to seize the jade pendant once they dealt with Chu Xiangyang. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, the group of attackers collapsed in an instant. Alarmed, he quickly turned to flee. Chu Xiangyang grasped the leader by his collar, sneering, "So, do you believe me now?" The leader grimaced, pain evident in his expression, and gasped, "Brother, I truly underestimated you. Please let me go." Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, suggesting that I should spare you, yet you must present a valid reason. After all, we too have been deceived. Does that not count as justification? The youth rubbed his pained face and spoke. "Oh, who did you say wronged you?" "That scoundrel Han Jun." He replied. "He claimed you possessed wealth, but he never mentioned your formidable skills. You've laid down more than a dozen of my brothers." The youth's face was filled with resentment. Chu Xiangyang nodded slightly, saying, "Do not accuse me of not giving you a chance. Now, lead me to him." "He is hiding in the bushes over there," the youth replied without hesitation, revealing Han Jun's hiding spot. Chu Xiangyang pushed him aside, urging him to retrieve Han Jun. The youth, turning back thrice, arrived at the place where Han Jun had initially concealed himself, only to find it utterly vacant. "He must have returned to my home to hide," the youth remarked. He had always known Han Jun to be unreliable, but he never anticipated such extreme cowardice. Faced with defeat, he had fled. He must not be allowed to escape unscathed. "Lead the way," Chu Xiangyang commanded as he turned to enter the vehicle. Without further ado, the youth rallied his companions, and they set off in a grand procession towards his home. At that moment, Han Jun was indeed hiding in the youth's abode. Feeling a profound sense of dread, he had never imagined Chu Xiangyang possessed such remarkable prowess, taking on 10 opponents without the slightest strain. What to do? The substantial bounty felt like a vast cake before him, while Chu Xiangyang loomed like a knife poised to fall should he dare to take a slice. How could Han Jun possibly relinquish that opportunity? As he pondered his predicament, the front door was suddenly kicked open. Han Jun looked up in alarm to see Chu Xiangyang standing in the doorway. "Damn it!" Han Jun cursed under his breath and turned to flee. Yet before he could reach the exit, he found the youth from earlier standing in his path. "Get out of the way," Han Jun shouted. However, the youth remained unmoved, and Chu Xiangyang was already approaching from behind. "Curse you!" Han Jun exclaimed, raising his fist to strike the youth's face. But his punch was intercepted as a hand grasped his wrist. The scene felt eerily familiar. Crack. This time, however, his fate would not be as simple as before. A sharp sound echoed, followed by a surge of excruciating pain that overwhelmed his senses. "Ah!" Han Jun's scream pierced the air, causing the small-time thugs to cower in the corners, terrified that Chu Xiangyang might turn to seek vengeance upon them. "Remember, there are some matters you may dwell upon, yet others you dare not even contemplate," echoed Chu Xiangyang's cold voice. Han Jun clutched his wrist tightly, unable to utter a single word beyond a nod. It was not merely a lesson. He was prepared to depart. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning back, he noticed a porcelain bowl resting atop the cabinet in his living room. Where did this come from? Chu Xiangyang approached the cabinet and picked up the porcelain bowl. The dog, fearing for his safety, quickly confessed, I stole it." "Stolen? Where did you steal it from? Chu Xiangyang scrutinized the bowl in his hands and realized it was indeed a piece crafted by Chengfang. The dog trembled in fear. I took it from a crafts factory in the town. Chu Xiangyang frowned. The frequent discoveries of Cheng Yin's works were indeed surprising. After placing the bowl back on the cabinet, he commanded, "Lead the way." The dog, not daring to delay, bowed and led the way for Chu Xiangyang. Upon reaching the entrance, he turned to the other small-time thugs and instructed, "Take Han Jun to the hospital." Yes. The thugs immediately sprang into action, supporting Han Jun as they rushed out the door. Chu Xiangyang followed the dog's vehicle to the crafts factory in town. Chen Yuru alighted the car with him and entered the factory, where they were greeted by the factory manager, a well-dressed man in his 40s wearing gold-framed glasses. "What can I assist you with today?" The manager inquired with a smile. "We wish to select some items for the children's kindergarten," Chu Xiangyang replied casually. The manager nodded. "Please follow me." He then guided Chu Xiangyang and Chen Yuru on a tour of the factory. Chu Xiangyang made a token purchase, stating he would return after comparing the items to see which would be suitable for bulk ordering. "Here is my business card. Do not hesitate to call if you need anything," the manager said with a beaming smile. Chu Xiangyang nodded in satisfaction and left with Chen Yuru. However, after a thorough search, he still found nothing related to Cheng Yin. Just as they exited, a few shadows trailed behind them. "What should we do?" Chen Yuru asked anxiously. Chu Xiangyang smiled reassuringly. "Do not fear, let us go." The car sped away, and an inconspicuous black sedan followed them closely. Chapter 75, Let Us Go. Chu Xiangyang drove forward, avoiding the main road, and turning onto a smaller path ahead. "Dad is taking you on an adventure," he exclaimed as he pressed the accelerator. And the car surged ahead. Yaya clapped her hands in delight. "We're going on an adventure." However, Chen Yuru looked worried. "Please be careful. The road here seems rough." Chu Xiangyang chuckled. "Do not worry. Even if we get lost, we shall consider it a journey." The car trailing behind them noticed Chu Xiangyang's increased speed and quickly followed suit. Chu Xiangyang's driving skills were impressive, executing both smooth drifts and sudden stops. Chen Yuru was terrified in the back seat, while Yaya cheered enthusiastically. Eventually, they managed to shake off the pursuing vehicle, but Chu Xiangyang soon regrettably realized he was lost. "Haha, it seems we are truly embarking on an impromptu adventure." He laughed heartily. As they evaded their pursuers, Chen Yuzhu relaxed, realizing it was getting late. "Let us find a route back home," she suggested. Chu Xiangyang nodded, acknowledging the need to refuel as their tank was nearly empty. With a swift press on the accelerator, the car surged forward once more. Upon reaching the main road, they discovered they had arrived in He City, their temporary destination, and it would take at least 2 hours to return home. Now past 6 in the evening, Chu Xiangyang proposed they stay overnight and head back in the morning. Chen Yuzhu hesitated, but seeing the darkness approaching, she reluctantly agreed, recognizing the dangers of night driving. After setting the navigation, Chu Xiangyang searched for the nearest gas station. To his surprise, the station was bustling with customers. Resigned, he followed the queue, inching forward. "You go ahead and open the car door. Yaya and I will visit the restroom," Chen Yuzhu said. Looking at the darkening sky, Chu Xiangyang replied, "How about I wait until I finish refueling and then accompany you?" "No need," she insisted. "Yaya and I will be back shortly." After sitting in the car for over 3 hours, she was anxious to stretch her legs. Chu Xiangyang opened the door, reminding her to keep her phone handy. "Call me if you need anything." Chen Yuzhu nodded and exited the vehicle with Yaya. As he watched them disappear into the distance, Chu Xiangyang turned his attention forward, ready to move ahead. Suddenly, a red Ferrari darted out from behind, abruptly stopping in front of him to cut into the fuel queue. Frowning, Chu Xiangyang contemplated overlooking it, but was taken aback when the driver flashed him a rude gesture. "Look at that fool, thinking he's special just because he drives a fancy car. He still stole our spot," the driver laughed, addressing his passenger. Chu Xiangyang scoffed and pressed the accelerator, thinking, "A Mercedes-Benz is no match for your Ferrari." The sound of a collision echoed, and the furious Ferrari owner leapt from his vehicle. "Are you out of your mind?" he shouted, angrily pounding on Chu Xiangyang's door. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xiangyang rolled down the window. "What? You hit my car." The irate young man, clad in a striking red suit with half-red hair and a matching earring, resembled an enraged bird. Chu Xiangyang offered a hollow apology. "Oh, my apologies. I can call your insurance company for you." "How dare you?" Enraged, the young man swung his fist toward Chu Xiangyang's face. However, Chu Xiangyang reacted faster, dodging the blow and forcefully pushing the car door outward. The young man yelped in pain, clutching his stomach as he crumpled to the ground. Chu Xiangyang exited the car, striding toward the furious young man, and declared, "Move your vehicle." After speaking, Chu Xiangyang got into the car. The vehicle in front had finished refueling and slowly moved away. Another person from the red Ferrari hurriedly exited the car to help the furious individual. "Do you know who we are? Are you tired of living?" shouted another man. Appearing somewhat more composed, clad in a black t-shirt and jeans, as he pointed at Chu Xiangyang. With a slight smirk, Chu Xiangyang retorted, "I told you to move your car. If you keep talking, you'll be included." The man in the black t-shirt took a step back in fear. Behind them, someone had begun incessantly honking the horn. As the man in black made his way back to the car, he shouted angrily at the honkers, "What is wrong with you? Keep honking, and I'll take you all down." Once the two had entered their vehicle, they drove directly towards a nearby restroom. After refueling, Chu Xiangyang noticed that Chun Yuru and the child had yet to emerge, so he parked beside the restroom and walked over. Before he could reach the entrance, he heard a lewd voice from within. "This girl is quite something. Have you considered finding a boyfriend? Hey, are you ignoring me? Don't walk away." Upon entering, Chu Xiangyang found Chun Yuru cornered, holding the child, confronted by none other than the furious individual and the man in black. "Stop it!" Chu Xiangyang bellowed, followed by a sprint. The moment the furious man turned at the sound, Chu Xiangyang's long legs were already upon him. He executed a swift maneuver, flipping and twisting in the air before crashing into a nearby wall with a relaxed posture. "Daddy!" Yaya's eyes sparkled with excitement. The man in black rushed to his companion, but the latter had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Chun Yuru, visibly shaken, looked pale and asked about the man in the red suit. "Is he all right?" Chu Xiangyang shook his head, assuring her he is fine, though he spoke lightly. The opponent would certainly be bedridden for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. "Let us go," Chu Xiangyang said to Chun Yuru and Yaya. As they turned to leave, the voice of the man in black echoed from behind. "Kid, have the guts to leave your name?" "Sure, by Baoxian, Chu Xiangyang," he replied without pausing, taking his wife and child away from the restroom. Once in the car, Chun Yuru chastised Chu Xiangyang for revealing his name. He chuckled. If a man is afraid to even give his name when his wife is bullied, can he still be considered a man? Chun Yuru's cheeks flushed crimson at his words, and she softly murmured, "Who is your wife? Don't say it so sweetly. Don't forget you're still in your probation period." With a mischievous grin, Chu Xiangyang asked, "Then what should I call you? What should you call me?" Yaya looked at Chun Yuru with curiosity. "You're teaching the child bad habits." "Ignore him, Yaya. Daddy is joking," Chun Yuru said, her face growing even redder. Chu Xiangyang laughed heartily as he drove away. Chapter 76. Not worth so much as dusk fell. Chu Xiangyang, accompanied by Chun Yuru and Yaya, casually sought a place to dine before heading directly to a hotel. Perhaps due to the city's limited size, there were few hotels available. Upon their arrival, they discovered that only one room remained. "Should we consider checking other hotels?" Chun Yuru suggested upon hearing that only the last room was available. The receptionist chuckled. "It's no issue for your family of 3 to share a room. The last room we have is a spacious double bed, quite comfortable. Moreover, we are the only larger hotel in the city. The other budget accommodations may not provide the comfort you seek." After a brief moment of hesitation, Chun Yuru acquiesced, realizing that with Yaya in tow, safety and hygiene were paramount. Chu Xiangyang felt a rush of delight as he promptly produced his identification to book the room. Once inside, Yaya dashed straight for the large bed. Chu Xiangyang, following closely behind Chun Yuru, was about to speak when she preempted him, whispering, "Remember what we discussed earlier. You made a promise. My dear wife, what are you thinking? I merely wanted to inform you that I shall sleep on the sofa tonight." Chu Xiangyang chuckled before continuing. Chun Yuru's cheeks flushed, and she quickly moved to the bedside. "Come on, sweetheart, let us get you a bath before bedtime." "Okay." Yaya obediently followed Chun Yuru into the bathroom. As the two entered, Chu Xiangyang settled onto the sofa, a look of dejection on his face. He sighed inwardly, questioning whether it was so wrong to indulge in his desires. After a prolonged internal struggle, he decided, "I'll choose to be a gentleman. After all, I am a father now." Thus, the gentleman spent the night on the sofa. The following morning, the gentleman awoke, intent on going for a morning run and bringing back breakfast for the mother and daughter. To his surprise, he discovered a morning market not far from the hotel. At the market, alongside breakfast vendors, various small merchants sold an array of goods. After perusing the stalls, he stumbled upon a shop selling exquisite trinkets. The craftsmanship was remarkable, and the proprietor was quite the salesman. "Sir, take a look at this. This is authentic icy jade, intricately carved. Each piece is worth a fortune. Today, we're offering a discount. For just 1,880, you can take home this icy jade tiger carving. I assure you, nothing in his city compares to my offerings. This is a direct source, with no middlemen involved. If you purchase this, you will truly be gaining a treasure." Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. The craftsmanship was indeed impressive, But it was far from icy jade. It was merely chalcedony. He smiled and shook his head, intending to depart. Please, sir, don't leave. If you find the price too high, we can discuss it, the vendor quickly interjected, blocking Chu Xiangyang's path. Chu Xiangyang cast a glance at the hand blocking his path. A hint of a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Must I purchase something in order to be allowed to leave? While he did not express it this way, the individual had stood in front of his stall for quite a while, obstructing potential buyers who had been deterred from approaching. Shouldn't you consider making a purchase? The stall owner remarked with a hint of insolence. Turning back, Chu Xiangyang retorted, I fail to see anyone interested. If you seek an excuse, you might want to choose a more credible one. The other party, unyielding, even went so far as to grasp Chu Xiangyang's arm. Passers-by paused in their tracks, casting curious glances in their direction. This individual has stood here for over half an hour, blocking my stall. Who knows how many people he has turned away? Now he intends to leave without buying anything. Is that reasonable? The stall owner continued to tug at Chu Xiangyang while addressing the crowd. Onlookers began to murmur, when shopping, even if one wishes to be selective, one ought to step aside. Otherwise, how can business be conducted? Remarked a bystander. Indeed, I detest those who intrude without intention to purchase, wasting their own time and that of others, chimed in another stall owner nearby. An elderly woman added, just the other day, I wished to buy a garment, but the person in front of me refused to budge, compelling me to leave empty-handed. The crowd buzzed with chatter. And finally, an elderly gentleman pointed directly at Chu Xiangyang, stating, young man, one must act with integrity. You have hindered others' ability to earn. It would be only fair to buy something, however small, instead of being unreasonable. Chu Xiangyang found their remarks both amusing and perplexing. Unable to comprehend the illogical reasoning they espoused, was it now deemed unacceptable to peruse items before purchasing? Furthermore, he had only lingered at the stall for a mere 2 or 3 minutes. How could that impede anyone's business? Well, the eyes of the public are discerning. This item shall belong to you. I shall grant you an 85% discount. With that, the stall owner presented a finely carved ornament, declaring 1006. And we both come away satisfied. Chu Xiangyang took the ornament in hand, examining it closely. I can offer you no more than 200. And that is merely for the craftsmanship, he replied with a smile. Are you jesting? This is ice jade, and while it may not rival the price of imperial green, it is certainly not mere commonality. 200? You have the audacity, the stall owner retorted with a cold laugh. He then snatched the jade piece from Chu Xiangyang's grasp and paraded it before the crowd. Behold, what material is this? Ice jade, he proclaimed, lifting the ornament to the sunlight and lightly scratching its back with his other hand. See how it translucently glows. The quality is exquisite. And this person dares to offer me 200. The onlookers, while intrigued, were largely ignorant of the intricacies of the exchange. As self-appointed arbiters of justice, they found themselves at a loss for words. Instead, an elderly woman remarked, if someone asks you for 1600 and you counter with 200, I wouldn't dare to haggle like that even when shopping for vegetables. Indeed, another elder woman chimed in, with your method of bargaining, I would never engage in such a negotiation, no matter how worthless the item might seem. Upon hearing the words of these two women, those nearby nodded in agreement. Chu Xiangyang spread his hands and said, I apologize, everyone, but this item is only worth this much. I truly cannot offer more. Chapter 77. The Master Carver, you are talking nonsense. The stall owner shouted furiously. Are you denying what I said? Chu Xiangyang scoffed. Of course I deny it. I've been selling here for quite some time. Are you claiming my goods are fake? The stall owner narrowed his eyes, the threat implicit in his demeanor. Meanwhile, several youths approached from behind him, all seemingly allied with the stall owner. The onlookers, intrigued, whispered amongst themselves. Why does he say this item is only worth so much? Could it truly be fake? Indeed, he has been selling here for a long time. It shouldn't be the case. If it is indeed fake, we must be cautious in the future and not trust him. The murmurs grew, and the stall owner's expression darkened. Chu Xiangyang picked up the translucent white token and weighed it in his hand. Determining the authenticity of this item is quite simple, he stated, raising the token towards the sunlight. You just mentioned that it has excellent light transmission. If it were genuine jade, a token of this quality would shine brilliantly without any impurities. Yet, your token contains numerous clumps. Furthermore, genuine jade has an exceptionally high density. If we compare tokens of equal size and weight, jade would undoubtedly be heavier than yours. And lastly, the auditory aspect. As he spoke, Chu Xiangyang moved to the stall, picking up another token. The two tokens clashed gently, producing a crisp sound. The stall owner quickly interjected, listen to how clear and pleasant the sound of my token is. How can you still claim it is fake? Chu Xiangyang smiled, glancing at an elderly gentleman and a lady nearby. You both carry genuine jade. Why not let us hear the sound of yours? Taken aback, they replied, How do you know we have jade? The lady placed a hand over her chest, wary. Do not worry, madam. I am not a malicious person. I merely wish to enhance everyone's knowledge and prevent future deception, Chu Xiangyang reassured her. The crowd urged, Come on, let us hear the sound. No one will snatch it from you. Indeed, we want to discern the truth of his claim. Finally, the two revealed their jade pieces. When the tokens struck each other, they produced a melodious sound. Chu Xiangyang smiled. Now everyone knows who is genuine and who is not. As the crowd nodded in agreement, it became evident that the young man had been selling here for quite some time. Initially believed to be legitimate, it was soon revealed that his wares were counterfeit. Just a few days ago, a friend of mine had purchased an item from him. I suppose I shall return it tomorrow. Upon hearing the discussions among the onlookers, the vendor, pointing a finger at Chu Xiangyang, bellowed, Are you out of your mind? You've come here to stir up trouble, haven to you? Let us see how you leave today. With that, he waved his hand dramatically. And the several youths who had been lingering nearby swiftly surrounded Chu Xiangyang. The spectators, sensing an impending altercation, instinctively recoiled in fear. Chu Xiangyang shrugged, declaring, If you wish to fight, that is acceptable, but should you lose, you must agree to one condition. Nonsense. How could I possibly lose? Attack him. The group responded in unison. They charged at him, fists flying, enveloping Chu Xiangyang in a flurry of blows. Although they were unarmed, the 6 or 7 opponents were robust and menacing. Some in the crowd had already begun to prepare to call the authorities. However, before they could even dial, the outcome of the confrontation had been decided. The 6 or 7 assailants now lay sprawled on the ground, clutching various parts of their bodies and howling in agony. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the lone young man who remained standing. Chu Xiangyang approached the trembling vendor, who instinctively retreated in fear. Do not come any closer. The vendor shouted. Return my items and follow me, Chu Xiangyang commanded. The vendor's fear intensified. What do you want from me? Chu Xiangyang smirked. Will you accompany me? Or would you prefer to end up like them? The choice is yours. The vendor glanced at the incapacitated youths and then back at Chu Xiangyang. After a moment of hesitation, he swallowed hard. You must at least tell me what you intend to do. Noticing the vendor's distress, which seemed on the verge of tears, Chu Xiangyang chuckled. What is there to fear? I merely wish to ask you a few questions. It is too crowded here for such discussions. Relieved by this clarification, the vendor hastily began to pack up his stall and got into the car with Chu Xiangyang. Now, tell me, who is responsible for crafting these items? Chu Xiangyang inquired once inside the vehicle. Is that all you wanted to know? The vendor's apprehension dissipated at last. What else would I desire? Chu Xiangyang chuckled, bemused. Upon hearing that Chu Xiangyang sought information, the vendor eagerly launched into an explanation. This is quite the tale. The craftsman of these pieces is a retired stone mason, residing not far from here in a small village. Most of us in this trade seek his services. He is quite remarkable. Just describe what you envision, and he can carve it for you. Intrigued, Chu Xiangyang urged, Drive me to meet this master craftsman. Absolutely not. The vendor replied emphatically. If you intend to report him, even if you were to cripple me, I would never divulge his location. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, surveying the vendor. Fine, I will lead you there. He responded with the same readiness. Chu Xiangyang shook his head lightly, indifferent to the vendor's inconsistent demeanor. The vendor personally drove, and after a 20-minute journey, they arrived at the home of the old stonemason. Master Ma, we have arrived. The vendor called out as he entered the door. Upon stepping into the courtyard, they noticed him meticulously carving a small handheld piece. Despite the vendor's voice, the old man paid him no mind. It was only when the sound of the carving machine ceased that the elder deigned to acknowledge the vendor. Chu Xiangyang cast a glance at the object in Master Ma's hands, unable to suppress a sigh. What a splendid piece, purged of all impurities, resonating with the colors of the Tianshan Mountains. Master Ma lifted his gaze toward Chu Xiangyang. You have a discerning eye. The piece you are carving is truly remarkable. Akin to a kite soaring into the heavens, a tranquil heart gazing upon the peaks, a mind engaged in worldly affairs, forgetting the valleys of mundane concerns. Such an exquisite creation is indeed worthy of multiple gazes. Chu Xiangyang smiled, then spoke again. Master Ma, around 60 years of age, with gray hair and spectacles, possessed a stern visage. Yet upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's words, a hint of a smile broke through his countenance. Turning to the vendor, he queried, What do you want this time? I have no time to carve trinkets for you to deceive others. The vendor scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. It's not me. It's this gentleman seeking your expertise. Chu Xiangyang quickly interjected. I merely wish to inquire whether the esteemed elder has any intention of emerging from retirement. I would like to offer you a generous salary. Master Ma shook his head. I am too old. I wish to go nowhere. You may leave now. With that, he stood up and ushered them out. The vendor sighed. Old Ma has such a stubborn temperament. He sends people away at the slightest disagreement. Chu Xiangyang felt a twinge of regret and returned to the hotel with breakfast. However, upon returning, he discovered that Chun Yuru and Yaya were nowhere to be found. Chapter 78. The art of carving the room was impeccably organized, showing no signs of disorder. Chu Xiangyang hurried downstairs to the lobby, intending to check the surveillance footage. Just as he reached the elevator doors, they opened, and Yaya burst forth, wrapping her arms around Chu Xiangyang's legs. His anxious heart instantly settled. Where have you two been? Chu Xiangyang lifted Yaya into his arms and inquired. Yaya replied, Mommy took me for breakfast. Daddy, did you eat? The meat buns are delicious. Mommy even brought back many for you. Oh, Daddy brought you breakfast too? Chu Xiangyang said, glancing at Chun Yuru, grinning. Thank you. Chun Yuru nodded. Eat quickly so we can return home. Chu Xiangyang returned to their room, devouring a steamer full of meat buns, a bowl of millet porridge, 3 fried dough sticks, and half a bowl of soy milk before finally pausing. Yaya clapped her hands. Daddy is amazing. Chu Xiangyang, feeling satisfied, let out a belch and playfully tapped Yaya's little nose. You must eat well too. Home. Yaya responded emphatically. The family of 3 drove home, and after dropping off the 2 ladies, Chu Xiangyang headed directly to Bai Baoxuan. While Bai Baoxuan did not offer a wide array of items, it had a substantial selection of jade stones. He carefully sifted through the offerings, utilizing the advantages of his golden eye to select a few suitable fine materials to load onto his vehicle. Uncle Zhang, you have worked hard these past 2 days. I had some matters to attend to. Before getting into the car, Chu Xiangyang instructed me. Zhang Hanxing nodded promptly, indicating that I should attend to my affairs, and that he would call if anything arose at the shop. Chu Xiangyang then pressed the accelerator and sped away. His destination was none other than the stubborn Master Ma's residence. He hoped that by now, Master Ma's temper had cooled. By the time he arrived at Master Ma's home, it was nearing noon. Concerned that Master Ma might not be home, Chu Xiangyang hurried over. However, he took the opportunity to purchase a few local delicacies and a bottle of liquor, as he had detected a hint of alcohol on Master Ma when he visited earlier that morning, leading him to believe that the man would appreciate a drink. Upon arriving, he noticed the absence of machinery sounds in the yard. Carrying the delicacies and liquor, he stepped into the courtyard. What brings you here again? Master Ma's face darkened at the sight of Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang quickly replied, I have a favor to ask. With that, he placed the liquor and delicacies on the table in the courtyard and returned to his car to retrieve the jade materials. What do you intend to do with this? Master Ma inquired, gesturing toward the offerings on the table. I haven't had lunch yet. I thought we could share a meal. Chu Xiangyang responded with a smile. However, Master Ma waved his hand dismissively, stating, if you want me to carve something for you, it will cost you. A few dishes and a bottle of liquor will not sway me. Chu Xiangyang hurriedly replied, whatever the price, I am willing to pay. He then produced a painting he had created days prior and handed it to Master Ma. Could you carve these designs from the stones here, as depicted in this drawing? He explained. Master Ma glanced at the paper and replied, that will do. This is the price. He extended a hand. Very well. Once you have completed the work, please call me, Chu Xiangyang offered, presenting his business card with his phone number. Yet, Master Ma did not even glance at it, stating, just come back before dinner to collect it. What? Chu Xiangyang was momentarily taken aback. The materials he had brought, if carved by an ordinary person, would typically take at least 4 or 5 days, not to mention the quality of the work. Now, this old gentleman claimed he could complete all the carvings in just a few hours, producing at least dozens of pieces. Filled with astonishment, Chu Xiangyang's curiosity deepened. Why don't I stay here and keep you company? If you need assistance, I would be glad to help, Chu Xiangyang suggested with a smile. Master Ma ignored him and began to unpack the items Chu Xiangyang had bought, then retrieved 2 pairs of chopsticks from his room and sat down to eat. Chu Xiangyang stood for a moment, contemplating whether to sit as well, when Master Ma spoke up. Did you not say you hadn't had lunch yet? Chu Xiangyang quickly took a seat and poured a cup of liquor for Master Ma, saying, allow me to toast to you. Master Ma raised his cup and downed the liquor in one go, declaring, 1 meal, 1 cup, 1 cup, 1 sip. He then set the cup down on the table. As Chu Xiangyang was about to speak, Master Ma interjected, one should not speak while eating or while resting. Chu Xiangyang promptly fell silent. After a meal devoid of any conversation, Master Ma rose and took the raw materials to his workbench. Glancing at the dimensions on the paper, he placed the materials directly onto the cutting table and commenced his work, eschewing the time-consuming steps of measuring and marking, what would take others several hours. he accomplished in mere minutes. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he was unlike anyone else. Dozens of small pieces, freshly cut, were haphazardly piled on his workbench. He selected one, without even glancing at the blueprint, and began carving. Chu Xiangyang was once again astonished. Not only did he forego the marking of lines for cutting, but the carving was also executed without a sketch. Remarkably, he did not even consult the blueprint, diving straight into the work. Chu Xiangyang stood by, fixated on the knife in Master Ma's hand. They say that once the knife descends, there is no turning back. His carving left no room for correction. Yet, astonishingly, each cut was executed with utmost precision, as though the design was indelibly etched in his mind, requiring no reference. The jade pendant was modest in size, and the pattern was not intricate. From the commencement of carving to its completion, Master Ma took no more than 20 minutes to fashion a teardrop-shaped jade pendant. Unable to contain his admiration, Chu Xiangyang gave a thumbs up. Master Ma was indeed impressive. "Do not flatter me," said Master Ma, casually tossing the completed pendant onto the adjacent workbench before picking up a second piece of jade. Chu Xiangyang examined the pendant closely. Had he not held a genuine one in his hand, he might have mistaken it for authenticity. It was indeed true that Master Ma's craftsmanship was worthy of its reputation. However, the only slight disappointment was that the pendant appeared too pristine. It would have been perfect had it looked a touch more aged. Once again, Chu Xiangyang's gaze fell upon Master Ma's hands, and to his astonishment, the speed of carving increased further. With the time from the first cut to the finish clocking in at under 20 minutes, it was evident that should he continue at this pace, the entire batch would be completed well before dinner. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the final teardrop was carved, and together they were cast into the polishing machine. Watching the machine whirl, Chu Xiangyang, with an ingratiating smile, remarked, "Since Master Ma is so skilled, why not help me age all my jade pendants?" Master Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. "You little rascal, do not push your luck." He flicked his sleeve, seemingly indicating it was time for Chu Xiangyang to leave. Alarmed, Chu Xiangyang quickly spoke up, "Please don't misunderstand. I do not intend to deceive anyone. I merely wish to help someone in need." He then recounted the circumstances surrounding his request, imploring Master Ma for assistance. Master Ma appeared skeptical. "Really?" Chu Xiangyang nodded affirmatively. "Otherwise, do you think I could use these to impersonate anything?" Master Ma remained silent, contemplating for a moment. Just when Chu Xiangyang thought he would refuse, Master Ma unexpectedly turned and walked toward an adjacent storeroom resembling a modest shed. A moment later, he returned, cradling a white porcelain jar in his hands. Chu Xiangyang discerned that the jar was an antique. Master Ma placed the jar on the workbench, and after removing the lid, he threw all the jade pendants inside. However, prior to this, Master Ma first encased the pendants in a net. Chu Xiangyang stepped forward, examining the contents of the jar with great care and attention. He discovered that the items were colorless and odorless, resembling nothing more than pure water. With his keen eyesight and sense of smell, he could not ascertain what lay within the jar. He attempted to inquire several times, but upon seeing Master Ma's stern demeanor, he swallowed his words. After 30 minutes, Master Ma retrieved the items from the jar, removed the net, and poured all the jade pendants onto a prepared cloth. "It's done," Master Ma finally spoke. As Chu Xiangyang dried the pendants with the cloth, he noticed that they had all transformed. Without the benefit of his special vision, he would have found it difficult to distinguish these from the one belonging to Chen Yiru. A thought struck him, and he asked, "Do you know Chen Yin? Take your things and leave." Master Ma bellowed in response to Chu Xiangyang's question. "No, I just wanted to." Chu Xiangyang's words were cut short as Master Ma forcefully pushed him toward the door. "No, Master Ma, I haven't left yet." The sound of a deafening door slam accompanied Master Ma's words. Cradling the dozens of jade pendants, Chu Xiangyang lamented, "I haven't even paid you. Leave them outside," came Master Ma's voice from beyond the door. With a sigh, Chu Xiangyang realized that Master Ma was indeed connected to Qing Yin. However, with time on his side, he felt no urgency. After securing the items in his car, he left all the money he had withdrawn from the bank at Master Ma's doorstep before driving away. Upon returning to Baibaoxian, Chu Xiangyang contacted a broker who often frequented the antique street. This individual was quite notorious in the area. He would undertake any task for the right price. "Sell these items, and whatever you make is yours." Chu Xiangyang tossed a small package to him. The broker, startled upon opening it, exclaimed, "Where did you acquire this? Do you realize it has been speculated to reach 9 figures? Chu Xiangyang grinned. "Precisely because it has reached such heights that I decided to part with it. So what do you say? Are you willing to take the risk?" The broker stowed the package away, asserting, "The only thing I shy away from is murder and arson. Everything else has never daunted me." "Fine. How much you sell it for is your business. I won't take a single cent from the proceeds. But you must ensure that each store has only one such jade pendant, Chu Xiangyang stipulated. Rest assured. With that, the man departed from Bai Baoxian. The following morning, as Chu Xiangyang arrived at the shop, Zhang Hanxing approached him eagerly. Boss Chu, there has been a major incident on the antique street. Chu Xiangyang chuckled. Uncle Zhang, why do you still indulge in melons at your age? I don't fancy melons. My stomach can't handle them, be it watermelon, cantaloupe, or any other kind. Zhang Hanxing replied with utmost seriousness. Observing his earnest demeanor, Chu Xiangyang burst into laughter. Well then, do enlighten me about the latest happenings in the antique street. It seems that quite a number of people have located that jade pendant we were searching for overnight. Zhang Hanxing spoke with an air of mystery. Oh, isn't that splendid? Everyone is bound to prosper, Chu Xiangyang remarked. Indeed, it is said that a prominent figure from the provincial city will be visiting us today. It's the very pendant he has collected, Zhang Hanxing had inquired with great diligence. A cold smile crept across Chu Xiangyang's face as he pondered how this so-called dignitary would react upon seeing so many jade pendants. Meanwhile, in a hotel, a middle-aged man frowned at the 30-odd individuals before him. Esteemed sir, everything they have submitted is here. Please take a look. A young man presented a tray to the middle-aged man, upon which lay 30 neatly arranged teardrop-shaped jade pendants. Each pendant appeared almost identical. Were it not for his slight knowledge of antique carvings, he might have suspected these items were produced by a machine. Aside from some minor color variations in the material, the rest was indeed indistinguishable. The middle-aged man, feeling a headache coming on, waved his hand dismissively. Everyone, please return. I have found what I was looking for. But how could you have found it? Whose is it among us? Right? Does that mean what we found is not genuine? Or are you deceiving us regarding these jade pendants? The crowd erupted into a clamor. Enough! A commanding voice suddenly boomed, silencing everyone in the room. As a token of gratitude for your enthusiasm, I have prepared a small remuneration for each of you. I hope you will take this money and leave. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions brightened, and they eagerly followed the young man to collect their payments. The middle-aged man rubbed his throbbing temples and muttered to himself, I must find out where they acquired such a large number of jade pendants. As his words lingered, a figure stealthily exited the room from the corner. Minutes later, the individual returned. It is an assassin. I have sent someone to seek him out, he reported. The middle-aged man nodded. Bring him directly to me. Goodness. You won't believe it. I made a significant profit yesterday, a broker boasted, dining with friends in a restaurant. Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly yanked by the collar and pulled from his seat. What is the meaning of this? The broker shouted. His friend attempted to intervene, but was swiftly subdued by a burly man who slammed him against the table. Best keep your mouth shut, the man growled at the broker. The broker, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly capitulated. I'll be silent. Please don't kill me. The man behind him scoffed at his plea, and soon after, he was dragged out of the private room. Chapter 80. Kindergarten. The proprietor of Bai Baoxian, a middle-aged man, sat lost in thought in his executive chair. Below him, the broker hastily nodded, affirming that it was indeed the owner of Bai Baoxian who had entrusted him with those items. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the middle-aged man signaled a young man, who promptly seized the broker and threw him out. If you dare to utter a word about today's events, I assure you, rest assured, my lips are sealed. I have not been here today, nor have I encountered any of you, the broker hastily replied. The young man turned and returned to the room. Go, find out who exactly this owner of Bai Baoxian is. The middle-aged man commanded as he stood and walked towards the door. Yes, sir, the subordinate replied with a bow. At this moment, Chu Xiangyang was seated in Bai Baoxian, enjoying tea with Zhang Hanxing. With his intervention, the search for the jade pendant would likely be put on hold for the time being. After all, the prominent figure had declared in front of everyone that his jade pendant had already been found, thus dissuading others from attempting to locate it. Chen Yuzhu was, for now, safe. However, Chu Xiangyang sensed that there was undoubtedly more to the situation than he was aware of. He resolved to face whatever challenges lay ahead as they came. Upon returning home that evening, Chen Yuzhu broached a significant topic with him. Yaya is due to start school soon. I plan to enroll her in kindergarten this new semester, but I'm still uncertain about which one would be most suitable. In her hands were several enrollment brochures. Chu Xiangyang took the brochures from her and perused them thoughtfully. He then selected one and handed it to Chen Yuzhu. She glanced at it and expressed her hesitation. I've been grappling with where to send Yaya. This one is undoubtedly the best choice, but it's not easy to gain admission. Just look at all these requirements. We can't even meet the first one. Chu Xiangyang looked up at the brochure, which stated that housing was the foremost criterion. It was the first time he had heard that kindergartens also required school district housing. However, He quickly realized that the kindergarten was located in the city's affluent area, surrounded by villas and garden houses, a neighborhood inhabited by the wealthy. He scoffed inwardly but maintained a gentle tone. You needn't worry. Just tell me if you like this school. Chen Yuzhu nodded. Of course I like it. If Yaya can attend here, I believe she will make great strides. Then it's settled. I will take care of this matter, Chu Xiangyang replied with a smile. Chen Yuzhu remained somewhat apprehensive, but Chu Xiangyang reassured her, you need not fret. Trust me, all right? Not just this time, but in the future, whatever challenges arise. You must have no doubts. I will protect both you and Yaya. Chen Yuzhu gently nodded. Just as Chu Xiangyang leaned in closer, she suddenly said, you should go rest early so you can visit the school in the morning. Chu Xiangyang stiffened momentarily, then rubbed his nose. All right, I'll head back now. With that, he stood and returned to his room. The following morning, Chu Xiangyang took Yaya directly to the prestigious kindergarten known as Yuanhang. Upon their arrival at the entrance, they were halted by the security guard. Please present our invitation letter. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the notion that entry to a kindergarten required such a document. Just as he was about to respond, Yaya, standing beside him, handed over an item. Upon closer inspection, Chu Xiangyang realized it was the promotional brochure he had seen the previous day. Uncle, is this what you need? Yaya inquired. The guard nodded. You may enter. With that, Chu Xiangyang led Yaya into the school, giving her a thumbs up. You're incredible. This is very important. It says so. Yaya pointed to the back of the small brochure. Chu Xiangyang glanced at it, but found no significant wording. Yaya then pointed to an image and said, look, it says not to throw it in the trash. All right, Chu Xiangyang replied, begrudgingly acknowledging the icon, before escorting Yaya to the admissions office. The director of admissions was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a rather greasy appearance. He wore glasses as thick as the bottom of a wine bottle. Upon seeing Chu Xiangyang and his daughter, he first scrutinized Chu Xiangyang's attire. Then, he produced a form, asking, which community are you from? After Chu Xiangyang stated the name of their community, the man replied, I'm not familiar with it. Our admissions guidelines are quite clear. We only accept residents from these specified communities. He adjusted his glasses, looking rather dismissive. Chu Xiangyang pulled up a chair and sat down, challenging. Why shouldn't we be allowed to attend your school simply because we are from a different community? Sir, I believe you are mistaken. All the children at our kindergarten hail from these communities. It is not merely targeting you, the admissions officer replied with a smirk. A staff member nearby scoffed. I've heard of that Healy community. It's south 8,000 per square meter, and every household is a small unit. The most they could sell for is 1 million. And they expect to enroll in Yuanhang? Humph. Xiaolu, how can you speak like that? Even if the Healy community isn't worth much, it is still a home. Some people can't even afford a place there. Having a home is commendable, the director of admissions interjected, pushing up his glasses once more. You make a valid point. However, some individuals are easily discernible by their appearance. Yuanhang students are the future pillars of society, and we must select the most suitable candidates for cultivation. Those who fall short are simply not considered, the admissions officer continued, halting his previous task. That is quite true. Every student who leaves Yuanhang is a pillar of the nation. Just look at our wall of honors outside. We have outstanding individuals across various fields. If it weren't for our strict school regulations, how could we have such a multitude of exceptional talents? The director of admissions smiled at Chu Xiangyang and continued. You might as well turn left and head home, or perhaps you would like to visit the nearby Xiaomeng kindergarten. I believe that would be a more suitable choice for you. With that, he stood up, signaling his intent to usher them out. Daddy, are we leaving? Yaya asked, her big eyes looking up at Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang lifted her and placed her upon his lap. Soon, someone would be leaving, though it would not be us. Having said that, he nonchalantly retrieved his phone. Is it permissible to make a call? Please do. The bottom of the bottle spoke with a smirk. Chu Xiangyang swiftly ended the call. My apologies, if you have finished your call, we wish for you to leave. After all, the air conditioning here incurs costs. The bottom of the bottle remarked with a stern expression. Chu Xiangyang waved his hand, unperturbed. 3 minutes. I shall grant you 3 minutes. Should you fail to depart after that, I shall summon security. With that, the bottom of the bottle took a seat. 3 minutes later, the office door swung open, and the newcomer immediately declared, Get out. Chapter 81. The Material. Upon seeing the person, the bottom of the bottle hurriedly approached, Principal. Then, turning with a sycophantic face, he shouted at Chu Xiangyang, Did you not hear? Get out. Slap. As his words fell, a crisp sound echoed simultaneously. Principal, what is this? The bottom of the bottle covered his face in shock, gazing at the old principal. The principal, filled with rage, had the few strands of hair on his head trembling incessantly. You are dismissed. Pack your things and leave at once. You must provide me with a reason. What exactly have I done wrong? The bottom of the bottle exclaimed in astonishment as he looked at the old principal. I have worked here for 4 to 5 years. Diligently, every day. Before he could finish, the old principal interrupted. No need to elaborate. This gentleman is our esteemed guest. Do you believe I need to explain further? The bottom of the bottle instantly fell silent. He was, of course, unwilling to accept such a dismissal and hurriedly approached Chu Xiangyang, bowing deeply. Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize. I failed to recognize your stature earlier. Please do not hold it against me. The bottom of the bottle spoke with a humble demeanor. Another staff member quickly rose from his seat. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Nervously tugging at his clothing while casting anxious glances at Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang remained seated, neither affirming nor denying. The more he did so, the more unsettled the bottom of the bottle became, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, his entire being drenched as if he had been caught in a downpour. He hastily bowed several more times, a pained expression upon his face. I truly did not mean to offend. I implore your forgiveness. It is not easy to find a job that supports my family. Seeing that Chu Xiangyang remained silent, the old principal berated him. Mr. Chu is our esteemed guest. Do you think a few apologies suffice? The bottom of the bottle faltered, his knees buckling as he prepared to kneel. However, Chu Xiangyang was quicker, catching him. Daddy, what is wrong with this grandpa? Yaya blinked her big eyes and inquired. Grandpa, he has made a mistake and is apologizing to your father, hoping he can forgive me. The bottom of the bottle explained, on the verge of tears. Yaya turned her gaze towards the base of the wine bottle. Her father had once imparted to her the importance of courage in acknowledging one's mistakes, emphasizing that a child who recognizes and corrects their errors is a good child. She firmly believed that grandfather would surely amend his missteps in the future. At this juncture, Yaya turned to Chu Xiangyang and implored, Father, will you forgive him? Upon hearing Yaya's words, the base of the wine bottle nearly broke into tears. Indeed, grandfather would certainly rectify his mistakes. Chu Xiangyang gently pinched Yaya's small nose and said, For Yaya's sake, shall we forgive him? Yes. Yaya clapped her tiny hands and beamed. The base of the wine bottle expressed heartfelt gratitude to Yaya, while the old principal seized the moment to suggest, Let us promptly assist our little student with the enrollment procedures. The base of the wine bottle dared not object and hurriedly began the registration. The old principal, wearing a fawning expression, leaned in and asked, Mr. Chu, would you care to join me for a cup of tea? I was quite startled when Xiao Lao called earlier. I thought he was coming in person. Chu Xiangyang waved his hand dismissively, stating, Today is solely dedicated to processing the child's enrollment. I have no time for tea and conversation. Very well, very well. Next time, when you have the time, let us share a drink together. The old principal replied with a smile. Chu Xiangyang nodded, remaining noncommittal. The enrollment procedures were swiftly completed, and by the time the new school year commenced, Yaya would officially begin her studies. After escorting Yaya home, they encountered Chen Yuru on her way out. Mother, where are you headed? Yaya inquired. Chen Yuru replied. You've returned just in time. I intend to purchase a birthday gift for my father, as his birthday is this weekend, and I almost forgot. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to strengthen his bond with his father-in-law. He offered, If you trust me, I shall take care of this matter. You? Chen Yuru pondered. What do you plan to buy? Naturally, I shall choose something suitable. Doesn't he father enjoy collecting? I will select items worthy of his collection. Chu Xiangyang responded with a smile. Chen Yuru found his reasoning sound and relaxed her urgency. Thus she took Yaya with her, saying, Very well, I shall prepare lunch first. After lunch, Chen Yuru needed to coax Yaya into a midday nap, leaving Chu Xiangyang to drive out on his own for a leisurely excursion. As he wandered, he found himself on the stone gambling street, not far from the antique market. This area was filled with rough materials transported directly from the mines. Gambling on stones is something many people are quite familiar with, and for most, it is a matter of luck. For Chu Xiangyang, however, it bore no difference from selecting ordinary goods on the street. Today, the atmosphere appeared particularly lively. Upon entering the stone gambling street, he discovered that a stone gambling festival was underway. Arriving at the right time, Chu Xiangyang parked his car and made his way towards the main hall. This street, aside from individual shops, also featured a small marketplace. The individual shops displayed various finished jade ornaments, as well as rough materials. In contrast, the small market primarily showcased rough stones, allowing many eager gamblers to delve directly into the market. However, the scene today was much more bustling than usual. Aside from local vendors, several jade merchants from nearby provinces have gathered today, bringing along their materials. The market, often appearing desolate, is abuzz with activity today. The most vibrant area is the second floor, where most of the stones are priced in the 7-digit range, attracting numerous prominent figures from the collecting community. However, Chu Xiangyang shows little interest in these expensive stones. His only desire is to find a bargain on the ground floor. The crowd below is considerable, with ordinary individuals occasionally spending hundreds or even thousands on rough stones, hoping for a profitable outcome. Many derive great pleasure from this gamble. Chu Xiangyang navigates through the stalls, moving forward with the throng. Finally, after visiting several stalls, he spots a fist-sized stone that piques his interest. Once cut, it could serve as a pendant or a collector's piece. "Sir, how much for this stone?" he inquires, lifting the stone to examine it. "Your eye is commendable. This stone has minimal green skin, and under the light, you can see quite a bit of green. I won't ask much. Just this amount will suffice," the vendor replies, extending his hand. 500 yuan for the stone seems quite reasonable to Chu Xiangyang. He nods, preparing to scan the payment with his phone. Just as he turns around, he collides with someone behind him. As he begins to apologize, another individual next to him reaches out and forcefully slaps him across the face. Chapter 82. Selecting stones. Chu Xiangyang swiftly grasps the assailant's wrist. The young man snarls, "Do you not watch where you're going? How dare you bump into Mr. He?" Casting a glance, Chu Xiangyang notices the individual has been walking backward. It was clearly a collision he did not cause. With a cold smirk, he retorts, "The blind one is not me." With that, he flicks the young man's hand away. The young man intends to retaliate, but is restrained by the person Chu Xiangyang bumped into. Mr. He, standing at the stall, picks up a stone and addresses his followers. "Did you see that? To gamble on stones, one must possess not just luck, but also a modicum of knowledge. Do not act blindly, like this gentleman here. Mr. He's gaze settles on Chu Xiangyang. Turning back, Chu Xiangyang observes Mr. He, who appears rather dignified, flanked by 4 or 5 youths diligently taking notes, as if every word spoken is of utmost importance. Chu Xiangyang wishes to disregard such pretentiousness. Those who present themselves as scholarly often possess nothing but empty heads. After paying, he intends to leave without further ado. Yet, the young man blocks his way, suggesting, "Why not share with everyone why you chose to purchase this stone?" Chu Xiangyang glances at him, noting his vacant eyes and thick, unruly eyebrows. As he opened his mouth, his teeth appeared uneven. Though his clothing was expensive, it was evident that he was a man of little intellect. He nonchalantly stated that he would buy whatever he desired, without justification. This is a quintessential manifestation of a petty mindset. When selecting exquisite jade, one must not only rely on visual observation, but also utilize supplementary tools such as lighting for thorough examination. Some individuals even invest in advanced detection equipment to assess the density of the stones, thereby determining whether they contain rare jadeite. Those who select rough jade often end up with stones that are devoid of any green hue. After making this assertion, he unexpectedly snatched the jade from Chu Xiangyang's hands. He then produced his magnifying glass, flashlight, and other gadgets, eager to inspect what lay within the stone. Upon hearing his intention to take a closer look, a crowd quickly gathered around him. Among them, Mr. He's voice resonated, stating that the thin skin of the stone allowed for clearer visibility of its contents. Although the stone exhibited a green reflection under the light, it also bore a hint of inkiness within the green, suggesting that such overtly green stones should be avoided. The more genuine they appear, the more deceptive they truly are. "Young man, open your eyes and observe how I select stones," he declared, tossing Chu Xiangyang's stone back to him. Chu Xiangyang caught it and turned to leave, fearing that prolonged association with such individuals might tarnish his own judgment. Just as he took a step, he was intercepted once more. He sighed gently, his patience finally waning. "What do you want?" he asked, furrowing his brow. Mr. He chuckled, suggesting that since Chu had purchased the stone, he should let him cover the opening costs, which would also serve as a learning experience for his students. "Thank you, but I prefer not to," Chu replied, continuing forward. Yet, those in front of him remained steadfast. "Why the rush? Did you spend your money just to let it sit at home, like a mere stone?" Mr. He laughed. Meanwhile, a substantial crowd had gathered, likely due to Mr. He's modest notoriety. Word spread quickly, drawing dozens of onlookers. Now, even if Chu Xiangyang wished to depart, it would not be so simple. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Fine. I will open it. But don't blame me if I lose face in front of your students." Mr. He scoffed, "Listen to him. He thinks he is better than I am." The crowd burst into laughter at this. Eventually, they all ascended to the 3rd floor. As they moved upstairs, they inevitably passed through the 2nd floor, attracting the attention of those below. Driven by curiosity, many followed them to the 3rd floor. Chu Xiangyang mused to himself, wondering why they made such a fuss over opening a stone. Yet, Mr. He took pride in such trivialities. continuously discussing the matter of Chu Xiangyang's stone as they climbed the stairs. In his eyes, the stone belonging to Chu Xiangyang was nothing more than a heart of stone, and the so-called green was merely a thin veneer. The master cutter, taken aback by the throngs of people arriving, initially assumed that a person of great significance was present to unveil the stone. Chu Xiangyang handed over the stone, instructing the master to cut approximately 3 centimeters from the surface, confident that it was undoubtedly of the ice type. Mr. He scoffed, cautioning everyone not to emulate him, emphasizing the importance of cutting in the correct direction to avoid compromising the overall effect. Among the crowd were several prominent figures from the jade industry, all keenly watching the large screen. The stone was placed inside, and the cutting machine roared to life. In a cacophony of noise, the fist-sized stone was swiftly sliced open. The camera installed within the machine projected the interior condition onto the screen. Indeed, a patch of ice type was revealed. Mr. He, who had been animatedly speaking, fell silent upon seeing the large screen. The master retrieved the material, and as Chu Xiangyang reached out to receive it, another hand snatched it first. Impossible. How could there be green mixed with ink and still produce ice type? Mr. He's face was a portrait of disbelief, mirrored by the stunned expressions of his students. Sir, do not forget to cover my cutting fee. I shall take my leave now, Chu Xiangyang remarked with a cold chuckle as he took the stone from the other's hand. The onlookers began to murmur about Mr. He, the renowned master in the stone industry, reputed for his discerning eye. Had he truly misjudged this time? Was his vision exceptional or merely flawed? At that moment, one of Mr. He's students approached with a stone he had selected, asking, "Teacher, shall we cut this one?" Mr. He abruptly seized the stone, exclaiming, "Of course we shall. This is certainly a high-quality piece." He thrust the stone into the cutter's hands, demanding, "Cut it open at once." Those who were about to leave halted in their tracks. The stone was positioned, and the master pressed the switch. All eyes were riveted on the large screen. Mr. He's expression was one of frantic anticipation, muttering incessantly, "How could my material possibly be inferior to his? Impossible." Moments later, as the stone was cut open, uproar ensued. Mr. He stood in stunned silence, gazing at the image on the large screen. After a brief pause, he rushed to the worker, forcefully shoving him aside. He retrieved the stone from the machine, slicing it open with a single stroke, only to find nothing but a void of darkness. No hint of green whatsoever. Impossible. It must have been cut incorrectly. I shall do it myself, he bellowed, repositioning the stone. Amidst the machine's roar, the stone was cut once more. Upon extracting it, this time green was revealed, yet it was marred by a web of cracks. It was evident that this stone was rendered worthless. Chu Xiangyang dismissed it with a glance, turning away to depart. Behind him, Mr. He's hysterical cries echoed, leaving Chu Xiangyang utterly bewildered. He had merely collided with him by accident. How had such a commotion ensued? It was unreasonable to blame him for this public debacle, a burden he was unwilling to bear. As he sliced through the item, Chu Xiangyang felt that spending 500 yuan on a birthday gift for his father-in-law seemed somewhat excessive. Perhaps he should procure something more extravagant. Thus, he ascended to the second floor. Noticing his departure, several onlookers also followed him downstairs. On the second floor, Chu Xiangyang browsed and soon spotted a stone the size of a basketball. After completing his purchase, he prepared to leave, only to be approached by a throng of individuals. "Hey, young man, how about we cut it open now? If the quality is good, I can offer a handsome price for it," a bespectacled middle-aged man said with a smile. Chu Xiangyang shook his head, replying, "I bought this as a gift for my father-in-law. I have no intention of selling it." "Even gifting it to your father-in-law is fine. Let us have a look," interjected another elder dressed in traditional attire. Chu Xiangyang reiterated, "I plan to unveil the stone on my father-in-law's birthday. If you're interested, you may come and see it then." The group exchanged glances, and one of them requested, "In that case, please leave your address." Chu Xiangyang complied and departed from the stone gambling venue. Time swiftly passed, and the day of Chun Bao's birthday arrived. Chu Xiangyang, along with his family, tidied themselves early in the morning and headed straight to the Chun household. However, upon their arrival, they noticed another car pulling in behind them. "Oh, who might this be?" "It's none other than Boss Chu." A fashionable woman emerged from the vehicle, her tone dripping with sarcasm upon spotting Chu Xiangyang. He rifled through the memories of the original owner and recognized her as the daughter-in-law of Chun Yuru's aunt. Out of courtesy, he smiled and said, "Ah, sister-in-law. What a rare encounter." "Big brother, sister-in-law," Yaya exclaimed, "call uncle and aunt." Chun Yuru chimed in simultaneously. "Hello, uncle and aunt," Yaya greeted. Following this exchange, the trio proceeded towards the main entrance, unaware that the couple trailed closely behind them. "Have you not played in a while? Out of money, perhaps?" If you're short, just tell me. I can lend you some. Spoke Li Qing, the elder from Chun Yuru's aunt's family. Thank you, big brother, but I'm managing for now. Chu Xiangyang replied with a smile as he stepped through the door. Watching Chu Xiangyang's retreating figure, Li Qing and his wife, Zhao Shui, exchanged incredulous glances. In the past, Chu Xiangyang would have already engaged in a quarrel with them, and they had even prepared their rebuttals. Yet, this time, everything seemed to fade into silence. Why does Chu Xiangyang seem like a different person? Zhao Shui inquired. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Let it be. He won't escape today anyway. As the couple entered the house, they found that many guests had already arrived. Celebrating his 50th birthday, Li Baohe was naturally the center of attention, drawing a considerable crowd. Men and women formed circles, engrossed in their own discussions. Chun Yuru, holding Yaya, was immediately surrounded by a throng of women. Come, let me see this little darling. She is simply adorable. The speaker is a woman in her 40s, elegantly dressed, whose husband is a business partner of Chun Baohe. Greetings, Madam Yu. Chun Yuru promptly addressed her. No need for such formality, just call me Aunt Yu. Come, let me have a look at the darling, Yuhua said, gently pinching the adorable face of Yaya. Hello, Auntie. Yaya exclaimed eagerly. Oh my goodness, why call me Auntie? Yuhua was thoroughly amused by Yaya's charm. With a serious tilt of her small head, Yaya replied, Isn't it proper to call someone as beautiful as you Auntie? My mother says that beautiful women should be addressed as Auntie. Yuhua laughed heartily, and the surrounding affluent ladies could not help but chuckle as well. Yuru, your child must have a tongue sweetened with honey. How can she be so charming? One remarked. Indeed, have you started school yet? Where will you be attending? I must ensure my little grandson joins her at the same school to learn this art of conversation. Another lady chimed in. Chin Yuru responded. She will begin kindergarten this September at Yuanhang. We have just completed the enrollment procedures. I've heard that Yuanhang kindergarten is quite commendable. Perhaps I should consider enrolling my grandson there as well, one affluent lady suggested. The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhao Shui entered the room. Hearing their conversation, she chuckled. I've heard that only children residing in the nearby school district can attend Yuanhang kindergarten, right? Yuru, if memory serves me correctly, your home is in the Healy community, which seems quite distant from that kindergarten. The affluent ladies exchanged glances. One of them remarked, I believe I have heard something along those lines before. Yes, so Yuru, how did your family from Healy community manage to enroll in Yuanhang kindergarten? Zhao Shui replied with a cold laugh. As she spoke, the gazes of the crowd shifted, subtly accusing Chun Yuru of deceit without uttering a word. Chun Yuru's cheeks flushed, and she explained, I am not entirely sure about the specifics. It was Yaya's father who took her to complete the enrollment procedures. Chu Xiangyang. Huh. Are you referring to that gambling fiend? Everyone here knows he is a compulsive gambler. How could he possibly get into Yuanhang kindergarten? I suspect he has deceived you. Zhao Shui laughed uproariously. Her laughter drew the attention of many, and she tirelessly recounted the earlier incident, prompting various expressions of disdain from the audience, despite their silence. However, an elderly gentleman could not resist speaking up. Young people must remain grounded in their endeavors. Never aspire to lofty ambitions without a solid foundation, nor boast unnecessarily. For such behavior will not earn you a place in society. Amidst the crowd, Chun Yuru felt her face burn with embarrassment, unable to defend herself, as retrieving her enrollment materials from home was hardly a feasible option. Oh, I wonder how my sister-in-law might believe me. At that moment, a cool voice suddenly resonated, causing Chun Yuru to relax her taut nerves, though she herself could not fathom the reason behind it. The crowd's attention was instantly captivated by the voice, and they turned to see Chu Xiangyang making his way through the throng. I initially thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be Mr. Chu. Proving that is not difficult. Just make a phone call and listen. Zhao Shui tidied her hair and spoke with a cold smile. I have Principal Zheng's number. As she finished speaking, a business card was handed to Chu Xiangyang. He glanced at the card but did not reach for it. Zhao Shui taunted, What's the matter? Are you afraid? Afraid that when you call, they won't recognize you? Chu Xiangyang mimicked her, scoffing, What is the point of that? Why not do a video call instead? You really dare to boast. Zhao Shui rolled her eyes. If you're so confident, why not call and see for yourself? With that, Chu Xiangyang connected the video call to Principal Zheng. Almost instantaneously, the call was answered. Ah, Mr. Chu, what can I do for you? Principal Zheng greeted with a pleasing smile on the other end. I just wanted to ask if there is anything I need to prepare for the upcoming school term. Chu Xiangyang said casually. The principal quickly shook his head. There's no need for you to prepare anything. We have already arranged everything for little Yaya. You need not worry. That's good to hear. Sorry to bother you, Principal Zheng. Chu Xiangyang replied with a smile. Not at all. Feel free to call me anytime. I'm available 24 hours a day, Principal Zheng said with another ingratiating grin. Chu Xiangyang nodded lightly, said nothing further, and then ended the video call. After disconnecting, he ignored the astonished expressions around him and walked away with Yaya in his arms. Meanwhile, Yu Shui was blushing furiously, and Li Qing, who had been keeping an eye on the situation, felt a surge of indignation upon witnessing his wife's embarrassment. Seeing Chu Xiangyang approach with the child, he hurried over. Most of those surrounding Chu Xiangyang were former business partners of Chen Baohe. Although Chen Baohe was now semi-retired, they had maintained a reasonably good relationship from their younger days. Xiangyang, is everyone here? Shall we officially start our banquet? Li Qing inquired cheerfully. Chu Xiangyang shook his head, uncertain. I'm not quite sure. It should be about time. This is what I mean. You are, after all, the son-in-law of this family. It's your father-in-law's birthday. You ought to host a splendid banquet. How many business partners have come? Lin Qing chimed in with sarcasm. Chu Xiangyang continued to shake his head, stating he had no business partners. Look at how you spend your days. It's your father-in-law's birthday, and no one has come to wish him well. Lin Qing scoffed. Several others nodded in agreement, evidently critical of Chu Xiangyang's demeanor. Unfazed, Chu Xiangyang intended to turn and leave, but Lin Qing blocked his path. What gift have you prepared for your father-in-law? Lin Qing asked with a smile. Nothing much, Chu Xiangyang replied, his expression remaining indifferent, clearly dismissive of Li Qing. At that moment, Chen Yu approached and pulled Li Qing's arm, saying, Let us go, brother. Don't waste your breath on this guy. What could he possibly have prepared? Allow me to introduce a few friends over there, Lin Qing said with a smile. Please wait a moment. He then walked to the table where gifts were placed and retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift box. Chu Xiangyang, today marks my uncle's birthday. I have spent nearly 7 figures on an exquisite timepiece for him. As his son-in-law, what have you prepared? Chen Yu exclaimed from the side. No way. Brother, you are indeed quite generous. I haven't even given my father such a splendid gift. I can already hear him saying you are his favorite son. He then turned to Chu Xiangyang with an air of arrogance, demanding, Bring forth what you have prepared for us to see. Chu Xiangyang glanced at his watch, ignoring the two of them. I am speaking to you. Did you not hear me? Chen Yu reached out, attempting to push Chu Xiangyang. Suddenly, Chu Xiangyang lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing into Chen Yu. Startled, Chen Yu instinctively took a step back. Laughter erupted around them. Feeling humiliated, Chen Yu pointed at Chu Xiangyang and shouted, I tell you, if you cannot present something impressive today, you need not attend this banquet. Just go home. Embracing Yaya, Chu Xiangyang took a slow step forward, prompting Chen Yu to retreat once more. A smirk played on Chu Xiangyang's lips as he leaned in and whispered in Chen Yu's ear, With you? He then straightened up, patting Chen Yu on the shoulder. Do not worry. You will all see my gift shortly. It will not take 5 minutes. With that, he turned and walked away, cradling the child. Is this really Chu Xiangyang? He seems different somehow, Li Qing remarked in astonishment. Chen Yu, feeling overshadowed once again, angrily declared, Let whoever please themselves. If his gift does not meet my expectations, I shall make him eat it in front of everyone. Just then, a commotion erupted from within the venue. Following the noise, they saw Chu Xiangyang approaching from the direction of the lounge, carrying something in his arms. What is he holding? Chen Yu squinted, then inquired. Li Qing examined it closely, finally concluding, It appears to be a large stone. He dares to give a stone for my father's birthday? Chen Yu raised his voice, garnering the attention of those around him. He had claimed that everyone would see his gift, but it arrived sooner than expected. Li Qing scoffed. Xiangyang, what is this? Chen Baohe, startled by the commotion, hurried over. Chu Xiangyang smiled and said, Dad, this is a birthday gift from me and Yuru. It is a piece of raw jade, he added, as curiosity rippled through the crowd. Nodding, Chu Xiangyang confirmed. Upon seeing his affirmation, bewilderment etched itself on the faces of the onlookers. It was indeed unheard of for a son-in-law to present a stone to his father-in-law on his birthday. One person remarked, Even if you wish to gift something to your father-in-law, shouldn't you at least have it cut open first to reveal its quality? Otherwise, aren't you simply giving him a rock? Indeed, while your father-in-law enjoys collecting, we have never seen him interested in stones. Another chimed in. I must admit, this is the first time I have witnessed someone gifting a stone for a birthday. Some individuals expressed their disdain openly. Upon hearing the discussions around him, Chen Baohe felt a pang of embarrassment. With a stern expression, he addressed Chu Xiangyang. There are so many people present. Please refrain from jesting. Chu Xiangyang replied with a smile. Father, I am not joking. This stone is indeed a gift for you, and I shall unveil it shortly. Can you truly open it with your bare hands? Chen Yu scoffed. No need to rush. Someone will assist me. As he spoke, the villa's door swung open once more, and everyone turned their heads, yet no figure appeared. Chapter 85. Unveiling the stone, the villa's entrance was opened from the outside, and to everyone's surprise, a rudimentary machine was pushed inside, followed by several individuals. These newcomers, not particularly young, were impeccably dressed, exuding an air of authority with every gesture. After surveying the hall, their gazes settled on Chu Xiangyang. "Young Master Chu, we have arrived," they announced in unison, advancing towards him. "Who are these people? Is that President Sun from Fanhua Trading? And there's President Yun from Liachi Internet? Not to mention Mr. Ouyang from Kai Dadi? My goodness, why are these titans gathering here?" The crowd was astonished as they witnessed several business magnates approaching Chu Xiangyang. After a brief handshake, they turned to Chen Baohe, addressing him. "You must be President Chen. It is an honor to finally meet you. Happy birthday." The prominent figures presented their gifts to Chen Baohe, who was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that a mere businessman like himself would attract such illustrious guests on his birthday, although they were mainly there for his son-in-law. The unique gifts they presented were of considerable value, bringing him immense joy. "Young Master Chu, we have brought the machine. May we have the pleasure of witnessing the unveiling?" President Yun inquired. Chu Xiangyang replied with a smile, "It would be my honor." He placed the large stone into the machine. In the crowd, Li Qing and Chun Yu were left speechless, especially Li Qing, who recalled her earlier words and felt as though she were striking her own face. The machine roared to life, capturing the attention of everyone present, including a visibly anxious Chen Baohe, who fixed his gaze on the vibrating apparatus. Although Chun Yu held a dismissive view of Chu Xiangyang, the familial bond compelled him to approach and see what would be revealed. Meanwhile, Li Qing silently prayed that nothing would emerge from Chu Xiangyang's endeavor. As time ticked by, the machine's noise eventually ceased. The technician opened the machine and retrieved the stone, handing it to Chu Xiangyang. The group of magnates and Chen Baohe hurriedly leaned in for a closer look. Gasp! They collectively inhaled sharply. One of them exclaimed, "I will offer 30 million for this stone. What say you?" "You're being miserly. I'll give 50 million. Please give it to me. And I will offer you 80 million. To everyone's astonishment, a few individuals began to engage in an open bidding war around the stone, despite the fact that none had yet discerned its true nature. Chu Xiangyang's bemused voice emerged, "My apologies, but this is a birthday gift for my father-in-law." Immediately, the focus shifted to Chen Baohe, with several voices urging, "Chairman Chen, 100 million. No need to deliberate, just hand it over." Chen Baohua's smile widened, nearly reaching his ears. How could he possibly part with such an exquisite birthday gift from Chu Xiangyang? He replied, "My dear friends, I must apologize. This is a token of my son-in-law's affection, and I cannot sell it." Upon hearing this, the others could only relinquish their hopes with regret. Mr. Ouyang could not help but exclaim, "Chairman Chen, you have indeed chosen a remarkable son-in-law." The others nodded in agreement. As Chen Baohua refused to sell, the group retreated to the sidelines, allowing those nearby to finally behold the stone he cradled in his arms. It was a basketball-sized rock, astonishingly revealing a full yang, a sight that could only be described as a once-in-a-century marvel. The crowd erupted in admiration, acknowledging the prowess of Chairman Chen's son-in-law. Indeed, such a substantial piece of stone could suffice for an ordinary person's entire life. One could not help but commend Chu Xiangyang's discerning eye. Hearing the envious murmurs around him, Li Qing disdainfully tossed his own gift box into a nearby pile. The stone that Chu Xiangyang possessed eclipsed not only his gift, but also the more valuable presents from those influential individuals who had come merely to curry favor. He had thought himself superior to Chu Xiangyang, but it was now apparent that such notions were mere folly. He might not even reach the other's knees. Meanwhile, Zhao Shui, standing beside Chen Yuru, remarked with a hint of bitterness, "They say Chu Xiangyang is quite the gambler." Who knew he was also adept at betting on stones? Chen Yuru smiled lightly. While gambling on stones entails an element of chance, it ultimately hinges on fortune. When luck is on your side, everything flows smoothly. Why not have a go, considering how fortunate our brother and sister-in-law have been? Zhao Shui opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately shut it with frustration. In the past 2 years, she and Li Qing had faced relentless misfortune, incurring losses in business amounting to tens of millions. They dared not gamble on stones. She had witnessed too many tales of ruin. Faced with Chen Yuru's question, she could only remain silent. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiangyang had become a celebrated figure within the stone gambling circle. The following morning, he ventured to the antique market. Before he could even settle into a chair, a figure entered and approached him. "Are you Mr. Chu? I am Zhou Shi from the Rare Stone Association." The newcomer extended a hand for introduction. "Hello. Please take a seat." Chu Xiangyang responded courteously, shaking hands with him. Once seated, the visitor got straight to the point. "I am here to discuss a potential collaboration. I have heard of your exceptional ability to assess stones. In a few days, we will visit the original mines of jade. When we select the stones, you will take 6, and we will take 4. Chu Xiangyang expressed his sincerest apologies, stating that he had no interest in the matter at hand, as his primary focus remained on antiques. He offered assistance only if the individual wished to select antiques, suggesting they seek more adept counsel for other matters. Mr. Chu, please reconsider. If it truly does not work out, we could split the profits, the other party continued to persuade. Chu Xiangyang shook his head, reiterating his apologies and indicating that it was best for them to take their leave. As he stood to escort them out, the individual reluctantly departed, glancing back several times, leaving behind a business card in Chu Xiangyang's hand, urging him to call should he change his mind. Throughout the entire morning, Chu Xiangyang entertained numerous groups and individuals seeking collaboration. Ultimately, he decided to let Zhang Hanxing manage the shop while he took a stroll outside. After a week of rejections, the persistent individuals finally ceased their attempts. On this particular morning, as Chu Xiangyang entered the store, his phone rang again. Initially assuming it was yet another group eager to recruit him for gemstone selection, he was about to hang up when he noticed the caller ID indicated Principal Zhang. He answered the call. School will commence in a few days, and we would like to arrange a team-building event for the children in our class. Mr. Chu, would you be interested in joining us? Principal Zhang inquired with a smile. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, responding affirmatively, sure, please send me the time and address. 3 days later, Chu Xiangyang accompanied Chen Yuru and Yaya to the amusement park mentioned by Principal Zhang. This venue was not only a paradise for children, but also a haven for adults. The expansive area featured a vast amusement park for children, while the adult entertainment section offered various options such as horse racing and golf. Principal Zhang thoughtfully prepared full sets of tickets for each family, allowing them to enjoy any attractions within the park. It was not merely a display of generosity, but rather a trivial expense compared to the six-figure tuition fees. Upon their arrival, Chu Xiangyang and his family discovered that 7 or 8 other families were already present, with a total of 10 families scheduled to embark on this outing together. As Chu Xiangyang and his family exited their vehicle, the group fell silent. The men first cast curious glances at Chen Yuru before their attention shifted to Chu Xiangyang. Who is this person? One quietly inquired. I've never heard of him. Nor have I seen him before, responded another, clad in a floral shirt. A man sporting gold-rimmed glasses remarked, he likely does not belong to our circle. The circle they referred to consisted primarily of the wealthy elite. Most attendees were second-generation affluent individuals, accustomed to a life of leisure and indulgence, familiar enough with one another to recognize faces even if they had not formally met. As it was Chu Xiangyang's first encounter with this elite group, he was naturally perceived as an outsider. In an instant, the gazes of the men towards Chu Xiangyang were rife with disdain. However, one remarked, that woman is quite attractive. A young man with a buzz cut interjected, Bao Fei, are you looking for trouble? To which a flamboyantly dressed woman beside him retorted, haha, she is indeed lovely, though she is wasted on that man. The floral shirt chuckled in unison. Meow meow, aren't you going to keep an eye on your Shijia? Inquired Lele, Bao Fei's wife. To everyone's surprise, Meow Meow retorted with a cold smile, he can admire his beauty, while I appreciate my handsome men. Neither of us interferes with the other. Another woman chimed in, indeed, he is quite handsome. Demingxi, it seems your wife is about to adorn you with a green hat. Bao Fei remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Lele swiftly slapped Bao Fei, exclaiming, what do you mean by wearing a green hat? Can you not speak properly? Xiaoan was merely stating the truth. How dare you hit me? Bao Fei raised his hand to retaliate, but to his astonishment, Lele was quicker and delivered another slap. In an instant, the atmosphere around them became lively again. Yaya hopped out of the car and immediately joined the games with other children, reveling in the joy. In contrast, Chu Xiangyang and Chen Yuru stood at a distance from the rowdy group, appearing distinctly out of place. Subsequently, the final family arrived, and all 10 families proceeded towards the amusement park. Their primary role was to accompany the children, with the little ones playing ahead while the adults followed behind. Within half an hour, everyone had become relatively acquainted. However, Chu Xiangyang and Chen Yuru still felt somewhat detached from the group. A few young men nearby whispered among themselves before Demingxi approached first. We were thinking of finding something to do. Mr. Chu, would you care to join us? Chu Xiangyang smiled and shook his head. No, you all enjoy yourselves. Demingxi, not willing to relent, insisted, this area is for the children to play, and we've finally found a place suitable for billiards. Come along. Besides, the mothers are watching the kids, so you need not worry. Faced with Demingxi's enthusiasm, Chu Xiangyang reluctantly nodded in agreement. Upon seeing his nod, the others shared a collective smile. Chu Xiangyang walked over with Demingxi, while the others remained courteous, nodding in acknowledgement. Since we are here for team building, let us add a bit of excitement. Whoever loses should record a video imitating a dog barking and post it online. The winner will receive a monetary prize from the losers as a reward. What do you think? Proposed Bao Fei. Sure, sounds good. Shijia quickly responded, and the others concurred. With everyone in agreement, Chu Xiangyang found no reason to decline and joined in. Let us draw lots. Bao Fei produced a bundle of small bamboo sticks from somewhere, inviting everyone to draw. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. What does this mean? We're drawing opponents. There are only 2 sticks that are the shortest. The 2 who draw them will compete, while the rest cheer them on, Bao Fei explained with a smile. Zhou glanced at the sticks in Bao Fei's hand and noticed 2 were indeed the shortest, but they had been marked. It appeared today's competition was deliberately orchestrated. Chu Xiangyang nodded. Since he had acquiesced, everyone eagerly began to draw lots. Bao Fei intentionally skipped Chu Xiangyang, allowing others to draw first, leaving Shijia and Chu Xiangyang as the last 2. As expected, it came down to Shijia and Chu Xiangyang. What is your strongest skill? Shijia picked up the cue, weighing it in her hands. It was a child's size and felt somewhat awkward to her. Chu Xiangyang shrugged. He was never particularly skilled, so it mattered little which cue he used. Let us play some snooker, suggested Bao Fei from the side. The others chimed in, affirming the idea. It had been ages since anyone had witnessed a game of snooker, and it was the perfect opportunity for a match. I'm indifferent. Let us see Mr. Chu play. Shijia remarked casually. Chu Xiangyang nodded in agreement. Then it shall be snooker. With the rules established, the 2 began their game. The onlookers had already taken out their phones, some streaming live, others recording the event. Shijia had loved billiards since childhood. David Pearson was her idol, and she would spend every free moment at the pool table. Among the crowd, if she claimed to be second best, no one would dare contest that. Bao Fei, who lived in the same neighborhood, was well aware of her prowess and concocted this plan to tease Chu Xiangyang. They eagerly anticipated seeing him mimic a dog later on. Today marks the commencement of a monumental showdown, a non-professional snooker match featuring 2 titans of the billiards table. Bao Fei proclaimed as he opened his live stream. He was quite handsome and wealthy, with a modest fan base of nearly 100,000. As soon as he began broadcasting, nearly 10,000 viewers flooded in. Noticing the growing crowd, Bao Fei intensified his commentary. Now breaking is our so-called little David, sure David. The camera panned to David's hands, his face obscured. Fans in the live stream were momentarily puzzled, unsure of what this wealthy scion was up to today. They soon learned that today's cross-century match would come with a peculiar punishment. Losers would have to bark like a dog, and they were all invited to witness it. After Shijia took the break and potting 3 balls, she missed the 4th, slightly disappointed as she stepped aside. Now let us turn our attention to the next player. Mr. Chu. Bao Fei briefly showcased Chu Xiangyang's face, though it was just a fleeting glimpse before the camera focused on his hands. But that brief moment sent the live stream into a frenzy. Ah, he is so handsome, even more so than the host. Am I the only one who notices? His hands are so beautiful. I bet a pack of spicy strips that this handsome man will win. Count me in for a pack. Watching the bizarre turn of comments, Bao Fei could only shake his head in disbelief. Does being handsome guarantee victory? Shouldn't skill matter? Host, what do you know? In this age, looks will definitely win. Exactly, I'm betting a pack too. You better step up your game. Host, I thought you were quite handsome, but you pale in comparison to him. Bao Fei felt hurt by the comments of his fans. He declared fiercely, today, you shall see who truly wins. Chu Xiangyang, unaware of the chatter in the live stream, could glean the general sentiment from Bao Fei's demeanor and let out a silent scoff in his heart. Subsequently, a ball was struck, appearing precarious, yet ultimately clattering into the pocket. Daming, tasked with keeping score, noted that although Chu Xiangyang's shot seemed perilous, it earned him 3 points. The camera operated by Bao Fei consistently tracked Chu Xiangyang's cue, allowing nearly 30,000 viewers in the live stream to witness the essence of a clean sweep. Goodness. 137 points. Absolutely remarkable. I knew he would prevail. Ah, does he have a live stream account? I must follow him. Chu Xiangyang casually tossed his cue aside and waved towards the camera, expressing gratitude for the audience's attention. Although his face remained unseen, his voice resonated clearly within the live stream, igniting an uproar among the viewers. Exquisite, utterly captivating. I adore this. Host, quickly, who is he? We must uncover his live stream account immediately. His deep, sultry voice could easily grace the airwaves as a voice actor. Bao Fei, exasperated, abruptly shut down the live stream. The atmosphere turned eerily quiet. With all eyes fixated on Chu Xiangyang, he shrugged and retrieved his phone, inquiring, so, which platform do you intend to post this on? His words rendered everyone speechless. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. What? Does what I just said not count? Daming broke the silence. Of course it counts. But this is a best of 3. I assent it. Indeed, a single match holds little significance. Best of three, Bao Fei echoed. With someone initiating the dialogue, others quickly joined in agreement. Chu Xiangyang nodded. Very well, let us proceed with a best of three. As the next round commenced, Chu Xiangyang took the first shot. The moment he grasped the cue, he noticed Bao Fei exchanging glances with Daming. Daming approached, feigning to check the score. Chu Xiangyang smirked internally. Before Daming could reach him, his cue had already swung back. Goodness. Daming crouched down, clutching his groin in pain. Oh dear, my apologies. I didn't hear you approach. Chu Xiangyang hastily set down his cue and turned to speak. Daming's cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Bao Fei and the others quickly rushed to assist Daming to a nearby spot. Perhaps we should let this go? Bao Fei suggested. Sure, Jia added. Let us first take Daming to the nearest medical station for a checkup. Yes, indeed. Injuries can vary in severity. We must not delay. Bao Fei interjected. Chu Xiangyang watched the theatrics unfold, stifling a smirk. He knew full well the nature of the incident. He had struck Daming himself. Now, attempting to evade consequences by leveraging this incident was hardly a favorable outcome. Very well, let us take him for treatment first, and then we shall record the video. He stated. Are you relentless? The man is injured, and you're still thinking about recording. Bao Fei retorted, visibly displeased. Chu Xiangyang nodded, conceding that he would let this matter slide for now. However, he warned that if they had anything entertaining to share in the future, they need not seek him out. With that, he set aside his cue and prepared to depart. Bao Fei glanced at the others and, gritting his teeth, declared that they should let this one go, and they could make amends next time. The others quickly concurred, affirming that the amusement park was vast, offering numerous attractions to enjoy. For the moment, their priority was to attend to Demingxi's medical needs. With urgency, the group swiftly escorted Demingxi towards the medical station. Chu Xiangyang ambled leisurely behind, observing their whispered exchanges. At times, one must employ patience. If a lesson cannot be imparted at once, then twice may suffice. In his past life, no one dared to assert dominance over him. Even provocations were met with resolute retaliation. Though he had little desire to engage with these aimless scions, he recognized the necessity of silencing them, especially since their children would be attending the same school as his own. Upon a preliminary examination, the doctor at the medical station assured them that Demingxi was not seriously harmed, which finally alleviated their worries. The remainder of the journey was relatively calm. However, once the children grew weary and the group decided to retreat to the leisure area for a respite, their energy surged anew. How about letting the mothers take the children to rest while we head to the racetrack? Bao Fei suggested suddenly. This venue seamlessly combined relaxation and entertainment, boasting not only a golf course but also a racetrack at the far end. Agreed. Let us all participate. And the last one will face a cumulative penalty from the previous billiards game. What do you all think? Demingxi proposed enthusiastically. Excellent. We cannot simply dismiss the previous penalty. That would be unfair to Mr. Chu. Let us impose the two penalties on one person as a fitting conclusion, Bao Fei added with a smile. Indeed, a collective competition is only fair. What fun is there in just two players? I agree, let us all join in. If I end up last, I shall accept any punishment. The group chimed in, showing unanimous support for this new proposition. Finally, their attention shifted to the quiet Chu Xiangyang. Mr. Chu, what do you think of this proposal? Bao Fei inquired. Chu Xiangyang nodded slightly, affirming, very well, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let us make this final round significant. Oh, what did you have in mind? Someone asked. Chu Xiangyang raised his gaze, gesturing towards the racetrack. The loser shall don the staff's uniform and assist in cleaning the stables. That simply cannot be. Bao Fei interjected sternly. The group turned to him, listening as he continued. Such a punishment is far too lenient. We must intensify it. Chapter 88. Choosing horses. What kind of punishment do you deem appropriate? Chu Xiangyang inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Bao Fei pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, how about doing a plank on horse manure for at least 2 minutes? It must be posted online. The crowd erupted in applause and laughter, proclaiming that Bao Fei's idea was simply marvelous. All right, Chu Xiangyang nodded in agreement. With Chu's affirmation, the group wasted no time and hurriedly made their way to the riding arena. Among these affluent second-generation elites, they had not learned much beyond the pleasures of indulgence. However, they had mastered the art of revelry. Most could ride horses, albeit with varying degrees of skill. Such activities were typically pursued by those of their social standing, and they were confident that Chu Xiangyang would not partake. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the equestrian center, donned their attire, and began selecting horses. The usual choices were Hanoverians and Arabians. At the very least, they would consider Andalusians. Yet, Chu Xiangyang had his eye set on a diminutive Mongolian horse. Haha, Mr. Chu. If I were you, I would opt for a Hanoverian, or perhaps a Shire would suffice. Bao Fei chuckled, observing the horse Chu Xiangyang had chosen. Shi Jia and others scoffed at him. We are here to race, not to test patience. While Mongolian horses are known for their endurance, they lack the speed of other breeds. Does he truly believe this sturdy little horse can outrun the competition? Haha. Surely one must select a horse with longer legs for a race. Laughter erupted around them. Chu Xiangyang remained unfazed by their mockery. How far are we racing? Since you've chosen such a short-legged horse, let us give it a chance at endurance. Why not run 2 laps around the arena? Bao Fei suggested with a grin. The others nodded in agreement. Chu Xiangyang glanced around, estimating that 1 lap was approximately 1,500 meters, making 2 laps 3,000 meters. Very well, he declared. He actually agreed. Does he think running an extra lap will lead him to victory? Demingzi laughed heartily. Sometimes, even if you don't wish to study diligently, basic knowledge is essential, Shi Jia remarked with a sneer. Today, let us impart some practical lessons to him. Bao Fei chuckled before mounting his horse. The others soon followed suit, and they galloped off. As the gate dropped, 10 horses surged forward simultaneously. As expected, Chu Xiangyang's horse lagged in last place. However, to their surprise, Chu's horse did not fall too far behind. The distance between them was less than 2 meters. This guy can actually ride? Bao Fei was astonished. He had anticipated that Chu Xiangyang would immediately fall behind, yet he was keeping pace. But what does that matter? Shi Jia shouted, then charged ahead. Though Shi Jia was also a child of privilege, he was notably ambitious among them, consistently striving to excel in whatever he pursued. Much like horseback riding, he had previously secured several prestigious international awards, and competing against such individuals posed no challenge whatsoever. After Shi Jia dashed out, Bao Fei and Demingzi swiftly followed suit. However, as a few others attempted to advance, they discovered that Chu Xiangyang, mounted on his diminutive Mongolian steed, had already outpaced them. Goodness, he has surpassed me. One exclaimed in disbelief. Another, unable to contain himself, remarked, I certainly do not wish to perform a plank in horse manure. Let us hurry. The 2, overtaken by Chu Xiangyang, gave chase with renewed vigor. Yet, the horses beneath them, when compared to Chu Xiangyang's, seemed akin to elderly creatures, growing slower with each stride. While Chu Xiangyang distanced himself further. Moments later, he caught up with 2 more competitors, leaving only 5 ahead of him. He is actually making progress. Bao Fei shouted. Shi Jia glanced back and saw that only they 3 remained before Chu Xiangyang, who was steadily accelerating. In the blink of an eye, he was already alongside Bao Fei. Despite it being merely the first lap, Mr. Bao, you must exert yourself? Chu Xiangyang teased with a raised eyebrow before overtaking him. Unbelievable. Stop right there. Bao Fei bellowed, launching after him, yet he still could not catch up. The second-place Demingzi was soon passed as well, with only half a lap remaining. The only competitor left ahead was Shi Jia. Shi Jia's mount had been meticulously chosen, and although it did not rival his own horse, it was certainly among the finest. Yet now, Chu Xiangyang, riding a Mongolian horse, had caught up to him. Shi Jia, astonished, was left with a sense of curiosity. How did you manage that? He inquired. Chu Xiangyang smiled. Nothing is absolute. Selecting a horse requires not only a discerning eye, but also a deep understanding of their characteristics. This horse triumphed over you not merely because it is a Mongolian steed, but due to its half-blood lineage, granting it speed and endurance. If it could not surpass you, it would be a disgrace to its exceptional genetics. Suddenly, Chu Xiangyang squeezed his legs tightly against the horse's sides, propelling it forward with astonishing speed. Mere seconds later, he crossed the finish line. Shi Jia claimed second place, while Bao Fei lagged behind. His horse encountered a problem midway, nearly throwing him off, but fortunately, the trainer intervened in time. Ultimately, the greatest victor of this competition was Chu Xiangyang, while Bao Fei found himself the most unfortunate. With a glum expression, Bao Fei gazed at Chu Xiangyang, who appeared perplexed. Ahem, may I? Before Bao Fei could finish, Chu Xiangyang had already produced his phone. Shall we record now, or later? He asked. Mr. Bao, I believe you are a man of integrity. Surely, a promise must be honored. Besides, we are all witnesses here. Perhaps you could admit your previous words were mere folly, or we could consider this matter settled. Each time Bao Fei attempted to speak, Chu Xiangyang would interrupt, countering his words. Upon hearing the last remark, Bao Fei's expression instantly turned icy. What did you say? Whose words are mere nonsense? Chu Xiangyang shrugged. Is it not clear to you whether it's nonsense? Must I repeat it for you? Bao Fei pointed at Chu Xiangyang and shouted, Don't overstep your bounds. We are only indulging you because we regard you highly. Have you truly deluded yourself into thinking you are something special? No one among the crowd intervened to halt Bao Fei, Instead, they watched with keen interest, eager for the unfolding drama. Just as Jia was about to speak, a voice echoed from a distance. "Oh, what brings you young lads here?" The crowd turned to see several elegantly dressed elders approaching. Chapter 89, Addressing as Uncle Father. "What brings you here?" Bao Fei and the others hurried to greet them. One elder, donning glasses, chuckled as he patted Bao Fei on the shoulder. "You've grown so much. Truly impressive." Another remarked, Jia is far superior. His company is thriving, while Bao Fei spends his days indulging in revelry, and he is already a father. "Let us not be too harsh. Our child is not as accomplished as Bao Fei," chimed in an elder clad in a traditional suit. "Dad, with so many people around, couldn't you spare me some dignity?" Demingzi muttered under his breath. The others gathered around, exchanging pleasantries with their elders. Although not particularly close, these individuals shared a nodding acquaintance in the business realm. After the initial exchanges, the elders' gazes settled upon the last figure standing, Chu Xiangyang. "Who is this?" Bao Tianying, Bao Fei's father, inquired with a puzzled expression. "That is of little consequence. He is merely..." Before Bao Fei could finish, Bao Tianying had already pushed past him and approached Chu Xiangyang. You are Mr. Chu?" Bao Tianying exclaimed, extending his hand with palpable excitement. The other elders, hearing Bao Tianying's words, swiftly moved aside their own sons to approach. "Mr. Chu, I am Luo Ming." Demingzi's father quickly reached out to Chu Xiangyang. "I am sure you." Several prominent figures simultaneously extended their hands towards Chu Xiangyang, leaving the surrounding onlookers in a state of bewilderment. "What on earth is happening?" "I have no idea. My father has never mentioned him. Is my dad possessed or something?" Bao Fei and the others stared in astonishment at their father, who was engaged in friendly banter with Chu Xiangyang. Meanwhile, Chu Xiangyang's demeanor only served to further aggravate them. Uncertain of their conversation, Bao Tianying suddenly turned around and waved his hand at them. Bao Fei pointed at himself, and Bao Tianying nodded. The others also turned to wave. Confused, Bao Fei and his companions approached. "Come, address him as Uncle Chu," Bao Tianying said with a smile. "What?" Bao Fei thought he misheard. "What do you want me to call him? What a farce. How could he possibly refer to someone of a similar age as uncle? Moreover, this person had just engaged him in a fierce contest, and he had lost repeatedly. Calling him uncle would be akin to slapping his own face, and not just lightly. Indeed, Jia, join us in calling out as well. My friendship with Chu Xiaoyu has blossomed into a bond akin to that of brothers," Yu exclaimed with palpable excitement. Jia's expression turned pale. Before Luo Ming could speak, Demingzi attempted to flee. However, Luo Ming's reflexes were swifter, as he grasped Demingzi firmly. "Where do you think you're off to? You must join them in addressing me. This is your Uncle Chu. Be courteous whenever you meet," Luo Ming declared. Bai Tianying added, "I just heard from Brother Chu that your children attend the same kindergarten as his daughter. You must keep an eye on them. Do not play tricks on me." It was evident that he understood the character of his own son well. Bai Feitian was fearless, save for his father. He had been frightened into submission as a child, and the threat of losing his allowance was sufficient motivation to comply. "Now call him uncle," Bai Tianying insisted. The expressions of the group soured, and the others nearby hastily retreated further. "Forget calling him uncle. We are of similar ages. How could that be proper?" Chu Xiangyang interjected with a smile. "That won't do. Do you wish to address each other as brothers? That would disrupt our hierarchy." Bai Tianying persisted. Luo Ming was equally reluctant to relent unless Brother Chu wished to forego this friendship. "Jia, demonstrate to the younger ones how it's done." Yu pulled his son closer. Chu Xiangyang observed the group with an amused expression, anticipating their reluctant utterances of uncle. "Uncle Chu." Luo Jia spat through clenched teeth. Chu Xiangyang chuckled. "I hurried out today without any gifts. Look at how I am as an uncle. What gifts are necessary? There is no need for that. They will owe you much respect in the future." Bai Tianying chided Bai Fei. Bai Fei's handsome face flushed crimson. "Why should I address him as uncle? Does he even deserve that?" "What did you say? Repeat that." Bai Tianying was taken aback by his son's audacity to speak so defiantly in his presence, and his anger flared. What is he really? Just a person from humble beginnings. Why should I call him uncle? Bai Fei was equally enraged, refusing to utter the words to address Chu Xiangyang as uncle. Slap. The sound echoed as Bai Tianying's hand left a mark on Bai Fei's cheek. Bai Fei clutched his face, incredulous. "Dad, you struck me for that person? Call him uncle." Bai Tianying commanded unwaveringly, as Bai Fei opened his mouth to protest. Demingzi gently tugged at him. "Bai Fei, let me tell you, Mr. Chu is not just anyone from humble origins. He is among the most talented and perceptive individuals in this world. Not just you. Even I cannot measure up to him. What harm is there in calling him uncle?" Bai Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by his father's high regard for Chu Xiangyang. Luo Ming chimed in. "You must address him. Demingzi. Without waiting for his father to speak, mumbled, Uncle Chu. The words tumbled out so quickly, it was as if they were scalding to his tongue. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. Speak properly. Luo Ming nudged Demingzi with his foot. In a state of resignation, Demingzi reluctantly reiterated, Uncle Chu. Bao Tianying let out a low reprimand, declaring, Bao Fei, today I shall see whether you still dare to address me as uncle. Bao Fei understood that his father was genuinely enraged. It was rare for him to be called by his full name, and each occurrence was a reminder of his father's wrath. There had even been a time when his father contemplated severing their father-son ties. Uncle Chu. Bao Fei finally acquiesced. The esteemed young gentlemen were indeed remarkable. Their company had brought considerable joy along the journey. Chu Xiangyang chuckled, his words laden with meaning. The faces of the group flushed with embarrassment, wishing fervently for a crevice in the ground to hide within. In such a manner, it would have been better to adhere to their earlier agreement and post a few videos online, rather than endure the current awkwardness. After some time spent in conversation, Bao Fei and the others expressed a desire to leave early, yet Bao Tianying and the others staunchly opposed, insisting they remain engaged in discussion for over half an hour before concluding their gathering. Before parting ways, Bao Tianying spoke up, in 3 days. There will be a grand auction. I wonder if Brother Chu might have the time to join us. Where will the auction be held? Chu Xiangyang inquired. In the provincial capital, Bao Tianying responded promptly. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiangyang agreed. Very well, let us go together and witness the event. Chapter 90. First they acknowledged the reason Chu Xiangyang consented to accompany the others to the auction was that he intended to meet with a prominent figure he had encountered previously in the provincial capital. He wished to uncover the motive behind the individual's insistence on acquiring Chun Yuzhu's jade pendant. This matter pricked at him like a thorn. Unless he could unravel it and extricate it from his throat, he would forever feel discomfort. Upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's agreement, the group set a time before reluctantly taking their leave. Once Bao Tianying and his entourage departed, Bao Fei and the others dashed away without pause. Remaining with Chu Xiangyang was unbearable for them, as they longed to find a place to conceal themselves. Chu Xiangyang smirked inwardly. The earlier incident of being compelled to address him as uncle would likely haunt them in nightmares for some time. He was confident that Yaya would have no issues during her days in kindergarten henceforth. Subsequently, Chu Xiangyang followed behind them in good spirits, escorting Yaya and Chun Yuzhu back home. 2 fleeting days passed. On the morning of the 3rd day, after bidding farewell to Yaya and Chun Yuzhu, Chu Xiangyang drove directly to the provincial capital. Initially, Bao Tianying and his companions intended to accompany him, but he graciously declined their company. Attending such a large auction, they would undoubtedly bring Bao Fei and others along to broaden their horizons. Chu Xiangyang had already taken advantage of the situation once, and he understood the virtue of knowing when to withdraw. Thus, he resolved to proceed alone. After nearly 2 hours of swift travel on the highway, Chu Xiangyang stopped at a service station to refuel and take a restroom break. Upon exiting the restroom, he was met with a cacophony of voices outside. Now that you are here, you must remain still. There is nothing you can do. Do you understand? A man's voice resonated. Chu Xiangyang cast a glance ahead and noticed a crowd gathered around someone in the center. He rolled his eyes in exasperation, wondering what was happening. A woman's voice, tinged with a sob, pierced the air as bystanders engaged in hushed discussions. Is something wrong with the child? We need to call for an ambulance. One said, look around. There are no villages or shops nearby. Even if an ambulance were called, it would take at least half an hour to arrive, another replied. Yes. Will the child even survive that long? I doubt he can hold on for even a few minutes. Hearing their dire remarks only heightened the woman's fear. Tears, as large as beans, streamed down her cheeks as she trembled and implored, is there a doctor among you? I beg you, please save him. I will pay any amount. The man beside her appeared decidedly displeased. I am a doctor, he stated curtly. Your son requires surgery, but given the current circumstances, it is simply impossible. Does that mean there is no hope for the child? A middle-aged woman interjected, unable to contain herself. The mother, upon hearing this, broke into sobs, pleading, please. Who can save him? I will pay anything. As she spoke, she rummaged through her bag, pulling out every last bill and card from her wallet. As Chu Xiangyang approached, he witnessed this poignant scene. He glanced down at the child lying on the ground, his eyes rolled back, clearly struggling to breathe. Chu Xiangyang narrowed his eyes, focusing intently as the child's flesh seemed to recede, revealing the underlying blood vessels. He discerned that something was lodged in the child's throat. What did he eat? Chu Xiangyang suddenly inquired. He was just eating a lollipop, the woman replied almost instinctively. Nodding, Chu Xiangyang prepared to lift the child. He is choking. We must make him expel the obstruction, he asserted. Stop. A voice boomed as the doctor standing nearby suddenly shouted. Chu Xiangyang looked up, challenging him. Do you have a better suggestion? The man replied coldly. Who is this rural quack? The child has a history of asthma, and he is currently experiencing an asthma attack. Where do you see that he is choking? The male doctor had already confirmed the child's asthma history with the mother moments before, ignoring the man entirely. Chu Xiangyang realized that any further delay could be fatal. He reached out again. I told you to stop. The patient must lie flat, the male doctor insisted, stepping forward to grab Chu Xiangyang's hand. Chu Xiangyang deftly evaded him. Get lost. If you continue to interfere, I will not be polite. It is you who should leave. The patient must remain flat while we await the rescue team, the doctor countered. Chu Xiangyang turned to see the child's lips turning blue. Without hesitation, he shoved the man aside and lifted the child. He then approached the child from behind, encircling the boy's abdomen with his arms. One hand formed a fist, pressing inward between the child's navel and ribs, while the other hand spread wide, securing the fist as both hands began to exert a rapid and forceful upward pressure. You are insane. This is wrong, the other party shouted. The mother, overwhelmed with tears, had completely lost her capacity for judgment, merely observing as Zhou Yi attempted to revive the child. The onlookers, astonished, were at a loss as to whom to assist. Some had already taken out their phones to record the incident for the internet. The child's complexion grew increasingly dire, the dark pupils having vanished, leaving only the terrifying whiteness of his eyes. The doctor could only stand there, roaring in frustration, while the mother knelt on the ground, incessantly praying. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the air, followed by the child's weak cries. A red candy rolled on the ground for several moments before finally coming to rest before the young doctor. Mama, the child whimpered. The woman rushed forward, enveloping the child in her arms. Little bow, little bow. The young doctor stood in utter disbelief, gazing incredulously at Chu Xiangyang. How could this be? How could this be? The Heimlich maneuver. I may not be a graduate of a formal medical school, but I possess knowledge of basic first aid, Chu Xiangyang replied calmly. The crowd began to clap spontaneously. The young mother, clutching her child, bowed repeatedly to Chu Xiangyang, expressing her profound gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Chu Xiangyang helped the woman to her feet, smiling. There is no need for such gratitude. Take good care of your child, and shield him from unsuitable influences. The woman nodded eagerly. I understand. Subsequently, Chu Xiangyang acknowledged the applause of the crowd with a nod. The young doctor, however, stood ridiculed, met with derision from the onlookers. How can someone like him dare to practice medicine? He is nothing short of a murderer. Indeed, had they heeded his advice, the child would not have survived the day. What was the difference between him and a criminal? Chapter 91. No room. The male doctor's face fluctuated between shades of green and white. Meanwhile, the woman, still cradling her child, bowed to him, saying, Regardless, I am grateful that you reached out to help. I hope you do not doubt yourself because of this incident. Should you encounter a similar situation again, you must act. Upon hearing her words, the crowd flushed with embarrassment. She was correct. Even though the male doctor initially made a grave misdiagnosis, he had bravely stepped forward when the child's life was in peril. If the opinions of the crowd were to sway his confidence in his judgment, it could obliterate the potential of an excellent doctor. The next time someone faced a life-threatening situation, he might hesitate to intervene, resulting in unnecessary loss of life. At that moment, an elder spoke up. The young lady speaks wisely. Young man, your journey in life is long. Do not forsake yourself due to a single failure. I apologize for my earlier words. Please do not take them to heart. Indeed, do not take it to heart. We are merely jesting. Chu Xiangyang, with a smile, gently patted the other person on the shoulder and encouraged him to persevere. After uttering these words, he turned to depart. The woman, cradling her child, hurriedly pursued him, pleading for him to wait. Chu Xiangyang halted his steps. Here is my number. You may call me if needed, he stated, but before the woman could finish her sentence, he raised a hand to stop her. I assure you, I have no ulterior motives, so I kindly ask you to refrain. Nevertheless, the woman insisted on pressing her business card into his hand. In that case, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Please keep this card. And do not hesitate to call if you require anything. With that, before Chu Xiangyang could respond, she turned and left with her child in tow. Chu Xiangyang shook his head in resignation and glanced at the card, which bore nothing but a solitary telephone number. Once in his car, he drove directly towards the provincial capital. The forthcoming auction was of considerable prestige, and accommodations had been arranged for all attendees. Chu Xiangyang had no desire for any special treatment, opting instead to head straight to the designated hotel. Upon parking his vehicle, he noticed the considerable number of guests present. The parking lot predominantly filled with luxury cars, making his modest vehicle seem rather inconspicuous. At the front desk, he presented his identification. Chu Xiangyang, the attendant confirmed. Scrutinizing his ID, Chu Xiangyang, trusting the process, nodded in affirmation. Have you heard of Chu Xiangyang? The front desk staff turned to inquire of a nearby colleague. The individual replied, No, this must be his first visit. What is going on here? A somewhat portly middle-aged man descended from the upper floors, bellowing at the staff below. A service worker promptly dashed upstairs. The two employees behind the front desk rose to their feet. Manager, how should we accommodate this gentleman? The manager glanced at Chu Xiangyang's identification. I have not heard of him. Let us place him in a room at the corner on the first floor, he declared, preparing to leave. However, as he took a step, Chu Xiangyang grasped his arm firmly. What do you mean by placing me in the corner on the first floor? He inquired coldly. Release me, the manager demanded, attempting to shake free but failing to escape Chu Xiangyang's grip. With a disdainful smile, he retorted. It simply means there is a room available that is suitable for you. Chu Xiangyang glanced towards the far end of the first floor, where the corner room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of sunlight during the day and poorly ventilated at night. It was undoubtedly the least favorable location in the entire hotel. Change my room. I refuse to stay there, Chu Xiangyang insisted. I apologize, sir, but due to the auction in the provincial capital, most hotels are fully booked, and we have only a few rooms left. The ones I mentioned were just reserved by newly arrived guests, the front desk attendant explained hastily. The manager, feeling helpless, shrugged his shoulders and remarked, You may release me now. There are no extra rooms available in the hotel. If you find it unsatisfactory, you are welcome to book a room at another establishment. Chu Xiangyang let go of the manager and proceeded to the front desk to retrieve his identification. Do not say, I did not warn you. If you leave this place, you might return to find even this room unavailable, the manager sneered from behind Chu Xiangyang. Halting his movements, Chu Xiangyang turned to face the manager. Startled by the intensity of his gaze, the manager snapped, Do not overstep your boundaries, given your status. Securing a room is already a considerable favor. Initially indifferent, Chu Xiangyang, provoked by the manager's words, raised an eyebrow and slammed his ID onto the front desk. Change my room, he demanded. Why yes, I apologize, the young woman at the front desk stammered, her voice dwindling as Chu Xiangyang's imposing presence intimidated her. She instinctively glanced at the manager, who, equally agitated, slammed his hand on the table and barked, What are you looking at? Are you unaware of the hotel's occupancy status? Can merely looking at me reveal the availability of rooms? Yes, I'm sorry, sir, there are no extra rooms available. The front desk attendant reiterated. Did you hear that? There are no available rooms. Hurry and leave. Our hotel does not welcome you, the manager bellowed, pointing toward the exit. All the passing guests and hotel staff halted, casting curious glances in their direction. Who is that person? One whispered. I don't know. It's my first time seeing him. Perhaps he isn't here for the auction. Even if he isn't here for the auction, such behavior is unacceptable. What an attitude. Another remarked. Do you know who the owner of this hotel is? Just a nameless individual who believes he can act however he pleases. A third voice chimed in. Encouraged by the murmurs around him, the manager pushed Chu Xiangyang, urging, Please leave. We truly have no accommodations available. Go wherever you wish. However, he soon realized that no matter how forcefully he tried to push, Chu Xiangyang stood rooted to the ground as if his feet were anchored. I shall say this one last time. Change my room. Chu Xiangyang's cold voice resonated, indicating that he was on the brink of fury. The manager, dismissive of the threat, continued to address the crowd, exclaiming, Did you all hear? He dares to be selective about the complimentary accommodation provided to him. If he is dissatisfied with the room assigned, there is but one solution. He must leave. Otherwise, I have several presidential suites available, but if he wishes to switch, he must pay out of pocket. The cost is 88,880 per night. As he spoke, he instructed the front desk attendant, if this gentleman opts for the presidential suite, only cash will be accepted, credit cards are not permitted. Just as Chu Xiangyang was about to raise his hand to deliver a slap to the manager's corpulent face, a low voice from the crowd interrupted, What is happening here? Chapter 92. The porcelain bowl. Everyone turned to see the newcomer, and upon recognizing him, they fell silent. The manager, eager to ingratiate himself, approached the man with a sycophantic demeanor. Mr. Qian, what brings you here? Chu Xiangyang looked up to see a relatively young man dressed in a casual suit. The man suddenly spoke, You should proceed to the finance department to settle your salary. You need not come in tomorrow. The manager, taken aback, stammered, What? Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that his manager had approached a guest he deemed unworthy. Extending his hand, Hello, I am Qiangyang, the owner of this hotel. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Chu Xiangyang reached out in response. I am Chu Xiangyang. Xiangyang then turned to the two front desk staff, instructing, you two, please arrange a presidential suite for Mr. Chu. The two staff members, not daring to delay, promptly took Chu Xiangyang's identification to prepare the room. Confused, Chu Xiangyang asked, Mr. Qian, do we know each other? Xiangyang smiled and replied, the little boy with the lollipop is my son. He has seen the video online. Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but chuckle, realizing how small the world is, and how unexpectedly intertwined their fates were. Xiangyang added, Mr. Chu, staying here should feel like home. If you encounter any issues, feel free to approach the front desk. The two young women at the front desk eagerly assured him, rest assured, Mr. Qian. With a gentle nod, Xiangyang handed over the room key card, saying, please take care of this. Chu Xiangyang accepted the key card and nodded at Xiangyang. I'll head up now. As Chu Xiangyang departed, the manager hastily approached Xiangyang. Mr. Qian, you. Xiangyang raised his hand, interrupting, there's no need to elaborate. Not only because he is Mr. Chu, but your attitude towards others is also unacceptable. Our hotel will not employ someone like you. With that, Xiangyang strode through the crowd and exited. The manager, utterly deflated, collapsed onto the floor. It must be said that Xiangyang was quite generous. Chu Xiangyang was assigned the finest room in the hotel. Upon opening the balcony window, he could practically survey the entire city. After a brief respite, he made his way to the hotel restaurant, located on the 7th floor. The restaurant was bustling with patrons at this mealtime. After casually selecting some food, he settled into a corner. Not far from him, a table of individuals, all appearing to be over 40, engaged in conversation. Their flattery reached Chu Xiangyang's ears despite the distance. Old son, the 100-year good fortune jade pendant you selected last time is truly a masterpiece in the collector's world. No ordinary person could match your discerning eye. Ah, don't mention it. That jade pendant was sold before it even spent a night at home, old son replied. They say it's your keen eye that made it so sought after. Otherwise, how could it have garnered such popularity? Old Zhou, don't be so cynical. Last time, everyone overlooked that three-legged cauldron. You merely got lucky, having purchased it for only 70 to 80,000. Old son spoke. It was merely good fortune. Old Zhou chuckled in agreement. Chu Xiangyang found their mutual flattery somewhat difficult to bear and resolved to finish his meal quickly and return to his room. Just then, a timid middle-aged woman approached. Excuse me, esteemed experts, she began. The group, clearly displeased at the interruption, looked up with annoyance. What is it that you require? The elderly son, devoid of expression, spoke, presenting a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. The woman, observing his cold countenance, involuntarily shivered, yet mustered the courage to articulate her plight. I have someone at home who is ill and urgently needs money, so I hope you esteemed experts can help me appraise this item to ascertain its value. Upon hearing that an antique was being presented, the interest of several individuals was piqued. The elderly Zhou quickly urged, please, reveal the item so we may examine it. The woman hastily unwrapped a small cloth pouch from her person and produced a porcelain bowl. The bowl appeared unremarkable, comparable to an ordinary dining bowl, lacking even the sheen of a typical dish. This is a family heirloom. I implore you experts to take a look, she implored, extending the bowl towards them. Elder son took the bowl into his hands, scrutinizing it from various angles, while Zhou retrieved his reading glasses. After a protracted examination among the gathered individuals, the bowl ultimately returned to son's grasp. Exchanging glances, they each shook their heads in unison. You may take this away. It holds little value. Perhaps 100 yuan could procure several such bowls, elder son stated. The woman, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless, her eyes welling with tears as she tremulously protested. But this is a treasured heirloom. How could it be worthless? I was counting on this bowl to exchange for funds to save a life. Are you questioning our expertise? Elder son retorted with a disdainful snort. Everyone present has examined it. This is merely an ordinary bowl. The only distinction it holds is that it was manufactured decades ago. But to think you could exchange it for money is a fanciful notion, Zhou added, methodically folding away his glasses. The woman, her voice quavering, insisted. My mother once told me this is an antique. Enough. Elder son interrupted sharply. You may leave now. Do not linger here in futile persistence. His commanding voice drew the attention of all present. Please, someone help me. I am not lying. The woman raised the bowl in her hands and turned to the onlookers. Listen, miss, you should take your begging bowl home. Elder son and the others are experts, titans in the realm of antiques. Their judgments do not err, a young man remarked, glancing at the assembled experts with a smirk. Indeed, none of them are ordinary folk. You should leave and spare yourself further embarrassment, another chimed in. It seems she's gone mad with desperation, thinking she can trade any old item for money, as if we are fools, remarked a bystander. Faced with the scorn of the crowd, the woman could no longer suppress her tears. I am truly not lying. Why can't you believe me? My family is waiting for me to bring back money for medical treatment. Can't anyone help me examine it more closely? She pleaded. Some shook their heads in disapproval, while others openly berated her, urging her to leave and not disturb their meal. Yes, what a spectacle, crying like that. Be careful, or I shall report you. If you do not leave, I will file a complaint against her. What kind of person is she? The woman wished to express more, but upon hearing the scornful remarks from those around her, she could only retreat, tears welling in her eyes, as she placed the bowl back into her tattered bag. Just then, a gentle voice broke through the commotion. Dear lady, would you mind showing me your porcelain bowl? As Chu Xiangyang spoke, he instantly captured the attention of those nearby, especially the table of experts who glared at him with disapproval. Who is this young man, daring enough to speak so brazenly? Indeed, to request a second glance at something that experts have already examined, was that not a slight to their authority? The arrogance of today's youth was so pronounced. They would surely learn their lesson when faced with reality. Upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's words, a glimmer of hope shone in the woman's eyes, and she hurriedly retrieved the porcelain bowl from her worn bag, presenting it to him with both hands. Please take a look. Chu Xiangyang accepted the bowl, scrutinizing it closely before he finally spoke. This bowl is indeed a product of the Song dynasty's Ding kiln. If you were to sell it, it could easily fetch a seven-figure sum. What? Old son exclaimed in astonishment. Young man, I understand that many of your generation seek to attract attention. But in a public setting like this, it is wise to refrain from fabricating lies. Old Joe added, Indeed, we have all examined this piece. So do not spread falsehoods here. If she were to take it to auction, she would only harm herself. With both experts speaking out, the onlookers could no longer contain their disbelief. Who is this person? What does he think he is, a discerning eye? They jeered. Yes, the experts have confirmed it. It is merely an ordinary rice bowl. What gives him the right to claim it's from the Ding kiln? Do they not know what they are talking about? It's absurd. As the woman absorbed the comments around her, her initial excitement began to fade, and with a timid voice, she asked, Young man, is what you say truly accurate? Everything he says is true. Take it to the auction house and prepare to be turned away. Old Joe scoffed from the side. Chu Xiangyang, unfazed, retorted with a smirk. May I inquire, esteemed experts, on what grounds do you assert that it is fake? Simply because it lacks any characteristics of the Ding kiln, Old Joe asserted confidently. Chu Xiangyang nodded, holding the porcelain bowl aloft as he explained, within the Ding kiln. There are two classifications of white porcelain. One is the official powdered white, and the other is the civilian earthy white. The bowl in my hand is of the earthy variety, characterized by its slightly yellowish hue, which, over time, has lost some of its original luster. However, the incised patterns on the bottom are the most distinctive features of Ding kiln porcelain. His words were abruptly interrupted by the experts. What you describe as incised patterns is merely a common scratch. Do not mislead the public with your fanciful claims. Chu Xiangyang let out a cold snort. The bowl in question was an early product of the Ding kiln. Its surface was adorned with floral patterns, featuring both lotus petal designs and entwined chrysanthemum motifs. Given its age and the rudimentary craftsmanship, much of the surface had worn away, leaving only a few scratches at the bottom that resembled ordinary marks. Expert Lao Zhou, however, appeared skeptical of Chu Xiangyang's assertions. He rose abruptly and seized the bowl from Chu Xiangyang's hands. With a magnifying glass in hand, he scrutinized the bowl for a full 3 minutes. The onlookers held their breath, eagerly anticipating a revelation that would contradict Chu Xiangyang. To their surprise, after the 3 minutes elapsed, he returned the bowl to Elder Son with a solemn expression. Elder Son accepted the magnifying glass and examined it once more. Chu Xiangyang understood that initially, they had been biased, assuming that a mere cleaning lady could not possess anything of value. Consequently, they had overlooked the intricate details. Upon closer inspection, it was likely they would realize the truth of his words. A few minutes later, the bowl was placed back on the table. Yet the experts remained silent. The surrounding spectators exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the unfolding events. Chu Xiangyang picked up the bowl from the table and handed it to the woman, urging her to secure it. It's worth a seven-figure sum, without a doubt. The woman expressed her heartfelt gratitude, tears streaming down her face. Thank you so much, young man. My family has been saved. This time, the experts refrained from arguing. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Could even experts err in judgment? Perhaps, for who among them had not faced a moment of misfortune? Embarrassment washed over those who had previously defended the experts. I should leave promptly, one murmured, prompting a significant reduction in the onlookers. The expressions of the elderly experts turned a vivid mix of colors, a sight to behold. Initially intending to depart, Chu Xiangyang reconsidered and turned back, leading the woman away from the crowd. "Young man, do you have further business?" she asked, wiping her tears. Chu Xiangyang nodded. "If you are in urgent need of money, I can lend you some. It would be wise not to rush into selling such a valuable item. The right opportunity is essential." Upon hearing this, the woman's tears flowed anew. "You are truly a good person. Why not come to my home? I have other items you might find interesting, and if you like any, I could give them to you." Chu Xiangyang initially hesitated to accept, fearful that she might part with something of value too readily. Thus, he replied, "I will accompany you home to see what else you may possess." The woman eagerly nodded, dabbing her tears. "Please, follow me." Chu Xiangyang then accompanied the woman to her residence. Her living conditions appeared quite dismal, situated in an aging complex where garbage was left unattended, permeating the air with a foul stench. The woman shyly remarked, "You have been following me for quite some time. It has been ages since anyone came to clean this place." Chu Xiangyang gently shook his head, observing such a living environment. He finally comprehended why the woman had sought out those experts with that bowl. The pressures of life had compelled her to do so. The woman resided on the 3rd floor, skillfully navigating past the disarray in the hallway, and the two eventually arrived at her door. Upon entering, Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Although the house was somewhat dilapidated, the interior was impeccably clean, thanks to the woman's diligent efforts. "Please take a seat. Allow me to fetch you some water," she said somewhat awkwardly. Chu Xiangyang nodded, yet his attention was drawn to a porcelain vase placed upon a cabinet. When the woman returned from the kitchen with the water, she found him examining the vase in the sunlight. "I notice many items in your home have been painted. Is that intentional?" Chu Xiangyang set the vase down and accepted the cup of water from her. The woman nodded. "Indeed, these items were left by my late father-in-law. There is more over here." With that, she led Chu Xiangyang to a nearby cabinet and opened its tightly shut doors. Chapter 94. Money even for someone of Chu Xiangyang's temperament. The contents of the cabinet elicited a sharp intake of breath. It was an old-fashioned wardrobe, approximately 2 meters tall, and upon opening it, he discovered at least 7 or 8 wooden shelves, each adorned with several painted objects. With his discerning eye, he could immediately identify these as antiques. "Young man, do have a look and see if there is anything you fancy. Feel free to take one," the woman offered. Chu Xiangyang hurriedly declined. "I cannot accept these. You must keep them safe. Regardless of who asks for them, you cannot part with them." The woman sighed softly. "My father-in-law said the same when he passed. Yet these items are inanimate. People are alive. I cannot spend my entire life clinging to these relics." Chu Xiangyang nodded, pondering for a moment before stating, "Even if you wish to exchange them for money, you must go through a reputable auction house. Ordinary folks must not be allowed to see them." The woman agreed. "Rest assured, I have never shown these to anyone." Chu Xiangyang was genuinely curious about how a woman of modest means could possess such valuable items. If she were to convert these treasures into currency, it would likely be more than she could ever spend in her lifetime. The woman smiled wryly. "In the past, my father-in-law's family was considered affluent. He was the son of a wealthy household and had a penchant for collecting. During a tumultuous period, in an effort to protect these items, he painted over them entirely, managing to preserve them. However, because of his esteemed lineage, he endured significant hardship during those times and only revealed to me their true nature on his deathbed. As a daughter of a humble family, I lacked the courage, and thus these items have remained untouched for many years." Chu Xiangyang understood her plight. The woman casually picked up a bottle from the cabinet and placed it into Chu Xiangyang's hands, remarking that it was merely a decorative item for her. "If you like it, take it," she said. However, Chu Xiangyang hesitated, quickly returning the item. Before he could utter a word, a loud banging on the door echoed through the room. The woman jumped in fright, exclaiming, "It must be those creditors." "You borrowed money?" she questioned, her face a mask of terror, clearly indicating that these individuals were not strangers to her. "For my family's medical expenses, I've exhausted every possible option. Do not be afraid. I will accompany you," Chu Xiangyang reassured her. Nodding, she cautiously approached the door, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Who is it? Open the door. Are you hiding away? Pretending to be dead after refusing to repay your debts?" A voice shouted from outside. The woman instinctively glanced at Chu Xiangyang, who nodded affirmatively, prompting her to unlock the door. Before she could fully open it, the intruders forcefully burst through. Chu Xiangyang swiftly supported the woman, who nearly stumbled. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Who am I, you ask? I am here to collect what is owed. It's only right to repay one's debts," the leader of the group bellowed, brandishing a metal rod which he slammed against the wall, causing debris to rain down. Chu Xiangyang took a quick glance around and then extracted a stack of money from his wallet, offering it to them. The man was taken aback, clearly not expecting such prompt compliance. After receiving the money, he merely glanced at it before stashing it away, sneering, "This paltry sum barely counts as interest. The principal remains unpaid." He then turned to the woman, barking, "You old hag, pack your things and get out. This house is ours now. Can't you be reasonable? When I signed the contract, I was told I had a month. It's only been 20 days. Why are you here already?" The woman's courage seemed bolstered by Chu Xiangyang's presence. "Have you grown too bold, old woman? A month? If I don't demand payment now, who will I turn to when you run away in a month?" He raised the iron rod menacingly at her. The woman trembled. I won't run away. Just give me a few days. I'll definitely pay you." "A few days?" He scoffed. "We can't wait that long. You must leave now. The house belongs to us." With that, he advanced into the room. Chu Xiangyang stepped forward to block him. "How much do you owe?" "I will pay. You?" The man surveyed Chu Xiangyang from head to toe, a mocking smile forming on his lips. "You think you can handle this? I suggest you leave before you interfere with my business." With that, he swung his iron rod, signaling his henchmen who shouted, "Get out of the way. Don't obstruct us." They attempted to push past Chu Xiangyang into the room. "You can't go in there," the woman shouted. Though the house may be dilapidated, it remains her home. Presently, her husband lies hospitalized, leaving her alone to face the turmoil. If these ruffians were to recklessly destroy her abode, she would be left with no dignity to confront her husband upon his return. "You wretched old hag, dare you still shout at me? I will not spare you." With that, the young man swung the iron rod menacingly towards the woman's shoulder. To his surprise, the blow missed her, and instead, he muttered a low curse. "Let go of me." Chu Xiangyang sneered. "I hold the utmost disdain for men who strike women, especially those of advanced age. What do you intend to do?" The opponent's bravado faltered. Chu Xiangyang retorted, "What do I intend? I shall let you experience the taste of being struck." In an instant, he seized the iron rod from the man's grasp and brought it down forcefully upon his shoulder. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a pained scream. The man crouched slowly, cradling his shoulder. Witnessing their leader's humiliation, the surrounding onlookers erupted in anger, brandishing their weapons and charging at Chu Xiangyang with ferocity. The nearby woman, terrified, cried out and instinctively raised her hands to shield him from their assault. Yet, before she could react, Chu Xiangyang had pulled her behind him. By the time she regained her composure, the thugs lay motionless on the ground. "Get lost." Chu Xiangyang's deep voice resonated ominously. The few who had feigned death sprang up, supporting one another as they fled in haste. Before exiting, their leader shouted, "You will pay for this. I will not let you go." As they vanished from sight, the woman turned pale with fright. She urged Chu Xiangyang, "You must leave quickly. It will be troublesome if they return with reinforcements." Chapter 95. Another one approaches. Chu Xiangyang found himself both amused and exasperated by the woman's insistence. "I am leaving. What will you do?" he inquired. "Do not worry. If necessary, I shall relinquish the house, but you must remain safe," she replied resolutely. With a smile, Chu Xiangyang suggested, "Please gather your belongings. I will escort you out." "Where shall we go?" The woman, already overwhelmed, instinctively asked the question. "Let us find a hotel for the time being. This place is unsafe," he proposed after a moment's reflection. Though he had yet to devise a proper plan for her safety, he felt compelled to intervene in this affair. Moreover, he discerned a troubling motive. These individuals seemed not merely interested in money, but were fixated on their claim to the house. What value could such a decrepit structure possibly hold? His gaze swept across the room, ultimately fixating on the imposing wardrobe. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him. "Gather your belongings," he instructed as he approached the wardrobe. The woman promptly retrieved suitcases and began to pack the contents of the wardrobe, filling 2 large cases to the brim. Not long after the two departed that evening, the woman's house was invaded by unwelcome guests. They ransacked the entire room, reducing the scant furniture to mere fragments. After completing their misdeeds, they finally took their leave. Following his arrangement of a room for the woman at the hotel, Chu Xiangyang promptly called Xiao Dongli. Xiao Dongli seemed somewhat surprised, inquiring about the purpose of Chu's call. Chu Xiangyang, not one to beat around the bush, candidly stated that he had a favor to ask of Xiao. Haha. Upon hearing Chu's words, Xiao Dongli burst into laughter, questioning what could possibly necessitate a favor. Chu Xiangyang felt a twinge of embarrassment. In his previous life, it was others who sought his assistance, yet in this life, he had not yet attained such stature. He chuckled, "I'm currently attending an auction in the provincial capital and have encountered a minor predicament." He then briefly recounted the woman and her husband's situation to Xiao Dongli. Following this, he added, "I have sent the photographs of the antiques to your phone. You may wish to peruse them at your convenience. Xiao Dongli responded with a smile. This is hardly a challenge. I shall send someone to escort them away. After a further exchange, Chu Xiangyang concluded the call, yet he underestimated the capabilities of those ruffians. To his astonishment, they sought him out the very next morning. When he received a call from the woman, he was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure to reassure her, "Do not go outside. I will arrive shortly." Dressing hurriedly, he dashed downstairs. The hotel he had booked for the woman was not the same as his own, but it was merely a few minutes' drive away. Upon his arrival, he found the assailants already gathered at the door, vociferously demanding entry. "Hurry up and open the door. Do you think you can hide in there forever?" Among the crowd stood a slightly older man, approximately 30 years of age, clad in a tight black t-shirt and shorts, his feet adorned with flip-flops. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth and his neck tilted, he watched as his subordinates pounded on the door and hurled insults. A crowd had gathered around them, yet not a soul dared to approach. "Step aside," Chu Xiangyang commanded, his voice resonating. The crowd momentarily froze, instinctively parting to create a path for him. As he pushed through, he was met by an individual with a bandaged arm and forehead, bruises marring his face. "It was this brat who attacked last night," he declared. "So it's you. Which path do you tread?" The leader, still with a cigarette in his mouth, asked casually. Chu Xiangyang produced a card and presented it to the leader, stating, "I have repaid her debt. If you desire the house, I will have her vacated for you." The leader inspected the card momentarily before tossing it back into Chu's hands, declaring, "Let me be frank today. I do not seek money, but rather the belongings within her house." "What?" Chu Xiangyang feigned ignorance, fully aware of the implications. "Do not play coy with me. You know precisely what I desire. Do not delude yourself into thinking that by portraying a hero and rescuing her, you can hoard everything for yourself," the leader remarked coldly, a menacing glint in his eyes. His implication was unmistakable. Should Chu Xiangyang insist on safeguarding that woman, he would deal with him as well. The onlookers, though oblivious to the underlying cause, sensed a conflict over a coveted object. Surely, this was not a melodramatic scenario where both parties were vying for the same prize. I surmised that the individual in question was likely hiding within the confines of the room, and I was genuinely curious about their identity. As the spectators continued their discourse, the previously sealed door suddenly creaked open with a resounding click, revealing a figure emerging from behind it. Upon sighting this individual, the crowd's jaws dropped in astonishment. "Goodness! Is this for real? For such a woman? Must be in her 50s. Chu Xiangyang felt a wave of frustration for the intelligence of those around him. How could their conversation lead to such wild assumptions? The woman stepped forward and spoke directly. "Please, do not make things difficult for Mr. Chu. I will find a way to resolve the financial matters." The man scoffed. "Money? I no longer desire money." A collective gasp swept through the crowd. "No longer desire money? What? Do you want a person instead?" As the onlookers were engrossed in their wild interpretations of the unfolding drama, Chu Xiangyang had already moved to shield the woman, asserting, "You can have money, you can have property, just do not entertain any other thoughts." Naturally, he could not articulate this too explicitly in front of the crowd. Their inquisitive gazes conveyed a sense of intrigue. This was indeed scandalous. Two young men competing for an older woman. Just then, the door swung open once more, and upon witnessing the figure that emerged, the crowd could no longer maintain their composure. What kind of absurd drama is this? And there's another man? The newcomer appeared frail, as though he were on the verge of death. The plot seemed to take a turn that left many bewildered. The leader, growing impatient, gestured to his companions. "Since they refuse to surrender willingly, we shall take it by force." With that command, his subordinates prepared to act. "I dare anyone to try?" A voice resonated from the crowd before weapons could be raised. The onlookers then beheld yet another strikingly handsome young man making his way through the throng. Impeccably dressed in expensive attire. "I dare anyone to lay a hand on him," the man declared, towering over the ruffian. The crowd was dumbfounded. Another contender had entered the fray. This new arrival exuded an even greater aura of authority than the previous two. Flanked by two subordinates clad in matching black attire and sunglasses, emanating an air of formidable presence, the spectators instinctively took a few steps back. Yet, despite the palpable tension, they were unwilling to miss the spectacle. They would endure the pressure to witness the unfolding drama. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chu Xiangyang was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Qian?" he inquired. "Greetings, Mr. Chu," the other replied, extending his hand in greeting. As two individuals engaged in a handshake, the once arrogant leader bore a completely transformed expression. A hint of a conciliatory smile graced his face as he addressed Mr. Qian, inquiring what fortuitous wind had brought him here. However, Xiangyang chose to disregard his words and turned his attention to Mr. Chu, assuring him, "Rest assured, Mr. Chu, it was Elder Xiao who contacted me." Mr. Chu was taken aback, realizing that the individual sought by Xiao Dongli was none other than Xiangyang. He promptly instructed, "Sister, please accompany this gentleman for the time being. He will take you and your husband to see a doctor." The woman repeatedly bowed in gratitude, expressing her profound thanks to both Chu and Xiangyang. Without lingering, Xiangyang exchanged a few pleasantries before leading her away. Before departing, he paused before the young thug leader, warning, "If you come seeking retribution, be aware that should I learn you have troubled anyone else, you shall face the consequences." After nodding at Mr. Chu, he took his leave. The leader, powerless to contest Xiangyang, could only watch as he departed, while Mr. Chu followed suit. Although the thug initially intended to stop him, he quickly reconsidered, recalling Xiangyang's previous demeanor, and thus chose to remain subdued. The onlookers seemed to grasp the situation, yet were left in a state of confusion. "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll have your eyes plucked out." The thug leader bellowed in frustration before storming off with his crew. As Mr. Chu reached the ground floor and was about to enter his vehicle, he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw the woman from earlier rushing towards him. Breathless, "Mr. Chu, please do not refuse this. It is of little value. Consider it a gift from me." She thrust an item into his hands and, without waiting for a response, turned and fled. Mr. Chu glanced at the object, which, although not particularly valuable, held a certain charm compared to ordinary items. It was a bracelet crafted from high-quality Hetian jade, its lustrous white hue captivating. After adorning his wrist with the bracelet, he entered his vehicle. Meanwhile, in a lavish office within the provincial capital, a figure sat at a desk, preparing tea. "What is the status of the investigation?" the middle-aged man inquired, skillfully discarding the water from his cup. Below him, a subordinate promptly lowered his gaze and responded, "Mr. Chu has arrived in the provincial capital to attend the auction." The middle-aged man looked up in surprise. "I did not seek him out. He has delivered himself to us. What shall we do?" the subordinate asked hastily. The man paused in his tea preparation and replied, "Send a young person to test him." He resumed brewing tea. The subordinate, momentarily taken aback, quickly understood and responded, "Understood." The auction was still a day away from commencing. After a night of rest, Mr. Chu arose early the next morning to engage in his customary morning exercise, a habit he had faithfully adhered to for over a decade, unwavering unless beset by inclement weather. Jogging westward along the broad avenue in front of his residence, Mr. Chu ran nearly 2 kilometers before unexpectedly discovering a park. In the park, a multitude of elderly men and women engaged in their morning exercises, and Chu Xiangyang could hear the varied sounds of square dancing emanating from all directions. He joined in, humming along. He relished this vibrant, down-to-earth existence. Suddenly, a faint cry for help pierced the air. The sound seemed to come from behind a thicket. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiangyang dashed towards the source of the noise. Upon reaching the thicket, he discovered a beautiful woman desperately clutching her bag, while 2 men were attempting to wrest it from her. The location was quite secluded, had it not been for Chu Xiangyang's timely arrival. It is unlikely anyone would have noticed the commotion. One of the assailants, frustrated by the woman's resistance, drew a sharp knife from his waist and aimed a vicious slash at her wrist. If he succeeded, her hand would surely be ruined. Chu Xiangyang swiftly lunged forward, seizing the man's hand. Bold indeed, to attempt robbery in broad daylight. With a firm grip, the knife clattered to the ground, accompanied by the man's anguished scream. The other assailant, momentarily stunned by the turn of events, lost his hold on the bag, which the woman promptly reclaimed. She quickly took refuge behind Chu Xiangyang. Angered by the disruption of their scheme, the remaining robber swung a punch at Chu Xiangyang. "Mind your own business," he shouted. Chu Xiangyang smirked internally, effortlessly pulling the nearest man in front of him as a shield. The punch landed squarely on his accomplice, eliciting another cry of pain. "Get out of here, and don't let me see you again," Chu Xiangyang barked, forcefully pushing the man forward, causing both of them to collapse onto the ground. "We can't let them escape. I've already called the police," the woman interjected urgently. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyang grabbed the 2 men by their collars and hoisted them up. He then pushed them against a nearby tree, forcibly stripping them of their outer garments, tearing them into several strips to bind them securely to the trunk. "How does this look?" Chu Xiangyang grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. The woman laughed, her gratitude evident. "I've never encountered someone so gallant. Thank you. I'm Huang Wenwen. Without you, I would have lost all the important documents in my bag. The money is trivial, but I cannot bear the thought of being scolded by my superiors." Chu Xiangyang extended his hand, though their contact was brief. "I'm Chu Xiangyang, Huang Wenwen." dressed in a casual white outfit with flat shoes. Her long black hair cascading down and adorned with minimal makeup was strikingly beautiful. How about this? Since it's still early, let me treat you to breakfast, she suggested with a smile. Chu Xiangyang glanced at his watch, realizing his morning routine was nearing its end. That sounds good, but allow me to pay. I have a principle of not letting ladies foot the bill. How very chivalrous of you. Huang Wenwen chuckled as she walked ahead. Just beyond this park, there are plenty of breakfast options. Lead the way, Mr. Chu. Chu Xiangyang glanced back at the two robbers, ensuring they wouldn't flee on their own, before following closely behind Huang Wenwen. She was indeed correct. Once they exited the park, a plethora of delicious food awaited them. Chapter 97. The Tale of the Bracelet. After much deliberation, they settled on the most traditional choice, Yonghe. Huang Wenwen possessed a delightful sense of humor and an infectious laughter. As they neared the conclusion of their meal, she suddenly spoke up. I wonder if I will have the chance to see you again. Meanwhile, beneath the table, her foot brushed against Chu Xiangyang's trouser leg. He raised an eyebrow, discreetly retracting his leg. I saved you once, and you treated me to a meal. I believe that settles our accounts. Chu Xiangyang chuckled, finishing his bowl of soy milk in one swift gulp. He felt he had made his refusal quite clear. Yet to his surprise, Huang Wenwen seemed undeterred. With no response to her foot's advance, her hand traversed the table, making contact with his arm. Surely, the gallant rescue of a damsel could not be settled with merely a meal. How about you leave me your number? I could come find you after work tonight. Huang Wenwen suggested with a flirtatious glint in her eye. Chu Xiangyang attempted to withdraw his arm, but her grip was surprisingly strong. To free himself, he exerted a little more force, causing her hand to slide from his wrist onto the table. In the process, the bracelet adorning his wrist slipped from his sleeve and landed beside them. As Chu Xiangyang picked up the bracelet to put it back on, Huang Wenwen pressed down on it firmly. Where did this bracelet come from? The playful ambiguity in her gaze vanished, replaced by a striking crimson hue in her eyes. Chu Xiangyang found himself puzzled. This item had been a gift, so what was the matter? Do you recognize it? He inquired. Huang Wenwen held the bracelet in her hands, inspecting it closely before gradually placing it against her chest and gently closing her eyes. It really is you. After a moment of silence, she let out a soft sigh. Chu Xiangyang, intrigued, asked, Do you know this piece? Huang Wenwen smiled, her lips curving upward. This bracelet contains 23 jade beads. On the 7th and 16th beads, there are 2 tiny black specks, and one bead has a crack measuring less than a millimeter. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xiangyang confirmed that her observations were indeed accurate. How could she possibly know such details? You know, Huang Wenwen continued, when I was a child and just learning to count, my father would hold me in his arms and let me practice with this very bracelet. Each time I counted to 7, I would lose track of where to go next, and my father would remind me that the next bead represented him. Thus it was 8. As she spoke, 2 trails of tears traced down her charming face. Chu Xiangyang suddenly recalled that the woman seemed to have only 2 family members. Could it be that? So, can you tell me where you acquired this bracelet? Huang Wenwen lifted her head, her eyes glistening like pear blossoms drenched in tears as she gazed at Chu Xiangyang. He sighed softly. I do not remember the trivialities of my childhood, but I shall never forget this bracelet and the person who held me. I am an orphan, sold away in my youth. Thus the owner of this bracelet is likely to be my parents. Huang Wenwen, clutching the bracelet, found herself speaking softly. In truth, she had been searching for her biological parents for many years, yet had found no clues. Today, upon seeing this bracelet, she feared Chu Xiangyang would reveal that it was purchased from some inconspicuous shop. If that were the case, she would have to resign herself to fate. However, Chu Xiangyang informed her that it had been a gift from another. Could it be her own parents? A flicker of hope ignited within Huang Wenwen's heart. Chu Xiangyang contemplated the possibility in silence before ultimately deciding to reveal the truth to Huang Wenwen. The couple who gifted me this bracelet. He then disclosed the address to her. Huang Wenwen's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated Chu Xiangyang would so readily share this information. Acknowledging her own impure intentions, she sensed that Chu Xiangyang could perceive her ulterior motives. For a moment, she stood frozen, her expressions seductive, radiant, youthful, and astonished, vanishing completely, replaced by gratitude. Perhaps Chu Xiangyang would never grasp the profound significance of his words to her, yet Huang Wenwen felt a deep sense of appreciation. Please take care of yourself in the provincial city. Someone has set their sights on you. She conveyed all she could to him. Extending her hand, she reiterated, It was a pleasure to meet you, and I hope we have the chance to meet again. Chu Xiangyang rose, nodding gently in acknowledgement. Huang Wenwen waved goodbye and departed. Chu Xiangyang pondered thoughtfully. Who wished him harm? Who was watching him? After a moment, he chuckled softly. had it not been for Huang Wenwen's reminder. He might have forgotten that his original purpose for being here was indeed for someone. After settling the bill, he turned to leave. The auction was set to commence at 9 in the morning, and he needed to hurry back to prepare. Upon arriving at the auction hall, he found nearly half the attendees already present. As a large-scale auction hosted in the provincial city, the atmosphere was indeed remarkable. Chu Xiangyang estimated there were at least several hundred chairs. The hall's decor was quite simple. Apart from the chairs, there was a raised platform at the front, surrounded by a circle of laser lights, likely to ensure visibility for the audience. Behind them loomed a massive screen. Looking up, he noticed a second level, reminiscent of the grand theaters of decades past, where esteemed guests were accommodated in private boxes. The individuals seated around displayed a diverse array of professions, and many had come to broaden their horizons. Chu Xiangyang, preferring subtlety, settled into a corner position. The hall continued to witness a steady flow of arrivals. Yet he had yet to spot Bao Tianying and his entourage. Amidst the cacophony, Chu Xiangyang remained motionless, resembling a monk in deep meditation. It was not until the clock struck 9 that the ambient noise began to wane, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. The hall was now filled to capacity, with the lighting dimmed, save for the laser beams illuminating the elevated platform. A woman, approximately in her 30s, gracefully ascended the stage, dressed in a form-fitting red qipao. The slit of her garment reached perilously high. Her long, wavy hair swayed rhythmically with her steps, exuding an irresistibly sensual allure. With a captivating appearance, she possessed a charm that surpassed the innocence of youthful beauty, captivating the attention of the men present. As she took the stage, Chu Xiangyang discerned the sound of several people swallowing nervously around him. "Greetings, everyone. It brings me great joy to see you all here at today's auction. However, before we commence, we have a delightful little game to help you unwind." With her words, she waved her hand, and a series of wooden frames rose from the ground beside her. Chapter 98. The game. The wooden structure stood about a meter high and spanned approximately 4 to 5 meters in length, comprising 3 tiers. Each level was adorned with numerous stones of varying sizes. The audience exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unfamiliar with such an occurrence. "You must be wondering what this is all about." The woman smiled. Someone shouted from the crowd, "Xiaohua, quit keeping us in suspense and tell us what this is all about." "Indeed," echoed others in agreement. Chu Xiangyang observed that while many attended the auction to gain insights, a significant portion of their interest likely revolved around this woman. With a charming smile, Xiaohua responded, "Why the rush? Allow me to finish my explanation." At her words, the crowd's anticipation visibly intensified. There are no fewer than 100 stones atop these frames. Following our preliminary assessment, we believe each contains jade, though we cannot ascertain their quality. As this is a game, I will draw several tokens shortly. Those whose numbers are called may come forward to select a stone. Whoever's stone yields the highest value will claim the jadeite raw stone as their prize. The audience, now intrigued, began to murmur excitedly. One person exclaimed, "If that raw stone is worth millions, will it truly belong to us?" "Naturally," Xiaohua replied with a smile. "Consider this a token of appreciation for your years of support for our auction house." "Fantastic. Xiaohua, I hope you draw my token." "Yes, yes, and mine as well," came the enthusiastic shouts from the crowd. Without delay, the woman waved her hand, and the large screen behind her began to display a rotating series of numbers. "Today, with so many people present, we shall select 10 individuals at once to see who will be chosen, and who among us is the most fortunate today." With that, the woman's hand descended abruptly. The numbers spinning on the screen came to an immediate halt. Observing the displayed numbers, everyone hurriedly grasped their own number cards. The woman began to announce one by one: 18, 29, 174, 237, 66. With each number called, an individual excitedly raised their hand and stood, until the woman announced the final number, 77. After calling it once, there was an unexpected silence from the audience. She repeated, "Who is number 77? Please check your number cards." At her prompting, Chu Xiangyang instinctively raised his hand. Indeed, he was number 77. Initially, he had no intention of participating in this frivolous affair. But as he contemplated putting down his card, someone beside him suddenly shouted, "Aren't you number 77? At this exclamation, all eyes swiftly turned towards Chu Xiangyang. Reluctantly, he could only smile wryly and stand, waving his number card. "This gentleman, please come to the stage," the woman called from the platform. Resigned, Chu Xiangyang made his way up. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have 3 minutes to select your stones. Make sure to seize this opportunity," the woman remarked with a smile as Chu Xiangyang reached the front. The countdown timer of 180 seconds appeared on the large screen. Xiaohua raised her hand. her fiery red lips uttering the word, "Start." The numbers on the screen began to rapidly descend. Except for Chu Xiangyang, everyone on stage moved back and forth swiftly, eager to examine all the stones. However, the moment he arrived, Chu Xiangyang had already made his selection. As Xiaohua had indicated, the stones indeed contained jadeite. Yet only a few held potential for yielding valuable treasures. Those few looked rather unremarkable. To the untrained eye, they might seem like misshapen fruits. Observing Chu Xiangyang standing still on stage, the crowd could not help but murmur among themselves. Does he not understand anything? Shouldn't he let someone else take this chance? If you want it, go ahead. Can you really choose the best one? Forget the rest. Just grab the largest one first. Even if the quality is similar, that size can still give us the advantage. Laughter erupted among them. One individual remarked, "I think he is simply foolish. Just wait and see. The stones he picks will surely be the worst." The others remained non-committal to this comment. As time dwindled, the other 9 participants had already made their selections, and Xiaohua looked at Chu Xiangyang with eager anticipation. With only 10 seconds remaining on the countdown, Chu Xiangyang finally made his move. I was astonished to witness the moment he finally made a move. My goodness, how could he possibly approach that stone, the most unsightly one of all? It was diminutive in size and undeniably ugly, a complete waste of a precious stone. I realized that the opportunity one had given him would have been better suited for myself. His eyes seemed to be positioned at the soles of his feet. In the final moment before the second hand struck 0, Chu Xiangyang picked up the stone he had set his sights on. Indeed, the instant he lifted it, a chorus of jeers erupted from the audience below. Xiaohua also chuckled and shook his head, clearly not optimistic about Chu Xiangyang's choice. Meanwhile, Bao Tianying, seated in a private room on the 2nd floor, expressed his surprise, remarking that the stone selected by Brother Chu appeared rather mediocre. I concurred, though I hoped he would surprise us all. After a moment of contemplation, "Sure, you suggested that we should await the outcome." Luo Ming chimed in, smiling as he spoke. Xiaohua on stage then announced, "Since everyone has made their selections, let us label the stones and take them to the cutting room for examination." Chu Xiangyang and the others submitted their stones, and soon the large screen displayed images of these stones. Clearly, the organizers intended to assure everyone that no underhanded tactics were employed behind the scenes. Moments later, the stones arrived at the basement level. "Now, let us examine stone number 174, Xiaohua declared, as someone on screen lifted the stone labeled 174 and placed it into the machine. The machine whirred to life, and within seconds, the sound ceased. The first stone had been cut. The camera shifted to reveal the stone, and an audible wave of disappointment swept through the hall. The interior of the stone exhibited a dismal interplay of green and black, unmistakably indicating it was a worthless rock. Now for the second stone, number 237. Xiaohua's alluring voice rang out once more, capturing the audience's attention as they turned to the screen. This time, the stone was indeed noteworthy. The choice was primarily due to its smooth, rounded appearance and substantial size. To everyone's surprise, once cut, the stone revealed traces of green within. Although the hue was not particularly ideal, it was a remarkable find under the circumstances. This individual had struck an extraordinary stroke of luck among all the stones. His was the largest. Indeed, even if subsequent stones yielded similar results, his advantage in size would grant him significant benefits. It was truly unfortunate. If only it had been my turn. The crowd below was abuzz with chatter as the third stone was being cut. However, the subsequent stones appeared to pale in comparison to the previous one. The only contender that could rival stone number 237 was considerably smaller. If all went as expected, stone number 237 might very well claim victory in this small competition. How much could that stone be worth? One curious individual inquired. Given the quality and size of this piece, it is undoubtedly worth a 7-figure sum, one individual remarked. Another person gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Incredible. I know that guy. He is a junior employee from the company next door. With this money, he could easily purchase a decent house." The auction was open to all, regardless of status, allowing even the common folk to participate. Among the several hundred attendees, only a mere fraction were professionals. Notably, none of the 10 participants that day were experts. They were merely relying on luck in their quest for stones. To their surprise, they indeed stumbled upon a 7-figure find. In a blink, the stones had been largely examined, leaving only a volleyball-sized rock and the rather unattractive stone belonging to Chu Xiangyang. Number 237 is a sure win, a spectator commented. The remaining 2 are either too small or too ugly to compete. The audience murmured in disbelief, astonished that the finest stone had been revealed with the second cut. Indeed, apart from Chu Xiangyang's other stone, the second piece was equally disappointing. Sighs filled the room as the crowd lamented, while number 237's grin widened. "Ladies and gentlemen, I humbly accept your admiration," he said, bowing with a smile towards the audience. In their eyes, he was the undisputed victor of the day. However, the host maintained her professionalism, announcing, "Now, let us unveil the final stone, number 77. What is the point?" Someone interjected. "That stone looks so unappealing. It's obvious there's nothing within." Another voice chimed in. "It would be a waste of water and electricity to open it. Perhaps we should discuss whether anyone is interested in purchasing number 237's jade." The crowd began to murmur, seemingly dismissing Chu Xiangyang and his stone. Xiaohua smiled and urged the audience to settle down, assuring them that the results of the final stone would soon be revealed. At her prompting, the attendees reluctantly fixed their gazes on the large screen. What results could possibly emerge? Hadn't the outcome already been established? The crowd pointed at the screen until a worker retrieved the stone from the machine. A collective gasp escaped the audience, accompanied by a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. "What is this? Blue jade? Sure, you from the second floor couldn't help but sit up straight," then shouted excitedly. Others quickly moved closer, their eyes glued to the screen below. Moments later, it was indeed Chu Xiangyang, who had once again exceeded expectations. Bao Tianying exclaimed with laughter. The astonishment was not limited to those present. Even Xiaohua looked at Chu Xiangyang in disbelief. After a brief pause, she couldn't help but chuckle. "I never expected this gentleman to possess such skill." Of course, those who lacked understanding would attribute Chu Xiangyang's success to sheer luck, while those with insight recognized his genuine talent. "Might I inquire if this gentleman is willing to sell that stone? I would like to place a bid." A middle-aged man in a suit proposed. "Indeed, I am prepared to offer 2 million for this stone." Another elder in traditional garb chimed in. 3 million. 5 million. I bid 8 million. In an instant, the voices of bidders rose and fell like a chorus. Before Zhou Yi could respond, the price had already soared beyond 10 million. The ordinary onlookers gaped in astonishment, finally witnessing the essence of stone gambling. A single cut could lead to riches or ruin, perhaps even leaving one in tatters. For Chu Xiangyang, this was not only a path to wealth, but also a no-risk venture, as the stone had been provided by the auction house. The disdain previously directed at him had now transformed into a hint of admiration. "Apologies." Chu Xiangyang's voice resonated slowly, capturing the attention of the crowd. "Since this item was gifted by the auction house, I intend to take it home as a keepsake. Therefore, it is not for sale," he declared. Xiaohua paused, then smiled. "Since this gentleman has no intention to sell, perhaps we should all let it go." The audience below nodded in regret, their expressions a mix of disappointment and wry amusement. Chu Xiangyang then returned to his seat. While on stage, Xiaohua announced that the auction was about to commence. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the hall's doors were kicked open. "Who dares to start without me?" A brash young man strode in, flanked by 8 bodyguards clad in black. "What is happening today? Who has summoned this tyrant?" An elderly man seated beside Chu Xiangyang could not help but shake his head. "Who is this person?" Chu Xiangyang inquired, intrigued. "He is none other than Suo Wu, one of the infamous 4 young masters of the capital. He is typically domineering. It's surprising he would dare to disrupt such a grand auction today," the elder whispered. "Ah, so it's young Master Suo. Do take a seat. Our auction has only just begun." Xiaohua smiled charmingly. Suo Wu sauntered in. But instead of taking a nearby seat, he chose one far from Chu Xiangyang, almost directly facing him. The occupant of that seat, realizing who had arrived, hastily vacated the spot for the young master. Suo Wu boldly settled into his seat, turning back to Chu Xiangyang with a dismissive roll of his eyes, leaving Chu Xiangyang perplexed. In the blink of an eye, everyone within a meter of Chu Xiangyang had vanished, leaving an unobstructed line of sight between the two. "Now that everyone is here, let us officially commence the auction. Please welcome our first item." Xiaohua's dulcet voice floated through the air as a staff member approached, cradling a white porcelain vase. Song Dynasty Dingware. Chu Xiangyang chuckled at the mention, feeling a peculiar connection to this particular piece. Chapter 100. Just a broken pot. Though the vase was indeed from the official kiln, Chu Xiangyang found himself utterly uninterested. As the crowd fervently bid, he merely observed with amused curiosity from the sidelines. The young master, much like his counterpart, lounged indifferently in his chair, scarcely lifting his gaze. Ultimately, the exquisite official kiln vase was auctioned off for a staggering 23 million. Several more items followed, ranging from grand to modest, yet Chu Xiangyang remained utterly disinterested. Conversely, the nearby young master Su occasionally cast scornful glances in his direction, his contempt nearly spilling over. Chu Xiangyang's attention remained fixed on the stage, indifferent to the provocations thrown his way. Such lofty young masters, should one dare to exchange glances with them, would certainly retaliate with fervor. The fifth item was presented, a humble purple clay teapot, devoid of any embellishments, yet crafted by a renowned master. Chu Xiangyang contemplated acquiring this teapot as a token of gratitude for Xiao Dongli, who had assisted him significantly. Thus, as the auctioneer's voice fell, he declared, 2 million. Initially reclining in his chair, young Master Su straightened at the mention of Chu Xiangyang's bid, lazily raising his paddle to counter with 280,000. The crowd, upon hearing the young master's direct involvement, fell silent, refraining from further bids. Though Chu Xiangyang was tempted to disregard him, he realized that yielding would only signal weakness, inviting further insistence in future encounters. After a brief moment of contemplation, he raised his paddle once more, 3 million. A scoff escaped his rival's lips as he turned to scrutinize Chu Xiangyang, exclaiming, "You have quite the audacity." Following this, he raised his bid to 4 million. 4,200,000. Chu Xiangyang responded without hesitation, announcing, 5 million. The ease with which the young master replied suggested he treated the auction as a mere trifle rather than a competitive bidding war. The bystanders whispered amongst themselves, questioning the identity of this audacious individual daring to challenge young Master Su. They speculated he must be an inexperienced youth, mistaking a mere bid for invincibility. After all, it was merely a purple clay teapot. Surely, one could seek other works from the master if desired. Unfazed by the murmurs, Chu Xiangyang continued to raise and lower his paddle with determination. In the blink of an eye, the price soared to nearly 10 million. The purple clay teapot spun gracefully on the large screen, allowing the audience to admire it from all angles. At a certain moment, Chu Xiangyang's expression shifted, a glint of realization crossing his face. "Are you truly intent on contesting me for this teapot?" he asked, his tone devoid of emotion. "What do you mean? Do you doubt my resolve?" Young Master Su bristled at the perceived affront, confident that there was nothing in Kyoto or the provincial capital that he would shy away from. The disdain in the young man's eyes was unmistakable. Upon observing the expression in his opponent's eyes, Chu Xiangyang discerned that a misunderstanding had undoubtedly occurred. He shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to the other's thoughts. However, a barely perceptible smile flickered in his gaze. 20 million. The languid voice of young Master Su echoed once more. Chu Xiangyang then raised his paddle, declaring, 20 million. "Are you truly intent on competing with me?" Young Master Su seemed to be riled. Chu Xiangyang replied nonchalantly, "In an auction, the highest bid prevails. I wish to acquire this item. Is it not entirely reasonable to place a bid?" Enraged, Su Wu gritted his teeth, raising his paddle, 50 million. At this proclamation, a collective gasp rippled through the audience. It was merely a purple clay teapot. Even at its most exorbitant, it shouldn't exceed 8 figures. Yet, these two had escalated the price into 8 figures and were now approaching 9. The spectators attempted to whisper their opinions, fearful of young Master Su's wrath, nearly suffocating in silence. Surprisingly, someone dared to defy the odds. Chu Xiangyang raised his paddle once more, 60 million. "Damn it!" Su Wu shouted in fury. "Are you never finished?" 100 million. "Let's see how much longer you can shout." Chu Xiangyang chuckled. "Congratulations, young Master Su. The item is yours." Indeed, after his words fell, Chu Xiangyang fell silent. It was only after the auctioneer, Xiaohua, brought down the hammer that Su Wu finally came to his senses. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" He leapt to his feet, kicking over his chair. Chu Xiangyang remained seated, raising his gaze calmly to meet his opponent's. "In an auction, the highest bid prevails. Your price surpasses mine, thus you are the victor." Su Wu found himself at a loss for words. However, Chu Xiangyang continued, "Spending 100 million on a purple clay teapot is already exorbitant. But to spend that same sum on a defective teapot, wouldn't you agree that such an act borders on foolishness?" "What did you say?" Su Wu seethed with rage. Chu Xiangyang resumed his previous air of indifference. "It is merely a broken teapot. If you desire it, I shall gift it to you." Upon uttering these words, not only did Su Wu bristle, but even the organizers of the auction appeared displeased. Xiaohua on stage remarked, "Sir, all items at our auction have been professionally appraised. Hence the possibility of defects is non-existent. Indeed, is this man unwell? They present the items for sale because they are of quality. If you cannot afford it, simply admit it. Why label them as defective?" Just moments ago, he seemed discerning. Now he appeared nothing more than a jest, daring to call a fine purple clay teapot defective. Such audacity was incomprehensible. The crowd hurled scorn at Chu Xiangyang. Their ire was not only directed at him. They sought to curry favor with the auction's organizers and the esteemed young Master Su. Chu Xiangyang paid their vitriol no mind, instead rising to address the stage. If you doubt my words, let us verify. Very well, I shall demonstrate. If your assertion holds true, not only shall I gift you the teapot, but also offer my sincerest apologies. Conversely, if the teapot proves to be without defect, you must kneel and acknowledge your error, and surrender your stone to me. At this moment, Sual Wu, who had remained silent, let out a low growl. The surrounding crowd instantly fell silent, their gazes converging on Chu Xiangyang. With a slight raise of his sword-like brows, Chu Xiangyang smiled and remarked, "Ah, I find myself most curious about what our esteemed young master looks like while kneeling on the ground." Chapter 101. Examination. Suo Wu, evidently driven to madness by Chu Xiangyang's words, lifted his foot and sent the chair before him flying. Chu Xiangyang, however, remained unperturbed, as Xiaohua on stage had summoned the most experienced master of Zisha teapots for an appraisal. Only then did Chu Xiangyang realize that a group of elderly gentlemen was seated on the second floor, numerous enthusiasts of Zisha teapots in the audience. Upon hearing that there might be an issue with the item, hurriedly brought out their personal magnifying glasses to inspect it closely. Approximately a dozen elderly gentlemen, all over 60, scrutinized the teapot for about 20 minutes before reaching a unanimous conclusion. There was nothing amiss with the item, let alone any defects. "Did you hear that?" Sual Wu exclaimed. "Having endured 20 minutes for this verdict, kneel down and admit your mistake." The onlookers reveled in the spectacle, confirming that it was merely an attempt to seek attention. Chu Xiangyang, however, maintained an air of calm. "But are their words infallible? Goodness, if they are incorrect, do you believe your assessment to be accurate?" Sual Wu retorted furiously. "With so many witnesses present, does not the collective judgment of a dozen experts hold more weight than your solitary opinion?" Without further ado, Sual Wu attempted to raise his hand. Chu Xiangyang sneered. "Given that this is an item slated for auction, do you truly think that any flaws could be discerned by mere naked eyes?" "What do you mean?" Sual Wu was taken aback. Chu Xiangyang turned to Xiaohua on stage. "My dear lady, might you procure a high-powered microscope?" "What? Such audacity! You suggest that flaws invisible to the naked eye can only be seen through a microscope? You are utterly ridiculous." An elderly gentleman berated, pointing a finger at Chu Xiangyang. Unfazed, Chu Xiangyang countered, "Am I truly being absurd, or is your scrutiny insufficient? Would procuring a microscope not clarify the matter?" Xiaohua discreetly requested that the organizers intervene, and within 10 minutes, the necessary equipment arrived. "Now, please enlighten us as to where the cracks may lie," sneered the summoned expert. He had personally authenticated the Zisha teapot before it reached the auction stage, and now, Chu Xiangyang's claims seemed to be a slap in the face. Chu Xiangyang approached the auction podium and pointed to a specific spot. "Right here, examine it under the microscope, and you shall discern the truth of my assertions." At this moment, Bao Tianying and others descended from the second floor. "Brother Chu, are you all right?" Bao Tianying inquired with concern. Chu Xiangyang shook his head gently. "No worries, rest assured." Under the microscope's scrutiny, the previously imperceptible cracks in the Zisha teapot finally came to light. The young examiner hesitated, words caught in his throat. "Fear not, speak your mind," the elderly expert admonished. "What manner of timidity is this?" The young man projected what he observed under the microscope onto the large screen, causing an uproar among the audience. Astonishingly, there indeed existed a minuscule gap. How could it be so small that an average person could not possibly perceive it with the naked eye? The sharpness of his vision surpassed even that of the microscope itself. He outshone a multitude of experts combined. Had this young heir, Lord Sual, truly squandered 100 million on a worthless vessel? The audience buzzed with speculation, while Lord Sual, feeling humiliated, kicked over a nearby chair in his fury and attempted to leave. Yet, how could Chu Xiangyang allow him to depart so easily? He stood resolutely in front of Sual Wu, reminding him, "Have you forgotten something? What the hell do I owe you? Get lost." Sual Wu retorted, extending his hand to shove Chu Xiangyang aside, only to have him deftly evade. Sual Wu was accustomed to being obeyed without question. Never had anyone dared to confront him in such a manner, rendering this incident a profound affront to his dignity. Enraged, he bellowed to his bodyguards behind him. "Are you all dead?" The bodyguards sprang into action, swiftly converging on Chu Xiangyang. The crowd was dense, encircling them in layers. Observing the commotion from the stage, Xiaohua quickly summoned security for assistance. However, before the security could navigate through the throng, several towering bodyguards had already been felled by Chu Xiangyang. "Sual, I care not for your identity or your connections. Since you publicly wagered earlier, I believe you should honor your bet," Chu Xiangyang asserted, stepping closer to Sual Wu with an authoritative stance. Sual Wu, taken aback, stumbled back until he collided with a chair, nearly losing his balance. "If you prefer not to take action yourself, I am more than willing to assist you in fulfilling your obligations, Chu Xiangyang remarked with a smile, advancing another step. You, get away from me, Sua Wu shouted, his bravado faltering. You can't escape. There are too many people. Chu Xiangyang raised his foot. Bang! With a cold chuckle. He observed Sua Wu kneeling before him. Mr. So, do you have nothing to say? Sua Wu felt as though his left knee was ablaze, uncertain if he had sustained an injury. However, confronted by the oppressive presence of Chu Xiangyang so near, he instinctively uttered, I concede. Chu Xiangyang smiled. The onlookers were utterly astounded, murmuring, Who is this young man? He dares to provoke one of the 4 young masters of Kyoto. Indeed, it was audacious. Yet it was clear that Lord Sua would not easily forgive this affront. He was courting disaster. Clear the way. At this moment, the outer security finally managed to push through, yet they hesitated to assist the kneeling Sua Wu. Only when Chu Xiangyang turned away did they rush forward to help him up. Let us go, Sua Wu shouted, clutching his knee. The security escorted him hastily through the crowd, while the bodyguards staggered to their feet, limping away. Dear Brother Chu, you are indeed too impulsive. I suggest you return swiftly, urged Bao Tianying. Indeed, with that young Master Su's capabilities, he will undoubtedly seek revenge shortly. It is best to leave now. An elder who had previously sat beside Chu Xiangyang could not help but chime in. In truth, how many would actually regard that Su Wu? They merely dare not voice their anger, nor even feel it. Now that Chu Xiangyang has accomplished what they have long wished to do but dared not, he will naturally receive some favoritism from them. Chu Xiangyang, however, merely chuckled nonchalantly. It's nothing. Let us not forget we have an auction to attend. The entire auction would last a day, divided into 2 sessions, morning and afternoon, with a break for lunch. Due to Chu Xiangyang's actions, the auction had momentarily paused. But soon the stage was set for the 6th item, a 3-legged bronze ding. Chapter 102. The fan. The morning swiftly passed, and apart from a purple clay teapot, nothing had captured Chu Xiangyang's interest. Moreover, he currently lacked the funds to make any purchases. As the event concluded, Bao Tianying and the others approached, wishing to invite Chu Xiangyang for a meal. Glancing at the pamphlet detailing the afternoon's auction items, he replied, You go ahead. I shall take a stroll outside. Bao Tianying pondered for a moment. Do be cautious. That Su Wu will not let this go unpunished. Chu Xiangyang nodded. Rest assured, I will be fine. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed. Wandering outside, Chu Xiangyang unknowingly found himself on a bustling commercial street, teeming with vehicles. As he prepared to cross the road at a green light, a Maserati suddenly veered in his direction. He narrowly dodged the oncoming car, instinctively suspecting it to be a retaliation from Su Wu. However, when he saw the individual who emerged from the vehicle, that thought swiftly dissipated. It was a strikingly beautiful woman, her figure alluring and her appearance captivating. Chu Xiangyang surmised she was likely a flamboyant rich heiress, given the affluence prevalent in the provincial capital. He intended to turn and walk away, but she unexpectedly grasped his arm. Raising an eyebrow, he wondered if her displeasure stemmed from not having collided with him. Just as he was about to speak, she urgently asked, Are you all right? I'm a novice driver, and I sincerely apologize. If you feel any discomfort, I can take you to the hospital. The woman, not only stunning but also exceedingly courteous, prompted Chu Xiangyang to ease her concerns. He waved his hand. I am perfectly fine. Just be cautious while driving in the future. You might not be so lucky with an elderly pedestrian. With that, he continued on his way, and seeing that he was unharmed, the beauty also drove off. Chu Xiangyang meandered through the bustling commercial street, unexpectedly discovering numerous antique shops nestled within. Upon reaching the heart of the street, he encountered an acquaintance. The striking beauty, who had nearly collided with his Maserati at the intersection, was now in the shop, engrossed in the proprietor's boasts. The shopkeeper, a man of nearly 50 with a slightly plump physique, adorned with black-rimmed spectacles, held in his hand an exquisite folding fan. This fan, crafted from silver and gold, boasted a golden-hued surface, embellished with renowned landscapes and accompanying inscriptions. The shopkeeper proclaimed, Behold this folding fan, a masterpiece by the Ming dynasty's eminent artist Wen Zhengming. It is known that very few of his works have survived, and this fan is one among them. One side depicts a rain-soaked landscape, while the other bears his inscription. Whether for personal enjoyment or as a gift, it is undoubtedly the finest choice. He continued, Observe the fan's surface. Despite being buried underground for so many years, it retains its luster, and even the inscriptions are crystal clear. It was evident that the beauty was quite taken with the fan. Curious, she inquired, How much is this fan? The proprietor extended 2 fingers before smiling. Not expensive at all. 80,000 will suffice. As she lowered her gaze to retrieve her bank card, another larger hand suddenly grasped her wrist. "We should leave," came the command. "Who are you exactly?" The shopkeeper, unwilling to let the woman depart easily, quickly obstructed their path. With a cold smile, Chu Xiangyang remarked, "It's rather inappropriate for you to deceive others with such a counterfeit fan." The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted dramatically at his words. "Who are you accusing of deceit? Be cautious. I run a legitimate business here and have never engaged in trickery." Chu Xiangyang retorted. "You dare claim this fan belonged to Wen Zhengming? Is this not a deception? How can you assert that I am lying?" The fan's ribs are crafted from ebony, spanning 31 centimeters with a total of 12 sections. This has been reported on television and in newspapers previously. If you lack understanding, do not feign knowledge here." The shopkeeper bellowed. Noticing Chu Xiangyang's silence, he continued, "You dare accuse this fan of being a fake? Perhaps you are unaware of who Wen Zhengming is. I suggest you leave immediately and stop hindering my business." Realizing that leaving with the woman was not an option, Chu Xiangyang halted and took the fan from the shopkeeper's hand. "So, you are asserting that the characters inscribed here are all penned by Wen Zhengming, correct?" "Naturally," the shopkeeper replied with pride. "Wen Zhengming's script is elegant and fluid. Merely observing these characters, one can discern them as his authentic handwriting." Pointing to a character within the inscription, Chu Xiangyang queried, "What peculiarities can you discern in this character?" The shopkeeper squinted, scrutinizing it for a moment, before his expression shifted drastically. The beauty beside him, intrigued, leaned in and asked, "Why does this character appear to be missing a stroke? Am I mistaken? Or was this its original form?" Chu Xiangyang smiled, clarifying that it was neither a misinterpretation nor an erroneous style, but rather a peculiar habit of the calligrapher. "Do refrain from spreading baseless claims. Be off with you." The proprietor barked vehemently. Yet, Chu Xiangyang remained unmoved, gazing at him with a smile that was neither here nor there. "Are you aware of the renowned forger from the Republic era, Zhang Shuhua?" Chu Xiangyang inquired. Few in the antiquities trade were unfamiliar with his illustrious name, yet the proprietor feigned ignorance. "I have not heard of him. Who precisely do you speak of?" Chu Xiangyang slowly folded his fan and twirled it between his fingers. Many recognized Zhang Shuhua, but few knew that he had a peculiar trait when forging paintings. He would deliberately omit a stroke in certain characters. Identifying a forgery was rather simple. The absence of a stroke indicated inauthenticity. "Impossible. Do not spew such nonsense," the proprietor retorted angrily. Chu Xiangyang chuckled, "Do not be hasty. While this fan may not be an original, it could fetch 300 to 500. Perhaps you might reconsider selling it." "Get out," the shopkeeper bellowed. He had abandoned any thoughts of selling to the enchanting lady and was eager to expel Chu Xiangyang, initially wishing to retain the customer. The proprietor now sought to usher him away, but Chu Xiangyang appeared stubbornly intent on lingering, refusing to depart. "Why not consider it?" As he was pushed outside, he called back through the entrance, eliciting the proprietor's fury, who slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Chapter 103, The Pipe Haha. Once outside, Chu Xiangyang burst into laughter, relishing the mischief he hadn't indulged in for quite some time. The lady beside him joined in, surprised to find him quite humorous. Chu Xiangyang waved his hand dismissively. He merely found the shopkeeper amusing, daring to overprice a fan by 80,000. The lady regarded him with newfound respect. Astonished by his evident expertise, she had ventured out to select a birthday gift for her grandfather, believing the fan to be suitable, only to discover its inauthenticity. Fortuitously encountering Chu Xiangyang spared her from the embarrassment of gifting a counterfeit. With a glint of inspiration, she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Jiang Lin." "Chu Xiangyang," he replied, extending his hand. "Since I have resolved your dilemma, I shall take my leave now," he stated after their handshake. "Please don't go, Mr. Chu. I still have a favor to ask," Jiang Lin implored as he turned to depart. Surprised, Chu Xiangyang paused and glanced at this woman he had only met twice. "What is it, Miss Jiang? In a couple of days, it will be my grandfather's birthday, yet I find myself rather unfamiliar with such matters. I wonder if Mr. Chu could assist me in selecting a gift for him." Jiang Lin, seemingly anxious that Chu Xiangyang might leave at any moment, hurriedly finished her sentence in one breath. Chu Xiangyang did not respond immediately, but took a moment to ponder. Fearing his refusal, Jiang Lin quickly added, "Mr. Chu, being the kind-hearted person you are, I would greatly appreciate your help, and I am willing to pay you a commission." Hearing this, Chu Xiangyang smiled, saying, "There is no need for a commission. I intend to take a stroll around here myself. Why don't we go together?" Jiang Lin was instantly elated and promptly followed him as they walked ahead. As they wandered about, they eventually arrived at an unassuming little shop. The proprietor was exceedingly warm, persistently trailing behind them to introduce the items within. Chu Xiangyang had initially planned to leave, but upon turning around, he spotted a pipe tucked away in a corner. The pipe appeared rather ordinary, its color somewhat darkened, suggesting it had been well loved over the years. Gentlemen, are you interested in this pipe? It is genuine Wangwali wood. And finding timber of such quality is no easy feat these days, the shopkeeper enthusiastically explained. How much is it? Chu Xiangyang inquired casually. Not much. Just 3,500, the shopkeeper replied with a smile, holding up several fingers. Chu Xiangyang shook his head lightly. No, that is too expensive. You find 3,500 expensive? Just look at the quality, admire the grain, and feel its texture. This is fragrant rosewood, not the Vietnamese variant. The shopkeeper hastily interjected. Perhaps we should continue to browse, Jiang Lin suggested. She did not doubt Chu Xiangyang's judgment. Rather, she simply believed that even 3,500 was too inexpensive for a gift meant to celebrate her grandfather's birthday. Upon hearing that the buyer intended to leave, the shopkeeper gritted his teeth and said, if you find 3,500 too much, what do you think is a fair price? How about we offer you 1,000? If you find that acceptable, we will take it. If not, we shall keep looking. Chu Xiangyang cast a calming glance at Jiang Lin. Upon hearing this price, Jiang Lin was taken aback. She had just paid 80,000 for a fake fan. Was it not a stark contrast that a pipe could be merely 1,000? Even more astonishing was the fact that the shopkeeper accepted the offer. Young man, you truly have a knack for bargaining. Today, I shall consider it a good fortune to sell this to you, the owner declared, picking up the pipe and preparing to find a box to wrap it. However, Jiang Lin hesitated, contemplating whether to purchase the pipe. Pay up, Miss Jiang. Chu Xiangyang urged from the side. Jiang Lin wanted to say she needed more time to think, but just then, the shop's door swung open once again. To her surprise, the newcomer was someone she recognized. Upon spotting Jiang Lin, the other person expressed astonishment. Jiang Lin, what are you doing here? It turned out to be Ruan Min. I came to buy a birthday gift for my grandfather, Jiang Lin replied with a smile, appearing quite familiar with her. Have you found anything good yet? Show it to me. Ruan Min approached them eagerly. Jiang Lin pointed to the pipe held by the boss. Sir, could you hand that over for me to examine? Ruan Min inquired. The boss promptly passed the pipe to him. Ruan Min inspected the pipe thoroughly, then, with an expression of astonishment, asked, Is it true, Jiang Lin? For your grandfather's birthday, you purchased this? Jiang Lin nodded. I consulted an expert to help me select it. Allow me to introduce you, Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, this is my friend Ruan Min. Ruan Min made no effort to shake hands, and neither did Chu Xiangyang. They merely acknowledged each other with a slight nod. To Ruan Min's disdain, he sneered, Forget it, just exchange it for something else. With that, he tossed the pipe back into the boss's arms. The boss stood awkwardly, unsure whether this pipe was a gift or not. Chu Xiangyang disregarded Ruan Min's comments and said to Jiang Lin, If Miss Jiang trusts me, I suggest you buy this pipe as a gift for your grandfather. I am certain he would be pleased. Ruan Min interjected, Hold on, who do you think you are? Just because you chose something doesn't guarantee the old man will like it. Moreover, what is the worth of a mere pipe? Do you have any idea who Jiang Lin's grandfather is? If I were to take out any random item from my possession, it would far exceed the value of this pipe. Presenting such a trivial object to the old man would be a source of mockery for Jiang Lin. Ruan Min showed no regard for Chu Xiangyang, berating the pipe extensively. Jiang Lin, already wavering in her decision, felt even more uncertain after hearing his words. Mr. Chu, how about this? We take another stroll, and if we cannot find anything suitable, we can return for this pipe, all right? Chu Xiangyang sighed in resignation. He turned to the arrogant Ruan Min and smiled. Do you genuinely believe that the items you possess are indeed worth more than this pipe? Of course. Do you have any idea how much this celestial bead I carry is worth? That pathetic wooden pipe of yours is nothing but a joke, Ruan Min scoffed disdainfully. In light of this, Chu Xiangyang gently shook his head. Since Mr. Ruan wishes to hear what is truly worthless on my person, I shall speak candidly. Go on. Ruan Min retorted with a cold laugh. Let us begin with your celestial bead, Chu Xiangyang replied, chuckling. Before continuing, the celestial bead is a counterfeit, synthesized from resin mixed with some chemical components. You're talking nonsense, Ruan Min shouted. Chu Xiangyang ignored him, pointing to the string of Bodhi beads on Ruan Min's wrist. This seller is indeed a conscientious one. Though not genuine Bodhi, it is crafted from bone. I want to disclose the type of bone, fearing it may alarm you. But if you continue this way, hold on, don't rush. I haven't finished yet. Chu Xiangyang gestured for silence and continued, Your brow is dark. Had it not been for your ancestors' favorable burial site and the presence of a guardian deity in your home, you might well be a ghost by now. How do you know so much? Ruan Min asked, astonished. Ruan Min's face flushed crimson. Though he was still seething with anger, the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. Chu Xiangyang had accurately relayed the circumstances surrounding his family, yet they were meeting for the first time. How could he possibly know? Even Zhang Lin might not be fully aware of the details. Chu Xiangyang, evidently unwilling to address this inquiry, urged Zhang Lin to settle the payment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin nodded hastily. Oh, all right. Throughout their time in the shop, a few individuals had lingered, one of whom approached Zhang Lin after she completed the transaction, inquiring if she would kindly allow him to examine her pipe. Zhang Lin paused, feeling a sense of familiarity with the man, though she could not immediately recall where she had encountered him. The shopkeeper promptly fetched the pipe upon hearing the request, but Chu Xiangyang intervened, stating, "We have already purchased this item, and Miss Jiang has settled the payment. We shall take our leave." Suddenly, Zhang Lin remembered where she had seen him before. You are Mr. Ding Changbai?" The man nodded gently. Zhang Lin continued, "If you wish to see it, please, take a look." Chu Xiangyang appeared reluctant, ready to interject. But Zhang Lin whispered beside him, "He is a renowned antique expert. He often appears on television to share knowledge with the public. He is quite impressive. Surely you must recognize him." Chu Xiangyang subtly shook his head. He truly did not know the man and had little regard for such so-called experts. Ding Changbai took the pipe into his hands, scrutinizing it carefully for a moment before returning it to Zhang Lin. "This is indeed a fine piece of Nanwali wood. Though it has aged significantly, and due to inadequate preservation, it has oxidized considerably. Even with meticulous care, it can only be deemed an ordinary item, of little monetary value." Ding Changbai remarked with a smile. Zhang Lin was taken aback. "But it is worth at least 1,000. You certainly know how to negotiate," Ding Changbai quickly added. Chu Xiangyang glanced at Ding Changbai for the first time since he began speaking. The man was in his 40s, clad in a deep gray Zhongshan suit, wearing gold-rimmed spectacles. "Ignorance," Chu Xiangyang retorted, grasping Zhang Lin's hand as he attempted to depart. "Halt!" A young man following Ding Changbai shouted fiercely, while another rushed forward to block Chu Xiangyang and Zhang Lin's path. Ruan Min, who had not yet left, couldn't help but smirk inwardly upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's words. "Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly?" The young man who had stopped them exclaimed angrily. Chu Xiangyang cast a sidelong glance at him, but remained silent. Others soon joined in, indignantly chastising Chu Xiangyang. "What are you even worth? Mr. Ding has assessed more antiques than you have met people in your lifetime. And you dare to call him ignorant? Indeed, Mr. Ding has encountered more antiques than you can imagine. What gives you the audacity to speak so? I find your audacity utterly outrageous, and your words are as inconsequential as Mr. Ding's flatulence." Chu Xiangyang truly wishes to disregard these individuals, yet they insist on compelling him to elucidate matters, thereby slapping their own faces. "Mr. Chu, perhaps you should leave first," Zhang Lin suggested, her voice tinged with hesitation. This predicament, after all, stemmed from her own actions, and Chu Xiangyang was only looking out for her best interests. As he faced the scorn of the crowd, Zhang Lin felt a pang of guilt. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xiangyang merely curled the corners of his lips. "Miss Jiang, do you truly believe I would abandon you here alone?" After speaking, he cast a glance at the several youths standing menacingly nearby. "Even if I wished to depart, I would find it impossible." Just as Zhang Lin was about to respond, she was interrupted by Ruan Min, who called out, "Zhang Lin, come here. I have something to discuss with you." Ruan Min then pulled Zhang Lin aside. With her departure, the crowd pressed forward, inching closer. "Apologize to Mr. Ding at once, or you shall not leave this place," one voice rang out. "Indeed, make haste with your apology. If you cannot provide an explanation, I assure you that Mr. Ding's fans will not let you off lightly." Many passers-by, intrigued by the commotion, entered to join the fray. It was evident that Mr. Ding was quite popular, as a significant number recognized him and grasped the unfolding situation, which only served to multiply Chu Xiangyang's adversaries. Zhang Lin, distressed, attempted several times to intercede on Chu Xiangyang's behalf, but Ruan Min continuously restrained her. Alas, Chu Xiangyang sighed softly. The moment the crowd heard his sigh, they fell silent. "May I inquire, Mr. Ding, how you came to the conclusion that this is a worthless pipe?" Chu Xiangyang raised his gaze, locking eyes with Ding Changbai. Adjusting his glasses, Ding Changbai replied, "I have already stated that it is indeed made of Wangwali wood. However, due to its age and improper care, its value has diminished." Chu Xiangyang shook his head with a smile. The onlookers, witnessing his amusement, erupted into a frenzy. "What are you laughing at? If you have the means, refute him. Your feigned profundity is utterly repugnant. Indeed, if you possess the ability, clarify the matter." Chu Xiangyang extended his hand, signaling for silence. "Since you all are so eager to uncover the truth, allow me to elucidate where this esteemed Mr. Ding has erred." With that, he approached Zhang Lin and extended his hand, requesting, "Miss Jiang, might I borrow the pipe for a moment?" Zhang Lin instinctively handed it over, but then quickly interjected, "Mr. Chu, you..." Chu Xiangyang waved dismissively. No need. He then lifted the pipe, declaring, let us examine what material this truly is. Wang Wali, as Mr. Ding has already stated, correct? Do not waste time here. Speak your mind. A voice from the crowd shouted in anger. Others nodded in agreement. To their astonishment, Chu Xiangyang retorted with a cold laugh. With your level of insight, to call you ignorant would be an understatement. It would be more accurate to say you are blind. Chapter 105. An unexpected relationship. Chu Xiangyang's unreserved remarks sparked another wave of outrage. He chose to disregard them completely, pretending he had not heard. Turning to the shopkeeper with a polite demeanor, he requested, could you kindly assist me in finding a piece of fine sandpaper? The shopkeeper promptly went to retrieve it. 2 minutes later, he handed the sandpaper to Chu Xiangyang. With the sandpaper in hand, Chu Xiangyang gently polished the pipe, speaking as he worked. The most remarkable characteristic of Hainan yellow rosewood is its enveloping fragrance. As he spoke, he brought the pipe close to his nose, inhaling its scent before continuing. Some Hainan yellow rosewood, once polished, reveals a luminous glow, and the older pieces develop a translucent amber texture, feeling as smooth as jade to the touch. At that moment, Chu Xiangyang raised the pipe, and the onlookers were astonished to see that the previously dark pipe had transformed in color where he had polished it. Not only had the color changed, but as Chu Xiangyang had described, it now exhibited a semi-transparent amber hue. Do not be deceived by the color of this pipe. It is merely a protective layer. The true essence lies beneath, he cautioned. Those who had previously berated Chu Xiangyang fell silent. Mr. Ding Chongbai, however, simply smiled faintly, stating, he is correct. Even if it reveals its original color, what of it? It is merely a yellow rosewood pipe, devoid of any significant value. Chu Xiangyang inwardly scoffed, realizing that this fellow was indeed unyielding. If that were the case, he had no qualms about further embarrassing him. Mr. Ding, so you assert that this object holds no collectible value, correct? Chu Xiangyang inquired with a smile that held an air of mockery. For reasons unknown, Ding Chongbai felt a sudden jolt of unease as he looked at Chu Xiangyang, a foreboding premonition washing over him. Yet, bound by his earlier statements, he could only nod in agreement, conceding that, relative to more valuable antiques, this indeed bore no special worth. Chu Xiangyang merely smiled before unscrewing the mouthpiece of the pipe. He then extended the mouthpiece towards Ding Chongbai, suggesting, why don't you take a look and enlighten us on what is inscribed here? After squinting to confirm the inscription, Ding Chongbai's eyes widened in shock. It bore the name Xiaoquan. Who was Xiaoquan? It was the nickname of Li Hongzhang. If this were merely an ordinary Hainan rosewood pipe, it would suffice, but with the addition of the name Xiaoquan, it instantly gained considerable value. The surrounding crowd, unaware of the unfolding drama, approached with curiosity. Chu Xiangyang retrieved the pipe from Ding Chongbai and handed it to a bystander. The onlooker was momentarily perplexed, asking, what does Xiaoquan mean? Chu Xiangyang explained, this pipe does not belong to an ordinary individual. It was a gift from a high-ranking official at the embassy to Li Hongzhang, making it of significant commemorative importance. Li Hongzhang, originally named Zhang Tong, styled himself Jinfu, and his nickname was Xiaoquan. With this elucidation, the crowd suddenly understood. To my astonishment, this seemingly insignificant pipe possesses such a remarkable history. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, in a fit of frustration, lamented that had he known the true value of the item, he would never have parted with it. It is not merely a matter of 1,000 yuan. Even 10,000 would find eager buyers. At that moment, Ding Chongbai's expression was quite telling. However, Chu Xiangyang had no time to observe his reaction. He retrieved the pipe from the onlookers and presented it to Jiang Lin. Let us be on our way, Miss Jiang, he remarked with a smile. Jiang Lin, suddenly regaining her senses, followed him towards the exit. Behind them, Ruan Min's gaze was icy, fixated on their retreating figures, wishing to drag Chu Xiangyang back for a confrontation. As they reached the doorway, a man blocked their path. Excuse me, may I impose upon you for a moment? Would you consider parting with that pipe? I am willing to offer 10 times its value. The middle-aged man spoke with a smile. Chu Xiangyang glanced at Jiang Lin, as the item rightfully belonged to her. Jiang Lin replied with a smile, I'm sorry, but this pipe is a gift from my grandfather, and I shall not sell it. I will offer 20 times the price if you will consider it. Before she could respond, another voice boomed from behind. I will give 30 times. 50 times. The crowd surged, eager to acquire the pipe. Forgetting their previous disdain for Chu Xiangyang, unfazed, Jiang Lin pushed the door open and departed. Once outside, she could not suppress her laughter. Mr. Chu, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. You must not refuse me. I insist on treating you to dinner. With that, she linked her arm with his and headed toward her Maserati. Chu Xiangyang contemplated declining but, swayed by her enthusiasm, decided to acquiesce. By the time Ruan Min emerged, the two had already driven away from the commercial street. Just as he intended to pursue them, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered, "What is it?" After listening to the other party, his expression shifted. "All right, wait for me. I'll be there shortly." He then drove off. "I would like to invite you to my grandfather's birthday banquet," Jiang Lin suddenly declared during their drive. "Oh, why is that?" Chu Xiangyang inquired with interest. Jiang Lin pondered seriously for a moment. "I believe my grandfather would be eager to meet the person who selected such a wonderful gift for him. Wasn't it you who purchased it? My grandfather knows me best. I could never have chosen something so exquisite." She playfully stuck out her tongue. Chu Xiangyang did not immediately agree but remarked, "I shall think about it. I came here solely for the auction." "What is so fascinating about the auction?" "You might as well come see my grandfather's birthday gifts. If you find something appealing, I can have him present it to you. Moreover, my father has plenty of fine items. You may choose from those as well." Jiang Lin generously made her offer. Chu Xiangyang chuckled softly. "Aren't you afraid your grandfather and father will reprimand you? You are unfamiliar with the local customs, are you? Jiang Yishuan is renowned in the provincial capital for his indulgence towards his daughter. He would never chastise me," Jiang Lin declared with great pride. "You claim your father is Jiang Yishuan?" Chu Xiangyang was taken aback. He had previously considered the shared surname a mere coincidence, but it appeared to be anything but. Both bore the surname Jiang. Indeed, they were father and daughter. The elusive mastermind, intent on acquiring the jade pendant at any cost, is none other than Jiang Yishuan. "It seems I must attend your grandfather's birthday banquet after all," Chu Xiangyang remarked with a smile. Chapter 106. Life on the line in 3 days. Why are you so late? The moment Ruan Min entered the private room, the others expressed their impatience. He casually took a seat and said, "I just want to find a few people to follow Jiang Lin. That girl never allows me a moment's peace." "What happened? Did she give you a cuckold's fate?" One of them laughed. "Nonsense." Ruan Min was incensed at the mention of the incident. "Today, I spotted her strolling with some scoundrel I had never seen before. That scoundrel had the audacity to act knowledgeable, leaving me in an awkward position." "Knowledgeable about what? Antiquities?" The other paused in his actions before responding. "Indeed." Ruan Min reluctantly huffed and poured himself a cup of tea. The other seemed to sense the tension and said with disdain, "I encountered a scoundrel today as well, who embarrassed me at the auction. I must make him aware of my prowess, lest our reputation as the 4 young masters of the capital be tarnished. I say, young Master Su, does anyone dare to challenge you these days? They must be courting disaster." Ruan Min chuckled maliciously, feeling some relief from the grievances he had suffered at Chu Xiangyang's hands. "I had someone investigate that scoundrel. He hails from a small place. His name is something like Chu." Ruan Min instantly straightened in his seat. "What did you say? Repeat that for me." I said that scoundrel. I investigated him. Not that part." "What is his full name?" Ruan Min bellowed. "Something like Chu. I can't quite recall." Su Wu replied, equally perplexed, and then contemplated summoning someone from outside to inquire. "No need to ask. That scoundrel also bears the surname Chu. They might very well be the same person." Ruan Min's expression turned furious. "What? They are truly one and the same?" Su Wu was equally astonished. Both encountered this surname Chu on the same day. Indeed, they were the nemesis of the 4 young masters of the capital. After a moment's thought, Su Wu inquired, "What do you plan to do?" "I have already dispatched someone to follow the 2 of them. We cannot let this young man slip away so easily," Ruan Min replied through gritted teeth. Su Wu nodded. "Indeed, we must ensure this fellow experiences the consequences of his actions. Moreover, it must be done in front of Jiang Lin, demonstrating to her that this young man is nothing but a worthless fool." At that moment, Chu Xiangyang and Jiang Lin had arrived at the most renowned hotel in the provincial capital. After parking in the underground garage, they intended to take the elevator directly to their destination. As they approached the elevator entrance, a dozen figures suddenly emerged from both sides. "You are surnamed Chu, aren't you?" The leader of the group, casually holding a toothpick, cast a nonchalant glance at Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang understood immediately. These individuals had evidently come prepared, intent on confronting him. Who could it be? If he were to consider those with whom he had grievances in the provincial city, he could easily count them on one hand, besides Jiang Lin's father. There was that Su Wu, and then there was Ruan Min. The speed at which they arrived made it all too clear who was behind this. "What of it? My surname is Chu." Chu Xiangyang instinctively placed himself between Jiang Lin and the approaching group. "That's sufficient, as long as we have a Chu to confront. Let's get to work." The young leader spat the toothpick onto the ground and gestured to his companions. "Wait." Before anyone could move, Jiang Lin suddenly shouted from behind Chu Xiangyang. "What is the matter?" The leader of the thugs halted instinctively. "I'm not stopping you if you wish to take action. But first, please take this call." Jiang Lin extended her phone towards him. The thug hesitated momentarily. Jiang Lin scoffed. Are you afraid of a mere phone call? The thug then bellowed. Nonsense. What is there for me to fear? Hand it over. He snatched the phone from Jiang Lin's grasp. Hello? Who is this? What do you want? He barked into the phone. The voice on the other end must have said something significant, for the thug's expression shifted dramatically. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. He nodded repeatedly, saying, I understand. Please don't be angry. We'll leave right away. He continued to offer a flurry of apologies before finally hanging up. Respectfully, he returned the phone to Jiang Lin, saying, Miss Jiang, we genuinely had no idea it was you. Please, do not be upset. As he spoke, he raised his foot and kicked the two thugs in front of him, barking. Hurry up and apologize to Miss Jiang. Sorry. We are truly sorry. The group of thugs began to apologize profusely. Ding. At that moment, the elevator arrived. Jiang Lin placed her phone in her handbag and pulled Chu Xiangyang into the elevator. Watching as the elevator ascended slowly, the thug wiped his brow of cold sweat and swiftly retreated with his companions. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Jiang Lin still bore an unhappy expression. She wondered which scoundrel dared to send people to ambush them. I must find out who it is. I will see to it that he pays dearly. Chu Xiangyang chuckled. Miss Jiang, can you truly not guess who is responsible? Jiang Lin paused, then, with a fierce determination, pulled out her phone. If it truly is Ruan Min, I will not let him off easily. Chu Xiangyang shook his head with a smile. There is no need for such anger. If you trust me, when you call, do not mention this matter. Simply inform him that if he does not come to apologize within 3 days, his life will be in peril. Really? Jiang Lin exclaimed, her face a mixture of surprise and intrigue. With a mysterious smile, Chu Xiangyang replied, just relay the message. The outcome is up to him. All right. Jiang Lin agreed, promptly dialing Ruan Min's number. Ruan Min was enjoying a drink with Su Wu when he glanced at his phone, quickly signaling Su Wu to be silent. Hello, Lin Lin. What is the matter? Ruan Min greeted with a cheerful smile. Jiang Lin looked at Chu Xiangyang, who nodded in affirmation, prompting her to speak. Ruan Min, Mr. Chu asked me to inform you that if you do not apologize to him, your life will be in peril in 3 days. What? Could you repeat that? Ruan Min replied, astonished. Mr. Chu said, enough? Ruan Min interrupted Jiang Lin, his expression turning to one of fury. He was taken aback by Jiang Lin's willingness to comply, repeating his message upon request. Remember, this is crucial. Jiang Lin had unwavering faith in Chu Xiangyang, though she was unsure if Ruan Min shared that sentiment. Still, she deemed it wise to offer a warning. Ruan Min grew even angrier, gripping his glass tightly, the veins on his hand visibly straining from the pressure. Tell that kid. If he is a man, he should brace himself. I will not let him off easily. Ruan Min, you truly have no sense of propriety. Jiang Lin retorted, incensed, and promptly hung up the phone. With a crash, Ruan Min's phone shattered into countless pieces. Chapter 107. Oh, deity. After finishing their meal, Jiang Lin insisted on escorting Chu Xiangyang to the hotel. Upon checking the time, he realized that even if he attended the auction, he would likely be late. So he acquiesced to Jiang Lin's request. Upon returning to his hotel, as soon as he opened the door, the phone in the room began to ring incessantly. Surprised, he answered, and a sweet voice from the front desk greeted him. Is this Mr. Chu? Yes, it is, he replied. Good day. There is someone downstairs looking for you. Would you be able to come down? The receptionist inquired. Chu Xiangyang paused to consider. How many people are there, and are they men or women? The receptionist hesitated, sidestepping his question, and simply responded, a gentleman is waiting for you. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xiangyang replied, let him wait a moment longer. I shall be down shortly. After hanging up, he removed his clothing and stepped into the bathroom. He had a good idea of who was downstairs, but did not mind allowing them to wait a bit longer. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean attire, he leisurely made his way to the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, he spotted a familiar figure seated on the sofa. A smirk crept onto his lips. He had not anticipated Mr. Ruan's urgency in seeking him out so soon. Spare me the pleasantries, come out, Ruan Min commanded, rising and reaching out to grab Chu Xiangyang. To his astonishment, he grasped nothing but air. You. Chu Xiangyang brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulder. Mr. Ruan, we are all civilized individuals here. Is it appropriate for you to resort to violence so quickly? What do you mean? Ruan Min retorted, a cold smile forming on his lips. After his words, the young men seated on the sofa rose to their feet. Chu Xiangyang could discern that these individuals were no ordinary ruffians. They exuded an aura of ruthless decisiveness, a demeanor characteristic of those who have truly witnessed bloodshed. The commotion they caused swiftly attracted the attention of the surrounding guests. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the front desk hurriedly contacted the lobby manager. I've already stated that we are civilized individuals. Feel free to speak your mind, Chu Xiangyang remarked, unperturbed, as he leisurely settled into a nearby sofa, crossing his legs and fixing his gaze on Ruan Min. I came here today to inquire who is offering apologies to whom. If you can clarify this matter, we shall conclude it. If not, I shall engage you in a thorough discussion. Ruan Min boldly seated himself across from Chu Xiangyang, while several expressionless youths positioned themselves behind him, radiating an intent to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Facing the threat, Chu Xiangyang calmly stated, "Of course. It is you who must apologize to me. Otherwise, your demise is inevitable, as I have previously indicated." To his surprise, upon his pronouncement, several elderly gentlemen nearby began to murmur amongst themselves. I observed this young man's brow darkening. Within 3 days, he is bound to encounter misfortune. Your observation is flawed. He has already extinguished 2 of the 3 lights upon his shoulders, likely not to survive beyond 3 days. I've mentioned countless times that merely judging by appearance is insufficient. One must also consider palmistry, one elder interjected. Oldly, your assertion is misguided. His brow is as dark as a pot's bottom. If there is no calamity, I'll wager my head, another elder countered. What use would your head be to me? I've already lost it 860 times. Do you still wish to use it as collateral? This time, I shan't offer my head. A mere arm will suffice. As the 3 men, collectively exceeding a weight of 150, engaged in their quarrel, Ruan Min's voice boomed. Enough. Silence yourselves. The elderly gentleman promptly fell silent. Chu Xiangyang, with a slight smile, remarked, "Gentlemen, your insight surpasses mine. It is merely Mr. Ruan who remains unaware." Driven to the brink of patience, Ruan Min commanded, "Seize him. I shall handle this personally." At his order, several youths vaulted over the sofa's backrest in response. Raising his hand, Chu Xiangyang swiftly interjected, "Mr. Ruan, hold your horses. There appears to be a dark spot the size of a thumbnail on the inner thigh of your leg." "Stop!" Ruan Min exclaimed, startled by Chu Xiangyang's words. The youths halted their advance, while Ruan Min had already sprung from the sofa, pushing aside the young men to confront Chu Xiangyang directly. "What did you say? Repeat that." Ruan Min gritted his teeth, articulating each word with emphasis. Maintaining his previous demeanor, Chu Xiangyang replied, "Mr. Ruan, I fear your memory fails you. Reflect carefully. I previously informed you that the prayer beads on your wrist are crafted from bone. As for the type of bone, I trust you can deduce that yourself. Given the duration of the negative energy within your body, it is evident what has allowed you to survive thus far. I need not reiterate." As Chu Xiangyang concluded his words, not only was Ruan Min taken aback, but the surrounding crowd of onlookers also widened their eyes in astonishment. It was unexpected that this young man possessed such expertise at his tender age. The elderly gentleman who had been arguing earlier spoke up, acknowledging their own limitations. "Indeed. With my own abilities, I can merely discern the darkness of his brow." Was he referring to the items worn by that young man? Upon uttering this, all gazes instantly converged on Ruan Min's wrist. Startled, Ruan Min hastily removed the bracelet from his wrist and tossed it to the ground. "Mr. Ruan, if I were in your position, I would seek a place to examine my health and determine if it could still be cured," Chu Xiangyang remarked, stretching lazily as he stood. Ruan Min's face twitched. "Just wait. This matter between us is far from over." Chu Xiangyang shrugged nonchalantly. "I shall wait right here." Ruan Min, disregarding everything else, hurriedly departed with his entourage. Chu Xiangyang had intended to return to his room for some rest, but just as he moved, the crowd encircled him. "Master, could you offer us some insight?" "Indeed. No matter the price, just name it. I wish to know when fortune will smile upon me. I don't need to know about my career. Just tell me when I will marry, and you can set any price." Chu Xiangyang was left in a state of bemusement, exclaiming, "I'm just teasing him. Don't take it seriously. How could it be a jest? The markings on the inner thigh are so concealed. You surely know that." Exactly, master. Please do not deceive us." Chu Xiangyang, feeling helpless, thought to himself that the 2 of them had been at odds for quite some time. Naturally, he had his informants among Ruan Min's circle. It wouldn't be difficult to discover such trivial matters. Seizing a moment of hesitation among the crowd, Chu Xiangyang swiftly pushed through and dashed into the elevator. Chapter 108. The gift. As Chu Xiangyang entered the elevator, he couldn't help but wipe away a bead of cold sweat. The fervor of these people was overwhelming, to the point of instilling a sense of fear. The elevator ascended slowly, and in the narrow crevice beside him, he discovered a small promotional flyer. Out of boredom, he pulled it out and glanced at it, finding it advertised the local ghost market, claiming that a new batch of goods had recently arrived there. He carefully folded the flyer and tucked it into the pocket of his coat. After Ruan Min's departure, he did not reappear. likely having gone to some hospital for a checkup. Chu Xiangyang rested for the afternoon, dined in the hotel restaurant, set an alarm, and then retired early. The ghost market typically thrived in the late hours of the night, and he wished to conserve his energy for a visit. If there was anything left in this world that piqued his interest, it was likely only antiques. A few hours later, when the alarm rang, Chu Xiangyang quickly gathered his things and headed out to hail a taxi straight to the ghost market. The market was bustling with numerous stalls, vibrant and lively, offering a plethora of goods. After casting a few glances, he noted that most items dated back to the 1970s and 1980s, with even some second-hand electronic products on display. Though the vendor was exerting himself to shout, Chu Xiangyang was acutely aware that these items were of dubious origin, most likely pilfered. It was not surprising, considering that the wares in the ghost market are generally unsavory. Not only the living could be robbed, but even the belongings of the deceased were not spared. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, Chu Xiangyang found himself at the heart of the ghost market, where several stalls showcased antiques. His attention was drawn to a wine pot displayed at one of the stalls. "How much for this wine pot?" Chu Xiangyang inquired, holding the pot in his hands and examining it closely. To his discerning eye, the pot had lost its facade and was merely a high-quality imitation. The vendor, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a genial appearance, smiled at Chu Xiangyang and said, "My friend, you have a keen eye. This wine pot is an artifact from the Ming dynasty, passed down through generations." "Indeed, but what is the price?" Chu Xiangyang asked, lifting his gaze. The vendor appeared somewhat troubled and after a brief pause said, "You are my first customer of the day. How about I offer it to you at a reduced price?" He then extended 3 fingers. 30,000. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. Even for a counterfeit wine pot, 3,000 seemed excessive, yet Chu Xiangyang conservatively opted for 30,000. The vendor, though seemingly simple-minded, was not naive when it came to pricing. He added another 0. Chu Xiangyang scoffed internally, astonished that such a shabby wine pot could command such an exorbitant price. However, he maintained his composure and remarked, "Your price is simply too high. Could you possibly lower it?" As he spoke, his gaze swept across the entire stall once more, and he picked up a porcelain pillow. "What about this? If I were to purchase both items, could you reduce the price?" The vendor, glancing at the porcelain pillow in Chu Xiangyang's hand, replied with a smile, "To be honest, this pillow and the wine pot are priced the same." "That is far too steep," Chu Xiangyang responded, placing the items down and feigning an intention to leave. "Please don't go." The vendor hastily reached out to stop Chu Xiangyang. He picked up the wine pot and elaborated. "What you do not understand is that this is a family heirloom, passed down through my ancestors. If it weren't for pressing financial needs, I would never part with it. Once, my family was quite affluent, enjoying the finest of everything, and these 2 items were used by my forebears, cherished through generations. They are undeniably authentic. I even have several other antiques at home. I chose these 2 as the least valuable." As he continued to explain, the vendor's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I am left with no choice. Otherwise, these treasures would be kept for my son. The money from this sale is meant to save a life. Once this reaches your hands, its value will only appreciate. It will never decrease, ensuring your investment is secure." Chu Xiangyang genuinely wished to depart. The broken wine pot and the porcelain pillow were worth, at most, 200 yuan to him. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed a pile of wine cups in the corner of the stall. The cups appeared battered and shabby, a motley collection of varying quality, utterly unremarkable. Observing the careless manner in which the wares were discarded, it was evident that the vendor held no regard for the wine cups. Chu Xiangyang came to a halt, turned back, and declared, "I shall purchase both items." "Name your price." "No less than 50, the vendor replied. His eyes reddened as he looked pitifully at Chu Xiangyang. Internally, Chu Xiangyang scoffed, daring to ask for such a sum. After a brief pause, he countered, "I can offer you a maximum of 100,000 for both items. If you agree, I shall take them. If not, I shall continue my search elsewhere." The vendor feigned despair, exclaiming, "What a master negotiator you are. Just tell me if you agree. If so, I will transfer the funds immediately," Chu Xiangyang stated while retrieving his phone. The vendor contemplated for a moment before reluctantly nodding. "Very well. I have just opened my stall, and I am in urgent need of cash." Just as Chu Xiangyang was about to proceed with the transaction, he paused and added, "Since I am purchasing your wine jug, you must also give me a few cups to complete the set." The vendor was taken aback, following Chu Xiangyang's gaze to the neglected cups haphazardly tossed in a corner of his stall. "Please include those cups," Chu Xiangyang requested, eager to finalize the sale. The vendor quickly acquiesced, "No problem, I will wrap them up for you right away." Consequently, the vendor packaged the wine jug, the cups, and a porcelain pillow into a box and handed it to him. Only upon receiving the items did Chu Xiangyang transfer the payment to the vendor. Upon receiving the notification, the vendor beamed and said, "Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Chu Xiangyang nodded, certainly. After expressing his gratitude, he resumed his journey forward with his newfound belongings. The entire transaction had not gone unnoticed by the surrounding vendors, who quickly gathered around, eager to entice him further. "Why not come to my stall? I have newly unearthed bronze cups from the Warring States period. I possess a complete set of luminous wine cups, perfect for drinking. My porcelain pillow complements yours splendidly. Why not take a look?" Chu Xiangyang halted and, with a smile, shook his head. "I apologize, but I have exhausted my funds for today. I shall return to explore your stalls on my next visit." Hearing his words, the crowd sighed in disappointment, shaking their heads. "What is the point of lingering without money? Best to return home," one person remarked, prompting the others to disperse. Ignoring the crowd, Chu Xiangyang continued on his way. Chapter 109. Six-digit rubbish. After wandering through the ghost market once more, Chu Xiangyang found nothing of worth to acquire. As the time for the market's closure approached, it signified that dawn was imminent. He had not anticipated spending such an extended period here. Following the flow of the crowd, he began to exit, only to be intercepted once more. "I sincerely apologize, but I truly do not wish to purchase anything further." That night, Chu Xiangyang was frequently intercepted, likely due to the box he held in his possession. The individual confronting him was a bespectacled young man, unremarkable in appearance, one who could easily vanish into a crowd without a trace. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke earnestly. "I did not come here to sell you anything. Rather, I wish to offer you a word of caution." "Oh?" Chu Xiangyang inquired, his interest piqued. "What warning do you wish to convey?" "I intend to inform you that the 2 items you purchased are, in fact, worthless, and the vendor is not in a dire situation due to a family emergency." The young man's expression remained serious, compelling Chu Xiangyang to refrain from jesting. "Thank you for your warning," he replied with a smile. "You haven't been following me this whole time, have you?" Reflecting on the fact that he had acquired those items several hours prior, he found it curious that the young man had only now come to caution him. "No, not at all." The young man hastily shook his head. "I merely happened to see you while you were making your purchases. In this line of work, we adhere to certain rules, and I cannot speak out of turn. I just happened to encounter you here and wish to provide you with this reminder." "Thank you, young man," Chu Xiangyang said, preparing to leave with his belongings. The young man quickly pursued him, handing Chu Xiangyang a business card. "If you ever wish to buy antiques or browse the ghost market, feel free to contact me in advance. I will charge a modest commission, but I assure you that the items I recommend will be genuine treasures." Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. "A broker?" The bespectacled youth smiled shyly. "Something like that." As Chu Xiangyang glanced at the card, he noticed the name, Shirdi. "Hello." Shirdi extended his hand toward Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang reciprocated with a smile. "I am Chu Xiangyang." He then tucked the card into his pocket. Being in the provincial capital, where he was unfamiliar with the surroundings, having a knowledgeable friend like a broker could prove advantageous. Thus, he offered his own business card to Shirdi. Shirdi, astonished, stared at the card. "Since you are in this line of work, why would you purchase counterfeit items?" Chu Xiangyang responded with an air of mystery. "Rest assured, it is ultimately the vendor who will bear the loss." With that, he departed with a smile, leaving Shirdi in a state of bewilderment. Upon returning to the hotel, daylight had fully emerged. As Chu Xiangyang entered, cradling the box, he encountered several experts descending the stairs. Upon spotting him, they paused in their tracks. Old Zhou remarked, "Isn't this the young man who stood up for the woman yesterday? Where have you been? Have you come across something valuable?" Old Sun added, "If you have indeed found a treasure, why not share it with us so we can also take a look?" Chu Xiangyang, uninterested in their inquiries, intended to ascend the stairs with his items. However, Old Sun seized the box from his grasp. "Come, sit with us. Don't be stingy, show us what you have." As Lao Zhou approached, the two of them, with gentle insistence, guided Chu Xiangyang to a sofa in the hall. Given their advanced age, and with Chu Xiangyang reluctant to engage in any roughness, he settled onto the sofa and opened the box he held, allowing them to gaze within. Upon glimpsing the contents, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. "Pray tell, good sir, have you acquired these artifacts on a casual outing, or have you extravagantly invested in antiques?" One inquired. "If these are mere crafts, they appear rather antiquated, as if previously utilized. Yet, if you have indeed splurged on antiques, one must question their authenticity, for these items seem quite the imitation." Lao Zhou's words promptly drew the attention of passers-by, as many had witnessed Chu Xiangyang's appraisal of a bowl just days prior. Conversations over tea and meals had revolved around that event, and now, seeing Chu return with items, curiosity piqued. However, upon hearing Lao Zhou's remarks. Everyone's gaze fixated on the wine pot and the ceramic pillow, while the tattered teacup in the box was overlooked. In contrast, an expert surnamed Sun casually extracted a wine cup. My goodness, everyone, take a look at this cup. It bears a chip, yet still manages to be deemed a treasure. Sun's exaggerated exclamation elicited laughter from the crowd. A young man asked his companion, "You can't be telling me this is the same individual?" His companion nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it's him. Many witnessed him discern the bowl that even several experts overlooked. I suspect he simply got lucky. How could anyone possibly bring back such dilapidated items? Another chimed in. Indeed, even I can tell that wine pot is counterfeit. How could he have missed that? Let's not be hasty. Perhaps he knowingly purchased it. Despite its falsity, although the murmurs were subdued, the conversation still reached the ears of the experts. Sun chuckled. It seems the crowd's perception is quite astute. Young man, why not enlighten us on the origins of your acquisitions and the price you paid? Chu Xiangyang remained seated, merely raising his gaze to survey the gathering crowd. These are indeed antiques I procured from outside, and the price was modest. Just 6 figures, he declared. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the onlookers. You spent 6 figures on these 2 pieces of junk? The expert surnamed Sun seemed taken aback, casting a look of astonishment at Chu Xiangyang. Having previously regarded him as a promising young talent for his discerning eye, Sun now felt his admiration wane upon hearing that figure. Expert Zhou erupted in laughter. I knew it. How could he possibly have detected nuances that eluded even us? Clearly, it was all luck. The people around were momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into laughter. Chapter 110. Unveiling the Inner Essence. It is truly disappointing. After that evening's events, I had hoped to regard you as a role model. A young man sighed in resignation. What is there to learn? Just considering his age, he is hardly a person of vast experience. After observing his demeanor today, I finally comprehend. The man spoke with palpable disappointment. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyang merely smiled slightly. He had no desire to elaborate further. He picked up his belongings from the table, intending to return to his room for a brief respite. Young comrade, do not be in such haste to depart. Old Sun chuckled, intercepting Chu Xiangyang's path. Chu Xiangyang cast him a sidelong glance and replied with a smile, You've already laughed. What further wisdom do you wish to impart? Old Sun's expression shifted abruptly. How can you speak in such a manner? My intention in stopping you is for your own good. I wish to discuss how to discern the authenticity of such items to prevent you from being deceived in the future. Chu Xiangyang responded with a smile. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I would prefer to return to my room for a shower and some rest. At such a tender age, do not be so ungrateful. Spending 100,000 on a box of worthless trinkets, you think yourself quite talented, do you? Old Zhou interjected, furrowing his brow in anger. The previous night had caused them to lose face, and now was the perfect opportunity to reclaim it. They would not let it slip away. The surrounding individuals were equally indignant. These experts would command fees in the 5 or 6 figures for a lecture. Yet here was someone dismissing their willingness to offer a complimentary explanation. Indeed, it was like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Such a person deserves to be deceived. To swindle him out of 6 figures would be a mere trifle. He ought to be swindled out of 7 figures. Chu Xiangyang remained unfazed by their reactions, clutching his box as he attempted to leave. Such an arrogant youth is destined for mediocrity, Old Zhou declared loudly. The others nodded in agreement. Chu Xiangyang sighed. The fleeting drowsiness he had felt moments ago had been entirely dissipated by their commotion. Finally, he decided to embrace the chaos, slamming the box onto the coffee table. Let me offer you one final opportunity to ascertain whether the items I purchased hold any value. Leaning back on the sofa with an air of superiority, he relished the moment. We have thoroughly appraised your wine jug, a square cushion, and several shattered wine glasses. They are all worthless modern trinkets. Old Zhou pointed at the box on the table. Chu Xiangyang chuckled. Yet I maintain that what I acquired is indeed worth far more than its price. Old Zhou scoffed. That is utterly impossible. Others could not refrain from chiming in. If your items are indeed worth more than their cost, I shall perform a live demonstration of consuming excrement right here. Eating a sofa is nothing. I would simply swallow my own hand. The crowd buzzed with disbelief, clearly expressing their skepticism towards Chu Xiangyang's assertions. Given the prevailing sentiment, the question arose, what stakes might the experts wager? With an air of intrigue, Chu Xiangyang turned his gaze towards the seasoned scholars, all of whom appeared visibly unsettled. Observing the confidence radiating from him, they too found themselves uncertain. What if they were to falter and lose face before the assembly? Yet, they had scrutinized the artifacts multiple times, leaving no detail, no delicate pattern or crack, overlooked. Convinced that no unexpected outcome could arise. Thus, the The expert surnamed Zhou gritted his teeth and proposed a wager. Let us gamble today. If you can substantiate the authenticity of your item, we shall purchase it from you for 10 times its value. Should you fail to provide proof, or if your evidence proves erroneous, you shall adhere to the antique trade's venerable custom, kneeling before us to serve tea and acknowledge your error. Very well. Chu Xiangyang replied with commendable composure. Now, please demonstrate how your item is truly worth its weight in gold. Rising slowly, Chu Xiangyang approached the chest. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to his movements, eager to discern how he would validate the worth of the seemingly worthless contents within. He retrieved a weathered wine cup. The experts, fearful he might claim some exceptional feature of its design, hastily revisited their earlier assessments. Confirming the cup to be merely a replica, they exhaled with relief. Behold this cup in my hand. It alone is worth far more than it appears, Chu Xiangyang declared with a grin. Enough with the suspense. What is the true nature of this item? Questioned one, while another chimed in. Indeed, what makes that broken cup so invaluable? Surely, not even a blind man would claim so. Or do you truly consider us blind? Chu Xiangyang, with a hint of exasperation, shook his head and gently tapped the cup, explaining, in the realm of antiques, one must not rely solely on superficial observations. We must also comprehend the intrinsic value of an object. For instance, while you may perceive only the grime that has settled upon this cup, you have yet to uncover the beauty concealed beneath that layer of filth. With a slight exertion, the cup unexpectedly shattered. The crowd fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into laughter. Look, the cup has broken, one exclaimed. Indeed. Did he not instruct us to examine the essence of the cup? If it had not shattered, how could we truly see? One might argue that this sentiment is not entirely accurate, yet is it truly perceived in such a manner within? Witnessing Chu Xiangyang shatter his own wine glass, the surrounding audience erupted not only in mocking laughter, but also in gleeful derision. The few experts present spared no harsh words. What? Do they believe that once this vessel is broken, we can no longer ascertain its authenticity? Are they attempting to evade the wager? Even if one seeks to escape the bet, such a method of avoidance is futile. A shattered piece is akin to a damaged one, retaining no value. And you have still lost. Hush! Chu Xiangyang raised a hand, signaling for silence, and in an instant, the crowd fell quiet. It has been said that to appreciate its essence, we must allow it to break. How else can we behold its true nature? With that, Chu Xiangyang lifted his hand. Chapter 111. What exactly do you desire? The eyes of the assembly swiftly fixated on his hand. In his grasp, the previously mangled wine glass had transformed into an entirely different spectacle. Under the illumination of the lights, it shimmered with a faint halo. All present gawked in astonishment. What is this? After a moment, a young man swallowed hard and stammered. Closest to Chu Xiangyang, elder son instinctively exclaimed, a rhinoceros horn cup. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped in surprise. Chu Xiangyang retracted his hand and remarked, indeed, elder son is well read. As recorded in Gugu Yaolun, vessels should be nourished. With fine patterns blooming, exhibiting colors as dark as lacquer and yellow as chestnuts, transparent from top to bottom, with clouds and rain distinctly defined. My rhinoceros horn cup has never touched the earth, its condition pristine. Should it be presented at auction, a 7-figure sum is assured. Tell me, was my expenditure not justified? At this declaration, the crowd fell silent, momentarily taken aback. The audacity of their earlier boasts left them blushing with embarrassment. Short-sighted, lacking in knowledge, possessing eyes yet rendered useless. Who were they to judge? Clearly, it was their own folly. As silence enveloped the room, it was Chu Xiangyang who broke it, addressing the assembly. With so many witnesses present, should I prove that these items are indeed worth their weight, you shall be compelled to purchase my wine vessel and square pillow at 10 times the price. Surely, as esteemed elders, you would not renege on your word. Observing the grinning Chu Xiangyang, the elder experts felt a deep sense of shame. Yet, having made their proclamation, they could not retract it. Thus, elder son reluctantly replied, we shall not go back on our word. We will transfer the funds to you immediately. Exchanging glances, elder Zhou stepped forward, inquiring where this young friend had procured such treasures. Chu Xiangyang smiled. From the ghost market in the provincial capital, should you be interested. You might also find remarkable items there. Upon hearing this, the assembly resolved to delay their return home, planning to venture to the ghost market that very evening. With his wine glass in hand, and having received a 7-figure transfer, Chu Xiangyang joyfully retreated to his room, leaving the elder experts feeling utterly humiliated as they hastily exited the hall. After a brief nap, I awoke to the ringing of the telephone in my room. Groggy, I answered the call, and a melodious female voice greeted me. Mr. Chu, are you still in bed? Come downstairs, let's go out for a meal together. Jiang. I exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, it's me. If you don't rise soon, I shall come upstairs myself. She teased with a laugh. Resigned, I replied. Please wait for me downstairs for just a few minutes. I will be right down. After ending the call, I hurriedly completed my morning routine and made my way downstairs. Today, I shall extend my hospitality and treat you to some delightful local cuisine, Jiang said cheerfully as we entered her convertible. As we settled into the car, a Bugatti glided to a stop beside us. The owner, a young man in his 30s, was clad in a leather jacket and donned sunglasses, despite the sweltering heat. Adorning his wrist was a limited edition Vacheron Constantine, and a gold chain, thick as a pinky finger, rested around his neck. I could only surmise that his lower attire was equally extravagant. Just as Jiang and I were about to depart, the young man whistled at her. To my surprise, Jiang, unfazed, shot him the middle finger in response. In an instant, she revved the engine and sped away. I couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed she was quite the spirited lady, perhaps spoiled by her family, which had shaped her bold character. I'll take you to savor the local specialties. I assure you will enjoy it, she said, undeterred by the encounter. Sounds great. I agreed. Though I do not have a discerning palate, content with merely being satiated, I appreciated her thoughtful gesture. The car sped along, and within a short while, we arrived at an exquisite restaurant. The establishment was modest in size, approximately 300 to 400 square meters, spanning 2 floors. However, upon entering, we were informed that no tables were available. I gazed in disbelief at the empty seats on the first floor. But there are vacant spots, I remarked. Apologies, sir. The receptionist replied with a smile that showcased her 8 pearly teeth. We operate on a membership basis, with many reservations made in advance. Some of the empty tables are reserved for members. Nodding, I suggested, since there are no tables, let's find another place. Jiang looked apologetic. I usually come here with them leading me. I had no idea it required membership. But it's all right, I'll make a call. I gently halted her, saying, It's just a meal. There's no need to take it so seriously. Anywhere will do, let us go. As we turned to leave, we unexpectedly encountered someone. Oh, beautiful lady, what a coincidence. Do you wish to dine here? Allow me to treat you, he exclaimed, brandishing a card that was likely a membership to the restaurant. Jiang wished to ignore him and intended to leave with Chu Xiangyang. However, the man obstructed their path. Chu Xiangyang observed the Vacheron Constantine watch adorning the man's wrist, a smirk involuntarily gracing his lips. The man, eager to continue his taunts towards Jiang, suddenly caught sight of the fleeting expression on Chu Xiangyang's face. Feeling a sting of disdain directed at him, in a fit of rage, the man bellowed, What are you laughing at? A pauper like you has the audacity to dine here. With an expression of astonishment, Chu Xiangyang looked up at the man, his gold chain swaying as he spoke, causing Chu Xiangyang to frown slightly. Do you even comprehend the membership fees here? I wager a lowly wretch like you will never earn such sums. You seem like a mere parasite, living off others' fortunes. The man hurled insults at Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang gently shook his head, having nothing to say to such a dim-witted nouveau riche. To engage in conversation with him would be to lower his own intellect, and he had no desire to be that foolish. Miss Jiang, let us depart. There is no point in remaining here, he suggested, turning to Jiang. Jiang had intended to reprimand the foolish man, but since Chu Xiangyang had spoken, she decided not to stoop to the level of such a dimwit. Very well. Let us go, she replied. The two circumvented the man's obstruction and proceeded towards the exit. However, to their surprise, he persisted in blocking their way. With a sense of exasperation, Chu Xiangyang asked, What do you truly desire? What do I desire? That question should be directed at you. The man retorted, his gold chain shaking with his agitation. You must apologize to me. What have I done to warrant an apology? Chu Xiangyang pondered how some individuals possessed such incomprehensible reasoning. They had been the ones provoking him all along, yet now he was being blamed. I will make you pay for your contempt towards me, the man shouted. Chu Xiangyang frowned. Although the man's logic was flawed, he understood the crux of the matter. What price do you wish for me to pay? He inquired with interest. Seeing the expression on his face, the man felt further insulted and yelled, You, a pauper, will kneel and apologize. You incessantly label him a pauper. What makes you superior? Jiang could no longer hold her tongue and interjected impatiently. Without hesitation, any item I possess far exceeds his worth. If he is not a pauper, then who is? He isn't even a member here. He can't even afford to treat you to a meal, yet you still dare to call him a pauper? The man regarded Chu Xiangyang with disdain. Let us go. Chu Xiangyang genuinely wished to cease the conversation, fearing he might be provoked to violence. With that, he grasped Jiang hand and began to walk away. Seeing them attempt to leave, the man panicked and reached out to grab Chu Xiangyang's arm. Chu Xiangyang deftly evaded him, leading Jiang Lin to the entrance. The man, realizing he had missed his chance, hurried forward to grasp Jiang Lin instead. Chu Xiangyang's reaction was swifter than that of his counterpart. As he pulled Jiang Lin aside, the latter, propelled by inertia, collided with the entrance. It was indeed a fortuitous coincidence. At that very moment, a person pushed the door open and entered, resulting in an unavoidable clash between the two. Simultaneously, exclamations of outrage erupted. "Which fool walks without looking? I swear I'll make you regret it." The individual rubbed his forehead, cursing incessantly. Unyielding, the newcomer retorted, "I wonder which imbecile." And with that, he reached out, grasping the man's collar. Just as the man prepared to defend himself, he caught sight of the other's identity. "Mr. Wan, I didn't realize it was you. I sincerely apologize for my blindness." A sycophantic grin instantly spread across his face as he addressed the newcomer. Seeing the man's attitude was relatively amicable, Wan Min released his grip, cautioning, "In the future, keep your eyes wide open and avoid barreling forward blindly." "Allah, I can't be entirely blamed. It was that pauper's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have crashed into you." The man pointed accusingly at Chu Xiangyang. Following the man's gesture, Wan Min's gaze shifted, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "It's actually you?" The man's mind raced. He sensed a subtle undertone of emotion in Wan Min's voice, indicating some prior discord. Thus, he hastily added, "Indeed, it's that pauper. He doesn't even have a membership here and dares to dine." Wan Min turned back, his expression stoic. "What did you just say?" The man, oblivious to any shift in Wan Min's tone, continued, "Exactly. Just look at him. Clearly a freeloader without even a membership. What a disgrace." Upon hearing this, Wan Min turned to the beautiful attendant at the front desk and commanded, "Please issue this gentleman a diamond membership card." "Yes, Mr. Wan." The front desk replied respectfully. The man, now visibly astonished, protested, "Mr. Wan, a diamond card requires a minimum expenditure of 5 million. Can this pauper even afford that? I do not require his money." Wan Min gritted his teeth, issuing a sharp retort. "You, Mr. Wan, you must be joking." The man stared incredulously at Wan Min, unable to contain his fury any longer. Wan Min snapped, "Who dares to be a fool? Throw him out." "But Mr. Wan, I am a gold card member here." The man quickly countered. "Then cancel his membership. He is henceforth banned from this establishment." Wan Min raised his foot and kicked the man. The force of the kick was considerable, sending him sprawling and sliding 2 meters forward until he landed at Chu Xiangyang's feet. Chu Xiangyang looked down upon him, remaining silent. However, the man felt genuinely offended by the encounter. In a sudden outburst, he sprang up and aimed a punch at Chu Xiangyang's temple, exclaiming, "Damn you!" With a cold smirk, Chu Xiangyang seized the descending fist, retorting, "I'm sorry, but I have no grandfather. Are you out of your mind? Allow me to introduce you to my esteemed guest. Wan Min. If you wish to leave here unscathed, you will kneel and apologize immediately," Wan Min thundered. The man's face shifted from pale to flushed as he glanced at Chu Xiangyang. "Did you hear that?" Wan Min bellowed from behind him. The man gritted his teeth and bowed to Chu Xiangyang, saying, "I apologize. I was blind to my own shortcomings. Please forgive me." With that, he attempted to depart. "Did I permit you to leave?" Wan Min interjected. The man, feeling helpless, quickly donned a forced smile and turned to say, "Mr. Wan, do you have any further instructions?" Wan Min raised an eyebrow, kneel and apologize. The man's expression faltered momentarily, but he soon regained his sycophantic demeanor. "Mr. Wan, let us just forget this, shall we?" "Forget? Why should we forget?" Wan Min retorted with a cold smile. "I haven't done anything excessively outrageous. Surely kneeling is unnecessary. That is unacceptable." Both Chu Xiangyang and Wan Min spoke in unison. "It cannot be. This fellow is being unreasonable and must learn a lesson," Wan Min insisted. Chu Xiangyang countered. "A man kneels to heaven and earth, but only to his parents in between. I fear that his kneeling will shorten my lifespan." With that, he intended to leave. Seeing him about to exit, Wan Min quickly exclaimed, "Let him kneel, don't go." He then waved dismissively at the man, "Hurry and leave. I never want to see you again." The man complied, turning on his heel and fleeing. "I must advise you, Wan Min, do not make things difficult for Mr. Chu." Jiang Lin interjected, anxious to prevent a confrontation. Wan Min wore a woeful expression. "I would never dare. Please, both of you, follow me to the private room, and we can discuss matters in detail." He then gestured invitingly. Chu Xiangyang shot him a sidelong glance, already formulating his own plans. "Very well, let us proceed." With Chu Xiangyang's acquiescence, Wan Min's demeanor instantly lightened as he called out, "Inform the kitchen to prepare a feast of my finest dishes." He then led Chu Xiangyang and Jiang Lin upstairs. Upon reaching the private room, Min shut the door firmly and, turning around, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle before Chu Xiangyang. Chapter 113. Ineffectual Remedies. This action startled Jianglin. Are you all right? She asked, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Min. Please, Mr. Chu, I am in desperate need of your help. Min straightened, his face a mask of anguish. What is the matter? How can Mr. Chu assist you? Jianglin still did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. In contrast, Chu Xiangyang remained seated, his expression unperturbed as he regarded Min calmly. Min explained, Mr. Chu is truly remarkable. I recently had a growth on my leg examined at the hospital, and it turns out to be skin cancer, advanced stage, with no hope for recovery. What am I to do? The doctor warned me that my time is limited. I had intended to seek you out at the hotel, and by sheer fortune, I encountered you here. I implore you, Mr. Chu, you must save me. I shall comply with any request you make. Min stood there, gazing at Chu Xiangyang with a pitiful expression. Jianglin's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Mr. Chu, are you truly that remarkable? You can even discern his illness. Min glanced at Jianglin, pondering whether her focus was somewhat misplaced. Upon learning of his cancer diagnosis, she seemed more captivated by Mr. Chu's ability to detect ailments than concerned for her own well-being. However, Min chose not to dwell on such matters. His sole desire was to ascertain whether Chu Xiangyang possessed the means to save his life. Mr. Chu, please, say something, he implored, urgency etched across his face. With a sigh, Chu Xiangyang remarked, now that the cause has been identified, you should promptly seek a doctor for treatment. Have you come to the wrong person? I have not erred. You must be able to cure my illness, as you are the one who detected it, Min insisted. Unwilling to surrender hope, he felt as though all remedies had failed him, and Chu Xiangyang was his last glimmer of hope. If he were to let go, he truly feared that his life might slip away in slumber. Chu Xiangyang shook his head, asserting that he genuinely had no solution, leaving it to Min to believe what he wished. Suddenly, Min gritted his teeth and knelt before Chu Xiangyang. Under normal circumstances, he would never have resorted to such an act, but with his life hanging in the balance, he could no longer afford to consider his pride. Chu Xiangyang was taken aback, hastily shifting his chair aside. Mr. Wan, you are placing me in a very difficult position. Mr. Chu, consider it a plea from me. If you can truly heal my affliction, I promise to comply with any request you may have in the future, provided it is within my power, Min said, his voice trembling with desperation. He had always been audacious and unrestrained, yet never had he felt such fear as he did now. The four young masters of the capital were known for their fearlessness. Chu Xiangyang, exasperated, replied, please, stand and speak your mind. Does that mean you agree? Min quickly rose to his feet. Chu Xiangyang nodded slightly, cautioning, I cannot guarantee a cure, but I can attempt to alter the feng shui of your home and see if it might shift your fortunes. Is that true? How splendid. When shall we go? Min inquired, excitement illuminating his face. After a moment's reflection, Chu Xiangyang responded, perhaps this evening or tomorrow. I have an engagement with Miss Jiang this morning, and I must accompany her to dinner. Min felt a surge of frustration. He had pursued Jianglin for so long without success. Everyone in the province was aware that Jianglin was the woman he coveted, and now Chu Xiangyang was brazenly dining with her. Yet, given the current circumstances, Min chose to endure. Very well, I shall await your news, he said with a forced smile, hastily handing over his business card. Chu Xiangyang accepted the card. But Jianglin, appearing disinterested, stood up and declared, let's leave. I no longer wish to dine here. Both men were taken aback, and Min quickly asked, is the food not to your liking? I can have them prepare something else. No, I simply do not wish to eat. Jianglin replied as she made her way outside. With no choice but to follow, Chu Xiangyang sighed. Min, suppressing his anger, returned to his office after escorting the two from the restaurant and promptly dialed a number. Please, help me find a feng shui master. Indeed, I wish to alter the feng shui arrangement. Spare me the trivialities. This is a matter of life and death. Please attend to it promptly. Meanwhile, after settling into the car, Chu Xiangyang could not resist inquiring, what do you plan to eat? Jianglin pondered for a moment and suggested, how about we explore the pedestrian street for some snacks? The offerings there are quite delectable. Without waiting for Chu Xiangyang's response, she pressed the accelerator and sped off. A mere 10 minutes later, they arrived at the bustling pedestrian street. Jianglin, with her commendable figure, surprised him by indulging in a variety of foods without restraint, devouring both fried delicacies and those sickly sweet confections with equal enthusiasm. Within half an hour, they had eaten to their heart's content. Amidst the throngs of people on the street, a young girl, no more than 8 or 9 years old, stood selling a bouquet of roses. "Big brother, why not buy a flower for your girlfriend?" she chirped, her pigtails bouncing as she smiled brightly at Chu Xiangyang. Initially inclined to decline, he found himself halting as he noticed the girl's tattered floral dress. "Would you like to buy a flower?" she asked, having faced rejection from many passers-by, yet hopeful as he paused. As he gazed into her sparkling eyes, he was reminded of his own precious little one. "How much are your flowers?" he inquired with a smile. 10 yuan each, and each one is quite fresh," she replied, raising the bouquet in her hands. Nodding in agreement, Chu Xiangyang retrieved 3 red notes from his wallet and handed them over. "I'll take them all. Is this enough?" Yes. I still need to give you change," the girl exclaimed, struggling to rummage through her small bag for coins. Chu Xiangyang accepted the flowers and promptly placed them into Jiang Lin's hands, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. He then tucked the notes into the girl's bag, completed his gesture, and quickly took Jiang Lin's hand, leading her away. By the time the girl looked up with the change in hand, Chu Xiangyang was already departing. "Big brother, wait. I haven't given you your change," she called out, chasing after him with the coins raised high. In her haste, she ran too quickly, and the bustling street was crowded with people moving in all directions. A drunken young man, swaying as he talked on the phone, stumbled through the crowd, heedless of anyone in his path. Others instinctively avoided him, while he shouted slurred insults at those who dared to sidestep him. The little girl approached from a distance, but the inebriated man, oblivious, barreled straight toward her. With a shriek, she fell to the ground, rolling painfully across the unforgiving stone pavement, her exposed skin quickly stained with crimson. "How dare you obstruct my way?" the young man bellowed, raising his foot and delivering a brutal kick to the girl's small frame. A dull thud echoed, followed by a piercing scream. The surrounding crowd, drawn by the commotion, halted in their tracks. The inebriated man clutched his calf, wailing in agony. The young girl had already been helped to her feet by Jiang Lin. Upon seeing the girl, bloodied and bruised, Chu Xiangyang showed no mercy and delivered a fierce kick to the drunken man. Typically, onlookers would remain silent in the face of such ruffians, but witnessing Chu Xiangyang's fearless demeanor, they were captivated by his audacity and could not help but applaud. "How dare you strike me?" The drunken man, now sobered by anger, scrambled to his feet and hurled insults at Chu Xiangyang. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin cradled the young girl in her arms, softly inquiring if she was in pain. The girl's eyes were red-rimmed, yet not a single tear fell. Cautiously, she extended her tightly clenched coins toward Jiang Lin, saying, "Sister, I haven't returned the big brother's money yet." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin's eyes welled with tears, and she gently closed the girl's hand around the coins. "The big brother does not want it. He wishes to gift it to you. Do you understand?" "But that cannot be. Mother taught me not to take more money from others," the girl insisted, pushing the coins back into Jiang Lin's hand. At that moment, the drunken man had risen, charging at Chu Xiangyang. The crowd gasped in alarm. "Be careful, big brother," the young girl shouted. With a slight smile, Chu Xiangyang effortlessly seized the man's wrist, twisting it with force. The man's arm was bent painfully behind him. "Apologize and offer compensation," Chu Xiangyang commanded coldly. "Why should I apologize?" the ruffian protested, but his words were cut short by his own cries of distress. Chu Xiangyang tightened his grip, his voice icy. "This is your final chance. Will you comply or not?" The ruffian, drenched in sweat from the pain, dared not utter a word of defiance. I agree. Just let me go," he hastily replied. Releasing the ruffian, Chu Xiangyang watched as he rubbed his aching shoulder. "How much do I need to compensate?" "I have no money, but I can call my brother to bring some," the ruffian stated. Chu Xiangyang nodded, signaling him to make the call. The ruffian retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Big brother, I'm at the pedestrian street. Hurry and bring money," he said into the phone. After a brief exchange, he cast a cautious glance at Chu Xiangyang. "Yes. Bring more," he added before hanging up. "My brother said he would be here shortly," the ruffian declared, a faint, barely perceivable smirk crossing his face. Chu Xiangyang nodded. "You have 10 minutes." With that, he turned to examine the young girl's injuries more closely, relieved to find only superficial wounds, with no damage to her bones. "Miss Jiang, please take her to the pharmacy to tend to her wounds and call her mother. We will escort her to the hospital afterward," Chu Xiangyang instructed. Jiang Lin nodded. "Very well, I will take her now." As he spoke, he supported the young girl and made his way towards the pharmacy. Chu Xiangyang and the ruffian waited in place for nearly 10 minutes when a group of people came running from the distance. "You bastard! My brother is here with his men, and soon enough, you'll be torn to shreds," shouted the young man, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Xiangyang. Slowly, Chu Xiangyang raised his gaze to the ruffian, who suddenly felt as if he had been targeted by a formidable wild carnivore, rendering him motionless with fear. In the blink of an eye, the group had reached the ruffian's side, pushing bystanders aside with shouts of "Get out of the way! Move aside!" As the ordinary folks stepped back, the leader of the group approached. "This is the kid. He actually dared to threaten me in public and demanded that I kneel and apologize." The ruffian, seeing his backup arrive, eagerly reported the situation. "So you're not satisfied? Huh? Thinking of challenging us?" The ruffian leader raised his head to look at Chu Xiangyang, but his languid words suddenly came to an abrupt halt. His expression changed as he slapped the drunken ruffian across the face and scolded, "You deserve it." He then hurried to stand before Chu Xiangyang, a sycophantic smile on his face. "What brings you here? Isn't Miss Jiang with you? How fortuitous it is." "Miss Jiang went to accompany the young girl whom he injured," Chu Xiangyang replied coolly. "What? You actually injured the girl? Are you looking for death?" With that, the leader kicked the drunken ruffian again. The surrounding crowd was bewildered by his contradictory demeanor. His own subordinates were the most confused, wondering why their boss was suddenly so courteous. Had he been possessed? One of them hurriedly approached. "Boss, are you all right? Is there anything wrong?" "Anything wrong? Shut your mouth," the leader bellowed. "I don't have time to waste with you. Hurry up and bring the compensation," Chu Xiangyang said impatiently. "All right." The ruffian leader quickly pulled out a stack of money from his wallet. "Is this enough? If not, I can go to the bank for more." Chu Xiangyang glanced at the sum, which was just under 10,000 yuan. He nodded. "That will suffice." After receiving the meager amount, he turned on his heel and left, leaving a crowd of astonished onlookers and bewildered ruffians in his wake. Before long, the young girl's mother arrived at the pedestrian street. Chu Xiangyang handed over the money he had received from the ruffians, adding a few thousand of his own, and presented it to the mother. "Please ensure your child does not engage in such activities again. The outside world is fraught with danger, and there are all kinds of people." The mother nodded repeatedly but refused to accept the money, insisting that the child was tough and that a fall was no big deal. Zhang Lin took the money from Chu Xiangyang's hands and pressed it into the mother's palm, saying, "Please accept it. It's from the scoundrel who injured your child." Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. Zhang Lin implored a few more times before the grateful mother accepted the money and departed with her child. "The little girl is truly adorable. If I ever have a child, I would never allow her to engage in such activities," Zhang Lin lamented. Chu Xiangyang smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with her sentiment. If family circumstances permitted, who could bear to let their child partake in such endeavors? As they exited the pedestrian street, they were suddenly confronted by thick, billowing smoke rising from a nearby residential complex. "Oh no, there's a fire. Quickly, call 110. That's a residential building. There are likely people inside," someone shouted. "Hurry. Let us go see." The crowd surged forward in a frenzy, and Chu Xiangyang, while advancing, dialed the fire department. Moments later, they arrived at the burning building, an aged structure with 7 stories, the flames engulfing the topmost floor. "Look, there seems to be a child in that room," someone exclaimed. Instantly, the crowd's attention shifted to the smoke-filled room, where a 3- or 4-year-old child could be seen wailing near the window. "What should we do? The fire truck will take at least 10 minutes to arrive. Even if the child does not succumb to the flames, the smoke will surely suffocate him," lamented the onlookers. "But it's on the 7th floor. There's no way we can rescue him." The crowd buzzed with anxiety, feeling helpless in the face of the towering inferno. "Look," someone shouted once more. The crowd turned to see an individual scaling the wall to the 7th floor with bare hands. "Good heavens, it's the 7th floor. What if he falls?" They quickly began scanning the area for anything that could cushion a potential fall, even pushing over garbage bins in their desperation. Others took out their phones to live stream this dramatic scene online. When Chu Xiangyang resolved to ascend the wall, he had already prepared himself, drenching his shirt with a bottle of water and draping it over his head. The videos recorded from below captured only his back, obscured from view by his clothing. The flames raged above, likely ignited by the child's innocent curiosity with something hazardous at home. Fortunately, the child had the sense to retreat to the balcony to escape the fire. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Chu Xiangyang shattered the balcony glass, causing smoke to billow outward. The child crouched in the corner of the balcony, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Covering his mouth and nose with a damp towel, Chu Xiangyang leaped onto the balcony, scooping the child into his arms. However, the main door was barred, forcing him to tear apart the clothes hanging on the balcony, fashioning them into a makeshift rope to secure the child to himself. Fortunately, there was someone on the 6th floor. Upon seeing Chu Xiangyang ascend, he promptly opened the balcony window. As Chu Xiangyang descended, he leapt directly onto the 6th floor. Everyone below, who had been attentively following the incident, collectively exhaled in relief. After expressing his gratitude to the individual on the 6th floor, Chu Xiangyang hurriedly cradled the child and rushed down to the 1st floor. At that moment, both the fire truck and the ambulance arrived simultaneously, and Chu Xiangyang entrusted the child to the doctor. I truly appreciate your assistance in saving this child's life. May I ask your name, sir? Just as Chu Xiangyang was about to leave with Jiang Lin, the fire captain suddenly obstructed their path. It's just a small matter. Chu Xiangyang wished to keep his privacy intact and avoid any trouble. Thus, after hastily conveying a few words, he quickly pulled Jiang Lin away. It wasn't until they reached the car that Jiang Lin's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had never anticipated that Chu Xiangyang was so remarkable, not only possessing a unique vision but also exceptional skills. The image of him rescuing that child from the fire lingered vividly in her mind. Chu Xiangyang's figure had seamlessly merged with the heroic image she had cherished since childhood. Every girl harbors a fascination with heroes, and Jiang Lin was no exception. Noticing Jiang Lin seated in the car, grinning at him without making a move to drive, he began to worry that she might have been frightened by the blaze. Are you all right? Chu Xiangyang inquired. I'm fine, Jiang Lin replied, though her smile remained stubbornly bright. Subsequently, she started the car and headed towards the hotel where Chu Xiangyang was staying. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, the video of Chu Xiangyang scaling the building with bare hands to rescue the child was being fervently shared across the internet, propelling him into the status of an internet sensation. However, this time he cleverly refrained from revealing his face, leaving everyone to ponder the identity of this heroic figure. Who was he, and where did he come from? The following morning, Ruan Min arrived early at the hotel where Chu Xiangyang was staying. As Chu Xiangyang prepared to head downstairs for breakfast, he encountered Ruan Min, who had been waiting in the lobby. Mr. Chu, you are finally awake. Ruan Min greeted him with a humble demeanor. Chu Xiangyang glanced at the time in surprise. What time did you arrive, Mr. Ruan? Ruan Min chuckled. Not early at all. I just got here. Judging by the empty drink bottles in the spot where he had just been seated, it clearly did not appear to be a recent arrival. You needn't have come in person. A phone call would suffice, Chu Xiangyang remarked as he stepped outside. Ruan Min quickly followed. How could I? For someone of your stature, I must personally extend my invitation. Chu Xiangyang smiled, but remained silent. Ruan Min continued. Are you heading out for breakfast? I'm unsure of your culinary preferences, but I can take you to enjoy authentic Cantonese dim sum. Chu Xiangyang replied. There's no need for that. I am fine with soy milk and fried dough sticks. Ruan Min paused in surprise, then smiled. That works too. I'll drive you to the nearest Yonghe. Throughout the journey, Ruan Min maintained a humble demeanor, carefully observing Chu Xiangyang's expressions while speaking, fearful of inciting his ire. Chu Xiangyang sighed helplessly, assuring her that since he had already made a promise, he would not go back on his word, and there was no need for her to be so deferential. Ruan Min lowered her gaze and replied, No, it's only proper. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. After breakfast, Ruan Min drove Chu Xiangyang directly to his residence. The Ruan family undoubtedly enjoyed favorable circumstances, residing in a luxurious community nestled within a wealthy district. Please, Mr. Chu. Upon parking, Ruan Min personally exited the vehicle to open the door for Chu Xiangyang. He could only smile and step out, responding, After you. Following a gesture of invitation from Ruan Min, she fell half a step behind him, guiding him until they entered the villa. Inside the villa, it was apparent that Ruan Min was alone today. I live here by myself. My parents have another house elsewhere. Mr. Chu, would you like to visit them? She inquired once they crossed the threshold. Chu Xiangyang gently shook his head. His gaze swept across the room, and everything seemed to lose its superficial layer, revealing its true essence. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang, prompting Ruan Min to hurry to answer it. Chapter 116. Dare you? As Chu Xiangyang descended the stairs, he found several individuals had gathered in the hall. At the forefront was an elderly gentleman, around 50 years of age, clad in a white tang suit, with a pair of glasses perched on his nose, presumably reading glasses. He held an 8-trigram compass, resembling an artifact. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a master of feng shui. Following him were 5 others, 4 young men and a strikingly attractive woman with a voluptuous figure, embodying the trending snake spirit visage. The elderly gentleman boldly seated himself on the sofa, while the woman rummaged through a bag for tea utensils, explaining, My master has grown accustomed to using this particular set of teaware. He does not enjoy tea brewed with any other. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He had anticipated that Ruan Min would offer some form of commentary, yet to his surprise, the young lord cheerfully remarked, You brew as you please. What kind of water will you use? Should I make a call to have some spring water delivered? No need. Xiao Wu and the others will prepare it. The elderly man responded. The woman brewing tea looked up and smiled flirtatiously at Ruan Min, saying, "Indeed, young Master Ruan, you need not worry. We have everything we need. Right, third senior brother?" She then turned her gaze towards a young man standing behind the elder. The young man promptly retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and handed it over. Chu Xiangyang felt somewhat taken aback by Ruan Min's behavior. What was this young master truly up to? Why had he invited others to partake in this matter along with him? As Chu Xiangyang pondered, the master's gaze fell upon him. Who is this person? Ruan Min hurriedly interjected. This is also a professional I have invited. He was the one who initially pointed out the feng shui issues with my house. Oh, it turns out he is a fellow practitioner. May I inquire about your esteemed lineage? The old man's eyes were filled with disdain as he cast a glance at Chu Xiangyang before speaking coldly. Chu Xiangyang had no desire to respond, but Ruan Min interjected on his behalf, introducing him as Mr. Chu. Chu. The old man lifted his head in confusion, glancing at the disciples behind him. The four disciples subtly shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of a master with the surname Chu. Likely just an insignificant figure. Observing the fleeting smile at the corner of Ruan Min's mouth, Chu Xiangyang finally understood the purpose of their gathering. He had thought that these so-called masters could alter his fate and save his life. Consequently, he would become the subject of ridicule, which was precisely what Ruan Min desired. "Master, the tea is ready. Please have a taste." At that moment, a beautiful woman knelt to present a cup of tea. The old man nodded, accepting the tea, taking a gentle sip and smacking his lips in appreciation. The fragrance was rich, with a subtle orchid aroma. Quite delightful. Xiao Wu has put in some thought. "Thank you for the compliment, master." The woman replied with a coy tone. "Master Xiao, when shall we commence?" Ruan Min inquired from the side. Although he had invited this master to embarrass Chu Xiangyang, he was more concerned about his own well-being. Master Xiao responded, and then stood up, casting a glance at Chu Xiangyang. "With my presence, he is unnecessary here, merely an inconsequential character." With that, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Chu Xiangyang to leave. In truth, Chu Xiangyang had no intention of involving himself in this matter. However, he was most intrigued by the object in the master's hand, a fine antique compass, which was indeed a waste to be in such hands. Thus, he needed to devise a clever plan to acquire it. Upon hearing the master's words, Ruan Min looked at Chu Xiangyang with a troubled expression. Chu Xiangyang, however, waved his hand nonchalantly, urging them to continue with their business. He did not intend to leave, but rather settled comfortably on the sofa, crossing his legs, and poured himself a cup of tea from an unused cup on the table. Quite splendid, the tea's color was a bright orange-yellow, with the leaves displaying a beautiful interplay of red and green, showcasing a distinct rock essence. Certainly a commendable Da Hong Pao, Chu Xiangyang remarked. The master, Xiao, snorted coldly. "You are only worthy of sipping someone else's dregs." With that, he flicked his arm and led his disciples upstairs. Chu Xiangyang paid little heed to the master's words, his mind tirelessly pondering feasible strategies. After a brief tour upstairs, Master Xiao returned with his disciples to the ground floor. "Why haven't you left yet?" Master Xiao bellowed. Chu Xiangyang shrugged. "It's not your home. Why the urgency?" "Humph, speak respectfully to my master." The eldest disciple of Master Xiao huffed. Chu Xiangyang couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance, and directly asked, "Might Master Xiao discern any issues with the feng shui of this villa? Sharing your insights would surely enlighten the younger generation." Master Xiao, eager to impress Chu Xiangyang, adjusted the compass and declared, "The Kuan position in the southwest is afflicted, and the bedroom door is aligned with the ghost gate of the Kuan position, which will inevitably lead to great calamity. Starting from the time of Master Ruan's birth, the divination indicates that the hexagram derived from Qian and Can is the Li hexagram, which signifies misfortune. However, the stone statue at Master Ruan's doorstep allows the Qian and Jin hexagrams to yield the Dy hexagram, representing celestial healing. Overall, despite the ominous implications, it is ultimately possible to resolve the situation peacefully." Upon hearing this, Ruan Min immediately felt a weight lift from his heart. He hastily clasped his hands in gratitude towards Master Xiao, expressing that it is widely acknowledged that Master Xiao is a divine healer, and it appears to be true. He inquired if there were any methods to avert the impending doom. Master Xiao raised his hand, and a beautiful attendant promptly presented him with a cup of tea. He replied that all that was required of him was to draw 3 talismans, which would be affixed to the front door, the bedroom, and the head of the bed. After a period of 49 days, the calamity would naturally dissipate. As he spoke, his senior disciple retrieved paper, ink, brush, and inkstone from his bag and arranged them on a nearby table. "Thank you, master. I am truly grateful," Ruan Min exclaimed, having completely forgotten about Chu Xiangyang. Master Xiao took the vermilion brush prepared by his disciple and swiftly inscribed 3 talismans on the laid-out yellow paper. The master is indeed a remarkable figure. Ruan Min was deeply impressed by Master Xiao's talismanic skills. Such abilities are rare among ordinary individuals. Master Xiao scoffed, suggesting that the ignorant youth should learn more rather than merely accompany someone. Ruan Min nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of the master. Chu Xiangyang, unfazed by their disparagement, recognized the master's expertise and the unique skill set required for such practices. With a smile, he remarked, "I hope you do not mind if I say a few words." "What could you possibly say, insignificant one?" scoffed Master Xiao's senior disciple. Chu Xiangyang remained unperturbed, calmly proposing, "How about a wager? Do you dare?" Master Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiangyang. Leaning back on the sofa, Chu Xiangyang crossed his legs, challenging, "Just tell me if you dare or not. What do I have to fear? It is you, the unremarkable feng shui practitioner, who should be cautious not to embarrass yourself in front of others." Master Xiao could not tolerate any disparagement of his abilities and was visibly agitated by such childish provocation. "Since you are willing to accept, very well." Chu Xiangyang smiled slightly and began to speak. "What exactly do you wish to wager against my master?" inquired Master Xiao's senior disciple, frowning slightly. Chu Xiangyang paid no heed to the disciple and turned to Ruan Min, saying, "Mr. Ruan, allow me to speak candidly. If you follow the advice given by Master Xiao, you will undoubtedly meet your demise within 3 days." "You are talking nonsense." "What did you say?" The simultaneous exclamations of Master Xiao and Ruan Min echoed in the room. "Foolish child, what do you understand? Do not spread such fallacies here," Master Xiao thundered, his anger palpable. Ruan Min, however, was filled with terror, pleading, "What do you mean? Please clarify." His sole concern was his own life. Nothing else mattered to him at this moment. Chu Xiangyang smiled. "It is clear who is truly ignorant. I believe we all know in our hearts. If I were to say that merely altering the feng shui layout here could lead to an immediate exacerbation of your condition, would you believe me?" Haha. Upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's words, laughter erupted among the group. This time, it was not just Master Xiao and his disciples who chuckled. Even Ruan Min joined in the mirth. He was beginning to grasp that Chu Xiangyang was likely spouting nonsense. He found it hard to believe that a mere shift in feng shui could worsen his ailment. Such a notion would be incredulous even to a child of 3. Master Xiao wore an expression of disdain and remarked, "Who do you think you are? A remarkable figure with supernatural abilities? You believe that moving something can aggravate your condition? I reckon it's your health that requires attention, young lad. If you're unwell, perhaps you should consult a physician." It was utterly ludicrous. "So this Mr. Chu, is it? Perhaps suffering from a split personality akin to yours. Do you possess another persona capable of extraordinary feats?" A beautiful lady could not help but stifle a laugh. The senior disciple, a stern individual, sneered, "Indeed, a worthless fool, merely engaging in verbal theatrics. It is natural for those afflicted to think this way. Let us not be overly judgmental. Mental illness is not a choice, after all, right?" The third disciple chimed in, laughing heartily. "Since you all doubt me, why not put it to the test right now?" Chu Xiangyang replied nonchalantly, "Come on, let us see what you can do." The fourth disciple gasped between fits of laughter. Master Xiao wore a mocking smile and said, "Do not say we did not give you a chance. Perform for us now." Ruan Min laughed the hardest. "Mr. Chu, come. I genuinely wish to witness this. If you can achieve what you claim, I shall kneel before you." Chu Xiangyang lazily rose to his feet, dismissing any further banter. "Master Xiao, how about we place a wager? If I accomplish what I claim, you must part with that item in your possession." "Oh, you possess a discerning eye, recognizing the value of my possession. But what if you lose?" Master Xiao inquired with a laugh, entirely unconvinced that Chu Xiangyang could win this bet. After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiangyang retrieved a snuff bottle from his pocket. After spinning it in his hand a couple of times, he tossed it towards Master Xiao, declaring, "If I lose, this shall be yours." Master Xiao caught the snuff bottle and examined it in the sunlight, confirming its quality. "Very well, since you are so earnest. Let us proceed with this wager." Seeing that Master Xiao had taken the bait, Chu Xiangyang wasted no time and ascended to the second floor. As others followed him, curiosity filled the air. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Ruan Min asked, his face a mask of intrigue. Chu Xiangyang smiled as he pushed open his bedroom door, stating, "I am simply seeking something useful." Ruan Min then observed as Chu Xiangyang moved a tall blue and white porcelain vase from its original position in the southwest corner to the northeast corner. All eyes now turned to Ruan Min. After all, just moments ago, Chu Xiangyang had adamantly declared that as soon as he moved anything, the affliction of the esteemed Ruan de Xiao would worsen. Ruan Min raised an eyebrow, feeling nothing at all. Master Xiao's eldest disciple snorted, a hint of disdain unmistakable in his demeanor. The others burst into hearty laughter. Incredulous at the boastfulness, had he truly claimed that merely shifting this exquisite blue and white porcelain vase would exacerbate Yuan Xiao's condition? It was utterly ludicrous. Master Xiao could not help but chuckle, remarking that the young man's tenacity was indeed admirable. However, such exaggeration bordered on the absurd. And thus he advised a more humble approach, expressing his gratitude for the snuff bottle. With that, Master Xiao turned to descend the stairs. Yet, Chu Xiangyang languidly interjected, "What is the rush? I never claimed there would be an immediate reaction." The eldest disciple retorted sharply, "Weren't you just bragging about a reaction? What does that mean now? Are we to wait here for a year on your word?" Finally, Chu Xiangyang deigned to cast a glance at the eldest disciple. "No need for a year. 3 minutes will suffice." "Very well, we shall wait here for 3 minutes. If there is no change after that, you owe an additional apology," the eldest disciple declared. Chu Xiangyang shot him a sidelong glance, dismissing him with a silent rebuke. The eldest disciple, stifled, contemplated striking back, but was restrained by Master Xiao. "It's merely 3 minutes. We shall discuss it then." Thus, they all waited upstairs for the 3 minutes to elapse. In truth, before the full 3 minutes had passed, Yuan Min began to feel something amiss. A sharp pain suddenly pierced the area on his thigh where he had developed spots. Initially, he managed to endure it. So when the 3 minutes were up and inquiries arose regarding his condition, he clenched his teeth and shook his head. "How is it? Yuan Xiao claims there is absolutely no reaction. What more can you say?" The eldest disciple sneered. Chu Xiangyang echoed the derision. "Yuan sir, surely you ought to speak the truth regarding the lack of reaction." At that moment, beads of sweat began to cascade down Yuan Min's forehead. The excruciating pain drained the color from his face, leaving his lips devoid of any hue. Observing his pallid visage, even without his confession, the others could discern his predicament. Yuan Min had merely wished to witness Chu Xiangyang's folly, only to find himself ensnared in a predicament. What was happening? Why had his legs suddenly begun to throb? Though Yuan Min refrained from acknowledgement, his silence caused Master Xiao to feel a tinge of embarrassment. "Yuan sir, please hold still. Allow me to examine you." In that moment, Yuan Min dared not permit him to proceed, hastily waving his hands. No need to trouble Master Xiao. He then hurriedly approached Chu Xiangyang, his face ashen as he implored, "Mr. Chu, save me. I believe you this time." Chu Xiangyang, however, was in no haste to assist, instead turning to Master Xiao. "What do you think, Master?" "What do you mean by what do I think?" Master Xiao huffed. Chu Xiangyang shrugged his shoulders, incredulous that Master Xiao refused to acknowledge his defeat. "How am I supposed to intervene and offer assistance?" he mused. Meanwhile, Yuan Min, without a moment's hesitation, rushed to the towering vase, intent on returning it to its original position. Yet, Chu Xiangyang shook his head, declaring it futile. Even if the vase were restored, it would only exacerbate Yuan's condition. "Master Xiao, concede already. I shall compensate you for your compass," he urged. Sweat trickled down Yuan Min's face, the pain becoming increasingly unbearable. Master Xiao, though reluctant to acquiesce, could not ignore Yuan's distress and nodded in resignation. His disciples, particularly the eldest, felt a profound sense of shame, their faces reddening like ripe fruit. With a slight smirk, Chu Xiangyang expressed his gratitude to Master Xiao. He made to descend the stairs to retrieve the compass when Master Xiao halted him once more. This does not truly prove anything. Yuan Xiao's leg pain could merely be a consequence of his ailment, a mere coincidence. "Are you implying that this has nothing to do with me?" Chu Xiangyang discerned that Master Xiao was still unwilling to concede defeat. "Indeed, these are merely coincidences and do not substantiate anything," echoed the eldest disciple. Yuan Min, unable to endure the pain any longer, grasped Chu Xiangyang's arm. "Please, I beg you, help me alleviate this pain." "Yuan Xiao, what good will it do to plead with him? Your leg pain is unrelated to him," chimed in Master Xiao's female disciple, her voice laced with mockery. At this, Chu Xiangyang crossed his arms, eyeing Master Xiao with interest. "Why not draw a talisman and see if it alleviates Mr. Yuan's suffering?" Yuan Min, seizing upon this suggestion like a lifeline, clutched Master Xiao's arm, trembling as he implored, "Master, please save me." Master Xiao chuckled awkwardly. "If you truly have an ailment, perhaps a visit to the hospital would be prudent. A painkiller might prove effective." Chu Xiangyang scoffed. "What are you laughing at? My master has his limitations. Do you claim to possess a solution?" cried Master Xiao's third disciple, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Xiangyang. "Strange as it may seem, I believe I might indeed have a remedy," Chu Xiangyang replied, his tone deliberate. "Can you truly alleviate Yuan Xiao's pain within a minute, even with medication?" "That is an implausible feat," retorted the third disciple. Indeed, only moments ago you boasted and coincidentally Yuan Shao's pain began. Do you consider yourself a modern-day Huata? Master Shao derisively remarked. Yuan Shao, let us take you to the hospital. Upon your return, place my 3 talismans in your room, and I assure you, your symptoms will significantly improve within 3 days. Now trembling from pain, Yuan Min lacked the strength to respond. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyang let out another derisive laugh. What is so amusing? If you can relieve Yuan Shao's pain immediately, I shall call you my ancestor. If not, cease pretending to be some profound sage. The third disciple retorted angrily. Indeed, if you possess any skill, showcase it. If not, be on your way, added the fourth disciple. Chu Xiangyang lifted his foot and walked towards the door. As he passed by Master Shao, he whispered, "Please have your compass ready, Master Shao." With that, Chu Xiangyang descended the stairs. The others hurriedly followed behind him. Yuan Min's living conditions were quite decent, and here, every inch of land was precious. In his courtyard, several phoenix trees were planted. Chu Xiangyang exited the villa and approached one of the phoenix trees. Yuan Min, limping slightly, closely trailed behind him, fearful of missing anything. Master Shao and his entourage were determined not to allow Chu Xiangyang even a hint of opportunity for deceit. They watched intently as he reached the base of the tree and began to dig into the soil. Digging? Don't tell me there's a cursed doll buried beneath. And Yuan Shao's ailment is linked to this cursed doll, one of Master Shao's beautiful disciples remarked, but her words abruptly halted. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Chu Xiangyang unearthed the doll from the soil. It was a wooden figure, rather grotesque. Chu Xiangyang's first impression was that it resembled Pinocchio, albeit without the elongated nose. The back of the doll bore a red inscription, the nature of which, paint or blood, was indiscernible, inscribed with a date of birth. Take a look. Does this date seem familiar to you? Chu Xiangyang offered the doll. Yuan Min glanced at it, his expression darkening. Written there was his own date of birth. Who could have done this? How could someone create such a thing and bury it in his own yard without him noticing? Even more infuriating was the realization that he had been utterly oblivious. Chu Xiangyang retrieved the doll again, pointing to its wooden leg, which was no thicker than a finger. Look here. The crowd followed his gaze. A small black dot marred the wooden limb, and upon closer inspection, it appeared not to be just a singular spot, but rather a boundary that seemed to be expanding continuously. Master Shao, you are well versed in many matters. Perhaps you could enlighten us on what this is? Chu Xiangyang inquired with a teasing smile directed at Master Shao. At that moment, Master Shao was engulfed in shock. Although he was not a true master, he considered himself somewhat knowledgeable. He had dabbled in feng shui and divination, yet he had failed to perceive this object's existence. While he marveled inwardly, he also felt a measure of respect for Chu Xiangyang's abilities. Naturally, he could not admit this in front of others, especially not in front of his disciple. Who knows which bored individual buried this here? He retorted coldly. You seem to know what's buried in the ground. How do we know you didn't place it here yourself? Chu Xiangyang found his response amusing. Mr. Yuan can attest to my first visit here. I have only just met him. To claim this is my doing, there must be a reason, wouldn't you agree? Does one need a reason to harm another? If someone wishes to cause harm, no justification is required, the eldest disciple interjected. Chu Xiangyang looked at Master Shao, a smile playing on his lips. Master Shao, do you still refuse to concede? Or do you still refuse to part with your compass? At this point, Chu Xiangyang deftly shifted the conversation. Master Shao is not the type to go back on his word, especially with his disciples watching. Can you two cease your chatter? I'm in excruciating pain. Yuan Min suddenly interjected, grasping Chu Xiangyang's arm. Chapter 119. Misjudged. The onlookers turned, observing Yuan Min rolling his eyes. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, soaking his entire garment. Chu Xiangyang raised his hand, yanked Yuan Min's arm closer, and then sliced open his middle finger. Blood instantly oozed from the wound. Utilizing the bloodied hand, Chu Xiangyang pressed it against the wound on the wooden figure's leg. With a sharp sound, a white mist erupted from the area where the blood touched. What on earth is happening? Yuan Min, startled, swiftly withdrew his hand. In that moment, a miraculous occurrence transpired. The black spot on the wooden figure's leg astonishingly vanished. Yuan Min hastily inspected his middle finger. The skin was pristine, as if it had never been harmed. With little regard for decorum, Yuan Min stripped off his trousers in front of the crowd to examine the inner thigh, finding the black mark had also disappeared. Master Shao, what is the meaning of this? Yuan Min turned to Master Shao. Master Shao's expression shifted dramatically. It's merely a trivial skill. If you claim that this phenomenon is not of your doing, who else could it possibly be? Chu Xiangyang scoffed. All living things possess a spirit. The essence of life is nurtured from within. If the spirit is lost to the body, It must be replenished with one's vital blood. As a professional, you must have heard this before, Master Xiao. Master Xiao replied, and what of it? Does that prove you are innocent? Meeting Master Xiao's gaze head-on, Chu Xiangyang retorted, Master Xiao, you are indeed a master. Have all the cases you handled been solely your own doing? Impossible. Precisely. You yourself said it's impossible. How could I possibly commit such an act? Yet you neither provided a clear explanation nor, Master Xiao, we both possess some understanding of feng shui, Qimen Duanjia, and Meihua Yishua. Is it truly so difficult to locate this object? Master Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words. His complexion shifting dramatically, each hue more striking than the last. After a brief interlude, the vibrant colors on Master Xiao's face faded entirely. He glared at Chu Xiangyang, gritting his teeth. Since you are so skilled, why not engage in a new wager? Oh, is Master Xiao increasing the stakes? I haven't even acquired the previous compass yet. Chu Xiangyang had been fixated on that compass. Otherwise, he would have preferred to avoid conversing with this charlatan altogether. Now that Ruan Min's leg no longer pained him, he was eager to witness the unfolding drama. He interjected, I propose a small bet. The winner takes all. With that, Ruan Min led the group to the living room, retrieving a jade token from the drawer of the tea table and tossing it onto the table. This item alone is likely worth a six-figure sum. Whoever wins shall claim it as a prize. Master Xiao's female disciple stepped forward and handed the exquisite piece into Master Xiao's hands. Ah, quite remarkable. Indeed a fine specimen of mutton fat jade, he remarked. Very well, please enlighten us. How shall we wager? Ruan Min inquired with keen interest. Master Xiao pondered for a moment, a glint of intensity flashing in his gaze as he turned towards Chu Xiangyang. We shall play Shifu, he declared. Ruan Min was taken aback by the term, while Chu Xiangyang chuckled, realizing Master Xiao had a penchant for such games. Shifu, a pastime favored by the adept scholars of the I Ching in ancient times, involves guessing while concealing an object, typically small items. The objective is for the skilled diviner to unveil the characteristics of the concealed object through meticulous analysis of the divination results. Ruan Min listened in astonishment, marveling at the playful ingenuity of the ancients. His curiosity piqued. He hastily prepared for the game. Lacking suitable apparatus, he fetched a large bowl from his kitchen, placed the item within, and covered it with a cloth before presenting it to the participants. Setting the bowl on the tea table, Ruan Min exclaimed with excitement, Who among you shall commence? Chu Xiangyang glanced at the bowl and suggested, As Master Xiao is the elder, let him initiate, so we may learn from his example. With a dismissive snort, Master Xiao accepted the ancient coin offered by his disciple. After a few shakes, the coin tumbled from his palm, and he began to recite incantations. His disciples stood behind him, casting disdainful looks at Chu Xiangyang, their expressions seemingly proclaiming, You are destined to lose. Unfazed, Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. He had already discerned the object in the bowl, a limited edition wristwatch, recently removed from Ruan Min's wrist, still exuding his warmth. The question remained whether Master Xiao could identify the contents. At that moment, Master Xiao appeared to have completed his divination. He lifted his gaze to Ruan Min and spoke. The object within the bowl is a metallic artifact. Ruan Min's eyes sparkled with excitement. Correct. It is elongated in shape. Master Xiao declared again. Precisely. Ruan Min's head bobbed eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. The disciples behind Master Xiao stood tall, visibly proud. I surmise it is a pocket watch with a chain. Master Xiao asserted confidently. Just as Ruan Min was about to respond, Master Xiao's senior disciple interjected, Young Master Ruan, do not reveal the answer just yet. Others have yet to speak. Their attention naturally shifted to Chu Xiangyang. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Chu Xiangyang smiled calmly. Master Xiao, your skills are indeed impressive. To deduce it is a pocket watch. Enough talk. It is now your turn. If you wish to concede, you may still do so. Master Xiao's senior disciple urged once more. Master Xiao nodded and remarked, The young one claims to be well-versed in the principles of Meihua Yishu. This little game is crafted precisely around your expertise. Should you fail to answer, it would be quite embarrassing. The other disciple sneered at Chu Xiangyang. He gently tapped his temple, lost in contemplation. The onlookers grew anxious, and one of the female disciples couldn't help but interject, urging him to hasten his response. As they had no time to waste, Chu Xiangyang slowly lifted his gaze, meeting the female disciple's eyes, causing her to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Seeking refuge behind the senior disciple. Do you have any guesses, Mr. Chu? Inquired Ruan Min. Just as Chu Xiangyang was about to respond, another disciple interjected. If your guess aligns with my master's, then you shall lose. With a soft sigh, Chu Xiangyang replied, I truly hope my guess differs from your master's. As he has erred. Impossible. My master has never lost. exclaimed the third disciple, fury etched on his face. Chu Xiangyang, unfazed, commented, "The object in the bowl is indeed a watch, but not a pocket watch. Rather, it is a limited edition wristwatch." Min was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised that Chu Xiangyang had managed to deduce this. Master Xiao's group was equally stirred, declaring it nonsense. "Since we have all made our guesses, why not let Mr. Ruan reveal the answer?" Chu Xiangyang gestured invitingly. Min, reluctantly, unveiled the cloth covering the bowl. Master Xiao and his companions leaned in eagerly. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. "You must have cheated," accused Master Xiao's third disciple, pointing an accusing finger at Chu Xiangyang. With a hint of exasperation, Chu Xiangyang rose, stating, "Since Master Xiao cannot bear to lose, it seems futile to continue. Otherwise, the outcome will remain unchanged regardless of how many rounds we play." Hearing this, Master Xiao felt his pride bruised and retorted, "Best of 3, as tradition dictates." Chu Xiangyang contemplated asking him if he had any sense of shame, but he held his tongue upon seeing the compass in Xiao's possession. "Very well, I shall grant you one last chance," he said through gritted teeth. Min, brimming with excitement, went to prepare the items for them. However, upon his return, Master Xiao's female disciple approached with a radiant smile, saying, "Young Master Ruan, allow me to assist you." As she spoke, she playfully touched Min's hand. Startled, he handed the bowl to her. She cast a flirtatious glance at Min before turning and placing the bowl on the coffee table. Observing the contents of the bowl, Chu Xiangyang smirked. The female disciple was indeed swift, having replaced the contents in an instant. Nevertheless, no matter how quick she was, they would be laid bare before his golden eyes. "Feel free to guess," Min said with evident enthusiasm. "This time, let Mr. Chu take the lead," Master Xiao suggested with a slight smile. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. For within the bowl lay a platinum ring adorned with a cloud pattern, at its center a sparkling 0.5-carat diamond. The more Chu Xiangyang spoke, the graver Master Xiao's expression became. Finally, Chu Xiangyang declared, "Your disciple has already stated it. If your guess aligns with mine, it only signifies your defeat. This is the second round of a best of 3. Impossible, Mr. Chu. This time, you have truly guessed incorrectly. It is certainly not a ring," Min chuckled, knowing full well what he had placed inside. Master Xiao's countenance shifted repeatedly beside him, and Min turned his gaze towards him. "Master Xiao, it is your turn. I believe this time you shall emerge victorious." Master Xiao retrieved his tortoise shell, tossing the copper coins with a sense of confusion. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth and uttered, "A ring. How could I not know what I placed there?" "You both guessed incorrectly." With a grin, Min lifted the cloth covering the bowl. "What? When did it transform into a ring?" He picked up the ring from the bowl, which indeed matched Chu Xiangyang's description perfectly. Chu Xiangyang's patience had worn thin. He reached for the compass resting on the coffee table. "Master Xiao, are you now convinced?" Master Xiao, having lost, could hardly accept his defeat. "That does not count. We should. Do you not have any shame? At your age, to renege time and again, even kindergarten children are more honorable." Before Master Xiao could finish, Chu Xiangyang interjected. "How dare you speak to my master in such a manner? And how should I address your master? He is your master, not mine. You respect him. Must I also show him the same regard? It is truly a disgrace to lack respect for one's elders and to speak without integrity." With the compass and nasal pod in hand, Chu Xiangyang prepared to leave. Min hurriedly stepped forward to block his path. "Mr. Chu, has my issue been thoroughly resolved?" Chu Xiangyang paused, shaking his head. "The grievances that have accumulated cannot be dispelled in a day. To rid yourself of them entirely, you must take that Pinocchio to the temple. After 49 days to dissolve its resentment, all will be well. However, to uncover the identity of the perpetrator, you should investigate that Pinocchio alongside your bone bracelet. I need not elaborate further." At this moment, Min was filled with profound admiration for Chu Xiangyang, nodding vigorously. "I will follow your instructions." Chu Xiangyang then departed without delay. Master Xiao, having risen to leave, found himself confronted by Min's resigned sigh. "That item was exchanged by your disciple, wasn't it? Your actions truly tarnish your reputation. Please, allow me to escort you out." With a face of fury, Master Xiao found himself unable to counter Min's words, merely flinging his sleeves in frustration and turning to exit. The other disciples followed behind him, heads hung low. Once inside the vehicle, Master Xiao, with a sinister glare at his eldest disciple, commanded, "Investigate where he truly came from." Subsequently, he dialed a long unmade call. Chu Xiangyang assumed that matters concerning Min had reached a conclusion. He planned to wait a day to celebrate his grandfather's birthday with Jiang Lin before returning home. However, to his surprise, Min sought him out again in the afternoon. "Master Chu, please help me," came Min's voice from outside. Chu Xiangyang considered feigning ignorance. Yet Ruan Min was convinced he was inside, and continued to knock persistently, until Chu Xiangyang felt as if he might be hallucinating from the incessant sound. With a resigned expression, he opened the door. Master Ruan, I believe it is unwise for you to be here. Master Chu, will you accompany me to the temple? I dare not go alone, Ruan Min said, his face a mask of distress. Chu Xiangyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Mr. Ruan, surely you jest. A visit to either a temple or a Taoist shrine would suffice. Once the malevolent spirit is exorcised, you shall have no further cause for concern. But I have always been an atheist. You asked me to engage in such rites, and I am truly apprehensive. Ruan Min's voice dwindled to a whisper. Chu Xiangyang found himself perplexed. Shouldn't he, an atheist, be unafraid of such matters? Moreover, one could simply leave the issue in the hands of the monks at the temple without personal involvement. Master, I shall pay you. Is that not sufficient? Name your price. Ruan Min urged, desperation evident in his tone. Chu Xiangyang, feeling overwhelmed, finally relented. Very well, where is the nearest Taoist temple or shrine? If necessary, I shall accompany you. In a little over an hour's drive, they arrived. Seeing that Chu Xiangyang had finally relented, Ruan Min eagerly spoke. Chu Xiangyang had intended to postpone until the following morning, but Ruan Min would not hear of it, fearing a change of heart, and thus hurriedly pulled him outside. Chapter 121. The wooden token of 500 Ruan Min led Chu Xiangyang to a modest Taoist temple. Although its size was small, the incense burned fervently. While Ruan Min attended to his serious business inside, Chu Xiangyang wandered outside aimlessly. The entrance of the temple extended forward, bustling with vendors, resembling a quaint marketplace. He paused at a stall where an elderly man with a long beard was drawing talismans. The more he observed, the darker Chu Xiangyang's expression became. The soul-receiving talisman he crafted appeared utterly grotesque, akin to a child's scribbling. Nearby, a woman cradled a crying infant, likely distressed from a loss of spirit. The elderly often remarked that newborns possess unstable souls, and after experiencing fright, they may exhibit symptoms of losing their spirit. Some cry incessantly, while others succumb to perpetual slumber. Sleeping nearly 22 hours a day, the soul-receiving talisman is one of the simplest to draw, yet the elder had utterly ruined it. Chu Xiangyang could not help but shake his head. What do you mean? Inquired the child's father, his tone devoid of irritation, merely seeking clarification. Chu Xiangyang sighed. To draw talismans without understanding is to invite ridicule from the spirits. To draw with understanding is to invoke their astonishment. Upon hearing this, the elderly man paused his work and glanced at Chu Xiangyang. The act of drawing talismans is fraught with taboo. Any interruption can lead to ruin, and with that glance, the talisman was indeed compromised. However, the significance of its destruction was minimal, as the quality had been rather poor to begin with. What do you mean, young friend? The old man asked. Before his rebirth, Chu Xiangyang had dabbled in the art of Mei Hua Yishu and had some understanding of talismanic inscriptions. When questioned by the other party, he candidly stated, the command is insufficient, the three circles are unstable, the left circle is misaligned, and the diagonal strokes are inconsistent. The other person's eyelids twitched slightly. Each word uttered by Chu Xiangyang pinpointed the flaws in his talismanic drawing. Those who lacked understanding would naturally be oblivious. Yet an expert could discern the errors at a glance. Could he be a master? The elder inquired. Might you draw a calming talisman for my child? The young parents, having grasped the situation, quickly interjected. As the elder prepared to speak, Chu Xiangyang smiled and remarked, his work is commendable. There is no need for my intervention. After all, he was not here to set up a stall for profit, and it would be best to avoid any animosity. To his surprise, the elder proved to be quite magnanimous. Upon hearing Chu's words, he graciously offered his position, suggesting, why not let my young friend create one? I would like to learn a thing or two. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, while the young father earnestly pleaded, please, lend us your assistance. With a sigh of resignation, Chu Xiangyang approached the table, dipped his brush in cinnabar, took a deep breath, and let the brush tip meet the yellow paper. In an instant, the talisman was completed. The elder stared in astonishment, giving Chu Xiangyang a thumbs up, while the couple expressed their gratitude profusely before departing. As Chu Xiangyang prepared to leave, the elder insisted, you must draw a personal talisman for me before you go, no matter the cost. Sir, you should try drawing it yourself. I believe in your abilities. I cannot. You must assist me. The elder's resolve was unwavering, suggesting that he would not relent until Chu Xiangyang complied. With a resigned sigh, Chu Xiangyang conceded, very well. I shall draw it for you. A personal talisman is not particularly extraordinary. It simply serves to attract good fortune and avert misfortune. essentially a means to slightly improve one's luck and mitigate constant misfortune. After completing the talisman, the elder finally allowed him to depart. Once Chu Xiangyang left, the elder began to pack up his stall as well. As Ruan Min had not yet emerged, Chu Xiangyang continued on his way. After a few dozen meters, he encountered a stall surrounded by a crowd, with sounds of lively bidding echoing from within. Out of curiosity, he approached to see what was happening. "Boss, how much for this piece?" A voice with a distinct quack sounded from the throng. "Not expensive, 5,800. What do you think?" replied a deep male voice. As Chu Xiangyang edged closer to the crowd, he noticed a variety of wood on display, with many people selecting and examining the pieces. It turned out they were gambling on wood. Chu Xiangyang mused silently. The individual with the quacking voice was eyeing a piece of wood about the thickness of a thigh and over a meter in length. It appeared to be a small leaf rosewood, and upon hearing the vendor's price, the quacking voice seemed intrigued. The wood, measuring a meter long, appeared flawless on the surface, yet its internal quality remained uncertain. In truth, gambling on wood is akin to gambling on stones. Appearances can be deceiving. What seems perfect externally may conceal alarming flaws within. The chances of hollow or rotten wood are significant, along with the possibility of fine cracks or desiccated wood. Only by cutting it open can one discern whether this piece of wood has appreciated or depreciated. A price of 580 is relatively modest in the timber trade. Chu Xiangyang's gaze swept the surroundings before settling on a piece of wood beneath the vendor's rear. This piece, measuring less than a meter, approximately 70 to 80 centimeters in length and boasting a diameter of around 40 centimeters, was marred by numerous fine cracks on its surface and splits at both ends, rendering it practically worthless in the eyes of onlookers. However, Chu Xiangyang approached it directly and inquired, "How much for this wood?" As he nudged the piece with his foot, the vendor extracted the wood from beneath him and, without even glancing at it, replied, "You have a good eye. Give me 500. Without hesitation, Chu Xiangyang produced 5 crisp banknotes and handed them over. Just as the wood was in his possession, Ruan Min arrived, a look of bewilderment on his face. "What is that you have?" he asked. "Hainan Wang Wali's purple oil pear," Chu Xiangyang replied. "Youth, even if it is purple oil pear, so what? Just look at those cracks. The core must be completely compromised. With that 500, you would be better off purchasing a new outfit," a kindly elder cautioned. Ruan Min agreed, noting the wood's unattractive appearance, though he refrained from voicing further criticism. Chu Xiangyang, unfazed, countered, despite its superficial cracks. Its core is undoubtedly intact and possesses the exquisite spider grain. A ripple of laughter ensued from the crowd upon hearing his words. The rarest form of Hainan Wang Wali is indeed the purple oil pear, and the most sought-after pattern is the spider grain. Who could believe that one could acquire a treasure worth at least 1 million for a mere 500? Laughter echoed around, even from the vendor, who remarked, 500 is truly not expensive. Though it has its fair share of cracks, take it home and you might just carve out a bead or two. Chu Xiangyang remained non-committal, preparing to depart with his wood. However, Ruan Min, accustomed to a life of privilege, could not tolerate such mockery. He snatched the wood from Chu Xiangyang's arms and declared, "Today, I will cut it open in public, so you can all see." Chapter 122. Cutting the wood. Ruan Min now harbored a blind admiration for Chu Xiangyang's words. Initially, the wood had seemed unremarkable, but since Chu Xiangyang insisted it contained something valuable, he was inclined to believe him. As soon as he finished speaking, the vendor handed him a saw. It was too late for Chu Xiangyang to intervene. With the electric saw ignited, it swiftly sliced through the wood at its cracked point. A collective gasp echoed from the spectators. The wood, as expected, was indeed purple oil pear, its color vibrant and its oil content remarkable. The grain was unmistakably the coveted spider pattern. "What luck! For 500. I would offer 500,000 for such a treasure." Do not merely speak of 500,000. Even 5 million now seems to hold value, does it not? Does he possess the discerning eye of a sage? Even Ruan Min, armed with a saw, was momentarily taken aback. Although he trusted Chu Xiangyang's words, the quality of the items here was truly beyond ordinary expectations. "I can offer 500,000 for it. What do you say, young man? Please consider it." A middle-aged man in his 40s happened to pass by the stall and, upon seeing the wooden piece, spoke up. Chu Xiangyang chuckled softly, as he had no intention of selling it. It was rather awkward. "No worries. I am Wei Ming. If you ever have something valuable to part with, do keep me in mind." The man extended his business card with both hands. Chu Xiangyang accepted the card and glanced at it, realizing that the individual was also engaged in the antique trade. He nodded, expressing his anticipation for potential future collaborations. As Chu Xiangyang attempted to leave, the vendor unexpectedly obstructed his path. You cannot leave, the vendor declared. Confused, Chu Xiangyang responded. We have already settled the transaction. Why can I not depart? I regret my decision. I no longer wish to sell this piece to you. I want it back. The vendor retrieved 500 yuan from his bag, attempting to snatch the wooden item from Chu Xiangyang's grasp. Brother, is this how you conduct business? Chu Xiangyang scoffed. You must be an outsider. Have you not inquired about my reputation in this area? Do I need to justify my actions? The vendor retorted with a mocking laugh. Understanding the situation, Chu Xiangyang realized the man was attempting to bully him due to his outsider status. However, he had indeed encountered the right person today. With his left hand clutching the wooden piece and the money in his right, he declared, Since you wish to gift me this, I shall accept your money. Let us have witnesses. He waved the cash around before grandly placing it into his pocket. You are indeed courting disaster. Return my money and hand over the wood, or I shall not be so lenient, the middle-aged man threatened, casually picking up a wooden stick, clearly prepared to resort to violence. As he moved, 4 or 5 individuals emerged from the crowd, each wielding a weapon, indicating they were accomplices. Unfazed by such an attack, Chu Xiangyang was about to speak when he noticed Wan Min, without a moment's hesitation, lift his leg and deliver a powerful kick. The blow landed squarely on the man's abdomen, sending him flying 2 meters backward before collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach, unable to rise. Seeing their companion down, the remaining assailants rushed towards Wan Min, renowned as the war dragon among the 4 young masters of the capital. Wan Min had honed his fighting skills since he was 3 or 4 years old, trained by a personal coach his father had hired. After over 20 years, handling such small-time thugs was a trivial matter for him. In the blink of an eye, all 4 or 5 men lay defeated. Dusting off his hands and retracting his leg, he bellowed, Open your eyes wide and behold. Whose porcelain do you dare to touch? The individuals, writhing on the ground and clutching their injured areas, could utter not a single word, their cries echoing in despair. Mr. Chu, shall we depart? Wan Min spoke with a demeanor of utmost respect. Chu Xiangyang nodded slightly, tossing a handful of bills onto the vendor's table before striding forward. On the return journey, Wan Min appeared to grapple with unspoken thoughts. Chu Xiangyang, feigning slumber in the passenger seat, sensed his hesitation and remarked, If there is something on your mind, Mr. Wan, feel free to express it. He mused that if Wan Min remained silent any longer, he would surely suffocate from his own reticence. With a sheepish chuckle, Wan Min finally inquired, I was wondering, Mr. Chu, about that piece of wood you have. Surely, you wouldn't consider selling it? Chu Xiangyang glanced at him, and Wan Min quickly added, I am indeed interested. I propose a price of 10 million. What do you think? Chu Xiangyang chuckled softly, dismissing the notion. That piece of worthless would hardly merit such a sum. Moreover, I intend to keep it for a purpose, so I have no intention of selling. Upon hearing this, Wan Min nodded, his disappointment evident on his countenance. He escorted Chu Xiangyang back to the hotel, and just before Chu Xiangyang exited the vehicle, Wan Min asked, I have dispatched someone to investigate the origins of that Pinocchio and the human bone beads. Would Mr. Chu be willing to assist me in examining the findings? Why seek me? You should pursue the one behind this, Chu Xiangyang replied, pausing and unbuckling his seatbelt, casting a glance at Wan Min. Was this individual truly so reliant on his aid after just one instance of assistance? Wan Min explained, Since that person devised such a cunning method to target me, they surely are no ordinary individual. Thus, I must enlist a formidable ally to confront them. Chu Xiangyang rolled his eyes in exasperation, disregarding Wan Min's animated chatter as he exited the car. Wan Min rushed to the window, shouting, Do not forget, I will personally come to collect you. Chu Xiangyang waved dismissively without looking back, clutching the piece of wood as he entered the revolving door. Upon reaching the lobby and standing before the elevator, he awaited its arrival. As the doors opened, several individuals emerged, led by the venerable Mr. Sun and the elderly Mr. Zhou, followed by several young men, all of whom bore a dejected expression. One keen-eyed youth pointed at Chu Xiangyang and exclaimed, What brings you here? As Chu Xiangyang attempted to enter the elevator, Mr. Sun obstructed his path. We too visited the ghost market last night, Mr. Zhou interjected. Oh, Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Did you encounter any fortune? Mr. Zhou shook his head gently. A young man could not contain himself, exclaiming, It was all a deception. They claimed to have found bargains, but there were no bargains to be had. Finding a bargain is never a simple task, Chu Xiangyang replied with a smile. If it were as easy as they imagined, everyone would abandon their endeavors and simply seek out bargains. Indeed, to find a bargain, one must discover what others have overlooked. Beyond mere luck, keen eyesight is essential. Mr. Sun adjusted his glasses, inquiring, Young friend, where have you been? What do you possess there? With a smile, Chu Xiangyang offered the item in his hand, explaining, I acquired this for 500. Mr. Sun, would you be so kind as to appraise it? Old Sun, upon seeing this, nearly vomited blood in disbelief. Chapter 123, The Unopenable Box. Just as he began to speak, Chu Xiangyang retrieved the piece of wood and declared, See you all. With those words, he swiftly entered the elevator. By the time everyone regained their senses, the elevator doors had already closed slowly. Old Sun, what was that? The crowd inquired urgently. Hearing this, Old Sun removed his reading glasses from the bridge of his nose, pinched his brow, and then spoke with a tone of resignation. Purple oil pear, spider pattern. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. They couldn't help but marvel at this individual's extraordinary luck. How could he have found such a treasure for merely 500 yuan? As the crowd dispersed downstairs, Chu Xiangyang resolved to craft something for Jiang Lin's grandfather. He spent the entire afternoon into the evening laboring in his room, finally falling into a satisfied slumber in the early hours of the morning. The next morning, after finishing his morning routine and breakfast, Chu Xiangyang's gaze fell upon the Buddha statue on the table. Standing approximately 50 centimeters tall, the statue's unique purple oil pear hue, illuminated by the sunlight, radiated a faint halo. Chu Xiangyang casually picked up the statue, intending to find a suitable box to encase it. The antique street was sparsely populated, with few serious buyers among the tourists who wandered in hopes of stumbling upon hidden gems. After a brief exploration, Chu Xiangyang entered a shop named Qihongxian. Drawn by a box displayed in the window, the dimensions of the box seemed perfectly suited for the Buddha statue he held. He walked directly toward it. Boss, how much for this box? Chu Xiangyang inquired, pointing at the one in the window. The owner, a middle-aged man with a square head and a face full of excess flesh that squished his eyes into slits, looked up and replied leisurely. If you can open that box, it's yours for free. Really? Chu Xiangyang was skeptical, doubting that such good fortune existed. The owner continued. That box has been here for quite some time. Many have tried, but none have succeeded. Intrigued, Chu Xiangyang asked the owner to bring the box out, expressing his desire to give it a try. The owner chuckled and said, Well, if you wish to attempt it, it's not without cost. You have 10 minutes per attempt, charging 10,000 for one try, 20,000 for two, and so forth. Chu Xiangyang examined the box closely. It appeared to be a Ming Dynasty copper-gilded floral box, adorned with intricate patterns, making the lock almost invisible. It felt as though the box was a solid entity, seemingly impossible to open. He casually placed the Buddha statue he had tucked under his arm on a nearby cabinet and remarked, Let me study it first. I estimate I can figure out how to open it in less than 3 minutes. The boss let out a cold laugh and said, Young man, I have encountered many who boast, but I have never met someone as loquacious as you. Don't speak of 10 minutes. There are many who have spent an hour on it without uncovering a single mechanism. You claim you can open it in 3 minutes? Chu Xiangyang had no desire to engage in a debate, simply responding, If I can open it, wouldn't you see for yourself? The boss scoffed at his words. Yet his gaze shifted to the statue of Buddha nearby. Being in the antique collection business, he naturally recognized that Chu Xiangyang's statue was no mere trinket, and it piqued his interest. Thus, he proposed, Since you are so confident, why don't we make a wager? A wager on what? Chu Xiangyang's attention shifted from the box to the boss. The boss smiled and replied, Let us wager something simple. If you can open the box within 3 minutes, you may choose anything from my shop. If you cannot, I shall take something from you. What do you say? Oh. Chu Xiangyang discerned the underlying intention of the other party with a mere glance. Yet he feigned compliance and asked, I have nothing of value. Take whatever you desire. Very well, it is settled then. The boss replied eagerly, nodding his head. If you lose, I shall take your Buddha statue. How does that sound? Chu Xiangyang readily agreed. Sure, no problem. At that moment, a few others entered the shop, their eyes also set on the box. The boss had placed this box in the display case for several years, profiting handsomely from those who attempted to open it. Many had returned empty-handed. Yet numerous others had become increasingly determined, eager to unveil the box's secrets, for it was indeed worth a substantial amount. The tens of thousands spent on attempts paled in comparison to the box's true value. What they did not realize was that those seemingly trifling sums had accumulated over the years into a considerable fortune. The boss had long since recouped his investment in the box. As onlookers prepared to witness the opening, their initial excitement waned upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's claims. Many among them had attempted to open it not just once, but multiple times, spending not merely 10 minutes. Some had invested dozens or even hundreds of minutes. Yet, Chu Xiangyang asserted he would succeed in under 3 minutes, and even wagered with the shopkeeper. Little did they expect that someone who appeared promising would turn out to be a braggart. 3 minutes to open that box? Do you think we are fools? One muttered quietly. Another chimed in. Some individuals always feel self-satisfied, yet in reality, they are nothing. Such behavior merely seeks to draw attention and garner superficial acclaim. I am curious to see how he intends to open that box in 3 minutes. One scoffed, recalling his own 7 or 8 attempts, having spent over 100,000 without finding a single mechanism. I bet he cannot open it. If he does, I will share his surname. A young man could not contain his thoughts. Then wouldn't you have to call him father? At this remark, laughter erupted among the crowd. Meanwhile, Chu Xiangyang had already begun his preparations to open the box. He examined the box thoroughly, scanning it multiple times, yet found no discernible signs of a mechanism. However, the absence of evidence on the surface did not imply that the interior was devoid of secrets. Chu Xiangyang's discerning golden gaze began to reveal its prowess, rendering the box before him nearly transparent. Moments later, he nodded with a smile, addressing the proprietor. You may commence the timer now, and with so many witnesses present. You wouldn't dare to renege on your word, would you? The owner waved his hand dismissively. At my age, why would I deceive you? If you manage to open it, the box is yours, and you may choose anything from the shop at your leisure. Chu Xiangyang nodded in agreement. That is splendid. As his words settled, the proprietor activated the timer, while Chu Xiangyang began to delicately probe the intricate golden embellishments adorning the box. Be careful. Any damage will incur full compensation. The owner's voice suddenly echoed. Chapter 124. The lock on the box was gilded, and the patterns upon it shimmered with the same golden hue, creating a striking visual appeal. Observers could not contain their curiosity as they witnessed Chu Xiangyang's bold attempt to manipulate the ornamentation. Can he truly unlock it? If not, he should set it down quickly. He might ruin it. Indeed, they say he is merely seeking attention. How could he possibly open the box? Someone should snatch the box away from him before he damages it. Just then, a crisp sound emanated from Chu Xiangyang's hands. The crowd turned to see that a thread of embellishment, no thicker than a sewing needle, had indeed shifted. He had rotated the pattern, directing it to the side, before moving on to the next one. Those who had previously urged the owner to reclaim the box fell silent, their eyes fixated on Chu Xiangyang's deft movements. Even the proprietor stepped out from behind the counter, approaching him with keen interest. The gilded patterns adhered tightly to the surface of the box. Every individual who had attempted to unveil its secrets previously had searched the box's edges diligently, hesitating to disturb the delicate embellishments. After all, losing a golden thread would surely drive the owner to madness. Yet, here was this audacious individual. As Chu Xiangyang's actions quickened, the patterns transformed with increasing frequency. Finally, at a certain moment, the box emitted a distinct click, and its lid rose approximately 1 centimeter on its own. Chu Xiangyang did not hasten to fully open the lid. Instead, he glanced at the proprietor, inquiring if the time had exceeded 3 minutes. The crowd paused, suddenly recalling the wager made earlier. The owner glanced at the timer on the table, noting it had only registered a little over 2 minutes. It was evident that this round of betting had been won by Chu Xiangyang. Not yet. The owner gritted his teeth in response. Hearing this, Chu Xiangyang merely smiled faintly and lifted the lid completely. He then placed his intricately carved statue of Buddha inside, satisfied with the fit. With great contentment, he retrieved his phone and completed a payment of 10,000 yuan. Following the transaction, he selected a pocket watch amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers. The pocket watch was certainly not the most valuable item in the proprietor's shop. However, it was a wager, and Chu Xiangyang did not wish to annihilate his adversaries entirely. After acquiring the watch, he imitated the demeanor of the wandering folk and expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist before departing. It was only when the shop's door was firmly shut that the onlookers regained their senses. Did he truly just take that box without consequence? Are we to simply stand by and allow this? We support you. Yes, reclaim it, and it shall be yours. Quickly, go. The crowd dispersed in a flurry. Content with his successful acquisition, Chu Xiangyang intended to linger a while longer. However, he was unexpectedly accosted by a group of ruffians shortly after setting forth. Well, where do you hail from? Do you not know that a protection fee is required here? One of the thugs, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette, remarked. Chu Xiangyang, with a stoic expression, inquired, is a protection fee necessary here? I was unaware. You need not be aware. The rules are dictated by me. And as long as you comply, all will be well, the thug replied. Chu Xiangyang glanced upward and noticed an alley nearby. With a smile, he said, paying a protection fee is not out of the question. Let us proceed there. Upon seeing the seldom trodden alley indicated by Chu Xiangyang, the ruffians chuckled. Ah, he's playing along. Let us go, lads. As he stepped forward, Chu Xiangyang suppressed a cold smirk and walked ahead. Once inside the alley, the ruffians naturally encircled him. and one of them declared, "Since you are so accommodating, we want to make it difficult for you. Hand over the box, and we shall let you go." Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, initially perceiving this as a standard robbery, only to discover it was more purposeful. "And what if I refuse to surrender it?" "Refuse." The thug spat out the cigarette butt and crushed it beneath his boot, menacingly stating, "Then your fate will be no better than that." He gestured toward the flattened cigarette. Shrugging, Chu Xiangyang countered, "I have a query for you. Should you answer truthfully, I shall release you, but if you lie, you will share the fate of that cigarette." "Huh." The thug spat defiantly onto the ground. "You must be tired of living." But before he could finish his threat, Chu Xiangyang delivered a swift punch that crushed his nose, causing tears to stream down his face as he clutched his bleeding nose and bellowed, "Hit me. Strike me hard." The remaining ruffians hastily drew their weapons and charged at Chu Xiangyang. Just as one thug raised his iron rod, he realized his weapon had vanished. Looking up in bewilderment, he met Chu Xiangyang's slight smile, followed by an excruciating pain in his knee, causing him to collapse. The thug trailing behind had yet to comprehend the situation when he found himself face to face with Chu Xiangyang, who utilized one of their own weapons to greet him, resulting in the second thug clutching his shoulder and falling in defeat. The third and fourth individuals charged forward simultaneously, and by the time they sought to halt their advance, it was already too late. Owing to inertia, they found themselves directly before Chu Xiangyang. With a smirk gracing his lips, he deftly seized the baton from one of them and brought both hands down in unison. The two men promptly rolled their eyes back and collapsed onto the ground. Now, three others remained before Chu Xiangyang, their faces etched with tension as they brandished their weapons yet hesitated to take a single step forward. Chu Xiangyang chuckled softly, shaking his head before advancing towards them. The trio recoiled in fear. He halted before the leader of the ruffians, who looked up with a face of sheer terror, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" "As I stated before, I shall pose a question. Should your answer satisfy me, I shall grant you your freedom. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as your companions." Leaning down, Chu Xiangyang enunciated each word with deliberate precision. Despite the faint smile at the corners of his eyes, the ruffian felt a chill enveloping him. He swallowed hard, his face betraying his anxiety as he stammered, "What exactly do you wish to know?" Chu Xiangyang straightened, gently patting non-existent dust from his shoulders. "My inquiry is quite simple. Who sent you?" The following morning, Jiang Lin called Chu Xiangyang, intending to personally fetch him for a birthday celebration. However, he politely declined her invitation. After a brief tidying up, he took his gift and hailed a taxi at the hotel entrance, heading straight for the venue of the birthday party. Chapter 125. Unadorned Jiang Yishuan was a veritable figure of authority in the provincial capital. With his father's birthday approaching, Chu Xiangyang anticipated a lavish and boisterous affair. To his surprise, however, the address Jiang Lin provided led to a villa community. The taxi sped along, reaching the entrance of the villa complex after half an hour. Before exiting the vehicle, Chu Xiangyang attempted to call Jiang Lin, but she was likely preoccupied and did not answer. Consequently, he sent her a text message to inform her of his arrival. The security at the entrance was stringent, with a rookie guard who had only recently taken his post. An experienced colleague had previously advised him that the residents of this community were either wealthy or of noble status, and it was imperative to deny entry to any unrelated individuals, lest one be held accountable for any ensuing trouble. Thus, when Chu Xiangyang, clad in a simple t-shirt and jeans, appeared at the gate, the guard brandished his baton and bellowed, "Hurry up. If you don't leave, I shall call the police." Chu Xiangyang was taken aback. What was the meaning of this? He had yet to utter a word, and already they were threatening to notify the authorities? "I merely wish to attend the Jiang family's birthday celebration." He felt it necessary to clarify. However, upon hearing his explanation, the guard scoffed, "Don't think I'm unaware. Just look at your shabby attire. Do you even comprehend who the Jiang family is? They are the wealthiest in this area, and countless individuals like you attempt to sneak in every day. I suggest you leave at once, lest I be compelled to report you." The young security guard pointed his stick at Chu Xiangyang and spoke. Chu Xiangyang, amused by his anger, replied, "I was indeed invited to the birthday banquet by their family. Miss Jiang is my friend." The guard retorted, "So Miss Jiang is someone you know? If you have the ability, show me the invitation, and I might believe you are a guest of theirs." The guard extended his hand towards Chu Xiangyang, demanding proof. However, Chu Xiangyang realized he did not possess an invitation. Regret washed over him. He wished he had allowed Jiang Lin to fetch him, sparing him the need for such verbal exchanges. The guard, seeing Chu Xiangyang's lack of an invitation, became increasingly convinced that he was merely trying to sneak in to seek favors from the Jiang family. His confidence grew as he commanded, "Did you hear me? If you don't leave now, I will call the police." His voice was so loud that it drew the attention of passers-by. Another security guard peeked out from the booth, urging him to leave to avoid embarrassment. Seeing the disdain on the guard's face, Chu Xiangyang sighed and said, "I advise you to let me in quickly, otherwise, when Miss Jiang comes out personally, you will find it difficult to explain." The guard scoffed, "Can you stop boasting? If you want to sneak in, at least learn from others and dress the part. Look in the mirror and see what you look like. Even the elderly scavengers in the community are better dressed than you." With a dismissive snort, the guard tapped the gate with his stick. Chu Xiangyang glanced down at his attire and reluctantly took out his phone to call Jiang Lin. Just as he was about to dial, Jiang Lin came running from afar. The guard, spotting Jiang Lin, hurried over. "Miss Jiang, what brings you here? If you need to retrieve something, I can assist you." "I'm here to pick someone up," Jiang Lin replied. "Is it a friend of yours? If you call me, I will personally deliver them," the guard said, his tone suddenly ingratiating. He then recalled Chu Xiangyang standing at the entrance, and with a look of distaste, he added, "Today, the old man is hosting a birthday banquet, and many are trying to sneak in. Just moments ago, someone claiming to be your friend was at the entrance, but fortunately, my keen eyes discerned he was a fraud, so I stopped him." Jiang Lin continued walking. "Where's that person?" The guard answered, "He was just at the entrance." Glancing up, he realized that Chu Xiangyang had vanished. Unsure if the person she had just seen was indeed Chu Xiangyang, Jiang Lin approached the entrance to verify. Upon reaching the doorway, she spotted Chu Xiangyang standing to the side. Her anger flared instantly. The security guard, oblivious to the situation, exclaimed, "That's him. Pretending to be your friend, trying to sneak in." As he spoke, he raised his stick and struck the iron railing of the gate forcefully, adding, "You were just asked to leave. Why are you still here, blocking the way?" Chu Xiangyang remained silent, merely looking at Jiang Lin with a smile that held a hint of irony. Jiang Lin, while possessing good upbringing, found her forthright temperament prevailing at that moment. She pointed at the incessantly chattering security guard and declared, "First, apologize, and then leave. You needn't return to work tomorrow." What? The unfolding of events was rather abrupt, leaving the young guard momentarily stunned. "I shall repeat myself one last time. Apologize to this gentleman and then depart. I do not wish to see you here again." With that, Jiang Lin elegantly gestured towards the guard booth. Those inside had naturally witnessed the entire scene unfold with clarity. The guard, recalling that he had also spoken earlier, felt a tremor of anxiety. This young lady, Jiang, when provoked, was a force to be reckoned with. The foolish lad worried that his blunder might ensnare him in the consequences. In a flash, numerous thoughts raced through his mind. Yet ultimately he stood up obediently and walked out. "Jiang, Miss Jiang, hello," he stammered. Jiang Lin, with a hint of impatience, instructed, "Call your supervisor and convey that I have said this individual shall not return to work tomorrow." Initially, she had considered asking him to apologize to Chu Xiangyang, but with a multitude of tasks awaiting her, she had no time to linger. Just as she was about to pull Chu Xiangyang away, unexpectedly, the young guard clung to Chu Xiangyang's leg, weeping profusely, "Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a baby in need of care. Grant me this opportunity to amend my error. I promise I shall not err again." Witnessing the guard sobbing, with tears and snot threatening to soil his trousers, Chu Xiangyang hastily stepped aside. "Well, at least he is earnest in his work," he mused, unwilling to quibble with a mere security guard. Jiang Lin sighed. "You have a penchant for being the nice guy. Let us proceed. The others are nearly gathered." The amiable Chu could only acquiesce to Jiang Lin's lead as she guided him into the community. The half-seated guard lifted his head, bewildered, and looked at his colleague. "Am I, perhaps, still able to work tomorrow?" His colleague appeared equally perplexed. "I suppose so. Did you not hear that fellow plead for you?" The young guard wiped his tears and snot. "That brother is a good person. I shall remember him. Even if he comes next time in nothing but his skin, I will let him in." Chapter 126. The wall-crawling Spider-Man Jiang Lin led Chu Xiangyang to the villa. Upon entering, he noticed that most of the attendees were quite young. "The older ones are upstairs," Jiang Lin whispered in explanation. Chu Xiangyang nodded and presented his gift to Jiang Lin. Upon noticing the exquisite patterns on the box, Jiang Lin realized it was no ordinary item. "I must personally deliver this gift to my grandfather," she said earnestly. Chu Xiangyang smiled, hoping the elder would appreciate it. "He will certainly like it. I trust your judgment," Jiang Lin replied with a grin. After carefully stowing away Chu Xiangyang's gift, she guided him to a sofa in the hall where they settled down. From the moment the two individuals entered, the attention of everyone in the hall was predominantly fixated upon them, as they observed Chu Xiangyang clad in a simple t-shirt and denim jeans. A wave of skepticism washed over the crowd. It seemed yet another impoverished youth was attempting to ascend the social ladder. The wealthy second-generation elites regarded this with disdain. When Chu Xiangyang settled not far from them, they could hardly be bothered to engage him, continuing their previous discussion. "Hey, Tang Qian, where were we?" inquired a young man with short, blonde hair, glancing at his companion dressed in a sleek black suit. Tang Qian adjusted his glasses. "Were you referring to the incident on the pedestrian street? I happened to be nearby. The fire was quite ferocious. The child on the 7th floor stood on the balcony, crying incessantly, while everyone around was in a state of panic. Were those present completely oblivious? Why didn't anyone call for help?" A sweet-faced girl interjected. "How could they not have called for help?" Tang Qian responded. "But it would take at least 10 minutes for the fire truck to arrive. If we had to wait that long, the child would surely have suffocated. I heard about that. The videos online went viral. There was a Spider-Man who climbed from the 1st to the 7th floor," chimed in a long-haired beauty beside the blonde youth, producing her phone to share the footage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin considered speaking up, for she too had been present that day and knew the true identity of the Spider-Man. However, before she could utter a word, Chu Xiangyang suddenly grasped her arm. Confused, she turned to see him gently shaking his head. It dawned on her that Chu Xiangyang preferred to remain discreet, likely wishing to avoid any disclosure of that day's events. Thus, she chose to remain silent. The long-haired beauty played the video for everyone, as they witnessed a figure scaling the walls with the agility reminiscent of Spider-Man, rescuing the child. Gasps of admiration filled the air. "This guy is incredibly impressive, even more so than free climbing," exclaimed the blonde youth. Tang Qian laughed. "Su Qing, you claim to be a climbing expert. How do you compare to him?" The young man hastily waved his hands. "The height of 7 stories. With no safety rope in sight, I wouldn't dare attempt that." The group erupted in laughter. Who would have thought that the esteemed Su could be afraid of something? Teased the long-haired beauty. "You all have no idea. This Spider-Man is exceptionally skilled. The video might not capture it clearly, but they say he seemed to have something in his hands while scaling the building. You're not suggesting he had suction cups, are you? Whether he had anything or not, just look at his speed. A normal person couldn't possibly climb with such dexterity. That does sound rather plausible. Shouldn't someone like him be studied in a laboratory for research on genetic mutations?" As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, particularly regarding the notion of genetic mutations, Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but let out a chuckle. His ability to scale the 7th floor unaided is inextricably linked to his regular physical training. Moreover, the building's structure differs from that of a typical stone wall, providing numerous footholds. One might surmise that ascending 10 stories would pose no challenge for him, though anything higher might elicit some hesitation. The laughter that ensued prompted a glance from the crowd, revealing that it originated from Chu Xiangyang. With Jiang Lin seated nearby, Su Qing maintained a modicum of politeness, inquiring, "What has prompted such mirth? Surely, it cannot be the tale of Spider-Man that has elicited your laughter? Do you believe we are fabricating our accounts?" The long-haired beauty scoffed coldly. Many in the gathering harbored a quiet admiration for Jiang Lin, yet it remained largely unspoken. In a crowd, they would certainly afford her a measure of respect, given that Chu Xiangyang was introduced by her. Even those who might look down upon him would temper their words. However, the other young women were unrestrained in their disdain. The more Jiang Lin attracted the attention of these affluent scions, the more irate they became. Particularly when confronted with a man who bore the semblance of a pauper, there was little reason for them to extend him any courtesy. Chu Xiangyang waved his hand dismissively and asserted, "I apologize. I merely recalled something amusing." Another girl, with a sweet visage, chimed in. "Have you all heard the ancient Chinese adage? What is it?" The crowd, sensing an underlying message, responded in unison. "My grandfather once told me that one should not mock those who are less fortunate. Never should one find amusement in the misfortunes of others, for one may very well be inferior to them. Recognizing the strengths of others is not difficult. The challenge lies in acknowledging one's own flaws, such as a lack of shame." Laughter erupted, with MOMO adding, "Could you refrain from being so amusing?" The long-haired beauty collapsed onto the sofa in fits of laughter. The surrounding men cast dubious glances at Chu Xiangyang before joining in the merriment. Jiang Lin, being astute, quickly deduced who the subject of the jest was about to be. But Chu Xiangyang pressed her down gently. "Mr. Chu, is it? I am Mo Li, but everyone calls me MOMO. I sincerely apologize if you thought I was referring to you. Please do not take it to heart." With that, the laughter resumed, echoing in the room. Tang Qian, however, remained somber, fixated on Chu Xiangyang as if lost in contemplation. "Hey, Tang Qian, have you lost your wits?" Su Qing nudged him. Adjusting his glasses, Tang Qian remarked, "I truly believe this Mr. Chu bears a striking resemblance to Spider-Man. Come now, he is Spider-Man, and I am the Hulk." Su Qing guffawed, tears of laughter streaming down his face. MOMO, stifling her chuckles, interjected, "Tang Qian, I think you might need to have your vision checked. Perhaps your prescription has changed? Even if you were present at the scene, you cannot be so mistaken. Tang Xian replied earnestly, my prescription is not particularly strong, just over 200 degrees. The distance was somewhat far, but this Mr. Chu really does resemble Spider-Man. He then turned to Jiang Lin with a puzzled expression. Miss Jiang, were you also present at that time? I noticed you left with your Spider-Man, and by the time I pursued you, you had already departed. At this, the collective gaze of the assembly shifted abruptly towards Jiang Lin. Chapter 127. Who, indeed, is he? Lin, was that really you that day? Su Qing inquired, his face adorned with confusion. Mo, equally intrigued, asked, was that Spider-Man truly with you? Jiang Lin nodded, affirming, indeed, I was present at the scene. The moment these words escaped her lips, excitement surged among the crowd. So it was true. Tang Xian, your instincts are remarkably sharp. But who exactly is that Spider-Man? Is it He Xiao or Cheng Xiao? Su Qing hurriedly pressed, clearly eager to uncover the identity of the enigmatic figure. As an avid rock climber himself, he was keen to engage in dialogue about climbing techniques. I believe it must be Ruan Xiao. I heard he has been spending quite a bit of time with Miss Jiang lately, Mo remarked with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged knowing glances filled with ambiguity. However, Jiang Lin rolled her eyes and clarified, you're mistaken. The one who was with me that day was Mr. Chu, and the so-called Spider-Man you speak of is also Mr. Chu. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. They directed their incredulous gazes towards the composed young man, struggling to reconcile their perception of him with the hero who allegedly scaled 7 stories barehanded. While it might have been possible for others to cast doubt on this revelation, Jiang Lin's confirmation carried weight. As the heiress of the Jiang family, her words were not to be doubted, nor would she stoop to fabricate such trivialities. The earlier malicious remarks left many attendees feeling embarrassed. Curiously, a few individuals became increasingly interested in Chu Xiangyang, initiating conversations to glean insights into his climbing prowess. Among the affluent youths gathered, their amusements typically revolved around exhilarating activities, skydiving, mountain racing, and free climbing, to name a few. The feat of ascending 7 stories without safety equipment piqued their curiosity immensely. Su Qing, tempted to approach and ask about it, refrained due to the excessive nature of his previous comments, prioritizing his pride. As Chu Xiangyang found himself surrounded by eager interlocutors, the atmosphere grew oddly quiet among the others. To break the tension, Su Qing attempted to steer the conversation, saying, have you all heard? The box on Antique Street, which hadn't been opened for nearly a decade, was finally unlocked yesterday. His statement immediately captured the crowd's attention. The origins of the box were shrouded in mystery, yet those in the know recognized it as a treasure. The seller had proclaimed that anyone who opened it could claim its contents for free, and over the years, the tale had become legendary throughout the province. Now that it had been unlocked, the crowd was naturally intrigued. Last year, I was curious enough to attempt to open it myself. I spent nearly 100,000, yet I couldn't even find its mechanism, lamented a young man. It's no surprise. Over the years, countless individuals have likely tried their luck, another added. I've heard that the person who managed to unlock it boasted of doing so in 10 minutes. While he claimed he could do it in 3, chimed in a wealthy individual surnamed Yen. Who could have possibly unlocked it? Did someone bring in an expert? Mo gathered her hair and continued the conversation. She had been the most critical of Chu Xiangyang, so naturally, she did not join the commotion over there. Yin Zhao replied, claiming that the individual in question was not an older person but rather a youth. Upon hearing this, Su Qing couldn't help but steal a glance at Chu Xiangyang, who was currently surrounded by a throng of people. A youth? Surely. It couldn't be that heroic Spider-Man once again. Laughter erupted among the crowd, with Mo contributing. It's truly unpredictable. Someone so formidable could easily open a box at whim. Yin Zhao, sharing a similar disdain for Chu Xiangyang, scoffed. Just based on him? Did he not just boast about climbing buildings barehanded? That box is an exquisitely crafted and valuable item. With his brawn over brains demeanor, can he truly unlock it? Yin Zhao's point was valid. If one were to suggest smashing the box open, I might indeed entertain that notion. However, the thought of him unlocking a box evokes the absurd image of Zhang, face seated with a needle for embroidery. The group appeared to have found their playful banter again, and the earlier eerie silence dissipated entirely. Amid their lively chatter, a commotion arose at the entrance of the villa. As everyone turned their heads, they realized the newcomer was none other than Ruan Min, one of the 4 young masters of the capital. Ruan Min's lineage could easily overshadow everyone present. Only the Jiang family could rival the Ruan family. Yet when all is considered, the Ruan family ultimately excels, for otherwise, Ruan Min would not be referred to as one of the 4 young masters of the capital, but rather as one of the 4 young masters of the provincial city. This explains why, despite Jiang Lin's beauty and the multitude of admirers, no one dared to genuinely pursue her. Simply uttering the name Ruan Min was enough to make them falter. Initially, there were indeed some who, lacking insight, dared to approach Jiang Lin, but overnight, those families found themselves obliterated within the business realm. Once or twice could be deemed coincidence, but as occurrences accumulated, everyone came to understand Ruan Min's ruthless methods. Even the most ardent admirers hesitated to approach Jiang Lin thereafter. As Ruan Min advanced toward the crowd, the wealthy second-generation individuals all stood to greet him. Young Master Ruan has arrived. They wore smiles of obsequiousness. Almost everyone rose to welcome Ruan Min, save for one individual who remained seated. The people in front had already encircled Ruan Min, while those behind observed the scene with clarity. Su Qing sneered and stepped forward, addressing Ruan Min, "Young master. You've arrived just in time. Miss Jiang's boyfriend is here as well." The crowd instantly grasped the implications of Su Qing's words. Ruan Min not only hailed from a distinguished lineage but also possessed a notoriously volatile temper. To him, Jiang Lin represented a sensitive spot. Anyone daring to infringe upon it would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Indeed, upon hearing Su Qing's remark, Ruan Min immediately lifted his head. Trained in martial arts from a young age, he stood tall and robust. Even in a suit, his biceps were visibly pronounced. With his deep-set eyes, even the slightest glance carried an air of ruthless intensity that sent shivers down the spine. Su Qing found himself stepping back half a pace under Ruan Min's gaze. The surrounding individuals offered silent condolences for the young man seated on the sofa, who remained unperturbed. The crowd instinctively parted, and in an instant, Chu Xiangyang's figure appeared before Ruan Min. Su Qing squinted his eyes, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as he thought, "Let us see how you manage to extricate yourself this time." Upon spotting Chu Xiangyang, Ruan Min swiftly stepped forward. The air around him charged with an intense aura of menace. Yet, Chu Xiangyang remained seated, his expression one of calm indifference. Tang Qian, adjusting his glasses, kindly urged, "You might want to stand up." But Chu Xiangyang remained unmoved. Tang Qian, feeling helpless, could only wish for Chu Xiangyang's good fortune. However, the subsequent scene left the onlookers wide-eyed in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could fit a fresh, warm egg inside. Chapter 128. The Ceremony Commotion. "Mr. Chu, what brings you here?" As Ruan Min approached Chu Xiangyang, the fierce expression that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a sycophantic demeanor. Jiang Lin, who had been on high alert, feared that Ruan Min might act inappropriately, but it seemed she had overestimated the situation. "I was invited by Miss Jiang to attend Old Master Jiang's birthday banquet," Chu Xiangyang replied, remaining comfortably seated on the sofa without any intention of rising. Ruan Min stood before him, slightly bowed, his countenance devoid of any impatience. Rather, he maintained an exceedingly humble posture. The crowd was taken aback, utterly unable to fathom how such a person could display such a countenance. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, speculating about the identity of the young man named Chu. Not only did Miss Jiang regard him with special favor, but even Ruan Min treated him with utmost deference. Was he perhaps a scion of a prominent family? Ruan Min had now seated himself beside Chu Xiangyang, and the two engaged in a low conversation. Those who had come to witness the spectacle promptly silenced themselves and distanced themselves from Chu Xiangyang, fearful of attracting trouble. As Ruan Min shared the findings of his investigation with Chu Xiangyang, a commotion erupted from upstairs. Jiang Lin looked up, laughing. "My cousin has arrived. He is likely here to present the ceremonial gifts. This should be quite the lively segment, perfect for you to see if anything catches your eye, and I shall gift it to you." Ruan Min jested. "Whatever Miss Jiang chooses to give me, I shall cherish. But I do hope you are generous and willing to part with something." "Very well. Today I shall be magnanimous. Anything that catches your fancy shall be yours," Jiang Lin replied, gesturing invitingly. The ritual of presenting gifts is a tradition upheld by the older generation of the Jiang family, still observed in modern times. Gifts from guests are amassed, and during the ceremony, the identities of the givers are not revealed. Thus, individuals have the opportunity to broaden their horizons regarding valuable items. This activity is primarily reserved for the younger generation, often leading to spirited discussions and a lively atmosphere. Moreover, the Jiang family is known for receiving only high-quality gifts, with the most valuable items becoming the focus of conversation during leisurely moments. A pair of 8 treasure glazed boxes. Jiang Xian's voice rang out from the crowd. A gilded statue of the infinite longevity Buddha. 2 kilograms of longevity peaches. Chu Xiangyang stepped forward and noticed that 2 large tables had been arranged in the center of the hall, adorned with an array of gifts. Each time Jiang Xian announced a gift, someone would lift it and place it on an adjacent empty table for inspection by any interested guests. As Chu Xiangyang approached, he couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing about the 2-kilogram longevity peaches, reflecting on how straightforward gift-giving had become. No pretense, just pure gold and silver on display. Of course, gifts constituted only a fraction of the occasion. Many opted for direct bank transfers. Families like the Jiangs typically received at least 8-digit sums as gifts during a birthday banquet. With this thought, Chu Xiangyang shook his head slightly. Beside him, Jiang Lin gently nudged him, saying, "Mr. Chu, if there's anything that catches your eye, do let me know, and I can ask Grandpa for it." After all, the elder Jiang amassed countless gifts each year, all stored away in a warehouse. Since they were merely gathering dust, it seemed better to give them away. A fragrant wood pen holder, a jade longevity rui, a white jade auspicious rui covered censer. Upon seeing the white jade censer, Jiang Lin felt quite enamored. It appeared immaculate. And under the light, it shimmered with a halo, certainly a fine item. Chu Xiangyang gently shook his head. Nearby, Ruan Min quickly remarked, "It looks quite nice." Jiang Lin replied, "It's just ordinary, nothing special." Ruan Min thought to himself, "I shall endure." As the gifts continued to accumulate, many guests grew curious and approached to take a closer look. Some rare trinkets particularly captured everyone's attention, and one young man even picked up a tortoiseshell waist knife and began to brandish it. Jiang Lin then recommended several items to Chu Xiangyang, including a red coral gemstone bonsai and a white jade heart-turning lotus seed bottle, yet none piqued his interest. At that moment, Chu Xiangyang's box was also brought out. Jiang Xian, who was announcing the gifts, suddenly paused. While most gifts had a label indicating their names, this particular one was devoid of any inscription. Jiang Xian examined it repeatedly, but found nothing. "Never mind, just set it aside," she said with a look of disdain to the person beside her. The individual holding the box was about to walk away when Jiang Lin, realizing to whom the box belonged, quickly interjected, "Wait." Everyone present was taken aback, their gazes converging on Jiang Lin. "Brother, your gift hasn't been announced yet," Jiang Lin exclaimed. Jiang Xian impatiently retorted, "It has no name, so who knows who sent it? It's likely not even valuable. Just throw it away." "How can you throw it away?" Jiang Lin replied anxiously. With her words, the crowd's attention shifted back to the box. Tang Qian adjusted his glasses and remarked, "That seems to be the box from the antique street." "What?" The crowd was momentarily stunned. Following that, Su Qing and others hurried over, eager to take a look. The servant holding the item quickly handed the box to Su Qing. Su Qing erupted into laughter while holding the box, exclaiming that it was indeed the very same box, and he was determined to uncover how it could be opened. With that, he began to search tirelessly for a mechanism on the box, while the gazes of the dozens present were fixated upon his hands. However, after several minutes of fruitless searching, Su Qing's expression soured as he grumbled that it was merely a lifeless object, utterly impossible to open. Jiang Xian, intrigued by the spectacle, took the box for herself, prompting Su Qing to hastily pass it over. Yet, despite her efforts for over 10 minutes, she too found herself at a loss. The surrounding crowd grew increasingly anxious, grasping at their hair in frustration, yet hesitant to speak out. Ultimately, it was Jiang Xian who conceded defeat, and the box swiftly became a source of amusement. Passed from one person to another. An hour passed, yet the box remained unchanged, devoid of any secrets. One voice in the crowd remarked skeptically that it must be a trick, suggesting that it likely contained nothing of value. Another proposed that they should investigate who had brought the box, suggesting that the person responsible should be the one to open it. Eager to see how such an unremarkable box could be accessed, with no one stepping forward to claim ownership, tension grew. Someone suggested discarding the box altogether, to which Jiang Xian, already unimpressed, readily agreed, insisting they move on. Just as her words left her lips, a cool voice interjected, declaring that the box had been brought by none other than Chu Xiangyang. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, astonished to see it was indeed him. Su Qing's expression hardened, incredulous that Chu Xiangyang was the one who had brought the box. Earlier, there had been speculation about who might open it, and now, with the box appearing as a gift, it was clear that its owner was likely the one who could unlock it. Among all present, anyone could claim the box, except for Chu Xiangyang, as Su Qing would not allow him to overshadow his moment. The faces of many affluent heirs darkened, but with Ruan Min and Jiang Lin in attendance, they refrained from making a scene. Conversely, Jiang Xian, with a composed demeanor, challenged Chu Xiangyang, questioning the purpose of the box and whether it was merely a decorative piece meant to draw attention. With a smile, Chu Xiangyang stepped forward, taking hold of the box. Moments later, the lid began to rise slowly, and as he opened it, the contents were revealed. The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that he had indeed managed to open it. Yan Zhao's face reflected his shock, while Mo Li appeared equally displeased. Su Qing's expression was one of utter dismay, almost rivaling that of a judge in disapproval. Jiang Xian scoffed, dismissing it as mere parlor tricks, only to be countered by Jiang Lin, who pointed out that if it were such simple feats, then why had no one else succeeded in opening it? Jiang Xian, flustered, could find no words to retort, while Jiang Lin cheekily made a face in response. What was this? A discerning eye spotted the Buddha statue within the box, drawing the curiosity of many who gathered around. Is this purple oil pearwood? Tang Qian adjusted his glasses and lifted his gaze towards Chu Xiangyang. Nowadays, fine Hainan Wangwali wood has become increasingly rare, and purple oil pear wood is considered the pinnacle of excellence, to say nothing of a statue of this size. Even a strand of prayer beads crafted from it would command a considerable sum. Chu Xiangyang nodded in acknowledgement. As the crowd examined the intricate patterns adorning the statue, they quietly calculated its worth, concluding that it far surpassed all the gifts present. Jiang Xian felt a pang of discomfort as he observed the envious glances directed at the statue. Ever since he took charge of the family business, he personally selected gifts for his grandfather's birthday each year, ensuring his offerings were the finest at every gathering. His grandfather would always praise him, but seeing the object in Chu Xiangyang's possession left Jiang Xian feeling less than pleased. He waved to a nearby individual, who promptly brought over a large blue and white porcelain jar with dual ears. Chu Xiangyang glanced over, noting the jar's flared mouth, straight neck, and slanting shoulders, complete with 2 symmetrical ears at the shoulder. The body was white, adorned with blue patterns, showcasing a total of 6 layers of design. This was a Yuan dynasty blue and white jar. Even wealth could scarcely procure such a rarity. Jiang Xian spoke with an air of pride. In comparison to the exquisite porcelain, the Buddha statue in Chu Xiangyang's hands seemed less striking. Indeed, the crowd's attention swiftly shifted to the blue and white jar held by Jiang Xian. Alongside genuine admiration, there was an undercurrent of flattery and sycophancy. Young Master Jiang, I've seen something like this at an auction, and it was valued in the 8 figures, one person remarked. It takes more than money to acquire such a rarity. This is one of the least common items to find, another added. Indeed, only those with discerning taste can obtain such treasures. The chatter continued, lifting Jiang Xian's spirits. At that moment, Chu Xiangyang's gaze also fell upon the blue and white jar. Without needing to approach closely, he discerned a particular corner of the jar that pierced his eyes. Yet another Cheng imitation. How many such items existed in the world? Chu Xiangyang's expression grew solemn. Jiang Lin, who had been observing him, noticed the change in his demeanor and gently pulled him aside. Mr. Chu, what troubles you? Are you upset with my brother? You needn't worry about him. He's always been this way. Jiang Lin ventured tentatively. Chu Xiangyang shook his head with a smile. I am not a child. There is no reason for anger. I merely noticed that the porcelain jar is a counterfeit and pondered who could have crafted it so convincingly. What? That piece is a fake? Jiang Lin exclaimed instinctively. Chu Xiangyang nodded. I believe it is unnecessary to inform Mr. Jiang of this matter. Jiang Lin understood his meaning, replying, I comprehend, you can rest assured. For the remainder of the time, they remained seated on the sofa, not moving, until half an hour later when the banquet was about to commence. Only then did old Master Jiang descend to the first floor, accompanied by a throng of people. Grandfather has arrived. Let us go, Jiang Lin urged, pulling Chu Xiangyang to his feet as they approached old Master Jiang. Following closely behind him was a middle-aged man, tall and imposing, emanating an air of authority without a hint of anger. Chu Xiangyang discreetly withdrew his wrist from Jiang Lin's grasp. At this moment, everyone else had also gathered around. Greetings, old master. The younger generation promptly bowed in respect upon seeing him. Although old Master Jiang had surpassed the age of 70, he appeared remarkably vigorous, hardly distinguishable from a man in his 50s. He waved his hand with a genial smile. Ah, splendid. Quickly distribute red envelopes to these children. As he spoke, the Jiang family's butler hurried over with several individuals, each presenting a substantial red envelope. After receiving her envelope, Jiang Lin eagerly tugged Chu Xiangyang forward. Playfully pouting, Grandfather, today my friend has brought you a magnificent gift. With that, she produced the intricately carved Buddha statue crafted by Chu Xiangyang and presented it to old Master Jiang. Jiang Yishuan, standing behind old Master Jiang, cast a glance at Chu Xiangyang before withdrawing his gaze. Old Master Jiang examined the statue closely, and after a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, Remarkable, a splendid piece indeed. Upon hearing the old man's praise, Jiang Lin's smile widened even further. Grandfather, This is Chu Xiangyang, my friend. Young man, you have outdone yourself. I truly appreciate this gift, Old Master Jiang replied with a smile. Chu Xiangyang returned the sentiment with a smile. I am glad you like it. An object praised by Old Master Jiang could certainly not be ordinary, drawing the attention of those accompanying him. This is an exceptionally rare purple oil pear from Hainan. A masterpiece indeed. Not to mention the wood. The craftsmanship is beyond what ordinary hands could achieve. Indeed, it is quite impressive, judging by the artistry. It must be the work of a master. As praises resonated through the crowd, Jiang Xian and her companions cast their scrutinizing gazes upon Chu Xiangyang's nape, harboring a hint of malice. Why not ask our friend Chu here to reveal who crafted this Buddha statue? Old Master Jiang appeared genuinely curious. Chu Xiangyang shyly offered a modest smile, responding, I carved it myself. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Impossible. Jiang Xian was the first to voice her disbelief. The other wealthy heirs wore expressions of skepticism. How could he possibly have sculpted such a piece? He must be fabricating this tale. Indeed, he is not lying. He is simply shameless. I have encountered many thick-skinned individuals, but I have never seen someone so brazenly admit such a thing in front of so many. If he truly carved that statue, I will eat it on the spot. Eating a Buddha statue? That is nothing. I would kneel and bow before it, calling it my ancestor. The words of these privileged youths were quite unbecoming, particularly with their fathers present, causing them to feel a sense of humiliation. Some could not contain their indignation and shouted for silence, admonishing them for their reckless utterances in such a setting. The privileged youths fell silent, yet their expressions remained dismissive. Jiang Xian, observing that Chu Xiangyang did not defend himself, concluded that he was merely feeling guilty and reluctant to respond. He then remarked, Mr. Chu, even if you claim not to have carved it, my grandfather would not hold it against you. Why must you boast? It is rather embarrassing to be exposed. I assent it. Chu Xiangyang, preferring not to engage in a dispute, simply shook his head and remained silent. This only fueled Jiang Xian's belief that Chu Xiangyang looked down on him. He loudly retorted, What do you think you are? Even if your wood is somewhat unique. My Jiang family has plenty to spare. Do you truly believe your possessions hold any significance? If you had actually carved it yourself, it would be more credible to claim you had grown the wood yourself. The other privileged youths, like fickle reeds, hastily echoed Jiang Xian's sentiments. Of course, whatever Jiang Xiao desires is easily attainable. The line of people waiting to deliver wood is almost reaching overseas. If you truly carved it yourself, why not prove it to us? They jeered. Indeed, most artisans leave their mark on their work once completed. If you have the skill, step forward and show us. Jiang Lin, witnessing the increasingly harsh remarks and her father's lack of intervention, interjected, What is wrong with you? Just because you lack the ability to carve, you disparage others. Are you not merely envious? Miss Jiang, your words are rather unpalatable. What do we have to be envious of? We simply cannot tolerate his boasting. Jasmine scoffed, arranging her hair. This is understandable. A poor wretch seeks to curry favor before the elder by claiming the works of others as his own, merely to attract attention. Jiang Lin was truly infuriated. Although her acquaintance with Chu Xiangyang was brief, she believed he would not lie over such trivial matters. Just as she intended to defend him, Chu Xiangyang reached out to stop her. You wish for me to prove my skills, do you? Very well. You may bring carving tools and wood, and I shall demonstrate my abilities right here, he said with a smile. Jiang Lin, being a girl, did not want to see Chu Xiangyang shielded behind her. Such behavior was unbecoming of a man. His words played right into Jiang Xian's hands. Excellent. I shall fetch the tools immediately. Let us witness firsthand what this so-called master carver can produce, he declared, and promptly descended to retrieve the instruments. The gathering of privileged youths awaited the spectacle with a sense of anticipation. While the elder Jiang and others were eager to discern whether this young man possessed genuine talent or if he was merely seeking to attract attention like so many others. Before long, Jiang Xian returned. He held in his hands a piece of poplar wood measuring less than 40 centimeters and a nearly rusted carving knife. Approaching Chu Xiangyang, he eagerly thrust these two items into his hands. Since you are a master craftsman, you should not be picky. These are the only options I could find. Jiang Xian remarked with a smile. Old Master Jiang glanced at her, and she responded with a playful grin. The Jiang family's storeroom was replete with treasures. Not only could one easily find a carving knife and wood, but also precious antiques and gemstones could be unearthed in abundance. The onlookers couldn't help but mock as they observed the two materials in Chu Xiangyang's possession. A master is indeed a master. He can create exquisite works from any tools or materials. Indeed, let us wait and see what surprises this master will unveil. Haha, yes. What would be appropriate to carve from that piece of poplar? If I may suggest, why not carve a fool? It would be akin to a self-portrait. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyang remained unperturbed. Instead, he examined the wood with great care and eventually smiled. Since today marks the birthday of the old master, why not offer a gift by carving a longevity peach for him? With that, he lowered his head and began to wield the carving knife. The poplar wood, not only soft but also pliable, posed a challenge for even a sharp knife, let alone one covered in rust. Yet, in Chu Xiangyang's skilled hands, it was as though the knife had been freshly sharpened. With each stroke, shavings of wood fell away. Old Master Jiang and the others watched in astonishment, not anticipating such remarkable strength and craftsmanship from him. In contrast, Jiang Xian and the affluent young heirs wore expressions of discontent. Their faces a mix of green and white, quite a spectacle. Within a mere 10 minutes, the lifeless wood transformed under Chu Xiangyang's deft hands into a peach of fist-sized proportions, round and charming, complete with a branch and delicate peach leaves. The leaves were intricately carved, their veins distinctly visible, and when illuminated by light, they truly embodied the phrase as thin as a cicada's wing. The crowd erupted in exclamations of admiration. This is no mere carving from poplar wood. It is an invaluable work of art. The phrase divine craftsmanship is indeed befitting of this longevity peach. In my lifetime, I have never witnessed such a transformation. This is a true marvel. As the accolades poured in, Zhang Lin felt a sense of pride. In stark contrast, Chu Xiangyang maintained an air of composure, as if the praise had no bearing on him. Jiang Xian fell utterly silent, while Tang Qian adjusted his glasses and offered a thoughtful observation. Mr. Chu truly possesses remarkable skill. This longevity peach, with a different material, would be a priceless treasure. Chu Xiangyang smiled slightly and declared, "May old Master Zhang's longevity surpass that of the southern mountains." He then placed the peach atop a pile of gifts. Others echoed similar sentiments of blessing. However, Jiang Xian harbored resentment. It was she who should be the focal point at every birthday banquet, not someone with the surname Chu. Upon this realization, he seized the longevity peach from the table and hurled it forcefully at Chu Xiangyang. Chapter 131. The conversation. None of the onlookers anticipated that Jiang Xian would suddenly resort to violence. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Although the longevity peach was not substantial and would not inflict serious harm, being struck by it in front of so many witnesses was undeniably humiliating. Nevertheless, most attendees regarded the scene with expressions of amusement directed at Chu Xiangyang. Just as the peach was a mere 10 centimeters from Xiangyang's face, he astonishingly reached out and caught it. Not only did he grasp the peach, but he also retaliated with remarkable speed, returning the fruit directly to Jiang Xian. The peach struck Jiang Xian's face, instantly reddening one side. "How dare you?" Jiang Xian seethed with anger, infuriated that someone would strike him in front of such a crowd. It was an act of sheer audacity. By the time the crowd processed the situation, Jiang Xian had already approached Chu Xiangyang. Elder Jiang, attempting to intervene, realized it was too late. Jiang Xian, like Wan Min, was trained from a young age as part of a prominent family. Although Jiang Xian lacked Wan Min's exceptional prowess, he was more than capable of dealing with ordinary individuals. The crowd expected Jiang Xian's fist to land squarely on Chu Xiangyang's face. However, to their astonishment, his punch halted just 5 centimeters away. Then, Jiang Xian began clutching his abdomen, emitting strange sounds. He felt a tingling, itching sensation in his stomach, even experiencing some sharp pain, which compelled him to disregard his dignity and cry out. Despite the Jiang family's prestigious standing in the locality, Jiang Xian's current predicament was exceedingly embarrassing. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. He approached Jiang Xian and placed a firm hand on his shoulder, prompting Jiang Xian to regain his composure. The first thing he did upon returning to normalcy was to raise his hand to strike Chu Xiangyang. Yet, the middle-aged man swiftly seized his arm, admonishing him, "Are you not embarrassed enough? Return to your place." Jiang Xian immediately wilted. "Father," he protested. "Go." The middle-aged man commanded sharply. Jiang Xian shot Chu Xiangyang a resentful glare before reluctantly retreating into the crowd. "I sincerely apologize. My son has been disrespectful." The middle-aged man addressed Chu Xiangyang. Standing nearby, Zhang Lin quickly introduced, "This is my second uncle." Chu Xiangyang nodded in acknowledgement. "I was in the wrong and hope you and Elder Jiang will not take offense." However, as he nodded, he noticed a snuff bottle in Jiang Yizhang's hand, identical to one he had previously discovered in the now abandoned mansion. With both sides having offered a means of reconciliation, the incident was swiftly put to rest. Subsequently, the elder spoke up, "The banquet is ready. Let us take our seats." The crowd promptly complied and proceeded to the dining area. Chu Xiangyang found himself unexpectedly becoming the center of attention once they were seated. Originally quite annoyed by Su Qing, he unexpectedly shifted his demeanor. Approaching Chu Xiangyang with a raised glass, introducing himself, "I am Su Qing. Feel free to reach out to me for anything in the future." With that, he downed the contents of his glass in one swift motion. Chu Xiangyang chuckled softly, mirroring the gesture by emptying his own glass. Compliments filled the air around them. From a distance, Jiang Xin observed Chu Xiangyang, who was now the center of attention, and took a hearty gulp from his own glass. The red mark on his face, a souvenir from a peach-shaped cake, still lingered, a constant reminder of his humiliation, as if the word shame were branded on his visage. Each passerby inadvertently cast a glance at his swollen face, intensifying his irritation. Thus, anyone who approached him was swiftly deterred by his palpable negativity. "Chu Xiangyang, just wait. You cannot remain here forever, and I certainly won't stay idle," Jiang Xin thought, downing another drink. Finally, the banquet came to an end. An elder Jiang and others ascended to the upper floor. Jiang Lin approached him quietly, informing him that her father wished to meet him. Chu Xiangyang internally scoffed. What was inevitable would eventually come to pass. He then followed Jiang Lin upstairs. Upon his arrival on the second floor, the young gentlemen below resumed their hushed discussions. Could it be that President Jiang has truly taken a liking to him, wishing to keep him as a son-in-law? There's nothing wrong with being a son-in-law, after all. It's akin to a sparrow transforming into a phoenix. One of them sneered. "Just look at Miss Jiang. She appears quite smitten with him." That smile certainly suggests an engagement is in the cards. Listening to their remarks, Ruan Min felt a pang of discomfort. However, with his life still partially in Chu Xiangyang's hands and needing his assistance, he refrained from acting impulsively. Clearing his throat lightly, he drew the attention of the young gentleman, who promptly fell silent. Jiang Lin led Chu Xiangyang to the study on the second floor, gently knocking on the door. A deep voice soon beckoned, "Come in." Jiang Lin opened the door. "Dad, I'm here. You may leave. I have matters to discuss with Mr. Chu," Jiang Yixuan stated expressionlessly. "Why?" Jiang Lin, initially pleased, had assumed her father wished to converse with Chu Xiangyang due to his appreciation of his talents. However, her father's demeanor suggested otherwise. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yixuan interrupted, "I said to let you go." His expression was stern, a rare sight for Jiang Lin, typically seen only before his anger erupted. Though she wished to argue further, she ultimately complied and exited. As she passed by Chu Xiangyang, she cast him an apologetic glance, mouthing, "I will wait for you outside." The door closed slowly, and Chu Xiangyang's smile gradually faded as he walked to the expansive desk and took a seat. "Mr. Jiang, I did not expect our meeting to unfold in this manner. I was not expecting you to have any connection with the young lady." Jiang Yixuan spoke in a cold tone. Chu Xiangyang disregarded his words and directly inquired, "Why are you searching for that jade pendant? What secret does it hold?" Jiang Yixuan smiled faintly, replying, "A task entrusted to me, a loyalty owed." "Entrusted by whom? Loyalty to whom?" Chu Xiangyang pressed on relentlessly. Jiang Yixuan's smile vanished as he fixed his gaze on Chu Xiangyang, articulating each word, "This matter is of no concern to you. Remember this. Keep your distance from Jiang Lin, or I shall not hesitate to act against you." Causing a mere antique shop and its owner to vanish is not a daunting task. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyang rose slowly, matching Jiang Yixuan's gaze with a chilling intensity. "Refrain from harboring your vile intentions. Not everyone in this world is as despicable as you. Moreover," he paused, "should you dare to act against my wife again, do not blame me for being unmerciful." With that, Chu Xiangyang turned and departed. Chapter 132. The auction. As Chu Xiangyang exited the study, he found Jiang Lin waiting by the door, her expression indicating she had not overheard the conversation within. "So, what did my father say to you?" Jiang Lin asked with a beaming smile. Chu Xiangyang's lips curled slightly as he engaged in casual conversation. "Please inform my grandfather of my departure shortly. I must be on my way." "What? You're leaving so soon?" Jiang Lin exclaimed in surprise. Chu Xiangyang nodded and swiftly passed by her towards the exit. "Wait for me. I'll see you off," Jiang Lin called out, hurrying after him. However, before she could get far, the door to the study swung open. "Jiang Lin, come here. I need to speak with you." "Just a moment. I need to see Mr. Chu off." Jiang Lin paused. "I have something to discuss with you." Jiang Yixuan's tone grew more insistent. Jiang Lin glanced at Chu Xiangyang, who had reached the staircase. She considered chasing after him, but Jiang Yixuan's voice rang out again. "Jiang Lin." Frustrated, Jiang Lin stomped her foot. Chu Xiangyang's figure had already vanished around the corner. Ultimately, she walked toward Jiang Yixuan. "What is it that you want?" "Mr. Chu has already left." Once inside the study, Jiang Lin spoke with indignation. "You must keep your distance from him. He has a wife and children. And associating with him could negatively impact you, Jiang Yishuan stated solemnly. Jiang Lin had not anticipated that Chu Xiangyang was already married and had children. Yet, her feelings for him had not extended that far. She simply appreciated his character and insight. Now, after being admonished by her father, she felt a wave of shame. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, "What are you talking about? My affairs are none of your concern." With that, Jiang Lin slammed the door and rushed downstairs, only to find that Chu Xiangyang had already departed. With matters on his end settled, and Bao Dian and the others having returned the previous day, Chu Xiangyang checked out of the hotel and drove away. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the little glutinous rice dumpling, who rushed to hug his leg. "Did you go to school?" Chu Xiangyang inquired. He had not returned home for the past 2 days, and all the household matters were managed by Chen Yuru. "School is starting," replied Yaya. Chu Xiangyang embraced Yaya, affectionately nuzzling her little face with his nose, which made her giggle incessantly. "During these 2 days without daddy, have you been obedient and listened to mommy? Did you enjoy playing with your friends at school?" Chu Xiangyang carried her toward the kitchen. Yaya replied earnestly, "I have been very well behaved. I didn't make mommy angry, and I had a lot of fun playing with my friends at school. Everyone likes me very much." Seeing her serious little expression, Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but smile and asked, "Such a good girl. Do you have a special reward in mind?" Yaya tilted her head in contemplation for a while and said, "I don't know. You can know me first, and I'll tell you when I think of something." "Okay." Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, and Yaya imitated him. "All right, you truly are a clever little girl," he chuckled. "You two stop playing and hurry to wash your hands for dinner," Chen Yuru announced as she brought the dishes from the kitchen. Chu Xiangyang quickly carried Yaya toward the bathroom. The next morning, Chu Xiangyang took Yaya to the kindergarten entrance early, and then he went to buy Baoxuan. When he arrived, Zhang Hanxing had already opened the door. "Boss Chu, you're here," Zhang Hanxing greeted with a smile. Chu Xiangyang took the mop from Zhang Hanxing's hands and said, "Let me handle the cleaning. You should rest for a moment." "How could I let you do that?" Zhang Hanxing quickly tried to take it back. But he could not compete with Chu Xiangyang, who insisted on cleaning while Zhang Hanxing fetched water to tidy the shelves. "I heard from the folks at Yilanzhuang the day before yesterday that they acquired a batch of fine goods. When will we get some at Baoxuan?" Zhang Hanxing chatted while cleaning. Chu Xiangyang smiled. "I actually brought back 2 good items this time." Saying this, he set down what he was holding and went to the car's trunk to retrieve 2 small packages. Zhang Hanxing quickly placed the items on the shop's table and gently opened them. "Rhinoceros horn cups?" Zhang Hanxing's voice cracked slightly with excitement, and at that moment, the shop door was wide open, catching the attention of a passing neighbor. Boss Deng, hearing the commotion, hurried inside. "Let me take a look. Where are the rhinoceros horn cups?" Deng Quanlong exclaimed as he briskly walked into the shop. Zhang Hanxing pushed the box forward gently. Inside were 4 rhinoceros horn cups, all of which Chu Xiangyang had found among a pile of giveaways. 1 was worth a fortune, and 4 were invaluable. Deng Quanlong's eyes nearly popped out. Being in the antiques business, he naturally understood the worth of these 4 goblets. He held them in his hands for a long while, until Zhang Hanxing snatched them away. "Why are you being so stingy? Just looking 1 tea cost you anything," Deng Quanlong said, somewhat displeased. Zhang Hanxing carefully stored the box, replying, "It's fine to look. But what if they get broken?" Deng Quanlong chuckled at Zhang Hanxing. "I'm not a little child. How could I possibly drop them? It is not necessarily the case that we should be careless. These items are of immense value, and as neighbors, it would be rather awkward for us to seek your forgiveness should they become damaged. It is prudent to exercise caution." Zhang Hanxing placed the 4 cups upon the shelf. But soon after, he remarked with a smile that these exquisite cups were indeed for sale, suggesting that if Boss Deng had any discerning clients, he might consider introducing them. Deng Quanlong chuckled in agreement, asserting that fine goods are never hard to sell and that introductions were unnecessary as clients would naturally come knocking. However, Boss Deng's words spread faster than Chu Xiangyang had anticipated. Within a mere morning, the entirety of the antique market was abuzz with news. Many people had taken to posting pictures of the cups in their social circles. Upon returning to the shop after lunch, Chu Xiangyang nearly thought he had entered the wrong establishment, for it was bustling with no less than 20 individuals. Among them stood Lin Senator. "What brings you here?" Chu Xiangyang approached Lin's son, smiling as he inquired. Lin's son turned to see Chu Xiangyang and quickly pulled a young man beside him forward. "Come here. Let me introduce you. This is the owner of the shop, Boss Chu." The young man promptly extended his hand. "Hello, Boss Chu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Yi Feng." No sooner had he finished speaking than the crowd began to gather around. "Boss Chu, may I inquire about the price of those 4 cups? If it's reasonable, I would like to purchase them," one person proposed. "What constitutes a reasonable price?" "I offer 3 million, another interjected. The moment a price was mentioned, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of bidding. I bid 350,000. I bid 380,000. 400,000. 1 million for each cup. The atmosphere within the small Bao grew increasingly vibrant. Ultimately, the price for the 4 rhino horn cups escalated to 8 million, at which point the bidding began to slow. 10 million. Yifeng, who had remained silent until now, suddenly made his bid. His declaration was met with a brief silence in the room. Moments later, someone countered, 11 million. Yifeng, maintaining an impassive demeanor, countered, 15 million. As his words lingered in the air, the crowd collectively gasped. This was indeed a staggering price. They glanced at the young bidder, realizing they did not recognize him. Lin Sun chimed in. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If not, these cups shall belong to this gentleman. A few individuals in the crowd appeared to hesitate, but at 15 million, it was undeniably a substantial offer for the 4 rhino horn cups. After a moment of deliberation, a middle-aged man finally spoke up. 16 million. 18 million. Yifeng replied without so much as a blink, as though the additional 2 million were as trivial as 200. At this point, no one dared to bid against him. With no further offers forthcoming, it was declared by Zhang Hanxing, then these rhino horn cups are indeed this gentleman's. A few in the crowd expressed their disappointment, lingering for a moment longer to admire the cups before finally departing. After the crowd departed, Lin Sun approached the entrance, mysteriously secured the door, and beckoned Chu Xiangyang to sit behind the desk. Chu Xiangyang, with a perplexed expression, urged him to speak plainly. Lin Sun, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and said, I have a favor to ask of you, Brother Chu. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xiangyang inquired whether he wished for assistance in examining antiques. Lin Sun chuckled and pulled over Yifeng, stating, well, somewhat. It's mainly about him, so let him explain. Yifeng, a youthful and radiant man, resembled a recent university graduate. His face flushed. He appeared a stark contrast to the imposing figure of the businessman from earlier. Recently, my family has been troubled, and I wonder if it's due to the antique I brought back from abroad a while ago. After some inquiries, Lin Sun mentioned that you possess considerable knowledge about antiques, so I would like to seek your help. Yifeng finally articulated his concerns, albeit bashfully. Chu Xiangyang expressed keen interest, asking if he had brought the item. Yifeng eagerly nodded, assuring him that it was in the car. He then stepped out to retrieve it. Meanwhile, Lin Sun settled onto the sofa and recounted the unsettling events that had transpired in Yifeng's household. Though not as dire as Lin Sun's own family troubles, Yifeng's situation was nonetheless troubling. After the statue was brought from abroad, his father had suffered a fall from the second-floor staircase, resulting in a fracture, and he remained hospitalized. Subsequently, while driving home one night, Yifeng had glimpsed a dark shadow pass before him, prompting him to brake suddenly, yet upon investigation, he found nothing amiss. Since his father's hospitalization, his mother had stayed by his side, leaving him alone at home. Occasionally, he heard strange noises in the dead of night, but upon waking and searching his room, he found no source. Initially suspecting bad feng shui, he consulted 2 feng shui masters, but their attempts only exacerbated the situation. One night, he discovered that the statue emitted a faint red glow in the darkness, startling him. Yet, the glow vanished in an instant. It dawned on him that the disturbances began only after the statue arrived in his home. He sought the expertise of several masters in this field, but to no avail. Lin Sun, being a close friend, had noticed Yifeng's distress during a gathering and, upon hearing the full story, suggested that he consult Chu Xiangyang. After Lin Sun's explanation, Chu Xiangyang grasped the essence of the matter. Just then, Yifeng returned with the statue. Chu Xiangyang glanced at the item on the table and remarked, it seems you've been deceived. Yifeng, visibly anxious, asked, could this statue truly be problematic? Chu Xiangyang nodded. The primary material of this Buddha statue is blood amber. Although keeping such a statue at home for a period of time poses no immediate issue, the most critical point is that this item is a funerary object unearthed from the depths of the earth, having been buried for many years. It has absorbed the energy of extreme yin. Therefore, if you keep it in your home for an extended duration, it is inevitable that calamities will befall you. What? Yifeng appeared visibly shaken. I am also curious, from where did you acquire this item? Chu Xiangyang looked up at Yifeng. Yifeng's expression shifted, and he stammered. I bought it at an auction house abroad. Chu Xiangyang, not one to pry into the privacy of others, chose not to press further upon noticing Yifeng's reluctance to divulge more. Having clarified the nature of the object, how to proceed was ultimately left to Yifeng's discretion. After bidding farewell to the two, Chu Xiangyang noted that it was getting late and returned home. To his surprise, upon arrival, he found his father-in-law had come to visit. Xiangyang, could I borrow your car? I have a gathering with my old friends tonight. and my car is in for maintenance. Upon seeing Chu Xiangyang, Chen Baohe rose to speak. Chu Xiangyang promptly handed over the car keys. Drive safely tonight. Sure, don't worry. With that, Chen Baohe cheerfully took the keys and left. You really shouldn't have lent him the car. My dad is the most unreliable driver, Chen Yiru expressed her concern. With a resigned sigh, Chu Xiangyang replied. If I hadn't given him the keys, do you think we could have enjoyed our dinner in peace tonight? Thinking of Chen Baohe's tenacious nature, Chen Yiru could only sigh in acquiescence. As fate would have it, at 2 in the morning, Chu Xiangyang's phone rang. Xiangyang, it's Dad. I've had a car accident. Upon hearing Chen Baohe's voice from the other end, Chu Xiangyang sprang into action, leaping out of bed. To spare Chen Yiru unnecessary worry, he quietly slipped out and headed straight for the hospital. Upon arrival, he found Chen Baohe sitting dejectedly on the hospital bed, 2 traffic police officers seated across from him. Comrade, I am his son-in-law. What happened? Chu Xiangyang inquired as he approached the bedside. The old man had not only been speeding in the middle of the night, but was also driving under the influence, which was exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, he had merely collided with a tree and did not injure any pedestrians. Moreover, he himself sustained no significant injuries, only a fright. Before Chu Xiangyang could respond, Chen Baohe burst into tears. Xiangyang, the car is totaled. Chapter 134. Test drive. Chen Baohe had wrecked the car. Yet it was thanks to the robust safety features of the vehicle that he emerged relatively unscathed. Chu Xiangyang decided to purchase a new car. Thus, he borrowed a compact vehicle from a neighbor and drove to the 4S dealership. The showroom was filled with numerous luxury cars, but Chu Xiangyang felt that an SUV would be more practical. Consequently, he focused his attention on various SUV models. After examining several options, he found himself particularly drawn to the latest model of the Range Rover. Thus, he turned to the nearby sales representative and inquired, "May I take this vehicle for a test drive?" He had circled around several times, drawing the attention of the surrounding sales associates. Many were whispering amongst themselves, speculating whether this seemingly well-groomed, yet simply dressed young man would indeed purchase a vehicle. Some sales associates had even noticed that Chu Xiangyang had arrived on an electric bicycle, leading them to presume he was only in the market for a modest commuter car, perhaps one that could be financed. Therefore, when Chu Xiangyang expressed his desire to test drive a Range Rover, the saleswoman hesitated. After all, that vehicle cost over $3 million. Typically, anyone could test drive a car. But given the apparent impossibility of this individual making a purchase, she found accompanying him to test drive and providing information somewhat taxing. Yet, she felt it inappropriate to outright refuse him. Thus, she devised a compromise, explaining that as the model was new, a manager's approval was required for a test drive, and requested him to wait a moment. Chu Xiangyang, unsuspecting of her intentions, nodded in agreement. The saleswoman sighed in relief and hurriedly made her way to the manager's office. She succinctly briefed the manager on the situation, to which he scoffed, remarking that he had encountered many such individuals, those who lacked the funds for a nice car, yet yearned for the thrill of driving one. "I'll take care of it," he said. The saleswoman expressed her gratitude and followed the manager. After a few minutes of waiting, during which Chu Xiangyang inspected the car's interior and found it satisfactory, he decided that the test drive seemed overly cumbersome and resolved to make a direct purchase. Upon the saleswoman's return, he addressed her, "Thank you for your assistance. But I'd like to." "Excuse me, sir, are you requesting a test drive?" interjected the manager, who appeared to be in his early 30s. Impeccably groomed and dressed in a pristine suit, greeting Chu Xiangyang with a smile. "Yes, however, I intend to," Chu Xiangyang began. "Apologies, sir, but this vehicle is a new model and rather expensive. If you wish to test drive it, a deposit is required," the manager interjected before Chu Xiangyang could finish. Taken aback, Chu Xiangyang squinted slightly. "Is it customary to require a deposit for a test drive? It seems you are intentionally trying to complicate matters for me." He decided to play along with a wry smile, asking, "What amount do you deem appropriate for the deposit?" The manager smirked, given the vehicle's value. "A minimal sum would not suffice. At the very least, you must leave this amount." He extended a finger towards Chu Xiangyang. 10,000. Chu Xiangyang queried. "No. You need to add another zero. Without this sum, do not expect to touch the steering wheel of this car." The manager's previously affable demeanor had vanished, replaced by a cold expression. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. "Please provide me with your boss's contact information. On what grounds should I give you my boss's number? You can communicate with me. I am the manager here," the manager replied, his disdain more evident than before. "I simply wish to inquire what kind of establishment this is, and why you require a 6-figure deposit for a test drive," Chu Xiangyang asserted, staring intently into the manager's eyes, articulating each word with precision. The manager's expression shifted momentarily before returning to its previous calm. The familiar warm smile reappeared on his face as he addressed the gentleman. If you are dissatisfied with our services, feel free to explore other options. Just turn left upon exiting and walk about a kilometer to find another establishment. Chu Xiangyang, finding no merit in further conversation, insisted, I want this vehicle. Please assist me with the paperwork. The manager, unable to suppress a derisive chuckle, remarked, you could simply turn around and leave. There's no need to maintain your pitiful facade here. When I eventually present the contract, I genuinely fear you may be unable to pay. His demeanor turned icy, his voice growing somber. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiangyang concluded that perhaps today was not his day, encountering such foolishness. He mused that with his wealth, he could patronize any establishment he wished. Why should he confine himself to this one? Thus, he acquiesced to the manager's suggestion and resolved to visit another store. As he turned to depart, the manager followed him, offering, allow me to escort you out. Upon reaching the entrance, the manager graciously opened the door for him, then proceeded to accompany him to the electric scooter parked outside. This type of vehicle suits you perfectly. It's energy efficient and eco-friendly, contributing to the greening of our planet, the manager remarked with a forced smile. Unable to tolerate the manager's condescending tone, Chu Xiangyang turned and inquired, what did you say? Why are you here? Another voice chimed in, accompanying Chu Xiangyang's. The manager quickly turned, instantly donning a different smile. What a pleasant surprise to see you today. I was just seeing off our customer here, who rides an electric scooter and is dressed in attire worth mere dollars, yet claims he wishes to purchase a Range Rover from our store. I believe he is a young man with grand aspirations, so I thought to engage him in conversation. The newcomer frowned slightly, while Chu Xiangyang chuckled and shook his head. Noticing the newcomer's silence, the manager hurriedly added, perhaps you should step inside. I can keep him company for a few moments. It's essential for the youth to recognize reality and understand the disparities that exist. Chu Xiangyang's smile widened, while the newcomer's impatience grew more apparent. The manager, glancing upward, mistakenly assumed the newcomer was frustrated with Chu Xiangyang. He quickly turned back to Chu Xiangyang and barked, enough. Hurry and ride your electric scooter away from here. Your mere presence is an affront to our establishment. With your status, you can only afford a vehicle worth a few thousand. I suggest you explore the small car dealership ahead instead of obstructing our entrance. As he spoke, he reached out to push Chu Xiangyang away, but his hand was abruptly seized by another, larger hand. Confused, the manager turned to face his captor. Mr. Yi, is there an issue? Yi Feng let out a cold laugh, realizing that he had unwittingly employed such a wretched individual as a manager. From tomorrow onward, you need not come to work, he declared. With that, he exerted force, flinging the manager out, who collided with the store's door. The automatic door swung open instantaneously, and the manager performed a complete somersault, rolling into the establishment. Chapter 135. The dinner invitation from my father-in-law. Chu Xiangyang completed the necessary paperwork and drove his new car home. To his surprise, before he had even finished his dinner, Chen Baohe came knocking once again. Xiangyang, could you lend me your new car for a bit? Chen Baohe entered with a cheerful demeanor. Earlier that day, he had visited, and upon learning the full story, Chen Yuro had scolded him thoroughly. Only after Chen Baohe repeatedly assured her did she allow him to return home. Yet, here he was again that evening. This time, Chu Xiangyang was reluctant to agree easily, and instead glanced at Chen Yuro. With a stoic expression, she firmly replied, no, it cannot be no. We have plans tonight with old friends. Chen Baohe insisted, his face stern. He couldn't help but notice that Chu Xiangyang's new vehicle was far superior to his own, igniting a desire within him to boast before their acquaintances. Thus, he resolved that he must acquire that car by any means necessary. Yuro, I promise there will be no issues this time. After we drink, I'll simply hire a designated driver, right? Please trust me just this once. Uncle Lu and Uncle Zhao are already waiting for me. I'm the only one missing. You know how they are. If I arrive late, they'll surely berate me. Chen Baohe pleaded, lowering his demeanor as he sat at the dining table, showering Chen Yuro with sweet words. Unable to bear it any longer, Chu Xiangyang interjected with a smile. I'll accompany Dad tonight and be his driver. Upon hearing this, Chen Baohe immediately responded, that is truly splendid. Yuro, with Xiangyang as my driver, you can rest assured. With no further arguments to offer, Chen Yuro could only remind Chu Xiangyang to drive carefully on his return. You need not worry, Xiangyang's driving skills are impeccable. Chen Baohe chimed in joyfully. Chu Xiangyang subsequently took on the role of Chen Baohe's driver, escorting him to the venue for the gathering of old friends. It was an elegant high-end club. After parking the car in the underground garage, the two made their way to the private room they had reserved. As they walked, Chen Baohe grumbled, you could have parked above. Why must we use the underground garage? With a smile, Chu Xiangyang replied, the parking spots above are hard to come by. It's more convenient down here. Besides, aren't you in a hurry? Upon hearing in a hurry, Chen Baohe quickened his pace. Indeed. You must hurry, if I'm late. They will surely mock me. They hastened to the third-floor private room and pushed the door open. Upon entering, they found 7 or 8 individuals already gathered inside. Old Chen, you are late. Tonight, you owe 3 rounds of drinks, a short-haired elder remarked with a grin. Another elderly gentleman, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, chimed in, indeed. Chen Baohe promptly responded, mindful not to indulge in further libations, as his daughter had arranged for a driver today. As he spoke, Chen Baohe affectionately patted Chu Xiangyang on the shoulder. Most attendees were familiar with the original persona, having attended the wedding of Chun Yiru, where they encountered her husband, whose notorious gambling exploits had become the talk of the town. Their last impressions of Chu Xiangyang were marred by the knowledge that he had nearly lost everything of value in his home. Observing his modest attire today, they readily concluded that the rumors held a kernel of truth. Reflecting on this, the guests merely smiled at Chu Xiangyang, acknowledging him with a cursory greeting. Chu Xiangyang, maintaining decorum, nodded slightly to the elders before retreating to a nearby sofa to take a seat. Eventually, all the old friends gathered around the dining table, where an array of dishes had already been served, and the atmosphere became lively as they toasted and exchanged pleasantries. Among them was an elderly man named Shenli, dressed in a fashionable elder's shirt, with a pair of floral spectacles perched on his nose. He had a penchant for speaking in a theatrical manner, and even without raising his gaze, Chu Xiangyang could discern that it was he who was speaking. His words, lacking substance, could be distilled into mere boastful chatter. The others seemed to revel in his tales, encouraging him while he regaled them with exaggerated anecdotes, as the conversation meandered without any serious discourse. Before long, the conversation inadvertently shifted to the younger generation. Shenli chuckled, "Among us, my background is rather humble, yet my son is thriving. He now holds the position of manager at a 4S dealership. It is quite impressive, with an annual salary in the 6-figure range." Laughter erupted from the group, acknowledging, young Shun has certainly made a name for himself, unlike my son, who is content to indulge in leisure without a thought for diligent pursuits. Indeed, there are few youths like young Shun who aspire for progress, while my son merely drifts aimlessly through life, another chimed in. "Oh, I heard that old Chen's son is attempting to venture into business. Why not entrust your company to him?" Chen Baohe waved his hand with a smile. "My son is adept at spending, but not at earning. If I were to hand over my modest enterprise to him, it would surely declare bankruptcy within a year." This elicited hearty laughter from the group, with Chen Baohe joining in, acknowledging the truth of his son's lack of diligence. His company, while not large, often relied on a management team to handle operations, only stepping in for significant matters. If things continued on this path, he feared it would indeed face dire consequences. As Shunli's laughter subsided, his gaze shifted towards Chu Xiangyang, remarking, "Old Chen is fortunate to have both a son and a daughter." Upon hearing this, the others also turned their attention to Chu Xiangyang, their expressions tinged with a hint of amusement. The once boisterous private room fell into an eerie silence for several seconds. One of them remarked, "In the end, it's still Brother Shun. Your son is the most commendable, knowing that earning money is essential." Another quickly chimed in, "Indeed. Making money is far better than merely spending it." Shenli raised his glass with a chuckle, "Certainly. It's preferable to those who hand over their money with both hands. My son will soon arrive to bring me a phone. Let him meet everyone. If you ever wish to purchase a new car, do seek him out. He will ensure you receive a discount." With that, he lifted his glass. "Come, let us all take a sip." The others exchanged glances, particularly Chen Baohe, who felt a pang of embarrassment, yet was at a loss for words and could only raise his glass as well. Why discuss so much? Let us drink. The topic may have passed, but a knot formed in Chen Baohe's heart. Throughout the meal, he sensed the others' gazes upon him, laced with amusement, perhaps mocking him for having a son-in-law who was a compulsive gambler. Chen Baohe wished to defend himself, yet he found no words to articulate his thoughts. Just as he wrestled with his feelings, a sudden knock echoed at the door of the private room. Chapter 136. A plea in person. Upon opening the door, a young man stood outside. Shenli, upon seeing him, waved, "Come in, Haoming. Let me introduce you to these uncles." Shen Haoming was in a rather foul mood today, having been dismissed by his boss just yesterday, and he had shared his predicament with his colleagues, leaving him unable to find another job. To make matters worse, his father had called him at this inopportune moment. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he initially assumed it was a call from a potential employer, only to discover it was his father using someone else's phone to instruct him to deliver a phone. With no choice, he reluctantly headed over, knowing his father would pester him for days otherwise. As he listened to his father, Chu Xiangyang subtly frowned, but after a moment's contemplation, he stepped into the private room. Having worked as a sales manager at a car dealership, he had honed the skill of conversing with anyone, be they human or ghost. Addressing the assembled uncles, he managed to amuse them, receiving praises for his diligence and ambition. Internally, Chu Xiangyang rolled his eyes. What was the use of ambition when his unemployment hinged solely on the whim of his boss? After introducing the uncles, Shenli's gaze fell upon a figure seated on the sofa. Let me introduce you. This is your Uncle Chun's son-in-law. Shenli guided Chu Xiangyang towards the sofa. Chu Xiangyang remained engrossed in his phone, failing to look up. Observing this, Chen Baohe quickly interjected. Since they are of the same generation, there's no need for such formality. Shenli smiled, precisely because they are peers, an introduction is warranted. Isn't your son-in-law currently unemployed? Perhaps Haoming could assist him in finding a job, given his extensive network. At this, Chu Xiangyang finally lifted his gaze from his phone, fixing his eyes on the figure before him. Mr. Chu? Chu Haoming's body stiffened, instinctively responding. Chu Xiangyang smiled, remarking on the serendipity of encountering manager Shen once more. Unbeknownst to him, the circumstances surrounding Chu Haoming's forced resignation were orchestrated after his departure by Yi Feng. Now, with no company willing to employ him, Chu Haoming was contemplating a plea to Yi Feng for assistance. Little did he expect to cross paths with Chu Xiangyang that evening, a fortuitous opportunity indeed. He promptly bowed slightly and extended his hand, exclaiming, Mr. Chu, what a delightful surprise to meet you here. Neither Shenli nor Chu Xiangyang anticipated this unexpected encounter. Shenli, feeling somewhat awkward, inquired, Haoming, do you know each other? Without turning back, Chu Haoming replied, of course, Mr. Chu is a close friend of our boss. Noticing Chu Haoming's hand lingering, Chu Xiangyang felt compelled to reciprocate the gesture, albeit reluctantly. Upon shaking hands with Chu Xiangyang, Chu Haoming quickly added, Mr. Chu, I wonder if you might be able to assist me. To which Chu Xiangyang replied with a smile, what assistance could I possibly offer? You are the esteemed manager of a 4S store. I fear I may be of little help. Shenli interjected, attempting to guide Chu Haoming away. Well, since you are acquainted, perhaps you can discuss matters after dinner. He sensed that his son, whom he held in high regard, was uncharacteristically flattering the other party. If this continued, he feared he would lose face. However, Chu Haoming, having finally encountered Chu Xiangyang, was unwilling to depart so easily. He surmised that, as a relative of someone present, his request would likely be met with understanding. Thus, he freed himself from his father's grasp and approached Chu Xiangyang once more, humbly stating, Mr. Chu, might you intercede with General Manager Yi on my behalf? Please convey that today's incident was unintentional and beseech him to temper his anger. With a slight raise of his brow, Chu Xiangyang inquired, what did he say? Chu Haoming, somewhat embarrassed, responded, General Manager, you mentioned I should return home for a period of reflection. I fear that an extended duration may prove detrimental. As you are a close friend of his, could you possibly advocate for me? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chu Xiangyang glanced at Chen Baohe, who had already deduced Shen Li's son sought Chu Xiangyang's assistance. As Chu Xiangyang's gaze fell upon him, Chen Baohe cleared his throat and said, well, Xiangyang, we are all friends here. Your Uncle Shen and I have shared a long-standing friendship. Since he has made this request of you, it would be fitting for you to lend your support. Very well. Chu Xiangyang replied with a smile, since father has spoken, I shall endeavor to reach General Manager Yi. He then proceeded to dial Yi Feng's number, placing the call on speakerphone to demonstrate transparency. After a single ring, Yi Feng promptly answered, Mr. Chu, what brings you to call? The voice of Yi Feng, exceedingly polite, resonated through the telephone. While others remained oblivious, Chu Haoming was well aware that he had never heard Yi Feng speak in such a manner to anyone else. Chu Xiangyang responded, it's nothing much. I merely wish to inquire about that manager Shen at the store today. Upon hearing Chu Xiangyang mention this manager Shen, Yi Feng's anger surged. That scoundrel had him dismissed, and how dare he speak to you in such a condescending tone? Chu Xiangyang chuckled, Yi. Let us extend grace where we can. After all, his father and my father-in-law share a good rapport. We might encounter each other often. Could you possibly do me this favor? Realizing the implications of Chu Xiangyang's words, Yi Feng, astute as he was, immediately understood and replied, since you are interceding on his behalf, I shall grant this scoundrel a reprieve. Tomorrow, I will instruct HR to reinstate him. Thank you, Yi. I shall treat you to tea when time permits, Chu Xiangyang replied. Yi Feng quickly countered, please, let us not speak of thanks. This is merely a trivial matter. Very well, you may continue with your tasks. We shall reconnect when the opportunity arises. With that, Chu Xiangyang hung up the phone. He looked up at Chu Haoming and said, you are fortunate. He has agreed. Chu Xiangyang finally exhaled in relief and bowed in gratitude. I truly appreciate your help, Mr. Chu. Without your intervention, I would have been at a loss. Chu Xiangyang smiled faintly. There is something I wish to express, though I am uncertain if I should. Please, speak freely. I am all ears, Chu Xiangyang urged. Chu Xiangyang advised, since you are in the service industry, regardless of the circumstances, do not forget your fundamental responsibilities. Chu Xiangyang's face flushed crimson. I understand now. At that moment, not only was his face flushed, but Xun Li's expression was equally compelling. Chapter 137. Playing cards with my mother-in-law Chen Baohe felt invigorated after the meal. It could be said that he had not experienced such joy in many previous gatherings. On the way back, he couldn't help but exclaim, Xiangyang, you truly brought me honor today. Did you see Xun Li's expression? It was nearly as vibrant as a rainbow. With a grin, Chu Xiangyang remarked, when I observe you all together, it resembles a gathering of children, each competing to see who has the most sweets. Chen Baohe nodded. You are absolutely correct. We often find ourselves just boasting. Chu Xiangyang chuckled softly, thinking to himself, at least you are aware. After dropping Chen Baohe off at home, he waved a rare farewell with a smile as he entered. Take care on your journey back. Chu Xiangyang acknowledged him and drove away. Chen Baohe hummed a tune as he entered his house. Yu Meixiao, with a facial mask on, emerged from the bedroom and, upon seeing Chen Baohe's cheerful demeanor, couldn't resist saying, it seems the wine was quite delightful today. You appear very pleased. Chen Baohe smiled. Indeed, today's wine was enjoyable. But the events that unfolded brought me even greater joy. Yu Meixiao, intrigued, asked, what other happy occurrences transpired? Please share. I would like to partake in your joy. Chen Baohe subsequently recounted the events of the day to Yu Meixiao. With a smile, he exclaimed, you should have seen Lao Shen's face. It was utterly satisfying. He constantly boasts about his son's capabilities. How does he feel now? My son-in-law has just dealt him a blow to his pride. Your son-in-law, huh? Quite affectionate, aren't we? Yu Meixiao retorted with a cold snort. Chen Baohe then rose and made his way to the bathroom, casually remarking, it's yours too, not just mine. Early the next morning, Chen Baohe called Chu Xiangyang, urging him to come to the community's game room. After relaying his message, he abruptly hung up. Chu Xiangyang looked perplexedly at Chen Yuru. What's the matter? She asked while tidying up the dishes. Dad just called, asking me to meet him at the game room in their community. No way. They must be there to play cards. Chen Yuru replied with conviction. Chu Xiangyang pondered for a moment and decided. I'll drop Yaya at school and then head over to check it out. What if something's amiss? Chen Yuru knew her father too well. But since Chu Xiangyang was willing to go, she relented. After dropping Yaya at school, Chu Xiangyang proceeded directly to the game room, as instructed by Chen Baohe. Upon arrival, he discovered Yu Meixiao engaged in a card game. Dad, Mom, Chu Xiangyang called out, mustering his courage. Chen Baohe, upon seeing him, quickly pulled him aside, saying, stay here and keep your mother company while I step out for a moment. Without waiting for Yu Meixiao's approval, he dashed away. Reluctantly, Chu Xiangyang took a seat. He regretted not heeding Chen Yuru's advice. Yu Meixiao paid him no mind, from the moment he sat down until the end of the round. She did not utter a single word to him. He felt awkward and considered leaving, but then noticed an issue. The middle-aged man sitting across from Yu Meixiao was cheating. With Yu Meixiao having lost several rounds, and in a foul mood, she was ready to play a significant card when Chu Xiangyang intervened. Mom, you seem tired. Why not take a break while I play a round for you? He suggested. With a dismissive expression, Yu Meixiao questioned, do you even know how to play? I know a little. Let me take over while you rest. Chu Xiangyang insisted, already standing up. Though reluctant, Yu Meixiao, feeling disgruntled about her losses, acquiesced and vacated her seat, warning, play well and don't embarrass me. Understood. Chu Xiangyang replied cheerfully. The middle-aged man, noticing Chu Xiangyang had taken a seat, could not help but comment, what? Do you consider yourself a master capable of turning your mother-in-law's fortunes around? No, she's just tired. And I'm stepping in for a couple of rounds. Let us all be easy on each other, Chu Xiangyang said, placing back the card Yu Meixiao had been holding. The man opposite him inhaled sharply at this gesture, gritting his teeth as he remarked, the young one seems quite skilled. Why keep the cards in hand if you're not going to play them? Chu Xiangyang smirked and replied, of course, I'm saving them for good fortune. Do you believe that I might just win with this card? With that, he played a 5 of circles. The opponent remained silent, subsequently directing his gaze towards Chu Xiangyang's next player. The next player played a 6 of bamboo, while Chu Xiangyang's counterpart played a 4 of bamboo, which he consumed, followed by discarding a 1 of bamboo. Chu Xiangyang smiled, uttering not a word. After 3 rounds, the middle-aged man had not touched a single tile, whereas Chu Xiangyang had successfully integrated all his drawn tiles into the team, discarding several inconsequential tiles. Upon drawing his fourth tile, Chu Xiangyang played a 9 of characters and remarked with a smile, "My apologies, everyone. I have listened." Chu Xiangyang's next player and counterpart were both women of similar age to Yumeixia. Observing Chu Xiangyang's adept play and handsome appearance, they couldn't help but praise Yumeixia, saying, "You have chosen a fine son-in-law. He is not only charming but also accompanies you for a game of mahjong, unlike my son-in-law, who only knows how to drink all day. Indeed, I have no son-in-law, just a son, and that son and his wife are even worse. I hardly see them." Yumeixia mused, feeling a sense of joy at the words of these two old friends, as the frustration of her recent losses seemed to dissipate. "Lianjia, Mengjia, do not speak so. I believe your daughters and sons are quite commendable," Yumeixia replied with a smile. "But they are nowhere near as good as your son-in-law. I wish they would come and play mahjong with me, yet I have never seen them." Lianjia, Chu Xiangyang's next player, responded. At that moment, Chu Xiangyang's upper player played a 2 of bamboo and deliberately cast a glance at Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang was tightly gripping 3 tiles, his expression inscrutable. This time, instead of returning his drawn tile to the team, he directly discarded it, saying, "I apologize, but I have also drawn a 2 of bamboo." The middle-aged man scoffed. "What does it matter if you draw?" After one round, it was the middle-aged man's turn to draw. He still held 2 single tiles, a 1 of bamboo and a 9 of characters. Surprisingly, he drew an 8 of characters. If he retained the 8 of characters and discarded the 1 of bamboo, he would be ready to win, but if he discarded the 8, he would have to wait for the 2 single tiles. However, if he kept the 8, he was obligated to discard the 1 of bamboo. Chu Xiangyang had previously stated that he would rely on a single tile to win. The middle-aged man deliberated for quite some time. If the 3 of bamboo had not already been discarded, he would not have played the 2 of bamboo. His hand was in disarray. "Hurry up. You have considered your move for far too long. Do not waste everyone's time," Lianjia remarked, unable to suppress her irritation at the man's drawn-out contemplation. Finally, the middle-aged man discarded the 1 of bamboo in his hand. Indeed, the moment the tile fell, Chu Xiangyang pushed the tiles in front of him forward. "My apologies, I was waiting for that 1 of bamboo in your hand. 7 pairs, a complete sequence, 16 points. Thank you." Chu Xiangyang smiled as he claimed the 1 of bamboo from the middle-aged man, then spoke. Lianjia, glancing at Chu Xiangyang's hand, exclaimed in astonishment, "My heavens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of bamboo. Meixia, your son-in-law is truly remarkable." Yumeixia leaned in to take a look, and, upon seeing the impressive hand that Chu Xiangyang held, couldn't help but smile subtly, acknowledging his exceptional luck. Then he turned to his superior, this gentleman, and requested payment. The middle-aged man's face twitched. After all, he was the one who had dealt the cards. Each of the 16 rounds had been his doing. In this hand, Chu Xiangyang not only recovered all the losses incurred by Yumeixia earlier, but also managed to secure a modest profit. As the second round commenced, the middle-aged man seemed to fixate on Chu Xiangyang. Regardless of the cards Chu played, the middle-aged man was determined to match him closely, ensuring he would not have the opportunity to seize advantageous cards. This time, Chu Xiangyang covered all his cards with one hand and an arm. The middle-aged man scoffed. "You're not a child. Why cover your cards so thoroughly? Afraid someone might copy your homework?" Chu Xiangyang glanced at the man and nodded. "Of course. What if you discern my cards? I must keep them concealed." To this, Yumeixia, observing the exchange, found it rather odd and inquired, "Xiangyang, what cards have you drawn? Let me take a look. I have quite the hand. Prepare for a surprise shortly." Chu Xiangyang replied with a smile. Much like the previous round, he refrained from melding or claiming any cards until 3 rounds had passed. He then addressed the 2 women. "Ladies, I am ready to declare a winning hand." "What a charming boy. What card do you wish for, dear?" "Auntie will grant it." Lianjia chuckled. Meng Jie chimed in, "Indeed. If Lianjia doesn't he have it, I may very well possess it." The middle-aged man, seething with frustration, retorted, "If you keep this up, even if you cheat and win, I want to pay." Lianjia and Meng Jie merely huffed and fell silent. The middle-aged man was now wrestling with what card to play. Based on Chu Xiangyang's previous patterns, there seemed to be no discernible logic. He had played every suit without reservation. What hand could he possibly be waiting for? The middle-aged man looked again at the tightly concealed cards of Chu Xiangyang. "Can we play at a quicker pace, please?" Lianjia, still irked by the man's earlier remark, rapped her knuckles on the table before him. The middle-aged man cast another glance at Chu Xiangyang and ultimately decided to play the 1 bamboo card. "Thank you." Chu Xiangyang smiled as he picked up the 1 bamboo card the middle-aged man had discarded. 13 orphans. A perfect hand. 24 rounds. Thank you. The middle-aged man sprang to his feet, pointing at Chu Xiangyang and bellowing, Don't act like a child. Losing a hand and making a scene, what a disgrace. You're behaving like a woman. Indeed, Lian Jia remarked while shuffling the cards. Meng Jia added, if you can't handle the game, then don't play. If you lose, pay up quickly. We women are far more straightforward. The middle-aged man, frustrated, tossed the money onto the table before Chu Xiangyang, declaring, I refuse to believe this. Let us go again. Thus, they began the third round. The middle-aged man had resolved that even if he himself did not win, he would ensure Chu Xiangyang did not win either. Yet, the very first card that Chu Xiangyang drew resulted in a win. What extraordinary luck this child has. Lian Jie exclaimed. Chu Xiangyang humbly replied, this is all my mother's luck. I am merely playing on her behalf. Bang! As the words fell, the middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet, accusing, you must have cheated. With an expression of innocence, Chu Xiangyang replied, I did not cheat. Without further ado, the man strode out of the private room and summoned the owner of the game room. Boss, someone is cheating in your establishment. Are you going to do something about it? The middle-aged man exclaimed, pointing at Chu Xiangyang. The owner of the game room was a tall young man, adorned with a gold chain as thick as a pinky finger, clad in a tank top and shorts, and wearing flip-flops. His exposed muscles twitched as he stood, nearly 6 feet tall, exuding an overwhelming aura. Who is cheating? The young owner inquired, scanning Chu Xiangyang. That one, the middle-aged man shouted, pointing again at Chu Xiangyang. With a smile, Chu Xiangyang picked up a card from the table and handed it to the owner. Is this one of your original cards? The owner took a glance at the card, while the middle-aged man silently began to make his escape. However, before he could reach the door, Chu Xiangyang swiftly seized him. Not only did he apprehend him, but he also yanked off the man's glasses. Put these on and take another look at the cards, he instructed, handing the spectacles to the owner. The owner adjusted the glasses on his nose and scrutinized the mahjong tiles. Moments later, the middle-aged man was unceremoniously tossed onto the street. His clothing tattered and his face bruised. The owner stood at the entrance, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and declared, should I ever see you again, I will not hesitate to confront you. Now leave. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, the man scrambled to his feet and staggered away. Xiangyang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you today, we would have lost a substantial amount to him, praised Sister Lian. Indeed, Meixia, how fortunate you are to have such a son-in-law. Sister Meng chimed in. Hearing her friends commend Chu Xiangyang filled Meixia with pride. She began to understand the joy Qin Bao felt. With the game no longer an option, the 3 old friends decided to go shopping. Chu Xiangyang followed closely behind, carrying their bags, while Meixia's purchases were all covered by him. As compliments about him flowed throughout the day, her spirits soared, and her previous grievances toward Chu Xiangyang nearly vanished. By evening, Chu Xiangyang personally drove Meixia home. As they entered, she unexpectedly said, drive safely, before humming a cheerful tune as she went inside. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chu Xiangyang hurried to pick up his beloved daughter. Surely, his in-laws' impression of him would have significantly improved, he mused, chuckling at the thought. When he arrived at the kindergarten, his phone rang unexpectedly. Yuru, what's the matter? Chu Xiangyang locked the car and answered the phone before heading towards the kindergarten. On the other end, Chen Yuru said, you and Yaya can figure out dinner for yourselves. I'm going out to eat with friends. Chu Xiangyang looked at the little glutinous rice ball running towards him, helplessly replying, all right. Chapter 139, opening a beauty salon that evening. After putting Yaya to sleep, Chen Yuru finally returned home. Were you having a gathering with your girlfriends? Chu Xiangyang asked tentatively. Chen Yuru had no intention of hiding anything from him and directly replied. Yanan reached out to me, expressing her desire to open a beauty salon. I thought I'd consult you about it. Chu Xiangyang secretly felt relieved and smiled, saying, whatever my beloved wife decides, I wholeheartedly support you if you wish to pursue this. Chen Yuru blushed and retorted, stop teasing. With Yaya starting school, it's not like I have much to do at home. It's better to find something to engage in. Chu Xiangyang nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Do you have any relevant experience? Yanan studied this field, and I have had some exposure before marriage. Initially, we plan to start small, working hands-on ourselves. If our reputation grows, we can consider expanding later, Chen Yuru replied earnestly. It was evident that she had thoroughly contemplated this decision. That's excellent, Chu Xiangyang said with great approval. Does that mean you agree? Chen Yuru asked excitedly. Of course I agree. Didn't I mention that as long as it's what you want, I'm on board? Chu Xiangyang said with a playful grin. All right then, I'll go house hunting with Yanan tomorrow, Chen Yuru said as she grabbed her clothes, intending to take a shower. When she emerged, Chu Xiangyang had retreated to his room. But on his bed lay a card and a note that read, my beloved wife, keep it up. Upon seeing the cheerful little face on the note, Chen Yuru smiled sweetly. Perhaps this was what it meant to truly be on the right track in life. The next morning, Chu Xiangyang took Yaya to school, while Chun Yuru accompanied her friend Wang Yanan to look at potential properties. Upon returning that evening, Chun Yuru excitedly shared the good news with Chu Xiangyang. We found a place, and we've already signed the contract, paying a year's rent in advance. That is fantastic. Yaya, hurry and give mommy a kiss to encourage her. Chu Xiangyang exclaimed as he hugged Yaya. She eagerly wrapped her arms around Chun Yuru's neck, planting a wet kiss on her cheek, and cheerfully said, "Mommy, keep it up. You're the best." Chun Yuru couldn't help but smile, declaring, "Tonight, I'll prepare a feast for both of you." With that, she headed straight for the kitchen. The following day was the weekend, and Yaya didn't have school. Chu Xiangyang drove Chun Yuru to the shop, where they planned to undertake some renovations. The location was quite favorable, surrounded by upscale residential complexes, ensuring a steady stream of clientele. Moreover, the shop was originally a beauty salon, spanning 2 clean levels. With a few decorative touches and the infusion of their unique style, it would soon be ready for business. Wang Yanan had returned from abroad for only a few days, looking quite well, and her relationship with Chun Yuru was relatively good. However, she held a strong disdain for Chun Yuru's early marriage. Her current boyfriend was a manager at a multinational corporation with a promising future ahead. He had proposed to her several times, all of which she had declined, citing sufficiently valid reasons. She still wished to enjoy life for a few more years. She firmly believed that a woman's prime years should not be squandered on men and children, but rather should be utilized to realize her own worth. Even if she remained unmarried for life, it would be of no concern, as she had already earned enough to support herself. Chun Yuru and her family arrived relatively early. After they had taken a tour around the area, Wang Yanan's car finally pulled up downstairs. Chun Yuru went out to greet them, but the smile that had adorned Wang Yanan's face vanished upon seeing Chu Xiangyang. "This is a matter we can decide between ourselves. No one else needs to be involved," Wang Yanan said coldly. Chun Yuru, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "No, they merely accompanied me. This is my good friend Wang Yanan, who has been abroad for the past few years. She couldn't attend my wedding." With a cold snort, Wang Yanan pushed past the two of them, deliberately bumping into Chu Xiangyang as she passed. Chu Xiangyang could only smile bitterly in response, while Chun Yuru shot him an apologetic glance. Once inside the store, Wang Yanan exuded the demeanor of a strong woman, asserting her opinions with remarkable decisiveness and vigor. Even Yaya, observing Wang Yanan in her formal attire and high heels, couldn't help but cling to Chu Xiangyang's neck and whisper, "Daddy, that Annie seems fierce." Seated on the sofa with Yaya in his arms, Chu Xiangyang chuckled. "It's good for her to be fierce. It ensures the store thrives." However, Yaya retorted, "But will she bully mommy?" Chu Xiangyang was taken aback, glancing at Chun Yuru, who was trailing behind Wang Yanan. When Wang Yanan said something, Chun Yuru gently shook her head. He had anticipated that Wang Yanan would overpower Chun Yuru's opinions with her assertiveness, but to his surprise, she softened her tone and began discussing alternative plans with Chun Yuru. Seeing this, Chu Xiangyang playfully pinched Yaya's cheek, reassuring her, "Don't worry, she and your mother are good friends." Would Yaya ever bully her good friend? Of course not. "I will protect my good friend," Yaya declared, thumping her little chest. Chu Xiangyang responded, "Exactly. The auntie is a good friend of your mother, so you can rest easy. I've told you countless times, men are dispensable. You need not place such significance on them. Why bring him along to the store? Can you not live without him?" Wang Yanan remarked, visibly displeased during their break. Chun Yuru's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Please don't say that. He treats me very well. And he specifically brought me here today." Wang Yanan took a sip of water and, with a huff, retorted, "Don't paint him in such a good light. I have heard enough of his so-called noble deeds. He's a gambling addict and not a good person." Chun Yuru quickly defended, "He was like that before. But he has changed now. He's much better." "Humph." Wang Yanan rolled her eyes, exclaiming that a dog cannot change its nature, and that there was no need for flattering words on his behalf. Chun Yuru sighed helplessly, pinching Wang Yanan's small nose, remarking on her biting tongue, cautioning her that she might scare away potential suitors. Wang Yanan retorted, asserting her independence, stating that she did not need a man when she could earn and spend her own money. Chun Yuru, at a loss for words, expressed her hope that Wang Yanan's boyfriend would soon come to claim her, lest she find herself in a predicament. Wang Yanan scoffed at the notion, insisting that any such arrangement would require her consent. Before she could finish her thought, Chun Yuru swiftly covered her mouth, leading to a playful scuffle between them. At that moment, the shop door swung open, and a middle-aged woman entered, questioning their presence and the origin of their keys. Wang Yanan approached the woman with a puzzled expression, asserting that they had rented the shop. However, the woman angrily retorted, denying any recollection of renting it to them. "What? Both Wang Yanan and Chun Yuru were taken aback, staring incredulously at the woman. The woman, robust in stature and brandishing a small handbag, pointed an accusing finger at them, demanding they vacate the premises. Wang Yanan hurried into the room to retrieve the contract they had signed the previous day, presenting it to the woman. The woman scoffed, examining the contract with scrutiny, and declared that they had been deceived. Deceived? Both Wang Yanan and Chun Yuru were stunned by the revelation that they had been tricked by that man. Just as the woman was about to speak again, Chu Xiangyang approached, cradling a child, and asked the woman if she was interested in renting the shop. The woman's demeanor softened at his words, and she inquired if the man who rented the property was in his 30s. Wang Yanan and Chun Yuru eagerly nodded, confirming his age and that he had a mole on his face. He is truly shameless, the woman continued, expressing her indignation at having shown him the property only to discover he had made a copy of her keys and deceived them. Wang Yanan and Chun Yuru were left dumbfounded, having already paid an annual rent of 200,000. Chu Xiangyang suggested that if the woman was willing to rent the property, they should draft a contract. The woman, taken aback by his promptness, agreed, stating she would have her property deed brought over and would draft a contract. Noting their pitiable situation, she offered to reduce their annual rent by 20,000. The woman exhibited a generous spirit, prompting Chu Xiangyang to express his gratitude. She then turned her attention to Wang Yanan and Chun Yuru, advising the young individuals to exercise caution in their dealings, especially regarding significant matters such as leasing a shop, emphasizing the importance of verifying the property deed. Wang Yanan, slightly indignant, retorted that they had indeed checked the property deed. What difference does it make? Nowadays, everything can be fabricated. Have you checked the serial number on the property certificate? The woman inquired. Wang Yanan fell silent this time. The man merely glanced at them before reclaiming the property certificate. Who could have anticipated that he was a fraud? At that moment, they never thought to verify any serial numbers. Consider this a lesson learned. Be more vigilant in the future, the woman remarked with a huff, then settled herself on the nearby sofa, awaiting the arrival of the contract and property certificate. Chu Xiangyang observed Chun Yuru's despondent expression and promptly approached her with words of comfort. Do not fret. I will find a way to track down that swindler. You? With your capabilities? Chun Yuru had not yet spoken when Wang Yanan scoffed at Chu Xiangyang's assertion. Naturally, Chu Xiangyang chose not to engage with a woman in such a manner and fell silent. Noticing his reticence, Wang Yanan turned to Chun Yuru, assuring her, rest easy. I will handle this. That scoundrel dared to deceive me, and I shall not let him go unpunished. With that, she stepped aside to make a phone call. Before long, the landlord's representative arrived with the contract and property certificate. After Chu Xiangyang personally verified that the property certificate was in order, they proceeded to sign the contract with the genuine landlord. As Chu Xiangyang prepared to transfer the funds, Wang Yanan interjected, "There's no need for your money. I have my own." Chun Yuru gently tugged at Chu Xiangyang's sleeve, prompting him to relent. As the landlord departed, he cautioned them, "Be more discerning in your dealings henceforth. Consider this a lesson, never trust too easily. Evidence is paramount in today's world." Wang Yanan remained silent with a stern expression, while Chun Yuru nodded with a smile. After the woman left, Wang Yanan declared, "I must take my leave. My boyfriend is assisting me in locating that scoundrel, and I will inform you once I have any news." Without waiting for Chun Yuru's response, she swiftly drove away. "I'm sorry, Xiangyang, about the money." Chun Yuru began, but before she could finish, Chu Xiangyang grasped her delicate hand, saying, "Do not apologize to me. Rest assured, that fraud will not escape justice." Nearby, Yaya quickly chimed in, "Yes, Mommy, with Daddy around, everything will be fine." Chun Yuru was amused by her adorable demeanor and playfully pinched her small nose, asking, "And what about you? What can you do?" "I can cheer for Mommy," Yaya replied earnestly. Observing Yaya's innocent expression lightened Chun Yuru's heart. After securing the store, the trio departed in their vehicle. After safely escorting the mother and daughter home, Chu Xiangyang proceeded directly to the shop. After contemplating for a while, he finally dialed Lin Sen's number. "Brother Chu, what can I do for you?" Lin Sen inquired excitedly over the phone. Chu Xiangyang hesitated slightly before saying, "I need your assistance in tracking down someone. Your connections are extensive." "No problem. Just provide me with the details, and I will look into it," Lin Sen replied eagerly. The challenge lay in the complete lack of information. Chu Xiangyang sighed ruefully and then recounted the entire situation to Lin Sen in broad strokes. Lin Sen could not help but curse vehemently, expressing his disdain for such shameless individuals existing in this world. If ever he were to encounter them, he would undoubtedly strip them of their skin. He then reassured Chu Xiangyang, "Do not worry, Brother Chu. I will assist you in reviewing the surveillance footage. As long as we can obtain his visual records, I will trace his whereabouts. I am immensely grateful, Chu Xiangyang replied. Unfortunately, the establishment lacked any surveillance cameras on the left and right sides, but fortunately, a crossroads lay not far in front of the shop. If they could locate someone familiar with the area, they might uncover the necessary evidence. Upon returning home that evening, Chu Xiangyang was surprised to find Wang Yanan there as well. Noticing his arrival, she coldly remarked, "With such a significant occurrence, you are not at home attending to Yuru, but instead, you are out loitering?" Chu Xiangyang chuckled softly, explaining, "I have already enlisted help to address this matter. We should see results by tomorrow. Can you refrain from boasting?" Wang Yanan retorted, "I have checked both sides. There are no surveillance recordings, and the identity card on the contract is fake. The only way to find him is to review the footage from the crossroads. What does your friend do that he can even have connections within the authorities?" It was evident that Wang Yanan was skeptical of Chu Xiangyang's claims. Chu Xiangyang, however, was disinclined to engage in an argument. So he simply took Yaya into his arms and retreated to his room. Wang Yanan, infuriated, pointed at Chen Yuru and exclaimed, "Look at the kind of person you have chosen. Can't you articulate something sensible?" Chen Yuru sighed softly. "Yanan, enough. You always side with that useless man. In any case, you need not worry about this matter. I will take care of it." With that, Wang Yanan stood up. "If Xiangyang says he will handle it, then you should keep quiet." She interrupted. "He is utterly unreliable. Just wait for my news and obediently bide your time." With that, Wang Yanan stormed out. Chapter 141. The capture. Early the next morning, the ringing of the phone jolted Chu Xiangyang awake. Groggily, he glanced at the caller ID before answering. It was Lin Sen's voice on the other end. "Brother Chu, I have apprehended that scoundrel. Where shall I send him?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyang instantly became alert and quickly provided the address of the beauty salon. Lin Sen acknowledged and promptly hung up. Chu Xiangyang knocked on the adjoining door, calling out, "Yuru, are you awake? We have captured the swindler." Almost immediately, Chen Yuru opened the door, her face alight with excitement. "Really? That is wonderful. I'll call Yanan." After gathering their child, the two were on their way within 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the shop, they found Lin Sun had been waiting there for quite some time. As soon as he spotted Chu Xiangyang's car, he rushed over, eagerly opening the door for him. "Brother Chu, you have arrived. Thank you for your efforts." I did not expect him to be caught so swiftly. After stepping out of the vehicle, Chu Xiangyang patted Lin Sun on the shoulder with a smile. That scoundrel truly had it coming. After swindling money, he attempted to flee, but our people spotted him right at the security check, Lin Sun replied. Chu Xiangyang opened the back door, and Chen Yuru emerged, cradling their child. Lin Sun quickly approached, greeting her respectfully. "Hello, sister-in-law." Then he revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. Chen Yuru quickly nodded, greeting him. Chu Xiangyang wrapped an arm around Lin Sun and said, "All right, let us go check on that fellow." Lin Sun led the way to his car and abruptly flung open the back door. Chu Xiangyang looked down and saw a person lying on the back seat. His eyes were covered with a black cloth, his mouth sealed with tape, and his hands were bound behind him. Upon hearing the car door open, he whimpered and struggled to rise. Lin Sen reached in and yanked him from the back seat, then strode towards the shop. Chu Xiangyang opened the door, and the man was unceremoniously tossed inside. "You bastard, take a look around and see if this place seems familiar," Lin Sun exclaimed as he ripped off the black cloth from the man's eyes. As he was suddenly exposed to the bright light, the man squinted and then, in horror, realized he had returned to the beauty salon from before. "Not Big Brother. Who are you calling Big Brother?" Lin Sun shouted. "No, Little Brother. Who are you calling Little Brother?" Lin Sun retorted angrily. The man trembled in fear, at a loss for words, until he finally managed to utter 3 words. "I was wrong. Let me tell you, this matter is far from over." Lin Sun pulled out a chair and offered it to Chu Xiangyang, who promptly sat down. Chen Yuru stood outside waiting for Wang Yanan, who had not yet entered. Wang Yanan had just finished discussing matters with her boyfriend the previous night. He had said he could help inquire about it, but was uncertain of the outcome. This had led to an argument between them. By the time she fell asleep, it was already late into the night, and early this morning, Chen Yuru called to inform her that they had captured the person. Wang Yanan was skeptical about Chen Yuru's claims. However, she did not give herself the chance to inquire further and hung up the phone. Reluctantly, she gathered her things and came over. Upon exiting the car, she saw Chen Yuru holding a child at the shop's entrance. Wang Yanan, slightly displeased, remarked, "Yuru, what is going on? You called me over in such a rush this early, knowing I barely slept last night over this matter." She stifled a yawn as she spoke. Chen Yuru, looking puzzled, responded, "Did I not tell you? Xiangyang's friend has already found the person." "Oh, spare me. He couldn't possibly be lying so brazenly. How could someone be found so quickly after what was said last night?" She retorted, yawning again. "I am not deceiving you. The person is indeed here, inside." Chen Yuru insisted. Wang Yanan remained unconvinced, walking towards the shop while saying, "Are you certain? Do not fall for a trick. You are easily deceived." At that moment, her words abruptly ceased as she caught sight of the man lying in the lobby, his face marked by a mole. Wang Yanan, with her fiery temperament, disregarded the presence of others in the room and marched up to the man, delivering a harsh kick to his abdomen. The man winced in pain, cold sweat pouring down as he hunched over, groaning incessantly. Sitting beside her, Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow upon seeing his wife and child enter. He hastily approached to take Yaya from Chen Yuru's hands. "Is this the fellow?" he inquired. Chen Yuru glanced at the perspiring man on the floor and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is him." "Very well, then return the money, and I shall let you go." Since his wife had confirmed the man's identity, there was no need for further aggression. Their objective was to recover the money, not to engage in unlawful acts. "You cannot simply let him off the hook. I intend to report him," Wang Yanan exclaimed vehemently. Chu Xiangyang, however, remained indifferent to the matter, stating he would only ensure the man was found, leaving the rest to Chen Yuru's discretion. The man, upon hearing this, was instantly stricken with terror. Ignoring his physical pain, he struggled to kneel before Wang Yanan, pleading, "Please spare me. I was left with no choice. My family is gravely ill, and I lack the funds." "Enough with your fabrications. I do not believe you charlatans," Wang Yanan replied, unmoved. Observing the man's pitiful demeanor, Chen Yuru gently tugged at Wang Yanan's hand, suggesting, "Perhaps we should let it go. We haven't suffered any loss. Recovering the money is what truly matters." "How can that be acceptable? A scoundrel like him must be imprisoned. Otherwise, he will only deceive others again," Wang Yanan retorted loudly. Nearby, Lin's son interjected with a sardonic smile. "Ah, dear comrade, one must show mercy when possible. Who are you addressing?" Wang Yanan responded, clearly displeased by the title. Lin's son chuckled lightly. "Handle it as you wish." With that, he positioned himself behind Chu Xiangyang. Wang Yanan, feeling isolated as no one sided with her, seethed with anger. "This is enabling wrongdoing," she declared, retrieving her phone to dial the authorities. Moments later, police cars sped by, and the officers, in pursuit of evidence, required Wang Yanan to accompany them for questioning. As the police vehicle drove away, Chen Yuru inquired, "Will this man receive a lengthy sentence?" Chu Xiangyang nodded, assuring her, "Do not worry, I will conduct an investigation. If his claims of a sick family hold any truth, I shall offer assistance." "Father is amazing." Yaya, who had been quietly observing, suddenly clapped her hands in delight. "You are even more amazing," Chu Xiangyang replied, smiling down at Yaya nestled in Chen Yuru's arms. Chapter 142. Who holds the power? Chen Yuru's beauty salon finally opened its doors as scheduled. However, to her surprise, the very first day welcomed an unusual customer, a woman nearing 40, who, judging by her attire, appeared to be of high status. Upon entering, she plopped herself down on the salon sofa. "Madam, how may I assist you?" Chen Yuru approached with a warm smile. "Assist? What more could you possibly do? Your salon has ruined my face." The woman lifted her head, casting a scornful glance at Chen Yuru. Chen Yuru, taken aback, responded, "Our salon just opened today. We haven't even attended to any customers yet. Do not play the fool here. A month ago, I visited your establishment for cosmetic treatment, and soon after, I developed numerous blemishes on my face. Your beauty salon has since closed down. Do not think that I do not recognize the new name." The woman, relentless and indignant, exclaimed loudly. Coincidentally, today marks the grand opening of the new shop, which has implemented various promotional activities to attract numerous customers. However, upon hearing the woman's words, the crowd immediately abandoned their intentions of spending money and discreetly gathered around her, eager to discern the situation. Seeing the crowd swell, Wang Yanan stepped forward with a smile, suggesting, "Madam, why don't we discuss this matter in my office?" "Why should I go to your office?" "I intend to voice my grievances here, so everyone knows what sort of establishment you run," the woman retorted, pointing at Wang Yanan with her finger adorned with a 5-carat diamond ring. Wang Yanan, realizing the predicament, replied, "A month ago, this was not under our management. If there were any issues, they pertain to the previous salon, with which we have no connection. I do not care, the premises remain here, and it is still a beauty salon. I will find someone here. If you compensate for my losses, we can settle this today, otherwise, I will report you to the authorities," the woman insisted, clearly obstinate and unreasonable. In exasperation, Wang Yanan quickly dialed her boyfriend. Soon after, she approached the woman with a smile, saying, "If you seek compensation, shouldn't you present the doctor's diagnosis and evidence of your expenditures at this salon?" Wang Yanan merely intended to present her with a challenge, yet to her surprise, the woman was already prepared. In an instant, The woman retrieved several documents from her handbag and slapped them onto the nearby coffee table. Here, everyone can see. This is my diagnosis and the record of my expenses at your establishment. I have spent over 200,000 here, and now my face is in this condition. To date, I have already incurred over 100,000 in dermatological expenses. I demand tenfold compensation, she declared, exuding an air of superiority. At that moment, Qinyuru's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, she hurried outside to a secluded area to answer. How is the opening going? Are you busy? Chu Xiangyang inquired. Having initially intended to join them, but had to drop off Yaya at school and missed the opening. He was now on his way back. Not great, Qinyuru replied, cautious not to divulge too much, speaking vaguely. Noticing her tone, Chu Xiangyang quickly asked, what is going on? Is there a problem? Qinyuru cautiously glanced back at the store before recounting the woman's predicament. Do not worry, I will be there shortly, Chu Xiangyang reassured her, observing the long line of cars ahead. After offering a few comforting words, he ended the call. Meanwhile, the woman inside continued her relentless outcry, and the crowd around her only grew larger. Qinyuru felt a flutter of anxiety. She truly had not anticipated encountering such an incident on the very first day of business. Wang Yanan, typically accustomed to being assertive, found herself at a loss in the face of this predicament. Though she was urged to humble herself and speak kindly to the woman, she remained obstinate. The pressing issue was that even if she were to offer conciliatory words, the other party would still not relent. Not only did she refuse to let it go, but the woman also made a phone call, summoning several affluent ladies. The beauty salon quickly became a hubbub, encircled by throngs of onlookers. Inside the establishment, the only sounds were those of the wealthy ladies clamoring, drowning out any other noise. When Wang Yanan's boyfriend, Qin Jiang, arrived, he was greeted by this chaotic scene. Excuse me, could you please make way? He called out loudly from outside. Wang Yanan, upon hearing his voice, urgently shouted from within, everyone, please step aside. Someone is trying to enter. The wealthy ladies fell silent simultaneously. One of them inquired, is the person arriving your manager? Perfect timing. We demand compensation. Wang Yanan replied affirmatively. Yes, he is here to handle this matter. After much effort, Qin Jiang finally squeezed his way through the crowd. Wang Yanan quickly pulled him aside, whispering, it's those people. They refuse to leave. I asked them to go to the office, but they won't budge. What should we do? Qin Jiang nodded, reassuring her, don't worry. I'm well acquainted with clients who cling stubbornly. I can manage this. Hearing his words, Wang Yanan's anxious heart finally settled. She could now stand tall and face those affluent ladies. As they approached the group, Wang Yanan said, you may discuss the matter with him. With that, she stepped aside to reveal Qin Jiang. He looked up with a smile and began, ladies, regarding today's incident, I believe, before he could finish, one of the wealthy ladies interrupted him. Upon recognizing her, Qin Jiang's demeanor shifted instantly. He bent slightly and extended his hand, exclaiming, ah, Mrs. Han, what a surprise. Do you know him? Inquired the lady with a rash on her face. Mrs. Han replied, he is the department manager at my husband's company. I've seen him a few times during my visits. Your surname is Qin, correct? Indeed. You have an excellent memory. I am Qin Jiang. Please, feel free to call me Xiao Qin, he said eagerly. Perfect. Since you are the one in charge of this matter, please have a look. My friend's face has been ruined by your salon, and we have all the receipts and evidence. How do you intend to resolve this? Mrs. Han inquired, adopting a tone befitting a board member's wife. Qin Jiang glanced at the woman's face and then at the receipts. He was about to speak when Wang Yanan suddenly interjected. Yanan, don't be willful. This is Mrs. Han, the wife of our board member. Qin Jiang quickly urged. Qin Jiang, I have already said this matter is beyond your control. This is not solely my establishment. It is a joint venture. You cannot make decisions unilaterally. Wang Yanan stated, her words deliberate and steady. Qin Jiang pushed Wang Yanan aside, smiling as he addressed Madame Han. Do not heed her words. She is not in a position to make decisions here. I am in charge. You, Qin Jiang. Wang Yanan retorted angrily. Accompanying her furious exclamation was another voice. In charge? Have you even invested a single penny in this establishment? The voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly with everyone present. Even Wang Yanan, who had been vehemently cursing Qin Jiang moments before, suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned towards the speaker. Xiangyang, you have arrived. Upon seeing Chu Xiangyang, Qinyuru felt her anxious heart finally settle. Chu Xiangyang grasped Qinyuru's hand gently, offering a comforting squeeze. Oh, another one has arrived. How many owners does this small beauty salon actually have? Madame Han sneered. Apologies, madam, but I am not one of the owners here, Chu Xiangyang replied with a smile. If you're not the owner, then kindly refrain from speaking and let someone capable handle this matter, Madame Han commanded. She then turned her gaze to Chu Xiangyang. Can you truly manage this situation? If not, find someone who can. We do not have time to waste. I can handle it, Chu Xiangyang quickly asserted. After all, she was the wife of his boss, and he was determined to resolve the issue, lest he jeopardize his standing at the company. However, as soon as he spoke, Wang Yanan tugged at him. This matter has been deemed unnecessary for you. You should return to work. With Chun Yuru and Chu Xiangyang present, she did not wish to escalate the situation further. Yet, Chu Xiangyang was eager to seize the opportunity to showcase his abilities, leading to a heated exchange between them. A man of stature should exhibit some decorum. Besides, this establishment is not yours, so what authority do you possess to dictate here? Chu Xiangyang interjected, stepping beside Chu Xiangyang with a bemused expression. Taken aback, Chu Xiangyang's anger flared. What gives you the right to speak here? I may not amount to much, but I can devise an effective solution to this issue. Rather than squabbling with women as you are, Chu Xiangyang countered resolutely. At his words, Chu Xiangyang's expression darkened. An effective solution? Aside from compensation, what could you possibly propose? Indeed, there is. Chu Xiangyang replied with a slight smile, directing his gaze toward the group of affluent ladies. These lovely ladies are merely seeking a remedy for the rashes on their faces. What if I could assist them in treating those rashes? With his charming demeanor and frequent compliments, the previously tense expressions of the affluent ladies softened considerably. Their voices grew gentler as one of them remarked. Perhaps you could enlighten us on how to eliminate these blemishes. If you can indeed remove them, I shall not pursue any claims against you. Humph. Chu Xiangyang scoffed from the sidelines. What makes you think you can resolve issues that even the hospital cannot? Certainly, I have my methods. However, I kindly ask the lovely ladies to wait a moment. With that, Chu Xiangyang stepped outside. In his vehicle lay the remaining jade material he had procured from Master Ma last time. In truth, the affliction on the affluent lady's face was not due to cosmetics, but rather an allergic reaction to a certain metallic substance. The most expedient remedy for desensitization would be the application of high-quality jade powder. Jade possesses a cooling nature, and since Chu Xiangyang had brought jadeite seed material, its frigid quality was most suitable for alleviating symptoms caused by metal allergies. Moreover, jade is rich in minerals, boasting beautifying properties, thus resolving their issue would be a matter of mere moments. After grinding the jade into powder in his car, Chu Xiangyang brought it into the shop. He then mixed the jade powder with the store's toner to create a paste, which he instructed Chun Yuru to apply to the affluent lady's face. The lady appeared somewhat skeptical of Chu Xiangyang's abilities. What if my symptoms worsen? Chu Xiangyang smiled, assuring her that with so many witnesses present, should her condition deteriorate after applying his concoction, he would gladly compensate her 100-fold and even serve time in prison. Upon hearing his words, the crowd gasped in shock. Chu Xiangyang, standing nearby, sneered, thinking to himself, who does he think he is? Solving problems that even hospitals cannot. Surely, even Hua Tuo could not perform such wonders. Chu Xiangyang remained unperturbed, turning to Mrs. Han. Perhaps the lovely ladies could deliberate on this. Cheng Yu, with rashes adorning her face, clenched her teeth and said, fine. Since you have stated so, if I do not dare to apply it, it would reflect poorly on my courage. With that, she took the mixture from Chun Yuru's hands and began to apply it herself. Strangely enough, what had felt warm on her face transformed into a refreshing coolness upon application. Once she finished, the swelling and itching sensations had completely vanished. How long before this takes effect? We cannot simply sit here all day waiting, inquired Mrs. Han. It need not take long. With just a bit of patience, 10 to 15 minutes will suffice, replied Chu Xiangyang as he glanced at his watch. Then we shall wait for 10 minutes. If there is absolutely no effect, you can prepare for prison, Mrs. Han retorted as she took a seat. The crowd of onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. 10 minutes for results? What could possibly be so miraculous? Indeed, I believe that what Mr. Qin said holds some truth. Even Hua Tuo could not achieve results so swiftly. Yet, whether it proves effective will be evident in 10 minutes. If it truly works, I shall purchase an annual membership right here. As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, Chu Xiangyang smiled and clarified that there was no need for haste. The efficacy of the product stemmed not only from its intrinsic qualities, but also from its targeted nature, which the store's owner could elucidate. With that, he beckoned Chun Yuru over. Understanding his intent, she began to explain the various products available in the shop to the eager audience, proving that all products are purely botanical, and that there exists a range of categories specifically designed for sensitive skin, dull complexion, and slightly mature skin. Just like the botanical essence recently used by Chu Xiangyang, which is particularly beneficial for sensitive skin. Chun Yuru elucidated, captivating not only the onlookers, but also prompting nods of approval from several affluent ladies present. It was astonishing to discover that the products favored by their beautician held such numerous advantages. I maintain my stance. If that lady's complexion truly improves shortly, I will wholeheartedly trust in the efficacy of your products. Indeed, otherwise, no amount of discourse would hold any validity. Time is nearly upon us. Let us observe the transformation of that lady's visage. The collective gaze swiftly shifted back to Qingyu's face. Qingyu rose, stating her intent to wash her face. I will escort you, said Qingyu, guiding Qingyu to the wash area. Chapter 144. Membership registration. The cleansing process was swift. Qingyu was not one to be overly fastidious. She took a cleansing cloth, dampened it, and efficiently removed the product in just a few strokes. After rinsing, she gazed into the mirror, momentarily stunned by her own reflection. Hey, beautiful, come over so we can see too, shouted the onlookers at the entrance. Unable to contain their excitement, Qingyu's friends craned their necks, peering into the beauty room. Qingyu smiled and explained, your application time was somewhat brief. A longer duration would yield even more pronounced results. Qingyu, incredulous, emerged, and the crowd gasped in astonishment at her transformed appearance. Previously, her face bore a layer of red spots that not only rendered her complexion unusually flushed, but also slightly swollen. However, now, the redness had vanished, although some remnants remained. Her skin had become remarkably smooth, shimmering subtly in the sunlight, resembling a youthful glow. Chu Xiangyang chuckled. So, my dear, do you still wish to send me to prison? What sorcery is this? How could such a transformation occur? Can those of us with normal skin also use it? Inquired Mrs. Han, her eyes filled with envy. Of course. Products can treat problematic skin, while those without issues can nourish the skin. With prolonged use, one's complexion will undoubtedly become smooth and healthy, replied Chu Xiangyang. I wish to purchase a yearly membership, exclaimed a middle-aged woman from the crowd, raising her phone. Indeed, I too wish to sign up. Others chimed in loudly. Meanwhile, Qingyu and several affluent ladies had already encircled Chu Xiangyang and Qinyu. Outside stood Qin Jiang and Wang Yanan. Wang Yanan felt a pang of jealousy. Yet she had no time to dwell on it. The crowd awaited her to facilitate their membership registrations. After casting a sharp glance at Qin Jiang, she turned to attend to her work. Qin Jiang stared at Chu Xiangyang, who was surrounded by admirers, his eyes seemingly ablaze with frustration. What began as a splendid opportunity for him had been utterly undermined by Chu Xiangyang. His girlfriend was upset once again. Helpless, he hurried to Wang Yanan's side and softly uttered, I'm sorry, my dear, please don't be angry. However, Wang Yanan was too preoccupied to entertain any anger and merely replied, you should go back for now. We can discuss it later tonight. With that, she busied herself with her tasks. Qin Jiang, feeling resigned, could only cast a fierce glance at Chu Xiangyang before departing. Could you spare us that item? Any price is acceptable, Mrs. Han said eagerly. Actually, this item needs to be paired with the store's toner for the effects to be truly noticeable. Chu Xiangyang replied with a hint of amusement. The affluent ladies were perceptive enough to understand his implication. Don't worry, we'll get a yearly membership card right here. Qingyu interjected promptly. Chu Xiangyang chuckled. Madam, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I speak the truth. This item is limited in quantity. In the future, when you come to the store for beauty treatments, Yuru will incorporate that item into the skincare products for everyone's use. The results will be remarkable. All right, then we shall come to this store for our beauty treatments, Mrs. Han quickly agreed. With that, she pulled out a black card from her purse. As though fearing that Qinyu might change her mind, she thrust the card into Qinyu's hands, saying, let's load it with 200,000. Ensure you use the premium toner for me, all right? The other ladies, hearing her, promptly produced their own cards. Charge us 200,000 as well. And don't forget the premium ingredients. Qingyu insisted, unwilling to be outdone, as she pressed her card into Qinyu's hands. Make mine 300,000. Qinyu glanced at Chu Xiangyang, who gave a slight nod. She then replied, very well, please follow me, and we shall complete the formalities. The affluent ladies quickly rose and followed Qinyu. At last, the beauty salon was thriving, and Qinyu had established her own career, busy and content each day. The life of the family of three had finally settled into a routine. A few days later, on a crisp morning, as Chu Xiangyang arrived at the store, Yifeng entered with a distressed expression. Brother Chu, you must help me. Due to Lin Sen's influence, Yifeng referred to Chu Xiangyang as his brother. Noticing the evident dark circles under his eyes, Chu Xiangyang chuckled and handed him a cup of tea. What troubles you? Yifeng accepted the tea, forcing a grim smile. Brother Chu, what should I do about that Buddha statue? Another incident has occurred at home. Have you not dealt with it yet? Just send it to the temple. Chu Xiangyang responded, puzzled. He had assumed that Yifeng had already disposed of it, but to his surprise, not only had he not resolved the matter, but now another issue had arisen at home. Please, don't remind me. My girlfriend just returned to the country a couple of days ago, and on the very day she arrived, she was in a car accident. The most terrifying part is that I saw the Buddha statue emanating a red glow at the moment of the accident, and then I received a phone call. Yi Feng recounted, still shaken. His girlfriend had come perilously close to disaster. In the operating room, his girlfriend fought valiantly for nearly an entire day and night before finally being saved. This ordeal left Yi Feng utterly terrified. He feared that he might be next in line. Thus, as soon as his girlfriend regained consciousness, he hurried to seek counsel from Chu Xiangyang, eager to determine what steps he should take. Is there still any use in sending it to the temple now? Given the severity of the situation at home, I genuinely fear that he will not let me off the hook. Yi Feng felt tears welling up. He never imagined that a mere statue of Buddha could lead to such chaos. Chu Xiangyang, uncertain about the efficacy of this approach, inquired, "Where exactly did this item come from? Is it not permissible to disclose?" Upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's question, Yi Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly confessed, "It was a gift from my ex-girlfriend." Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xiangyang remarked, "It appears that your former girlfriend is under the guidance of someone quite knowledgeable. Few are familiar with the blood Buddha. What should I do then?" Yi Feng panicked instantly. With a gentle smile, Chu Xiangyang reassured him, "There is no need for haste. Let us first take it to the temple and assess the situation. If it proves ineffective, we shall explore other options." He refrained from mentioning that, since Yi Feng's ex-girlfriend had thought to use this blood Buddha to cause harm, there must be a formidable force behind her. Until the matter reached a critical point, Chu Xiangyang was reluctant to provoke her. Hence, he suggested that Yi Feng attempt to resolve it first, and should that fail, he would devise an alternative plan. After expressing his gratitude, Yi Feng rushed out. Watching his retreating figure, Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, pondering how this young man had managed to break the heart of such a girl, leading her to present him with such a substantial gift. Once Yi Feng departed, Chu Xiangyang intended to visit the neighboring shop, but upon entering, he encountered a man selling goods. The individual appeared to be an ordinary middle-class citizen, holding a porcelain bowl while attempting to persuade the shop owner next door. "Take a look at this bowl. It has been passed down through generations in my family. Were it not for my current financial difficulties, I would never part with it," the middle-aged man asserted. The neighboring shop owner, Mr. Deng, casually picked at his teeth with a toothpick and replied, "Every person who comes into my shop claims their items are family heirlooms, but who can truly verify their authenticity? My claim is genuine," the middle-aged man retorted, his face reddening. Unfazed, Mr. Deng replied, "Go check with other shops. I have acquired quite a few so-called heirlooms lately and am currently overwhelmed." He did not even bother to examine the bowl, but Chu Xiangyang observed it clearly. It was indeed an antique, yet singular pieces are of little value. Only complete sets command worth. Seeing that Mr. Deng showed no interest in purchasing, the man turned and left. Chu Xiangyang considered offering some advice, but adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Did you see that? Nowadays, people casually present a broken bowl and claim it as an heirloom. Mr. Deng continued picking at his teeth. Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but smile at Mr. Deng's widening gaps between his teeth, appreciating his keen insight. "Indeed, after years in this business, I can spot a fake at a glance," Mr. Deng affirmed. Boss Deng scoffed at the middle-aged man, only to realize belatedly that Chu Xiangyang had come to visit him. Typically, he was not one to venture out often, so it was quite surprising that Boss Chu had taken the liberty to grace him with his presence today. Chu Xiangyang chuckled. "I merely came to pay a visit to Boss Deng, hoping to learn a thing or two from you. Little did I know, upon entering, I would receive such an enlightening lesson." At last, Boss Deng reluctantly discarded the toothpick he had been fiddling with into the trash, bursting into hearty laughter. Finding Boss Chu to be rather amusing, Chu Xiangyang mused to himself that the real amusement lay with Boss Deng, who had unwittingly revealed a true treasure while still managing to enjoy himself. After engaging in conversation for a while, Chu Xiangyang decided it was time to return home. The antique business operated on a peculiar rhythm. 3 years without a sale could lead to 3 years of prosperity. There was no need for him to linger here from dawn till dusk, especially since he had promised Yaya that he would procure a Barbie doll for her little glutinous rice ball. As he exited the antique market, he unexpectedly spotted a car speeding past him, driven by the very middle-aged man who sold bowls. An idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could follow him and inquire if he had a complete set of bowls available for sale. To his surprise, the man, whether by design or coincidence, twisted and turned through the outskirts until he eventually entered the mountains. Chu Xiangyang was not particularly familiar with this area. He knew there were several small villages nestled within the mountains, although he had never visited them. The car ahead fluctuated in speed, alternating between quick bursts and slow crawls, until it finally arrived at a secluded village, seemingly cut off from the world. As Chu Xiangyang glanced back, he noted that the path behind him was almost entirely composed of narrow, winding roads. Had he not been following this man, he would have never stumbled upon this hidden gem of a village. The village was modest, comprising roughly 70 to 80 households. Chu Xiangyang drove his car to the spot where the man parked and then followed him into the courtyard. "Is anyone here?" Chu Xiangyang called tentatively, only to be met with an eerie silence, suggesting the absence of inhabitants. However, he could vaguely discern some movement within the house. He called out again before pushing open the door and stepping inside. The small house was no more than 50 or 60 square meters. The moment he entered, a figure darted out through the back door. Chu Xiangyang quickly set off in pursuit. Simultaneously, both the front and back doors slammed shut. Reacting swiftly, Chu Xiangyang kicked ferociously at the sole window as it closed. The window shattered, creating a gaping hole. As he leaned out to investigate, a fierce gust of wind surged towards him, threatening to strike his head. He instinctively recoiled just in time. In tandem with his retreat, a tear gas canister followed suit. Regardless of his efforts to hold his breath, he was soon overwhelmed, tears streaming down his face. Within mere seconds, the front and back doors swung open, and 7 or 8 individuals rushed in, each brandishing weapons and directing them menacingly towards Chu Xiangyang. He evaded attacks from 2 of them before seizing the waist of a third assailant, forcefully propelling himself and the man towards the exit. The man was pushed back to the doorway, yet he reacted swiftly, extending both hands to brace against the doorframe, halting his retreat. In that instant, several individuals surged forward from behind him. Tears and snot streamed down Chu Xiangyang's face, and each of those figures wore a mask, showing no fear of the substances present. He grasped the shoulders of the man in front of him and thrust his knee forcefully into his abdomen. The man winced in pain, finally releasing his grip from the doorframe. Chu Xiangyang then propelled him out of the room. However, before he could inhale a breath of fresh air, gunfire erupted outside. Chu Xiangyang understood that the presence of tear gas indicated the opponents possessed firearms. This was the primary reason he had clung to the assassin's waist. Every bullet struck the assassin, and Chu Xiangyang's keen eyes, sharper than most, could discern the surroundings in mere moments of fresh air. There were 2 gunmen perched atop the courtyard walls. Unfortunately, his vehicle lay beyond those walls, making the journey to the exit seem daunting. The gunfire persisted, and the assassins within the room charged out. At that moment, he found himself besieged. If he relinquished his shield against the bullets to confront those behind him, his back would be exposed to enemy fire. Conversely, if he merely charged forward, the pursuers would inevitably close in. It was evident that they were all professional killers, and he could not possibly eliminate them all in mere seconds. What was he to do? Several plans flickered through Chu Xiangyang's mind, yet his feet did not falter. He sprinted towards the courtyard entrance, clutching the lifeless body with utmost speed. In truth, he understood that any method's ultimate outcome must lead him to his vehicle. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. The sound of rushing wind from behind grew alarmingly close. He abruptly released the individual he held, seized a fist aimed at him, and yanked forcefully. The man was hurled to the ground with a shoulder throw. Gunfire erupted once more, and Chu Xiangyang narrowly evaded a bullet with the aid of his extraordinary vision. A second shot was already upon him. He used the figure he had thrown down as a shield against the bullet, seizing the opportunity to leap nearly a meter closer to the entrance. Now, he was merely 2 meters away from the doorway. Under ordinary circumstances, this distance could be traversed in less than a second. Yet now, Chu Xiangyang found every step laborious. Even 20 centimeters required the perfect opportunity. The gunfire continued unabated, and the assailants were almost upon him. With no other option, Chu Xiangyang surged forward, hoping to reach the doorway in the shortest time possible. The pursuers lunged at him. Now less than a meter away. Bang! The door was violently kicked open from the outside, and 2 armed figures charged in. The individual who once stood before him as a shield had been reduced to a mere sieve, yet within Chu Xiangyang's heart lingered a cold derision. He had feared that the 2 adversaries would remain perched upon the wall, but their descent instead presented him with an opportunity. Skillfully evading the assault from behind, Chu Xiangyang hurled the lifeless body in his grasp towards one of the armed assassins. Simultaneously, he leapt into action, seizing the weapon of another assailant. Gunfire erupted. Bullets discharged in rapid succession, and due to the force of inertia, the assassin's weapon inadvertently transformed those behind him into mere targets. Seizing the moment, Chu Xiangyang made his escape from the courtyard. He had intended to flee directly to his vehicle, only to discover, amidst the chaos of combat, that he had lost his car keys. With no other option, He chose a direction and sprinted forward. The number of assassins sent against him was considerable. He had dealt with a significant portion within the courtyard, but others remained stationed outside. Upon emerging from the yard, he was met with shouts from those who pointed at him, declaring, "There he is." As the cacophony of footsteps grew louder behind him, Chu Xiangyang, in a panic, dashed deeper into the village. Curiously, this small village appeared deserted, devoid of any signs of life. As he ran, he encountered not a single soul. Gunfire continued to resound in the distance, yet Chu Xiangyang managed to evade the danger. Just when he believed he had finally shaken off his pursuers, two figures suddenly emerged from a side alley, racing toward him in the northwestern direction while communicating via walkie-talkies. Focused solely on survival, Chu Xiangyang did not dwell on the identity of these individuals or their deadly intent. In the blink of an eye, he had exited the village. However, this path led him in the opposite direction from his arrival, through a thicket where wild grass grew abundantly, providing him with the perfect cover. The pursuers, upon reaching this area, were momentarily baffled by the tall grass, making it challenging to locate him, prompting them to await the arrival of their fellow assassins before commencing their search. Gradually, the sounds of pursuit faded, leaving Chu Xiangyang uncertain of his whereabouts. After wandering aimlessly for some time, he resolved to retrace his steps. Yet, as he ventured forward, he realized he might have taken a wrong turn. After a brief distance, his foot slipped, and he tumbled into a concealed pit. The location was well hidden, surrounded by overgrown weeds, making it difficult to detect without careful observation. As Chu Xiangyang descended into the pit, he endeavored to control his fall, yet he still rolled for some distance before coming to a halt, his body aching all over, particularly his exposed arms, which bore numerous small wounds. Lying on the ground for a moment, he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water nearby. To his astonishment, his tumble had led him to an underground river. After a few moments of recuperation, he rose, disheveled, and made his way towards the sound of the water. Chu Xiangyang pondered that if he swam upstream against the current of the river, he would inevitably find an exit to escape. Uncertain of where he might end up, he assessed his injuries, which were not severe. He splashed his face with the icy, bone-chilling water of the underground river, invigorating his spirit and sharpening his mind. His immediate objective was to return to the previous house and locate his car keys. Being without a vehicle was simply untenable. The idea of leaving on foot was a mere folly. As he squatted by the riverbank, lost in thought, a glimmer caught his eye just as he was about to rise. Possessing the golden eye, he could see clearly in the darkness. And although the object in the water flashed past in an instant, he managed to spot it. Ignoring the frigid water, he waded into the river, retrieving the glimmering object. To his surprise, it was a shard of porcelain. The piece appeared familiar, prompting him to search the surrounding area. Indeed, numerous fragments of porcelain littered the underground river, seemingly remnants of inferior products. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. Could this place be a hub for counterfeit production? However, one question lingered in his mind. If this was a counterfeit operation, why would they go to such lengths to lure him here? Regardless, survival took precedence. Now aware that he was dealing with a counterfeit antique syndicate, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Following the riverbed upstream, he finally emerged from the dark underground after an hour. The blinding light compelled him to instinctively shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself outside the village. Chu Xiangyang felt a surge of relief at his memory, recalling the 3 ancient trees that formed a line as he entered. After resting for a brief spell in the woods, he made his way toward the village. Fortunately, the small courtyard was not far from the village entrance, and he arrived without difficulty. Oddly, there was no sound coming from within or around the courtyard. Fearing another trap, he quietly approached the back door, but still found no one present. It dawned on him that the people likely believed he was still in the mountains, perhaps out searching for him. With that thought, he felt a sense of relief and began to search for his keys within the courtyard. Minutes later, Chu Xiangyang was behind the wheel of his newly purchased Land Rover, speeding away. By now, dusk had fallen, and he realized he had spent nearly 3 hours in that small village. As he drove from the chaotic backroads onto the main thoroughfare, the sky had darkened. He replayed the events of the afternoon in his mind, still perplexed by the intentions of those who sought his demise. Chu Xiangyang abruptly slammed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. He rolled down the window and could not resist calling out to a passerby, "Excuse me, miss, could you please watch where you're walking?" Not far ahead, a young woman stood on the roadside, her long black hair cascading down her back, clad in a flowing white dress. Upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's words, she turned around and smiled. "Sir, would you be so kind as to offer me a ride?" Chapter 147. The female assassin. A slight frown creased Chu Xiangyang's brow. Although it was not yet midnight, The desolate outskirts of the city seemed an odd place for a woman to be seeking a lift. "What brings you here alone?" he inquired. "I was on my way home with my boyfriend, but we had an argument, and he left me here," she replied, her expression one of feigned innocence. Chu Xiangyang harbored doubts about such scoundrels existing in the world, yet he gestured for her to enter. She slid into the passenger seat. "Where do you live?" he asked casually as he started the car. "I reside in the Huangtan community on Xiangyang Avenue," she responded with ease. Chu Xiangyang was aware of Xiangyang Avenue, but he was uncertain about the existence of the Huangtan community. Regardless, he maintained a skeptical attitude towards the woman's background. Yet, he soon reasoned that it was unlikely she was a decoy, as those searching for him would still be combing the village. This thought eased some of his wariness. "What is your surname, sir?" she inquired, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her voice soft and melodic, reminiscent of the accents from Jiangnan. Her figure, too, exuded a delicate charm, contrasting with the tall and slender northern women. "Flattery won't get you anywhere," Chu Xiangyang replied nonchalantly. Having encountered countless individuals in his previous life, he could easily discern the intentions of others with just a glance. The moment she addressed him as Mr. Chu, he suspected her ulterior motives. Sure enough, within minutes, her hand found its way to his right hand. Chu Xiangyang remained unfazed, his grip on the steering wheel steady. "Miss, if you wish to avoid both of us tumbling down that slope over there, I suggest you remove your hand," he stated, his tone even. "Don't worry, I know you won tea," she retorted, releasing his hand only to let her fingers wander beneath him. However, before she could reach him, he swiftly seized her wrist. "I advise you to behave, unless you wish to be left here." She pouted slightly, her eyes glistening. "Why the hostility? I'm not asking you to take responsibility for me. I merely think your car is quite beautiful." Chu Xiangyang disregarded her, continuing to drive his car while brusquely shaking off her hand. The woman, nursing her reddened wrist, glared at him and said, "Don't you have any compassion? My wrist hurts." Initially, one might have thought that her bravado would wane, yet within 10 minutes, her hand remained withdrawn while her face inched closer. She gently blew into Chu Xiangyang's ear, and with a sharp gasp, he slammed on the brakes, simultaneously gripping her wrist. "I knew you were no innocent. Who sent you? Is it that counterfeit group again?" Chu Xiangyang hissed through narrowed eyes. The woman held a dagger, its blade a mere inch from his side. Despite Chu Xiangyang's quick reflexes in seizing her wrist, she remained unperturbed, flashing a seductive smile. "What are you doing? You're squeezing my hand too tightly. If you enjoy gripping, why not here?" she said, thrusting her chest forward, her gaze suddenly turning fierce as her other hand lunged for his neck. Chu Xiangyang smirked, exerting force, causing the dagger to slip from her grasp. He caught the knife mid-fall, swiftly slashing at her other arm. With no choice left, the woman hastily retreated. However, her speed was no match for Chu Xiangyang's. The blade grazed her arm, instantly spilling blood that stained her white dress. Chu Xiangyang wasted no time, lifting his long leg to deliver a brutal kick to her abdomen. The woman gasped, a wave of pain crashing over her mind, beads of sweat cascading down her face. The confines of the vehicle were too small. As he extended his leg, his body propelled from the driver's seat, arms bracing his fall, legs poised to strike again. In a moment of desperation, the woman flung open the car door and leaped out. Yet, Chu Xiangyang's kick connected with the door, which slammed against her back, sending her sprawling. He quickly exited the vehicle, advancing towards her. Upon seeing him, she scrambled to her feet and dashed down a nearby slope. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, surprised by her audacity. Although she would likely escape unscathed, she would undoubtedly be bettered in for some time. Recognizing the severity of her intent, he resolved not to pursue her further. After all, the individuals seeking his demise were few. He would eventually confront them personally. Clapping his hands together, Chu Xiangyang turned and climbed back into his car, vanishing into the night. Shortly after his departure, a white figure struggled to ascend the slope. Upon returning home past 9 o'clock, he noticed an empty Barbie doll box in the living room. Suddenly recalling the promise made to Yaya, he tiptoed inside, yet still startled Chen Yuru. "Why have you returned so late?" Before Chen Yuru could finish her words, she spotted Chu Xiangyang, disheveled and covered in blood. "What happened to you? How did you get hurt?" Chen Yuru rushed over, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "I'm fine. I just had a scuffle with 2 local ruffians on my way," Chu Xiangyang said, ruffling Chen Yuru's hair affectionately. "Don't move. I'll get the first aid kit." With that, Chen Yuru hurried away. Chu Xiangyang removed his clothes and stepped into the bathroom, calling out before entering, "I'm taking a shower. I'm filthy." "No." Chen Yuru's words were cut short as he entered the bathroom, and the sound of running water filled the air. A few minutes later, he emerged. The evidence of his earlier struggle washed away, looking much more presentable. You could get an infection with your wound like that, Qinyuru admonished gently, pulling Chu Xiangyang onto a nearby sofa as she opened the first aid kit. Her movements were tender, as if afraid of causing him pain. I'm fine. You needn't worry, he said, watching her as she knelt before him, focused on treating his injuries. Qinyuru's long eyelashes resembled delicate brushes, and their gentle fluttering stirred something within Chu Xiangyang. He felt an irresistible urge to kiss her, and, without hesitation, he acted upon that desire. As Qinyuru diligently tended to his wounds, she suddenly sensed a shadow looming closer. Startled, she looked up to find Chu Xiangyang's face mere inches from hers. He hadn't anticipated her sudden gaze and awkwardly halted, offering a sheepish smile. It seems you have something dirty in your hair, he remarked, brushing his fingers through her hair. To his surprise, Qinyuru leaned in and softly pressed her lips against his. Chu Xiangyang's eyes widened in astonishment. And just as Qinyuru began to retreat, he swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. She playfully struggled for a moment before surrendering to his advances. In her heart, she had long since forgiven him. After all, she had witnessed his transformation, his kindness towards her, their child, and even her parents. He had distanced himself from the reckless gambler he once was. Just as Chu Xiangyang's heart soared, eager to progress further, the bedroom door creaked open. Mom, Dad, Yaya, rubbing her sleepy eyes, stood at the threshold. Qinyuru flushed with embarrassment, pushing Chu Xiangyang away and rushing to Yaya's side. What is it, darling? I need to go potty, Yaya mumbled sleepily. Qinyuru quickly scooped Yaya up and took her to the bathroom. Once Yaya was back in bed, drifting off to sleep, Qinyuru quietly closed the bedroom door. In the living room, Chu Xiangyang sighed. Well, I guess it's another night in solitude. The next morning, when Qinyuru and Yaya awoke, Chu Xiangyang had already prepared breakfast. Yaya looked at Chu Xiangyang with a puzzled expression. Why didn't Dad come to pick me up from school yesterday? And what happened to the Barbie doll you promised me? Chu Xiangyang gazed back at Yaya with an apologetic look. I'm truly sorry, my dear. I had an unexpected matter to attend to yesterday, which prevented me from picking you up. However, today I can take you to choose your Barbie doll. All right, I accept your apology, but you mustn't forget again tonight, Yaya replied, adopting a demeanor befitting a little adult. Chu Xiangyang affectionately pinched her small nose. Don't worry, I shall certainly remember. Upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's assurance, Yaya happily finished her meal, and he took her to school. Just before they left, Qinyuru suddenly spoke up. After dropping off Yaya, could you come by our shop? What's the matter? Is something wrong? Chu Xiangyang assumed there was an issue at the store. Qinyuru quickly shook her head. That lady, Qingyu, heard that you deal in antiques and wants your help in appraising something. She has mentioned it to me several times, and I had no choice but to agree. That is fine. Please contact her today and have her bring the item to the shop, Chu Xiangyang replied, picking up the car keys from the table. After dropping off Yaya, he headed straight to the store. Since the last time Chu Xiangyang performed a magic show, the beauty salon's business had been thriving. Just the sales from annual memberships had covered several years of rent. The store was bustling with customers every day, and Qinyuru and Wang Yanan were overwhelmed, necessitating the hiring of 3 additional beauticians, a receptionist, and a manager. Observing the steady flow of patrons, Chu Xiangyang nodded in satisfaction. Excuse me, sir, are you looking for someone or seeking skincare services? The receptionist, unfamiliar with Chu Xiangyang, promptly inquired as he entered. Chu Xiangyang touched his face and smiled. I think I'll pass on the skincare. I'm here to find someone. Where is your boss? Just as the receptionist was about to respond, Qinyuru walked out. You're here? Yes, Chu Xiangyang replied, smiling as he asked Qinyuru. Do you think my skin needs any treatment? Upon hearing this, Qinyuru burst into laughter. If you wish to have a treatment, why not let me do it for you personally? With that, the two ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, the receptionist and the attendant gathered together to gossip. Sister Yuru's smile is so sweet. Could he be her husband? Really? Sister Yuru is married? Are you silly? Not only is she married, but she also has children. As they spoke, Qingyu entered. Miss Chung, you've arrived? I'll go upstairs to fetch Sister Yuru, the receptionist quickly said with a smile. Qingyu shook her head. No need. I'll find her myself. I'm not here for beauty treatments. It's a personal matter. With that, Qingyu strode towards the stairs. The receptionist couldn't help but call out, and Qingyu paused, turning back with a puzzled expression. The receptionist said, It seems that Sister Yuru's husband is here. Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle, scolding playfully. You little girl, your thoughts are too impure. I'm here today to meet your boss's husband. With that, she continued her ascent. Wow, he really is Sister Yuru's husband. He's so handsome. 2 young girls downstairs were chattering excitedly. Although Qingyu claimed not to care, she deliberately quickened her pace when she reached the upper floor, rapping assertively on the office door. Sister Qing, you're here. Please come in. The door swung open instantly, revealing Chun Yuru's face. "Oh, by the way, my husband has arrived, so do come in," she interjected before Chung Yu could finish her sentence. Chung Yu nodded and stepped inside, where she spotted a young man seated on the sofa. "Boss Chu, you truly are quite busy. It's not easy to arrange a meeting." Chung Yu approached Chu Xiangyang, extending her hand. He rose to greet her, shaking her hand with a smile. "You're exaggerating. I've merely been out of town for the past couple of days, gathering items with friends. Please, take a seat." Chung Yu did not rush to sit down. Instead, she retrieved a box from her bag and handed it to Chu Xiangyang. "I've come to see you today, as Yuru may have already informed you, to request your assistance in authenticating this item." After passing the box to him, she finally took a seat. Chu Xiangyang opened the box and extracted a jade pendant. "I was told this is from the Song dynasty and costs several million at auction. Could you take a look for me?" Chung Yu said with a smile. He examined the item in his hand, then placed it back in the box and set it on the tea table before him. Pushing the box towards Chung Yu, he said, "I'm afraid, Ms. Chung, that you may have been deceived. This is neither from the Song dynasty nor genuine jade." "What?" Chung Yu exclaimed in shock. Chen Yuru quickly interjected, "Sister Chung, please don't be alarmed. Perhaps." Chung Yu raised her hand to stop her, laughing, "I'm actually pleased. So, this means it's a fake, right?" Chapter 149. Forced to compete, both Chu Xiangyang and Chen Yuru were taken aback. What was wrong with her? How could she be so joyful upon learning that the item was counterfeit? Chung Yu seemed to notice their bewilderment, offering no explanation but simply smiling as she rose. "I have an invitation here. In a couple of days, there will be a Jade Stone convention in our city, attended by prominent figures from our region. I hope both of you can join me." As she spoke, she handed the invitation to Chu Xiangyang. He glanced at the invitation, recognizing its quality indicated that this was no ordinary event, and smiled. "In that case, we shall gladly accept." Chung Yu beamed. "Very well. Let us leave it at that for today. We shall meet again in a few days." With that, she departed. Chen Yuru followed closely behind, escorting her out of the beauty salon. On her return, she turned to Chu Xiangyang with a puzzled expression. "What does that mean? How can one be so happy about purchasing a fake item?" Chu Xiangyang pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, "Of course. She wouldn't be happy about a counterfeit. She is delighted because I identified it as a fake." "So you mean she intended to test your skills with this jade pendant?" Chen Yuru exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Xiangyang nodded gently, acknowledging his wife's intelligence and perceptiveness. Chen Yuru, however, expressed her concern, wondering if there might be any issues with the upcoming Jadestone conference. "Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from attending," she suggested. Chu Xiangyang chuckled, dismissing her worries. "What could possibly go wrong? As long as I refrain from spending any money, who could possibly take advantage of me?" After some contemplation, Chen Yuru conceded, "You make a valid point. Let's proceed, but we must exercise caution." In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly passed. After dropping off Yaya at kindergarten, the couple made their way to the hotel indicated on the invitation. The establishment was bustling with activity, exhibiting strict management. Those without invitations were not permitted entry. Upon their arrival, they were promptly escorted to the 3rd floor. It was there that Chu Xiangyang realized this was no ordinary Jade Stone event, but rather a grand gambling competition centered around stone betting. Such events were not unfamiliar to him from his previous life. Beyond mere wagering, participants were required to place substantial bets, with not only the competitors, but also spectators joining in the exhilaration. The atmosphere was electric, with instances of participants experiencing heart attacks due to the intensity of the stone reveals. Chu Xiangyang smirked, contemplating whether to place a bet himself for a chance to win some money. However, his amusement faded as he glanced up at the electronic screen displaying the names of the competitors, only to find his own name among them. He was certain he had never enrolled in this competition. Who could have registered him without his knowledge? A flurry of faces flashed through his mind, but he dismissed them all. At that moment, Chung Yu approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The man was of imposing stature, with pronounced brows and eyes, exuding an aura of authority cultivated through years of prominence. "Mr. Chu, Miss Chun, I'm delighted to see you." Chung Yu waved from a distance. Chen Yuru quickly responded with a smile, "We just arrived. Allow me to introduce my husband, Yongzheng Sang." Yongzheng Sang extended his hand, greeting. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Chu. I have heard much about you." Chu Xiangyang reciprocated the gesture, surprised by Yongzheng's audacity to enroll him in this competition without his consent. Upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's remark, Yongzheng's smile faltered, and Chen Yuru looked at her husband in confusion. "What do you mean by that, Xiangyang? Look at the screen." Chu Xiangyang pointed towards the electronic display. It was only then that Chen Yuru noticed his name glaringly present. "What on earth is happening?" she exclaimed, astonished. Chu Xiangyang smirked coldly, It seems we must inquire with Mr. Yong about his intentions. Observing Chu Xiangyang's rising ire, Chen Yu hastily interjected, "Please, Mr. Chu, don't be upset. Allow me to clarify." Chu Xiangyang seemed disinterested in Mr. Yang's explanations. "This is our first encounter, and I suspect it may also be our last. As for this competition, I am not intrigued." With that, he attempted to pull Chen Yuru away. Both Chen Yu and Chen Yuru wore anxious expressions, unsure of how to intervene. Not to mention in a past life, even in this lifetime, Chu Xiangyang detested being manipulated by others. Today he felt quite incensed by that so-called Yong. However, he did not anticipate that Yong Jingsang would lower himself to such a degree. Upon seeing Chu Xiangyang's intent to leave, he hastily extended his hand to block him. "I apologize, Mr. Chu. I might have acted thoughtlessly in this matter, but could you grant me a chance to explain?" Unmoved, Chu Xiangyang replied, "I'm afraid you must step aside." At that moment, Chen Yu approached. "I apologize, Mr. Chu. This was my idea. If you must be angry, direct it at me, and not at my husband." She then shifted her tone. "We were truly left with no other options, which led us to this desperate measure. If it is not too much trouble, could you accompany us to the lounge upstairs? We will provide you with an explanation. It would be ideal if you could find it in your heart to forgive us, but if not, we shall not impede your departure." After speaking, she exchanged a glance with Chen Yuru. Recently, they had spent much time at the beauty salon together and had become quite close, referring to each other as sisters. Seeing this, Chen Yuru reluctantly added, "Xiangyang, why don't we listen to Cheng Jie's explanation? I believe she is not that kind of person." For Chen Yuru's sake, Chu Xiangyang finally relented. He sighed softly, "I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation, otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest easily." "That is wonderful. Please, follow us," Yong Jingsang hurriedly responded. Subsequently, Chu Xiangyang and Chen Yuru trailed behind them to a room on the 4th floor. Upon entering, Yong Jingsang bowed to Chu Xiangyang and stated, "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Chu. I regret my actions, but I was left with no choice. Yesterday was the final day. Had I not registered, there would have been no opportunity left." Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. "What does that have to do with me?" Yong Jingsang managed a bitter smile. "It may not concern you, but it is of great significance to me. To be candid, the other competitor is my sworn adversary, and I sought to leverage your influence to suppress this rival. That is of no concern to me." Chu Xiangyang slowly raised his head, speaking with an air of indifference. Chapter 150. Assistant Yong Jingsang was momentarily taken aback by Chu Xiangyang's words. Indeed, why should it matter to him? He was now desperate, resorting to such a misguided scheme out of urgency. He shook his head with a rueful smile. "I truly apologize, Mr. Chu. I regret my decision. I was too selfish and hasty. If you truly wish to decline, then so be it." Yong Jingsang felt that no one in this world was obligated to assist him in any endeavor. Even if he wins this match, the one benefiting will be himself. Beside him, Chen Yu, filled with urgency, interjected, "Mr. Chu, please do not heed his nonsense. Our company is currently facing a crisis. The opposition is indeed our rival, and he has bested us for 3 consecutive years. You may not be aware that in such competitions, there exists an unwritten rule. The loser must cede 30% of the market to the victor. Over these 3 years, our market share has diminished significantly. Whether we can redeem ourselves rests on this year's outcome. Should we lose again, we may not even qualify to compete." After speaking, Chen Yu glanced at Chen Yuru, who found herself in a dilemma. She appreciated Chen Yu's forthrightness but felt reluctant to impose upon Chu Xiangyang. Thus, she could only shake her head apologetically at Chen Yu. Observing this, Chen Yu sighed softly. "Very well, my spouse and I extend our apologies to you. We are truly sorry for wasting your time." With that, they rose to depart. Chu Xiangyang had no intention of lingering to assist. Since they had chosen to withdraw, it was for the best. He promptly took Chen Yuru's hand and headed outside. Just as they opened the door to the guest room, a group of individuals passed by. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, roughly the same age as Yong Jingsang, yet his appearance was far more disreputable. He cast a glance at Chu Xiangyang before his gaze settled on Yong Jingsang. "Oh, isn't this Boss Yong? What a coincidence." Yong Jingsang's expression remained unchanged, yet he nodded slightly. "Boss son." He then attempted to lead Chu Xiangyang and the others away. However, the man seemed reluctant to let him go so easily, wearing a smirk that was both infuriating and mocking. "I hear this year, Boss Yong has wagered his entire fortune. I was wondering if I should leave you a little money to save face after winning, as going bankrupt outright would be quite the spectacle." Upon hearing this, the individuals behind him burst into raucous laughter. Yong Jingsang's demeanor darkened. "You need not concern yourself with that." "How can I not be concerned? You've lost to me for 3 years, and you're counting on a comeback? Allowing you to continue losing like this is rather dull." there's no thrill at all. The man pressed on, his demeanor aggressive. Xiangyang clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly before finally gritting his teeth and stating slowly, "Rest assured, this year, I will ensure you have a proper challenge." "Ah, Boss Yong, hearing you say that truly does not ease my worries. Last year, you said the same, and yet I walked away with a third of your market. You have no idea how much profit that third has earned me this year. I've been counting money until my hands cramp." The mocking voice resounded again. Chengyu, unable to contain her indignation, retorted, "Are you out of your mind, Sun Maosheng? Is it entertaining to engage in such verbal sparring every day?" Sun Maosheng sneered, the smirk vanishing from his face, his expression darkening. "Chengyu, do you truly consider yourself significant? Xiangyang may regard you as a person, but to me, you are less than a mere chicken." Without uttering a word, Xiangyang struck the other man squarely in the face. He was not typically a violent individual, yet the words uttered by Sun Maosheng were exceedingly infuriating. Furthermore, his bond with Chengyu was profound. No one could tolerate insults directed at their beloved spouse. Sun Maosheng was caught entirely off guard, and the blow from Xiangyang was remarkably forceful. After the punch, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Those accompanying him were poised to retaliate, but Sun Maosheng raised a hand to halt them. Wiping the blood from his lips, he sneered, "Xiangyang, do you not see how you now resemble a rabid dog? I shall not hold this against you. I merely await the moment you kneel and surrender your company to me." With that, he departed with his entourage. Xiangyang's complexion turned pale, and he appeared far from well. Chengyu gently comforted him, whispering, "Do not be disheartened. This year, victory may still be ours." Xiangyang lightly patted Chengyu's hand resting on his arm, replying, "I understand." Witnessing this exchange, Chenyu tugged at Chu Xiangyang's sleeve. With a resigned sigh, Chu Xiangyang ruffled Chenyu's hair, acknowledging that his wife's heart was still too tender. Yet what could he do? He could only indulge her. Casually, Chu Xiangyang remarked, "My appearance fee is rather steep. Your company is on the verge of bankruptcy. Can you afford it?" Xiangyang was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication of Chu Xiangyang's words. His face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "If we capture 30% of the opponent's market share, I shall grant you 70%. Their company is quite substantial." Surprised by such a favorable proposition, Chu Xiangyang agreed. "It's a deal." Chengyu chimed in repeatedly. "Thank you, thank you." With Chu Xiangyang's commitment secured, the four returned to the room where Xiangyang recounted the events leading up to this point. Sun Maosheng had initially run a modest, obscure company, but by a stroke of fortune, he found himself entangled in the world of gambling. Xiangyang did not participate every year. After all, the nature of gambling involves both winning and losing. Sometimes, one might win a year only to lose the next, returning to the same cycle for amusement. 3 years prior, Xiangyang faced Sun Maosheng in the final round. Initially dismissive of his opponent, he was unexpectedly defeated. After losing the first year, Xiangyang returned the following year, driven by the gambler's mindset. The desire to recover losses is a familiar sentiment. He expected to triumph, yet once again encountered Sun Maosheng, only to find himself defeated once more. His company, market share, sales, and annual revenue had plummeted by 60%, a daunting reality for anyone to endure. He returned for a third attempt, yet suffered yet another defeat. Had he not staked his entire company this year, he likely would not have qualified to participate. Engaging a master for assistance, he still believed that additional insurance would be prudent. Just as Chengyu became acquainted with Chenyuru and learned about Chu Xiangyang's situation, a rather desperate scheme crossed her mind, prompting her to seek his assistance, which nearly provoked the ire of Chu Xiangyang. Chapter 151. Booth fees. It appears that there are indeed formidable figures behind them. Chu Xiangyang contemplated the individuals he had recently encountered, one of whom, an unassuming elder, struck him as particularly skilled. "There is no need for concern. I have also invited a master to accompany you. I believe victory over our opponent is quite assured," Xiangyang explained with a smile. His confidence in winning the competition was considerable, especially since he had enlisted 2 individuals, creating a favorable 2-to-1 scenario. Chu Xiangyang merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. The two reached a tacit agreement and subsequently made their way to the hall. Naturally, given that this was a stone gambling competition, numerous vendors were showcasing raw stones for sale. Upon descending, Xiangyang hurriedly led him to an elderly gentleman. This man was dressed in a rather trendy manner, sporting a sun hat, oversized sunglasses, and a stylish white casual outfit. "Allow me to introduce you, Mr. Chu. This is Mr. Zhu, a veritable titan in the jade industry," Xiangyang promptly stated, gesturing towards Chu Xiangyang. "And this young man is a rising star in our field, quite impressive." Out of courtesy, Chu Xiangyang nodded gently in acknowledgement of the elderly gentleman. However, to his astonishment, Mr. Zhu scoffed at him, exhaling a dismissive breath as if to acknowledge his presence. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the elder's poor temperament. Nevertheless, the elder's demeanor was of no concern to him. Turning to Yong Zhengsang, he smiled and said, "Since the event has yet to commence, I think I shall take a stroll." Without waiting for a response, he grasped Chen Yuru's hand and departed. The surrounding crowd had overheard Yong Zhengsang's introduction and began to murmur among themselves. Mr. Yong actually invited that young lad this year. How reliable could he be? Does it really matter? I'm betting on Mr. Sun this year. After all, he has won for several consecutive years and possesses ample experience. What if he faces a downfall this year? Even if he falters, do you truly believe that young man can succeed? Use your head. With such discussions circulating, the so-called masters regarded Chu Xiangyang with even greater disdain. Chu Xiangyang had always adhered to the principle of not stooping to engage with foolish individuals. Otherwise, he too would risk lowering his own standards and becoming foolish. As the saying goes, one should never argue with fools, for they will drag your intelligence down to their level and subsequently defeat you with their extensive experience. Chu Xiangyang led Chen Yuru outside the hotel, where numerous booths had been set up for the event. Observing the throngs of people gathered around each stall, he found himself less than enthused. Chen Yuru, having never visited such a place, was captivated by everything she saw. The two wandered about until they stumbled upon a small corner, which, in contrast to the bustling booths, was quite tranquil. The vendor was an elderly woman, seemingly in her 60s, accompanied by a young boy of about 3 or 4 years. Chu Xiangyang cast a glance at the trinkets on the old woman's stall, only to find an assortment of small stones, the largest no bigger than a fist. It was no wonder that few people frequented this place. The little boy, noticing a potential customer at last, rushed over and exclaimed, "Uncle, would you like to choose something? My grandmother's stones are truly wonderful." Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but chuckle, playfully tapping the boy's nose and asking, "What makes these stones so special?" With a serious expression, the boy replied, "I can tell you are someone who appreciates fine things. My grandmother's stones are all exquisite." At this point, the boy suddenly faltered, his eyes darting around as he evidently forgot his words. He perked up his ears to listen to the neighboring stall and quickly added, "I guarantee you'll see green." Not only Chu Xiangyang but also Chen Yuru, who stood nearby, found the boy's antics amusing. "You truly are a little business genius," she remarked. "All right, dog tooth, stop bothering the uncle and aunt," the old woman chuckled. However, the little boy seemed determined not to let Chu Xiangyang off the hook. "Just buy one piece, please." As Chu Xiangyang was about to respond, a few individuals approached from a distance, spotting the old woman with surprise. "What are you doing here? Aren't you prohibited from setting up a stall? Everyone else is doing it," Dogtooth queried. "What does a little brat like you understand? Setting up a stall here isn't free. If you want to sell, you must pay up," the leader of the group, a young man with a disheveled appearance, retorted. The old woman, with her graying hair and tattered clothes, replied, "Young man, I don't have the money right now. Can I pay you once I sell something?" "Yes, Grandma has been here for quite a while, and no one has come to buy anything." The little boy quickly added in her defense, "What you're saying doesn't matter to me. Do you know where you are? Just being allowed to sell here is already a privilege. Now hurry up and pay." The young man, visibly impatient, extended his hand, demanding, "Just give me 2,000 yuan up front." "What?" The old woman looked taken aback. I truly don't have that much." Saying this, she awkwardly stood up and retrieved a cloth bag from her embrace. The young man snatched the bag from her hands and opened it hastily, revealing a collection of small bills, with the largest being merely 20 yuan and not a single 100 yuan note in sight. Fuming, he shouted, "What are you even doing selling here without money? Get lost." He raised his foot, preparing to kick the stall. The old woman was terrified, but the little boy bravely stood in front of the stall, shouting, "No. You think I want to kick you because you're just a kid?" The young man sneered, attempting to grab the boy and move him aside. However, the old woman, fearing for the child's safety, rushed over to intervene. The young man, growing impatient, shoved her aside, causing her to fall to the ground. Seeing this, the little boy was enraged. He seized the young man's wrist and bit down fiercely. The young man, taken aback by the pain, cursed, "Are you a dog? You're biting me to death. You're asking for it." Upon finishing his words, he raised his other hand and struck the dog-toothed boy's face with great force. The child appeared to be no more than 3 or 4 years old. A slap of that magnitude would surely inflict considerable harm. No, the elderly woman attempted to rise from the ground, but slipped and fell again. Yet, what could her cries accomplish? In the blink of an eye, the hand had already approached the child's face. The anticipated horror, however, did not unfold. The young man turned back in confusion, only to find a tall figure standing behind him. His wrist was firmly grasped by Chu Xiangyang. What skill was there in striking a child? Chun Yuru, emboldened, shouted and quickly pulled the child to her side, assisting the elderly woman up from the ground as well. The young man scoffed. It seemed there were many eager to meddle. Brothers, let us go? At his command, his companions surged forward. Yet, in the very next moment, their advance halted. Before them lay a pile of red bills. How about I cover your stall fees? The leader of the ruffians instantly donned a sycophantic smile. If only you had mentioned that earlier. Money is king. He then wet his fingers, counting the money with a grin, before waving to his companions. Let us go, lads. With that, the group departed without further ado. Watching them leave, Chu Xiangyang approached the elderly woman. To his surprise, upon seeing him, she hastily attempted to kneel. But he quickly supported her. Please, rise, you truly honor me. Tears glistened in the old woman's eyes as she said, Young man, thank you so much. You are truly kind. Once I sell this stone, I shall repay you. Beside her, the little dog-toothed boy clung to Chu Xiangyang's leg, exclaiming, Thank you, uncle. Today, you will surely pick the best stones. Chu Xiangyang patted the boy's head, smiling. Then how about I take your auspicious words and buy 2 stones from your grandmother's stall? Yes, my grandmother's stones are the best. The little boy perked up at this. Chu Xiangyang's gaze fell upon the elderly woman's stall, where he had set his sights on 2 stones. These 2 stones could be considered the finest in her collection, one the size of a fist, and the other slightly smaller, both radiant in their vibrant green hue. And even the smaller one held considerable value. I'll take these 2 stones, Chu Xiangyang declared. The elderly woman hastily responded, I will gift you these 2 stones. No payment is necessary. Chu Xiangyang picked up the QR code beside her. Did you not come here to sell stones? Why refuse payment? With that, he transferred a significant sum of money via the QR code, nearly equivalent to the value of the splendid stones. Although the elderly woman was advanced in age, she was adept with her phone. Upon receiving the text notification, she stared wide-eyed at Chu Xiangyang, unable to comprehend. How could you give me so much? Chu Xiangyang smiled gently and said, Madam, allow me to offer a piece of advice. Regardless of who approaches you to purchase stones, ensure that you demand a minimum of 5 digits. Do you understand? The old woman momentarily failed to grasp his meaning, yet the young boy beside her nodded eagerly, exclaiming, Got it. Every stone must be priced in the 5 figures. Larger stones demand more, while smaller ones require less. Chu Xiangyang nodded approvingly, thinking to himself, a promising pupil indeed. Just as he contemplated departing with Chun Yuzhu, he noticed a group of individuals approaching with an air of aggression. Brother, that's him. The young man who had just left had returned, now accompanied by a middle-aged man of around 40. Kid, my brother insists that this stall is unlike others. It occupies the prime location, and the price must be increased, at least tenfold, the young man declared, pointing at the stall. Chu Xiangyang scoffed inwardly, recognizing their intent to extort more money and pondering why they felt the need to present their demands so grandly. I do not have that much, he replied. Boss. He says he doesn't have that much. The young man turned to his leader, only to find the middle-aged man's gaze fixated intently on Chen Yuzhu, his expression revealing a level of lewdness that was utterly distasteful. What are you staring at? Chu Xiangyang swiftly pulled Chen Yuzhu behind him and confronted the man angrily. To his surprise, the man merely chuckled, glancing at the stone in Chu Xiangyang's hand. Shall we make a wager? Uninterested in engaging with him, Chu Xiangyang leaned down and whispered to the young boy, Remember what your uncle said. The boy nodded emphatically to indicate his understanding. Subsequently, Chu Xiangyang intended to leave with Chen Yuzhu. Are you afraid to wager with me, old man? The middle-aged man observed Chu Xiangyang preparing to depart and followed closely. Chu Xiangyang halted, turning to him and asserting, It is not fear, it is disdain. I have no desire to play any game with you. My interest is lacking. With a dismissive scoff, he attempted to walk away. The middle-aged man stood firm, coldly stating, You may leave, but first, you must dismantle this old woman's stall. As his words fell, the young thugs approached the old woman's stall, preparing to overturn it. Stop! Chu Xiangyang raised his hand and called out sharply, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. What kind of nonsense is this? These ruffians ought to be dealt with accordingly. Speak. How do you wish to wager? He pinched the bridge of his nose, exuding exasperation. What shall we wager on? Naturally, it will be the stones. The middle-aged man sneered. Choose your wager at will. Chu Xiangyang responded nonchalantly, confident that no matter the contest, he could not be outmatched by this man. The middle-aged man pointed at the stone in Chu Xiangyang's grasp and inquired, What do you think of your stone? Excellent. It is a full yang green. Chu Xiangyang replied candidly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man and his cohorts erupted in laughter. The commotion attracted a crowd of onlookers, who began to murmur amongst themselves. He claims this stone is full yang green. Is it truly so? One young man scoffed. Gambling on stones, if he does not have confidence. He certainly will not make a purchase. Perhaps it truly is a full sunstone. I find that hard to believe. That stone is simply too small, and its surface is anything but smooth, riddled with pits and bumps. Even if it were a full sunstone inside, its quality would hardly be remarkable. It might very well be fraught with cracks. Upon overhearing the surrounding discussions, the middle-aged man chuckled and declared, "Let us wager on this stone today. If you unveil a full sun green, I shall pay you an amount equivalent to its value. Conversely, should you fail, you must pay me. What say you?" Chu Xiangyang regarded the middle-aged man with a playful glint in his eye and replied, "Very well. Why don't you take a look and see which one I will choose?" With that, Chu Xiangyang presented the two stones he had selected from the stall before the man. The latter's gaze flitted between the two stones for a moment before settling on the slightly smaller one, likely hoping that the diminutive stone would harbor more cracks within. Once he made his choice, Chu Xiangyang expressionlessly set the other stone aside. Chen Yiru, standing nearby, was nearly beside herself with anxiety. She whispered to Chu Xiangyang, "Are you sure everything will be all right?" He gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry, everything will be fine. Do you not trust your husband?" At his words, Chen Yiru's cheeks flushed, and she replied in an even softer tone, "I believe in you." Witnessing their affectionate exchange, the middle-aged man seethed with irritation. Gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "I regret this bet. I must add a stipulation." Chapter 153. The Stone Reveal. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. "What else do you wish to add?" The man, through clenched teeth, stated, "The loser must not only pay, but also crawl around the entire hotel." Chu Xiangyang was taken aback, surprised that the man had such peculiar inclinations. With a mischievous grin, he replied, "Very well, since you have such a request. I shall certainly oblige." Once the terms were agreed upon, they sought out a place to unveil the stone. Chu Xiangyang had anticipated that they would need to go to a hotel for this, but to his surprise, there was a stone revealing shop nearby. As they entered, the middle-aged man exchanged a knowing wink with the shopkeeper. Although their movements were swift, they failed to escape Chu Xiangyang's keen observation. He smirked inwardly, realizing that this man was quite audacious, daring to engage in deceit. Many spectators had gathered to witness the wager, eager to see who would emerge victorious and who would be forced to crawl. Chu Xiangyang handed the stone to the shopkeeper, who then retreated into the workshop. Unlike formal stone-revealing venues, which are equipped with surveillance, this was merely a small personal shop devoid of such oversight. However, that did not mean Chu Xiangyang was blind to the proceedings. After taking the stone inside, the shopkeeper placed it on a shelf and retrieved a similarly sized stone to place into the revealing machine. The hum of the machine suddenly filled the air as the stone, though modest in size, was cleaved in the blink of an eye. The proprietor then retrieved the stone, revealing its rather mediocre quality. With a smile, he remarked on its lackluster attributes. Those gathered, awaiting the outcome, surged forward, unable to contain their excitement as they began to chatter animatedly. "Goodness, who would have thought he would be the one to lose? This promises to be quite the spectacle." One exclaimed, "Thank goodness this isn't a gambling contest, or I might have placed a bet against him, though it would surely have ended in financial ruin." It was glaringly evident that this was a classic case of a poor wager. Fortunately, the stone had not cost much, or the consequences would have been dire. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Chen Yiru gripped Chu Xiangyang's hand tightly, her expression one of anxiety. "What should we do?" she whispered. Chu Xiangyang merely smiled, offering no words of reassurance. Suddenly, a middle-aged man interjected, "Well, it seems you have lost, haven't you? Time to fulfill your promise." He took the stone in his hands, examined it briefly, and then discarded it into a nearby trash bin. Chu Xiangyang, unfazed, cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Do you truly believe the loser is me? Everyone here saw it. The real loser is undoubtedly you. That worthless stone could be easily replaced by any random find on the street." The middle-aged man scoffed. Without further ado, Chu Xiangyang strode confidently towards the small partition. The man, realizing what was happening, hurried after him, shouting, "What are you doing? You can't just go in there." But his protests came too late, as Chu Xiangyang had already entered the compartment, accurately retrieving the stone that had been hidden away. "My stone is right here, untouched and unopened. How can you claim I lost?" Chu Xiangyang nearly thrust the stone into the man's face. The onlookers gasped at his audacity. Is it true? Could it be that this fellow is in cahoots with the shopkeeper? This is beyond unscrupulous. Not only are they after money, but they also wish to publicly humiliate someone. I've seen shamelessness before, but this takes the cake. The crowd buzzed with their speculations, while Chu Xiangyang coldly declared, I offer you two choices. Either kneel and admit your mistake now, or allow me to cut open this stone, and we shall proceed as previously agreed. The middle-aged man, unwilling to concede before Chu Xiangyang, redirected his gaze. Boss Wang, how could you mess up like this? How could you possibly mistake the stones? The shopkeeper, recognizing the gravity of the accusation, promptly slapped his forehead. I did check the machine before entering, and in my haste, I placed the wrong stone on the counter. They are quite similar in size, so my sincerest apologies. I will rectify this immediately. With that, the shopkeeper approached and took the stone from Chu Xiangyang, retreating to the workshop. This time, however, he left the door ajar to ensure fairness, allowing those outside to witness the proceedings in full clarity. In less than a minute, the stone, roughly the size of a fist, was sliced open. The moment the machine was opened, the shopkeeper's expression was far from pleasant. He extracted a stone from the device and forced a laugh, exclaiming, I truly didn't expect your fortune to be so favorable. The middle-aged man, bewildered, glanced at the shopkeeper and then fixed his gaze on the stone in his hand. Astonishing. Both he and the onlookers realized this was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Such a stone could indeed lead to great fortune. This small piece alone could fetch a six-figure sum. Finally, the outcome was clear. Who emerged victorious and who did not. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Chu Xiangyang turned to the middle-aged man and inquired, now that the results are in, shouldn't you fulfill your earlier promise? I don't require much for this stone, just 1 million will suffice. As for your wager to crawl a lap, I believe we can execute that immediately. With everyone here as witnesses, laughter erupted among the crowd, some urging, come on, hurry up, we can hardly wait. Oh yes, crawl a lap, crawl a lap. The middle-aged man's expression was a sight to behold. He pointed at Chu Xiangyang, struggling to utter, you are being unreasonable. This matter has nothing to do with being reasonable or not. After all, it was you who proposed the wager, Chu Xiangyang replied with a shrug, feigning helplessness. What do you mean? Here is my QR code. Just transfer the money to me. Chu Xiangyang interrupted, extending his phone. As the elder brother, my word should hold weight. There are numerous brothers watching, and besides, I haven't asked for an exorbitant price. Once this stone is carved and auctioned, it will undoubtedly surpass this value. He urged from the side. The middle-aged man glanced at his subordinates, noticing their expressions of indignation. He then remarked, it was merely a joke before. It shouldn't be taken seriously. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyang smirked inwardly, surprised by the man's audacity to backtrack. However, the last individual who dared to provoke him and then attempted to renege had ended up utterly defeated. Thus, he wiped the smile from his face, and a shadow of menace crept into his dark eyes as he enunciated each word. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Chapter 154. A call for help. Normally, Chu Xiangyang wore a cheerful demeanor, often exuding a carefree, somewhat frivolous air, reminiscent of a privileged scion. Yet now, with his smile vanished and his gaze darkened as he stared down the middle-aged man, the latter instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. He swallowed hard and snapped, Kid, don't overstep your bounds. Chu Xiangyang stepped forward, locking eyes with the middle-aged man, and declared, this is your final chance. Fulfill your promise promptly, or else I shall not hold back. Despite being a local tough, the middle-aged man could not allow himself to be threatened in such a manner. Enraged, he retorted, how dare you put on airs before me? Today, I shall show you my true power. After speaking, he gestured to the group of ruffians surrounding him to take action. The thugs, who had been anxiously awaiting the middle-aged man's command, immediately surged forward like a swarm of locusts. The onlookers quickly retreated several meters, their expressions a mix of excitement and curiosity as they turned their gaze towards Chu Xiangyang. Xiangyang, Chen Yuru shouted, her voice filled with fear. In a panic, she fumbled for her phone, intending to call the police. However, Chu Xiangyang swiftly pulled her behind him, reassuring her, do not be afraid. And there is no need to call for help. Simply stay behind me. With that, he raised his long leg and delivered a powerful kick to the nearest thug. The leading ruffian felt a sharp pain in his abdomen before he was sent sprawling backward, colliding with 2 others behind him. Bravo! The onlookers erupted into cheers, some even clapping enthusiastically. Chu Xiangyang found little joy in their morbid fascination. His sole desire was to swiftly deal with these thugs and return upstairs. Amidst the applause, the 10 or so ruffians lay groaning on the ground. Chu Xiangyang glanced up at the middle-aged man across from him, who appeared pale and was retreating, seemingly intent on fleeing. In that fleeting moment, Chu Xiangyang seized a nearby stone and struck the man's knee. With a thud, the middle-aged man collapsed to the ground. Chu Xiangyang approached him leisurely and inquired, "So, boss, when shall we settle the payment?" The man's face contorted in a comical mixture of despair and laughter. I don't have that much money. If I did, I wouldn't be doing this." Chu Xiangyang nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the truth in his words. "In that case, why not fulfill the other wager?" What? The middle-aged man was taken aback. The thought of crawling around the hotel in the nude was utterly mortifying. "Boss, could you choose something else?" His protests faltered as he noticed Chu Xiangyang picking up a stick from the ground, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I'll crawl," he stammered, hastily beginning to remove his clothes. In summer, he wore little, a short-sleeved shirt on top and a pair of shorts below. Just as he was about to remove his shorts, Qinyuru glanced at Chu Xiangyang. All right, that's enough. You can stop there, any more would be indecent." Chu Xiangyang interjected. The middle-aged man, feeling defeated, complied and began to crawl on the ground, bare-chested. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Chu Xiangyang let out a cold chuckle and took Qinyuru by the hand to leave. However, just as they took a few steps, a young man blocked their path. "Excuse me, sir, I couldn't help but notice where you bought that stone. I would like to check it out myself." A young man in his 20s obstructed Chu Xiangyang's path. Chu Xiangyang glanced at him and then raised his hand, pointing towards the stall of the elderly woman. "Over there. If you wish to buy, go ahead." The young man, upon hearing this, hurriedly dashed over. The others, upon hearing him, ceased to regard the middle-aged man and promptly followed in pursuit of the young man. Before long, the elderly woman's stall became quite lively. Chu Xiangyang intended to take Qinyuru for another stroll, only to discover that a few individuals had been trailing closely behind them. "Why do you all persist in following me?" Chu Xiangyang could no longer tolerate it. He halted and turned to face them. "We merely wished to see where you procure your stones. We thought we might find something as well," one person replied somewhat sheepishly. With a gentle sigh, Chu Xiangyang turned to Qinyuru with a look of resignation. "I'm afraid we can no longer continue our outing." Qinyuru smiled and replied, "Let us head back." "Don't leave just yet. Let us look a bit more," the followers urged. Ignoring them, Chu Xiangyang took Qinyuru by the hand and proceeded towards the hotel. As they reached the entrance, they spotted a small dog, its teeth bared, standing there. "What brings you here? Why aren't you helping Grandma sell stones?" Chu Xiangyang asked as he glanced towards the elderly woman's stall, noticing it was still surrounded by a few people. "Grandma sent me to call you. She wants to speak with you," the small dog replied in a sweet voice. Exchanging a look with Qinyuru, they both saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Subsequently, Chu Xiangyang ruffled the small dog's head and said, "Then let us go." When they approached, the crowd had dispersed, and the elderly woman had tidied up her belongings. "Thank you, young man." The elderly woman bowed to Chu Xiangyang, startling him into quickly reaching out to assist her. "Please, don't do that. You're embarrassing me." The elderly woman smiled, appearing somewhat shy. "I would like to invite you to our home as a guest, if that is acceptable." Chu Xiangyang was taken aback by this request. He laughed gently, "No need. Dear lady, we have matters to attend to." "No, it is not merely a visit. I wish to ask you for a favor," the elderly woman said softly. "Uncle, please grant Grandma's request," the small dog pleaded, hugging Chu Xiangyang's leg. The elderly woman quickly added, "I want to ask for your help without compensation. I can pay you. Please, dear lady." The elderly woman's eyes turned red as she prepared to kneel. Alarmed, Chu Xiangyang quickly reached out to help her up. "Just speak your mind. There is no need for kneeling." "Then, does that mean you agree to help me?" the elderly woman inquired. Chu Xiangyang, feeling helpless, had Qinyuru respond, "You may express your request. If we can assist, we will certainly do so." With a sigh, Chu Xiangyang pondered, "Why is my wife's heart so tender?" They then followed the elderly woman towards her home. Chapter 155, The Car Accident. To my astonishment, the elderly lady's residence was not far from here, situated in a relatively upscale neighborhood. Chu Xiangyang appeared perplexed. Merely observing the quality of her home suggested she was no ordinary individual. Yet, her attire was remarkably unpretentious. "We have arrived. This is our home," the lady exclaimed as she opened the door, inviting Chu Xiangyang and his companion inside. The interior was tastefully decorated, with furnishings that were undoubtedly of superior quality. Chu Xiangyang's curiosity deepened. "Are you back?" A muffled voice echoed from within, barely intelligible. After the lady responded, she swiftly turned to beckon Chu Xiangyang and Qinyuju, urging them to enter and take a seat. The small dog rushed into the room, bounding towards the bedroom, exclaiming, "Grandpa, we're back." The exuberance of the dog was unmistakable, and Chu Xiangyang in the living room could hear it clearly. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the room. Before the lady could utter a word, she hastily made her way to the bedroom. At the doorway, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could you be so careless?" Chen Yuzhu softly suggested, "You should go in and help." Chu Xiangyang nodded in agreement, and together they entered the bedroom. Upon entering, they discovered that the elderly gentleman had fallen from his bed, and the lady was struggling to lift him back onto it. Chu Xiangyang promptly stepped forward to assist her in returning the gentleman to his resting place. "I cannot thank you enough, young man," the elderly lady expressed gratefully. The elderly gentleman, upon seeing Chu Xiangyang, extended his frail hand and pointed, mumbling incoherently. Chu Xiangyang could not catch every word, but he discerned phrases resembling son and help. It then struck him that only the elderly couple and the dog were present. The whereabouts of the children's parents were a mystery. To his surprise, the elderly lady began to weep upon hearing her husband's words. "To be candid," she began, "I have come to you with a request." Chen Yuzhu, her heart softening, urged, "Please do not cry. Just tell us what you need. If we can assist, we will surely help you." Observing the lady's tears, the elderly gentleman sighed in sympathy. Wiping her tears, the lady continued, "My son has been working in the mines and has not returned home in over a year. We have been unable to reach him by phone. My daughter-in-law, in her concern, went to the mines in search of him. However, she too has vanished without a trace. In desperation, I went there myself, only to be told by the mines management that neither of them had ever arrived." As she recounted her plight, tears streamed down her face once more. "My children are missing, and I wish to confront the mines authorities, but we lack evidence. Moreover, we are at a loss as to how to pursue this matter legally. I have pleaded with several individuals for assistance, yet no one is willing to help. Today, seeing you, I felt hopeful. I implore you to assist me in locating my son and daughter-in-law. Should you agree to help, I would offer this as a token of my gratitude." As she spoke, the elderly woman rose from her seat and retrieved a box from the drawer of the bedside table. Upon opening it, Chu Xiangyang beheld a cabbage delicately carved from jade, its muted green hue exuding warmth and sophistication, measuring nearly 40 centimeters in length. The old woman placed the box along with the jade cabbage into Chu Xiangyang's embrace, declaring it a token of gratitude for his assistance. Chu Xiangyang glanced at the exquisite cabbage nestled in his arms, then carefully closed the box and offered it back, stating, "This is far too precious for me to accept. Rest assured, I will certainly investigate the matters concerning your son and daughter-in-law." The elderly woman hesitated, her eyes brimming with tears as she finally spoke. "What does its value matter? It cannot bring back my son and daughter-in-law." With a gentle smile, Chu Xiangyang reassured her. "The situation remains unresolved. There is no need for undue worry. Perhaps we should first attend to your husband's health." She lamented, "If only it were possible to cure his cerebral thrombosis. There is no remedy, and this is how it shall be for the rest of his life." Her words only intensified her sorrow. Approaching the elderly man's bedside, Chu Xiangyang scrutinized the frail body inch by inch, with his golden eyes penetrating even the most formidable barriers. Discerning the human form was trivial. Moments later, he declared, "Rest assured, this illness is treatable, and it is not merely a thrombosis." Turning towards the young dog beside him, he asked, "Could you fetch me some paper and a pen?" The young dog eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Just wait, I will bring it right away." With that, he darted off. Shortly after, the young dog returned, brandishing the paper and pen triumphantly. "Here you go, uncle." Chu Xiangyang ruffled the young dog's hair and smiled. "Thank you." He then inscribed several lines on the paper and handed it to the elderly woman. "Please keep this safe. I will arrange for your husband to be taken to the hospital, and you can present this to the doctor." Recognizing a few characters, the elderly woman glanced down and was astonished to find it contained medical terminology. Nodding vigorously, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young man." Chu Xiangyang waved his hand dismissively and then called Lin's son. "Could you come and assist me in transporting someone to the hospital? I am unable to leave at the moment." Lin's son replied, "Sure, just provide me with the address." After relaying the elderly woman's address, Lin's son responded with a smile. "Please hold on for a moment. I have a friend nearby who can assist." Once the call ended, Chu Xiangyang addressed the elderly woman. "I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. If you encounter any issues at the hospital, do not hesitate to call me." He jotted down his phone number on the same paper. The elderly woman expressed her gratitude repeatedly, her tears flowing anew. "You truly are good people. I shall pray for you daily, wishing you health and success throughout your lives." Chu Xiangyang chuckled. "Thank you, I appreciate your kindness." Before long, Lin's son's friend arrived. Together, he and Chu Xiangyang carefully assisted the elderly man into the vehicle, escorting the elderly woman and the young dog along with them as they departed. Could the hospital truly cure the illness afflicting that elderly gentleman? Chen Yuzhu inquired, gazing at the retreating silhouette of the vehicle. Chu Xiangyang nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the condition, yet he was confident that the physician having examined the particulars of the ailment, would be able to provide effective treatment. With that, he took Qinyuzhu by the hand and steered her towards the hotel. The stone gambling competition was divided into several rounds. The first day primarily featured exhibitions rather than substantive contests. The genuine competition would commence on the second day. Unperturbed, Chu Xiangyang meandered back to the hotel at a leisurely pace. However, before he could ascend to the second floor, his phone rang. Upon recognizing Lin Sen's name on the screen, he promptly answered. "Brother Chu, it's bad news. My friend was in a car accident while taking someone to the hospital." Lin Sen's anxious voice resonated through the receiver. "What did you say? Please repeat that," Chu Xiangyang urged, his heart sinking. "You asked me to take 2 elderly individuals to the hospital, right? My friend just called to say there was a car accident. And those elderly people are currently in critical condition," Lin's son explained, his words measured. "I'm on my way to the people's hospital now." Without hesitation, Chu Xiangyang turned on his heel. Qinyuzhu, trailing behind, asked anxiously, "Who was in the accident? Was it Yaya and the others?" A chill ran through Chu Xiangyang. Indeed, it was them. The 2 elderly individuals had been rushed to the emergency room, and he could only wonder about the fate of their companion. He swiftly dialed Yongzhengsang before racing towards the people's hospital. Upon reaching the entrance of the emergency room, he found Lin's son had already arrived. "Brother Chu, I'm truly sorry. I never anticipated such an incident." Lin's son apologized profusely. Chu Xiangyang shook his head. "How is your friend?" He and the child in the front seat were wearing seat belts, so their injuries are relatively minor, but they are still under treatment. The prognosis for the 2 elderly individuals does not appear optimistic. Lin's son sighed heavily. Gazing at the light above the emergency room, Chu Xiangyang felt his heart constrict. Reflecting on the chain of events, he pondered whether, had it not been for his involvement, the 2 elderly individuals might have been spared such peril. In essence, he felt indirectly responsible for their plight. Qinyuzhu sensed his self-reproach and promptly took his arm, reassuring him, "This is not your fault. You were acting in their best interest." Chu Xiangyang nodded softly, remaining silent. Is there any way to uncover who was responsible for this? After a moment of contemplation, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of thoughts within him, and posed the question. Lin's son replied, "The driver who caused the accident fled the scene, and there are few surveillance cameras along that stretch of road. It will be challenging to identify them, but not impossible." "Very well, I entrust this matter to you," Chu Xiangyang said resolutely. At that moment, the light above the operating room dimmed. A doctor emerged, his expression somber as he addressed Chu Xiangyang and the others outside. "I'm sorry, but we were unable to save the patients. They suffered extensive internal bleeding, and by the time they arrived at the hospital, it was already too late." Following this, the bodies of the elderly gentleman and lady were wheeled out. "Please accept my condolences." After the doctor finished speaking, he departed without delay. Qinyuzhu, with her delicate emotions, could not help but shed tears at this moment. Chu Xiangyang felt as though something was lodged in his chest, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he seemed to recall something. "Yuru, wait here for the puppy," he instructed. Turning to Lin's son, he added, "I must trouble you to look after the elderly for a while. I will return shortly." With that, Chu Xiangyang hurriedly exited the emergency hall, driven by an urgent need to verify a thought that had crossed his mind. A dozen minutes later, he found himself back at the old lady's house. However, he halted at the doorstep upon noticing that the once locked door was now ajar, indicating that someone had indeed entered. Chu Xiangyang raised his hand and gently pushed the door open, peering through the threshold into the disordered room, which was devoid of any occupants. He swiftly made his way to the bedroom, only to discover that the drawer of the bedside cabinet was open and its contents were missing. With a resounding thud, Chu Xiangyang's fist struck the sturdy wooden cabinet, shattering it into pieces. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Startled, Chu Xiangyang looked up to see a dozen figures clad in black, standing at the entrance to the bedroom. "I didn't expect you to be clever enough to return for something," sneered the leader of the black-clad individuals. Chu Xiangyang, adopting a lethargic demeanor, surveyed the group with a languid gaze. "Who exactly are you?" he inquired. "That is of no concern to you. Just remember one thing. Mind your own business and do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you," retorted the leader with a cold scoff. Adjusting something at his waist, noticing the weapon at the man's side, Chu Xiangyang averted his gaze. "You are late. Since I have encountered this matter, I shall take charge of it," he declared resolutely. "Are you refusing a toast and asking for punishment instead?" The black-clad man stepped forward menacingly. Chu Xiangyang remained unmoved, tilting his head to examine the man. "Why do some always wish for me to drink punishment? Unfortunately, I have yet to consume a single drop all this time," he replied, unfazed. "Damn it, he's quite the tough nut." The man cursed, drawing his weapon and aiming it at Chu Xiangyang's forehead. Unperturbed, Chu Xiangyang shook his head. His previously languid demeanor sharpened into focus. The black-clad man barely registered a flicker of movement before his weapon was seized from his grasp. Chu Xiangyang smirked. With such skills, you dare to offer a toast? Allow me to serve you a drink today instead. As he spoke, Chu Xiangyang pressed down on the man's hand, forcing the barrel of the gun towards the man's foot, then pulled the trigger through the black-clad man's fingers. A scream pierced the air. The others stood frozen in shock as their leader was struck, clutching his foot in agony, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Why aren't you attacking yet? He gasped weakly. At his command, the others raised their hands, but before they could act, Chu Xiangyang had seized one of the fallen men, using him as a shield. Stop! Hold your fire! The man whimpered weakly. Others, filled with trepidation, hurriedly halted in their tracks. Throw down all the weapons you possess, commanded Chu Xiangyang with a thunderous voice. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to act. The leader, gritting his teeth, shouted, Are you all dead? Do as he says at once. Only then did they relinquish their weapons, casting them to the ground and kicking them towards Chu Xiangyang. Step back. Chu Xiangyang spoke again. This time, the others retreated without requiring their leader's prompting. Once they reached the corridor, Chu Xiangyang forcefully pushed their leader in front of several others before he turned and descended the stairs. The group, unwilling to let the matter rest, hastily pursued him as he descended. However, upon reaching the next floor, they encountered Chu Xiangyang, standing with his arms crossed at the corner. I knew you wouldn't be honest, he remarked with a slight smile, and then he unleashed his fists. The corridor echoed with muffled groans. With their weapons left in the room, Chu Xiangyang felt no fear. Within mere minutes, he was clapping his hands as he walked down the stairs. The black-clad individuals lay scattered on the floor, rolling about, utterly incapable of standing. Chu Xiangyang did not linger elsewhere, but headed directly to the hotel, intending to inquire whether Yongzheng Sang knew anything about the cabbage incident. Chapter 157. Preliminary selection. Upon arriving at the hotel, Chu Xiangyang received a call from Chen Yiru. The child is out of danger now, so you needn't worry, she assured him. A weight lifted from Chu Xiangyang's heart. I will come to pick you up shortly. No need to rush. Little Dogtooth is now without family, so I will stay here to care for her. You focus on your matters, Chen Yiru replied, reluctant to leave Dogtooth alone in the hospital. As seeing her was akin to seeing Yaya, Chu Xiangyang nodded. Very well, I will join you later to keep her company. Subsequently, he called Lin's son to apologize on behalf of himself and his friends. After exchanging a few words, he hung up and approached Yongzheng Sang. Upon noticing Chu Xiangyang, the venerable Mr. Zhu snorted coldly and turned to leave. Chu Xiangyang, lacking the patience for banter, addressed Yongzheng Sang. Mr. Yong, I have a matter I wish to discuss. Yongzheng Sang glanced around before responding. Let us go over there. In a more secluded location, Chu Xiangyang recounted the events of the day. However, Yongzheng Sang frowned deeply upon hearing the tale. I advise you, Mr. Chu, to refrain from involving yourself further. The Qingfei cabbage is an invaluable treasure. Money can corrupt one's humanity, and the waters here are far too murky. It would be wise for you to withdraw promptly. Do you know who might be responsible for this? Chu Xiangyang pressed, unperturbed by the depths of the situation. He understood that the lives of the old lady and gentleman could not be sacrificed in vain. Yongzheng Sang shook his head. Since ancient times, treasures have been coveted by all. It is difficult to ascertain who is behind this. Realizing he could glean no further information, Chu Xiangyang decided to withdraw. Since the competition begins tomorrow, I shall take my leave for today. Chu Xiangyang intended to visit the hospital to check on the puppy's dental issues, while also taking the opportunity to visit Lin Sen's friend. After all, it was due to his own involvement that the unfortunate incident befell the latter. Yongzheng wanted to offer some words of advice, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. Once Chu Xiangyang departed from the hotel, he drove directly to the hospital. However, prior to his arrival, he picked up Yaya from kindergarten and dropped her off at Chen Bao's place. Lin Sen's friend was not severely injured, having already regained consciousness by the time Chu Xiangyang arrived. I sincerely apologize, my friend. I did not intend for you to get hurt in this ordeal. Rest assured, I will cover both the repair and medical expenses. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly assist in any way I can. Chu Xiangyang expressed with genuine remorse as he stood by the hospital bed. The young man was bandaged like a zongzi, with his arm and left shoulder bearing the most significant injuries, tightly wrapped in gauze. Upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's words, he hastily replied, I should be the one apologizing. The two elderly individuals unfortunately did not survive. It is my fault. Perhaps if I had driven more slowly, this could have been avoided. Tian Shan had only been focused on getting them to the hospital swiftly, which indeed resulted in a faster speed. At this juncture, Lin's son interjected. Tianzi mentioned that they were struck by a large truck. I vaguely recall a number from the photos, and although there are no surveillance cameras in the vicinity, there are some nearby. I will reach out to my friends to assist in the investigation. Thank you. Chu Xiangyang could not find other words to express. The incident was not directly related to him, and excessive politeness would seem disingenuous. He intended to express his gratitude at a later opportunity. Do not worry, Brother Chu. I will handle this matter, Lin's son replied with a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. After exchanging a few more words, Chu Xiangyang proceeded to the ward where the puppy was. The child was still quite young, safely strapped in with a seatbelt. Although a critical condition notice had been issued at one point, the child ultimately survived. Upon entering, he found Chunyiru asleep at the child's bedside. The puppy appeared to have minimal injuries, though its small face was swollen from an apparent impact, and its right arm was injured and cast in plaster. Chu Xiangyang contemplated covering Chunyiru with a blanket, but inadvertently woke her. You're here, Chunyiru exclaimed, rising. Yaya has been taken to her father. You should return home tonight while I care for him. Chu Xiangyang gently grasped her hand. Let me stay as well. What can a man do to tend to a child? Chunyiru chuckled. Observing the pitiful sight of the child on the bed, Chu Xiangyang sighed silently. The following morning, after purchasing breakfast for Chunyiru, he hurried back to the hotel. This day marked the commencement of the stone gambling competition. The preliminary rounds were relatively straightforward, with participants randomly selecting stones, which would then be ranked based on their assessed value, allowing the top 20 to advance to the next round. The earlier competitions were merely for entertainment, with betting only commencing during the semi-finals and finals. Most of the participants were affluent local merchants, accompanied by renowned masters from the industry. The first round of the competition attracted nearly 50 participants, all of whom were gathered in a warehouse brimming with countless stones. They were granted an hour to select their preferred stones. A representative of the competition stood at the entrance with a smile. While the likes of Yang Zhengsang did not accompany them, only the contestants were present. However, Yang Zhengsang and his associates were able to observe the participants' performances through the hotel's surveillance cameras. Once the official exited, the spacious hall remained solely occupied by the competitors, who began to sift through the stones available to them. Yet, Chu Xiangyang stood still, his gaze sweeping across the stones. Their true natures revealed to him. The venue held few quality stones, with only a handful deemed exceptional, though they lay concealed in the corners, unlikely to be discovered by others. Meanwhile, the prominent figures seated in the hotel lobby were fixated on the screens. Noticing one individual standing unmoving, they began to murmur among themselves, speculating on the identity of this person and the reason for their stillness. Who could that be? Probably just an unknown contender, one whispered. I know, he was invited by President Yong, another replied softly. The lobby was quiet, and despite the whisper, the words were clearly heard by others. Sun Maosheng. Upon hearing this, couldn't he help but let out a cold laugh. So, it's President Yong's person. As the saying goes, one gets what one pays for. It seems quite apartment. What do you mean by that? Yang Zhengsang's expression remained unchanged. Sun Maosheng wore a mischievous smirk and continued. I trust President Yong has heard that too. With such talent brought in by you, it's uncertain whether he will even make it to the finals this year. With that, he turned away, disregarding Yang Zhengsang. Fuming, Yang Zhengsang's gaze returned to the screen. His hand rested on his knee, slowly tightening around his trousers, causing creases to form in his tailored suit. Chapter 158. Preliminary rankings. As everyone busily selected their stones, only Chu Xiangyang remained stationary. The elder Zhu, invited by Yang Zhengsang, also sought his stones. Turning around, he spotted Chu Xiangyang idly standing. His disdain for the young man intensified. Holding a stone he had chosen, he approached Chu Xiangyang and scoffed. Are you just here to play? Your embarrassment doesn't matter, but it drags Mr. Yong down with you. I suggest you take your leave. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, if I am to be embarrassed, it will be solely my own misfortune, not Mr. Yong's. Nor yours. You are insufferably ignorant. Zhu Zhen retorted, his expression unyielding. Had it not been for the considerable sum Yang Zhengsang had provided, and the fact that Zhu Zhen himself was a decent individual, he would not have deigned to speak. Given this individual's blatant lack of awareness, Zhu Zhen decided to dismiss him. With a flick of his sleeves, he resumed his search for other stones. Seated before the screen, the individuals could not hear the words of Chu Xiangyang and Zhu Zhen, yet their expressions conveyed a vivid imagination of the unfolding events. Many cast mocking glances toward Yang Zhengsang, some even stifling laughter. This year, it seemed, would likely be Yang Zhengsang's last. His total assets had failed to reach the necessary threshold, and further losses would lead to bankruptcy. How could he have chosen such an eccentric individual? A gambler's mentality. Perhaps, always yearning for a turnaround. It appeared to be a desperate gamble, and ultimately, he might be the one to suffer the consequences. Yet, one could argue that he had engaged Chu Xiangyang, who was rumored to possess remarkable skills. However, I believe the individual selected by General Sun is even more formidable, boasting a 3-time championship. Amidst the murmurs, Yongzhengsang's complexion grew increasingly pallid, while Chengyu gently placed her arm around his, offering solace. Slowly, Yongzhengsang closed his eyes, pondering whether he truly resembled those gamblers. Perhaps he should have withdrawn sooner to avoid this predicament. Yet, given the current circumstances, what options remained? His entire fortune and life were staked on this competition. If neither Zhu Jun nor Chu Xiangyang could facilitate his comeback, he would be resigned to a life of farming in the countryside. Time slipped away, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. With just 5 minutes remaining, the event coordinator urged everyone to make haste. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Chu Xiangyang, who had remained motionless on a large stone by the entrance for over 50 minutes. He felt a twinge of sympathy for Yongzhengsang, unable to comprehend why he had sent such a person. Just as he pondered this, Chu Xiangyang finally stirred. Not only did everyone in the warehouse fix their eyes upon him, but so too did the audience before the large screen. A slight smile graced Chu Xiangyang's lips as he stepped forward and casually selected a small piece from the pile of stones. He tossed it into the air and caught it effortlessly, merely choosing a stone. Surely, it required no more than a minute. With that, he strode out of the warehouse. The others, upon hearing his words, wore expressions of discontent. Selecting stones necessitated careful consideration. Only through thorough examination could one identify seemingly suitable options. The true worth would only be revealed once the machine had cut them open. Furthermore, they were not merely representing themselves, but their financial backers. And even a minor error could result in substantial losses for them. At the very least, the considerable registration fees would be squandered. Despite their reservations, they followed him out of the warehouse, oblivious to the remaining 5 minutes. After departing, they proceeded to the stone opening room. Due to the crowd, they left the stones numbered and returned directly to the hotel. They would witness the stone opening results via the large screen. Coincidentally, when Chu Xiangyang returned, Qinyuru had just arrived. "What brings you here?" he inquired, taking her hand in his. Qinyuru, feeling somewhat embarrassed, attempted to withdraw but found herself unable to do so. The young boy, unlike what we had anticipated, displayed remarkable resilience. I arranged for a psychologist to provide him with emotional support, and soon enough, he fell asleep again. "I was worried about you, hence my visit. You are the best." "Dear wife," Chu Xiangyang said with a cheerful grin. The onlookers, witnessing Chu Xiangyang's carefree laughter amidst the tension, could not help but scoff quietly, questioning his insensitivity. After all, he was being paid to be there. Was it merely to showcase his arrogance? They were skeptical of his abilities, having never heard of him before, and speculated that he could not be of much help. Mr. Yang's choice of such a fool for the task was also met with criticism. As Qinyuru had only just arrived, she was oblivious to the recent events that had transpired. Chu Xiangyang took her hand and led her away, dismissing the critics with a remark, "Pay no heed to the barking madman. Your husband is formidable. Who are you calling a mad dog?" The voice of the critic echoed behind them. Moments later, they encountered Zhu Jun, who was approaching. Truth be told, Chu Xiangyang was not keen on seeing him. However, avoiding confrontation was not his style, so he boldly walked over with Qinyuru. "Are you even aware of how ridiculous you appear? Being in the same group as you is utterly embarrassing. Just listen to what everyone is saying about you. You are no different from a liability. If I were you, I would leave and spare myself further humiliation. Staying here will only make you the subject of ridicule." Qinyuru found the words of the critic painfully harsh and tugged at Chu Xiangyang's sleeve, signaling him to depart. Yet, Chu Xiangyang merely squeezed her hand gently and replied with a smile, "Dear sir, do we have a prior acquaintance? Why do you persist in uttering such pointless remarks? The one who hired me is Mr. Yong, not you." He has remained silent. "So what gives you the right to shout here? Do not presume that age grants you respect. I have no such inclination for venerating the elderly." With that, he disregarded the scowling Zhu Jun and led Qinyuru away. "Hopeless, utterly hopeless," Zhu Jun muttered, pointing at Chu Xiangyang in frustration. Chu Xiangyang, unfazed, waved dismissively without looking back. The 50 stones were divided into 5 groups for simultaneous opening, concluding after 10 rounds. Experts present assessed the 50 open stones, ranking them according to quality. Approximately half an hour later, the results were revealed, drawing everyone to gather before the large screen. Yongzhengsang was in a rather sour mood. At the outset, he had not paid much attention, and by the time results were announced, he stood there disinterested. Among the 20 rankings, Sun Maoxing's stone claimed the top position, followed by Zhu Zhan's. Meanwhile, Chu Xiangyang's stone caught Yong Zhengsong's gaze, which wandered back to settle on number 17, just barely passing. Chapter 159. Hua Xiao Yong Zhengsong found himself at a loss regarding his emotions. It felt akin to having painstakingly acquired a treasure, only to discover upon returning home that it was merely an ordinary stone. Sun Maoxing, having endured in silence for quite some time, finally seized the opportunity to speak. Mr. Yong, to speak candidly, I find myself quite intrigued by the young individual you have invited. However, I did not anticipate that he would be such a fledgling. Sun Maoxing's ability to deliver sarcastic remarks is indeed unparalleled, and his words elicited a chorus of agreement from the surrounding entrepreneurs. Indeed, Mr. Yong, I never imagined you would find someone like him to participate in the competition. It seems your plans to triumph over Mr. Sun this year may be in jeopardy. As soon as this was said, laughter erupted among the crowd, and Sun Maoxing let out a cold chuckle, declaring, "Win against me? Just wait and see how he falters." Yong Zhengsong stood amidst the throng, his complexion shifting from pale to a shade of green. He was beginning to doubt whether his decision was indeed the right one. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the hall, drawing the attention of everyone present to the individuals who had just entered. It was Hua Xiao. What an unexpected arrival. Someone whispered. Chu Xiangyang squinted to get a better look and realized the newcomers were a group of second-generation wealthy individuals, with the most flamboyantly dressed among them resembling a peacock in full bloom, adorned in a vibrant shirt, red trousers, and white leather shoes. His hair was slicked back with an abundance of pomade, gleaming as brightly as a polished surface. Why do you think he is here? He is the host of this competition. It is quite normal for him to come and observe, someone nearby remarked. Hua Xiao strode past Chu Xiangyang and the others without so much as a glance in their direction. Following closely behind him were several other second-generation elites, strutting about as if they were the wealthiest individuals in the world. Among them, a young man with red hair abruptly halted as he approached Chen Yuru. "Chen Yuru," he exclaimed, astonishment and delight etched across his face. Chen Yuru appeared hesitant to recognize him. "You are." His expression soured slightly. "Yang Feng." "Yang Feng, hello." Chen Yuru quickly responded. This Yang Feng was none other than the son of a former business associate of her father. They had crossed paths a few times in their childhood, but after she entered university, they lost contact. Given the significant changes in his appearance, it was no wonder she struggled to recognize him. Yang Feng cast a glance at Chu Xiangyang beside her, sneering disdainfully. Chen Yuru had once been the belle of the school, adored by many, yet she ultimately married a man of little worth. Yang Feng was aware of her husband's gambling addiction, which had likely squandered most of their family's wealth. This thought ignited a competitive spirit within Yang Feng. He called out to Hua Xiao. "Hua Xiao." Hua Xiao paused and turned. "What is it? Is there something you need?" With a sycophantic grin, Yang Feng replied, "Allow me to introduce you to my high school classmate, Miss Chen Yuru." Hua Xiao's gaze followed Yang Feng's gesture to Chen Yuru, and with renewed interest, he stepped closer, extending his hand. "Ah, so you are Miss Chen. A pleasure to meet you." Chen Yuru, at a loss, merely nodded, "Hello." He did not seem to mind her refusal to shake hands. Instead, he retracted his hand with a knowing smile. "Miss Chen, are you also here to participate in the stone betting competition?" Chen Yuru glanced at Chu Xiangyang beside her. "I am here accompanying my husband." "Husband?" In Hua Xiao's eyes, a hint of amusement flickered. "Allow me to introduce my husband, Chu Xiangyang." As they conversed, the onlookers nearby had already turned their attention toward them, their expressions revealing a keen interest in the unfolding drama. It was hardly surprising. Hua Xiao's reputation preceded him, regardless of his marital status. Any woman he fancied was unlikely to escape his grasp. Observing his demeanor today, it seemed he had once again set his sights on the woman before him. The spectators, relishing the spectacle, whispered among themselves, commenting on her beauty, though lamenting her marital status with her husband standing right beside her. "What does that matter?" sneered another. "He's done worse before." Indeed, it was a pity for the man, destined to be humiliated in such a public manner. At this, laughter erupted among the crowd. Chu Xiangyang, fully aware of the gossip, chose to remain indifferent, unwilling to engage. "So, this is your husband? What does he do for a living?" Hua Xiao inquired with a smirk. Chu Xiangyang dismissed him with a glance, regarding him as a mere child. Chen Yuru, recognizing Yang Feng's unsavory reputation and Hua Xiao's formidable presence, interjected. "We are merely engaged in small business." She then took Chu Xiangyang's arm, attempting to leave. "Oh, don't go." Hua Xiao blocked their path, his tone flippant. "Step aside." Chu Xiangyang's lips parted, coolly uttering the two words. "Oh." Hua Xiao feigned amusement, curiously assessing Chu Xiangyang. "Do you know who I am?" His entourage chuckled in unison. mocking Chu Xiangyang's audacity. It was clear that crossing Hua Xiao would not result in a swift end. Rather, it would be a drawn-out ordeal. Please, spare us. Hua Xiao is not someone to be trifled with. He deserves a proper comeuppance. The crowd erupted in laughter at this remark. Chen Yuru, catching wind of the jest, looked up at Hua Xiao, apologizing, we merely came to participate in this competition. Ah, so you're competitors. Did you know that the event is hosted by the Hua family? If you plead with me, perhaps I might let you in here, Hua Xiao replied with a mischievous grin. His entourage echoed his laughter. Yes, plead with Hua Xiao. His words carry more weight than anyone else's. Indeed, plead. The anger in Chu Xiangyang's eyes was mounting, nearing its peak. Chen Yuru gently pulled at his arm, aware of the trouble these individuals could bring and wishing to avoid any complications. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was captivated, and even Yongzheng Sang, witnessing the scene, chose to retreat, blending into the throng rather than intervening. It was not fear of Hua Xiao that motivated him, but rather a sense that the situation was beneath him. If he were to confront Hua Xiao directly, he might be able to save Chu Xiangyang. However, this would equally offend the Hua family. It seemed that Chu Xiangyang's significance was not as substantial as he had anticipated. Thus, he was reluctant to antagonize another prominent family for the sake of a mere insignificant pawn. With an apologetic expression, he glanced at Chu Xiangyang, silently conveying his regrets. I am truly sorry, Mr. Chu. I hope you can fend for yourself. Chapter 160. From 20 to 4 look at how adept Miss Chun is at handling situations. As Hua Xiao spoke, he attempted to reach out. Yet, before his hand could touch Chen Yuru's face, it was seized by another formidable hand, which gripped his wrist with such force that pain shot through him, causing his complexion to pale. Let go of me, he barked, with a cold sneer. Chu Xiangyang fixed his narrow eyes on Hua Xiao and enunciated each word with deliberate intensity. Open your eyes and see clearly. Should you dare to show any disrespect towards my wife, I shall break your legs. With that, he exerted a sudden force, sending Hua Xiao reeling backward. Hua Xiao staggered several steps, his eyes ablaze with fury. Though merely a young master, he had never been treated with such disrespect, particularly by someone so inconsequential. Rubbing his sore wrist, he dismissed the hands that had supported him and shouted, Someone, seize this guy? As his words fell, a group of bodyguards hastily approached from a distance. Chen Yuru, frightened, wished to step forward and apologize, but Chu Xiangyang held her back. Kid, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Emboldened by the sight of the dozen or so bodyguards clad in black, Hua Xiao regained his confidence. Yi Xiao is here. At that moment, someone shouted, redirecting everyone's attention to the entrance of the hall. Yi Feng had come purely for amusement, and due to his family's favorable circumstances, he was easily recognized wherever he went. He greeted those around him with a smile and a nod, regretting his presence amidst the gathering of several old-timers who had business dealings with his family. He felt the need to maintain appearances, despite their enterprises not being as grand as his family's. Noticing a crowd ahead, he returned, and the throng parted to make way for him. Thus, he beheld several individuals encircled within. Brother Yi, what brings you here? Hua Xiao quickly inquired upon seeing Yi Feng. The Hua and Yi families wielded comparable influence. However, while Hua Xiao was a frivolous young master, Yi Feng was a more industrious scion. In a comparison of backgrounds, the diligent student naturally outshone the slacker. Hua Xiao's demeanor was eager, while Yi Feng maintained a calm composure. His gaze then fell upon Chu Xiangyang, and his expression brightened. Brother Chu? Not only was Hua Xiao taken aback, but many others around them were equally stunned. Even Yongzheng, who was hidden nearby, felt perplexed. Chu Xiangyang nodded gently. What a coincidence. It must be said that Chu Xiangyang's expression of serene indifference starkly contrasted with the expressions of those around him. What a coincidence. Are you here to watch the competition as well? Yi Feng smiled and stepped forward, his gaze landing once more on Chen Yuru. Sister-in-law. Chen Yuru responded affirmatively. Chu Xiangyang remarked, I am here to assist a friend in participating in the competition. Really? In that case, whatever you choose, I shall place my bet on it. With you here, there is surely a guarantee. Yi Feng exclaimed joyfully, unaware of the reactions his words elicited from the surrounding crowd. 17th. Are you absolutely certain? Young Master Yi? One individual muttered quietly. The others nearby clearly expressed disbelief, particularly son Maoxing, whose eyes glinted with malice. However, given the Yi family's considerable influence, he dared not voice his objections, merely sneering, hoping to deliver a public humiliation to this esteemed young Master Yi later on. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Hua Xiao was momentarily taken aback, almost calling out Brother Chu. It seemed that Yi Feng finally noticed the tense atmosphere enveloping them. What on earth was happening? Although directed at Chu Xiangyang, Hua Xiao understood the remark was intended for him. He hastily gestured towards the bodyguards clad in black, who promptly vanished from sight. Nothing to worry about. We were merely sharing a jest with Brother Chu. Hua Xiao chuckled awkwardly. As his words settled, those around them quickly echoed in agreement. Yes, indeed. Just a jest with Brother Chu. The onlookers could only sigh at the melodrama unfolding before them. The rankings had been announced, and the 20 selected individuals were about to proceed to the next challenge. This round was straightforward. Each participant would select 3 stones from a pile. The 4 groups with the highest value would advance, essentially a 20-4 elimination. Hua Xiao and others remained in the seating area, while Chu Xiangyang and the competitors moved to the hall to select their stones. 20 groups of stones had been prepared in advance. However, among the staff, there were those who had been bribed, leading Chu Xiangyang to a pile of unremarkable rocks upon his entrance. Indeed, these were mere stones, lacking in jadeite, and the few that bore a hint of green were riddled with cracks, offering no options for selection. A cold smile crept across Chu Xiangyang's lips. It was evident who was orchestrating this ploy. He raised his gaze to observe Zhu Zhen not far away, who appeared to have a reasonably decent pile of jadeite rough stones before him. His attention then shifted to Sun Maoxing. Many eyes in the vicinity were fixed upon Chu Xiangyang, and his movement drew everyone's attention towards Sun Maoxing. Sun Maoxing was taken aback. He glanced around, then looked back at Chu Xiangyang, only to find him, at some point, having lowered his head and withdrawn his gaze. After all, they were merely a heap of worthless stones. Chu Xiangyang carelessly picked 2, and for the final piece, he chose one himself. When the time came, the 20 individuals placed their selected stones onto the prepared trays. Chu Xiangyang harbored no concerns about any underhanded tactics from others. Firstly, the reach of his adversaries was limited, and secondly, having prepared a plethora of worthless stones for himself, he felt no need for further apprehension. Initially, there was little intrigue surrounding Chu Xiangyang, but after Yi Feng's remark, curiosity about him surged, particularly from Sun Maoxing. He was eager to witness the prowess of the remarkable individual spoken of by the young master of the Yi family. After all the stones had been exchanged for mundane ones, could he still demonstrate any exceptional skill? The thought brought a sense of relief to Sun Maoxing. The stone cutting had commenced, and according to previous rankings, Chu Xiangyang found himself at the bottom. Nevertheless, this did not quench the crowd's curiosity about him. What could this Chu possibly reveal? Could there truly be a surprise in store? I too was observing. Should he indeed uncover something remarkable, I would place my bets on him for the finals. You speak too soon. It's uncertain whether he will even reach the finals. Enough chatter, it's his turn. The cacophony of voices finally subsided as all attention turned to the large screen. At that moment, Chu Xiangyang's first stone was unveiled. Chapter 161. The final challenge. One could only imagine what valuable treasures could possibly emerge from such a pile of worthless stones. Thus, when his first stone was revealed, it incited a chorus of disapproving murmurs from those around. Who was it that claimed he could select stones? What he uncovered was indeed just a stone. Surely, I would have performed better in his stead, as there was not a hint of green within. Indeed, it is utterly disappointing. Fortunately, this isn't the finals, otherwise, he would have led us to ruin. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Yong Jingsang's complexion paled further. He had anticipated that 1 + 1 would surely be greater than 2. Instead, it seemed to be less. How could Chu Xiangyang, lingering at the tail end, assist him in turning the tide? In truth, Yong Jingsang had already discarded Chu Xiangyang in his mind, subsequently shifting his gaze to Zhu Zhen. Unsurprisingly, the second stone was equally devoid of value. This time, no words were exchanged. The disdain in their eyes conveyed everything. Sun Maoxing felt a wave of satisfaction. He understood that Zhu Zhen was no match for the master he sought, but this newcomer was a different story. His true abilities remained a mystery. Hence, to safeguard himself, he felt compelled to employ some cunning strategies. As it appeared, his tactics had proven effective, as Yong Jingsang's expression revealed all. The third stone was still being processed. The stone cutter suspected that contestant number 17 was likely to falter, having seen 2 stones devoid of any trace of green. It was doubtful that the third would fare any better. The machine whirred to a halt, and the stone cutter retrieved the stone. A sharp intake of breath echoed throughout the hall as the stone was placed onto the tray. Is that Fu Yang? The attendees were engulfed in disbelief. It appears that he possesses a certain level of skill. Otherwise, how could he have selected such stones? While you believe he is adept, I am inclined to think he merely stumbled upon good fortune. It seems to me that luck is the only explanation. If he had any genuine ability, the first 2 stones would not have been entirely black. Upon hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement. The flicker of hope that had just ignited in Yongjing's eyes was extinguished after listening to him. On the other hand, Sun Maosheng experienced only a fleeting moment of doubt. Perhaps amidst the multitude of stones, there were a couple of genuine gems that had escaped notice. Regardless, there was no doubt that Chu Xiangyang would not emerge victorious in the finals. After reassuring himself, Sun Maosheng calmly accepted the outcome of Chu Xiangyang being declared the winner of the second round. The remaining 3 individuals were Zhu Zhan, the elderly man surnamed Gu whom Sun Maosheng had invited, and a middle-aged gentleman. After a half-hour intermission, the finals commenced. The nature of the final round was not particularly challenging. Given that this antique competition involved betting, it made the entire process more transparent. In the last round, no matter what you choose, I will place my bet on you. During the break, Yifeng approached, beaming as he spoke to Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, questioning whether Yifeng feared a loss. Not at all. I believe you have no issues dealing with these individuals, and you will undoubtedly win, Yifeng replied, exuding confidence in Chu Xiangyang. He appeared almost as a devoted admirer. Chu Xiangyang, uncertain of the source of such confidence, simply smiled and expressed gratitude for the trust. Yifeng chuckled softly but remained silent thereafter. After half an hour, the competition officially began. The task was straightforward. Select an item from a collection of antiques that one deemed of the highest value, which would then be judged by the referees to determine the final outcome. As the host declared the start, the long-closed door of the hall slowly opened, revealing an array of no fewer than 100 antiques. Naturally, not all items were genuine. There were imitations, and the final challenge lay in discerning authenticity. If one were to mistakenly choose a counterfeit, it would not only result in a loss, but also a loss of face. Those attending were far from ordinary. If one could not even distinguish between genuine and fake antiques, they would be deemed blind to the truth. The antique trade would lose all credibility. Thus, participants in previous competitions preferred to choose lesser items rather than risk uncertainty and embarrassment. Upon the commencement of the competition, the 4 participants entered the vast collection of antiques. But upon entering, Yue discovered a grave issue. Cheng Fong had infiltrated the gathering. Not only had Cheng Fong entered, but he had also mingled with the highest-priced items. Alongside Cheng Fong were counterfeits, with genuine articles comprising merely 1/3 of the total, consisting mainly of inconsequential trinkets. The most valuable being a wax lamp from the Republic of China era. Chu Xiangyang felt a surge of frustration. This was not an assessment, but rather a fraudulent contest. Left with no choice, he ultimately selected the wax lamp, which appeared rather unimpressive. The other 3 could not help but display their disdain upon witnessing his choice. Ultimately, it was that middle-aged man who approached Chu Xiangyang, reminding him in a manner akin to constipation, that young fellow. The item looks old and has certainly seen better days. Having delivered his message, the man sauntered away. Chu Xiangyang cast a glance at the rather unappealing wax stand in his grasp, realizing there was no other option. After all, it bore the highest price in the entire venue. It was either this or a counterfeit. The competition time had elapsed, and Yong Zhengsang observed as Chu Xiangyang held up the unsightly wax stand, closing his eyes in resignation. Initially, he had thought Chu Xiangyang was merely jesting, but to his astonishment, he truly submitted that grotesque piece. All hope shattered. Well, not entirely. At least 50% of hope had vanished. Yong Zhengsang could only place his hopes on Zhu Zhan. Zhu Zhan presented a white porcelain vase, while the ancient gentleman displayed a large Qinghua jar. And the middle-aged man showcased a Western Zhou dynasty wine cup adorned with phoenix motifs. All contestants had finalized their selections, and the experts commenced their evaluations. Upon seeing Chu Xiangyang's item, they merely shook their heads gently before departing. Yong Zhengsang felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Did you see that? Even the experts deemed his item unreliable and left. Indeed, among all the items, which one did not surpass that pitiful thing in value? Yong Zhengsang had truly lost his wits, bringing such a trinket to the competition. Chen Yuru, upon hearing the crowd's remarks about Chu Xiangyang, felt a pang of discomfort, yet could only awkwardly glance towards the audience below. The next item under scrutiny was the middle-aged man's phoenix-patterned wine cup. I regret to inform you, but the item you selected is a replica, several experts stated after a thorough examination. What? Impossible. The middle-aged man's face instantly flushed crimson. The expert said nothing more and simply strode towards Zhu Zhan and the ancient gentleman. The middle-aged man wished to voice a retort, yet his gaze met Chu Xiangyang's from across the stage. Chu Xiangyang gently shook his head. The middle-aged man's lips quivered, but he ultimately fell silent, casting a glance at the audience before bowing his head and departing. Chapter 162. Guarantee. After the middle-aged man left, a chorus of derisive jeers erupted from the audience. Yet unexpectedly, after their fill of mockery, Their attention turned towards Chu Xiangyang. What audacity! Knowing he cannot win, he still clings to the stage. Is this even a contest for the top 3? Obviously, it's only for the first place. We don't recognize second or third here. Thankfully, I didn't place my bets on him. Otherwise, I would have lost everything. Of course, we wouldn't bet on him either. Only that prince might. One wonders where he derives such confidence in this individual. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while the experts on stage delivered their final verdict. The ultimate victor was announced, and Yong Zhengsang, now exceedingly anxious, stood up, with Cheng Yu also rising beside him. This was their final chance. Others, too, rose in unison, for their stakes were equally entwined with the outcome. The heartbeats involuntarily quickened, and their gazes converged simultaneously upon the lips of the expert. Mr. Gu's exquisite blue and white jar. As the expert's words echoed, Yong Zhengsang slumped despondently into his chair. Sun Maosheng, seated not far from him, could not suppress a chuckle at his disheartened demeanor. Raising his voice slightly, "Look, Yong, I'm afraid I've triumphed over you once again." Cheng Yu bellowed, "If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." A few wealthy heirs nearby cast puzzled glances at Yi Feng, inquiring, "What is going on, young master Yi? Didn't we say that this brother Chu could win?" "Silence," Hua Xiao admonished sharply. The individual promptly fell quiet. The outcome was clear, and the grand competition had reached its conclusion. However, amidst the chorus of mutual congratulations, an incongruous voice suddenly interjected, "That's incorrect. Those 2 pieces of porcelain are replicas." What? Everyone in the hall turned simultaneously towards the source of the voice, only to find it was him. The crowd regarded Chu Xiangyang with bewilderment. "On what basis do you claim those porcelain pieces are counterfeit?" Someone shouted. "Simply by virtue of my discerning eyes," Chu Xiangyang replied with an expression of calm indifference. "Nonsense," another person bellowed. Yet, Yong Zhengsang remained silent, seated motionlessly in his chair. He had never felt such profound regret. Engaging Chu Xiangyang was the gravest mistake of his life. Losing was one thing, but to lose with such inability to accept it was another. Before so many witnesses, questioning the experts' findings left Yong Zhengsang feeling utterly humiliated. The experts had yet to depart, and one of them, smiling, inquired, "Young man, do you have any evidence to support your claim that they are counterfeit?" The elderly expert, with graying hair and over 60 years of experience in the study of porcelain, could almost discern authenticity at a glance. Although his words were not absolute authority, he was decidedly displeased. Chu Xiangyang pointed at the porcelain vase, asserting, "Both pieces were crafted by the same individual, a master artisan whose work bears unique imprints, much like many other masters." "Oh, might this young gentleman enlighten us as to where these imprints are?" The elderly expert lifted the blue and white jar and presented it before Chu Xiangyang. Carefully examining the jar in his hands, Chu Xiangyang noticed that the expected imprint of the letter Q was conspicuously absent. It seemed the original creator had concealed it, likely to evade detection. However, each piece of porcelain was meticulously crafted, leaving behind its signature mark. Thus, Chu Xiangyang's gaze fell into the depths of the jar. Inside the jar, Chu Xiangyang began. To discern the contents clearly, one would need to shatter the jar, for otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to see. Yet, if this item were indeed authentic, breaking it would mean destroying something worth millions, or even billions. They could not afford to take such a risk. Meanwhile, the crowd could not help but murmur amongst themselves. "That's absurd. How can one see the imprint inside? Indeed, unless one breaks the jar, who would dare to do such a thing?" Thus, he firmly believed that no one would dare to break open the jar, which emboldened him to speak recklessly. As he continued, the crowd began to point at Chu Xiangyang on the stage, angrily shouting for him to leave and stop his nonsensical utterances. "Yes, go away." Sun Maosheng, visibly irate, turned to the elderly gentleman beside him and inquired, "Is what he said true?" "I cannot say for certain." The elder pondered momentarily before responding, "But it appears to be genuine. I have not seen any marks left within the jar." Upon hearing this, Sun Maosheng felt a slight alleviation of his anxious heart. Yet an underlying sense of unease lingered within him. On stage, Chu Xiangyang proclaimed, "I have raised my doubts. If you cannot believe me, then you must proceed as you wish, but fairness in this competition seems a far-fetched notion." In essence, he was questioning the legitimacy of this so-called competition. With that, Chu Xiangyang prepared to depart. After exchanging glances, several experts stated, "If you wish to authenticate the items, you must have someone vouch for you. Only then can we allow you to handle the jar. Should you fail to uncover anything, you will be liable for the original price." A smirk played upon Chu Xiangyang's lips as he replied, "That is acceptable." He intended to examine both jars, necessitating the presence of 2 guarantors. The crowd, upon hearing the expert's stipulation, began to murmur, "Who can vouch for him? We're talking about tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Indeed, let him find his own guarantor. Right? And if not, there's President Yong. After all, he is the one who employed these experts." Chu Xiangyang's gaze swept toward Yong Zhengsang, who promptly lowered his head, indicating his unwillingness to act as a guarantor for Chu Xiangyang. With a smile, Chu Xiangyang inquired, "Would it suffice if I were to vouch for myself?" No, that will not do. It must be someone else. You cannot guarantee your own integrity," the experts hastily replied. Silence enveloped the gathering. All eyes filled with derision as they regarded Chu Xiangyang. To them, his request seemed a mere ploy to stir trouble while they savored the unfolding drama. Furthermore, the outcome of the betting aligned perfectly with their expectations, and they had no desire to see Chu Xiangyang overturn the situation. At that moment, a voice rang out from afar, neither too loud nor too soft. The crowd turned to discover it was the young man from earlier. Yifeng descended the steps and approached Chu Xiangyang, stating, "I can vouch for him. Surely that is acceptable. That could work. But we need at least 2 people for both jars." The voice of the opposing party diminished to a near whisper. "What nonsense is this? Our young master Yi is more than sufficient. We have enough support here." The other wealthy heirs approached with an air of confidence. The organizing party of the competition was the Hua family, and since young Master Hua could not appear himself, his entourage had taken the stage to assert their presence. Chapter 163. The moment of witnessing a miracle. Upon witnessing this collective display, the elder experts nodded in agreement. Chu Xiangyang smiled, then turned to gaze at Sun Maosheng and Yong Zhengsang in the audience. "Gentlemen, I urge you to open your eyes wide, for we are about to witness a moment of miraculous significance." With that, he pivoted back, seizing one of the porcelain vases and smashing it against another with sheer force. The audience was momentarily stunned by his audacity. Soon, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. Even the affluent young men standing behind Yifeng could not suppress their awe. "This fellow is impressive. He shatters something worth millions without a flicker of hesitation." Just as he uttered these words, he turned to meet Yifeng's gaze. He hastily amended his statement. "I mean, Brother Chu is simply remarkable, truly remarkable." The elder experts exchanged glances, their expressions twitching. Not to mention the reactions of those on stage, including Yong Zhengsang. All eyes were fixated on Chu Xiangyang as he retrieved 2 fragments from the heap of debris. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the largest imprint of Chengfang." He extended the shards to the elder experts. Upon inspection, each piece bore a capital letter C, minuscule and requiring a magnifying glass for clarity. After a prolonged silence among the experts, one finally spoke. "We sincerely apologize. It was our oversight. These 2 porcelain vases are indeed replicas. The ultimate victor of this competition is Mr. Chu." He then bowed to Chu Xiangyang, followed by a respectful nod to the audience. What a melodramatic twist. It turns out to be true. The crowd was left in disbelief. Just moments ago, there was a chance to win several million, and now, in the blink of an eye, they faced a loss nearing $1 million. If that were the case, the true winner was Yong Zhengsang. As this realization dawned, all eyes swiftly turned to Yong Zhengsang. "Congratulations," Sun Maosheng remarked sarcastically before taking his leave, having lost 1/3 of his territory to Yong Zhengsang. Surrounding voices echoed congratulations. While Yong Zhengsang approached Chu Xiangyang. With a beaming smile, he expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Chu. Without your assistance, I would not have ventured into such risks for fortune." "Mr. Yong, you seem to be mistaken. What risks did you encounter?" Chu Xiangyang replied, not intending to confront him. A 30% stake in the business, giving him 70%. It seemed mutually beneficial. However, when it truly mattered, Yong Zhengsang had failed to stand by him. Now that the prize was secured, he sought to ingratiate himself. It was already generous of Chu Xiangyang not to dismiss him outright. Upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's words, Yong Zhengsang's expression stiffened. He recognized that he had indeed overstepped. He should have been the first to voice his concerns. Yet, at that moment, he had resolved to abandon Chu Xiangyang, doubting the validity of his decisions. He opened his mouth to explain, but Chu Xiangyang raised a hand to silence him. "No need for explanations. Our relationship is merely one of collaboration. Just remember your prior commitments to me and expedite my remuneration." After speaking, Chu Xiangyang handed him a business card. Upon receiving it, Yongzheng nodded repeatedly, assuring, "Rest assured. I will certainly comply." Chu Xiangyang said nothing further. Instead, after greeting Yifeng, he directly departed with Chun Yiru. The 2 first visited the hospital, where they discovered that the little dog, Yaya, had already awakened. "How do you feel, little one?" Chu Xiangyang inquired with a smile, sitting at the bedside. Yaya remained silent for a moment, contemplating before finally asking, "Uncle, Could you help me find my mommy and daddy? My grandparents are no longer around. Chu Xiangyang gently tousled his small head, saying, little one, don't think too much. I promise to help you find them. For now, why don't you stay at Uncle S' house for a few days? Would that be all right? The glimmer in Guya's eyes sparkled with hope. Chu Xiangyang, taken aback, then chuckled, of course. Uncle never tells lies. As soon as the doctors say you can leave, you can come home with us. All right. I will certainly cooperate with the doctors, Guya replied earnestly. Chu Xiangyang asked Chen Yiru to return home first, as he would stay with the little one that night. He planned to have her bring Yaya back the following day to keep Guya company. After arranging these matters, he bought some food and toys for Guya in the evening. Lin Sen's friend came from a well-off family, and since Guya's injuries were not too severe, he was able to go home to recuperate. Later that night, Yifeng called him. Brother Chu, come out to celebrate. Let us drink and sing. Yifeng enthusiastically invited over the phone. Chu Xiangyang glanced at the child in the bed, contemplating a refusal. However, considering that these individuals might be familiar with the mines and that he may need their assistance in locating Guya's parents, he decided to call Chen Yiru. Once she arrived, he accepted Yifeng's invitation. Upon arrival, he realized that it was not just Yifeng. There were also Hua Xiao and several other acquaintances. Everyone greeted Chu Xiangyang with familiarity, as if there was no hesitation. Brother Chu, come here. We opened a fine bottle of wine today. We won't return until we're intoxicated. Indeed, Brother Chu, you look exceptionally handsome today. I am in complete admiration. Brother Chu, I have witnessed your abilities. If I ever need your help in the future, I hope you will lend a hand. As soon as he entered, they ushered him to a nearby sofa. Chu Xiangyang smiled, graciously accepting their goodwill. Today, we are primarily here to celebrate Brother Chu's victory. Come, let us raise a glass together. Yifeng proposed. Everyone promptly lifted their glasses, shouting, Brother Chu is amazing. They all downed their drinks boldly. The atmosphere became quite lively. After a few exuberant songs were sung, the microphone was thrust into Chu Xiangyang's hands. Brother Chu, you must sing a song today. One person exclaimed. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, replying, I'm not good at singing. Perhaps just listening would suffice. The man's capacity for alcohol was limited. After just 2 drinks, he began to slur his words. We were not strangers, so he was encouraged to sing a song for us. Reluctantly, Chu Xiangyang chose to perform an English song. However, before he could finish, the door to the private room was abruptly flung open from the outside. Chapter 164. Singing. Chu Xiangyang's singing could hardly be classified as amateur. It was of a professional caliber. As his voice filled the room, applause erupted, echoing in waves. Brother Chu, you call that bad? Then my singing must be worse than a rooster's crow. What you did wasn't crowing, it was braying like a donkey, haha. The atmosphere in the private room transformed into a lively gathering, all thanks to Chu Xiangyang's performance. Yet, the moment the door swung open, the music ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned toward the figure in the doorway. It was a woman with chestnut curls, her appearance radiant and captivating. Her silhouette accentuated by a form-fitting black miniskirt that enhanced her alluring figure. However, her dazed expression indicated that she had indulged a bit too much. The inebriated beauty stumbled into the room, disregarding everyone as she approached Chu Xiangyang, giving him a flirtatious smile. Hey there, handsome, was that your song just now? Chu Xiangyang cast a fleeting glance at her without uttering a word. Yifeng and the others noticed his discomfort and hurried to intervene. But before they could reach the woman, she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Chu Xiangyang and leaned in for a kiss. Taken aback by her boldness, he reacted just as her lips were mere centimeters away from his. He instinctively reached out to push her away, but before he could complete the gesture, the door was once again kicked open with force. Get your hands off Xiaoxing. A loud voice boomed before the intruder was even visible. Like a whirlwind, he rushed in, pulling the woman aside from Chu Xiangyang. Following closely behind him were 7 or 8 others. Chu Xiangyang looked up at the newcomer, who, despite being dressed casually, wore high-end brands. He appeared average in looks and not particularly tall, suggesting a family with some wealth. The man shielded the woman behind him and assessed that she was unharmed before turning his gaze to Chu Xiangyang. Where do you come from, you little scoundrel? To dare take advantage of my friend? Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. She approached me, and I did not take advantage of her. As he spoke, he gestured lightly behind him, prompting Yifeng and the others to step back. The man shouted angrily, You're talking nonsense. Xiaoxing is a girl. Don't insult her here. Chu Xiangyang, unwilling to engage in a debate, merely shrugged. Since she is fine, you may leave. What kind of attitude is that? Apologize. The man waved his hand, and those behind him advanced a few steps. Oh, Chu Xiangyang smiled. How should I apologize? You don't know how to offer an apology, do you? The individual before him was of lesser stature than Chu Xiangyang, and even when hurling insults, he did so with his head held high. Yet his intimidation was far inferior. Chu Xiangyang took a few measured steps forward, positioning himself directly before the man, looking down upon him. I have already stated that you may leave. The words of the man were abruptly silenced before he could finish. Chu Xiangyang's hand grasped the man's throat, exerting pressure that increased with every passing moment. As the man's complexion shifted from pale to purple, Chu Xiangyang released his grip with a cold smirk, uttering a single word, scram. His mood was far from pleasant. He had yet to uncover the whereabouts of the little dog's parents and had made no progress in investigating the deaths of his grandparents. He had intended to gather information, yet this fool insisted on approaching him. The man clutched his throat, gasping for air, which triggered a fit of incessant coughing. Are you all dead? Attack! He commanded, quickly retreating while rallying his companions. The individuals behind him were his enforcers, some with a history in the underworld. Others retired soldiers, each skilled enough to take on 10 men. Otherwise, he would not dare to swagger about so boldly. Furthermore, having suffered humiliation today, he could not allow it to go unchallenged. Yi Feng and his companions had merely intended to invite Chu Xiangyang to a meal, not bringing any bodyguards, and were momentarily stunned upon witnessing the altercation. However, before they could react, Chu Xiangyang had efficiently dealt with the assailants. He slowly raised his gaze to the fleeing man, who, in his terror, abandoned his subordinates and scrambled away. My goodness, Brother Chu, you are simply magnificent. How did you achieve such speed? It would take me at least 10 minutes to handle them. The crowd gathered around Chu Xiangyang, their admiration for him soaring to new heights. With their leader having fled, they hastily rose from the ground, assisting the young woman as they made their way out. Just as they reached the door, it swung open once more, revealing the establishment's manager, flanked by a group of security personnel clad in black. These scoundrels here, Manager Ma, apprehend them, the returning man bellowed. The room fell silent once again, as all eyes turned toward the entrance. The manager, in his 40s and relatively new to the job, recognized the man as a notorious local prince, an individual he could not afford to offend, though the patrons in the room appeared casually dressed. Their attire was worth no less than 5 figures, indicating they were far from ordinary. The manager felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. I am speaking to you, did you not hear me? The man thundered. The manager, feeling helpless, addressed the young master. But, sir, smack. The young master delivered a sharp slap to the manager's face. Gritting his teeth, the manager declared, my apologies, esteemed guests, before turning to the security personnel. These individuals are causing a disturbance. Escort them out immediately. The manager, naturally, lacked the audacity to detain anyone. He simply did not possess that kind of courage. Who could say if among those across the way there was a formidable father figure? He was merely a junior manager, and should anything untoward occur, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. The security personnel, of course, acted on orders. Once the manager had spoken, they hastily approached. Just before any action was taken, a young man behind Chu Xiangyang, smoking a cigarette, interjected, wait a moment. He then produced his phone and dialed a number. The room fell silent, and all that could be heard was his voice saying, Tahuanhua, before he hung up. Within seconds, the manager's phone rang. The moment he saw the caller ID, his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly answered the call, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. Hello, Mr. Yao. At this juncture, his grin had become rigid. He incredulously turned to glance at Chu Xiangyang and the others. On the other end, he seemed to respond to something, and then, in a daze, he hung up the phone. Well, did everything get clarified over the phone? The young man inquired with a hint of amusement. I understand. The manager appeared somewhat dazed as he nodded. Meanwhile, the young master Lu was displeased. Manager Ma, you slap. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap landed on his face. The blow left Master Lu momentarily stunned. He pointed at Manager Ma, exclaiming, how dare you hit me? That's exactly who I hit, Manager Ma retorted. Turning back to Chu Xiangyang and his companions, he apologized. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. Please enjoy yourselves. With that, he seized Master Lu and exited. As the door to the private room closed, Chu Xiangyang's gaze fell upon the young man. Hua Xiao is laughing. This is his family's establishment, haha? Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but chuckle as well. With no further interruptions, the remaining time was spent drinking and chatting leisurely. Noticing the opportune moment, Chu Xiangyang inquired, who among you is familiar with the mining areas outside the city? Brother Chu, why do you ask about that? A wealthy second generation called Tang Chong responded. I advise you to steer clear of such matters. The waters in the mines run deep, and trouble befalls anyone who gets involved. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's not just our area. The mining districts elsewhere are similarly dark. It's best to avoid provoking them. They say that place devours people without leaving a bone behind. Brother Chu, unless you have a compelling reason, it's advisable not to engage with them. Chu Xiangyang nodded gravely. I understand, but I'm merely acting on someone else's request. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted in the corridor outside. Even though the soundproofing of the private room was quite effective, the noise still seeped through. Tang Chong, irritated, rose to his feet. I'll go see what is happening. Can I enjoy a little peace and quiet here? The others followed suit, leaving the room with him. Only Yifeng and Hua Xiao remained inside. Yifeng asked, Brother Chu, what exactly are you aiming for? Are you looking for someone? Chu Xiangyang nodded and proceeded to recount the circumstances surrounding the matter, omitting certain crucial details. Yifeng shook his head, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Typically, a disappearance implies that one should prepare the other party for the worst. Indeed, Chu Xiangyang also felt that the couple was likely in dire straits. However, with only the small doggy remaining at home, Chu Xiangyang was determined to assist in finding the parents, regardless of their fate. At that moment, Tang Chong and others returned, accompanied by a drunken man who had caused a scene in the corridor, displaying erratic behavior after drinking and refusing to pay. Tang Chong spoke, suggesting they simply throw him out. Hua Xiao expressed his disdain, noting the drunken man's disheveled appearance and the unpleasant odor emanating from him. Tang Chong chuckled. This is for Brother Chu. He used to work at our mine. Chu Xiangyang glanced at the man beside him, who appeared quite unhinged. However, upon spotting the liquor on their table, he ceased his ruckus and began to drink directly from the bottle. Tang Chong nodded. I've known him since childhood. Before we moved, he was my neighbor. After growing up, he ended up in the mining area and, for reasons unknown, suddenly went mad. When did he lose his sanity? Chu Xiangyang inquired, looking up at the drunken man. After some contemplation, Tang Chong replied, It hasn't been long, perhaps within the last 6 months. Chu Xiangyang's gaze meticulously scanned the man's figure, and then he raised his hand to touch certain points on him. Instantly, the man dropped the bottle, his expression blank as he stared ahead. Brother Chu, what are you? The surrounding individuals were astonished, never expecting Chu Xiangyang to possess such abilities. Seemingly aware of their thoughts, Chu Xiangyang waved his hand dismissively, stating, It's not that miraculous. I merely studied traditional Chinese medicine with an elder and perused medical texts. Grasping a bit of superficial knowledge, he then turned back, asking, Who has a needle or something similar? I'll find one. Tang Chong exclaimed, darting out. Within 5 minutes, he returned with a sewing needle, handing it to Chu Xiangyang. This drunken man is merely experiencing some psychological disturbance, exacerbated by his alcohol addiction. Utilizing my golden eyes, I can locate specific acupuncture points to stimulate. While it may not provide a complete cure immediately, it will certainly restore his clarity temporarily. With a few more sessions, he should return to normal. After several minutes, the previously dazed drunken man began to regain lucidity. The wealthy youths surrounding them were left in stunned silence, witnessing what appeared to be a grand illusion of a fool transforming into a sane individual. Their astonishment was palpable. Wow. After a long pause, Tang Chong let out a soul-stirring exclamation. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of exclamations. Chu Xiangyang raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Chu, he cannot handle too much stimulation right now. The crowd immediately fell silent. Zhao Dai, do you still recognize me? I am Tang Chong, your former neighbor. Tang Chong tentatively spoke. For a fleeting moment, there was a glimmer of confusion in Zhao Dai's eyes, which was soon replaced by clarity. I remember you. We used to play together as children, Zhao Dai replied. Tang Chong gave Chu Xiangyang a thumbs up, indicating that the other party was in good spirits and could be questioned. Chu Xiangyang directly inquired, Do you recall the events at the mine? Did anything unusual occur? Zhao Dai furrowed his brow and looked at Chu Xiangyang. Do I know you? Why should I divulge such matters? Your ailment was treated by him. You should share what you know, Tang Chong interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dai clutched his head in silence. Tang Chong attempted to speak, but was halted by a raised hand from Chu Xiangyang. After a moment, the man lifted his gaze and hoarsely stated, I am not entirely clear about what transpired. I only know that several individuals at the mine have mysteriously vanished, and those missing were all from outside the area. So it did not cause much of a stir. Could it be that something is amiss in your mine? Perhaps a collapse or some sort of accident? With people trapped below? Chu Xiangyang tentatively suggested. However, the man shook his head, asserting that there had been no incidents in the mine, only unexplained disappearances. This statement was indeed thought-provoking. How could individuals simply vanish without cause? What could possibly be amiss? The group exchanged glances, and Chu Xiangyang continued, Do you know Di Fu? The man paused at the mention of the name. Chu Xiangyang reiterated, That is the name of Guya's father. If this person had indeed spent time at the mine, he should recognize it, as that surname is rather uncommon. Yet, the next moment, the man became agitated, clutching his head and shouting, "I do not know him," before rushing downstairs. Chapter 166. The accident. Chu Xiangyang reacted swiftly, following closely behind the man as he dashed out. Suddenly, there was a screech. Yet, Chu Xiangyang was a moment too late. With a deafening crash, Zhao De was struck and sent soaring into the air. Blood gushed forth, painting the ground like a field of blossoming plum flowers. Moments later, Zhao De's body came crashing down not far away, while the vehicle sped off like the wind. Damn! Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but curse, then hurried over to assess the man's condition. Unfortunately, the man had succumbed to his injuries. It was then that Yifeng and others rushed out. "How is it, Brother Chu?" Yifeng inquired as he approached Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang spoke rapidly. "Call the police immediately and retrieve the surveillance footage from here." No sooner had he finished speaking than he noticed a shadow darting past. Without hesitation, he set off in pursuit. The man was of modest height, approximately 1.75 meters, clad in camouflage attire and wearing a baseball cap. Though he could not see the man's face clearly, it seemed he was also wearing a mask of some sort. As he chased, thoughts raced through his mind. Was the drunkard's death truly a premeditated act on their part? What threat could a deranged drunkard possibly pose to them? Once the drunkard regains his faculties, he should not be privy to such information, for it was merely moments prior, and their communication could not be so astutely synchronized. In the blink of an eye, the other party had vanished into a shadowy alley. He then came to a halt. "You ought not to meddle." A coarse and grating voice emerged from his lips. Chu Xiangyang rubbed his ears, finding the sound utterly grating. Could he not speak in his own voice? Was he so fearful of being recognized? The stranger hesitated for a moment, then retorted, "You should be aware of the consequences of meddling." Chu Xiangyang retained his languid demeanor, dismissing the banter. "Enough of this. If you lose, you may do with me as you wish. If you win, you shall reveal the identity of your puppet master." Without awaiting a response, he charged forward. Chu Xiangyang rarely took the initiative to engage in brawls, often merely brushing off provocations from petty ruffians. However, the individual before him was different. He might have knowledge of who ordered the murder of that drunkard, or perhaps he held information regarding the whereabouts of the young dog's parents. Ultimately, this individual could not be let go lightly. Bang, bang, bang. Both parties displayed commendable agility, and soon the alley echoed with muffled thuds. It was only after Yifeng had wrapped up his affairs that he noticed Chu Xiangyang had completely vanished. "Has anyone seen where Brother Chu went?" Yifeng inquired. Glancing back, Hua Xiao glanced in the direction of Chu Xiangyang's disappearance. "I only saw him follow someone in that direction. I have no idea where he has gone." "Let us go check it out," Lin Feng suggested. When the group arrived at the alley, they witnessed a shadow darting out from its depths. Instinctively, everyone stepped aside. The figure dashed past them. By the time Chu Xiangyang reached the scene, that shadow had already crossed the road and disappeared from sight. "Brother Chu, just now." It dawned on them that they might have inadvertently let a suspicious individual slip away. Chu Xiangyang shook his head, dismissing the matter. Recognizing the futility in pursuing further, he chose to abandon the chase. He had not anticipated that the foe would possess such remarkable agility. After exchanging no less than 100 blows, the escape was still managed. With the trail now severed, Chu Xiangyang did not succumb to despair, but resolved to continue seeking alternatives, should all else fail. He would personally venture to the mine. With matters having escalated to this point, there was no longer a need for them to congregate, and thus they dispersed to their respective homes. The competition was to host an auction the following morning. Initially, Chu Xiangyang had no intention of attending, but reconsidered, believing he might glean some information. This auction appeared distinct from the usual fare. All items for bid were voluntarily provided by those attending the auction, and all proceeds would be donated to the local educational foundation. Chu Xiangyang had never encountered such a method of auctioning before and had not prepared anything in advance. However, participation was not mandatory, and no one would reprimand those who chose not to partake. As the staff approached with inquiries, Chu Xiangyang reluctantly produced a snuff bottle he had on his person. Many in the vicinity were familiar with him, aware that he had secured first place in the previous day's competition. However, upon seeing the snuff bottle he presented, they could not suppress their laughter. "Am I seeing correctly? That fellow has pulled out a snuff bottle? Judging by its material and design, it could be bought for merely 100 yuan. Haha." At these words, the laughter among the crowd intensified. At this moment, most of the attendees had gathered their belongings, and the professional appraisers invited by the auction house had arrived. Their primary task was to assess the items brought forth, retaining those of value while discarding the trivial to prevent unnecessary expenditure. As these were pre-selected items, There were no fakes, merely variations in price. The assortment was eclectic, and moments later, an expert paused beside Chu Xiangyang's snuff bottle. Those nearby exchanged knowing glances, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. The snuff bottle was quite diminutive, adorned with a well-preserved depiction of Western figures. Is this truly an imperial enamel snuff bottle from the Qianlong era? One expert exclaimed, astonished. He then handed the bottle to a colleague beside him. The latter scrutinized it with a magnifying glass and nodded, affirming that among the myriad of items, this was indeed the finest, an imperial piece, and merely the 4 characters inscribed on it held significant value. After their appraisal, they returned the snuff bottle to its original place. The onlookers were left utterly flabbergasted. They had anticipated the expert dismissing the snuff bottle, yet it was proclaimed the most valuable item? Had they misjudged? Their gazes fell once more upon the bottle, which glimmered faintly under the illumination, appearing undeniably genuine. Once all items had been examined, they were positioned upon the podium. After each item was auctioned, another was presented, and the bidding continued. Although labeled an auction, it essentially served as a charitable fundraiser, allowing participants to take home some treasures. The first item presented was a bowl, which, upon expert evaluation, was identified as a Ming dynasty piece from the Jiaqing period, with a starting bid of 50,000 yuan. Indeed, the items brought forth were largely unremarkable. Yet this particular bowl eventually fetched 350,000 yuan, purchased by a rotund gentleman. The second item also failed to command high interest, leaving the crowd somewhat disenchanted, as charity, after all, depended on individual generosity. Finally, it was time for Chu Xiangyang's snuff bottle. Remarkably, the moment the host announced it, the atmosphere in the room shifted to one of lively excitement. Chapter 167, The Auction. Chu Xiangyang had also acquired 2 items himself, acknowledging the charitable nature of the event. Regardless of the sums involved, he felt it prudent to show his support. As his snuff bottle was presented, the host began the bidding at 100,000 yuan. Immediately, a chorus of bids erupted from the audience. This is something unprecedented. Previously, there were only a few individuals sporadically raising placards, and hardly any calls for a second round. However, this particular snuff bottle is different. 120,000, 130,000, 150,000. The price continues to soar, with the crowd calling out enthusiastically. In the blink of an eye, it has already surpassed the million mark. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, surprised that these individuals possessed such discernment. Ultimately, the price settled at 2,850,000. It must be noted that the snuff bottle sold by Chu Xiangyang fetched the highest price among all present. Purchased by a portly middle-aged gentleman. After the gavel fell, he approached Chu Xiangyang directly. Chu Xiangyang initially anticipated a display of boasting, but to his astonishment, the man respectfully handed him a business card, introducing himself as a trader engaged in exports, and expressing a desire for Mr. Chu's future patronage. With a hint of amusement, Chu Xiangyang accepted the card, subsequently offering his own in return. There was no reason to forego the opportunity to advertise. So you are the owner of an antique shop? No wonder, the gentleman remarked with a smile, promptly placing Chu Xiangyang's card into his pocket. Mr. Yin, you have a keen eye? That snuff bottle was a gift from Emperor Jiaqing to Yin Zhuangtu, and its true value far exceeds this amount. Chu Xiangyang said, holding Yin's card, a smirk dancing on his lips. Is that true? Yin inquired, astonished. Chu Xiangyang nodded, adding that if Mr. Yin did not believe it, there was little he could do. I believe. I truly feel fortunate. Yin responded, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Since the auction was still ongoing, Yin refrained from saying too much, beaming as he retreated to the side with Chu Xiangyang's card in hand. Observing this, others couldn't help but approach. After all, Chu Xiangyang had spoken loudly enough for everyone to hear about the precious gift. Coupled with his prior success in the bidding, interest was piqued. Mr. Chu, bid again for Wang Air. Mr. Chu, bid again for Lu Lu. Mr. Chu, bid again for Kai Chi. The gathering nearly overwhelmed Chu Xiangyang with business cards. Yet he exhibited no signs of impatience. After accepting their cards, he graciously distributed his own in return. Running a business means one must never refuse customers. Satisfied, the crowd retreated with Chu Xiangyang's cards in hand. After 2 hours, the charity auction concluded, and upon exiting, Chu Xiangyang disregarded the crowd's attempts to stop him and drove away. He had intended to uncover some leads at this auction, but given the nature of the cards presented to him, he deemed them likely unhelpful. Thus, he made a final decision. He would personally visit the mine. Chu Xiangyang first called Chen Yuru, informing her of his intention to venture into the countryside for goods, and then contacted Xiao Dongli. Once the call connected, Chu Xiangyang got straight to the point, stating he had a request for Elder Xiao. Xiao Dongli chuckled, encouraging him to speak candidly. assuring him that there was no need for pleasantries. Chu Xiangyang recounted the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of Guya's parents and then expressed his intention to investigate the mine below. Could you assign 2 individuals to look after my wife and child at home? I am quite uneasy, he requested. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Dongli responded. There is no need for you to go to the mine. I shall send someone to check. Chu Xiangyang felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, he had agreed to assist Guya himself and believed it would be better to take matters into his own hands. Thus, he replied, let us not trouble you, Xiaolao. If I am unable to uncover anything myself, I will seek your assistance then. I entrust the household to you. These are mere trifles. You need not worry. The most important thing is for you to proceed with caution. If necessary, I can send a few people to accompany you, Xiao Dongli assured him. Chu Xiangyang shook his head, stating, I intend to conduct a discreet investigation. The presence of too many people may raise suspicion. Rest assured, even if I fail to uncover the truth, I possess the ability to ensure my own safety. Xiao Dongli chuckled at his words. Indeed, I have faith in your capabilities. After concluding the call, Chu Xiangyang drove directly to the mine where Guya's parents had gone missing. By the time he arrived, it was quite late, prompting him to seek refuge in a modest inn. Although the inn was small, it was commendably clean, run solely by a proprietress. Arriving after 10 o'clock at night, Chu Xiangyang was greeted by a drowsy proprietress who processed his check-in and led him to a room at the end of the 3rd floor. The room featured a window, providing some ventilation. After handing him the key, the proprietress departed. Given the establishment's size, he had no expectations beyond basic amenities. Fortunately, the bathroom was equipped with a water heater. After a refreshing shower, he retired to bed. The following morning, he was awakened not by the gentle light of dawn, but by the cacophony emanating from downstairs. The lack of soundproofing was quite bothersome. After reluctantly brushing his teeth and washing his face, he descended the stairs. A group of 7 or 8 ruffians congregated at the bar. While the proprietress behind the counter appeared visibly agitated, her chest rising and falling with excitement. Hand over the money obediently, and we can consider this matter settled. If you fail to comply, do not blame me for smashing your establishment, the leader of the ruffians threatened, slamming an object onto the table. Several onlookers loitered by the entrance, their intentions unclear. Whether they were guests or merely spectators was uncertain. The proprietress, a woman in her 30s with a nondescript appearance and shoulder-length hair, glanced at the iron rod thrown onto her bar. In a low voice, she proclaimed, I warn you. Should this continue, I will call the police. Call the police? The ruffian exclaimed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Why don't I lend you my phone? You can try calling them and see if they come to your aid. You cannot bully me like this, the proprietress shouted, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. There is no alternative, it is the rule. Otherwise, at this point, the leader of the ruffians suddenly donned a mischievous grin. Alternatively, you could sacrifice yourself to please us, and we might consider waiving a month's dues for you. With that, the ruffian circled around the bar, making his way towards the proprietress. Infuriated, she seized a porcelain pin holder from the bar and hurled it violently at the ruffian's head. What the hell? He exclaimed, wiping the blood that had oozed from his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the proprietress towards him, growling, You're asking for trouble. Chapter 168. A night visit with a surge of force. The man lifted the proprietress off the ground, stating, Today, you either pay up or entertain us. Choose. With a swift motion, he threw her to the ground. Why the hostility? It's merely about money. There's no need for such fury. At that moment, a voice filled with mirth echoed from the staircase. Everyone turned to see a young man descending the stairs with a leisurely gait, broad-shouldered and long-legged. He exuded an air of handsomeness that transformed the staircase into a runway. The ruffian instinctively suppressed his anger. Are you here to pay her debt? If so, how much? Chu Xiangyang produced his phone. Not bad. I see you found a wealthy benefactor. The ruffian spat at the proprietress before turning back to Chu Xiangyang. What about my forehead? Compensation. Chu Xiangyang replied promptly. The ruffian was taken aback by the straightforwardness of Chu Xiangyang's response. Not much, just 10,000 yuan will suffice. Why don't you go rob a bank? Isn't the monthly protection fee only 1,000? Why is it suddenly 10,000? The proprietress, who had just risen from the ground, interjected. My head was injured by your attack. Am I not entitled to an examination? The ruffian shouted, pointing to his head. The woman fell silent. Pay up. The ruffian barked, and his lackey stepped forward to present a QR code. Chu Xiangyang scanned the code and transferred 10,000 yuan. The ruffian, having received his due, begrudgingly departed, cursing under his breath. The onlookers, finding the excitement dissipated, soon followed suit and left. Thank you, sir. I will transfer the money back to you, the proprietress said, gathering her disheveled hair. Those scoundrels come around once a month. Although a woman, her resilience was evident, after all. It takes a certain tenacity to run an inn in such a place, something most ordinary individuals would likely shy away from. Chu Xiangyang smiled. You need not repay me. I am here on business, and consider this some reward for your assistance. What would you like to know? She paused her actions, looking up at Chu Xiangyang. With a gentle smile, he replied, It's nothing too pressing. I merely wish to inquire about the mining operations. What can you tell me? The mine? You're not from up top, are you? The woman's guard was raised, and upon hearing his question, a look of skepticism crossed her face. Chu Xiangyang smiled reassuringly, saying, There is no need for fear. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to work here, yet I am apprehensive about the legitimacy of this place, some small. Illicit mines are known to have accidents. Several of my friends wish to accompany me, and I cannot act irresponsibly. Chu Xiangyang spoke lightly. Hearing this, the woman nodded. If that is the case, I do have some knowledge. This mine appears to be legitimate, bustling with activity year-round. I have not heard of any collapses occurring here. What about other matters? Chu Xiangyang inquired casually. The landlady pondered carefully, stating, Well, there is indeed one incident I have heard of, though I did not witness it myself. A madman once ran out from the mine, but he was apprehended within minutes and has not been seen since. It remains unknown if he perished within. I have also heard that many individuals enter the mine, yet none seem to emerge. Perhaps it is haunted. As she spoke, the landlady rubbed her arms. It seemed unlikely that any further information could be gathered, so Chu Xiangyang resolved to explore the area that night in hopes of uncovering some clues. During the day, he had circled the mine, careful not to draw too close, as there were onlookers. However, he had memorized the terrain. As night fell, Chu Xiangyang donned dark clothing and made his way to the mine. Upon arrival, he observed that the areas which had been patrolled during the day were now deserted. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he entered the mining area through the points he had established earlier. The mine was illuminated by several floodlights, casting a bright glow over the site. In the distance, there was a simple barack and a separate dwelling. The barack's lights were extinguished, while the dwelling was aglow, yet no figures were visible. Chu Xiangyang intended to descend into the mine, believing that at this hour, most would be asleep. However, as he approached the mine's entrance, he suddenly heard shouts from below and quickly concealed himself in the shadows. Amidst the commotion, a figure emerged from the inky depths of the mine. Chu Xiangyang furrowed his brow. It was a woman. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail, clad in a vibrant blue tracksuit, and appeared to be carrying something. Stop! Don't run. I'll make sure you regret it, shouted one of the 8 individuals following her, armed and cursing as they pursued her. Though the darkness had settled, the floodlights illuminated the path sufficiently, allowing her pursuers to see her clearly, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Sensing that her predicament was dire, and with her pursuers closing in, the woman turned abruptly and dashed into the shadows. The abundance of lights overhead meant that even the dark areas were not devoid of illumination, restricting her options for concealment. As she fled, her pace gradually slowed. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered, knowing that just a few hundred meters more would lead her to freedom. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the darkness, pulling her aside. A large hand then covered her mouth. Do not scream. Do not let them hear you, whispered Chu Xiangyang. The woman hurriedly nodded, and he cautiously released his grip, noticing she had no intention of crying out. Follow me, he instructed softly. After a moment of hesitation, the woman, seeing the approaching figures, had no choice but to obey, trailing behind him deeper into the mine. We will be caught like this, she exclaimed from behind Chu Xiangyang. He shook his head. The light at the entrance is too bright. Once they can no longer find us, we will devise a plan to escape. As they spoke, Chu Xiangyang led her into a vast shadowy area behind the mine, where heaps of waste rock provided concealment for both of them. The pursuers, unaware that there were 2 of them, and not anticipating their flight into the depths of the mine, hurried towards the entrance. Once they felt temporarily safe, Chu Xiangyang noticed the woman was carrying a camera. With surprise etched on his face, he asked, "You're a journalist?" Unexpectedly, she responded with enthusiasm. "Yes, I am Hu Li, a reporter from the Morning Post." Chu Xiangyang smiled, extending his hand. "I am Chu Xiangyang." As the figures retreated to a distance, Hu Li discreetly tidied her slightly disheveled equipment. "I wonder what brings you here, Mr. Chu. I received a tip-off about people going missing in this area, so I came to investigate. Like you, I have a friend who once worked in this mining region, but he has disappeared," Chu Xiangyang replied. Hu Li paused, looking at him intently. "You too? You have a friend missing here?" With a frown, Chu Xiangyang responded, "I cannot be certain yet. I only harbor suspicions, which is why I wanted to take a look." Hu Li adjusted her clothing and nodded. "Do not worry. as long as I can uncover solid evidence. These people will not escape. Chu Xiangyang glanced at her high-value camera, pondering the audacity of this journalist, unafraid of damaging such a fine instrument. It seemed Huli sensed his thoughts, as she smiled. I do not wish for it either, but this device is efficient and captures clear images. It is borrowed, and if it is damaged, I would have to compensate. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Xiangyang abruptly pulled her aside. Where on earth did he go? If we cannot locate him soon, we will all face consequences when the higher-ups are enraged. He clearly ran ahead. How could he just vanish? Do we not have surveillance? Let us check the footage. They investigated, but it appeared nothing had been revealed. Hurry and search. Otherwise, we will also suffer the repercussions, they grumbled as they walked past. Circling without finding any clues before turning away, Chu Xiangyang glanced up at a distant surveillance camera, which was tirelessly rotating. The two of them were currently within a blind spot. Should they venture further, that might no longer be the case. He picked up a stone, no larger than a fingernail, and hurled it at the camera. After a faint crack echoed, Chu Xiangyang pulled Hu Li and they dashed behind a nearby rack. The two young men had just come from that direction. It is said that the most perilous places are often the safest, and that area had already been inspected, likely preventing their return. In the monitoring room, the personnel were momentarily taken aback as one of the screens abruptly went dark. Check what happened to that camera, the leader commanded. Outside, a dozen individuals, upon hearing the voice, acknowledged and departed without delay. The hideout of Chu Xiangyang and Hu Li was already situated deep within the mining area, and with this slight shift, their escape route had nearly vanished. Should we consider moving forward? If we stay here, it would be easy to be cornered, Hu Li suggested, glancing ahead and seeing no one in sight. Chu Xiangyang's keen eyes enabled him to spot a group of thugs patrolling nearby, and he nodded, stay behind me and avoid running around. There are numerous cameras here. Hu Li focused intently ahead, giving a slight nod. Ultimately, Chu Xiangyang led Hu Li swiftly forward, evading the thugs searching in their vicinity. However, as they rounded the entrance of the mine, a group of over a dozen individuals suddenly surged out, effectively blocking their path. How did it turn into two? The leader exclaimed in surprise before shouting loudly. Without further hesitation, the group charged forward, raising their weapons. Chu Xiangyang quickly retreated, pulling Hu Li back, with a tall wall behind them and a pile of rubble in front to shield against a rear attack. You stay here and don't come out. He instructed Hu Li, securing her among the stones before confronting the oncoming assailants. Be careful, Hu Li shouted from behind. The thugs, numerous in number, diverted their attention toward Hu Li, while those targeting Chu Xiangyang pressed forward. In his hand, he still clutched several stones he had recently picked up. Seeing them rush towards Hu Li, he swung his arm and flung the stones with remarkable force. With a tenfold strength, the stones struck the attackers before they could reach Hu Li, causing them to double over, clutching their mouths. Simultaneously, Lin Xiangyang executed a swift kick, repelling two adversaries in front of him. I didn't expect you to be skilled. One of those struck spat out, his tone filled with disbelief. What should we do? Boss. The group halted, realizing they had gained no advantage over Chu Xiangyang. A tinge of fear crept into their expressions. What now? Get the weapons, replied the small leader, drawing a weapon from his waist. Hearing this, the others followed suit, brandishing their own weapons. As Chu Xiangyang gazed at the wooden guns in their hands, his eyes narrowed slightly. Had it been just him, escaping would have posed no challenge. However, he had Hu Li behind him. While he pondered how to lead her to safety, a sudden crack echoed from behind. To his astonishment, the young lady remained remarkably composed, taking photographs amidst the chaos. Even Chu Xiangyang found himself admiring her audacity. The ruffians, upon witnessing this, were infuriated, realizing that this woman was a reporter. They could not allow her to escape. She must be silenced. The leader of the thugs bellowed, raising his weapon to aim at Chu Xiangyang. Prepared for an attack, Chu Xiangyang felt unafraid. But what about Hu Li? In the blink of an eye, the thugs fired their bullets. Before the projectiles could reach him, Chu Xiangyang leaped to Hu Li's side, contemplating a daring escape. Jump off this rock. Hu Li was momentarily stunned. If they jumped, wouldn't they be shot down? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she felt herself lifted and thrust against the stone wall behind her. I'm up. She began to protest. But Chu Xiangyang had already pushed her down, narrowly avoiding the bullets that whizzed past him. Hu Li tumbled down and rolled upon hitting the ground, quickly regaining her footing. The wall was only a little over 2 meters high, a manageable height for her. Outside the wall lay the mining area, deserted for the moment, granting her a fleeting sense of safety. The assailants inside were taken aback, never anticipating that Chu Xiangyang would launch someone over the wall, and astonishingly, they hadn't landed a single shot during the process. I refuse to believe this. shouted the leader of the ruffians as he raised his weapon again, aiming at Chu Xiangyang. With a cold smirk, Chu Xiangyang moved his arm slightly, sending several pebbles flying. The stones collided with the bullets. Though they did not deflect them completely, they altered their trajectory, causing the remaining shots to strike the thugs instead. After a few muffled groans, their weapons clattered to the ground as they clutched their arms in shock. Next time, be more cautious. Chu Xiangyang leaped onto the pile of rubble and then vaulted over the wall. Meanwhile, Huli was still contemplating how to assist Chu Xiangyang from outside, her heart racing at the sound of gunfire from within. As she saw him leap over the wall, she rushed forward, asking, "Are you all right?" Chu Xiangyang shook his head. "I'm fine. Let us hurry. If we don't run now, we'll really be in trouble." Without another moment's hesitation, he grasped Huli's arm, and they sprinted away. Just moments after their escape, the ruffians cursed loudly as they descended from the wall. "I'll be damned if I don't catch you today," one of them yelled. "I saw them run that way. Let us pursue." The thugs swiftly vanished in the direction Chu Xiangyang had fled. Before long, two figures emerged from the shadows of the mining site, where the floodlights failed to reach. "Oh my goodness, that was terrifying," Huli exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. Chu Xiangyang glanced at her, sensing something peculiar about the woman before him. Despite having been thrust down from such a towering wall, she bore no visible injuries, and her demeanor remained unflinching in the presence of both firearms and melee weapons. However, judging by the attitude of the ruffians towards her, she did not appear to be malevolent. Adopting the philosophy that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Chu Xiangyang ultimately decided to lead her back to the modest inn they had previously visited. The ruffians searched through the night, returning to the mine just as dawn began to break. The overseer of the mine was a short, stout middle-aged man. Upon witnessing the disheartened return of the ruffians, he could not restrain himself from hurling a pinholder at their feet. "Are you all utterly useless? You can't even capture a woman," he berated them. The leader of the ruffians dared not utter a word, only mumbling softly, "It's not just a woman, there's also a man." "What? There's a man too? Where did he come from?" The manager narrowed his eyes, fixating on the ruffian leader with a chilling intensity. The ruffian quickly replied, "We don't know. When the woman fled the mine, she was accompanied by another person by the time we caught up with her." He himself was perplexed, as the footage from the surveillance cameras revealed no trace of the man, leaving them uncertain of how he had infiltrated their ranks. "I don't care. You will find out immediately. If you can't uncover the truth, don't bother returning." With that, the manager turned sharply and departed. The ruffians, exhausted from their fruitless search throughout the night, dared not voice their grievances as they trudged away. When Chu Xiangyang returned to the inn with Huli, he chanced upon the proprietress, who was escorting a small boy of about 6 or 7 years old to the restroom. Upon noticing Chu Xiangyang with a woman in tow, she hesitated. "Mr. Chu, you should be mindful of your reputation. You cannot just bring any woman here." However, upon observing Huli's appearance and attire, she concluded that she did not resemble the women typically found in seedy establishments. Chu Xiangyang smiled. "Please don't misunderstand. She is my friend. Just ensure that what occurs here remains confidential." The proprietress pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, assuming that Chu Xiangyang had come to elope with Huli, viewing them as a pair of star-crossed lovers. Satisfied with her consent, Chu Xiangyang led Huli upstairs. Once there, Huli exhibited no shyness. She confidently settled onto the small couch and proposed, "Now that we are safe, perhaps we should exchange information." "There is little to exchange," Chu Xiangyang replied. "I came here to investigate, yet I stumbled upon you before uncovering anything substantial." He washed his hands in the tiny restroom. "Are you implying that it's my fault? If it weren't for me, you might have uncovered more," Huli remarked with a playful smile. The room was exceedingly cramped. Apart from a small sofa, there was merely a bed. Chu Xiangyang had no choice but to sit on the bed. He remarked, "I don't think about it that way, but I am quite curious. What did you see down there that led to your discovery?" Huli chuckled and replied, "I'm just unlucky when it comes to handling matters. Before I could see anything, I stepped on a stone, which made a noise, and then the people down there noticed me." She spoke the truth. She had only seen someone ahead but had not discerned what they were doing. As soon as the stone underfoot made a sound, numerous individuals surged towards her. She turned and fled, and Chu Xiangyang was already aware of what transpired next. Chu Xiangyang pondered. What clandestine activities could be taking place in this mine that warranted such extensive precautions? His thoughts drifted, and his gaze fell upon Huli's shoes. They were a pair of athletic sneakers, rather costly, with soles designed for remarkable rebound, providing comfort during running. Huli, sitting with her legs crossed, lowered them upon noticing Chu Xiangyang's gaze. He promptly interjected, "Miss Hu, please hold on. Do you see anything under your foot?" Upon hearing this, Huli, with a look of skepticism, lifted her foot again. Something was lodged in the tread of her shoe, likely a remnant from her run in the mine. She extracted the object, revealing a small, pale green stone. Chu Xiangyang hastily descended to her side and took the small stone into his hand. Under the light, it emitted a faint glow. It was jade. While discovering jade in a jade mine is not extraordinary, this particular specimen was a counterfeit. How could a fake piece of jade exist in a jade mine? With a shift in his thoughts, he recalled the counterfeit antiques from that competition, those forged items. Was there a connection between these fake jade fragments and the fraudulent antiques? Did they relate to the counterfeit antique syndicate? Noticing a change in Chu Xiangyang's expression, Hu Li tentatively inquired, "Mr. Chu, do you know something?" Regaining his focus, Chu Xiangyang replied, "I am uncertain, but I believe we should report this to the authorities. Let them handle the matter." "Absolutely not." To his surprise, Hu Li immediately rejected the idea. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow at her. Hu Li quickly elucidated. "If we alert the authorities, they will come in force to investigate, which will surely alarm the perpetrators. Even if there are leads, they will erase all traces. We should first uncover more evidence." Chu Xiangyang contemplated for a moment and conceded that she had a point. Just as he was about to take a break, a commotion erupted from downstairs. Chapter 171. The corpse. Even though it was still daylight, the noise below was quite loud. And Chu Xiangyang's immediate thought was that someone was coming to find them. He rose and gestured to Hu Li, "Stay put. I'll go take a look." With that, he opened the door and stealthily approached the staircase. A group of individuals arrived, led by the young man who had previously pursued Chu Xiangyang. He inquired of the proprietress whether any strangers, particularly a man and a woman, had visited her establishment. The proprietress, cradling a child in her arms, shook her head in response, claiming she had seen no one. The young man, donning a cheerful expression, introduced himself as a member of the security team from a nearby mine, explaining that a theft had occurred that evening and they were conducting an investigation. He urged her to divulge any pertinent information, promising a reward for her honesty. Unmoved, the proprietress reiterated that she truly had not seen any unfamiliar faces, nor the couple he described. The young man, having surveyed the vicinity without uncovering any suitable hiding spots, ultimately focused his attention on the inn. However, lacking uniforms, they could not enter to conduct a search and could only hope the proprietress would be forthright with them. "If you tell me, all this money will be yours," he said, producing a stack of bills, estimated to be several thousand yuan. The proprietress did not even glance at the money, maintaining her stance. "I'm truly sorry, Captain, but I have seen nothing." The young man persisted, attempting to entice her, directing his gaze towards the child in her arms. "This money could afford you many delightful things for your child, like a transformer, Ultraman, and delicious chocolates and chips." Upon hearing this, the little boy perked up, exclaiming, "Mom, I want a transformer and Ultraman." The proprietress maintained a stern demeanor, admonishing him not to fuss and suggesting that she would take him shopping the next day. "Little brother, if you tell me whether you've seen an uncle and aunt, I will give you all this money, and then you can buy a transformer and chocolate." The young man, quick to adapt, noticed the proprietress remained unfazed and swiftly altered his approach. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a spark of interest flickered in the boy's eyes, and he instinctively glanced upstairs. The young man seized the money from the table, gesturing for his subordinates to rush upstairs. Chu Xiangyang, aware of the child's innocence and naivety, realized he could not evade the young man's inquiries. Consequently, as the young man's attention shifted to the boy, he turned and ascended the stairs. Fortunately, they were on the third floor. After opening the window, Chu Xiangyang glanced back at Hu Li, inquiring if she had the agility of a wall-climbing journalist. To his surprise, Hu Li, demonstrating her boldness, immediately leaped onto the balcony and began to descend along a nearby pipe without hesitation. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, his curiosity about the intrepid journalist intensifying. The two fled several hundred meters before the ruffians located their room. "Damn it, they've escaped again. Quickly pursue them," the young man shouted, turning with his crew to sprint out of the inn. Their route was rather secluded. After leaping from the back of the inn and running several hundred meters, they found themselves amidst a small range of hills. Though termed a mountain range, it was somewhat misleading, consisting merely of a few notably elevated mounds of earth. Scattered about were various plants and trees, offering no concealment whatsoever. "Perhaps we should split up," suggested Chu Xiangyang, glancing at the men trailing behind them. "You hide here while I draw them away." Although those individuals were several hundred meters behind, Hu Li's stamina was waning, and Chu Xiangyang sensed that she could not hold on much longer. To his surprise, upon hearing his suggestion, Hu Li quickened her pace, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing. "Who do you think you're looking down upon?" Chu Xiangyang thought wryly. It wasn't disdain he felt, but rather a desire to divert attention before making further plans. As he prepared to persuade her again, Hu Li spotted a fissure in the distance. "Look over there. Can we fit inside?" At this hour, with dawn yet to break, all they could see was a dark opening that seemed barely wide enough for a person to enter sideways. However, upon closer inspection, Chu Xiangyang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. "We can. Let's go." Hu Li assumed his delight stemmed from finding a hiding spot, unaware that their arrival at the fissure would reveal a hidden expanse. Hu Li, being tall and slender, managed to squeeze herself inside with some effort. Chu Xiangyang, however, found himself unable to follow. "What should we do?" Hu Li asked, her face etched with anxiety. Chu Xiangyang scanned the area, and with his golden eyes, the intertwining veins of the earth became vividly apparent to him. "You stay inside and don't move. I'll find another way in," he instructed. And without waiting for her agreement, he sprinted away. Though Hu Li was concerned, she ultimately decided to heed his advice and remained motionless in the rock crevice. After running about 300 or 400 meters, Chu Xiangyang discovered a small hole. It was somewhat unseemly, but he had little time for decorum and squeezed himself through. Once inside, the space opened up dramatically. Following the earlier path, he located Hu Li, who was hiding behind a stone. "What is this place? There's even an underground space here." The area echoed with their voices, and Hu Li, who usually exuded fearlessness, now displayed a look of trepidation. Chu Xiangyang had anticipated such a situation. He always carried a lighter. Upon entering, he had gathered a few dry twigs and fashioned a rudimentary torch. The flickering flame illuminated the dark underground chamber, finally revealing their surroundings. "What's that reflective strip? Is it from someone's clothing?" Hu Li exclaimed, pointing as a glimmer caught her eye. Chu Xiangyang, with his keen vision, discerned what lay ahead. "Do not be afraid. There may indeed be people up ahead." A chill ran down Hu Li's spine at his words, but they pressed on swiftly until they reached the source of the reflection. "What is this?" she gasped, noticing a number of bodies strewn about, all clad in mining gear. "It appears they were workers from this mine," Chu Xiangyang surmised, bewildered as to how they had met their demise here. "Indeed, these individuals have all perished." Hu Li gazed at them with disbelief, while Chu Xiangyang, after conducting a brief examination, discerned that the time of death among them varied. They did not all succumb simultaneously. At that moment, Hu Li spotted someone in the distance and could not suppress a cry. Chapter 172. Is someone underground? Chu Xiangyang approached Hu Li, holding a torch. Before them lay a man, perhaps in his 40s. The subterranean space was so dark and damp that signs of decay were already evident on his face. "What happened?" Chu Xiangyang inquired. Hu Li sighed. "This is the husband of my informant. She had shown me his photograph, and I never imagined he would truly be dead." A weight settled in Chu Xiangyang's heart. If what she said was true, did that mean the parents of the little dog had also perished? The number of corpses here was staggering, at least a dozen. As he held the torch, he examined each body and came across a female corpse. Although lifeless, her features bore a resemblance to the little dog. A sigh escaped Chu Xiangyang. It appeared his earlier speculations had materialized into grim reality. Yet among these remains, he found no male corpse resembling the little dog, and he could only hope that its father still lived. Beside him, Hu Li walked while muttering curses under her breath. "These people are inhuman. How could they be so heartless? They have harmed so many. They must pay with their lives." As she spoke, she continued to photograph the pitiful souls with her high-end camera, illuminating them clearly. Chu Xiangyang found it peculiar that she insisted on capturing evidence. Yet she photographed the corpses as well. Suddenly, he stumbled over something underfoot. Raising the torch, he discovered it was a piece of scrap metal. "Is it possible that someone still lights a fire here?" Hu Li remarked, snapping another photo. Chu Xiangyang carefully searched the surroundings, noting signs of habitation amidst the dead. Who could it be that managed to survive in such a morbid place? Hu Li's eyes were filled with astonishment, yet she exhibited no fear. Chu Xiangyang, too, resumed his search without further contemplation. The underground space was vast, and if someone had lived here, he was determined to find them. Only that person could reveal what had transpired at the mine above. Suddenly, a heavy breathing resonated from afar, emanating from a shadowed area beyond the reach of the torchlight. Chu Xiangyang instinctively shielded Hu Li behind him. "Miss Hu, be cautious." She remained silent, capturing several more photographs with her precious camera. In an instant, the creature drew closer, an entity resembling a human, panting heavily as it brandished a wooden club, swinging it fiercely toward Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang, constrained by a torch in one hand and the need to protect the vulnerable Hu Li behind him, resorted to using his free hand to block the incoming wooden staff. With a swift motion, he hurled the torch towards his assailant's body. The staff struck his arm with a resounding thud, nearly bringing him to tears. Yet, It seemed the adversary had not dined sufficiently, for although the blow was painful, it did not result in a fracture. Realizing he could not best Chu Xiangyang, the assailant turned and fled. After much effort, Chu Xiangyang finally spotted something alive below. Regardless of whether it was human or spectral, he resolved to capture it. The fleeing figure, perhaps truly famished, stumbled and fell to the ground before Chu Xiangyang could make his move. Upon catching up, Chu Xiangyang placed his foot upon the creature's back, revealing that it was indeed a person, albeit one who had long neglected personal grooming. Their hair was a disheveled nest, their clothing in disarray, and their hands and feet were grimy, resembling a creature more than a human. Alas, are you mad or merely simple-minded? Can you comprehend my words? Chu Xiangyang inquired. Just then, Huli approached, introducing herself as a reporter and slowly asking, "Can you understand us?" Her cautious tone suggested she perceived the individual as a wild man. Upon hearing Huli's words, the figure quickly responded, "I am a person. Please let me go." Recognizing the semblance of humanity in his speech, Chu Xiangyang withdrew his foot. The man rose, brushing off the grime from his dark attire, and posed a question of his own. "Where on earth have you come from? I have searched for an exit for so long." Chu Xiangyang furrowed his brow, pondering the man's disheveled appearance and the overwhelming scent that emanated from him. "And who might you be?" The man, his voice hoarse from disuse, replied, "I was a miner at the nearby site, but I escaped. However, upon arriving here, I discovered I could not leave. Each day, I am forced to sustain myself on snakes, insects, and rodents." Huli, moved by his plight, retrieved a packet of chocolate from her bag and offered it to him. To her surprise, he accepted it eagerly, devouring it in mere moments. "Why did you flee from the mine?" Chu Xiangyang pressed, his concern evident. Rolling his eyes, the man replied, "Who knows what that mine owner is truly after? Those people are all murderers. I inadvertently stumbled upon their nefarious deeds, and as a result, they sent assassins after me. I fell into a pit where they disposed of bodies and have been trapped ever since." His anger was palpable as he recounted his ordeal. Initially, upon seeing Chu Xiangyang and Huli, he had assumed they were sent by the mine owner to finish him off, prompting his instinctive aggression. "Miss Huli, given the gravity of our situation, will you not consider alerting the authorities?" Chu Xiangyang turned to her, urging her to act. "Is not the multitude of corpses evidence enough? Moreover, there exists a witness here, and whatever she desires is sufficient." Upon hearing this, Huli retrieved her mobile phone. However, the underground space was devoid of signal, rendering her unable to make a call. Lacking connectivity, I shall first send a text message. After a brief struggle, Huli successfully dispatched a message and subsequently tucked her phone into her bag. Is there truly no way out? Since the police have been notified, considerations for an exit should be paramount. The man, following behind Chu Xiangyang, scanned the surroundings. I had lost track of how long I had been here, traversing every possible path, yet it seemed as though this place had no end. After several attempts, I grew hesitant to venture far. No end. Chu Xiangyang pondered the implications of his words. Vast, interconnected, seemingly endless. I once traversed a single direction for what felt like an entire day without finding an exit. The man scratched his disheveled hair and spoke. Chu Xiangyang, upon hearing this, internally sighed at the foolishness, yet remarked aloud, "Then allow me to guide you out." Chapter 173. An unexpected visit. Chu Xiangyang led them back to the spot from which he had entered. "This is it, we can exit." In the darkness, his expression appeared somewhat peculiar. Upon seeing the location, Huli couldn't help but inquire, "Mr. Chu, did you come through here?" Chu Xiangyang cleared his throat twice, affirming, "Indeed. This is the way. If you wish to leave, you ought to act swiftly." The man, seeing a potential escape, was naturally elated. He was unconcerned about appearances, as the space was unbearably cramped. No wonder he had been unable to find it after such a long search. He had been living underground for some time, having fallen in from above. Retracing his steps was simply not feasible. Using the last of his lighter, he ignited a small fire. But the scant flammable materials available soon dwindled, leaving him in darkness after a few days. He had even resorted to consuming raw food, let alone discovering this doghole-like opening in the expansive subterranean realm. Upon climbing out and inhaling the fresh air, the man was about to exuberantly shout, but was abruptly silenced by Chu Xiangyang's hand over his mouth. "Be cautious. If discovered, your fate is sealed." Chu Xiangyang whispered from behind him. The man nodded vigorously. Once he released the man, Chu Xiangyang brushed his hands against his clothing and retrieved a stack of money from his wallet, saying, "Hurry, let us not attract attention. Once you return, you will know what to do." The man, somewhat embarrassed, accepted the money and suggested, "Perhaps you could give me your address? I shall return the funds once I have them." "No need. Just be on your way." Chu Xiangyang waved dismissively. He surveyed the vicinity and noticed that those who had pursued him were no longer around. For the moment, it seemed secure. The man wasted no time, eager to escape with the money, but then recalled something. If you truly intend to find them, do exercise caution. The manager of that mine has a fearsome associate known as Black Dragon, who is exceptionally dangerous. Most of the underground dwellers have fallen victim to him. Chu Xiangyang nodded in acknowledgement. The man then fled without a backward glance. What should we do now? Hu Li inquired as she organized her photography equipment. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, stating, "Of course, we must return and confront them. We need to conduct a thorough investigation." With that, he strode towards the entrance of the mine. Hu Li paused for a moment, then hurriedly followed suit. The group of petty thugs, having searched from dusk till dawn, had yet to catch sight of Chu Xiangyang and were now being berated by the mine manager in his office. "What on earth are you doing? You might as well be dead," he exclaimed, hurling a deformed pin holder off the desk. "Boss, it's not that we aren't looking. That guy just vanished into thin air on the back mountain. We searched multiple times and found nothing," one of the thugs lamented, his face etched with despair. "Stop making excuses. Get out there and find him. If you can't, you won't eat today," the manager shouted, lifting the ashtray from the desk and flinging it at the thug. The thug swiftly dodged and turned to leave with his crew. Just then, someone burst in. "Water brother. He's here. Unbelievable. He dares to come here. Let me show him." The thug seethed, his teeth grinding, and immediately rushed out with his men. Meanwhile, Chu Xiangyang had arrived at the entrance with Hu Li. "How dare you show up?" The thug known as Water Brother fumed, drawing a wooden gun and firing at Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang pulled Hu Li aside to evade the bullet, then swiftly appeared before Water Brother. Gripping the weapon in his hand with a chilling tone, "I do not wish to resort to violence." Water Brother gulped nervously. "What do you want?" At that moment, the mine manager approached, questioning, "Were those two the ones from last night?" Water Brother nodded slightly, affirming it was them. The manager, his bulging eyes fixed intently on Chu Xiangyang, spoke slowly. "What brings you to my establishment?" Chu Xiangyang released his hold on Water Brother's weapon and smiled. "I merely wish to find someone." "Who?" The manager's tone turned subtly frigid. Chu Xiangyang shrugged. "The miners here, and also," he paused deliberately, "who exactly is responsible for the numerous corpses buried underground?" The manager's expression suddenly morphed into a radiant smile. "You can go down and ask them yourself." With that, he turned to leave, issuing a low command, "Finish them off." Upon receiving the order, Water Brother raised his weapon to shoot at Chu Xiangyang, but Chu Xiangyang was faster. He seized Water Brother's wrist. As the gun discharged, it aimed at a nearby thug, who fell with a horrific cry after being struck. The others, now in a state of panic, raised their weapons towards Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang winked at Hu Li, who obediently stepped aside to hide. "Do you wish to test whether your leader's reflexes are swifter than your own?" As the words fell, a scream erupted from the small-time thug opposite, followed by the sound of his weapon clattering to the ground. "I told you, one must act swiftly." With that, Chu Xiangyang once again directed Brother Shui to pull the trigger. In an instant, another thug fell victim to the gunfire. At this moment, fear gripped the remaining thugs, their weapons in hand, yet their bodies retreating involuntarily. "Don't leave. Our contest is not yet concluded. You may shoot as well," Chu Xiangyang said with a grin. But the thugs found no joy in the situation. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, and they swallowed nervously. Even Brother Shui, standing before Chu Xiangyang, wore a face of sheer terror. "Brother, are we not?" Before Shui could finish, Chu Xiangyang interrupted. "No need for brotherly affection. We are not well acquainted. I have but one question for you. Should you answer correctly, I shall let you go." "What question?" Shui felt that this inquiry was far more daunting than the weapon he held. Chu Xiangyang smiled. "My question is quite simple. My friend has gone missing in your mining area. Where is he?" What is your friend's name?" Shui stammered, his throat dry and his voice hoarse. Chu Xiangyang replied, "Di Fu." Shui felt a sudden tremor course through his body, and he responded, "Bro, you must be mistaken. There has never been anyone with the surname Di here." "Oh, have I made an error?" Chu Xiangyang's tone remained steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Shui attempted to swallow again, but his mouth was parched, devoid of saliva. "I assure you, there is truly no such person." Bang! As his words fell, a bullet struck his foot. Shui screamed, instinctively crouching down, but Chu Xiangyang yanked him up. "You have yet to answer my question. Where do you think you're going?" Chu Xiangyang's cold voice resonated from behind him. Besides the pain in his foot, Shui felt an icy chill creeping up from his ears. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in a bone-chilling cold, as if a demon stood behind him. The surrounding thugs were already in disarray. Those who had not been struck were paralyzed by fear, while those who had been hit felt as if they were facing death itself. Just as Chu Xiangyang was about to speak again, he suddenly sensed a rush of wind from behind. He pulled Shui in front of him as a shield. In the next moment, Shui was catapulted into the air with a scream, landing motionless on the ground, his life uncertain. Are you the one causing trouble here? The figure before him wore black cargo pants and a black tank top, the muscular arms exposed to the sunlight. Chu Xiangyang had no doubt that a single punch from this individual could fell a bull. Chu Xiangyang smiled lightly and remarked, I am not here to create a disturbance. I have come in search of someone. Once I find the person I seek, I shall take my leave. The other party, without even inquiring who Chu Xiangyang was looking for, immediately interjected, there is no one here you seek. You may depart. Chu Xiangyang, unfazed, thought to himself that their assessment did not hold weight unless he had searched thoroughly. With that, he proceeded towards the mine. However, as he took his first step, the other individual charged at him. Let us see how far you can go. With that declaration, the opponent was upon him. A fist, the size of a clay pot, transformed into a shadow, hurtling towards Chu Xiangyang's chest. He intended to evade, only to discover that the opponent's other fist was aimed at his temple. The ability to multitask was impressive. Chu Xiangyang scoffed inwardly. After dodging the punch aimed at his temple, he raised his hand and took the blow directed at his chest. He stumbled back several steps before steadying himself. The opponent showed no intention of granting him respite, as a second attack swiftly approached. A long leg, clad in military boots, aimed a kick at Chu Xiangyang's calf. He lifted his foot to meet the challenge, and with a resounding thud, both retreated 4 to 5 steps. Chu Xiangyang, astonished, noted the remarkable strength in the opponent's legs. A single strike had left his own calf numb. Any ordinary person would have been incapacitated by such a blow. The opponent merely shook off the impact and advanced once more. It was at this juncture that Chu Xiangyang finally deduced that this individual must be the black dragon mentioned by the man earlier. They were indeed matched opponents, exchanging blows in a fierce contest, neither able to gain the upper hand. In the distance, Hu Li observed this spectacle, swiftly retreating towards the direction of the mine manager, the owner of the mine. Before she could reach her destination, she spotted the mine owner approaching, flanked by a group of men, exuding an air of authority. Hu Li quickly concealed herself. Meanwhile, the clash between the Black Dragon and Chu Xiangyang had escalated to a fever pitch, with powerful fists infused with immense energy. Chu Xiangyang could even hear the sharp sounds slicing through the air. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he retaliated with his own fists. Their fists collided with a forceful impact. And despite the excruciating pain coursing through his hands and arms, Chu Xiangyang planted his feet firmly on the ground. Utilizing the recoil, he leapt into the air, executing a stunning spinning kick aimed directly at the Black Dragon's temple. The Black Dragon raised his arms to shield his head, absorbing the blow, and stumbled back a few steps. Before he could recover, Chu Xiangyang's fist was again aimed at his cheek. With no time left to react, the Black Dragon could only brace himself with his arms. However, in the next moment, Chu Xiangyang's hands pressed down onto the top of his head, forcefully driving him downward, compelling the Black Dragon to bend at the waist. Meanwhile, Chu Xiangyang forcefully thrust his knee upward, while the Black Dragon pressed down with both hands. He had anticipated evading Chu Xiangyang's assault, but was taken aback when Chu Xiangyang's elbow struck fiercely against his back. This blow was delivered with utmost strength, and a distinct sound of bones fracturing echoed from the Black Dragon's body. Nevertheless, the Black Dragon proved to be resilient. Despite the excruciating pain, he managed to deliver a punch to Chu Xiangyang. Unfortunately, the force behind this punch was considerably diminished, allowing Chu Xiangyang to effortlessly evade it. The two retreated several steps, and Chu Xiangyang chuckled lightly, stating, I am indeed here to find someone, Di Fu. If you know him, please inform me. I've already told you. The person you seek is not here, the Black Dragon replied coldly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Since you refuse to divulge this information, I shall resort to compelling you to speak. Chu Xiangyang smirked, charging once more at the Black Dragon. When the Black Dragon was uninjured, their battles were evenly matched. However, now that he was wounded, he stood no chance against Chu Xiangyang. In mere moments, he found himself retreating under Chu Xiangyang's relentless assault, the metallic taste of blood in his throat becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. With another punch thrown, the Black Dragon could no longer contain it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Xiangyang swiftly dodged aside to avoid the splatter, exclaiming, Come on, my friend. If you can't win, you shouldn't be spraying blood in someone else's face. That's just not fair play. He charged forward again. But before he could reach the Black Dragon, a bullet whizzed through the air. Chu Xiangyang's pupils constricted as he narrowly avoided the projectile. Suddenly, the portly mine owner, accompanied by a group of men, charged toward him. Who are you? If you fail to clarify your intentions today, you shan't leave here alive. The mine owner barked. Weapon raised. Chu Xiangyang calmly brushed off the dust from his shoulder, replying, I've already stated that I'm here to find a friend. Return him to me, and I shall leave at once. There's no one here who's your friend. Scram, or I won't hesitate to be ruthless, the mine owner shouted. Assessing the situation, Chu Xiangyang noted the armed men surrounding him, at least 20 or 30, all wielding weapons, making an escape seem nearly impossible. Moreover, he discreetly spotted Hu Li hiding behind some rubble, still engrossed in taking photographs. Take action, the mine owner commanded, and the group of armed men simultaneously raised their weapons. Bang! The gunfire erupted, followed by a cacophony of shots. Activating the unique ability of his golden eyes, Chu Xiangyang slowed the bullet's velocity significantly, skillfully evading the hail of gunfire. He intended to pull the reporter to safety, but suddenly the blaring of police sirens pierced the air. In a flash, police vehicles stormed into the mine, encircling everyone present. Don't move. You are surrounded. The blaring horn of the car echoed with a series of shouts. Two young ruffians attempted to resist, but in the instant they raised their hands, bullets pierced through their arms. The crowd fell silent. Chu Xiangyang emerged from behind the rubble with Hu Li. It seems we arrived just in time. A young man in uniform stood before Chu Xiangyang, yet his gaze was fixated on Hu Li beside him. Not yet. If it weren't for Mr. Chu's presence, I would have had to take matters into my own hands, and you would only witness my lifeless body, Hu Li remarked. Rolling her eyes, Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, realizing that the true identity of this journalist was far from simple. Haha, allow me to introduce myself, Mr. Chu. My name is Hu Li, and I am his colleague. Hu Li extended her hand once more, playfully sticking out her tongue. Please forgive my earlier deception. I had no choice. Chu Xiangyang nodded in understanding, shaking her hand, pleased to fight alongside her. At that moment, he finally grasped the previously inexplicable mysteries. Why she was unscathed after jumping from a high wall, why she remained unfazed by the sight of corpses, continuously taking photographs, and why she called the police while sending messages, considering that emergency numbers do not accept texts. Due to Hu Li's thorough evidence collection, Chu Xiangyang was merely questioned symbolically before being allowed to leave. However, he was not in a hurry to depart, as he still had concerns regarding the father of the little dog, whose fate was uncertain. Some matters needed confirmation for peace of mind. Thus, Chu Xiangyang asked Hu Li to investigate Di Fu, and the results came swiftly. Di Fu had already passed away a year ago, likely among the earliest group of miners. Chu Xiangyang took a deep breath. It seemed that the little dog had truly become the most pitiful of all. After sharing this news with Chen Yiru, she immediately burst into tears. How tragic. Xiangyang, what should we do? Should we send him to an orphanage? Chu Xiangyang tentatively suggested. How can you be so heartless? Chen Yiru raised her voice. Chu Xiangyang offered a wry smile, having anticipated this outcome. Then, my dear wife, you decide. Whatever you say goes, I will follow your lead. In a couple of days, he will be ready for discharge, and he gets along well with Yaya. Let us bring him home and raise him together, Chen Yiru responded. As if she had already contemplated this, Chu Xiangyang sighed. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. In the following days, he facilitated the little one's school enrollment and completed the adoption paperwork, officially transforming their household into a family of 4. The little dog had already formed a favorable impression of Chu Xiangyang and Chen Yiru, and with Yaya accompanying him. The pain of losing his family gradually faded under Chen Yiru's affection. After a chaotic week, Chu Xiangyang finally returned to Baibaoxuan. Sitting behind his small desk, he lamented that all this turmoil was instigated by Cheng Yu and Yongzheng. Otherwise, they wouldn't have encountered so many troubles. However, upon mentioning Yongzheng, he recalled the 70% of the market that the other party had previously mentioned, and thus intended to make a phone call to inquire further. Just as he was about to dial, the door of Baibaoxian was abruptly pushed open from the outside. 4 or 5 individuals entered. Upon entering, they did not even spare a glance at Chu Xiangyang and directly approached the antique display nearby. Chu Xiangyang remained seated, silently observing these intruders. What is this? I wouldn't even want this broken jar. It lacks any merit, and they dare call it an antique shop. In my eyes, it barely qualifies as a stall. A middle-aged man clad in a black suit held up a late Ming imitation of blue and white porcelain. Look at this, my goodness, they dare showcase such a thing? If this were real, the authorities would come for him. Another pointed at an imitation of a Shang dynasty small Simuading, exclaiming, look at this bronze mirror. In 2 years, it will oxidize into scrap, worth merely 5 jiao a pound. A young man in sportswear shouted loudly. Chu Xiangyang lazily regarded these troublemakers, curious to see what new antics they might conjure. Eventually, After scouring the shop for what felt like ages, they found their way to Chu Xiangyang's presence. "Alas, boss," the middle-aged man began. Chu Xiangyang lazily lifted his eyelids, glancing at him. "What is it? Does your shop not possess anything of value? What are these trinkets here? Meant to frighten whom?" Another youth remarked disdainfully. Chu Xiangyang snorted coldly. "Is it a requirement that an antique shop only displays genuine articles? Where in this world are there so many authentic antiques? Moreover, even if they did exist, they would be properly stored away, only to be presented when a serious buyer appeared." Thus, he replied nonchalantly, "It's meant to frighten you. I fear that if I truly presented something, you would flee in terror." With that, he chuckled to himself. Instantly, the others felt offended, and the young man erupted in fury. "Nonsense. Who are you speaking of?" "I'm speaking of you," Chu Xiangyang retorted defiantly, unwilling to yield in his own territory. That would truly be pushing one's luck. The middle-aged man raised a hand to quell the furious youth, speaking in a cold tone. "We merely wish to acquire some genuine items. There is no need for personal attacks." "Personal attacks? Is there?" Chu Xiangyang emphasized the word personal. The other party was momentarily speechless. Chu Xiangyang stood up, lazily stretching. "Now then, what price range do you seek?" The youth, still unsatisfied, shouted, "What do you mean by what price range we seek? You should present whatever you have. What could a shabby little shop like yours possibly offer?" Chu Xiangyang sneered. "Very well, please wait a moment." Before long, Chu Xiangyang returned, holding a box. "What is this? Playing tricks?" The youth scoffed. Chu Xiangyang smirked, retrieving the item from the box. It was a painting. As he unrolled the scroll, a magnificent image instantly unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. They felt as if they were gazing upon serene autumn mountains, suddenly swept by a storm. "Eight! The 8 Great Mountain Man!" the youth exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. "Well, a 9-figure sum, and it could be yours." Chapter 176. Delivering medicine with a smile that hovered between amusement and disdain, Chu Xiangyang regarded his counterpart. Although this painting was not the most expensive item in his collection, it certainly held significant value. In its heyday, it was considered a treasured possession of the esteemed Mr. Chu, easily fetching a 9-figure price. Meanwhile, the previously critical individuals fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words. "What is the matter? Have you lost your voice? Weren't you eager for fine art? Now that I present it, why the sudden silence? Is this truly a work of the 8 great masters?" a middle-aged man asked, incredulity etched on his face. Chu Xiangyang nodded. "Feel free to bring someone for authentication. If it's proven fake, I will compensate tenfold." At this declaration, the group fell quiet once more. "What's wrong? Is the price too steep? Weren't you just clamoring for exquisite pieces? Now that I present it, you hesitate?" As he spoke, Chu Xiangyang gently began to retract the painting. Well, the sudden inability to articulate a response left them momentarily speechless. "Speaking of 9 figures, will you be paying in cash or via QR code?" Chu Xiangyang inquired, extending the item towards them, yet none dared to accept it. It was akin to offering a scalding hot potato. Taking it would surely burn. This piece is indeed remarkable, truly remarkable," the middle-aged man stammered, forcing a laugh. Others chimed in, affirming its quality. "Are you then considering a bank transfer?" Chu Xiangyang pressed, inching the painting closer. Startled by his movement, they instinctively recoiled. "Well, we currently lack sufficient funds. Allow us to return and gather the necessary amount, and we'll come back for it. Please, keep it reserved for us." The middle-aged man laughed nervously. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow and produced his phone. "Then let us start with a deposit of 50,000. After all, such a valuable item cannot simply be held without assurance." The middle-aged man faltered, words escaping him as a young man hastily pulled him away. They slipped out of the Bai Bao Xian like shadows. With a scoff, Chu Xiangyang mused, "With such paltry skills, how dare they attempt to play tricks here? Boss Chu, you ought not to act so recklessly." Zhang Hanqing approached, concern etched across his features. "What is it, Uncle Zhang?" Chu Xiangyang replied, unfazed, as he meticulously rolled up the scroll. "Those fools say one should not flaunt wealth. By displaying such valuable items, you risk attracting unwanted attention. What if trouble ensues?" Zhang Hanqing expressed his worries. Chu Xiangyang chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, it's of no concern." Yet, Zhang Hanqing remained unconvinced and chose to spend the night at the shop. In the dead of night, the sound of the shutter being pried open echoed through the air. Zhang Hanqing swiftly activated the store's alarm. The shrill sirens pierced the stillness, startling those outside. By the time Zhang Hanqing rushed out, the intruders had vanished without a trace, leaving the shutter damaged. Connected to the alarm, Chu Xiangyang's phone roused him from slumber the moment the siren blared. Upon returning to the shop and surveying the pried open shutter, a frown creased his brow. He quickly turned to Zhang Hanqing beside him, inquiring, Are you all right? Zhang Hanxing responded with a smile. I'm fine. As soon as I heard the sound, I activated the alarm and fled in fright. Chu Xiangyang promptly apologized. I am sorry, Uncle Zhang. It was my carelessness this time. Thankfully, you are unscathed. Observing the guilt on Chu Xiangyang's face as he offered his apologies, Zhang Hanxing felt a bit embarrassed, remarking, it's nothing. Whether there's a loss or not, it's of no concern. This incident was thus set aside. However, Chu Xiangyang insisted that Zhang Hanxing should not stay at the store any longer, for no amount of money could compare to a human life. Qin Yuru's business was thriving immensely. Ever since they introduced the jade facial cream, numerous wealthy women had come flocking. Consequently, they had established 10 beauty treatment rooms across 2 floors and employed over a dozen beauticians, with Qin Yuru and Wang Yanan finally stepping into the role of legitimate business owners. Nonetheless, when some loyal customers arrived, they would still lend a hand in providing services. After a long day of work, she descended the stairs and spotted Chu Xiangyang. He had returned home rather early today, first picking up the 2 little ones from kindergarten, and then coming to fetch his wife, having waited in the lobby for a while, just as their family of 4 was about to reunite. A robust man entered through the front door. Even with clothes on, his muscular physique was evident. Sir, may I inquire whom you are looking for? The receptionist greeted warmly, despite the man's rather ordinary attire. However, Qin Yuru always emphasized that one should never judge others by appearances. The man discreetly smoothed out his crumpled clothing before asking, how much is your jade facial cream? Upon hearing that he was interested in purchasing, the receptionist promptly replied, our jade facial cream is priced at 4,888 per bottle. Purchasing 1 bottle entitles you to a month of complimentary care here. If you buy 3 bottles, you can enjoy half a year of care, with all other products covered by our store. As she spoke, the receptionist presented the jade facial cream, a 30-gram bottle. Is this small bottle really over 4,000? The man's rough fingers grasped the diminutive container, which seemed almost dwarfed by his hand. The receptionist maintained her cheerful demeanor, assuring him, though it may be small, its efficacy is remarkable, and only a little is needed each time. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xiangyang approached Qin Yuru and whispered in her ear, get him 2 bottles. Qin Yuru appeared puzzled, but Chu Xiangyang gently nodded in affirmation. Reluctantly, she walked over to the receptionist and instructed, please prepare 2 bottles of jade facial cream for this gentleman, and charge it to my account. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback, but, recognizing the authority of her boss's command, replied, understood, Qinjia. The man was astonished by Qin Yuru's initiative to offer him the jade facial cream. After a brief moment of surprise, his gaze shifted to Chu Xiangyang, who smiled and approached him, saying, if you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. With that, he handed the man a business card. The man took the business card and the bag handed to him by the receptionist. After a glance at Chu Xiangyang, he said nothing and simply turned to leave. Qin Yuru looked at the man's retreating figure in astonishment, wondering how someone could walk away without even a simple thank you. However, Chu Xiangyang seemed unfazed. He picked up a meatball and laughed heartily, exclaiming, let us head home and cook some meatballs. Carrying the 2 little ones, he exited the beauty salon, while Qin Yuru could only follow behind with a resigned expression. Little did Chu Xiangyang anticipate that he would encounter that man again so soon. 3 days later, shortly after the shop opened, while Chu Xiangyang was still tidying up alongside Zhang Hanxing, the man pushed open the door of Bai Bao Xian and walked in. Chapter 177, Disturbance. Chu Xiangyang was genuinely surprised. Before he could speak, the door was flung open again, and 4 or 5 individuals stormed in. Leading them was the middle-aged man who had come a few days prior to inquire about purchasing his 8 mountain paintings. I'm here to buy your calligraphy today, the middle-aged man declared without preamble as he entered. His tone suggested anything but a genuine buyer. It appeared more like an attempt at coercion. The man who had previously approached Chu Xiangyang took a few steps forward and positioned himself behind him, seemingly dismissive of the middle-aged man, who kept his unwavering gaze fixed on Chu Xiangyang. Setting down the cloth he was holding, Chu Xiangyang smiled and said, it's wonderful to make a sale. Every customer is welcome. Would you like some tea? The man scoffed, stop playing games with me. I want that painting, bring it out now. Chu Xiangyang, undeterred by the man's cold demeanor, continued to smile brightly. Buying should be a matter of clear exchanges. My painting is worth at least 9 figures. Once you transfer the funds, I will gladly provide it. 9 figures? Why don't you just rob a bank? The price is outrageous. The man shouted. Chu Xiangyang shrugged, slightly exasperated. I'm afraid that's how it is. The item belongs to me, and a transaction requires mutual consent. If you disagree with the price, feel free to seek alternatives elsewhere. With that, he gestured as if to show the man out. To his surprise, instead of leaving, The man took 2 steps forward. What if I insist on buying it? His eyes bore into Chu Xiangyang's. The words almost spat through clenched teeth. Unfazed, Chu Xiangyang replied with a calm smile. I must admit, I've never encountered anyone attempting to force a sale. If this is your approach, I may have to be less accommodating. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, seemed to find it the most amusing joke in the world. He laughed. Oh, so you can be polite? How about I show you what it means to be impolite today? With a swift motion, he stepped back. And among those present was a burly man who had not been there on previous occasions, now standing closely behind him. Upon hearing his words, the burly man extended his hand, grasping for Chu Xiangyang's collar. Chu Xiangyang remained motionless, merely waiting for the man to approach him. However, in the next moment, he found himself deep in thought as he observed the man on the ground, clutching his abdomen and wailing in agony. The man who had been standing behind him had now stepped forward, mere half a pace away. After the man collapsed, he retreated with a lowered gaze to his original position, as if he had never intervened at all. The middle-aged man across from him gazed in disbelief at the fallen figure, pointing at Chu Xiangyang and exclaiming, You have yet to explain yourself. Chu Xiangyang smiled faintly and approached the middle-aged man. I wonder how much you are willing to pay for my painting. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, he took 2 steps back in fright, stammering, Your price is too high. Can I negotiate? Chu Xiangyang scoffed lightly. Very well. So, how much are you willing to bargain? His tone remained even, devoid of any fluctuation, yet inexplicably, a sense of dread rose within the middle-aged man. He stuttered, You cannot lower the price? If you cannot, then be gone. After uttering these words, Chu Xiangyang turned to pick up a cloth lying nearby and began to wipe down the counter. The burly man had already been helped up by his companions, and the middle-aged man glanced at him before gritting his teeth and saying, Leave. With that, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Chu Xiangyang and the man in the Bai Baoxian. As the others departed, the man lowered his gaze and said, Thank you. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. If anyone should be expressing gratitude, it ought to be me, as you just helped me fend off that ruffian. The man did not lift his head, still fixated on the ground, and replied coolly, You could have driven them away without my assistance. I overstepped my bounds. Amused, Chu Xiangyang regarded the man and inquired, What brings you here? I find it hard to believe you came merely to express thanks. The man looked up in surprise. I merely wish to ask if you have any knowledge of medicine. Please, do tell. Chu Xiangyang tossed the cloth into a basin of water and stepped behind the desk to take a seat. The man introduced himself. My name is Lin Rue. A couple of days ago, I sought to purchase jade facial cream at your shop to treat my girlfriend's facial ailment. Lin Rue then recounted the circumstances. He had practiced martial arts since childhood and had been in a relationship with his girlfriend for 5 years. However, she had suddenly developed a peculiar illness. Her facial skin began to shrink, presenting a bizarre condition of being half normal and half atrophied. They had visited numerous hospitals and explored every possible remedy, yet none could alleviate her affliction. Moreover, they had spent a considerable sum in their quest for treatment. Now financially strained, Lin Rue had heard that Lin Yuro's shop sold jade facial cream, with many claiming its efficacy. With a sense of hope, he sought to purchase a small quantity. However, he soon discovered that the jade facial cream was exorbitantly priced. And having exhausted all his savings in pursuit of a cure for his girlfriend, he found himself unable to afford such a costly remedy. Surprisingly, Chu Xiangyang was willing to offer him 2 bottles. Lin Rue was certain he did not wish to take advantage of Chu Xiangyang's generosity without compensation. He intended to repay him once his finances improved. How do you find the effects? Chu Xiangyang inquired. An instinct told him that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Lin Rue wore a grave expression. The results were indeed somewhat better than before, showing no further deterioration. Chu Xiangyang paused, clarifying that the jade facial cream could only be deemed a cosmetic product, merely serving to enhance skin smoothness. If your girlfriend is truly unwell, I suggest you take her to a doctor, he advised. Lin Rue's countenance shifted. He sighed. I understand that well. But she has seen too many doctors with no results, which is why I wanted to ask if you, Mr. Chu, have any medical knowledge. Could you possibly examine her face? After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiangyang hesitated to agree, yet the earnestness in Lin Rue's eyes compelled him to nod. However, I cannot guarantee I will be able to diagnose the peculiar ailment you described. If not, do ensure she seeks help elsewhere promptly. Lin Rue eagerly affirmed, Absolutely. Thank you. After their agreement, Chu Xiangyang exchanged greetings with Zhang Hansheng before driving Lin Rue to their rented apartment. Even though Chu Xiangyang had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback upon seeing Lin Rue's girlfriend. It was evident that she had once been an exceptionally beautiful young woman. Now, however, One side of her face had aged prematurely, resembling withered tree bark, while the other half retained its original beauty. Perhaps due to the application of the jade facial cream. The healthier side appeared even smoother and more refined. She wore a mask and cautiously peered outside when she opened the door. Upon seeing Lin Rui, she exhaled in relief. Yet she was unprepared for the presence of Chu Xiangyang behind him. Her hand hesitated as she considered removing her mask. Lin Rui, who is this? Lin Rui quickly introduced. Xiao Yuan, this is Mr. Chu. He is the one who provided the jade facial cream. Hello, Mr. Chu, Luo Yuan promptly greeted. Chu Xiangyang nodded and followed Lin Rui inside. Xiao Yuan, Mr. Chu is here to examine you. Please remove your mask so he can take a look at your face. Lin Rui urged as he gently grasped Luo Yuan's busy hands. What? Luo Yuan froze in surprise. She had not anticipated that Chu Xiangyang was a doctor. Lin Rui reassured her softly, do not be afraid. Just let Mr. Chu have a look. As he reached to pull the mask strings from her ears, Luo Yuan instinctively recoiled. She felt a pang of inferiority. Lin Rui had gone to great lengths for her, traversing many cities and spending considerable sums. Yet her condition continued to deteriorate. She was reluctant to confront the reflection in the mirror, let alone expose her face to a stranger. It's all right. Just a glance is all it takes. Lin Rui patiently comforted her. Meanwhile, Chu Xiangyang's gaze slowly traversed the entire room. Although it was merely a rented apartment, it was impeccably tidy, revealing that Luo Yuan was indeed a young lady with a penchant for cleanliness and beauty. Now that her face had taken on its current state, it was likely that she was struggling to come to terms with it. While he was lost in thought, Lin Rui had already brought Luo Yuan over. Having removed the mask from her face, she stood somewhat awkwardly before Chu Xiangyang, her hands clasped together, fidgeting nervously. Chu Xiangyang smiled reassuringly, urging her not to be tense, as he merely wished to take a look. With that, he activated his golden eye, scrutinizing the half of her face marred by wrinkles. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, his brow slightly furrowing. Ordinarily, his golden eye would readily unveil the truth behind her visage, yet for some inexplicable reason, he could only discern that she had been poisoned, but the specific nature of the toxin eluded him. It was even more improbable to concoct an antidote with such limited information. Noticing Chu Xiangyang's inner turmoil, Lin Rui, with a countenance of disappointment, encouraged him, Mr. Chu, if there's something on your mind, please feel free to express it. Even if a cure remains elusive, it is of no consequence. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiangyang suggested, it seems that there is something in this room that has triggered an allergic reaction. I believe you should consider relocating. While I cannot entirely identify the allergen, I can provide a prescription for a remedy that, when brewed and applied daily, would undoubtedly be more beneficial than that jade facial cream. Really? A glimmer of hope sparked in Luo Yuan's eyes. Chu Xiangyang nodded gently. It would be prudent to vacate this place for now. With that, he scanned the surroundings, his golden eye revealing the true nature of the objects. Yet he found nothing of particular significance. Nonetheless, his intuition strongly suggested that remaining here was unwise. Upon hearing Chu Xiangyang's words, Lin Rui hesitated, and Luo Yuan instinctively remarked, we still have a month left on the rent. The landlord won't refund our money. She trailed off, noticing Lin Rui's face flush with embarrassment. The tall man, visibly flustered, stammered, why yes, I will make sure to leave with Xiao Yuan as soon as possible. Chu Xiangyang sighed inwardly, realizing that even a small amount of money could thwart a hero's resolve. He stood, patting Lin Rui on the shoulder, and said, I will keep an eye out for a house for you. I will notify you if something suitable arises. Lin Rui was taken aback, his eyes glistening with gratitude. Thank you. Chu Xiangyang, unable to bear the sight of such emotion, replied, all right, enough of that. You should start packing. There may be toxins lurking in this room. The sooner you leave, the better it will be for your girlfriend's condition. With that, he hurriedly departed. Lin Rui watched Chu Xiangyang's retreating figure, slowly clenching his fists, and discreetly wiped his eyes before turning to Luo Yuan. Let us hurry and pack. Chu Xiangyang returned to the antique street and relayed the matter to Zhang Hanxing. Zhang Hanxing responded promptly, and within half an hour, he returned, beaming with joy. It's done. Chu Xiangyang shifted his gaze away from his phone. What has transpired? Zhang Hanxing chuckled. The task you entrusted to me, of course. I found a house, nestled in the neighborhood just behind our antique street, conveniently located right behind our shop. It has 2 bedrooms and a living room, quite clean, at a monthly rate of 2,000, but payment is required for a full year up front. Chu Xiangyang promptly produced a card and handed it to Zhang Hanxing. Then I must trouble you, Uncle Zhang. Please secure this residence for me while I call my friend. Zhang Hanxing, with a cheerful demeanor, accepted the card. Leave it to me. Once Zhang Hanxing departed, Chu Xiangyang dialed Lin Rui's number to convey the news. There was a silence on the other end for a good 10 seconds. Believing the connection was lost, Chu Xiangyang repeated himself. Finally, Lin Rui spoke. I will repay you as soon as I earn some money. There's no rush. Once you've moved in, bring the prescription for your girlfriend's skincare. Chu Xiangyang continued, and Lin Rui nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Chu Xiangyang smiled, assuring him it was no trouble before ending the call. Zhang Hansheng was quick with his tasks, and by evening, Lin Rui had already settled in. The apartment behind Antique Street was a newly built unit, rented out by a couple eager to work abroad. After organizing his belongings, Lin Rui stood on the balcony, smoking. Through the curling smoke, his gaze naturally fell upon the Bai Baoxian below. Later that night, after returning home and dining, Chu Xiangyang engaged in an epic battle with the two little ones. While initially one of the toddlers seemed manageable since the arrival of Dogtooth, Chu Xiangyang found it increasingly challenging to contend with both. After finally tiring them out, Chen Yuru and Chu Xiangyang bathed the two children. By the time they lay in bed, it was already past 10 o'clock. Despite feeling physically drained, a deep sense of fulfillment enveloped Chu Xiangyang. Just as he was about to succumb to the warmth and comfort of his bed, his phone rang insistently. Upon picking up, before he could utter a word, Lin Rui's voice came through urgently. Mr. Chu, there has been an incident at Bai Baoxian. Chapter 179. Arson. Chu Xiangyang sat up abruptly, all traces of drowsiness vanishing in an instant. He hastily donned his clothes and, after exchanging a quick word with Chen Yuru, rushed towards Bai Baoxian. Upon arrival, he found a crowd gathered outside, even though it was already past midnight. What is happening? Chu Xiangyang pushed through the throng. Noticing that the entrance to Bai Baoxian had been pried open, with charred marks evident around the doorway, Lin Rui stood at the entrance, three individuals squatting at his feet. The leader was the middle-aged man who had visited a couple of days prior. Hearing Chu Xiangyang's voice, the crowd turned their attention to him. Lin Rui pointed at the individuals, stating, they not only attempted to steal, but also intended to set fire. Even without asking, Chu Xiangyang understood their nefarious intentions. He was just taken aback by their audacity to resort to arson. Surrounded by neighbors, the atmosphere turned tense upon the mention of arson. Enraged, one exclaimed, I have already called the police. How dare you set fire? Do you even know what we possess? A single blaze could not be compensated for, even if you were sold. The audacity of theft was one thing, but to ignite flames was another. Had it not been for a vigilant brother, our entire street could have been laid to waste. The consequences would have been dire. Those engaged in such activities are seldom amiable. Their acquaintances are a motley crew, capable of wreaking havoc should they be provoked. Call the police. Let's deal with him first. The crowd, seething with anger, struck fear into the hearts of the few culprits. Should a confrontation ensue, their fates would undoubtedly be grim. Thus, they crawled towards Chu Xiangyang, pleading, we truly did not intend this. Please spare us. Chu Xiangyang regarded the middle-aged man, bruised and battered by Lin Rui, with a cold smirk. What is this? Unable to afford, you resort to theft? Your audacity is remarkable. Daring to steal from me. The man, stripped of dignity, wept, I truly won't do it again. Please let me go, this is my first time. Onlookers, witnessing his disgrace, recoiled in disdain. As adults, one must bear the consequences of their actions. Success requires preparation, yet so does the acceptance of failure. Turning to the crowd, Chu Xiangyang instructed, everyone, please disperse, we will handle this. However, before he could finish, a gasp erupted from behind. The middle-aged man, who had been kneeling and weeping, suddenly sprang up. But alas, before he could reach Chu Xiangyang, a wooden stick struck his arm. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a howl of anguish, accompanied by the blaring of a police siren. I will sue you, he shouted, clutching his broken arm, drenched in sweat. He pointed at Chu Xiangyang, his voice filled with indignation. If I were you, I would keep quiet. Everyone witnessed your actions. This is self-defense, and we all can attest to your deceit. Others chimed in. Indeed, your injury is nothing but the result of your own folly. Do you still dare to complain? With so many witnesses, you will be trapped in your own lies. When the authorities arrived and assessed the scene, they swiftly took the man into custody. Throughout it all, he remained mute, even when questioned about his injury. As the crowd dispersed, Chu Xiangyang and Lin Rui gave their statements, and the night deepened, approaching 2 in the morning. Thank you for your help, Chu Xiangyang yawned. Lin Rui waved him off. You should head back. Be careful on the way. Chu Xiangyang said nothing further and, upon lifting the rolling shutter, entered the Bai Baoxian. He intended to rest there for the night, given the hour. Yet suddenly recalling something, he inquired, do you have work? What? Lin Rui was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he replied that he did not have a job at the moment. He had previously held a position, but he had resigned due to frequent absences caused by his girlfriend's illness. Since then, he had not ventured out to seek new employment. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Xiangyang suggested, "Why not work as a security guard at my wife's beauty salon? I can offer you this amount per month." As he extended a finger to indicate the sum, Lin Rue was momentarily stunned. It was uncommon for a security guard to earn such a salary. The average pay in their area was only slightly over 3,000. Was Chu Xiangyang attempting to extend a helping hand due to his financial struggles? They say a man should not bow to the weight of mere gold, and Lin Rue recognized that Chu Xiangyang meant well, yet he was reluctant to accept this kindness. He intended to decline the offer. However, before he could voice his refusal, Chu Xiangyang added, "This generous salary isn't merely for you to be a security guard. Your role will also encompass ensuring my wife's safety. Essentially, you will be my bodyguard, while the outside world perceives you as a security guard." Upon hearing this, Lin Rue swallowed his words. All right. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded emphatically. When Lin Rue returned home, Chu Xiangyang called Chen Yuru to reassure her. And then he settled into Bai Baoxian. There was a small room in the back hall, modest in size, furnished only with a bed and a table. This had been prepared by Chu Xiangyang's father during his lifetime for moments of rest. As he grew older, he would occasionally retreat to this space for respite. And the bedding was well arranged. However, Chu Xiangyang found it impossible to sleep. His mind was plagued with numerous questions. For instance, why was his golden eye not as potent as before? In the past, he could easily discern the reasons behind Luo Yuan's poisoning. But now he could only grasp a vague understanding, unable to expedite her detoxification. Additionally, he pondered his own abilities. In his previous life, he possessed extraordinary martial arts skills. And with the golden eye, he could effortlessly handle dozens of opponents. Yet, during his last encounter in that small village, he struggled against 2 wooden guns and a few sticks. After much contemplation, he concluded that this was perhaps normal, given that he had traversed realms. A decline in his abilities was to be expected. His thoughts then shifted to the unfortunate dog-toothed child. The boy had lost his parents, and his grandparents were also gone. Most importantly, the valuables in his home had vanished. Not to mention, that jade cabbage was akin to a family heirloom, lost under mysterious circumstances. And Chu Xiangyang felt a pang of sympathy for him. While he believed that his own issues could be resolved gradually, the jade cabbage was something he needed to locate immediately. But how to find it? The image of Huli flashed in his mind. How could an ordinary citizen possibly have connections to official channels? Thus, Chu Xiangyang resolved to call Huli first thing in the morning, asking for her assistance in locating the cabbage. Considering they had shared life and death experiences together, surely she would oblige. With a clearer direction in his thoughts, Chu Xiangyang finally drifted off to sleep. However, to his surprise, Huli's call came in early the next morning. Chapter 180. Preparations for departure. Chu Xiangyang never anticipated that Huli would call him, seemingly providentially arriving at the right moment. Before he could utter a word upon answering, the other party spoke first. The head of the mine had committed suicide. What? Chu Xiangyang sprang to his feet. Indeed. Huli's voice seethed with anger on the other end. We hadn't even begun to inquire, and that fellow is already dead. I suspect there are others behind him. He was merely a scapegoat. Chu Xiangyang resonated with her sentiment. Given the scale of that mine, it was insufficient to sustain such a vast system of deceit. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Noticing his silence, Huli continued, I believe this organization is extraordinarily extensive. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Therefore, we must devise a way to unearth this colossal entity. Chu Xiangyang replied nonchalantly, Then I wish you success in uprooting this organization. He suppressed his desire to solicit Huli's assistance, intending to hold his tongue for now. After all, the matter was profoundly intricate. If it were just him, it could be manageable, but there were 3 others whose safety he needed to ensure, and he had no intention of bringing danger upon them. Yet, Huli was unwilling to let him off the hook. What do you mean by wishing us well? Her tone involuntarily rose, as if she were eager to pull Chu Xiangyang over and give him a couple of punches. Knowing full well what she meant, why was he feigning ignorance? Raising an eyebrow with a smile, Chu Xiangyang replied, ISNT this matter under your jurisdiction? If I don't wish you well, who else should I wish it to? Oh, I see. You aim to solve this peculiar case and earn some accolades for yourself, am I right? Mr. Chu, you are aware that the mastermind behind this incident could very well be a person of considerable influence, aren't you? Huli interjected, cutting Chu Xiangyang off. He chuckled. Indeed, who in such a grand enterprise isn't well connected? Thus, it is imperative to rely on elites like you to contend with them. Huli rolled her eyes. Speaking plainly, what I mean is suddenly realizing he had other matters to attend to. Chu Xiangyang suggested, shall we continue this conversation later? With that, he attempted to hang up. This time, Huli was thoroughly incensed. Mr. Chu, I approached you for your own good. Do you believe your adversaries will let you off the hook? Only by collaborating with our police can you extricate yourself from this grave predicament. Chu Xiangyang fell silent, fully aware that those individuals would not spare him. Moreover, they had already begun to target him. Why are you silent? Am I mistaken? Huli chuckled, her tone shifting back to its previously lively cadence. Rest assured, as long as you cooperate with me, I can not only share information but also guarantee your safety. Why would you not take advantage of this? Given the circumstances, Chu Xiangyang sighed deeply. It is not that I cannot cooperate with you, but could you assist me with a small favor? Huli assured him, whatever is within my power, I will certainly help without hesitation. Chu Xiangyang then recounted the situation concerning Little Dogtooth. Upon hearing it, Huli couldn't help but feel sympathy for Little Dogtooth. Those scoundrels are truly shameless. Rest assured, I will investigate this matter for you. But have you considered that the thieves may be connected to the very group we seek to investigate? Chu Xiangyang thought to himself that it was indeed about connections. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, choosing instead to respond to Huli with silence. Just as Huli contemplated speaking, noticing Chu Xiangyang's despondent demeanor, he unexpectedly broke the silence, inquiring, "Well then, what have you discovered? Wasn't it stated that information was to be shared? How did you come to know that I had news?" Huli, taken aback, expressed her astonishment. Chu Xiangyang scoffed, replying, "Oh, Officer Hu, if you had no information, why would you have called me? Please, do share. Once you do, we can analyze it together. After all, we're already aboard your proverbial pirate ship. Who dares to call it a pirate ship?" Huli retorted indignantly, asserting that her vessel was indeed one of legitimate authority. Chu Xiangyang, uninterested in engaging in fruitless arguments, stated, "If you refuse to speak, I shall hang up." "Speak, speak," Huli seethed, cursing herself for not recognizing his true character back at the mine. Chu Xiangyang remained silent, patiently awaiting Huli's revelation. After several deep breaths, she finally spoke. "According to our investigation, there is an issue with a porcelain factory in Jingdezhen, and I would like you to accompany me to inspect it." Chu Xiangyang's heart raced. When porcelain was mentioned, his thoughts immediately turned to Chengfang, though he was uncertain of any connection between the modest porcelain factory and Chengfang. Nonetheless, he realized that to uncover the truth, a personal visit was necessary. "Very well," he replied. "When shall we depart?" Huli, taken aback by his prompt agreement, responded, "The sooner, the better. Let us leave this afternoon." "Agreed," Chu Xiangyang replied before promptly ending the call. At that moment, Zhang Hanyu had arrived at work and was startled by the dark scene outside. He hurriedly opened the door and rushed in, only to find Chu Xiangyang emerging from the back. "My goodness, Boss Chu, what are you doing here? What is going on at the entrance? Have there been thieves?" Zhang Hanyu exclaimed, overwhelmed with concern and bombarding Chu Xiangyang with questions. Before he could respond, Zhang Hanjun quickly pieced the situation together. "Is it those art buyers?" Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but nod with a smile. Zhang Hanjun, however, was incensed. "You're laughing? Do you recall what I said back then? Those individuals are clearly up to no good. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted, especially not in front of such petty individuals. No worries. You can rest assured." Chu Xiangyang quickly reassured him. Yet, Zhang Hanjun was undeterred, contemplating his next words. "This matter cannot be taken lightly. From tonight onward, I shall reside here." "Truly unnecessary, Uncle Zhang," Chu Xiangyang insisted. "There is nothing of value in the shop. If something were to go missing, it would be of little consequence. I'd be too ashamed to face my father if anything were to happen to you." Zhang Hanjun was angered by this response, asserting, "This shop represents your father's lifetime of hard work. If anything were to occur, I would feel even less worthy to face him." With no other recourse, Chu Xiangyang proposed, "Today, I will install several surveillance cameras and an alarm system. Regardless of who comes, I will ensure they cannot enter. What do you think?" To his surprise, Zhang Hanjun was unyielding, stating, "You may install whatever you wish, but I must sleep here." Chu Xiangyang felt helpless, aware that the old gentleman's stubbornness was unyielding. Ultimately, he had no choice but to compromise, conceding to allow him to sleep in the shop, yet insisting that the security system must adhere to his instructions, as he intended to reinstall it. Zhang Hanxing finally revealed a smile, agreeing to all of Chu's demands. Chu Xiangyang shook his head with a bitter smile, pondering how he could not have his way if he did not permit the old man to stay. Just as he was about to leave for Chinyaru's place, he noticed Lin Rue pushing the door open and entering. "Perfect." Chu Xiangyang waved at Lin Rue, expressing a need to discuss something, suggesting they head to the beauty salon together. Chapter 181. Purchasing porcelain. On their way to the beauty salon, Chu Xiangyang briefed Lin Rui on his upcoming plans, entrusting him with the safety of his wife and urging him to keep a vigilant eye on the shop. Rest assured, Mr. Chu, Lin Rui replied. Upon arriving at the shop, Chu Xiangyang refrained from disclosing his true intentions to Chen Yuru, merely stating that he was going to Jingdezhen to procure some porcelain. He also took the opportunity to introduce Lin Rui to Chen Yuru. Upon recognizing Lin Rui as the young man who had purchased ointment a couple of days prior, Chen Yuru realized this was clearly a deliberate arrangement by Chu Xiangyang and readily agreed. Chu Xiangyang handed Lin Rui the prepared prescription along with a month's salary. The medicinal ingredients were not particularly valuable, and while they would yield some effect, the results might not restore the previous condition entirely. Nonetheless, he assured Lin Rui that he would find a way. Lin Rui's large hands grasped the envelope containing 10,000 yuan tightly, rendering him momentarily speechless. Understanding Lin Rui's emotions, Chu Xiangyang waved his hand dismissively, stating that life must encompass both fortune and adversity. A life devoid of challenges is not truly lived, for one must traverse the valleys to rebound from them. With that, Chu Xiangyang departed. After meeting with Hu Li, Chu Xiangyang headed straight to Jingdezhen. Liansha South Road, referred to by locals as Porcelain Street, was their primary destination for the day. Hu Li, studying the map on her phone, provided commentary while Chu Xiangyang sat silently in the car, contemplating how to handle any dishonest merchants they might encounter, whether to confront them privately or allow Miss Hu to apprehend them openly. Before long, they arrived at their destination. It was somewhat different from Chu Xiangyang's expectations, resembling Panjiayu in more than a porcelain market, yet instead of antiques, it showcased a myriad of porcelain wares. Jingdezhen's porcelain is renowned worldwide for its characteristics of being as white as jade, as bright as a mirror, as thin as paper, and resonating like a chime. The street was brimming with an overwhelming variety of products: blue and white porcelain, red underglaze, antique colors, and exquisite blue and white designs, all vying for attention. Chu Xiangyang maintained his composure, while Hu Li appeared utterly enchanted, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in the sights. If not for Chu Xiangyang's restraint, she might have exhausted her finances in mere moments. How are you finding it? Don't get too caught up in browsing. Remember our primary purpose for being here. Chu Xiangyang remarked, feeling a slight headache as he observed Hu Li's enthusiasm. Hu Li nodded, confessing her uncertainty about their exact objective, stating, I'm not entirely sure. It just seemed like a good idea. What? Chu Xiangyang's frustration surfaced, realizing she had summoned him without any leads, implying they would have to search for clues on site. Indeed, it is quite remarkable to narrow the scope to such a small place as Jingdezhen. Solving a case is often like this. Hu Li dismissed it lightly, waving her hand. Let's inquire a bit later. Just then, a young man approached from ahead, and Chu Xiangyang had already taken note of him, having watched from a distance for quite some time. Good day, gentlemen. Are you interested in purchasing something? My stall has everything, including some antiques, the young man cheerfully announced. Chu Xiangyang's interest was piqued. What do you have? I would like to take a look. Please, allow me to show you. I assure you, you will be satisfied. With that, he gestured for Chu Xiangyang to follow. However, Hu Li, standing beside him, halted his advance. That fellow seems rather shifty. He does not appear trustworthy. You should not follow him. Unfazed, Chu Xiangyang replied, if I am to find clues, it is unlikely I will encounter many reputable individuals. Perhaps you should wait here for me. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I am timid? Hu Li rolled her eyes and pushed Chu Xiangyang aside. Proceeding to follow the young man, the youth led them to a van approximately 200 meters ahead, pointing to the items inside. Ladies, please take a look. These items are all collected from my fellow villagers in this countryside, truly fine goods. Chu Xiangyang glanced over, noting that each piece was a mere imitation, and of the poorest quality at that. They could only deceive someone as inexperienced as Hu Li. Any individual with a modicum of knowledge about antiques would see through the ruse. As expected, Hu Li excitedly pointed to a blue and white porcelain bowl, exclaiming, this is quite impressive. I have seen something similar in a book, which fetched millions at an auction abroad. She then turned to the young man. How much for this? The young man was taken aback. Given Hu Li's claim of millions, what price could he possibly offer? Initially, he aimed to swindle a few thousand, but now he felt compelled to inflate the price. Ah, beautiful lady, you have a discerning eye. This piece is essentially unique. If I weren't in urgent need of funds, I wouldn't part with it for such a low price, 18,000. If you are interested, you may take it. Is it really that expensive? Hu Li murmured softly. The young man was bewildered. She had just stated that similar items sold for millions, and now he was expected to sell this one for a mere few thousand? Yet, with such a high price, she found it too steep. Reluctantly, he asked, then, dear lady, what price do you consider reasonable? Hu Li pondered her modest savings. I can offer you a maximum of 80,000. If she could purchase it at that price, Huli felt she would have made a tremendous bargain, snagging an item worth millions for a mere fraction of its value. The more she contemplated it, the more favorable the deal seemed. The young man was sweating with excitement, wanting to agree immediately but hesitating, fearing that his eagerness would seem insincere. He feigned contemplation. Seeing his hesitation, Huli assumed he thought the price too low and raised her offer, 10,000, but I cannot go higher. Chu Xiangyang observed the two engaged in such an exaggerated negotiation with bemusement, until the young man, with a face full of anguish, finally said, "All right. Seeing your sincere intention to purchase and my own financial needs, I shall sell it to you." Chu Xiangyang let out a cold snort. Indeed, he was in need of money. If he weren't, would he be selling counterfeit goods? The two soon reached the final step, scanning the payment code. Just as Huli's phone had scanned the young man's QR code, Chu Xiangyang raised his hand to halt her, saying, "That's enough. Just take a look. Do not forget what I previously advised you." Huli was taken aback, realizing, "Right, this bowl is indeed a bit pricey. Let's discuss it later." After speaking, she obediently withdrew her phone. The young man, seeing this, became agitated. "Hey buddy, you can't play us like this. This beautiful lady has already agreed to pay." Chu Xiangyang glanced at the blue and white porcelain bowl in the young man's hand and inquired, "From which era does this blue and white originate? Is it from the imperial kiln or the folk kiln?" "This is a genuine item from the late Qing dynasty's imperial kiln. It is authentic and above board," the young man asserted, giving a thumbs up. Chu Xiangyang chuckled softly as he took the porcelain bowl from the young man and examined its base. Most late Qing imperial blue and white porcelain pieces bear the inscription "made in the XX year of the Qing dynasty" in standard or seal script at the bottom, or at the very least, a 4-character mark. "Pray tell, what does yours indicate?" he asked, lifting the bowl's base to the young man's eye level. Chapter 182. Chaos. The young man glanced at the bottom of the porcelain, momentarily stunned. He then took the bowl into his hands and laughed awkwardly. "Well, I didn't expect you to be an expert. Since you are, let us speak plainly. This bowl can go for 200. "What?" Huli exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp the young man's collar. Chu Xiangyang extended his hand, reclaiming the young man's collar from Huli's grip and tidying it up for him. He then leaned in and whispered, "She doesn't understand porcelain, which is normal. I merely brought her out to broaden her horizons. However, could you assist me in procuring some high-end items? I wish to give them as gifts." "High-end items?" The young man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Yes, precisely those that even experts might struggle to discern the authenticity of. That would be ideal. Price is not an issue." "All right, no problem. Just give me your contact number, and I will call you when I have obtained them," the young man replied with alacrity, particularly when he heard that price was not a concern. Subsequently, Chu Xiangyang noted his phone number on a piece of paper and handed it to the young man, who then cheerfully drove away. "What are you doing? Are you truly going to buy something from them?" Huli approached once the young man had left. Chu Xiangyang was somewhat puzzled as to how she had arrived at this position. Was it merely due to her audacity? "Miss Hu, why don't you enlighten me on what our next steps should be? Where exactly is the small kiln factory you mentioned?" Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow with a smile. Huli rolled her eyes and turned to leave. They had indeed traced their inquiries to Jingdejian, as that had been the primary destination of the deceased mine owner during his lifetime. Yet they had failed to uncover the specifics of whom he was searching for. To pursue this lead further, it was imperative to come here. Huli took the initiative, her first thought being Chu Xiangyang, to lure him over. She deceitfully claimed there were clues at a particular porcelain kiln. Now, with Chu Xiangyang's words, Huli naturally fell silent. The two exited the street lined with porcelain and subsequently sought refuge in a nearby hotel. The establishment was modest in size, yet it boasted cleanliness. After a long day of travel, they decided to rest for a while, hoping that later he might provide them with some news. If not, they could venture out to search anew. Before returning to their room, Chu Xiangyang remarked, "Let us take a moment to recuperate." "Very well," Huli agreed, feeling utterly exhausted and intending to take a bath and catch some sleep. As Chu Xiangyang entered the room and was about to head to the bathroom, a cacophony of footsteps erupted outside, followed by a chorus of shouts. Irritated, he opened the door, only to find Huli peering out with a look of curiosity. "What is happening?" she inquired, grabbing hold of a man rushing down the corridor. The man, initially poised to express his anger, softened upon seeing her beauty, exclaiming, "There are villains here who have planted a bomb. You must flee with your belongings at once. It might explode at any moment." With that, he dashed away. Returning to the room, Huli hastily grabbed her clothes and bag, preparing to escape alongside others. However, upon exiting, she noticed Chu Xiangyang running in the opposite direction. While everyone else was descending, He ascended. Hey, where are you going? Hu Li called, grasping his arm. Shouldn't we be escaping quickly? The bomb is likely placed upstairs. Chu Xiangyang explained as he continued to run. I need to check it out. You should follow them downstairs and find a safe hiding place. The bomb's power is considerable. With that, he gave Hu Li a gentle shove and bolted upwards. This was a small hotel with 3 stories. Each floor housing about a dozen rooms of approximately 20 square meters each. Utilizing his extraordinary ability, Chu Xiangyang discerned that the bomb was likely located in the first room on the 3rd floor. Given his unique talent, disarming the bomb would not pose a significant challenge. Hu Li, momentarily stunned by his push, had not anticipated that a seemingly ordinary person like Chu Xiangyang would possess such resolve, stepping forward in the face of danger. This revelation affirmed her belief in him. Certainly, if he, an ordinary man, could act so bravely, she, donned in her uniform, could not falter. Most of the occupants upstairs had nearly evacuated, and Chu Xiangyang successfully reached the 3rd floor. You had better leave, otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't inadvertently bring you to ruin as well. Upon reaching the stairwell, he spotted a young man holding a remote control. Clad in casual attire and wearing a baseball cap, he was poised with the device linked to the bomb. Hu Li soon followed, and upon seeing the young man, she was about to shout, but Chu Xiangyang restrained her. He cast a glance at the young man. Though he yearned to engage in a nefarious act, his hand trembled incessantly while clutching the remote control. This was sufficient evidence that he harbored no genuine desire to commit such an act. Rather, desperation had driven him to this drastic measure. Chu Xiangyang pondered for a moment and said, My friend, life often unfolds in such a manner, with its ebbs and flows adding to the richness of our experiences. If you truly have compelling reasons, why don't we sit down and have a meaningful conversation? Perhaps we can discover a suitable solution together. What solution? The other party retorted, his eyes wide with fury, his agitation palpable. Seemingly on the verge of pressing the remote control, Chu Xiangyang hastily replied, What solution depends on the nature of your predicament, doesn't it? You see, they are not human at all. I toil day in and day out, earning money not to squander frivolously, but to buy medicine for my mother. Yet they refuse to pay me. What can I do? My life is worth little. If I die, it matters not. I will blow up the entire building and take him with me. The young man shouted. Chu Xiangyang finally began to connect the dots. The entity withholding the money was this hotel. Isn't that so? The youth wiped away a tear. Chu Xiangyang continued. Have you considered that if you blow up the building, even if you survive, do you believe you could escape unscathed? Once imprisoned, what will become of your mother? Previously, your earnings were for her treatment. She would have seen you as a dutiful son, proud of you. But if you end up in jail, will she not be heartbroken? Who will care for her illness? As he spoke, Chu Xiangyang cautiously approached the young man. Behind him, Hu Li stood frozen with anxiety, her palms clammy with sweat. Just as Chu Xiangyang reached the young man, he suddenly became aware of his presence and brandished the remote control, shouting, What do you want? Chapter 183. The professional manager Chu Xiangyang paid no heed to the young man's outburst. Instead, he swiftly struck the young man's elbow, causing the remote control to fall from his grasp. Hu Li, who had been intently watching the two, rushed forward as soon as she saw Chu Xiangyang take action. The remote was seized by Chu Xiangyang, while Hu Li subdued the young man. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Let me go? You're all bastards. The young man's face pressed against the ground contorted with his curses. Hu Li, feeling helpless, replied, Young man, you are committing a crime. If he refuses to pay you, you can choose to sue him rather than resorting to such extreme measures for revenge. You are not only harming him, but also yourself. This is not the right path. Chu Xiangyang switched off the remote and smiled, saying, Isn't there? Do not punish yourself for the errors of others. The wrongs he committed must be dealt with by him alone. Do not sacrifice your own worth. Upon hearing their words, the youth ceased his vitriol and began to weep. Through his tears, he lamented, I would like to sue him, but as an ordinary person, how could I ever contend with them? No one is willing to assist those of us who are impoverished. Who says no one is here to help? I shall aid you, Hu Li declared with great bravado. Just as Chu Xiangyang was about to speak, a commotion of footsteps erupted from the staircase, followed by a throng of individuals rushing up. Leading the pack were 2 youths clad in uniforms, followed closely by 2 middle-aged men in suits. And trailing behind them was a contingent of security personnel. What on earth is happening? One of the youths inquired. Hu Li presented her identification, prompting the youth across from her to salute promptly. Thank you for your hard work. She pulled the youth sprawled on the ground to his feet. When one of the middle-aged men barked at him, Zhang Qinghao, what do you intend to do? The youth, who had initially calmed down, became agitated upon hearing the middle-aged man's voice. You scoundrel! I have worked for you for 2 years, yet you have only paid me for 1 month. And you still have the audacity to ask what is wrong? With that, he lunged forward to strike the middle-aged man, but was swiftly restrained by the two uniformed youths. You! How dare you speak such nonsense? The middle-aged man exclaimed, his voice booming. Nonsense? Should I fetch some witnesses for you? Everyone here has worked for several months. Some for an entire year, yet none have received their wages. I am the only fool persevering in this place. I have come to a realization. I will sue you. Zhang Qinghao shouted. What is truly going on? This time, another middle-aged man spoke up, directing his gaze at the one who had previously spoken. Chu. The situation is not as he describes. There has been a misunderstanding, the middle-aged man said, his voice dripping with flattery. However, Chu remained unmoved. Turning to the security personnel behind him. Speak up. The security guards exchanged glances, none daring to utter a word. Only Zhang Qinghao shouted from the side. Are you all fools? Why remain silent? If you continue like this, I shall serve as your cautionary tale. Upon hearing Zhang Qinghao's words, one of the youths replied, Indeed. I have been here for 2 months, yet I have not received a single month's salary. I have worked for 6 months and have only been paid once. I have been here for 9 months and received payment once. Manager Wang claims the company is struggling, but in 2 months, he will pay me. As if I were saving my wages. Exactly. He said the same to me. The young security guards chimed in. You scoundrel. How can you be a manager if you withhold the wages of these young workers? Huli could no longer contain herself, pointing at Manager Wang and berating him. Manager Wang, given that everyone has spoken up, would you care to offer an explanation? Chu squinted his eyes, directing his gaze at Manager Wang. Beads of sweat adorned Manager Wang's face as he wiped it with a handkerchief, stammering, This must be a misunderstanding. I can clarify the matter. Then explain it to me. I am all ears, Chu replied, crossing his arms. Manager Wang's eyes darted about, yet despite his frantic searching, he could not muster a reasonable explanation. President Chu addressed the two young men in uniforms, stating, Gentlemen, the hotel has not suffered any losses, and I have no intention of pursuing legal action. Could you consider handling this matter leniently? The young men replied, First, we need to return with you to take a statement. And then we shall proceed with the necessary penalties. However, since you are not seeking accountability, there should not be any significant issues. As one of them prepared to escort Zhang Qinghao away, the other entered the room to disarm the bomb. Before Zhang Qinghao was taken away, President Chu remarked, Young man, we can discuss your situation once you are released. I will assist you. He then slipped a business card into Zhang Qinghao's hand. With the individual taken away, this farce finally drew to a close. However, Manager Wang, who had been wiping his sweat, would certainly need to have a thorough explanation with President Chu. Chu Xiangyang and Huli descended the stairs side by side, momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Xiangyang was naturally reticent, while Huli, brimming with excitement, struggled to articulate her thoughts. Her impression of Chu Xiangyang had already been favorable, and witnessing his courage in the face of danger solidified her belief that she had indeed chosen an admirable partner. Upon reaching the first floor, just as Huli was about to speak, they were interrupted from behind. Please, the two of you, hold on. They turned to see the middle-aged man surnamed Chu. May I inquire your names? Today's events were greatly aided by your bravery, and I wish to express my gratitude, he said, producing a check. We're not in it for the money. Do you think everyone is like you? Huli retorted with a roll of her eyes. President Chu, slightly embarrassed, withdrew the check. I understand you are not motivated by financial gain, but this is my only means of expressing my gratitude. Without your intervention, the hotel would likely have faced calamity. Chu Xiangyang sighed. In light of these events, monetary compensation is not the appropriate form of thanks. Rather, you should genuinely address the root of the issue to prevent such occurrences. Only then can your hotel thrive. Otherwise, resolving one issue will merely lead to another. Rest assured, I have dismissed that manager, and his salary will still be issued. He has been the source of the trouble. President Chu hastily interjected. Chu Xiangyang shook his head. You still do not grasp my point. What do you mean? President Chu inquired, astonished. Was his conduct not improper? Chu Xiangyang replied. Have you considered why Manager Wang felt emboldened to act in such a manner? You can dismiss him, but what of the next manager? Zhang Qinghao's wages have not been disbursed for 2 years. What has transpired at this hotel during that time? As the general manager, do you truly comprehend the situation? Having expressed himself, Chu Xiangyang felt he had perhaps said too much. The confusion in President Chu's eyes dissipated as he grasped Chu Xiangyang's hand firmly. You possess remarkable insight. I would like to hire you as my professional manager. Chapter 184. Coercion. Chu Xiangyang quickly withdrew his hand. I have matters to attend to and shall not intrude further. With that, he turned and returned to his room. Once inside, He could still hear President Chu calling from outside. "Sir and Miss, please rest assured. Your stay will be on the house, no matter how long." Chu Xiangyang flopped onto the bed, contemplated for a moment, and then decided to rise and take a shower. After dinner that evening, the young man who dealt in counterfeit antiques called, informing him that he would pick them up the following morning to view the merchandise. Chu Xiangyang was surprised by the swiftness of the arrangement and promptly agreed. Both of them were quite exhausted, so they retired early for the night. The next morning, the young man arrived at the hotel in a dilapidated van. "Where does the boss plan to take us today?" Chu Xiangyang inquired as he got into the vehicle. The young man chuckled. "Don't call me boss. I'm no boss at all. Just call me Xiaohei, as everyone does." "Where are we headed, Xiaohei?" Hu Li chimed in amiably. Seeing Hu Li's sweet demeanor, Xiaohei quickly responded, "Today, I'm taking you to see a master. This gentleman is looking to purchase high-quality goods. Right? Well, they have what you seek, but the condition is that you must bring money." "Bring money?" Chu Xiangyang exchanged glances with Hu Li. Xiaohei laughed. "You must be prepared. If you find something you like, you should be ready to pay on the spot. Rest assured, if I find something satisfactory, money will not be an issue," Chu Xiangyang replied with confidence. Xiaohei, encouraged by his response, became increasingly excited. And even the rickety van seemed to have the spirit of a sports car as he hummed a tune while driving them to a small kiln in Jingdezhan. Don't be deceived by the unassuming appearance of these small kilns. Many are run by families who have been crafting porcelain for generations. Some of their ancestors even produced porcelain for the imperial court, Xiaohei explained, sounding more like a qualified tour guide. Hu Li quickly immersed herself in the experience, capturing photos with her phone as she listened intently to Xiaohei's narration. An hour later, Xiaohei took a turn down a secluded path. Hu Li retracted her phone and asked, "Is this also a route to the kiln? It seems so remote." Xiaohei replied, "That's how it is around here. Although Jingdezhan isn't large, every inch is precious. Some people who wish to open a kiln have to squeeze into whatever space they can find. The place we are visiting is a bit off the beaten path, but the craftsmanship there is truly remarkable. Now that you mention it, I find myself quite looking forward to it," Hu Li remarked earnestly. Chu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, surprised that although the girl might be slow to catch on, she was indeed skilled at playing her part. After another half-hour of driving, they finally arrived. "Here we are," Xiaohei announced as he led Chu Xiangyang and Hu Li into a small courtyard. "Is this the place?" "It looks rather unimpressive," Hu Li said, scrutinizing her surroundings. Hearing their arrival, a few individuals emerged from the courtyard, led by a robust young man clad in a tank top and shorts. Upon seeing him, Xiaohei promptly stated, "Brother Diyu, I've brought the people you requested." The young man, Diyu, glanced at Chu Xiangyang and Hu Li, sizing them up. "You two are looking to purchase high-quality goods?" Chu Xiangyang nodded. "Indeed, that's us. If the quality is good, the price is not a concern." The great fish let out a cold laugh, stating that as long as they brought money, he could guarantee their satisfaction with the quality. With that, he waved his hand, and someone approached from behind to lead them to view the goods. The individual glanced at Chu Xiangyang and said, "Follow me." Chu Xiangyang and Hu Li promptly followed. They entered a dilapidated room resembling a storage facility, where the man gestured for them to examine the items themselves. As Chu Xiangyang surveyed the interior, he squinted slightly. He could assure himself that these goods were undoubtedly from the same batch as those small black had procured yesterday. Not only were they not high-end, but even the low-end items were beyond his reach. Chu Xiangyang remained at the entrance, unwilling to step inside. In contrast, Hu Li entered and meticulously inspected the area before returning. Upon exiting, the great fish awaited them outside. "What do you think?" he asked with a smirk. Chu Xiangyang did not respond directly, but instead countered, "How much?" The great fish replied, "It depends on what you desire. Each item has a different price." Chu Xiangyang chuckled. "I want them all. What is the package price?" The great fish laughed, surprised by Chu Xiangyang's straightforwardness. "For these items, I want to ask for more. Just give me this amount," he said, extending a finger. 1 million? Hu Li asked, bewildered. Chu Xiangyang sneered. The great fish replied, "Add another 0. Hu Li was taken aback by such a high demand. Just as she was about to retort, Chu Xiangyang restrained her, saying, "That's too expensive. We want to be buying. Let us go." He pulled Hu Li to leave, but after taking a few steps, several men emerged from behind the great fish, blocking their path. "Hey, what do you want? Do you intend to force a sale?" Hu Li exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves. "Miss, this isn't a forced sale. We can negotiate. If you haggle, perhaps we might strike a deal," the great fish replied with a smile. Hu Li, confused, turned to Chu Xiangyang for guidance. He shook his head, stating, "If I'm spending money, I expect to receive something in return. I have no interest in your junk. If you truly wish to sell, perhaps you should seek a scrap dealer instead." With that, he continued to pull Huli forward. Without hesitation, the men charged at them. Huli had some skill. As they rushed forward, she threw a punch that caught one off guard, striking him squarely in the nose and causing blood to flow profusely. "You little brat. You dare to strike me?" he shouted angrily, wiping the blood from his face and retaliating with a fierce swing at Huli. The others engaged with Chu Xiangyang, but they were no match for him, and within a few exchanges, they lay defeated on the ground. The only two remaining standing were the great fish and the thug who had confronted Huli. The ruffian, upon witnessing this, dared not linger any longer and swiftly turned to flee behind the imposing figure known as Big Fish. Big Fish, stretching his neck and shoulders, took a deliberate step forward and reached out his hand towards Chu Xiangyang. However, before he could make his next move, Chu Xiangyang had already approached him, seizing his arm. Just as he was about to be flung away, the pendant around his neck slipped from the back of his shirt. Chu Xiangyang paused, astonished to discover that it was indeed a fragment belonging to Cheng Fong. Before Big Fish could fully articulate his scream, he felt his body plummet suddenly, the pendant around his neck being yanked forcefully. The pendant was threaded with a thick rope, and Chu Xiangyang exerted no restraint, causing Big Fish to feel a tightening sensation in his throat. What are you doing?" Big Fish's face reddened instantly, quickly turning a hue reminiscent of liver from the lack of air. Chu Xiangyang shook the pendant, inquiring, "Where did you acquire this?" Although the pendant hanging from Big Fish's neck was merely a shard, Chu Xiangyang was absolutely certain it belonged to Cheng Fong, for his golden eyes would not deceive him. "I'll let go, I can't breathe." Big Fish pounded on Chu Xiangyang's hand, struggling to speak. Chu Xiangyang eased his grip slightly. "Speak, my patience is limited." Big Fish replied, "If you wish to know about this, why resort to such measures? It is merely a fragment I discovered elsewhere, smoothed at the edges and worn around my neck." Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Xiangyang tightened his grip again, warning, "If I hear another lie, I will tighten this rope around your neck." Big Fish felt a chill at his throat. I'll tell you. It turned out that Big Fish had once worked as a security guard at a renowned local factory, famed in the porcelain capital, which housed many antiquities. Years ago, a porcelain vase, towering over a person, had been damaged, leading the owner to instruct the disposal of the vase. Some workers claimed it was a Ming Dynasty piece of considerable worth, which piqued Big Fish's interest. During the disposal process, he managed to obtain a decorative shard, which he polished and wore around his neck. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but scoff. The entire vase was valuable. What worth does a mere shard hold? Were you so naive back then? Big Fish chuckled nervously. After wearing this shard, my endeavors have been remarkably smooth, so I kept it as a talisman. The ruffians previously beaten by Chu Xiangyang had since become submissive, cautiously gathering behind Big Fish, their faces alert as they watched Chu Xiangyang, fearful of his potential for violence. Chu Xiangyang surveyed the crowd and asked, "Which porcelain factory are you referring to?" Big Fish hesitated for a fleeting moment, prompting Chu Xiangyang to increase his grip once more. Wait, I'll tell you. It's the largest one in the porcelain capital, known as the Yaya Ceramic Jade Processing Factory. Chu Xiangyang released him and, accompanied by Huli, prepared to depart. As they reached the entrance, it became apparent that the little black car had long vanished, leaving no trace of its whereabouts. Fortunately, Yu, possessing keen insight, noticed that Chu Xiangyang was without transportation and promptly summoned his own vehicle to escort him away. Into Yu's eyes, Chu Xiangyang had transformed into a harbinger of misfortune. The sooner he was sent off, the better. This perception rendered the young driver exceedingly nervous, lacking even the courage to glance into the rearview mirror. Yet, Chu Xiangyang seemed reluctant to let him off the hook. "Are you familiar with the Yaya ceramics?" he inquired. The young driver jolted at the question. Huli couldn't suppress a chuckle, prompting the driver to stammer in response. "Why yes, I know. How far is it?" Chu Xiangyang pressed on. "Well, it's not too far." The driver's confidence appeared to swell slightly. "The ceramic city isn't large. The factory used to be situated not far from the town. Later, as it expanded, they relocated, but the distance to our factory is about the same." Huli was about to inquire whether this factory was linked to the deceased mine owner, but a glance from Chu Xiangyang silenced her. She promptly sealed her lips. After they returned to the hotel, the young driver hastily made his escape. This time, Huli did not retreat to her own room, but accompanied Chu Xiangyang to his. "Speak plainly, what have you discovered? Is it related to the mine?" she asked as soon as the door closed behind them. Chu Xiangyang chuckled. "Who knows if there's a connection? Even you, as a professional, cannot guarantee it with absolute certainty. How could I possibly have that capacity?" At this juncture, his smile faded, and his demeanor shifted to seriousness. "If my deductions are correct, I would estimate an 80% likelihood." However, he did not finish his thought. knowing that the remaining 20% pertained to Cheng Yin's presence there, a detail he could not disclose to Hu Li. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Hu Li's spirits lifted. That's splendid news. It seems I truly did not misjudge you. She approached to pat his shoulder, but he deftly sidestepped her. Humph. Who cares? With that, Hu Li turned and exited, slamming the door behind her. Only then did Chu Xiangyang shake his head in resignation. All right, you may come out now. I know you haven't left, he called from the sofa. Hu Li re-entered, saying, I was just contemplating when we should visit Yaya Ceramics tomorrow. Chu Xiangyang pondered for a moment. It would be prudent for us to avoid our usual appearances. A simple disguise would be advisable. Agreed. I excel at concealment and will ensure you are unrecognizable, even to your father, Hu Li declared, her enthusiasm palpable. Recalling her appearance at the mine, Chu Xiangyang hesitated. Are you truly skilled at that? Are you underestimating me? Just wait for tomorrow, and I shall demonstrate my abilities, she replied confidently, walking out with her head held high. The next morning, Chu Xiangyang stood before the mirror, bemused as he scrutinized his reflection. All right, we can set off now. Hu Li, with her bag slung over her shoulder, was the first to step outside. Chu Xiangyang rolled his eyes, and, with merely a false mustache and a hat, considered his disguise complete. He picked up some items used by Hu Li on the table and fiddled with them on his face before finally turning to leave. Outside, the car he had rented earlier was parked, and as he opened the door, Hu Li, seated in the passenger seat, inquired, Who are you looking for? Ignoring her, Chu Xiangyang settled into the seat. Hu Li, growing impatient, assumed a defensive posture, warning, if you don't get out, I won't hold back. With a deliberately lowered voice, Chu Xiangyang replied, What do you intend to do? Hu Li raised her hand and aimed a strike at his face. In a swift motion, Chu Xiangyang seized her wrist, stating, Miss, please have some decorum. I merely wish to borrow your vehicle. If you exit, I will release you. After saying this, he let go of her hand. Dream on. Hu Li retorted sharply, launching another attack towards him. Chu Xiangyang shook his head in exasperation, saying, All right, Miss Hu. I was merely jesting. What? You're Mr. Chu? Hu Li exclaimed, astonished by the man before her. However, she quickly shouted, What about the mustache I put on you? Chapter 186. The professional Chu Xiangyang genuinely wished to inquire about Miss Hu's obsession with mustaches. Ultimately, he succumbed and affixed the 2 strips of false hair to his face. During their journey, Hu Li could not contain her curiosity and asked, Mr. Chu, how are you so skilled? How did you achieve this? Chu Xiangyang explained. The essence of a person lies in their aura. Once that changes, one immediately feels transformed into another being. By adjusting the shape of the eyebrows, the corners of the eyes, the nasolabial folds, and the shading of the face and nose, along with a deliberately lowered voice and adjusted gaze, one can alter their appearance by a significant margin. How come you articulate this even better than our school teachers? Hu Li expressed her admiration for Chu Xiangyang, surprised that he had such knowledge and executed it so well. Raising an eyebrow, he replied, One tends to delve into subjects of genuine interest and strives for excellence. When you are passionate about something, you will invariably reach its pinnacle. Hu Li nodded thoughtfully, Perhaps. I don't even enjoy applying my own makeup, let alone someone else's. Chu Xiangyang glanced at her smooth, delicate face but chose not to comment, instead accelerating towards their destination. Yaya Ceramics was indeed easy to locate. Chu Xiangyang quickly found it using the navigation system. However, upon arrival, they were halted by the security guard. I'm sorry, sir, but we do not permit unauthorized individuals to enter the factory premises. We merely wish to purchase some ceramics, Chu Xiangyang explained. The guard gestured to a direction, stating, If you wish to buy something, you may go there. Chu Xiangyang looked up to see the guard pointing to a small 2-story building not far from their location. Outside the walls of Yaya Ceramics, yet adjacent to the factory. With no other option, he thanked the guard and led Hu Li towards that direction. Upon entering the modest 2-story building without hindrance, Chu Xiangyang proceeded smoothly inside. Please wait a moment. Our manager will be here shortly, announced a charming receptionist, leading the 2 of them to an office where they were seated and offered 2 cups of tea. Chu Xiangyang suspected there must be surveillance in this place. Otherwise, how could the manager have appeared so promptly upon their arrival? Hu Li also cast a puzzled glance at Chu Xiangyang, who responded with a reassuring look, urging her to remain calm. After a few moments, the office door swung open, revealing the so-called manager. He appeared to be in his 40s, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a square face, exuding a sense of reliability. Greetings, I am Lu, the head of the sales department at Yaya. May I inquire what type of porcelain you are interested in? He asked, extending his hand toward Chu Xiangyang and his companion. Chu Xiangyang shook his hand, stating, We are tourists from out of town, drawn here by reputation, hoping to purchase some exquisite pieces to take back as gifts. Manager Lu nodded, indicating his understanding. He smiled and remarked, Yaya has been established locally for over a century, so we frequently welcome visitors seeking our porcelain. He then led them to a particular exhibition hall on the second floor. Feel free to browse. We have stock available of every piece displayed here, Lu introduced. Chu Xiangyang appeared to scrutinize the items around him before expressing a hint of disappointment. Manager Lu, I possess a modest understanding of porcelain. However, I wonder if there are pieces of even higher quality. Perhaps those with some age would be preferable. Chu Xiangyang's intentions were abundantly clear. Lu's eyes briefly widened in surprise, and he quickly replied, I regret to inform you that if you seek something superior, I can recommend a place that specializes in fine pieces. Chu Xiangyang considered this suggestion. Indeed, without prior acquaintance, it was unlikely they would be shown anything exceptional. He replied, That sounds agreeable. I shall visit that place. I appreciate your assistance here. Not a problem. Lu smiled. In business, if a deal does not materialize, kindness remains. Should you require anything in the future, Mr. Chu, you are always welcome to return. Subsequently, Lu enthusiastically provided the address of the porcelain company renowned for its fine pieces. Chu Xiangyang and Hu Li then departed. On their way back, Hu Li inquired, Is it possible for us to infiltrate their company? Chu Xiangyang pondered her question, stating, Entering is feasible, but we know nothing about their operations. Even if we managed to get inside, it would be difficult to uncover anything of value unless we had a familiar guide. Hu Li sighed, We are unfamiliar with this area. How can we find someone we know? Chu Xiangyang contemplated the potential of that small black figure, but deemed him less reliable than the larger fish. Yet, the larger fish was also somewhat untrustworthy. Should they choose to involve him, he might very well turn against them midway. Upon returning to the hotel, they encountered General Chu just as he was leaving. Ah, Mr. Chu, what a coincidence. Would you consider coming over to assist me? Chu Yuan had not forgotten the previous matter, and when he encountered Chu Xiangyang, he sought an opportunity to cultivate a connection with him. Chu Xiangyang initially intended to greet him directly, but suddenly paused, expressing, I have a request for you, Mr. Chu. I wonder if you could assist me. Of course. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall not decline, Chu Yuan assured, patting his chest. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiangyang continued, I am curious if you know anyone knowledgeable about porcelain. I wish to purchase a high-quality imitation piece as a gift, but I have heard that without an acquaintance to recommend, such items are seldom sold to strangers. Chu Yuan nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, in this day and age, who would openly sell high-quality imitations? Should the authorities become aware, severe consequences would ensue. However, this is not an issue. I happen to know someone quite capable in this field. With his guidance, you will undoubtedly find what you seek. Most importantly, he is well acquainted with these circles. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyang's interest was piqued. That sounds splendid. Please inform him that if he truly helps me locate the appropriate item, I shall not be stingy with the remuneration. The price is negotiable. I shall reach out to him. Chu Yuan replied before taking his leave. Hu Li, astonished, gazed at Chu Yuan's departing figure, momentarily lost in thought. Finally, she murmured, This seems too fortuitous. Chu Xiangyang shrugged nonchalantly and ascended the stairs. Hu Li followed closely, exclaiming, I have come to realize that fortune truly favors you. I have a premonition that our task will be accomplished swiftly. Chu Xiangyang remained silent, recognizing that a positive attitude can indeed be a virtue. While he could not guarantee the task's success, the likelihood of finding Chengfang had significantly increased. Chapter 187. The drunkard Chu Yuan proved to be quite reliable, as he notified Chu Xiangyang early the next morning that he had located the individual. However, upon their first meeting, Chu Xiangyang was taken aback by the man's disheveled appearance. He was a middle-aged man, clad in untidy garments, his hair unkempt, and his face unwashed. Most strikingly, he clutched a bottle of liquor in his hand, and even from a distance, the overpowering scent of alcohol assailed Chu Xiangyang's senses. As he approached the entrance, he instinctively slowed his pace. Hu Li exhibited her disapproval more overtly, coming to a complete halt. Mr. Chu, is this truly the master you have found for us? Chu Yuan chuckled nervously. Do not be deceived by his appearance. He was once a renowned porcelain master in these parts. Once a master, but what of now? In such a state, can he still discern authenticity? Hu Li questioned skeptically. Chu Xiangyang shared her doubts. Rest assured, as long as there are serious matters at hand, he will not indulge excessively in drink. Furthermore, there are reasons for his current condition, Chu Yuan replied, lowering his voice. He once had a daughter, now 17 or 18 years old, who mysteriously disappeared. His wife, overwhelmed with anguish, fell ill and never recovered. Since then, he has succumbed to this lamentable state. Chu Yuan sighed, expressing empathy for the man's plight. Hu Li, being a woman, felt an immediate discomfort upon hearing these words. What could have happened to her daughter? Was there no one sent down to investigate? They did look into it, but due to the lack of conclusive results, Hu Li had fallen into despair. Resorting to drinking all day, Chu Yuan explained. Hu Li was infuriated. It was utterly irresponsible of them to disregard the disappearance of a living person. You must understand. Some matters are beyond one's control. The officials have done their utmost, yet fortune does not always favor the diligent. One can only lament the unfortunate circumstances, Chu Yuan sighed. The alcoholic raised his head, observing their hushed conversation, and inquired, "What are you discussing? Wasn't it said that there was fine wine? If not, I shall take my leave." He stood up, prepared to depart. Chu Yuan, not deterred by his presence, quickly intervened. "Please, do not go. The boss has requested your assistance. Once the task is complete, there will be wine for you. After all, where in the world can one find free wine? You must earn it, do you not?" The drunkard paused, looking towards Chu Xiangyang. "Is it you, the boss, who seeks my help? Speak your desires. I shall not refuse any task within my capability." As his words echoed, the room was enveloped in the strong scent of alcohol. Hu Li instinctively took a step back, while Chu Xiangyang frowned. "I have a simple task for you," he said. "Accompany me on an outing, and if we procure suitable fine porcelain, I shall compensate you handsomely. I assure you, the money I provide will suffice for the finest wine." "Deal," the drunkard exclaimed with laughter. Chu Yuan quickly steadied him. "Listen, my friend, refrain from drinking today. Clean yourself up in the morning and return to guide us. Your reward will be substantial." "Very well, it is settled." With that, the drunkard chuckled heartily before staggering away, glancing back several times. "I still find him somewhat unreliable." "Do you truly believe he can resist drinking?" Hu Li questioned, eyeing the retreating figure. Chu Yuan responded with unwavering confidence. "Do not worry. He will comply. He is currently too impoverished to afford alcohol, so he must earn money to indulge. Then let us await his return with ease," Chu Xiangyang remarked, casting a glance at the door through which the drunkard had exited. The following morning, the drunkard indeed appeared in the hotel lobby. The scent of alcohol had dissipated, replaced by the unmistakable odor of someone who had long neglected personal hygiene. "We can spare a moment. Let's first get you cleaned up." Chu Yuan pinched his nose and ushered the drunkard into the restroom of a guest room. Half an hour later, dressed in the garments provided by Chu Yuan, the drunkard finally resembled a respectable individual. "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Dai, and my name is Dai Jiqian." He extended his hand. Chu Xiangyang reciprocated. "I am Chu Xiangyang. This is my friend Hu Li. We seek to purchase something of quality to gift upon our return, but we are wary of being deceived. Hence our desire for an expert to assist us." Dai Jiqian nodded, understanding their intentions. "Then, let us proceed together." After exchanging greetings with Chu Yuan beside him, Chu Xiangyang and his companions departed from the hotel. "What kind of items do you wish to purchase?" Today, Dai Jiqian abstained from alcohol, as he was to drive. After all, he was the most familiar with the locales for shopping. Chu Xiangyang contemplated for a moment, deciding to acquire some high-end products. After all, having journeyed to the porcelain capital, it would be rather inappropriate to return with inferior goods. "All right, understood." Dai Jiqian responded affirmatively and promptly steered the vehicle towards a particular factory. The porcelain capital was not expansive, and within approximately half an hour, Dai Jiqian guided them to a porcelain factory. From the exterior, it appeared rather ordinary, even comparable to the establishment where that renowned brother you resided. However, Dai Jiqian elucidated. "Do not be deceived by the exterior. This is an old kiln, and the artisans here possess considerable experience." Securing the car doors, Dai Jiqian led Chu Xiangyang and Hu Li inside. Old Dai, what brings you here today?" the kiln owner quipped upon seeing Dai Jiqian. Unperturbed by the jest, Dai Jiqian chuckled and replied, "With no wine to enjoy, I've come to earn some money. What fine wares do you have? Please present them to this esteemed gentleman." The owner, upon hearing this, promptly beckoned, "Gentlemen, please follow me." As Chu Xiangyang followed the owner into the kiln, he felt a twinge of disappointment upon viewing the items within. They were indeed commendable, yet still fell somewhat short of his expectations. "To be frank, they are not quite what I envisioned," Chu Xiangyang admitted. The primary reason, of course, was that none of these were Chongfang pieces. "No matter. We can return if needed in the future," the owner responded cheerfully, noticing that Chu Xiangyang had not found anything to his liking. With a wave of his hand, Dai Jiqian then led Chu Xiangyang out. While in the car, he could not suppress a remark. "I did not expect your discerning eye, Boss Chu. You did not fancy any of his wares." The shapes were somewhat commonplace and bore little distinction from those in the market. Chu Xiangyang reflected, then replied, "Given your elevated standards, Let us visit a place even more distinguished. With that, Dai Jiqian pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. The second kiln was not far from the first, and within a mere 10 minutes of driving, they arrived. This establishment was adorned with a more opulent interior than the previous one, and even the kiln owner appeared to possess an extraordinary presence. Chapter 188, renowned for a single row. At the entrance of the courtyard stood a massive Tibetan Mastiff. Upon seeing the vehicle approach, the dog barked incessantly, prompting the kiln owner to emerge. Dai Jiqian's car came to a halt directly at the entrance. A slightly portly middle-aged man emerged, bald, with a gold chain as thick as a thumb hanging around his neck, and sunglasses perched on his nose. Upon noticing Chu Xiangyang and the others, he quelled the barking of the mastiff. "Who are you?" he inquired, pushing his sunglasses up to rest on his gleaming bald head. "Mr. Tu," Dai Jiqian replied. "I have brought 2 gentlemen here to make a purchase." "You know me?" the man asked. Upon hearing Dai Jiqian's words, the kiln master scrutinized the appearance of his interlocutor and suddenly appeared enlightened, exclaiming, "Ah, it's Master Dai? What brings you here today? Haven't you indulged in any spirits?" "I have no wine to offer you," Dai Jiqian replied. "You may not have any wine to offer me, and I may not partake even if you did. I have brought 2 patrons who wish to purchase some items, so I thought to show them around." "What are you looking to buy?" inquired Boss Tu, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Xiangyang and Hu Li. Hu Li retorted, "What do you think I want to buy? Of course, I am here for porcelain. Do you expect me to come here to purchase air? If you do not allow us to peruse your wares, how can I make a purchase?" Boss Tu was taken aback by Hu Li's bluntness, and a smile crept across his face. "You sharp-tongued little girl. Hasn't anyone warned you that such impudence could lead to misfortune?" "Enough," Chu Xiangyang interjected. "I doubt there is anything here that would suit my taste. Let us take our leave." He had already used his golden eyes to assess the kiln's offerings and found a few pieces of quality, though none could be deemed the finest. Upon hearing this, Dai Jiqian turned to leave. He had brought Chu Xiangyang here due to his admiration for Boss Tu's father's craftsmanship. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that the elder craftsman was likely absent. Yet, Boss Tu was not pleased with their dismissal. "Did you not express a desire to see our items? Allow me to show you now. We've already declared that there is nothing here to pique our interest. What more is there to see?" Hu Li, already harboring a poor opinion of the kiln master, could not resist retorting. "Very well, since you have spoken so, I shall not hold back." With that, he proceeded to unchain the Tibetan Mastiff. Chu Xiangyang rolled his eyes, but Dai Jiqian interjected, stepping in front of him. "Boss Tu, are you attempting to engage in coercive sales?" "Coercive sales is not my intent. I simply cannot abide an outsider disparaging the craftsmanship of the Tu family." It seemed Boss Tu was quite concerned about his reputation. Dai Jiqian was about to respond, but Chu Xiangyang halted, conceding, "Very well, since you insist. Let us enter and see for ourselves." Boss Tu secured the mastiff and led them into the workshop. As they walked through the premises, Chu Xiangyang observed the surroundings while Hu Li, lacking understanding, remained at the entrance. Inside, a small portion of the items exhibited superior quality, yet a significant number were of inconsistent craftsmanship. It was clear that these pieces were not the product of a single artisan. Indeed, many seemed to lack even the most fundamental techniques of porcelain making. Standing at the entrance, Dai Jiqian noted this discrepancy as well, pondering the whereabouts of the elder Tuesday. A few years ago, this kiln was quite renowned locally. What had transpired in recent years to result in such a decline in quality? Well, surely our products are not merely a facade of reputation. Go ask around. Who does not sing our praises? Dare you claim you cannot find what you seek here? Boss Tu boasted with bravado. Chu Xiangyang smiled gently as he casually picked up a blue and white porcelain bowl resting nearby. The process of firing blue and white porcelain is quite straightforward. It begins with an oxidizing flame, and towards the conclusion of the kiln firing, a dense, smoky atmosphere must be introduced, typically maintaining a temperature around 1000 degrees Celsius. The clay body is first dried at temperatures ranging from 60 to 70 degrees, followed by preheating, and finally, heating. While your overall process is correct, the color of the bowl you produced is not right. The reason lies in your mismanagement of both the duration and temperature during the preheating and heating stages. You claim your work is renowned far and wide. Yet the only notoriety I see is confined to this row of shelves. Chu Xiangyang pointed towards a particular shelf. Dai Jiqian recognized that the items displayed there were all the esteemed works of the old master, Tuesday. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The other party snatched the item from Chu Xiangyang's hand and shouted angrily. Chu Xiangyang merely smiled. The pieces on that shelf not only reflected mastery of time and temperature, but also exhibited forms far superior to yours. It is evident that you cannot even control the shape, and this kiln may very well become your downfall. You speak rubbish. Master Tu fumed, raising his hand to strike at Chu Xiangyang. Unperturbed, Chu Xiangyang grasped the opponent's fist firmly and stated deliberately, since Master Dai was able to bring me here, it signifies that this place once thrived. I hope you do not discard the legacy of the older generation, lest you face dire consequences. With that, Chu Xiangyang forcefully flung Master Tu away. Let us depart. After addressing Dai Jiqian and Hu Li, he stepped outside. Dai Jiqian glanced back at the stunned Master Tu, shook his head gently, and followed Chu Xiangyang out. Strangely, as they exited, the previously boisterous Tibetan Mastiff suddenly tucked its tail and remained hidden in its den. Let us proceed to the next establishment. Once in the vehicle, Chu Xiangyang spoke. Dai Jiqian pondered for a moment before finally asking, Chu boss, would you kindly tell me the truth? What kind of porcelain are you truly looking to purchase? I can see you possess considerable knowledge. So why rely on me to select for you? Aware that his previous words might have raised Dai Jiqian's suspicions, Chu Xiangyang replied half-truthfully. Shouldn't one seek a familiar face when buying porcelain? I have heard that without a local guide, genuine items seldom see the light of day. Moreover, I have no qualms admitting that I wish to acquire some high-quality replicas to take home. Without a guide like you, do you believe I could procure what I desire? Upon hearing this, Dai Jiqian nodded thoughtfully, realizing, I understand now. Allow me to take you to a place where you are guaranteed to find what you seek. With that, Dai Jiqian pressed the accelerator and the vehicle surged forward. During the journey, Hu Li cast a glance at Chu Xiangyang, intending to offer him praise. But upon recalling the presence of others, she swallowed her words entirely. The car sped along the road, and when it finally came to a halt, Chu Xiangyang suddenly had an inkling that Dai Jiqian might just be the proverbial worm in his belly. Chapter 189. Decision. This time, they had arrived at Yaya, the very place Chu Xiangyang had visited previously. Before stepping out of the car, Dai Jiqian explained, I used to work here for a while, so I am quite familiar with the place. Chu Xiangyang looked at him in surprise. He truly had not anticipated that Dai Jiqian had once been employed here. Instead of leading Chu Xiangyang to the main entrance of Yaya, Dai Jiqian guided him directly to a small two-story building tucked away in a corner, demonstrating his acquaintance with the locale. If you wish to see something, just speak to the people here. They will show you, Dai Jiqian elucidated. This time, Chu Xiangyang and Hu Li did not make any deliberate attempts at disguise, so Manager Lu did not recognize them. Master Dai? Manager Lu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Dai Jiqian. With a smile, Dai Jiqian responded, I brought these two to explore your fine products. They are interested in purchasing some high-quality items. With Dai Jiqian's introduction, Manager Lu wasted no time in leading Chu Xiangyang and the others upstairs. Although this time they entered a different room than their last visit. Upon opening the door, the first thing that caught their eye was a vase towering over a person, positioned right at the entrance. Just this vase alone was evidently of a far superior quality compared to what they had seen during their previous visit. Yet it still did not meet Chu Xiangyang's expectations. Did the gentleman not find anything to his liking? Manager Lu inquired, noticing Chu Xiangyang's dissatisfaction. Chu Xiangyang nodded but refrained from answering, instead turning to Dai Jiqian for guidance. My friend here has discerning tastes, Dai Jiqian remarked with a smile. If nothing catches your eye, we can certainly explore other shops. Manager Lu paused for a moment. Oh, that works too. Hu Li felt a twinge of impatience, thinking to herself that they finally had someone to guide them, yet they still had not found what they were looking for. Most importantly, was that mine owner truly coming to establish a connection with them? Not wanting to overstep, Chu Xiangyang observed that Dai Jiqian seemed reluctant to elaborate, so he held his tongue. After leaving the shop, before Chu Xiangyang could pose a question, Dai Jiqian spoke up, the items you seek are not available here. To my knowledge, there is a highly skilled individual providing guidance behind that wall. As he spoke, Dai Jiqian pointed towards a distant wall. Are you implying that what we desire cannot be purchased, even with money? Chu Xiangyang asked, following his gesture towards the towering wall. Dai Jiqian remained silent until they had driven beyond the confines of Yaya, at which point he found a secluded spot to park the car. What I am about to say may sound implausible to you. If you disagree, you are free to disregard my words. Dai Jiqian turned back to face the passenger. Chu Xiangyang. Chu Xiangyang regarded him silently, gesturing for him to continue. In the factory, it is virtually impossible to procure high-quality replicas openly. They only reach the market through a specific channel that remains inaccessible to us. Should you possess a fervent desire to witness this for yourself, I could escort you within those high walls, albeit under the cover of night, discreetly and away from prying eyes. If you dare, we shall proceed. If not, let it be. After Dai Jiqian finished speaking, he regarded Chu Xiangyang in silence. His demeanor was rather neutral, seemingly merely wishing to fulfill a desire of Chu Xiangyang's. Isn't what you were suggesting illegal? Hu Li cautiously inquired. Chu Xiangyang turned to glance at Hu Li, stating that if she were opposed, they would not go. Upon hearing his words, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Dai Jiqian's eyes. Hu Li had not anticipated that Chu Xiangyang would entrust this contentious matter into her hands. If she declined, they might indeed fail to uncover any leads on the case. Yet, should she acquiesce, the act of clandestinely infiltrating the factory would constitute a crime. She felt thoroughly overwhelmed. I shall drive back for now, as it is still far from dusk, Dai Jiqian remarked before resuming his drive. Throughout the journey, Hu Li wrestled with the dilemma of whether to consent to their illicit undertaking. Meanwhile, Chu Xiangyang reclined in the passenger seat, feigning sleep with an air of contentment. He understood that Hu Li would ultimately agree, as this case was no trifling matter. They merely sought to infiltrate the factory for evidence, not engage in genuine criminality. Indeed, upon returning to the hotel, just as Chu Xiangyang opened the car door to disembark, he heard Hu Li and Dai Jiqian declare that they would contact him if they decided to proceed that night, advising him to abstain from alcohol. Dai Jiqian chuckled, affirming that he would adhere to the boss's directives. After parking, Dai Jiqian accompanied them into the hotel, reclining on a sofa in the lobby. Due to prior events, Chu Yuan had remained nearby, and upon seeing Dai Jiqian resting on the sofa, he arranged a room for him to retire to. Chu Xiangyang ascended directly to his room, but was halted by Hu Li. What is your intention? He inquired. I merely wish to ask if it is absolutely necessary to conduct the investigation in this manner, Hu Li questioned. Chu Xiangyang nodded, asserting that to uncover those behind the forgery, they must infiltrate and gather evidence, a truth he believed she understood better than anyone else, requiring no further explanation from him. At a loss for words, Hu Li found herself momentarily stunned. In that instant, Chu Xiangyang closed the door and stepped inside. In any case, he had resolved that even if Hu Li opposed the plan, he would seek out Dai Jiqian that evening, bypassing Hu Li to infiltrate alone. Unexpectedly, within mere minutes, Hu Li knocked on Chu Xiangyang's door. I consent, but I must accompany you on this endeavor, she declared as she entered. Chu Xiangyang listened, but gently shook his finger, insisting that this matter was non-negotiable. If you agree, I will go with Dai Jiqian tonight. If you do not, then we need not pursue this case, as I shall withdraw. On what grounds? Hu Li retorted angrily. Chu Xiangyang, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, Miss Hu, you are well aware of your own capabilities in a confrontation. Moreover, as a person of status, should you accompany us and complications arise, how would you justify your presence? I am going to investigate the case, Hu Li asserted. Chu Xiangyang chuckled lightly. You intend to investigate, yet what if you fail to unearth any evidence? How would you explain that? Are you suggesting that those in uniform would resort to theft? At this reasoning, Hu Li found herself at a loss for words. Thus, Chu Xiangyang continued, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Should it succeed, the leads will be yours. Should it fail, I possess means to extricate myself without besmirching your reputation. But there are no buts. It is settled. We shall act tonight, Chu Xiangyang concluded decisively. Chapter 190, Revenge Midnight. Under a dark moon and howling winds, dressed in black, Chu Xiangyang and Dai Jiqian made their way to a secluded path not far from Yaya. If we wish to enter undetected, we must scale the northwest corner, Dai Jiqian stated, clearly well acquainted with the area. Chu Xiangyang nodded, lead the way. Dai Jiqian glanced at the time. In 5 minutes, the shift change would occur. There was a blind spot in the surveillance at the northwest corner. So we must be swift, 5 minutes at most to reach the factory's back entrance. With that, Dai Jiqian took off running, with Chu Xiangyang following closely. Dai Jiqian's agility this evening was remarkable, exhibiting none of the clumsiness one might expect from a drunkard. By the time Chu Xiangyang entered the yard, Dai Jiqian was already near the back door. Over here, Dai Jiqian gestured from a distance. Though doubt lingered in Chu Xiangyang's mind, he followed. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to Dai Jiqian's absence from work, the guard's shift had changed, and as they reached the back door, 2 security personnel approached. Hey, there are people over there, one guard shouted, rushing towards them. Chu Xiangyang charged forward as well. The 2 guards were no match for him. In the blink of an eye, one lay unconscious while the other was subdued. Static crackled from the walkie-talkie. Where are you 2? We're coming over now. With one arm of the subdued guard twisted behind his back, Chu Xiangyang held the walkie-talkie. We mistook it for a wild cat, the guard stammered. The voice on the other end sighed in relief. You 2 really should know better. It's not your first day on the job. No need to panic over a wild cat. Why yes, we sincerely apologize, Captain, the guard quickly replied. All right, hurry and check the back door, if all is clear. Return for the shift change. After the captain issued a few more instructions, the 2 finally severed their communication. Is it enough now? I have done as you instructed, one of them said. But before the security guard could finish his words, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Shall we leave him here? What if he is discovered? Dai Jiqian glanced at the person lying on the ground and inquired. Let us go? By the time they realize, we might be long gone, he replied, turning to head towards the back door. However, Dai Jiqian bent down to search the unconscious security guard. We must have the key for the back door. Wait for me while I check them. A faint click echoed in the stillness of the night, resonating clearly. Dai Jiqian abruptly looked up, realizing that Chu Xiangyang had already opened the back door of the factory. Let us go. Chu Xiangyang waved his hand and stepped inside first, with Dai Jiqian hurriedly following. The factory was eerily silent, devoid of any noise, save for the sound of their footsteps. If you are looking for something, you can search in the small room ahead. It contains the finished products, Dai Jiqian said, illuminating his flashlight and pointing ahead. Chu Xiangyang was eager to uncover whether the mastermind behind this was Chingyin, prompting him to quicken his pace. Yet, Dai Jiqian's steps slowed behind him. Where do you intend to go? Chu Xiangyang halted and turned around. During the night. There will be patrols here. I will keep watch for you. Dai Jiqian paused momentarily before speaking. Let us go. You just need to keep an eye at the door. I believe the surveillance here will soon alert others to our presence. Chu Xiangyang pointed in a specific direction. Suddenly, Dai Jiqian looked up and spotted a red light. Then let us hasten. With that, Dai Jiqian unexpectedly quickened his pace. Chu Xiangyang felt a cold smirk form in his heart. He sensed something was amiss with Dai Jiqian. Upon entering, he had already disabled several surveillance cameras, ensuring that the other party could not witness what transpired inside. However, they would soon discover the discrepancies. Upon opening the small door, they were surprised to find that it was not a finished product display area, but rather an office. What is this place? Is this the factory manager or director's office? Chu Xiangyang pulled out some documents from the office to examine and found them to indeed contain valuable information. Suddenly, a strong smell of gasoline wafted through the office, and Chu Xiangyang turned sharply to see Dai Jiqian pouring an entire bottle of gasoline around the room. What do you intend to do? Chu Xiangyang shouted. Dai Jiqian laughed maniacally. What do you think I'm doing? I'm here for revenge. My daughter disappeared years ago in Yaya, with no trace left behind. My daughter is gone. My wife is dead. I will set this place ablaze to avenge them. Chu Xiangyang reached out to snatch the lighter from Dai Jiqian's hand. Calm down. I apologize, Mr. Chu. I have long desired to do this. I am aware that you are not ordinary individuals. I have exploited you, and for that, I sincerely apologize. However, it matters not, for when the time comes, you may shift the blame entirely onto me. Having entered this place, I harbor no intention of leaving alive. Soon, I shall douse myself in flames and ignite other areas outside. Chu Xiangyang cast a glance outside, noting that most of the substances present were flammable materials. Should a fire truly ignite, it could indeed lead to a rapid conflagration. He had merely come to investigate Chengfeng and had no intention of setting the factory ablaze. More importantly, he had Hu Li at his back. Should she discover that they had come here to commit arson, he would surely be deafened by her outcries. Therefore, he must prevent Dai Jiqian from igniting the fire at all costs. Mr. Chu, I implore you to release me. I must avenge my daughter and wife. Dai Jiqian pleaded, struggling and weeping profusely. Mr. Dai, please remain calm. If you truly wish to avenge your daughter, you must identify the real culprit rather than rely on mere speculation. Do you understand? Chu Xiangyang exclaimed. It is them. My daughter went missing right here. Who else could it be? Dai Jiqian became increasingly agitated. Chu Xiangyang felt a headache coming on. He had anticipated this man's mindset and realized he should not have involved him. Now, he had failed to accomplish his intended task and instead found himself in a quagmire of trouble. In the distance, footsteps echoed, indicating they had likely been discovered. Chu Xiangyang looked up and, using his golden eyes, discerned that among the approaching figures was someone of considerable stature, likely a manager. To unravel Dai Jiqian's emotional turmoil, a confrontation seemed inevitable. He swiftly snatched the lighter from Dai Jiqian's grasp and declared, in a moment, I shall have you confront the manager here to ascertain whether your daughter's disappearance is connected to them. You shall find the answer through inquiry. Why would they heed your words? Moreover, how could he possibly speak the truth? Dai Jiqian retorted. Chu Xiangyang toyed with the lighter in his hand. With this, as they conversed, the factory lights blazed brightly, and a group of individuals burst into the room. The leader paused momentarily upon seeing Dai Jiqian, then bellowed, Dai Jiqian, what on earth are you attempting to do? With a decisive flick, Chu Xiangyang ignited the lighter and stated, I merely wish to ask you a few questions. First, have them exit.